Chapter 1. The Visitor from Another World. Year 2634 of the Tindo calendar. May, the beginning of summer. In the southeastern border of the Faria province, under the dominion of the Tindo Empire. In a wheat field outside a dilapidated village, a boy clad in white sat quietly cross-legged among the stalks. The boy appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old, dressed in light-colored garments, his short black hair framing a delicate face, with thin lips and fair skin that radiated a healthy flush. With closed eyes, the boy's hands rested in a lotus position upon his knees. A faint, nearly imperceptible azure aura flowed slowly from the surrounding wheat field towards him. The boy was enveloped in a subtle azure mist that danced erratically around him, shimmering with tiny sparks of light before gradually merging into his body, vanishing without a trace. After an undetermined period, the azure glow completely dissipated, and the boy slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were dark and bright. But what was most astonishing was the hint of profundity within them, which starkly contrasted with the innocence one would expect from a child of his age. This depth seemed to suggest a life steeped in experience and time. Today seems to be enough for now, he murmured softly to himself before rising slowly. Stretching his limbs, he gazed at the newly risen sun, the fiery orb reflecting in his deep, dark eyes. For a moment, he fixated intently on the crimson sun, his gaze gradually losing focus, as if lost in contemplation. The boy's name was Baen, a child of a humble family in the nearby village. In truth, Baen was not of this world. His soul originally belonged to another realm. In his previous life, Baen was an ordinary person from China. His original name was not this, nor was his surname. In his past existence, Baen led an exceedingly mundane life, having only lived for 23 years before his untimely end. He had merely graduated 2 or 3 years prior, and his life had only just begun when it was abruptly cut short. How he arrived in this world was a mystery even to him. One night, after drifting into slumber, he found his consciousness engulfed in a state of hazy oblivion, and upon awakening the next day, he had transformed into an infant. He had spent 6 years in this world. Initially, upon his arrival, he was bewildered by his surroundings, unable to comprehend the language spoken by his new parents. The words of his parents bore no resemblance to any languages he had previously encountered in his former life. It was not until over a year of diligent study that he could begin to understand their speech, gradually unraveling the mysteries of this world. When he first arrived, Baen's vision was clouded, everything before him a blur. It took a week before his sight began to clarify. Once he could discern the world around him, Baen realized that his family belonged to the ordinary class, evident from his parents' attire. In the 1 or 2 years he spent learning the language of this world, he had not seen them wear garments crafted from any luxurious materials. Their clothes were neither new nor tattered, indicating a household that had enough to eat but was not affluent. As he approached his 3rd birthday, he began to hear his parents mention terms like spirit hall. Which child awakened their spirit this year? Whose child has reached a certain level of spirit power? From these snippets, he could surmise the nature of the world he inhabited. One day, he witnessed his father conjuring a knife from thin air. From that moment, he was utterly convinced that he had arrived in a realm known as the Douluo Continent. Upon realizing he had been reborn in Douluo Continent, Baen felt a wave of trepidation. He understood the nature of this world. Though Baen had attained higher education in his previous life, his academic performance had been merely average, straddling the line between commendable and mediocre. He had perused some fantasy novels. It was precisely this knowledge that filled him with unease. This world was one governed by surreal science, teeming with bizarre spirits, soul power, and even deities forces he had never encountered in his previous existence. He understood that strength was paramount in this world, but it was intrinsically linked to one's familial bloodline and lineage. Powerful families with formidable legacies bestowed potent spirits, and these spirits served as the foundation for immense strength. While there were instances of weak spirits evolving into powerful ones, such occurrences were but anomalies. In a population of millions, such exceptions were exceedingly rare. Clearly, his family was ordinary, devoid of any formidable spirit heritage. His father wielded a knife as his spirit, while his mother's spirit remained unknown. However, since his father had not awakened any soul power and his mother had married him, it was unlikely she possessed a powerful spirit. Given that Baen was evidently an ordinary person in his past life, lacking a robust spirit meant he was unlikely to acquire the strength necessary for self-protection. How could this not fill him with dread? Fortunately, at the age of 3.5, he discovered something that provided him with solace. As he contemplated this, Baen's right hand brushed against his forehead, as if sensing something within. Indeed, there was something there more precisely, within his brow's mud pill palace, or perhaps his consciousness sea. Bai Xian closed his eyes and delved into his consciousness sea, where he beheld a sprouting lotus seed floating amidst the chaotic expanse. The seed's form was nearly entirely disintegrated. At this moment, the sprouted lotus seed was accompanied by tender roots and two small, verdant leaves, surrounded by flickering azure lights. The faint glow subtly resembled a blooming azure lotus. Chapter 2. Bai Xian. This nearly fully developed azure lotus seed was what Bai Xian had discovered at the age of 3.5. However, it had not appeared in this form at that time. The seed had been whole and unblemished, not yet sprouted. When he was just over 3, during an afternoon nap, Bai Xian encountered a peculiar world. It was a realm devoid of substance, shrouded in chaos, with only the presence of the azure lotus seed. As he approached the seed, he felt an overwhelming sense of warmth emanating from it. Upon touching the seed, it conveyed fragmented information to him. 12th grade creation azure lotus. Seed. Spiritual energy deficiency. Creation vitality. The messages were sporadic, with little else to grasp. Yet, with this information, Bai Xian surmised how he had come to this world. Most likely, it was the azure lotus seed that had transported him here. He even contemplated the veracity of ancient myths from China. The realm of cultivation surely existed. And as for Earth, the terrestrial realm of the ancient myths, it must have suffered a depletion of spiritual energy, rendering the azure lotus seed incapable of developing, leading it to fracture the fabric of time and space to traverse the void into this world. The essence of creation vitality, which Bai Xian could vaguely interpret from the words, appeared to be a form of exceptionally high-grade spiritual energy. However, he was utterly ignorant of how to acquire such vitality. From that point on, Bai Xian began to experiment with methods to hasten the growth of the azure lotus seed. He soon discovered that the more abundant the vegetation in an area, the more faint azure energy would gradually coalesce around the seed, prompting him to venture daily into lush locales to gather this azure spiritual energy. Though he called it gathering, it was primarily the azure lotus seed that absorbed the energy, while he could do little to assist. Fortunately, during the time the seed collected azure spiritual energy, Bai Xian engaged in meditation to refine his own disposition. Over the years, Bai Xian intermittently received snippets of information from the azure lotus seed, learning that the azure energy was, in fact, with spiritual energy. The creation azure lotus absorbed various spiritual energies from the world, transforming them into creation vitality to promote its own growth. In this realm, spiritual energy was relatively abundant, resulting in a higher concentration of its spiritual energy within the continent's flora. Although the azure lotus seed could absorb other forms of spiritual energy, wood energy was more compatible, facilitating the transformation process. Thus, Bai Xian made it a daily ritual to visit the fields at dawn, allowing the azure lotus seed to gather spiritual energy. The Qinglian seed absorbs spiritual energy, and Bai Xian also reaps its benefits. Although the vast majority of the transformative life force has been absorbed by the Qinglian seed, the minuscule remainder provides significant nourishment to Bai Xian. Over the past 3 years, the Qinglian seed has nearly fully sprouted into a seedling, and Bai Xian has also greatly benefited from this. Under the gentle cascade of the transformative life force that has been seeping from the Qinglian seed over these 3 years, Bai Xian's physical strength has reached a remarkable level. To speak of mere strength, Bai Xian is already approaching the level of an ordinary adult male. As for his physical robustness, it is even more extraordinary, for physical strength encompasses not only muscle power, but also flexibility and the vitality of the body. In these aspects, he far surpasses the typical adult male. Time to head back. Observing the sky, he noted that the sun had fully risen. Every morning, Bai Xian would rise early and sneak outside the village without his parents knowing. He did not wish to cause them any worry. The village is not far from where Bai Xian currently stands. It is merely a couple of miles away. He jogged steadily back home. Not feeling particularly rushed, he ran at a leisurely pace, taking about 7 to 8 minutes to reach home. At this time, Bai Xian's parents had not yet awakened. When he was 3 years old, Bai Xian had requested to sleep in a separate room. Though surprised, his parents consented. Although Bai Xian's physical age suggested a childlike demeanor, he endeavored to present himself as an ordinary child during these years. However, the mature thoughts of an adult lingered within him, and the occasional glimmer of wisdom in his eyes could not escape the notice of his parents. Moreover, while few individuals in this world mature early, such occurrences are not unheard of, leading his parents to accept that their child was among the precocious ones. Thus, they raised no significant objections to Bai Xian's request. Stepping quietly into the house, he returned to his room. Tomorrow marks the awakening of the martial spirit. I wonder what spirit I shall awaken? Bai Xian pondered as he lay on his bed, his arms resting behind his head. Over the years, he had learned about his mother's martial spirit. It was nothing extraordinary, merely the blue-silver grass, which, upon awakening, naturally did not manifest any soul power. As for whether he would awaken soul power himself, Bai Xian felt no anxiety. He was simply eager to discover what martial spirit he might awaken. Although Bai Xian had not practiced any particular martial arts, he firmly believed that the years of transformative life force enhancing his body would ensure he awakened soul power. In this world, Bai Xian's father was not a soul master, possessing only the most mundane of martial spirits, a woodcutter's knife, without any soul power. If Bai Xian could choose a martial spirit to awaken, he would prefer a sword, for such a weapon would undeniably possess greater lethality than the blue-silver grass. After all, the blue-silver emperor is a rarity found only among a select few. Xiao Xian, breakfast is ready. Rise and shine. His mother, having prepared breakfast, interrupted his thoughts. Okay, Mama, he'll be right there. Bai Xian sprang up, sitting upright. Upon entering the dining area, Bai Xian's mother, Lan Yu, had already served breakfast. Both parents were seated, awaiting his arrival. It smells wonderful. Did you make the potato shreds again today, Mama? Bai Xian inhaled the familiar aroma. Indeed, the potato, known as tugwa, was among his favorite dishes, both in his past life and in this world. Yes, come quickly. Xiao Xian, his mother, Lan Yu, replied from the kitchen. Tomorrow is the day of the annual martial spirit awakening in our village. You must attend. Xiao Xian. At the dining table, Bai Xian's father remarked, your 6th birthday has passed nearly 2 months ago. You should have awakened your martial spirit by now. However, the awakening event in our village is only scheduled for tomorrow, so it's not excessively late. Mom, I understand. Bai Xian nodded in acknowledgement. In contrast, children from large sects typically have dedicated soul masters to assist them in awakening their martial spirits right on their 6th birthdays. However, for children in villages like his, they must wait for the one-seer visit from the awakening personnel sent by the spirit hall. Thus, it is common for village children to awaken their martial spirits at around 6.5 years of age, nearing 7. In Bai Xian's case, being 6 years and 2 months old is considered relatively early. Divider. After finishing breakfast, Bai Xian stepped into the courtyard and picked up a blunt sword to practice drawing it. This sword was crafted by a blacksmith in the village at his father's request. Its design was modeled after the 8-sided Han sword, which Bai Xian had favored in his previous life. He believed that a sword embodies both the elegance of a gentleman and possesses formidable combat capabilities. Moreover, should he awaken his father's woodcutter's knife, which is similar to a sword, the combat techniques he practiced could be effectively applied. If he were to awaken his mother's blue-silver grass, then practicing swordsmanship would also enhance his adaptability in battle. As for swordsmanship, it is unlikely that a typical peasant family would possess formal training. Bai Xian has merely practiced drawing the sword over the years, primarily for physical conditioning. In Bai Xian's view, although drawing the sword is a form of sword training, it serves to enhance his focus during the process. Mastering the basic technique of drawing the sword would greatly aid him in future confrontations, whether on the offensive or defensive. Divider. The following morning, Bai Xian, as usual, ventured into the wheat fields to gather transformative life force. Sigh. The wood spiritual energy here is still too scarce for the current Xinglian seed. Its effect is becoming increasingly negligible, Bai Xian lamented. After the martial spirit awakening, I shall seek to train at the Soto City Primary Soul Master Academy. Indeed, this refers to the Soto City where Shrek Academy is located. Bai Xian's village is named Baen Village, aptly situated at the very edge of the Falia province. Though it falls under the jurisdiction of the Falia province, there are no towns belonging to it in the vicinity, with the nearest being Soto City, which is part of the Bala Kingdom. However, the village where Bai Xian resides is located to the north of Soto City, while Shrek Academy lies to the south. The distance between the two is quite considerable. In terms of distance, Bai Xian's village is nearly 190 li away from Soto City, approximately 80 to 90 kilometers. Conversely, Shrek Academy is merely a few li from Soto City. In this world, devoid of efficient means of transportation, ordinary individuals, barring soul masters and without the aid of beast-drawn carriages, would find it exceedingly challenging to traverse this distance in a single day on foot. Upon returning home and having breakfast, Bai Xian's father took him to the spirit hall in the village to awaken his martial spirit. When Bai Xian and his companions arrived, they found 2 adults and 2 children already present, suggesting the gathering comprised 2 families. The 2 fathers exchanged cordial greetings, after which Bai Xian's father engaged in conversation with the 2 adults. Brother Bai Jing, has little Xian turned 6 as well? Inquired one of the older gentlemen. directing his question towards Bai Xian's father. Indeed, little Xian just celebrated his 6th birthday a couple of months ago. How fortuitous that he could join us today. I wonder if he will awaken a commendable martial spirit. Bai Jing addressed the men, saying, Renge, Zhaoge, is this Xiao Jie and Yupeng? They've grown so tall, looking much more vibrant than our Xiao Xian. As he gazed at the two children, Bai Jing affectionately patted Bai Xian's head and smiled. Not at all. My child is nowhere near as sensible as Xiao Xian, another man chimed in. If we are to discuss the potential for awakening martial souls in our village this year, I believe Xiao Xian holds the greatest promise. Then I shall take Zhao Ji's words as an auspicious sign, Bai Jing replied with a cheerful demeanor. The group engaged in casual conversation, with Bai Xian unable to interject. As for the two children, Bai Xian, having lived over 20 years in his previous life, found it evident that they were not on the same wavelength. After greeting Ren Jie and Zhao Yuping, he stood beside Bai Jing, listening to the two youngsters converse, occasionally responding if the topic turned to him. Time passed slowly, and after more than half an hour, several families arrived with their children, all seemingly there to awaken their martial souls. After a while longer, the village chief, accompanied by a young man clad in a brocade robe, approached the gathering. He introduced the newcomer, stating, This is the esteemed soul master dispatched by the Martial Soul Hall to assist our village in awakening martial souls this year. The adults promptly bowed in greeting, and the other children mimicked them. Bai Xian, not wishing to stand apart, joined the other children in offering his respects. The soul master nodded in acknowledgement and turned to the village chief, saying, Shall we commence? I must visit several neighboring villages to assist with their awakenings as well. The village chief promptly agreed and addressed Bai Xian and the others, instructing them to follow the soul master inside, while the adults remained outside. Having experienced the awakening process themselves, the adults understood that it was generally prohibited for them to enter during the awakening. They nodded in agreement. Once inside, the soul master positioned himself before Bai Xian and the others, speaking in a gentle tone, Children, please stand in a line. Upon hearing this, Bai Xian took the initiative, stepping forward to stand approximately 3 meters to the left front of the soul master. The other children followed suit, lining up to Bai Xian's right. Among the children, Bai Xian stood tall at over 1 meter and 20 centimeters. The other 6 appeared relatively smaller, with heights just exceeding 1 meter. As the 7 of them settled, the young spirit master smiled and introduced himself. I am Holt, a 29th level 2-ring battle spirit master, wielding a sword as my weapon spirit. Shortly, I will guide each of you through your spirit awakening. With those words, Holt opened his satchel and retrieved 2 items, 6 dark spherical stones and a shimmering blue crystal orb. He arranged the 6 black stones into a hexagon before gesturing for the petite girl on his right to step inside the formation. Do not panic at what may occur shortly. Simply close your eyes and attentively feel, Holt advised the young girl, addressing the group as well. Then, 2 brilliant yellow halos, seemingly composed of intricate patterns, began to materialize around Holt, gently floating in the air. Observing this spectacle, Bai Xian pondered, Is this the spirit ring? What do those patterns signify? Yet, he felt no transformation within himself, nor did he witness the sword that Holt had mentioned, suggesting that his weapon spirit had not been summoned. Holt swiftly performed a series of hand gestures, sending 6 threads of faint golden light into the 6 black stones on the ground. Instantly, a soft golden glow emanated from the stones, forming a translucent barrier of light that enveloped the small girl. The girl, initially startled by the halos surrounding Holt, instantly donned a serene expression as the golden radiance surrounded her. Specks of golden light continuously emerged from the dark stones, gradually entering the girl's body. She began to tremble slightly, opening her eyes to gaze at Holt, as if seeking clarification. Observing her apprehension, Holt gently encouraged, Do not be afraid. Raise your right hand and imagine something within you, then draw it forth into your hand. Upon hearing this, the girl promptly lifted her right hand. Golden light surged forth, revealing a delicate blue blade of grass resting in the palm of her hand. Bai Xian instantly recognized the spirit as blue silver grass, a plant that likely thrives in every corner of the continent. Regrettably, he gazed at the little girl, noting that the blue silver grass spirit was generally regarded as a rather weak type. He had yet to hear of anyone awakening soul power from such a spirit. Holt spoke in a somewhat indifferent tone, suggesting, Let us see if you possess any soul power, even if it is but a level 1. It would suffice for basic training. Master, can this spirit be retracted? The little girl timidly inquired, contemplating the possibility of calling upon it later with her mind. Holt replied nonchalantly, "Indeed." After several attempts, the little girl managed to retract her spirit. As she did so, Holt presented a blue crystal orb to her, instructing, "Place your right hand upon it." The girl hurriedly complied, yet after approximately a minute, the orb showed no signs of change. Observing this, Holt expressed no surprise, stating, "Without soul power, you cannot become a soul master. Please step aside." Subsequently, Holt proceeded to awaken the spirits of the other 5 children. Unfortunately, most of their spirits were merely common farming tools or flowers, failing to exhibit any soul power. However, one girl also bore the blue silvergrass spirit. And to Baxian's astonishment, the crystal orb emitted a faint blue glow during her soul power test. Though Holt was equally astonished that the blue silvergrass could awaken soul power, a hint of disappointment lingered on his face. Blue silvergrass, innate soul power level 1. He stated with a touch of regret directed at the girl. Finally, it was Baxian's turn. As he calmly approached the center of the black stone array, Holt felt a flicker of surprise. Baxian's demeanor was indeed different from the other children. Despite his tender age, he exhibited remarkable composure. Holt, harboring a glimmer of hope, silently wished for him to awaken a superior spirit. As he repeated the previous actions, 6 rays of golden light flowed into the black stone. As the golden light enveloped Baxian, he immediately sensed a warm aura surrounding him, reminiscent of being embraced by his mother, comforting and soothing. The golden specks continuously merged into Baxian's body, causing Holt's eyes to sparkle with excitement. At that moment, the influx of light points into Baxian surpassed the speed and quantity witnessed with the previous children by an extraordinary margin. From the knowledge imparted by his predecessors regarding spirit awakenings, he understood that this indicated the emergence of a potent spirit. Baxian felt the warm aura gently coursing through him, and under its soothing influence, it seemed as though something within his right hand yearned to break forth. Baxian's gaze flickered as he followed the sensation of energy coursing within him, raising his right hand. A blade materialized in his grasp, gradually expanding until it reached its final form. Only then did he discern the true appearance of his martial soul. The blade measured approximately 106 centimeters in length, featuring a straight edge with a handle of 23 centimeters and a blade length of 77 centimeters. Its width was 3.5 centimeters, and the spine was 0.7 centimeters thick, exhibiting a single-edged design. The blade shimmered in a silvery hue, adorned with faint gray veining, reminiscent of the Tang Hung Dao he had encountered in his previous life. Grasping the sword, Baxian found it astonishing that this weapon, seemingly lightweight, weighed an impressive 30 pounds. Although this weight posed no challenge for him at the moment, he doubted his ability to wield it effectively in battle for an extended duration. It is essential to recognize that the mastery of swords and blades relies heavily on technique, unlike other long weapons or heavy armaments. Each additional increment in length or weight necessitates a corresponding increase in strength for proficient control. While Baxian could effortlessly lift the 30-pound Tang Hung Dao, his control over the blade would inevitably diminish. Comparatively, the sword at his home weighed merely 10 pounds. At this moment, Baxian can only wield the sword with ease under a weight of 10 jin. Moreover, the Tang Dao appears somewhat elongated in comparison to Baxian's stature. It seems to be a weapon spirit, resembling a blade. This indicates it is a rather exceptional martial soul. Let us proceed to test whether there is any soul power present. When Baxian's martial soul manifested, Holt was truly astonished. This is because, on the continent of Douluo, blade-type martial souls are predominantly either heavy broadswords or short curved knives. A slender, elongated straight sword such as this has never been encountered before. Upon hearing this, Baxian slowly attempted to retract the knife he held. In that fleeting moment of withdrawal, he felt an unusual surge of energy coursing through his body. With his martial spirit retracted, Holt had already presented the crystal ball before Baxian, who instinctively placed his hand upon the azure orb. Chapter 5, Continuation. As Baxian's hand made contact with the crystal ball, he was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming force of attraction emanating from it. The peculiar energy that had emerged within him after retracting his martial soul seemed to resonate with this pull, flowing incessantly from his hand into the crystal ball. With each surge of this energy, the crystal ball began to radiate a brilliant light. Strands of azure luminescence cascaded forth, and as the influx of power intensified, the ball's brilliance grew ever more resplendent. In a mere moment, the entirety of the energy within Baxian was absorbed by the crystal ball, which now shimmered with a dazzling glow. The ball, inherently blue, now appeared to be encased in a delicate azure halo, reminiscent of a sapphire illuminated by moonlight, captivating all who beheld it. Holt gazed in astonishment at the spectacle before him, his eyes widening as he looked at Bai Xian. The innate soul power had astonishingly reached level 9. Child, congratulations. You may cultivate your martial soul. Your talent is exceptional. You have the potential to become a soul master. Holt exclaimed, his excitement rendering him somewhat incoherent. This was the first time he had encountered such a high level of innate soul power during a martial soul awakening. At this moment, Bai Xian was also quite astonished. Although he believed he would awaken his soul power, he never anticipated it would be so substantial. After all, he possessed no cultivation techniques and was uncertain of how to assess the extent of his abilities. Once Holt gradually regained his composure, he unleashed a surge of soul power that infused the crystal ball, causing both Bai Xian and the crystal ball to be repelled. As he separated from the crystal ball, Bai Xian once again sensed the force that had been extracted from his body slowly returning and flowing within him. Child, would you be willing to join the Spirit Hall? If you agree, I could recommend you for study at the Soul Master Academy in Soul City, Holt said, regarding Bai Xian with a demeanor that was both serene and solemn. Bai Xian harbors no ill will towards the Spirit Hall. Although there are indeed some individuals of questionable character within its ranks, the institution, overall, is quite commendable. At the very least, it offers free soul awakening services to the common folk and provides subsidies for soul masters registered with the Spirit Hall at lower ranks. While the funding for these initiatives comes from the two great empires of Tindo and Xingluo, the proposal was originally put forth by the Spirit Hall. Prior to this proposal, neither of the empires had such policies in place. As for the financial support extended to lower-ranked soul masters, if the two empires were not to provide such funding, it is likely that all soul masters would gravitate towards the Spirit Hall. In such a scenario, the two empires would find themselves devoid of any foundation among common soul masters. Despite his lack of animosity towards the Spirit Hall and even a certain fondness for it, Bai Xian has no intention of joining its ranks. His decision is not rooted in fear of the potential ascension of Tang San and the Shrek 7 monsters, but rather in a simple desire to remain unaffiliated with any faction. Bai Xian has now established a goal for himself, to cultivate and gain a clearer understanding of this world, to comprehend its essence, and to pursue the true pinnacle that the strong among this realm can attain. While he does not harbor any aversion to joining the Spirit Hall, he recognizes that it would inevitably impose various constraints upon him. If possible, Bai Xian still wishes to see if he can re-nurture the creation Blue Lotus within his sea of consciousness. Even if he cannot reach the authentic 12th grade creation Blue Lotus level, the Blue Lotus seed is nonetheless of the same lineage. If he could achieve even 1/10 or 100th of the 12th grade Blue Lotus's power, it would still surpass what the deities of this world can attain. After all, the gods of this realm differ vastly from the immortals of the Huaxiao mythological system of his past life. The degree of freedom they possess is markedly inferior. If feasible, Bai Xian would prefer to reconstruct the cultivation methods of his former life's mythological framework. I apologize, esteemed Spirit Master, but I currently have no intention of joining any faction, and I must discuss such an important matter with my parents, Bai Xian stated while bowing to Holt. Is that so? Then I shall accompany you to speak with your parents, Holt responded, somewhat surprised by Bai Xian's refusal. After all, the name of the Spirit Hall is known far and wide across this continent, except for the top-tier sects such as the three great sects. Few common Spirit Masters would decline the Spirit Hall's invitation. Holt assumed that Bai Xian, being young, was unaware of what such an invitation entailed, and thus thought he could persuade Bai Xian's parents to encourage him to join the Spirit Hall. With this in mind, Holt led Bai Xian and the others out of the house. Upon their emergence, the village chief and several parents of the children approached, their eyes filled with hope as they awaited to hear their desired outcome from their offspring. Esteemed Spirit Master, how about these children? Are any of them capable of becoming Spirit Masters? The village chief inquired, his gaze brimming with anticipation. Indeed, 2 of the children can become Spirit Masters, however. The others regrettably did not awaken any spirit power, disqualifying them from this path. Holt replied to the village chief and the gathered parents. Who is the parent of this child? Holt asked, pointing at Bai Xian. Esteemed Spirit Master, I am Xiao Xian's father, Bai Jing exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he hurriedly responded to Holt's indication of his son. First and foremost, congratulations. Your son has awakened an exceptional martial spirit, and his innate spirit power is of remarkable quality. Reaching the 9th level of innate power, Holt paused momentarily before continuing. Is it true? Xiaoxian, you have awakened such a high level of spirit power. Bai Jing gazed at Bai Xian, his eyes brimming with astonishment. He was well aware of his son's precociousness, yet he understood his own family's circumstances. The likelihood of awakening soul power with their family's blade martial spirit was virtually non-existent, and his wife's martial spirit, blue silvergrass, was equally unlikely to manifest any soul power. However, the fact that his son not only awakened soul power but, as implied by this esteemed soul master, possessed exceptional talent left him in a state of disbelief and joy. Bai Xian, observing his father's exuberance, nodded with a smile. What is your martial spirit? And what about your wife's? At that moment, Holt suddenly inquired of Bai Jing. Bai Jing struggled to suppress his excitement and agitation. My martial soul is a broadsword, while my partner's martial soul is blue silvergrass. Is there a problem? As he spoke, he unleashed his broadsword martial soul. No. It's merely that I have not encountered this child's martial soul in the records, which prompted my inquiry, Holt explained, noticing Bai Jing's look of confusion. Chapter 6 continued. Seeing that Bai Jing's expression still bore traces of uncertainty, Holt promptly turned to Bai Xian. This child's martial soul is also a blade, albeit distinct from yours. It seems that the martial soul has undergone a mutation, which has consequently awakened soul power. Holt addressed Bai Jing, child, unleash your martial soul so that your father may behold it. Upon hearing this, Bai Xian nodded slightly and held his breath, channeling the soul power within him. A straight blade, gleaming silver with gray patterns, materialized in his hand. At this moment, Bai Xian, who was somewhat taller than his peers, appeared somewhat disproportionate as the blade's tip touched the ground. Observing the style of the blade in Bai Xian's hand, Bai Jing expressed considerable astonishment. Although Bai Xian's weapon resembled a traditional sword, it bore a closer resemblance to the sword format found in the Douluo Continent. Indeed, it appears to be a knife. Yet it also closely resembles a sword, Bai Jing remarked with a hint of surprise. The child from your family possesses remarkable talent. If he could join the Spirit Hall, he would receive guidance from the finest instructors and obtain the most suitable soul rings. I inquired earlier whether this child wished to join the Spirit Hall, but he declined. Perhaps you might consider discussing it further with him? Holt's inquiry contained subtle flaws that Bai Jing may have overlooked, yet Bai Xian noticed. Typically, a child's parents unconsciously refrain from soliciting their opinions, opting instead to make decisions directly. Although Holt suggested that Bai Jing consult with Bai Xian again, he essentially intended for Bai Jing to make the decision herself. Holt presumed that Bai Jing would readily agree to Bai Xian's joining the Spirit Hall. However, what Holt failed to anticipate was that Bai Xian's occasional displays of precociousness had already led Bai Jing to perceive him as more than a mere child. Consequently, Bai Jing cast a puzzled glance at Bai Xian. Dad, I do not wish to part from you and Mom. The esteemed Soul Master mentioned that if I joined the Spirit Hall, I would be recommended to the Soul Master Academy in Spirit City for my studies. I am unaware of the Academy's location, but it must be quite distant from our home, and then I would not be able to see you and Mom. Bai Xian whispered softly beside Bai Jing, his gaze clear and resolute. Although he did not articulate all his reasons, what he conveyed was sufficiently compelling. Bai Jing was aware that his son was remarkably precocious compared to his peers, yet he never anticipated that his child would contemplate such matters. Gazing into his son's clear yet resolute eyes, Bai Jing felt a momentary disorientation. After a brief pause, he addressed Holt with sincere apologies, expressing, I deeply respect my child's choices. He is still quite young, and both his mother and I wish for him to remain close to us for a while longer. When he matures, should he desire to join the Spirit Hall, his mother and I will not oppose his decision. Holt, having overheard Bai Xian's earlier remarks, was taken aback by the child's profound wisdom, so far beyond that of an ordinary 6-year-old. This realization filled him with admiration, leading him to believe that the boy would surely achieve great things in the realm of soul masters. Very well, I understand the situation, Holt replied, his expression tinged with disappointment. I shall convey your son's circumstances to our esteemed bishop. If an opportunity arises in the future, I sincerely hope this child can join the Spirit Hall. You may keep this Soul Master certificate for now. As he prepared to take his leave, Holt offered a faint smile to Bai Xian, saying, I must be on my way, young one. I hope we shall meet again someday. Thank you, Master Soul Master. Bai Xian responded earnestly. I am truly grateful for your assistance in awakening my martial soul. If the day comes when I wish to join a faction, the Spirit Hall will undoubtedly be my foremost consideration. Bai Xian sincerely addressed Holt, slightly bowing to express his apologies after speaking. Upon hearing Bai Xian's words, A faint smile appeared on Holt's face as he pointed to a little girl nearby, who had awakened a first-level soul power. He remarked, furthermore, this girl has awakened a first-level soul power, which presents her with some opportunity to become a soul master. He paused momentarily before continuing. However, her martial spirit is blue silvergrass, a rather weak type of martial spirit, making it quite challenging for her to cultivate beyond the realm of a great soul master. Upon hearing this, the little girl displayed no signs of sorrow. After all, in their village, only 2 children had awakened first-level soul powers in recent years. For the villagers, the highest-ranking soul masters they might ever encounter would likely be those from the spirit hall visiting to assist their children. After exchanging greetings with the village chief, Holt proceeded to the next village to awaken more martial spirits. Watching Holt depart, Bai Xian and his son bid farewell to the others before returning home. Once inside, Bai Jing's face radiated excitement and exhilaration as he exclaimed, "My dear wife, today is indeed a momentous occasion for our family." As Bai Jing arrived at the doorstep, he exuberantly called out to the house, "Today, Xiao Xian has awakened his martial spirit and has even manifested soul power." After a brief pause, Lan Yu emerged from the house, her expression one of incredulity. "What did you say? Xiao Xian has awakened soul power?" It was indeed hard for her to believe, especially since neither she nor her husband had ever awakened soul power. The notion that their child had done so seemed almost like a dream come true. It is true. Moreover, the esteemed soul master from the spirit hall stated that Xiao Xian has awakened with level 9 soul power. Bai Jing said, "Come here, Xiao Xian. Let your mother witness your martial soul." Bai Xian nodded gently, raising his right hand as his martial soul gradually materialized from the ethereal into the tangible. Observing the blade in Bai Xian's grasp, Lan Yu expressed her confusion, inquiring, "Why does Xiao Xian's martial soul differ from yours, dear husband?" "Mother," Bai Xian elucidated, "the soul master informed me that I inherited my father's martial soul, which underwent a transformation, resulting in its current form. It appears that my awakening of soul power is also a consequence of this mutation. Xiao Xian possesses remarkable talent," he continued. "Even the soul masters from the martial soul hall have invited him to join their ranks." At this moment, Bai Jing spoke with a sense of pride. It is unfortunate that Xiao Xian had other intentions and thus declined the invitation from the soul master. After speaking, a hint of regret lingered in Bai Jing's expression. Indeed, Xiao Xian is a true genius. Upon hearing Bai Jing's words, Xiao Xian's mother also displayed a look of delight. "Oh no, please do not praise me too much, Mom and Dad. Even as a genius, I am still your son." At this moment, Bai Xian felt a sense of joy, for he could genuinely embark on the path to becoming a formidable warrior. However, he was also acutely aware that arrogance and pride were detrimental. Until he grew stronger, any talk of talent was merely superficial. Chapter 7. Chang Xia returning to the matter at hand. Xiao Xian, now that you are able to cultivate your martial soul, it is advisable for you to attend the Junior Soul Master Academy in Soto City next month to further your studies. Bai Jing turned to Bai Xian, shifting the subject. Though your father is not a soul master, he has heard from the village elders that the world of soul masters is far from simple. You are still quite young and possess remarkable talent. Perhaps one day you could become the first distinguished figure to emerge from our village." After a brief pause to gather her thoughts, Bai Jing continued, "Your parents are aware of your precociousness, yet essential learning remains imperative. When you feel ready to venture into this vast continent, then you may indeed embark on your journey." Bai Xian gazed at his parents, and an overwhelming sense of happiness surged within him like an unstoppable tide. Though his father spoke in a notably calm tone and his mother remained silent, the concern reflected in their eyes was unmistakable. "Indeed, I will heed my parents' wishes." Bai Xian's voice carried a hint of emotion. Upon hearing his words, Bai Jing and Lan Yu exchanged a knowing smile. "Come, let us prepare a splendid feast to celebrate Xiao Xian's remarkable awakening of such a magnificent martial soul and his impressive soul power." With a smile adorning her face, Bai Xian's mother gracefully waved her hand, leading Bai Xian and Bai Jing into their home as a family of 3. Once inside, Bai Xian lingered in the living room for a brief moment before retreating to his personal sanctuary. Meanwhile, Lan Yu and Bai Jing ventured into the kitchen, declaring that Bai Xian was the guest of honor today, and thus they would not require his assistance. In his room, Bai Xian sat cross-legged upon his bed, his legs resting upon his blade martial spirit. As he gazed at his martial spirit, his thoughts began to wander. Although he had anticipated the awakening of a blade-type martial spirit, The emergence of the Tang sword took him somewhat by surprise. This continent bore no other blade-type martial spirits resembling the straight-edged long sword of the Tang dynasty. Despite having expected a blade for his martial spirit, the revelation of the Tang sword was indeed unexpected. With a soft sigh, he contemplated the blade in his hand, deciding to name it Chengxia henceforth. The name Bai Xian was chosen with profound intention. In a previous life, he was a person of Huaxia, yet the present self can no longer return to that existence. Chengxia signifies the inheritance of the soul of Huaxia, embodying the origins of his identity and reflecting Bai Xian's reminiscence of his past. His future cultivation must also undergo a slight transformation. However, fortunately, the techniques of wielding the Tang sword and the Han sword are not vastly different, allowing him to retain the foundation he previously established in sword practice. As he contemplated this, Bai Xian retracted Chengxia and gracefully assumed a meditative posture. He needed to gain a deeper understanding of the power that had manifested within him after awakening his martial soul. After all, this represented a force distinct from spiritual energy. Entering a state of introspection, Bai Xian easily perceived the azure-white soul power circulating within his body. Although this soul power flowed through him, its state was chaotic and easily discernible. Compared to the spiritual energy absorbed from the Qinglian seed, the soul power was considerably more volatile. While there were similarities in their essence, the soul power was intermingled with various other factors. This rendered the destructive capability of the soul power significantly greater than that of spiritual energy. However, it lacked the nourishing quality that spiritual energy continuously provides to the body. Bai Xian began to attempt to harness his soul power. While control is indeed possible, it proves to be somewhat challenging. The soul power feels rather tumultuous. Is this due to its inherent attributes, or is all soul power inherently volatile? Bai Xian furrowed his brow in contemplation. Bai Xian had not engaged in any form of cultivation prior to this moment. Although the Qing Lianzi actively attracted the surrounding spiritual energy, Bai Xian lacked the ability to manipulate it. Even the transformative life energy that the Qing Lianzi offered eluded his control, leaving him to passively strengthen his physique as the energies flowed around him. Nonetheless, Bai Xian could distinctly perceive that the spiritual energy was far less ferocious than soul power. He resolved to take things as they come. Once he arrived at the Junior Soul Master Academy, he would surely glean some insights. Xiao Xian, come to lunch, called his mother, interrupting Bai Xian's reverie. Time flew by, and over a month had elapsed. On this particular morning, Bai Xian was traveling with Bai Jing, the girl who had awakened first-level soul power, and her father, in a horse-drawn carriage on the way to Soto City. This carriage had been borrowed from a blacksmith in their village, who occasionally needed it to transport iron ore, as such vehicles were not typical among ordinary families. Throughout this past month, Bai Xian had come to clearly sense that he had reached the threshold of 10th-level soul power. Through meditation and practice, he had begun to gain a rudimentary control over the operation of his soul power. Although his progress was slow, Bai Xian realized, by the 25th day following his martial soul awakening, that he could no longer increase his soul power. It felt as though he had touched a barrier of rules, and only by breaking through it could he experience further growth. Had he relied solely on his own cultivation, Bai Xian estimated it would take him around 35 days to reach the 10th level. However, he had the Qing Lianzi. Although he could not control it, he discovered post-awakening that he could autonomously absorb a portion of the spiritual energy that the Qing Lianzi attracted. Though meager, it nonetheless expedited his cultivation. Bai Xian sensed that while he could absorb the energy attracted by the Qing Lianzi, most of it was utilized to integrate into his body, with only a small fraction merging into his soul power. Chapter 8. Soul Master Academy Along the Journey. Bai Jing and the father of the little girl discussed the route to Soto City while recounting the events of this year's martial soul awakenings in their village. The father of the little girl, though envious of the Bai Jing family, harbored no feelings of jealousy. His daughter's awakening of soul power was a source of immense joy for him, bestowing upon him a considerable sense of pride within the village. As noon approached, Bai Xian and his companions arrived at Soto City. They first sought out a restaurant within the city to enjoy a meal before making their way to the Soto City Junior Soul Master Academy. After approximately half an hour, they reached the entrance of the academy. At the gate, they were halted by the guards. However, there was nothing unexpected about this. Upon explaining their purpose and presenting Bai Xian's Spirit Hall credentials, the guards permitted the four of them to enter the academy. Bai Xian and his companions first presented their proof from the Spirit Hall at the registration desk. after each paying a year's tuition fee of 5 silver spirit coins. A male teacher from the first grade escorted them to Bai Xian's dormitory, while the little girl was taken to the girls' dormitory by another female teacher. Upon arriving at the dormitory, the male teacher provided Bai Xian with details about his classes before departing. Once inside, Bai Jing helped Bai Xian tidy up his bed and then said to him, "Xian, make sure to establish good relationships with your classmates here. I have 3,000 copper spirit coins for you. That should suffice for your living expenses this semester." As he spoke, Bai Jing produced a small pouch. "I understand, father." Bai Xian nodded in acknowledgement. Although he found it challenging to connect with a 6-year-old, he possessed a maturity that set him apart from an average child of that age. "Very well, Xian, you are quite sensible. I won't linger any longer. I shall return home and inform your mother that you have started school. Focus on your studies here." Although Bai Jing spoke reassuringly, the worry in his eyes could not be dispelled. "Rest assured, father, I will take good care of myself here." Bai Xian discerned his father's concern, while Bai Xian felt a tinge of reluctance. He understood that this was a crucial step towards becoming stronger and the first stride towards independence. Upon witnessing this, Bai Jing gently patted Bai Xian's shoulder, expressing, "All right. My dear, I recognize your exceptional wisdom. I shall refrain from saying much more. Take good care of yourself here, as I must return." With a hint of moisture in his eyes, Bai Xian sensed the reluctance in his father's tone. The journey was silent, and upon reaching the school gate, Bai Xian noticed a young girl emerging alongside her father. "Bai Ge, is everything well on your side?" inquired the girl's father. "Yes, all is well here. We are preparing to head back to the village," replied Bai Jing. "Ahu, you and Xiao Xian are all set as well, I presume?" Bai Jing nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, I was just about to seek you out to return together." Ahu then turned to Bai Xian and said, "Xiao Xin, your uncle is aware of your remarkable talent. I entrust you with the care of my daughter, Xiao Xian, during your time at the academy. Rest assured, Uncle Qin, I shall look after Sister Lan Xian diligently," Bai Xian assured him, fully cognizant of the nuances of social conduct. Besides, he recognized that there existed a slight familial connection with the young girl, Qin Lan Xian. Bai Xian's mother, Lan Yu, is a cousin of Qin Lan Xin's mother, which establishes a relatively close familial connection between them. After Bai Xian escorted Bai Jing out of the academy, he returned to his dormitory. Inside, he found 2 peers engaged in conversation. Upon noticing Bai Xian's entrance, they greeted him. "Hello, you must be from this dormitory, right? I am Wang Jian. My martial spirit is the Wind Wolf, and I possess innate soul power at level 4, said a boy with brown hair. "I am Li Ming, also from this dormitory. My martial spirit is the Crimson Flame Vine, and my innate soul power is at level 3. The other boy introduced himself as well. "I am Bai Xian, also from this dormitory. I didn't see you when I arrived earlier. Have you just returned?" Bai Xian inquired. "We just met a short while ago," Wang Jian replied. "By the way, Bai Xian, what is your martial spirit?" "My martial spirit is the longsword, with innate soul power at level 9. Bai Xian concealed the fact that he had actually reached level 10, after all. It is exceedingly rare for someone with innate soul power of level 9 to still be in a junior soul master academy. Moreover, revealing his true level might discourage Wang Jian and Li Ming. As a soul master, it is prudent to keep certain secrets. Level 9. Bai Xian from now on. I shall call you Brother Xian. With such remarkable talent, you are sure to become a top student in this academy," Wang Jian exclaimed, initially taken aback. Then filled with envy. Li Ming felt similarly. "Oh, it's nothing. I will rely on both of you for guidance in the future." Bai Xian chuckled lightly. Boundary line. Time flowed like water, and before long, a month had passed since Bai Xian's enrollment. At this moment, he stood at the outskirts of the Stardow Forest, accompanied not only by himself, but also by 4 senior students and 3 teachers from the academy. Bai Xian enrolled with an innate soul power of the 9th level, naturally garnering the attention of the Soto City Junior Soul Master Academy. After all, it has become increasingly rare for students of such high caliber to enter the academy in recent years, with perhaps only 1 or 2 every few years. After Bai Xian enrolled, in order to avoid drawing too much attention, he delayed informing his class teacher for a month, claiming that he had already reached level 10. Nevertheless, this revelation still left his teacher utterly astonished. In the span of over a month since Bai Xian's enrollment, he has not squandered his time. During this period, he diligently immersed himself in the library of the academy, meticulously gathering methods for the cultivation of martial souls, with a primary focus on literature regarding soul beasts. After a month of careful consideration and analysis, Bai Xian has gained a clear understanding of his future developmental trajectory and has selected the type of soul beast necessary for his first soul ring. In his perspective, his pursuit lies in achieving unparalleled speed and striking power. Consequently, with the sharpness of Cheng Xia combined with exceptional strength and velocity, his opponents will find it nearly impossible to discover a countermeasure. Chapter 9. Seizing opportunities. Bai Xian's target soul beasts are the lightning attribute Thunderstorm Antelope and the equally lightning attribute Thunder Bear. Both of these soul beasts primarily rely on their lightning attributes for their assaults, albeit employing distinct methods of attack. The Thunderstorm Antelope concentrates lightning in its horns to unleash thunder spheres or charges directly with its horns. In contrast, the Thunder Bear envelopes itself in electricity during its attacks, significantly enhancing its power and speed, resulting in an incredibly ferocious assault. Bai Xian's choice of these two soul beasts is undoubtedly guided by his rationale. In Bai Xian's perspective, the soul rings of these two soul beasts are likely to bestow upon him an enhancement attribute. Furthermore, the records in the Academy's library indicate that these soul rings inherently provide considerable fortification to a soul master's physique, and the soul skills they confer predominantly serve to amplify abilities. This aligns perfectly with Bai Xian's aspiration for his inaugural soul ring. In the early stages, he aims for enhancement, while later he will focus on boosting his explosive power. In his view, this constitutes the optimal configuration for a soul ring. Additionally, Cheng Xia wields a long blade, which, despite being a close combat weapon, boasts a commendable attack range. In the initial phases, Bai Xian can significantly augment his offensive capabilities through the soul ring's enhancements and the innate characteristics of his martial soul. Segmentation line. Accompanying Bai Xian on this expedition are 4 senior students, one of whom is on the verge of graduation, seeking to acquire his second soul ring. The remaining 3 are 2 years a senior, similarly aiming to obtain their first soul ring. The trio of instructors present are responsible for teaching practical combat courses within the academy and are all soul masters of at least level 30. We are about to enter the forest. Please refrain from any erratic movements. Should we encounter suitable soul beasts, the 3 of us will take action. And you shall simply observe, stated a robust male instructor, towering at approximately 1 meter 90. Xia Yuming. You are soon to become a great soul master with your second soul ring. During the upcoming battle, your responsibility will be to remain vigilant and report any anomalies without rushing to engage. I understand, Teacher Qin, replied a male student, evidently older than Bai Xian and his peers. Bai Xian and the others nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, we are about to enter the Stardo Forest. Aside from Bai Xian, you have all been enrolled for several years and should have a certain understanding of the types of soul rings you require. Please share the types of soul beasts you seek, so we may enter with a clear objective. At that moment, a female instructor stepped forward and inquired, Bai Xian, have you contemplated the type of soul beast you wish to hunt? Given Bai Xian's exceptional talent among them, the instructors were keenly interested in his future direction. Teacher Shui, I believe a thunder attribute soul beast would suit me well, Bai Xian replied. Bai Xian harbored a certain fondness for this female teacher, not merely because she was a woman, but primarily due to her identity as a weapon spirit master. Her name was Shuiying, and her martial spirit was the bow and arrow. Although their martial spirits differed, the shared bond of being weapon spirit masters led her to take particular care of Bai Xian during the practical classes he attended since his enrollment. Beyond imparting theoretical knowledge, she shared her intricate personal combat experiences with him. Initially, Bai Xian intended to discreetly separate from the group to seek a suitable soul beast on his own. He was aware that in a beginner soul master academy, the assistance provided to students in obtaining soul rings was generally complimentary. However, due to this lack of cost, the soul rings acquired often fell below a century in age, far from the proximity to the first soul ring that Bai Xian desired. Yet, upon witnessing the presence of 3 soul masters leading the expedition, he reconsidered his earlier plan. After all, with 1 soul master obtaining a second soul ring and 3 soul masters accompanying them, it was reasonable to assume that soul beasts under 1,000 years would pose minimal danger. Over the past month, Bai Xian had also familiarized himself with the other 2 teachers. The teacher who had spoken earlier, Qin Feng, possessed the martial spirit of a diamond tiger, while the other, Wang Yunpeng, was a ghost leopard master. Both were soul masters of over level 30. Upon entering the Stardo Forest, the group merely searched the outermost perimeter for soul beasts, yet they had not encountered any suitable candidates for Bai Xian. A day had elapsed since their arrival, and the other students had successively obtained their soul rings. Only one had been fortunate enough to encounter a soul beast over 100 years old, acquiring a yellow soul ring, while the other two secured the lowest, white soul rings. Now, only Baen and a senior student remained. As the group continued their search, the afternoon wore on without any success, leading to a palpable sense of gloom among them. Despite being on the forest's outskirts, the pervasive dangers of the Douluo forest necessitated their vigilance. Suddenly, a series of roars echoed from ahead, jolting the group into alertness. As it was evident that something was amiss, the three exchanged knowing glances. Shui, Wang, please keep an eye on the students here while I investigate the situation ahead. Qin Feng instructed Shuiying and Wang Yunpeng before swiftly darting forward. Everyone, maintain your guard. Wang, kindly supervise from below while I scout from above. Shuiying relayed to the group as she nimbly leaped onto a higher tree. At this moment, Baxian summoned Cheng Xiao, a blade over a meter long, which appeared rather peculiar in his grasp. The others also summoned their martial spirits, casting curious glances at the unusual sword-like weapon held by Baxian. Even Wang Yuping could not resist stealing a glance at Cheng Xiao. The group remained vigilant for a while, approximately 2 incense sticks worth of time, until Shuiying spotted Teacher Qin approaching from their direction. Teacher Qin, what is the situation? Wang Yunpeng inquired as Qin Feng arrived. Ahead lay a fierce battle between a thunderous giant bear, aged around 400 to 500 years, and a similarly aged crimson flame tiger. It seemed that Baxian and Xia Yuming might soon have their soul rings secured. Qin Feng, visibly excited, remarked, if we head over now, those two soul beasts have already unleashed their true power. We might just seize a fortuitous opportunity. All right, let us proceed, Shuiying replied, her eyes glinting thoughtfully before granting her assent. As the group gradually approached the vicinity of the two soul beasts, the area bore witness to considerable destruction. Trees lay shattered around them, and flashes of lightning and fire intermittently illuminated the scene. The two soul beasts were now locked in a fierce stalemate, panting heavily. Both were in a disheveled state. The crimson flame tiger bore numerous lacerations, with the most severe wound on its right leg exposing bone. The thunderous giant bear fared somewhat better, sustaining injuries that, while present, were not overly grievous, though it bore several burn marks as well. This is an opportune moment, teachers, Shuiying proposed. I will distract the thunderous giant bear. The crimson flame tiger is more severely wounded. Teachers Shui and Wang, you should first deal with the tiger and then assist me. Upon witnessing the scene, Qin Feng turned to Shuiying and Wang Yunpeng, affirming her strategy. Understood. Wang Yunpeng replied succinctly while Shuiying nodded in agreement. Let us advance. With keen anticipation, Qin Feng swiftly summoned his martial spirit and charged toward the thunderous giant bear. Observing Qin Feng's initiative, Wang Yunpeng and Shuiying promptly followed suit, summoning their own martial spirits. In an instant, Wang Yunpeng surged forward as his martial spirit activated, while Shuiying unleashed the skill of her third soul ring, drawing back her bow, an arrow adorned with spiraling wind blades materializing atop the bowstring. As Wang Yunpeng rapidly approached the crimson flame tiger, it was momentarily caught off guard. By the time it attempted to retaliate, it was already briefly suspended in the air, struck by Wang Yunpeng's second soul technique, Ghost Shadow Slash, just as the tiger sought to regain its stance for a counterattack. Shuiying's third soul technique was already in flight, piercing arrow. An arrow, akin to a shooting star, struck and pierced the spine of the crimson flame tiger. In that fleeting moment of collapse, the tiger attempted to rise and retaliate, but alas, it was beyond its capacity. With its spine penetrated, its hindquarters were rendered immobile. Xia Yuming, the crimson flame tiger is now yours to handle, Shuiying remarked to Xia Yuming, before turning to approach the thunderous giant bear. Meanwhile, on the side of the thunderous giant bear, Wang Yunpeng, having dealt with the crimson flame tiger, was now entangled in a fierce struggle with Qin Feng against the thunderous giant bear. The bear, though injured, was not as severely wounded as the tiger, and its defenses were notably stronger. Even with 3 teachers together, they were unable to subdue it in a short span of time. Nonetheless, the thunderous giant bear was now at its last gasp, desperately enduring under the relentless assault of the trio. It was merely a matter of time before it would be defeated. At this moment, Baxian and his companions approached the side of the crimson flame tiger. Upon seeing them, the tiger, struggling yet capable of moving its upper body, emitted a series of menacing roars directed at Baxian and his group. However, it was evident that the creature no longer posed any significant threat to them. Senior Xia, please put an end to its suffering. If it continues to roar like this, it may well attract other spirit beasts. Bai Xian gazed at the crimson flame tiger in its current state and turned to Xia Yiming, saying, "Yet the soul ring that follows its demise." Xia Yiming hesitated, clearly uncertain. With the three instructors engaged in a fierce battle with the thunderous giant bear, the matter of the soul ring after slaying the crimson flame tiger posed a dilemma. To absorb, it would require vigilance, while refraining might result in its dissipating with the passage of time. Do not fret. It is likely that the thunderous giant bear cannot endure much longer against our instructors. They should resolve the matter shortly, Bai Xian reassured, discerning Xia Yiming's concerns. Glancing towards their instructors, Xia Yiming noted that the thunderous giant bear was evidently faltering in the struggle. It seemed that resolution was imminent. Very well. Xia Yiming summoned his martial spirit, wielding a fiery battle axe, as a pale yellow soul ring materialized around him. With the first soul skill, explosive battle axe, he struck the forehead of the crimson flame tiger with a decisive blow. Instantly, the tiger's forehead caved in, silencing its roar abruptly. After a brief interval, the lifeless form of the crimson flame tiger began to emanate wisps of soul power, gradually coalescing into a luminous yellow soul ring. Observing the formation of the soul ring, others sensed no anomaly. However, Bai Xian felt a peculiar unease. According to the cultivation system of myth from his previous life, power is attained through gradual progression. Although there exists the concept of boundaries, breaking through such limits allows for continued cultivation. While one may utilize external aids to surpass these confines, it is also feasible for practitioners to actively challenge and transcend their own limits, without necessitating the sacrifice of other life forms to achieve such breakthroughs. Bai Xian closely observed the formation of the soul rings. Previously, he had paid little attention to the absorption of the soul rings by the other three individuals. However, at this moment, the intricate patterns that repeatedly emerged on the soul rings appeared to him as if they were intricate formations. There seemed to be something amiss with these soul rings. This thought suddenly surged within Bai Xian's mind, spreading uncontrollably. Bai Xian's expression was somewhat grim. Should he absorb this soul ring? In his view, recklessly accepting something problematic before understanding the issue at hand would undoubtedly pose risks. This could potentially affect his future cultivation. After some contemplation, he decided that without absorbing the soul ring, he would have no means to break through. Thus, he resolved to absorb it for now, promising himself to meticulously investigate these soul rings later to uncover any peculiarities they might harbor. Chapter 11. A startling encounter. Oh, have you already dealt with the scarlet flame tiger? It was unclear how much time had passed when Qin Feng arrived, interrupting Bai Xian's wandering thoughts. Bai Xian, you should head over there. The thunderous giant bear has been subdued by me and the other two teachers. Hurry and absorb its soul ring. I will keep watch here. Qin Feng instructed. Xia Yiming, you have absorbed the scarlet flame tiger's soul ring as well, correct? I will remain on guard. Bai Xian and Xia Yiming nodded in acknowledgement. Xia Yiming sat cross-legged, drawing upon his own soul power to summon the soul ring above his head. Bai Xian walked directly towards the thunder giant bear. Upon reaching the creature, he gazed at the nearly lifeless form of the thunder giant bear. Feeling a stir of emotions within, are spirit beasts destined to exist solely as soul rings? He pondered silently, turning to face Shui Ying and Wang Yunpeng. Bai Xian found himself at a loss for words. Bai Xian, this thunder giant bear is approximately 400 to 500 years old. Absorbing this soul ring should pose no significant challenge for you. Come, swiftly put an end to it, Shui Ying encouraged, mistakenly interpreting Bai Xian's hesitation as fear of the beast. Acknowledging with a heavy nod, Bai Xian turned to the thunder giant bear and perceived a glimmer of unwillingness and a trace of fear in its eyes, an instinctual yearning for life. I am sorry. Summoning Cheng Xiao, Bai Xian remained silent for a prolonged moment. With a swift motion, he plunged a blade into the center of the bear's forehead, driving it through to the back of its skull. The bear's pupils initially constricted before gradually dilating. Bai Xian stood with his back to Shui Ying and Wang Yunpeng, rendering the two oblivious to the suppressed expression that marred his countenance. As moments slipped by, wisps of soul energy emanated from the body of the thunder giant bear, gradually coalescing into a brilliant yellow soul ring hovering above it. With a gentle sigh, Bai Xian settled into a meditative posture, harmonizing his mindset and using his own soul power as a conduit to draw the thunder giant bear's soul ring directly above his head. Fixating on the soul ring above him, Bai Xian's gaze sharpened, silently urging it to descend. In an instant, the soul ring plummeted, hovering prominently before his chest. As streams of soul energy began to surge into Bai Xian's being, The moment the thunder giant bear's soul ring descended, he was immediately enveloped by a formidable pressure radiating from it. This weight bore down not only upon his soul power, but also exerted significant strain on his physical and mental faculties. Under this intense pressure, his internal soul energy churned rapidly, accompanied by a faint throbbing sensation throughout his body, while his mental acuity became increasingly difficult to manage. At that moment, within the depths of his consciousness, the spiritual form of the thunder giant bear began to materialize. Upon its emergence, the bear let out a thunderous roar, and concurrently, Bai Xian's consciousness manifested in the same realm. Observing the enraged thunder giant bear within his mindscape, Bai Xian felt a sense of calm, despite uncertainties elsewhere. He held immense confidence in the sanctity of his own consciousness. In the depths of his mind, two delicate green lotus leaves had fully unfurled, gracefully rotating amidst the ethereal essence that suffused the area, imbuing the leaves with an aura of lightness and divinity. Thanks to this, Bai Xian's mindscape and mental fortitude were notably more stable and formidable than the average. The moment Bai Xian appeared, the thunder giant bear charged toward him with a roar. Unfazed by the bear's approach, Bai Xian summoned his weapon, Cheng Xia, and swiftly launched a counterattack against the thunder giant bear. Initially, Bai Xian found himself at a disadvantage in this encounter. Although Bai Xian wielded the weapon Cheng Xia, he was neither as powerful nor as responsive as the thunder giant bear. However, Bai Xian adeptly danced around the formidable creature, utilizing the agility afforded by Cheng Xia. Gradually, within the depths of his consciousness, Bai Xian was infused with an unceasing flow of spiritual energy, while the thunder giant bear found itself adrift. Akin to water without a source, the scales of victory began to subtly tilt in Bai Xian's favor. Time lost its meaning, and after an indeterminate period, the thunder giant bear let out a reluctant roar in response to Bai Xian's relentless assault, only to have Cheng Xia reinserted into its forehead once more. In that moment, the form of the thunder giant bear shattered. As its spiritual essence disintegrated into countless fragments, these shards seemed to possess a consciousness of their own, gradually converging towards Bai Xian's presence. Bai Xian gazed at the fragments, his expression tinged with confusion. What could this possibly mean? He thought to himself as the shards suddenly lunged towards his spiritual essence. Bai Xian was instantly drenched in a cold sweat. For one must understand that the spiritual entity is of utmost importance. Should any abnormality arise within the spirit of a cultivator, it would undoubtedly affect their future ascendance to the highest realms of cultivation, particularly when the shattered mirror of their essence is at stake. At that moment, the azure light of the green lotus leaf flashed brilliantly, and the fragments of the thunderous bear that had been charging towards Bai Xian seemed to be momentarily suspended in time. Subsequently, as if the scene were being played in reverse, they were all absorbed into the barely visible green lotus seed at the root of the leaf. Bai Xian was somewhat bewildered upon witnessing this, unsure of what Qing Lian intended to accomplish. Bai Xian approached the Qing Lian, gazing intently at it. At this moment, a fleeting doubt crossed his mind. He had been engulfed by an ominous sense of dread moments earlier. However, as Qing Lian moved, this unsettling feeling dissipated. Just then, strands of ethereal vitality began to encircle Qing Lian, enveloping it in a gentle embrace. Bai Xian gazed intently. After approximately half an hour, the tumult of fate gradually dissipated. At this moment, a liquid-like sphere of ethereal mist materialized before Bai Xian, radiating resplendent, silvery white glimmers. Chapter 12. The First Soul Ring. Bai Xian gazed at the orb of liquid before him, feeling no sense of unease emanating from it. Instead, a voice seemed to resonate within his mind, an impulse urging him to believe that this was something of immense benefit to him. Bai Xian extended his hand, and as soon as he made contact with the orb of water, it swiftly melded into his body. In an instant, Bai Xian was enveloped by an extraordinarily comforting sensation. After a quarter of an hour, he opened his eyes, and a spark of brilliance flickered within his gaze. This time, it was indeed a close call. Through the fusion with the mystical liquid, Bai Xian comprehended the essence of that substance. It was an exceptionally pure source of soul essence, devoid of any impurities or soul imprints. It seems that the Qinglian had purified the soul imprint of the thunderous giant bear using the vital energy of creation. The fragments he encountered earlier were likely remnants of the thunderous giant bear's soul. Bai Xian could scarcely fathom the consequences had the soul fragment of the thunderous bear merged directly with his own being, resulting in an impure essence. It is well understood that as one's cultivation approaches its zenith, the demands for spiritual purity intensify. Should an individual possess a flawed soul, It is virtually certain that their path forward has been irrevocably severed. At this moment, the external environment had settled. The fluctuations of Bai Xian's soul power had stabilized. The resplendent yellow soul ring now hovered gracefully before his chest, gently pulsating. Bai Xian returned to a state of introspection. The turbulent soul power within him had once again attained tranquility, and the bottleneck that had existed prior to acquiring the soul ring had vanished entirely. However, the soul power within Bai Xian had undergone a transformation. Although it still appeared in a pale blue hue, the white aspect now shimmered with delicate hints of azure luminescence. Bai Xian sensed that his soul power, originally influenced by the Qinglian, possessed a golden attribute derived from Qingxia, along with a hint of wood attribute. However, it seems that due to the absorption of the primal essence of the Thunder Bear's soul, his soul power unexpectedly acquired a lightning attribute. This was indeed a delightful surprise. Bai Xian sensed the capabilities of his soul ring and discovered that the existing skills were indeed akin to his initial expectations, manifesting as a type of enhancement ability. Much like the Thunder Giant Bear, it harnessed the soul power within to generate lightning, subsequently stimulating his own body to augment both strength and speed. However, a distinctive aspect of this soul skill was its lack of limitations. As long as his body could endure, the degree of enhancement could escalate indefinitely. In this state, the consumption of soul power would accelerate, placing considerable strain on the body. As for how long he could sustain this condition, Bai Xian had yet to attempt it. Thus he could not provide a thorough assessment. Having successfully absorbed the soul ring, Bai Xian chose not to engage in further training. After a slight adjustment, he stowed the soul ring and rose to his feet. Upon standing, he felt the changes within his body. His stature had increased slightly, but more significantly, his physical strength had notably heightened. A casual grip revealed that his raw physical power had surpassed twice its previous magnitude. Seeing Bai Xian rise, Shuang and Wang Yuping's eyes brightened. "How do you feel? Is there anything amiss with your body?" Shuang inquired. "What is your soul skill? Is there any conflict with your martial spirit?" Shaking his head, Bai Xian replied, "I feel quite well. The soul skill aligns closely with my expectations. Like the Thunder Giant Bear, it is a form of self-enhancement." "Oh, is that so?" Shuang asked. "Does it enhance all attributes or just one specific ability?" "It should enhance both strength and speed," Bai Xian stated. "The feedback I received upon acquiring the soul ring suggests as much, but I have yet to test it thoroughly, so I cannot be absolutely certain." "I see." After a moment of contemplation, Shuang suggested, "You should try releasing your soul skill. Only through your own experimentation will you gain clarity." "All right," Bai Xian nodded in agreement. Bai Xian let out a gentle breath, slightly readjusting his state. Suddenly, a vibrant yellow soul ring materialized around him. As the soul ring flickered, tendrils of lightning gradually emerged from Bai Xian's body. Accompanying the appearance of the lightning were crackling sounds that resonated in the air. As the lightning intensified, Bai Xian's form seemed to swell slightly, with even his hair gently swaying amid the flickering bolts. As he activated his soul skill for the first time, Bai Xian sought to meticulously comprehend the principles behind its deployment. Thus, he released it at a measured pace. But this did not imply that the activation of his first soul skill was inherently sluggish. Bai Xian's first soul skill belongs to the category of instantaneous state skills. However, its activation enhances its effects based solely on the consumption of one's soul power. Merely activating the soul skill, the rate of soul power consumption has already escalated beyond that of a typical state. Bai Xian mused, what about the enhancement of his own abilities? Contemplating this, he swiftly surged forward, achieving a speed that was threefold greater than his ordinary state. His reflexes also saw a notable improvement, while his strength augmentation was slightly lesser, approximately 1.5 times greater. After a brief trial, Bai Xian became acutely aware of his current condition. This was merely the most basic level of soul skill consumption, based on the pressure his body endured during the activation of the skill. He roughly estimated the maximum capacity at which he could unleash this soul skill. He predicted that the rate of soul power consumption could reach 4 times its current level, which would be his absolute limit. Bai Xian pondered silently. However, at his current level of soul power, he would likely deplete it in merely 2 minutes. The thought left him somewhat troubled. He was undeniably too weak. It seemed that only upon reaching the Soul Sovereign rank could he withstand the consumption of this soul skill. Chapter 13, Thunderous Protection, Part 1. What is the extent of the enhancement, Bai Xian? Upon noticing Bai Xian's pause, Shuang and Wang Yunpeng approached him with inquiries. The power has increased by threefold, while the speed has augmented by approximately 6-fold, Xian replied, disclosing half of the maximum enhancement he could currently achieve. Xian did not so much conceal as merely articulate the consumption level suitable for the current intensity of battle. As for other matters, who among us is devoid of secrets? The power of the first soul skill is astonishing, Wang Yupeng exclaimed, noting that its effects surpass those of my second soul skill by a considerable margin. Let us proceed. It appears that Xia Yuming's side is also nearing its conclusion, Shuang remarked as he observed Xian had completed the testing of his first soul skill. Xian and Wang Yunpeng nodded in agreement, and the three of them made their way towards Qin Feng and his companions. Upon witnessing Xian's arrival after absorbing the soul ring, Qin Feng expressed his astonishment, remarking, "So soon? It seems that Xia Yuming's side is nearing its conclusion as well." Xian remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. After all, even among individuals of the same rank absorbing soul rings from the same type of soul beasts over an equivalent duration, the timing would not be entirely uniform. It fundamentally hinges on one's capacity for endurance and willpower. Although Xian commenced the absorption of the soul ring slightly later than Xia Yuming, he concluded it a bit sooner. Yet, this disparity holds little significance. Segmentation line. Once Xia Yuming completed the absorption of his soul ring, the group made no further delay and promptly returned to the academy. Upon reaching Soto City, 2 days had elapsed. On the subsequent day after their return to the academy, Xian visited the Spirit Hall in Soto City to undergo a soul power assessment, thereby registering as a one-ring soul master. Notably, during the evaluation, Xian's soul power had already attained level 12, nearing the threshold of level 13. Xian speculated that the advanced age of the Thunder Bear spirit beast was a contributing factor. After all, when absorbing the spirit ring, they could only ascertain that the Thunder Bear was an ancient spirit beast, approximately 400 to 500 years old, yet they could not pinpoint the exact age with precision. Fortunately, during the absorption process, Xian did not experience the catastrophic consequence of his body shattering due to the spirit ring's elevated rank. Following the assessment of his soul power, Xian acquired a gold soul coin from the Spirit Hall in Soto City, marking his registration as a soul master. It is worth noting that a single gold soul coin is equivalent to 10,000 copper soul coins, a sum that could sustain an ordinary family for half a year on the continent. As a registered rank 1 soul master, he would receive a monthly stipend of 1 gold soul coin, alleviating his concerns regarding daily nutrition in the near term. This would allow him to purchase additional supplements and nutritional products, for the growth of a soul master is inextricably linked to diligent practice, and essential resources are indispensable for accelerated development. After completing his registration, Xian returned to his routine of attending classes, training, and frequenting the school library. This trifecta of activities constituted his daily life. Naturally, he also delved into a deeper understanding of his first spirit ring. Generally, upon acquiring a spirit ring, a soul master will, after a certain period, automatically generate a soul skill, which varies depending on the soul master and their spirit. However, it is common for individuals to invoke their spirit after the soul skill has manifested, utilizing various spirit rings to unleash abilities. Few take the initiative to explore the deeper intricacies of spirit ring skills, often employing them only in their most rudimentary forms. After conducting research on his soul ring, Xian discovered the peculiar principles governing the manifestation of soul skills. In essence, the soul ring does not inherently generate thunder. The thunder that accompanies the activation of soul skills emanates from the lightning attribute soul power acquired after obtaining the soul ring. The soul ring serves more as a preordained program, guiding the transformation of one's soul power into thunder. As for the stimulation of the body to enhance strength and speed, it is entirely achieved through the inherent characteristics of thunder. Indeed, it is through the autonomous qualities of thunder that this enhancement is realized. After extensive testing and research, Xian discovered that the stimulation of the body by thunder is not merely a result of the so-called spirit ring skills. Rather, the spirit ring transforms spiritual energy into thunder, which then flows naturally within the body without any human manipulation. During this process, the inherent properties of thunder passively stimulate the body. While this method can yield a commendable enhancement effect, the uncontrolled nature of the thunder leads to a significant portion of the spiritual energy being wasted. Realizing this issue, Xian could not allow himself to squander excess power during combat. Therefore, he dedicated a considerable amount of time to mastering the control of this thunder. Of course, he did not neglect his studies in swordsmanship and the cultivation of spiritual energy. Time flew by, and it had been nearly a year since Baen began his studies at the Soto City Intermediate Soul Master Academy. With the end of the academic year approaching, the time for vacation had arrived. Throughout the past year, Baen's daily life was fulfilling. He was not particularly concerned with the cultural knowledge taught in classes. Once he learned the written language of this continent, he was able to study independently. His primary focus remained on learning combat skills for soul masters and various knowledge about soul beasts. Over this year, Baen had completely mastered the thunder generated by the activation of his first spirit ring. Not only did he utilize thunder to stimulate his body, but he also developed offensive techniques using this thunder. However, he felt that the growth of his spiritual energy was somewhat sluggish. As of now, his spiritual energy had only reached level 16, an increase of 4 levels over the academic year. This may seem rapid, as most low-level students are elated to gain 2 levels in a year, with many achieving only 1. Yet, for Baen, a gain of 4 levels in a year felt inadequate. In truth, Baen's advancement of 4 levels could be considered as only 3. After acquiring the spirit ring, he had already reached the pinnacle of level 12 spiritual energy. Within just a week after testing his spiritual energy, he had ascended to level 13. The remaining 3 levels had taken him nearly half a year to achieve. It is important to note that Baen possessed an innate spiritual energy level of 9 and had the assistance of the Blue Lotus, which facilitated his cultivation. Therefore, it is understandable that after half a year, an increase of merely 3 levels would lead him to feel dissatisfied with his progress. Nevertheless, one cannot overlook the fact that this past year, Baen had an overwhelming array of knowledge and skills to learn, not limited to merely enhancing his spiritual energy. Over the past 6 months, Baen has undoubtedly become an ardent practitioner of cultivation. He has thoroughly comprehended his first soul skill, and now, the next step is to gradually apply and develop it further. After thoroughly comprehending the intricacies of his first soul skill, Baen decided to name it Thunderous Protection. This title not only reflects the resounding thunder that accompanies the activation of the skill, but also conveys a deeper meaning of safeguarding oneself with the might of thunder. Over the past year, Baen has made significant strides in his swordsmanship. He has completely eradicated the poor habits he previously had with the blade, transforming the sword techniques he once learned into proficient knife skills. Fortunately, although Chung Xia is a knife, it can also embody the agility of swordsmanship, allowing Baen to integrate both styles rather than abandon one for the other. He is thus able to unleash the overwhelming power of the knife, while simultaneously executing the nimbleness of sword techniques, effectively merging the strengths of both disciplines. Moreover, Baen has dedicated time over the past year to deepen his understanding of various soul beasts. Despite the residential nature of the Junior Soul Master Academy, students are permitted to come and go freely during the day, with only a curfew in the evening. Thanks to this system, Baen occasionally visits the library in Soto City to gather information on soul beasts to bring back for study. Unfortunately, the resources available are rather incomplete. While most terrestrial soul beasts can be found, references to marine soul beasts are scarce, with only a mere 300 species mentioned. Considering that there are over 10,000 known terrestrial soul beasts, one can only imagine the vast number of marine soul beasts that remain undiscovered. Today marks the beginning of a 1.5-month holiday from the Junior Soul Master Academy, and Baen intends to return home for the first half of the break. This serves both as a means of balancing work and rest, as well as an opportunity to spend time with his parents. The past year has been exceedingly demanding for Baen as he immersed himself in various studies. For the latter part of the holiday, he plans to venture to the outskirts of the Stardo Forest to refine his combat experience. Although he has participated in practical courses over the past year, he has found no peers of equal caliber, leading to limited opportunities for meaningful combat experience. Separation line in the morning. Baen organized his belongings before renting a carriage and hiring a driver. He also purchased some fruits and gifts in town, setting off towards his home in the nearby village just before noon. By the time he arrived home, it was already evening. Standing at the doorstep, Baen felt a wave of emotions, having been away for nearly a year. He pushed open the door and called out, "Dad, Mom, I'm back," as he directed the driver to help carry in the luggage. Moments later, Bai Jing emerged from the house, looking at Baen with surprise. "Little Xian, you're back," she exclaimed with joy. "Yes, I'm back, Dad," Baen replied, equally delighted to see his father. "By the way, where's Mom?" "Your mother is in the kitchen preparing dinner," Bai Jing remarked. At that moment, Baen's mother, Lan Yu, emerged from the kitchen and exclaimed upon seeing Baen, "Ah, little Xian has returned." With quick strides, she approached him. You've grown taller, haven't you? Did you have lunch when you got back? Dinner will be ready shortly. Lan Yu seamlessly transitioned into her maternal role. Meanwhile, Bai Jing noticed the porter moving luggage toward their home. What's this about, little Xian? Oh right, Mom and Dad. These are some of my belongings, along with a few clothes and other items I bought for you, Bai Xian explained, sensing Bai Jing's confusion. You child. Why bring anything home? Lan Yu chuckled softly, though her eyes sparkled with joy that was impossible to conceal. Half an hour later, the family of 3 gathered around the dining table. Little Xian, how long is your break this time? Bai Xian's mother inquired as she served him dishes. This time, it's the academic break, lasting a month and a half. Pausing for a moment, Bai Xian continued, I plan to stay at home for the first half of the month. And for the remaining time, I intend to venture to the outskirts of the starry forest with some seniors from the academy for some practical experience. Bai Xian concocted a well-intentioned falsehood. After all, if he were to confess that he ventured alone into the starry forest, his parents would undoubtedly be concerned. It was preferable for them to share the burden of worry over his safety. Since he was accompanied by a senior, there should be no cause for alarm. Bai Jing glanced at Bai Xian, pausing briefly before speaking. Oh, by the way, Mom and Dad, I am now a first-ring soul master at level 16. Bai Xian was reluctant to elaborate on this topic, for one must be cautious with words. With that, Bai Xian opened his right hand, revealing a miniature version of Cheng Xia floating delicately in his palm, surrounded by a vibrant yellow soul ring. Chapter 15, Trials, Part 1. The family enjoyed a harmonious atmosphere, sharing food and conversation. By the way, Xiao Xian, may I inquire where you procured the funds for those items you brought back today? I recall the living expenses I previously provided you were insufficient to cover such purchases. Suddenly, Bai Jing seemed to recall the items Bai Xian had acquired. Oh, that? Since I've become a spirit master of the first ring, upon registering at the spirit hall, I receive a monthly stipend of a gold soul coin. These items actually did not cost much at all. Bai Xian, unaware of certain matters within the spirit master realm, engaged in conversation with the Bai Jing couple while enjoying dinner, sharing anecdotes from his year at the academy. As time swiftly passed, half a month vanished in the blink of an eye. During this fortnight, Bai Xian rarely indulged in his usual training. Although he still rose early to allow Chang Lian to absorb spiritual energy from the wheat fields, he refrained from his habitual daytime meditations on soul power. Instead, he embraced a life of simplicity alongside his parents, marked by the rising and setting of the sun, modest meals, yet a profound sense of contentment. To his astonishment, this balance between diligence and leisure bore fruit. By the 10th day, Bai Xian's soul power ascended steadily to the 17th level, a progression that elicited a delighted exclamation from him, affirming the wisdom of ancient teachings. While the path of cultivation demands relentless advancement, it also requires a harmonious blend of effort and ease. Excessive training can indeed be counterproductive. It seems that his fervent dedication to study and practice over the past year may have been somewhat excessive. On that particular morning, Bai Xian bid farewell to the Bai Jing couple and embarked alone on his journey to the Star Do Forest for further trials. On the road, he donned a grayish-white linen robe. At a height of 135 meters, he trailed behind him the sheathed Ching Shi, leaving an indelible mark of uncertain length. Since obtaining his soul ring, the 7-year-old Bai Xian had rapidly grown to this height within just half a year. Although Ching Shi appeared slightly lengthy for him at this moment, he no longer experienced the awkwardness of being unable to wield his martial soul due to his stature, as he had when he first awakened it. As he journeyed, Bai Xian suddenly conceived a novel method for honing his control over his martial soul to manifest Ching Shi continuously for 12 hours a day. It is important to note that a spirit master, even without actively utilizing their martial soul, typically expends soul power during its summoning. Most spirit masters, in order to maintain sufficient soul power for unforeseen circumstances, would not engage in such continuous summoning as Bai Xian did in a state of relative tranquility. Bai Xian's actions were driven by a desire to validate a particular notion. Although summoning Cheng Xia incessantly drained his soul power, such depletion would inevitably lead to replenishment. Maintaining his soul power in a state of abundance over an extended period allowed him to effectively respond to unforeseen circumstances. However, the time dedicated to meditative practices and the cultivation of soul power remained fixed each day, leaving little room for significant enhancement. Bai Xian sought to experiment with the possibility of replenishing his soul power by drawing upon the spiritual energy of the world, even while his manifested martial soul consumed his own soul energy, and to enhance his adaptability to this consumption, enabling him to conserve soul power in future confrontations. After traversing for several days, Baen finally arrived at a small town located approximately 20 miles from the outskirts of the Douluo forest on the 9th day. Though it was referred to as a town, it was more akin to a way station, primarily frequented by soul masters and a small contingent of the imperial garrison stationed at the forest's perimeter to guard against beast tides. Upon reaching this place, Baen resolved to rest for a day and procure various supplies necessary for outdoor survival. As he walked down the street, a figure cloaked in a gray hooded mantle, standing at a height of approximately 1 meter and 35 centimeters, with a mask obscuring much of his face, ambled along with the throngs of passers-by. This individual was none other than Baen himself, aware of the necessity to conceal his identity while venturing into the outside world. Baen understood that his youthful age could easily invite the covetous gaze of those with ill intentions if it were to be revealed. Particularly in the perilous environment of the Douluo forest, youth could be a considerable disadvantage, as it often led to underestimation by others, despite his relatively diminutive stature, which might not significantly impact recognition within the Soul Master community. It provided him a veil of anonymity. Remaining unrecognized would make it difficult for others to discern his true capabilities, thereby reducing the likelihood of inciting unnecessary enmities in this treacherous forest, unless confronted by individuals of exceptionally high rank, such as those at the Soul King level, who typically held considerable status within the Soul Master realm and would not be found idly wandering in such a small town. Baen concealed his identity and began by procuring materials with scents that repelled snakes, insects, rats, and ants in this quaint town. He subsequently acquired hemostatic agents, bandages, and antidotes, among other necessities. Additionally, he prepared various seasonings, as Baen intended to linger on the periphery of the starry forest for 2 weeks, relying on these provisions for sustenance and shelter. Furthermore, he purchased a set of armor crafted from fine iron. Baen is preparing to undergo training on the outskirts of the Douluo forest, honing his combat skills. The spirit beasts he selects will typically be those aged between 1 to 200 years, or at most 3 to 400 years. During this phase of combat, the sturdy iron armor will play a significant role. Baen ventured alone into the Douluo forest for training. Though imbued with immense confidence, he remained grounded, aware that he was not invincible in this outer realm against the soul beasts. Should a soul beast aged 7 or 800 years, or even a millennium, happen to appear, this armor, while not particularly effective, would at least offer some protection. After finding a lodging in a small town and resting for a night, Baen awoke the next morning, fully attuned to his optimal state, and then proceeded to the periphery of the Douluo forest. Chapter 16, Training, Part 2. Within the Douluo forest, despite having visited once before, Baen approached with heightened caution. His previous excursion had been a group endeavor, primarily aimed at securing soul rings, under the guidance of 3 soul masters, allowing him to refrain from engaging in combat. This time, however, as he embarked on this journey alone, he had to remain vigilant of the potential soul beast lurking in every direction while also seeking suitable combatants for his objectives. Furthermore, he needed to be mindful of any other soul beasts that might appear during the skirmish, compelling him to exercise utmost caution. Segmentation line, perched on a branch of a towering fir tree, Baen leaned slightly, revealing half of his head as he surveyed a blue feline soul beast sprawled on the clearing below. Gradually, information about this soul beast materialized in his mind. The extreme shadow cat, classified as a medium-sized feline soul beast, possesses a moderate attack power compared to its counterparts of similar rank. However, its speed is remarkable, making it one of the swiftest among its peers. With an age of 2 to 300 years, it can match the movement speed of a 1,000-year-old agile soul beast. While its offensive capabilities are not particularly formidable, it primarily relies on speed to subdue its prey during hunts, often employing agility to outmaneuver opponents it cannot defeat directly. As Baen contemplated his forthcoming battle, he simultaneously surveyed his surroundings, vigilant for any soul beast that might influence the impending confrontation. At this moment, he had already traversed 11 days within the Douluo forest. His disheveled black hair and tattered cloak, which barely concealed the armor beneath, spoke volumes of his arduous journey. The cracks adorning his armor bore testament to the ferocity of the battles he had endured. Over these days, he had engaged in fierce skirmishes with no less than 20 soul beasts, including the mandala snake, the netherwolf, and the scaled beast, as well as the burrowing demon spider, each encounter greatly broadening his horizons. His combat techniques had been honed to a remarkable degree in a brief span. culminating in the emergence of a distinctive fighting style that belonged solely to him. The target he had set upon, the shadow cat, was chosen to refine his reflexes and develop a unique method of evasion. Although he had previously faced swift and agile soul beasts, none could surpass the limits of speed he had now attained, thus failing to evoke the sense of pressure or urgency he sought. It is under extreme pressure that the human body reveals its latent potential, a phenomenon that transcends mere physical capabilities and extends into the realm of the mind. In states of heightened tension, one's focus sharpens, yet the body remains in a paradoxical state of urgency and relaxation. Guided by the mind, the body unleashes its hidden potential, while the spirit, invigorated by physical exertion, experiences sensations unattainable under normal circumstances. This phenomenon is often referred to as the release of the subconscious and the epiphany of the spirit. Through previous battles, Baen had become adept at evading attacks and had hastily formulated a theory regarding his movement techniques. In this theory, he distilled the essence of movement into the concept of control, defining it as mastery over one's own body. Baen categorized this mastery into two levels, the proficient and the nuanced. He believed he had already attained the proficient level, wherein he could execute evasions and attacks with remarkable finesse during combat. However, he felt he had yet to reach the nuanced level. To Baen, the nuanced mastery represented an intricate control over the pure physical strength of the body and the soul power, demanding a meticulous degree of manipulation. This level of control enables one to achieve the most exquisite evasions and strikes with minimal physical exertion and soul power consumption. A slight miscalculation could result in being struck by a soul master or a soul beast, and in the realm of soul masters, being hit by an opponent typically leads to either death or serious injury, both of which are exceedingly perilous. The choice of the extreme shadow cat was due to its attack speed, which, at around 300 years of age, was at an insurmountable level, coupled with its relatively ordinary attack power. This selection aimed to hone Baen's mastery, providing a significantly safer environment while ensuring he remained vigilant under enough pressure due to the creature's insufficient offensive strength. With a clear strategy for the impending battle, Baen unsheathed Chung Xia, which was lodged into the trunk of a nearby tree. Baen held Chung Xia in his right hand, poised to confront the shadow cat with the back of the blade. After all, the shadow cat belonged to a category with relatively low defenses. Should he strike with the sharp edge, it would likely signal the end of the encounter. In recent days, Baen has finally managed to find an elusive shadow cat to serve as a training partner, and he cannot afford to slay it recklessly. Moreover, Baen initially ventured into the Tindo forest to refine his combat skills, rather than to hunt soul beasts, harboring no animosity towards them. Throughout these days, among the soul beasts encountered, aside from a few particularly ferocious ones and those deemed as sustenance, Baen has refrained from killing any other soul beasts following their battles. The solitary yellow soul ring on Baen's body shimmered as he activated the thunder shield. Instantly, tendrils of lightning enveloped him, accompanied by the crackling sound of thunder. Baen waved his hand, bending his legs slightly. With a sound akin to a breaking void, he charged forward. Meow! In the instant Baen surged ahead, the shadow cat reacted swiftly, adjusting its body in an instant. Crouching low on its limbs, it had already vacated its original position by the time Baen arrived. Chapter 17. Into the Subtle, Part 1. Meow. 10 meters away, the shadow cat crouched, its fur bristling as it emitted a low growl towards Baen, a sound of warning. As a rare feline among soul beasts with less aggressive tendencies, the shadow cat typically refrained from initiating attacks unless in the pursuit of prey. Generally, in non-essential circumstances, when provoked or attacked, the shadow cat would first issue a vocal warning. Upon observing the reaction of the shadow cat, Baen's lips curled into a slight smile. The shadow cat's response was entirely within his expectations. As long as it did not flee, he would be content. Given the speed and agility of the shadow cat, should it choose to escape within the vast expanse of the starry forest, Baen would indeed find it quite challenging to pursue. With a subtle gathering of strength in his legs, Baen swiftly closed the distance. Witnessing this human persist in his assault despite the warning, the shadow cat instantly transformed into 3 afterimages, launching itself towards Baen from 3 different directions. Excellent. Just like that, Baen calmly confronted the 3 shadowy figures of the Jaying cat that surged towards him from various directions, a scenario he had anticipated. He proactively engaged in combat with the Jaying cat. Initially, Bai Xian struggled to keep pace with the creature's remarkable speed, as it manifested into one solid and two illusory forms, darting left and right. Often, just as he managed to fend off one phantom, the next corporeal assault would follow in swift succession, landing directly upon Bai Xian's body. Had it not been for the protective armor he donned, he would likely have sustained immediate injury. Bai Xian was acutely aware that continuing in this manner was not a viable solution. Yet, he found himself at a loss for an alternative escape, compelled to prolong the inevitable for the time being. Fortunately, the offensive prowess of the Shadow Cat had yet to surpass the protective capabilities of his armor. Nevertheless, Bai Xian understood that after more than 10 days of relentless combat, his armor was perilously close to destruction, and it was only a matter of time before it would be rendered inoperative. Thus, Bai Xian maneuvered deftly, parrying the strikes of the Shadow Cat for half an hour. At this moment, his armor lay in tatters, and his body bore numerous wounds, rendering the protective efficacy of the armor nearly negligible. However, despite his battered state, Bai Xian's expression remained devoid of fatigue. Instead, he exuded an extraordinary calmness. His eyes appeared unfocused, as if staring into the void, yet his body showed no signs of ceasing its movements. Bai Xian's evasive maneuvers against the Shadow Cat's assaults were gradually increasing in frequency. At that moment, he felt as if he had entered a wondrous state, where the surrounding world appeared several times clearer than before. In his heightened perception, every blade of grass and every tree, the trajectory of the Shadow Cat's movements, the tattered armor adorning its form, the dwindling soul energy within, and even the invisible currents of air in the void, all became remarkably distinct. Consequently, Bai Xian's physical movements diminished, yet the number of attacks he endured decreased, until ultimately, the Shadow Cat's strikes could no longer touch him. Bai Xian moved as if on a leisurely stroll, occasionally shifting 2 steps to the left, then retreating half a step, sometimes stepping back, and at other times advancing. He would slightly twist his waist, tilt his head, or raise his weapon defensively. These subtle movements allowed the extreme Shadow Cat to come perilously close to striking his body with each attack. Time passed unmeasured until Bai Xian emerged from this peculiar state. Acutely aware of his physical condition, a bitter smile crossed his lips as he realized his soul power was nearly depleted, and waves of sharp pain coursed through his body, accompanied by an unusual fatigue of the spirit. Acknowledging his current state, Bai Xian understood he could not persist any longer. With a swift reversal of his weapon, he faced the rapidly approaching extreme Shadow Cat, delivering 2 decisive slashes that left gashes on its forelegs. Previously, Bai Xian had refrained from injuring the extreme Shadow Cat, as it served no purpose. In the wild, creatures instinctively avoid injury, for each wound could become a death sentence. While higher-level spirit beasts were somewhat secure, those of a century's age found themselves at the absolute bottom of the food chain in the Stardew forest. Upon being wounded, the extreme Shadow Cat swiftly leapt to a large boulder 20 meters away, its gaze fixed warily on Bai Xian, refraining from further attack. Thus, a tense standoff formed between man and beast. After a brief interlude, Bai Xian's stamina and soul power had slightly replenished. Observing the extreme Shadow Cat's now agitated eyes, Bai Xian sensed the futility of prolonging the confrontation. Sheathing his weapon, he vanished from sight before the cat's vigilant gaze. Rather than exiting the Stardew forest entirely, Bai Xian returned to a temporary resting place he had discovered on the outskirts. Nestled within a massive tree, its trunk measuring over 3 meters in diameter, was a desiccated hollow some 20 meters above the ground. Seated cross-legged within, Bai Xian was enveloped by wisps of azure energy, which lent him an ethereal grace, contrasting sharply with his tattered cloak and the scars adorning his body. Approximately half an hour later, Bai Xian reopened his eyes, shook his head to dispel lingering thoughts, and glanced outside the hollow. Rising to his feet, he stretched languidly. With one hand resting against the mouth of the cave, Bai Xian gazed at the sky, which had gradually darkened. He reflected upon the peculiar state he had experienced earlier that day. Although he felt it resembled an epiphany, it was nonetheless distinct. In Bai Xian's view, an epiphany should evoke a sudden insight into a principle or path, corresponding to a profound level of consciousness. The extraordinary state he had encountered seemed more akin to a conscious release of bodily perception or instinct, allowing him to attain the subtle state he had envisioned within a brief period. However, entering such a subtle state through this means could not be sustained for long. Yet, despite its fleeting nature, it had granted Bai Xian a foretaste of mastery over this subtlety, slightly ajar a door of opportunity if he immersed himself in comprehension during the forthcoming hours. he might yet achieve control over this level of subtlety. As night descended, Baen seized the opportunity to hunt a century-old pearl sparrow. After securing some clean water, he prepared the bird and returned to his encampment before darkness enveloped the land. Inside the hollow, he kindled a fire at the entrance, roasting the pearl sparrow while shedding his cloak and armor. He then took a towel soaked in clean water to cleanse his body and the wounds that had begun to scab. After applying some medicinal powder, he wrapped his upper body in bandages and tended to several injuries on his legs. Having changed into a spare cloak and trousers, Baen approached the fire to check on the nearly cooked pearl sparrow. He sprinkled some seasoning and waited a moment before tearing off a leg and taking a bite. Indeed, the pearl sparrow lived up to its reputation as a premium avian spirit beast, its texture delightfully exquisite. He mused that were it not for the bird's rapid reproduction, it might have faced extinction due to hunting. Baen acknowledged his grilling skills had not diminished, a testament to the culinary art he had once mastered. The century-old pearl sparrow was not particularly large, comparable to an ordinary domesticated chicken, and Baen had consumed nearly all its edible portions. After finishing his dinner, he tidied up the remnants and meditated to restore his soul power. Upon returning earlier that day, his soul power had been nearly depleted. Though he had regained some after his return, a significant portion remained unrefreshed. Moreover, within the Douluo forest, he could not afford to relax into slumber. A sudden encounter with a spirit beast could catch him off guard. Fortunately, meditation not only replenished his soul power, but also revitalized his mental acuity, allowing him to substitute meditation for rest. The following morning, Baen awoke from his meditation, his soul power fully restored. He resolved to seek out more spirit beasts over the next 3 days to delve deeper into the sensation he had experienced, aiming to master the subtlety within this brief period. After organizing his belongings and discarding unnecessary items, Baen set off in search of his next temporary encampment. It was unwise to linger too long in one spot within the Douluo forest, as it could easily attract the attention of spirit beasts. Baen typically changes his encampment every 2 to 3 days, simultaneously engaging in combat with various soul beasts from different regions to enhance his experience in battling diverse types of foes. As the sun reached its zenith, Baen had already traversed approximately 10 kilometers from his previous encampment and meticulously surveyed the surrounding area within a 2 to 3 kilometer radius. He has now selected a new vantage point that is notably closer to the inner perimeter of the Douluo forest than the encampments chosen over the past 10 days. The soul beasts within this vicinity are predominantly over 300 years old, with some reaching ages of 700 or 800 years, often venturing into this area to forage. Amidst the chaotic terrain at the periphery of the Douluo forest, 5 spectral white figures relentlessly assaulted a one-ring soul master. These 5 figures were wind wolves, each the size of a calf, exhibiting an age of around 200 years. The besieged soul master, wielding a peculiar long blade and cloaked in a robe, was difficult to gauge in terms of age, though his stature was rather diminutive. This individual was none other than Baen himself. After selecting a suitable base, Baen began to search the periphery for appropriate soul beasts within the designated area. Engaging in combat within a radius of 2 to 3 kilometers from the base was not advisable. Thus, he focused on the outskirts. Once the battle concluded, it would be convenient to use the nearby lower-tier soul beasts as a warning system. Should a formidable soul beast approach, it would inevitably disturb these creatures within a 3-kilometer radius of the base. In the Douluo forest, the wind wolves were social soul beasts. Although their age was not particularly advanced, their communal nature mitigated the impact of individual age on the group. After considerable searching, Baen finally chose this pack of wind wolves. While attempting to grasp the sensations he experienced the previous day, he deftly countered the attacks of the 5 wind wolves. Although he had not yet reached a level of meticulous control, Baen felt that his spiritual perception had significantly improved since yesterday, allowing him to adeptly handle the assault from the 5 wind wolves. However, Baen glanced at a nearby wind wolf that had yet to engage in the fray, while also keeping a wary eye on a considerably larger wind wolf situated 50 meters away. This imposing creature appeared to be the leader of the pack, estimated to be around 400 years old. However, it refrained from joining the assault, merely barking commands from the rear to incite the 5 wind wolves to attack Baen. Time seemed to slip away, and Baen found himself in a rather precarious position. 3 wind wolves lay defeated around him, while the remaining 2 faced him from approximately 20 meters away. The sight of Baen, enveloped in crackling arcs of lightning, filled their beastly eyes with trepidation. Just moments ago, this human had dispatched 3 of their comrades. Yet he appeared only slightly disheveled, having inflicted no significant damage upon him. This realization instilled a sense of caution within them, as they feared that one of them might be next. Suddenly, a howl pierced the air, causing the 2 wind wolves to shrink back, retreating cautiously. Meanwhile, the 400-year-old leader advanced, seemingly intent on personally eliminating Bai Xian. As the leader approached, Bai Xian silently escalated his soul skill enhancement from double to triple its basic amplification. Chapter 19. Mutation. 200-year-old soul beasts and 400-year-old soul beasts exist on entirely different planes. Although their strength and speed may not exceed double that of the 200-year, their combat prowess is not merely calculated by a simple multiplication of physical attributes. The Wind Wolf leader fixed its gaze upon Bai Xian, a mix of wariness and avarice glimmering in its beastly eyes. To a soul master, soul beasts symbolize soul rings and soul bones. Conversely, soul masters represent a delectable source of sustenance for soul beasts, the consumption of which accelerates their cultivation immensely. In less than half an hour, Bai Xian stowed away his soul tool, surveying the struggling wind wolf before him, its waist nearly severed, exposing a deep gash that revealed the shattered vertebrae within. Casting a glance at the other 2 wind wolves, now in a state of panic, Bai Xian chose to disregard them. The battles of the day had been sufficient. His next course of action would involve recuperating his soul power and reflecting upon the lessons learned. Segment break. 2 days later, in the evening, Bai Xian found himself embroiled in chaotic combat against 3 different types of soul beasts, including a 2-meter-long ghost tiger, a 3-meter-long mandrake serpent, and a thunderous giant bear slightly smaller than the one he had absorbed for his first soul ring. In this tumultuous skirmish, the 1 human and 3 soul beasts exchanged blows, yet Bai Xian wielded his soul thus. He was able to navigate through the chaos with remarkable ease. Although he had yet to slay any soul beast amidst the tumult, his self-preservation was assured. The melee continued for an indeterminate duration until, quite suddenly, Bai Xian sensed a formidable surge of soul energy emanating from afar. In that instant, the 3 soul beasts, which had previously appeared desperate, abruptly disbanded. Scattering in 3 different directions, their expressions filled with uncertainty as they gazed toward the source of the energy. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the trio of soul beasts exhibited a panic-stricken urgency, fleeing hastily in divergent paths. Within a mere moment, Bai Xian could no longer detect their presence. He turned his gaze toward the direction of the earlier soul energy surge, feeling a mix of curiosity and apprehension. Nevertheless, he did not immediately depart. In his perception, the earlier explosion of soul energy had an aura of balance and tranquility, imbued with a sense of divine illumination. Bai Xian conjectured that it might be other soul masters and soul beasts engaged in a fierce battle. However, what struck him as peculiar was that the location from which the soul energy had erupted was not far from his current position, merely within a 3-kilometer radius. This area was still considered the periphery of the Stardo Forest, a region where one would not typically encounter soul beasts over a millennium old. Yet, the intensity of the soul energy previously unleashed far surpassed anything he had witnessed from the esteemed soul masters at his academy. As Bai Xian pondered whether to take the risk to investigate further, he suddenly detected a new wave of soul energy within his sensory range. Although this energy was different from the earlier surge, it bore a striking resemblance, albeit with a more pronounced volatility, suggesting it had sustained some injury. Before Bai Xian could fully process this, another, even more potent soul energy presence surged into his awareness, radiating a palpable ferocity. It was evident that this energy was akin to the soul beast he had recently battled, saturated with a wild, untamed essence. It appeared to be in pursuit of the earlier detected soul energy. Realizing the trajectories of the 2 soul energy waves converged upon his current location, Bai Xian felt an urge to leap into action. Silently cursing under his breath, Bai Xian sensed the approaching fluctuation of soul power, now merely a kilometer away, and promptly turned to flee. After running 100 meters, the intensity of the soul power drew ever closer, igniting a surge of frustration within him. Without hesitation, he veered in another direction, driven solely by the desire to escape this cursed place. He had no intention of becoming embroiled in this inexplicable conflict. As he changed course, Bai Xian's expression grew increasingly grim, for he realized that the soul power ahead had also altered its trajectory, hastening towards him. Aware that he could not outrun his pursuer, he halted, turned, and summoned Chang Xia to activate his soul ring, his countenance darkening as he awaited the inevitable confrontation. Within moments, a figure adorned with 2 pairs of golden wings emerged within his line of sight. As the figure drew nearer, Baen discerned the soul beast trailing closely behind, a massive black tiger, approximately 3 meters in length. The golden figure landed before Baen, scrutinizing the mysterious individual before her. Clad in a gray cloak, masked, and wielding an oddly shaped long knife, he exuded an air of wariness. She had sensed the nearby fluctuations of soul power indicative of battle, leading her to this location in hopes that he might offer assistance, only to discover that he was merely a one-ring soul master. It appeared she had inadvertently entangled him in her plight. The golden figure recalled how Baen had previously shifted his direction in an attempt to escape, her gaze now tinged with a hint of remorse. At this moment, Baen discerned the appearance of the newcomer. The figure, a girl in her teens, displayed the nascent beauty capable of captivating a nation. Her long golden hair flowed gracefully, and her strikingly prominent figure was accentuated by a pair of impressive assets. In one delicate hand, she wielded a golden longsword, while 2 pairs of golden wings, one large and one small, rose majestically from her back, drawing the eye irresistibly. However, it was evident that she bore considerable injuries. A trace of blood lingered at the corner of her mouth, and a conspicuous wound marred her chest. The armor protecting her torso had suffered a significant fissure, revealing a purple hue around the injury that suggested she had been poisoned. Qianrenxue. The name involuntarily surfaced in Baen's mind, for the characteristics of the angelic martial soul were unmistakable. In truth, there existed no other martial soul in the world with 4 wings. Even though Baen was unfamiliar with the precise appearance of an angelic martial soul, the continent had never witnessed a 4-winged avian martial soul. And combined with her golden hair and youthful age, it was impossible for him to dismiss her identity. Just as the golden figure was about to speak, a massive black tiger had already caught up behind her. Baen turned to gaze at the imposing black giant tiger before him, his expression grave. If this entity were indeed Qianrenxue, then the youthful Qianrenxue, at the very least, would possess the strength of a soul sect. And with her angel martial soul being a divine-level spirit, it was astonishing that she could not contend with this formidable black tiger. This indicated that the tiger must be a soul beast of at least 10,000 years. However, upon observing the barbed tail of the creature, Baen's pupils involuntarily constricted. The dark demon, evil god tiger. Baen could not help but exclaim. It was only then that he scrutinized the black giant tiger before him. Its entire form was pitch black, devoid of any other hue, with blood-red, beastly eyes brimming with a chilling, murderous intent. Exceeding 2 meters in length, its muscles were well-defined, and it boasted 2 pairs of black wings, one larger than the other, crackling with lightning. Judging by its weight, it must exceed 500 jin. The black pattern resembling a king's insignia on its forehead seemed to shimmer with a flowing aura. Its tail, composed of countless joints, ended in a massive barb, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper's scythe, emanating waves of ominous light. However, the dark demon evil god tiger appeared somewhat wretched at this moment, as a deep wound pierced through its chest, reaching all the way to its back. Yet, it seemed that the spine had not been harmed. Otherwise, it would not be pursuing Qianrenxue now, but rather hiding somewhere to recuperate. Baen's conjecture proved accurate. The grievous wound piercing the chest of the dark demon evil god tiger, while severe, was not immediately fatal. Thus, it relentlessly pursued the human who had inflicted such substantial harm. Indeed, this was the dark demon evil god tiger. Upon closer inspection, Baen pondered, however, isn't the dark demon evil god tiger supposed to have 2 wings? Why does this one possess 4? He felt a twinge of confusion. Upon realizing that Baen had recognized the dark demon evil god tiger, the golden figure, Qianrenxue, displayed a hint of surprise. Such soul beasts were documented only in the archives accessible to elders of the Spirit Hall. How could this enigmatic individual possess such knowledge? After the dark demon evil god tiger caught up, it did not immediately launch an attack, as it noticed another figure beside the accursed human, instilling a sense of caution within it. If a single human had inflicted such a serious injury, what might 2 humans accomplish? Consequently, it hesitated momentarily, observing the 2. However, after sensing the aura emanating from Baen, its wariness transformed into an even more sinister intent to kill. In its perception, this newly appeared human seemed no stronger than the feeble soul beasts it hunted daily, which were typically around 300 to 400 years old. With a swift whoosh, The dark demon evil god tiger initiated its assault, but instead of targeting Qian Renxue, it lunged at Bai Xian first. The tiger's speed was astonishing. Endowed with the attributes of wind and thunder, its attack velocity was unparalleled among soul beasts of similar rank. In an instant, it stood before Bai Xian. Danger! Qian Renxue. Witnessing the dark demon evil god tiger's decision to attack Bai Xian rather than herself, could not help but exclaim in alarm, as Bai Xian realized the tiger's swift approach. His heart raced. In a heartbeat, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, vanishing from the spot just as the tiger's paw descended. A resounding crash echoed as the tiger's paw struck the ground. Perplexed, the dark demon evil god tiger lifted its paw, sensing that its strike had met nothing but air. It turned its head, its crimson eyes scanning the surroundings. Qian Renxue was equally astonished, for Bai Xian now stood beside her. His displayed speed had left her in awe. In that fleeting moment, he had exhibited a velocity rivaling that of some agile soul masters. Let us cooperate. You focus on the offense while I provide support from the side, Bai Xian said, his voice hoarse and breathless, as arcs of lightning flickered around him. After a year of training, Bai Xian's physique had evolved beyond that of when he first acquired his soul ring, which could only endure a fourfold enhancement of his first soul skill. Now, his body was robust enough to enable him to unleash a sixfold enhancement of the same skill under extreme conditions. In other words, Bai Xian's speed had surged to an astonishing 2.8 times his original velocity. However, this remarkable enhancement came at a terrifying cost to his soul power. Despite having increased his soul power by 4 levels over the past year, the consumption from previous battles had left his 17th level soul power reduced to merely 70%. If he maintained the recent 6-fold augmentation, it was anticipated that he would deplete his reserves in less than 2 minutes. Good. Qian Renxue said no more. For Bai Xian's speed, demonstrated as a first-ring soul master, was already sufficient to command her respect. Angel Domain. Qian Renxue activated her Angel Domain, employing her soul ring abilities and launching the first attack. Within the confines of Qian Renxue's Angel Domain, Bai Xian felt an unexpected increase in his physical condition by approximately 10%, prompting him to cast a surprised glance at her. Chapter 21. Bitter Struggle, Part 2, Angel Assault. Qian Renxue, wielding her longsword, replaced her hand with the blade and advanced with a swift step from the right. Bai Xian was slightly slower, however, bolstered by the 6-fold increase from Qian Renxue's Angel Domain and his first soul skill. His speed was not significantly inferior to hers. The blade of Qingxia shimmered with arcs of lightning, as Bai Xian executed his preliminary sword technique, enhancing his speed by another 30%. He took a step ahead of Qian Renxue, arriving before the dark demon, evil god tiger. With a swift upward thrust of Qingxia, he aimed for the creature's chest, targeting a deep wound. The dark demon, evil god tiger was no ordinary foe. Although the means by which it had sustained such injuries from Qian Renxue remained unclear, its ability to inflict harm even while wounded demonstrated its formidable strength. The tiger's paw surged toward him, and Bai Xian's expression shifted. The raw power of the dark demon, evil god tiger had already instilled a profound fear in him during their previous encounter. Although his own strength had reached an impressive 300 pounds, augmented by the 6-fold enhancement and the influence of Qian Renxue's domain, his strike still lacked the potency to match the tiger. As the trajectory of Qingxia shifted, Bai Xian moved in harmony with his blade, evading the tiger's paw strike and ascending to its upper left, where he aimed a fierce slash at the creature's wing. The dark demon, evil god tiger sensed this lethal attack. Its tail, resembling the scythe of death, pivoted sharply toward Bai Xian, launching a counterattack that was certain to strike him down. Fortunately, Bai Xian had now grasped the nuances of control. Every rustle of the wind within a 30-meter radius was perceptible to him. He abandoned his attack with Qingxia and redirected his focus to intercept the tiger's tail hook. At the moment of collision, Bai Xian was sent flying by the force of the dark demon, evil god tiger's sweeping tail. Fortunately, Bai Xian had not anticipated that this assault would yield any significant achievements. He did not harbor the illusion of inflicting harm upon the dark demon, evil god tiger. The disparity in their strengths was evident, and his sole objective was to create an opportunity for Qian Renxue. Although he executed several transformations in quick succession, they were all completed in a fleeting moment. Just as Bai Xian was sent flying, Qian Renshue's attack reached its destination. As Qian Renxue lunged forward with her sword aimed at the dark demon, evil god tiger, its left arm sprang forth to counter. The dark demon, evil god tiger, a creature embodying the essence of malevolence, possessed an immense spiritual power, augmented by its mastery over the elements of wind, thunder, and darkness. Even before Qian Rinshua's strike arrived, it had already sensed the trajectory of her assault. With a low, thunderous roar, a series of gray, swirling energy currents emanated from the dark demon evil god tiger. These currents rapidly coalesced before it, combining the energies of wind, thunder, and evil, a manifestation of a formidable technique it had inherited, the dark demon evil thunder. Bolts of this dark thunder roared forth, hurtling toward Qian Renshua. The booming echoes of thunder reverberated throughout the vicinity. Upon hearing the explosive sounds, Bai Xian's heart constricted with dread. At that moment, his form was shielded from Qian Renshua's view by the imposing figure of the dark demon, evil god tiger. Should Qian Renshua fall, he would undoubtedly meet the same fate under the tiger's relentless pursuit. Suddenly, a golden figure emerged from the smoke, swiftly landing beside Bai Xian. While he remained vigilant against the dark demon, evil god tiger's onslaught, he discreetly assessed Qian Renshua, noting that she was merely dusted by the explosions, her vigor undiminished. The two continued their struggle against the dark demon evil god tiger, both acutely aware that retreat was not an option. Their only path to survival lay in vanquishing the beast before them. However, as the battle wore on, the odds increasingly turned against them. Although they appeared evenly matched against the dark demon evil god tiger, Bai Xian understood the precariousness of their situation. Within a mere minute, his breathing became labored. That minute felt interminable yet fleeting. In that brief span, he had stepped fully into a realm of meticulous control. While the benefits of this mastery were substantial, the toll it exacted was equally severe. His soul power dwindled to less than 30%, his stamina nearly depleted from the intense combat, and his mental fortitude was rapidly waning under the concentrated strain. Had he not attained such control, he would have been unable to continue the fight at this juncture. Bai Xian was currently struggling to remain upright. This state was unsustainable. He could not maintain this condition for much longer. Stealing a glance at Qian Rushua, his expression darkened as he said, "This state consumes both my soul power and physical strength at an alarming rate. I can last no more than 30 seconds. We must conclude this battle swiftly." Hearing Bai Xian's words, Qian Rushua's countenance also grew grim. Initially, she had thought that Bai Xian could keep pace with her offensive rhythm and had intended to buy time for victory, forgetting that he was merely a one-ring soul master. After casting a glance at Qian Rushua, Bai Xian gritted his teeth, resolute. "I will create an opportunity. You must strike at the right moment for a decisive blow. We must resolve this conflict promptly, or neither of us will survive today." Understood. Qian Rushua was uncertain of Bai Xian's hidden cards, but given his insistence, she had no choice but to place her trust in him. Besides, she herself could not endure much longer. The wound inflicted by the dark demon, evil god tiger's sinister hook on her chest was not only laced with potent poison, but also carried a trace of malevolent power. Although her angel martial soul possessed divine light, impervious to the corruption of evil, the venom could only be suppressed through her soul power. As time passed, she felt increasingly unable to contain it. Once the toxin activated, she would truly be at the mercy of the dark demon, evil god tiger. Chapter 22. Bitter Struggle 3. Taking a deep breath, Bai Xian's eyes sparkled with a hint of madness as he brandished his sword, Chung Xia, and advanced once more to engage the dark demon, evil god tiger. However, this time was different from before. Although Bai Xian had stepped into a realm of precise control, enabling him to evade the tiger's assaults, he occasionally failed to execute optimal dodges, exchanging injuries for injuries. With Qian Rushua's assistance, he left deep, bone-revealing wounds on the tiger's forearms and wings. Yet, this was still insufficient. Despite the severity of the wounds, they were not particularly debilitating for the soul beast's formidable physique. They merely affected the accuracy of the dark demon, evil god tiger's attacks. At last, while the dark demon, evil god tiger was entangled with Qian Rushua, Bai Xian seized the opportunity. A surge of lightning coursed through his body as he amplified the enhancement of his first soul skill sixfold, further increasing it by 2 times. In an instant, a gray shadow, accompanied by the crackle of thunder, appeared before the tiger's abdomen, which was still reeling from its injuries and had yet to fully consolidate its defenses. A swift blade-like shadow lunged towards its abdomen, targeting its heart as well. Roar! A furious roar erupted as the dark demon, evil god tiger, unwilling to be struck by Bai Xian, lashed out with its tail, aiming its sinister hook at him. Bai Xian's eyelids twitched, having stepped into the realm of meticulous control. How could he possibly remain oblivious to this impending attack? He certainly had the ability to evade it. Yet, he chose not to escape. For the sake of creating an opportune moment for Qian Renxue, he could not afford to dodge this strike. His soul power had dwindled to its limits for this very chance. He was gambling, wagering that the dark demon evil god tiger would hesitate to perish alongside him. And also betting on Qian Renxue's next move, hoping she could seize the opportunity to inflict grave injury or even slay the dark demon evil god tiger. Observing by Qian's refusal to evade, the dark demon evil god tiger felt a surge of exasperation. How could it be willing to perish with a mere human? The evil god's spear redirected its trajectory, morphing into a sinister lance aimed at the defensive barrier held by Qian. Simultaneously, a series of dark demon evil lightning bolts rapidly coalesced, hurtling toward Qian. However, Qian Renxue did not squander this chance, wielding her golden longsword. She unleashed her fourth soul ring, the fourth soul skill, Angel's Descent. In an instant, a rich golden radiance enveloped her surroundings, and an ethereal angelic figure manifested within the realm. Qian Renxue's silhouette transformed into a beam of golden light. Reappearing above the dark demon evil god tiger in the blink of an eye, her sword expanding rapidly within the crimson pupils of the beast. The dark demon evil god tiger's scarlet eyes constricted sharply. This strike was unavoidable. As the golden longsword drew nearer, the dark demon evil god tiger realized that should it be struck, its demise would be imminent. In this critical moment, the evil god's spear emitted a flicker of black light, which quickly intensified into a torrent of dark energy, forming a colossal black hole with a diameter of 3 meters. This black hole encompassed the dark demon evil god tiger, Qian, and Qian Renxue in an instant. With the emergence of the black hole came an overwhelming force of suction, drawing the two individuals and the tiger, along with the dark demon evil lightning unleashed by the tiger, into its depths. Qian felt as though he had plunged into an abyss of darkness, his body seemingly adrift in the air without any point of contact. Not only that, but he sensed the connection with Cheng Xia weakening progressively, until it ultimately vanished entirely. At the moment Cheng Xia disappeared, Qian realized that he could no longer perceive his own soul power. Strangely, however, he felt that his physical strength and injuries were gradually mending. At this moment, Qian felt a wave of panic. In his previous life as an ordinary person, he had never encountered extraordinary powers, but now, having tasted such strength, the sudden loss of it left him with an overwhelming sense of emptiness and unease. Suddenly, the surroundings brightened, and he felt a solid ground beneath his feet. Qian realized he had arrived in a peculiar dark space. Strangely, in this abyssal realm, he could discern the black land beneath him, which manifested as an immense arena stretching infinitely in all directions. This space held nothing but the vast black platform beneath him. Turning around, Qian spotted a petite blonde girl of similar height, gazing curiously at their surroundings. She, too, had noticed him. Approximately 30 meters away, a large black cat, about 1.5 meters tall, bared its teeth at them, its eyes brimming with fury as it let out a series of growls. It was none other than the dark demon evil god tiger. At this moment, the ferocity it once exhibited was absent. The 2 pairs of wings that adorned its back had dwindled to a mere pair of small fleshy appendages. The demonic hook on its tail had shrunk to the size of a palm, and within Qian's perception, the fluctuations of its soul power were pitifully weak, almost non-existent. Much like his own current lack of soul power. What is happening? Why have I shrunk to the size of a 6-year-old? Qian Renxue's expression mirrored his own panic, as she too was experiencing this bizarre phenomenon for the first time. Unclear, but I suspect we have both reverted to the size of 6-year-olds. Qian replied. By the way, can you still summon your martial soul? I can no longer perceive mine. Neither can I. After carefully probing her senses, Qian Renxue's countenance faltered, as she too could not detect the presence of her martial soul. This was her first experience of feeling so powerless since awakening her martial soul, inducing a profound sense of fear. Chapter 23. Life and death. The two felt as though their bodies were ensnared by a strange force, limiting them to the form of 6-year-olds. All soul skills, including soul bone abilities, were rendered unusable. They were merely 6-year-old children with battle experience. Moreover, they found themselves unable to move freely, restricted to only turning their heads to converse. Welcome to the arena of life and death. One party must perish to conclude this battle and escape this realm. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, begin. Suddenly, a cold, indifferent voice echoed. With the emergence of this voice, Qian sensed the restraints around him gradually dissipating. It appeared that they were confined within this strange space to confront the dark demon, evil god tiger. Bai Xian, with a vigilant eye on the dark demon, evil god tiger, spoke to Qian Renxue. The good news is that, although our bodies have reverted to the state prior to awakening our martial souls, it seems the dark demon, evil god tiger, is in a similar predicament, resembling a soul beast of approximately the 20th rank. That voice we heard earlier mentioned that only through death can one depart from this realm. Qian Renxue's expression was grave. I am currently unable to summon my martial soul. Do you possess any weapons? Bai Xian inquired of Qian Renxue. If she were indeed Qian Renxue, she would likely have a spatial soul tool, perhaps even a weapon. At this moment, Bai Xian felt a twinge of regret. Since awakening his martial soul, he had grown somewhat complacent, believing that with the support of Qingxia, he would no longer face the risk of weapon shortages. If he managed to return alive this time, he vowed to forge a short blade to carry with him. Bai Xian silently contemplated this in his mind. Hearing Bai Xian's reminder, Qian Renxue suddenly grasped the situation. Indeed, she had not noticed earlier that although their physical ages had regressed, their attire remained unchanged. With a concentrated effort, Qian Renxue summoned 2 golden longswords into her hands, promptly handing one to Bai Xian. With the sword in hand, Bai Xian felt a sense of relief. Although his soul power was depleted, his physical condition at the age of 6 was quite formidable. Nourished by the Qinglian seed, he still possessed strength exceeding 100 pounds. Though the longsword felt somewhat unwieldy at this moment, his strength was indeed sufficient. Casting a glance at the dark demon, evil god tiger, a faint smile danced upon Bai Xian's lips. This beast sought to leverage its formidable juvenile physique to secure victory, completely unaware that it had played into Bai Xian's hands. At this moment, his 6-year-old body was no less capable than that of an ordinary adult, and the combat experience and techniques he had lacked at that age were now at his disposal. It could be said that if his odds of success were merely 2 out of 10 before entering this space, they had now risen to a striking 50 or even 60%. Without further ado, at the instant the constraints vanished, Qian Renxue had just handed the long sword to Bai Xian when the dark demon, evil god tiger, lunged at them with ferocity. Its crimson eyes brimmed with murderous intent, akin to countless blades poised to strike, perceiving Bai Xian and Qian Renxue as mere corpses. Yet, neither of them was ordinary. Bai Xian, despite his tender age, boasted a physique rivaling that of an adult. Meanwhile, Qian Renxue, as the saintess of the spirit hall and the sole granddaughter of Qian Douluo, had been endowed with abundant resources, medicinal baths, and expert tutelage from an early age. As the dark demon, evil god tiger's paw descended upon them, Qian Renxue swiftly retreated, evading the beast's attack range. In contrast, Bai Xian, at the very moment the tiger's paw fell, narrowly dodged and, in that fleeting instant when the tiger's residual strength had yet to dissipate, delivered a sharp elbow strike to the side of the creature's neck. Bai Xian stepped into the realm of mastery, which was entirely within his expectations, as it was a form of profound insight. Although he had knocked the dark demon tiger to the ground with a swift elbow strike, the creature did not sustain any serious injuries. The dark demon tiger was momentarily stunned by the blow, its mind in disarray. In its inherited memories, young human cubs were supposed to be exceedingly weak. How could this individual exhibit such formidable combat prowess in his youth? Despite the chaos in its mind, the dark demon tiger, a top-tier soul beast, swiftly regained its footing and glared at Bai Xian, its crimson eyes filled with a deeper murderous intent. Gathering its strength, the dark demon tiger lunged at Bai Xian once more. Witnessing Bai Xian's ability to fell the dark demon tiger with a single strike left Qian Renxue standing nearby, in a state of astonishment, her youthful features agape in disbelief. She had not anticipated that this person could possess such strength at the tender age of 6, seemingly even surpassing her own prowess cultivated under the abundant resources of the spirit hall. Why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry and come help. A voice pierced through the haze, snapping Qian Renxue back to reality. At that moment, Bai Xian was struggling to withstand the onslaught of the dark demon tiger. The creature, having realized its earlier carelessness, approached the attack with much more caution, utilizing its formidable physique and occasionally unleashing a dark demonic lightning strike, which left Bai Xian on the brink of collapse. In terms of physical combat, Bai Xian believed he was not inferior to the dark demon tiger at that moment. However, he was hindered by the inability to harness his soul power, relying solely on the sword in his hand and his own fists and feet for offense. Having been entangled with the dark demon tiger for quite some time, he found it perplexing that Qian Renxue had yet to assist him. casting a glance toward her. He noticed she was still staring blankly at him, which only heightened his frustration. In such dire circumstances, it was astonishing that she could afford to be lost in thought. Chapter 24 concludes. Here it comes. As Qian Ringshu regained her composure, a hint of shyness washed over her. It was quite unexpected that her typically aloof demeanor would betray her by fixating on someone. With Qian Ringshu's involvement, the scales of victory began to gradually tip in favor of Bai Xian and his companion. Eventually, after an indeterminate struggle, a reluctant roar erupted. As Bai Xian's sword pierced the kingly beast symbol on the forehead of the dark demon, evil god tiger. As the creature's massive form slowly succumbed to the ground, its crimson gaze remained fixated on Bai Xian, as if attempting to etch the image of his countenance deep into its very soul. Observing the fallen dark demon, evil god tiger, Bai Xian crouched, supporting himself on one hand, his breaths coming in ragged gasps. Qian Ringshu, faring slightly better, leaned on her golden sword for support, exhaling deeply to alleviate the exhaustion from the battle. The toll of the confrontation was evident on Bai Xian, his body marred with wounds that spoke volumes of his exertion. On numerous occasions, when Qian Ringshu was unable to evade the tiger's attacks, Bai Xian had forsaken the optimal path of escape to ensnare the beast, thus granting her precious moments to evade. Now, with the battle concluded, Qian Ringshu regarded Bai Xian with eyes that shimmered with unspoken significance. As the life-and-death struggle came to an end, the surroundings distorted as if a dream had shattered. The space resembling a mirror that fractured into countless shards, darkness once more engulfing them, accompanied by a resurgence of that feeling of helplessness. Before long, with the arrival of darkness, a brilliant light followed. The sensation of weight returned, grounding them once again as Bai Xian and Qian Ringshu found themselves back in the Stardo forest. The once imperceptible soul power and martial spirits reemerged, accompanied by a sharp sting coursing through their bodies and an overwhelming sense of fatigue. The intensity of this pain and weariness caused Bai Xian's vision to dim once more, nearly leading him to the brink of unconsciousness. The eightfold enhancement from his first soul skill proved to be excessively taxing. Summoning Qingxia, he braced himself against the ground, attempting to quell the dizzying sensations swirling in his mind. Upon assessing his physical state, Bai Xian wore a pained expression. Though his meridians remained intact, the myriad of fissures within them was alarming, and his mental fortitude had diminished to a mere shadow of its former self. This was the first time Bai Xian found himself in such a dire predicament. Turning his gaze to Qian Ringshu and the dark demon, evil god tiger, he noted that her complexion was far from favorable, as pale as gilded paper, and her soul power fluctuated erratically. Were it not for the golden sword in her grasp, she too might have collapsed. Within a mere 3 meters from them, the enormous carcass of the dark demon, evil god tiger, lay motionless on the ground. Hovering a meter above the corpse, a peculiar orb floated, enveloped in a violet soul ring. The orb was entirely obsidian, adorned with intricate patterns of dark golden veins, emanating a golden aura interspersed with flashes of azure lightning. Bai Xian leaned on Qingxia, gradually moving beside the dark demon, evil god tiger. He reached out to grasp the orb that floated in midair, examining it closely. Bai Xian understood that this orb contained the entirety of the dark demon, evil god tiger's cultivation essence. As he scrutinized the orb in his hand, a sudden surge of spiritual energy waves emanated from the long-dormant Qinglian seedling in his mind. At that moment, within Bai Xian's consciousness, a delicate Qinglian seedling, with its pristine roots connecting the stem and lotus leaves, floated independently at the center of his sea of consciousness, radiating ethereal green energy that formed an illusory grade 10 lotus platform. Upon arriving in the starry forest, the Qinglian seed rapidly absorbed countless spiritual energies to fuel its growth, and it was now on the verge of maturing into a complete Qinglian spiritual root seedling. As the Qinglian seedling emitted waves of spiritual energy in Bai Xian's mind, a message appeared within his consciousness. The Qinglian seedling required the essence of energy found in the beast core of the dark demon, evil god tiger. The energy within was sufficient to enable the Qinglian seed to evolve into a fully developed seedling. Upon receiving this revelation, Bai Xian remained composed, casually placing the beast core into an empty vial before stowing it away in his pocket, as if he had encountered a peculiar object he wished to study further. "Are you all right?" Bai Xian inquired, noticing Qian Rinshua's increasingly pallid complexion, testing the waters with his question. Just as Qian Rinshua intended to respond that she was fine, darkness suddenly enveloped her vision, and she collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Seeing Qian Rinxue fall, Bai Xian was momentarily taken aback. Then, leaning on Changxia, he slowly approached her. Once he reached her side, he tentatively called out, "Miss?" Not receiving any response, he sighed softly and murmured, "It seems she has truly fainted." Bai Xian extended 2 fingers to rest upon Qian Rinxue's wrist, feeling her pulse, though somewhat rapid, was still vigorous, indicating that she was, for the time being, not in any immediate peril. A sense of relief washed over him. Subsequently, Bai Xian mustered his remaining spiritual energy, channeling it into Qian Rinxue's body to ascertain her precise condition. Within her, 2 opposing forces of spiritual energy clashed. One radiated a sense of divine light and sanctity, while the other exuded an ominous and malevolent chill. Although these energies were in conflict, the latter was evidently weaker and posed little significant threat to Qian Rinxue. Should she regain consciousness, it would likely take no longer than a quarter of an hour for her to dispel it. The true culprit behind her unconsciousness was the poison coursing through her chest. Qian Rinxue had expended considerable spiritual energy, struggling not only to suppress the malevolent force within but also to contain the spread of the toxin. During the battle, she had been able to muster her strength to keep it at bay, but now that the fight had concluded and her mind had relaxed, she could no longer maintain that restraint. It appeared that he must find a way to expel the toxin first. Bai Xian sighed softly. Nevertheless, there was no need to rush. It seemed her spiritual energy could still hold out for a while longer. It would be wise to first restore some of her physical and mental strength before proceeding. Bai Xian was acutely aware of his current condition, which was not much better than that of Qian Rinxue. He too was merely holding on by sheer will, preventing himself from succumbing to unconsciousness. Sitting cross-legged to the left of Qian Rinxue, he found solace in the fact that this area had recently experienced a fierce battle, and the lingering aura of the dark demon evil god tiger would likely deter any unwitting soul beast from approaching at this moment. Bai Xian meditated for approximately 10 minutes, sensing a slight restoration of both his physical and mental strength before ceasing his practice. Gently positioning Qian Rinxue's body to lie flat, he gazed at her wounds. His cheeks flushed with embarrassment due to the awkwardness of the injury's location. At this moment, his entire body was riddled with cracks in his meridians, and his soul power was utterly depleted, rendering him incapable of addressing the venous issues or recovering his soul power in the short term. He could only resort to a rudimentary method of extracting the poison from the wound. However, this was his first experience in such a delicate situation, with an object of concern being a young girl in her teens, causing him, a man nearing 30 across 2 lifetimes, to feel an overwhelming sense of shyness. I am doing this to save her. I am doing this to save her. Bai Xian, while mentally reinforcing this notion, meticulously examined the details of Qian Rinxue's wounds. After thoroughly assessing her injuries, he retrieved several small vials from his pocket. Rubbing his hands together, he hesitated momentarily before extending his hands, preparing to unfasten Qian Rinxue's armor. However, just as his palms were about to make contact with her body, Qian Rinxue, who had been tightly closing her eyes, suddenly opened them. Upon witnessing the scene before her, a flicker of icy coldness and embarrassment flashed through her beautiful eyes as she fixed her gaze upon Bai Xian. "Oh, you're awake?" Upon witnessing Qian Rinxue suddenly awaken, Bai Xian was taken aback, instinctively retreating 2 steps while grasping a nearby vial of medicine to demonstrate his innocence. He explained, "I merely intended to assist in your healing, harboring no ill intentions. Of course, it was only because you were unconscious that I sought to administer the antidote and medicine myself. Now that you are awake, it would be best for you to tend to your own needs." As he spoke, Bai Xian took 2 steps forward, placing several medicine vials beside Qian Rinxue, then retreated a few paces, declaring, "I shall keep watch outside." After a slight struggle, Qian Rinxue slowly closed her eyes. Moments later, she reopened them and gazed at Bai Xian, seemingly lost in thought. After a brief pause, she bit her lip and softly said, "Perhaps you should assist me in dispelling the poison and applying the medicine." "Me?" Bai Xian turned around and met Qian Rinxue's gaze for a moment before softly speaking. "I can assist you, but let it be known that this is your request. It would be best not to invoke any absurdities about me wanting to harm you after seeing your body." Upon hearing Bai Xian's words, Qian Rinxue found herself both amused and exasperated, shaking her head. "I am not so narrow-minded. As long as you can control your hands and words. I am not the type to repay kindness with malice." Lowering her voice, Qian Rinxue spoke calmly. Hearing this, Bai Xian slowly approached her and crouched down beside her. His gaze swept over Qian Rinxue's exquisite beauty, and he cleared his throat. "Let me explain. Due to the battle earlier, my meridians are now riddled with cracks. and my soul power is entirely depleted. Therefore, this, cough cough, detoxification, will have to rely on rudimentary methods, which you should comprehend. If you doubt my words, feel free to examine my body." As he spoke, Bai Xian extended his arm toward Qian Renshua, signifying his untroubled conscience. Hearing his words, a faint blush appeared on Qian Renshua's pale face. She slowly closed her eyes and, after a moment, reopened them, gazing at Bai Xian's candid expression. She took a deep breath and softly replied, "Yes, I understand. Thank you for your trouble." Upon hearing Qian Renshua's affirmation, Bai Xian cleared his throat, reached out his hand, and carefully unfastened the clasp connecting her breastplate to the armor beneath. As he removed the golden armor, he was surprised to find a light-colored platinum soft armor underneath. Clearly not an ordinary item. On the inner armor, a deep fissure oozed with blood, trickling from the wound concealed beneath. Ahem, the injury is beneath the inner armor. To extract the poison and apply a hemostatic balm, we need to remove the inner armor, Bai Xian stated, somewhat awkwardly, as he met Qian Renshua's gaze. Upon hearing his words, Qian Renshua visibly trembled. Taking a deep breath, she slowly closed her eyes again, her slightly trembling eyelashes revealing her inner turmoil. "Just do it. I apologize for the trouble." Seeing her decisive demeanor, Bai Xian felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. With a resigned shake of his head, he helped her to her feet before sitting behind her. As he beheld the enchanting curve of her back, Bai Xian's hand trembled slightly as he began to carefully remove her inner armor. The nature of the inner armor meant that his fingers inevitably grazed her skin. Each time he made contact, he could distinctly sense her body tensing up. It seemed that despite Qian Renshua's composed facade, she was not as indifferent to their physical contact as her words suggested. Once the inner armor was removed, her nearly bare back was laid before Bai Xian, save for her flowing golden hair. In the presence of a stranger, even a resolute individual like Qian Renshua felt a flush of pink rising upon her snowy skin, her slightly trembling form betraying her inner unease. Chapter 26. Fortuity. He removed his cloak and draped it over her shoulders before turning around to assist her in lying down. When he faced her again, Bai Xian noticed that an alluring blush had already settled on Qian Renshua's cheeks, though her gaze toward him had softened considerably. "I am about to begin cleaning the wound. It may hurt a bit, so please bear with me." With a gentle reminder, Bai Xian slowly drew back his cloak, revealing the wound in its entirety before pausing. He retrieved a roll of white cotton gauze and poured a small amount of fresh water from his water pouch onto the fabric, delicately wiping away the blood surrounding Qian Renshua's injury. What should not be seen must not be seen, Bai Xian silently chanted to himself as he meticulously cleansed the wound. As he worked with utmost care, Qian Renshua's eyelashes quivered subtly, her beautiful eyes gazing at the boy before her, who was focused on tending to her injury. A hint of intrigue flickered in her gaze. Bai Xian, having removed his cloak, revealed his form, save for the obscured features beneath the mask. From the exposed parts of his skin, Qian Renshua could easily deduce his approximate age. He was but a boy, scarcely 10 years old. "I am about to extract the toxic blood from your wound. It will hurt, so bear with it." After thoroughly cleansing the injury, Bai Xian informed her, then leaned down. Burying his face in the center of her chest, his mouth poised over the wound as he slowly drew out the accumulated toxic blood, spitting it onto the ground beside them. During this process, Qian Renshua's delicate brows furrowed, and a soft, pained sigh escaped her lips. Once the noxious blood was extracted, Bai Xian took more white gauze, dampened it with water, and cleaned the area around the wound once again. He then retrieved 2 vials from a nearby container, removing the corks to sprinkle a mixture of white and yellowish powder evenly over the wound. The irritation from the powder elicited another soft, painful moan from Qian Renshua. "Rest assured, it will be over soon," Bai Xian reassured her with a slight smile, before carefully wrapping her injury with more gauze to staunch the bleeding. "All right. The wound has been attended to. There may still be residual toxins, but it shouldn't pose a significant issue. The medicine applied contains an antidote, but the remaining malevolent soul energy within you must be dealt with on your own, as my own spiritual energy has been depleted." With the bandage secured and the cloak drawn back together, Bai Xian took a step back and smiled. "Thank you," Qian Renshua said softly, lying quietly on the ground. Her smile directed at Bai Xian, a smile that could only be described as breathtakingly ethereal. Bai Xian was momentarily entranced, lost in thought. After a considerable pause, he regained his composure, his cheeks flushing slightly. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "When one is away from home and encounters such matters, it is only fitting, within the bounds of one's abilities, to offer assistance. There is no need for excessive gratitude." After a brief interlude, he continued, This place appears to be relatively safe for the time being. Both of us have yet to recover from our injuries, and our mobility is severely limited. I shall rest here for a while to regain some strength before leading you to a more secure location for recuperation. Qianrenxue, fully aware of her own condition, recognized that her soul power was nearly depleted and that toxins lingered within her body, rendering her immobile. The words spoken by her companion were reasonable, and she resolved to heed his advice, prioritizing the restoration of her physical and spiritual strength in this place. Baen observed Qianrenxue's unwavering confidence and nodded in acknowledgement. He then settled into a cross-legged position not far from her, gently cradling his hands over his dantian, and began to meditate with closed eyes. As he delved into his sea of consciousness, he was greeted by the sight of a delicate green lotus seedling floating at its center. Suddenly, he recalled that the seedling needed to extract the essence from the beast core of the dark demon, evil god tiger, prompting him to cease his meditation. Opening his eyes, he glanced at Qianrenxue, who had also closed her eyes, suggesting that her previous efforts to tend to her wounds and dispel toxins had not been without difficulty. Subtly, he produced the beast core of the dark demon, evil god tiger, and placed it in his palm, resuming his meditation. Within the sea of consciousness, the pristine roots of the green lotus seedling began to stir gently. Externally, 3 ethereal roots gradually emerged from his palm, mirroring the roots of the green lotus seedling within his sea of consciousness. In an instant, the roots plunged into the beast core resting in Baen's hand, visibly extracting streams of vital essence. In a mere 10 minutes, the beast core had vanished entirely from his grasp. In its place, a dense, liquid-like mass of black golden essence, the size of a fist, hovered in his palm, occasionally flickering with streaks of blue lightning. The 3 roots incessantly released streams of transformative energy, enveloping the essence in layers, while some of this energy flowed into the essence, cleansing it of impurities. As the impurities within the essence were gradually purged, its size slowly diminished and its color transformed, ultimately becoming a radiant blue-gold hue. At this point, the essence had shrunk considerably, now merely the size of a goose egg. Once the cleansing process was complete, the 3 ethereal roots ceased their outflow of transformative energy. Not only that, but they began to retract the energy, along with the blue-gold essence from within the mass. Within the sea of consciousness, streams of transformative energy mingled with the blue-gold essence, enveloping the green lotus seedling. Eventually, half of the space within Baen's sea of consciousness was suffused with this transformative energy and blue-gold essence. In the midst of his profound meditation, it was unclear how much time had passed. The transformative energy and blue-gold essence were fully absorbed by the green lotus seedling, leaving only the seedling drifting within the sea of consciousness. At this moment, the green lotus seedling exhibited no signs of anomaly, as if it had succumbed to a deep slumber. Before long, a surge of transformative energy erupted from the green lotus seedling, swirling in a spectacular display, rapidly filling Baen's sea of consciousness. The phenomena surrounding the green lotus seedling became awe-inspiring, as streams of transformative energy coalesced into a magnificent 10th-grade green lotus. A brand-new tender shoot, having matured into a green lotus seedling, floated gracefully within the immense 10th-grade lotus, reflecting its brilliance. Externally, streams of transformative energy manifested from the void within Baen's body, swiftly saturating his meridians, while more energy continued to surge forth from the abyss. As the transformative energy filled his meridians, Baen abruptly awakened from his deep meditation, astonished at the seemingly endless flow of transformative energy coursing through him. In his perception, this energy continuously melded into his meridians, repairing the fractures and injuries within his body. In the blink of an eye, the fissures in his meridians were restored to their former state. Moreover, the ceaseless flow of primal energy continued to merge into his corporeal form and veins, and the strength of his physical body and meridians, as perceived by Baen, was ascending at a visibly remarkable pace. After approximately 10 minutes, the incessant influx of primal energy gradually subsided. Baen emerged from his earlier stupor, keenly attuning himself to the sensations within his body. Unable to contain his excitement, his hands trembled with exhilaration. In his perception, the strength of his body had more than doubled compared to prior to that day, while his meridians had been expanded and fortified to an astonishing degree. Even his soul power level had ascended by 2 tiers, reaching the significant milestone of level 20. He harbored an inkling that, were it not for the constraints of this world's rules, his soul power could potentially advance by another tier or 2. At this moment, the soul power within his meridians had been nearly entirely supplanted by the higher grade energy of primal energy, awaiting the refinement of the primal energy within his body, which would elevate both the quality and quantity of his soul power far beyond that of a soul master of equivalent rank. As his spiritual essence entered the sea of consciousness, the previous anomalies had completely dissipated. The boundless primal energy had reverted to a young green lotus sprout, with only the vast specter of a tin-tiered green lotus remaining, which now appeared significantly larger and more substantial than before. Observing the young lotus sprout harmoniously illuminated within the tin-tiered lotus, Baen couldn't help but reflect that his journey through the Stardow forest had indeed not been in vain. Though he had narrowly escaped death, the coexistence of opportunity and peril had bestowed upon him immense benefits after overcoming the life-threatening crisis. Emerging from the sea of consciousness, Baen opened his eyes and glanced at Qianrenxue, who was still in slumber, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, as if she were troubled by a nightmare. After attuning himself to her aura and noticing its relative stability, he chose not to dwell on her further, instead turning his gaze toward the dark demon, evil god tiger. At that moment, the purple soul ring hovering above the fallen beast had yet to dissipate. Observing the position of the sun, he noted that there had not been a significant change. It seemed that his meditation had lasted less than an hour. Calculating in his mind, he deduced the duration of his meditation. Previously, when he had been detoxifying and healing Qianrenxue, it had taken less than 10 minutes. Under normal circumstances, a soul beast's soul ring could only remain for a maximum of 1 hour without being absorbed, making it evident that his meditation had not exceeded that time frame. Otherwise, the soul ring of the dark demon, evil god tiger would have long since vanished. Gazing at the soul ring suspended above the corpse of the dark demon, evil god tiger, he realized that he had also reached level 20. Perhaps it was time to. Baen pondered for a moment, unable to restrain himself from biting his lip as he succumbed to an internal struggle. Observing the formidable physique of the dark demon, evil god tiger, it was evident that it was still a soul beast less than 2,000 years old. Although the dark demon, evil god tiger possessed a unique lineage that allowed it to rival ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts, at merely a millennium old, its soul ring undoubtedly belonged to the 1,000-year category. While it was widely accepted in the realm of soul masters that the second soul ring's age rarely exceeded 700 or 800 years, Baen was acutely aware that the age of soul rings prior to the 10,000-year mark was primarily linked to one's physical prowess and willpower. Those with superior physical attributes were often capable of assimilating soul rings of greater age. There were even instances within the soul master community where individuals absorbed soul rings that surpassed the generally estimated ages, albeit they were often unaware of the precise age of the soul beasts. After all, only a handful of soul masters truly dedicated themselves to studying the detailed ages of soul beasts, while most could only make rough estimations. Baen even harbored doubts that the thunder giant bear, his first soul ring, might not be 400 years old but rather 500. At the time, his mentor, Shuang, had been unable to ascertain the exact age of the thunder giant bear when it fell, relying instead on a rough estimate based on its size, which suggested an age between 400 and 500 years. Regarding his own physical resilience, Baen might have previously hesitated to contemplate absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring at the second soul ring stage. However, this unexpected opportunity had significantly enhanced the strength of his body and meridians, more than doubling it. This newfound confidence emboldened him to consider the dark demon, evil god tiger's soul ring. The moment this thought materialized in Baen's mind, it began to expand uncontrollably. Despite lingering hesitations, they stemmed from an uncertainty regarding the unprecedented experience of absorbing a soul ring of a higher class. Baen felt that the soul ring from the dark demon, evil god tiger was exceptionally well suited to him. It's merely a 1,000-year soul ring. I refuse to believe that with my physical strength, which surpasses that of ordinary soul masters by several times, I could fail. If I do fail, then so be it. With the Qinglian seedling in my possession, there's no way I would be reduced to a state of incapacity. Resolutely, Baen cast aside his doubts, adjusted his state of mind, and summoned the soul ring of the dark demon, evil god tiger. As the purple soul ring hovered before him, the soul power contained within surged forth like the waters of the Yangtze River, long awaiting its release. The moment it sensed Baen's acceptance, it rushed into his body with the force of a mighty ocean wave. Baen felt an overwhelming surge of soul power flood into his body like a tidal wave. Before he could react, this torrent of energy had already begun churning within him like scorching magma, searing his very being. The inherent malevolence of the dark demon, evil god tiger ensured its soul ring would be saturated with violent fury. Moreover, since the beast had perished by Xian's hand. Its dying gaze had fixed upon him with utmost hatred, causing its formidable soul power to immediately begin ravaging his body upon entry. Under this tremendous soul power fluctuation, Xian felt as though his physical form might shatter at any moment. The violent impact forced a mouthful of blood from his lips, though he had anticipated the extreme difficulty of absorbing a higher-level soul ring. Having his body nearly overwhelmed by the initial shockwave still proved exceptionally painful. Yet Xian was no passive observer to his own demise. He promptly mobilized the creation vital energy within him to counteract the assault, though not yet fully refined. This energy, bestowed by the young green lotus, remained entirely at his disposal. Meanwhile, Qian Renshua had awakened and was scanning her surroundings for Xian, spotting him cross-legged nearby. Absorbing the dark demon evil god tiger's soul ring, she initially sighed in relief. But recalling he was merely a one-ringed soul master, anxiety gripped her heart. In her view, Xian was acting recklessly. No soul master in Douluo Continent's 10,000-year history had successfully absorbed a millennium soul ring at the 20th rank. Leaving aside Qian Renshua's mounting concern, Xian's form had become indistinct, enveloped in a crimson mist of blood and soul power. As the violent clash between creation vital energy and the tiger's soul power intensified, tiny blood beads had begun seeping through his pores, atomized into this eerie fog by the surrounding energy fluctuations. Within the sanguine haze, Xian's brow remained tightly furrowed. His teeth gritted audibly while his frame trembled incessantly. The continuous emergence of blood droplets testified to his excruciating torment. Occasional groans of agony escaped the mist, each one twisting Qian Renshua's anxious heart further. The purple soul ring, which should have solidified completely upon absorption, continued fluctuating violently, indicating Xian's ongoing struggle to fully assimilate the tiger's power. Truth be told, his ability to endure this far without showing signs of failure already commanded Qian Renshua's newfound respect. An ordinary 20th rank soul master attempting such absorption would have either exploded instantly or had their martial soul completely destroyed. It is a miracle that Xian has persevered until now. Reflecting on their past battles together, Qian Renshua silently prayed in her heart for Xian's success. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to the external world, Xian had already found himself in an exceedingly perilous situation. Although his physical form was robust enough to withstand the shock of absorbing a soul ring beyond his level, the age of the dark demon evil god tiger was evidently not trivial. The continuous influx of soul power, coupled with the high quality of the energy within the soul ring, was overwhelming. Moreover, the sinister aura embedded within the soul power was gradually eroding his body. Should he manage to absorb the soul ring, it was likely that his body would be left severely compromised, requiring at least a year and a half for recovery. In a moment of strategic thinking, Xian ceased to rely solely on the vitality of creation to counter the soul power of the dark demon evil god tiger. Instead, he divided this vitality into two streams, one solely to resist the impact of the soul power, while the other guided a portion of it deep into the vitality of creation. This allowed the vitality, which was several levels superior to that of the dark demon evil god tiger, to cleanse the malevolent essence within, transforming it into pure, unclaimed soul power set aside for eventual refinement. After implementing this approach, Xian experienced a significant reduction in exhaustion and a marked alleviation of pain. Half an hour later, the soul power within the dark demon evil god tiger's soul ring had been nearly completely purified. With the concern of the soul power's impact resolved, he ventured into his sea of consciousness. Upon witnessing the frenzied dark roar of the dark demon evil god tiger, its crimson eyes flashed with a hint of sinister intent as it recognized his presence. Xian could not help but marvel. Truly, the dark demon evil god tiger was a manifestation of evil, possessing attributes of wind, lightning, and darkness. And yet it still retained a semblance of consciousness in such a state. In contrast, during his absorption of the first soul rings, the thunder bear had acted solely on instinct when it attacked him, whereas the dark demon evil god tiger maintained its hatred and murderous intent. However, Xian felt no trepidation. His sea of consciousness, fortified by the presence of the Qinglian seedling, was extraordinarily stable. Furthermore, within this domain, his mental strength was ceaselessly replenished. No matter how formidable the dark demon evil god tiger had been in life, it was now but a rootless weed in his sea of consciousness, incapable of contending with his overwhelming advantage. Chapter 29. Achievement. The dark demon evil god tiger was indeed an anomalous soul beast. Even with the support of his sea of consciousness, Xian found this mental battle exceedingly arduous. His spiritual form suffered repeated fragmentation, yet even so, it was merely an intense stalemate with the dark demon, evil god Tiger's spirit. Had it not been for his meticulous control and the presence of Chengxia, Baixian's spiritual form would have been shattered countless times over. Fortunately, as Baixian continued to wear down the dark demon, evil god Tiger's assault, his advantage gradually accumulated, bit by bit. At long last, as the anguished roar of the dark demon, evil god Tiger echoed, Baixian thoroughly shattered the spiritual essence of the beast. With the fragments of the dark demon, evil god Tiger's spirit scattering, the young green lotus sprout once again showcased its miraculous prowess, binding the shards and purifying them into pristine soul essence within the vast 10-rank green lotus platform, washed by countless vital energies. Outside, Qian Rinxue gazed in stupefaction at the gradually stabilizing waves of soul power emanating from Baixian. Had he truly succeeded? Her expression was one of sheer astonishment, although Baixian remained unconscious and appeared quite wretched. The increasingly steady flow of soul power and the stabilizing purple soul ring spoke volumes of his triumph in withstanding the onslaught of the Millennium Soul Ring and successfully absorbing the essence of the dark demon, evil god Tiger. It was noteworthy that she, as the inheritor of the angel spirit of the Spirit Hall, endowed with innate soul power of level 20, had not managed to absorb a Millennium Soul Ring at the second ring stage. She had become the first ever witness on the Douluo Continent to successfully absorb a Millennium Soul Ring at level 20. As time passed, the fluctuations of Baixian's soul power grew ever more stable. By the end, one could easily mistake him for merely meditating, were it not for the occasionally pulsating waves of soul power from the floating purple soul ring before him. Slowly opening his eyes, Baixian had successfully absorbed the essence of the dark demon, evil god Tiger's soul. And this accomplishment had not only healed all the injuries inflicted by the impact of the soul power during the absorption, but had also significantly enhanced his mental strength. As he retracted the soul ring and prepared to rise, he suddenly felt a tremendous and peculiar energy converging towards the base of his spine simultaneously with the soul ring's retraction. This uncontrollable force caused Baixian, still unsteady on his feet, to drop to one knee, his hands braced against the ground. As the energy continued to gather, he felt an intense stabbing pain emanating from the junction of his shoulder blades and spine, nearly rendering him unconscious. In the depths of his consciousness, the proud green lotus sprout's roots stirred without wind. Within Baixian, an ethereal root materialized at the sight of the accumulating energy, releasing streams of vital energy that cleansed the chaotic soul power within, ultimately leaving behind a remarkably pure blue-golden energy that continued to coalesce and transform. As this energy amassed and shifted, it manifested externally as a radiant golden glow emanating from the junction of Baixian's shoulder blades and spine. In Qian Rinxue's astonished gaze, two pairs of golden wings, one large and one small, began to unfurl gracefully from that same junction. Until the very end, the larger pair of wings had grown to a span of 1.5 meters, while the smaller pair measured a notable 1.2 meters. As the two pairs of wings fully developed, Baixian felt the sharp pain gradually dissipate, panting heavily to alleviate the dizziness caused by the intense discomfort. After a brief pause, he slowly rose to his feet. Gazing at the suddenly manifested golden wings, a peculiar sensation washed over him. These wings, resembling gold yet not entirely so, felt as tangible as his own limbs. However, in his perception, it seemed as if two energy clusters were distributed on either side of his shoulder blades, with the wings merely being auxiliary extensions of these energy bodies. Although they appeared to be neurologically linked like his limbs, in reality, they were merely stabilized by a mental control network. Once he established a soul power circuit with these energy clusters and completed their refinement, he could retract them into the two energy masses at will. As he calmed his thoughts, Baixian was immediately struck by the sight of Qian Rinxue, who stared at him in a daze. He was momentarily taken aback. "You're awake? When did you wake up?" Baixian had yet to grasp the magnitude of the impact his second soul ring's absorption had on Qian Rinxue. Moreover, his current appearance led Qian Rinxue to involuntarily question his identity. Aside from his short, jet-black hair, everything else about him bore an uncanny resemblance to her own form when she summoned her angelic martial soul, particularly the two pairs of golden wings behind him, which mirrored the angelic wings she had after her transformation. The only difference was that the soul power emanating from Baixian's golden wings was of a metal attribute, unlike her angelic martial soul's light attribute. Having just regained consciousness, Qian Rinxue looked at Baixian with a complex expression. "What is this?" Her gaze shifted to the golden wings behind him. "I'm not sure. They appeared suddenly after I absorbed the soul ring," Baixian replied, shaking his head, indicating his own uncertainty. However, he sensed a connection between these wings and the soul ring, likely originating from the dark demon, evil god tiger. The two pairs of wings bore a striking resemblance to those of the dark demon, evil god tiger, apart from their differing colors. Approaching the dark demon, evil god tiger, Bai Xian pretended to compare and said to Qian Renxue, they should be auxiliary items obtained from absorbing the soul ring. Chapter 30. Living together in the cave at this moment, Bai Xian had begun to surmise that the pair of wings on his back was undoubtedly an external spirit bone. However, he did not wish to appear overly knowledgeable about such matters. Qian Renxue scrutinized the golden wings behind Bai Xian and paused for a moment before slowly speaking. I have indeed seen something similar to the wings on your back. They must belong to a rather unique category of external spirit bones. External spirit bones? Bai Xian replied, seemingly astonished. Indeed, external spirit bones are such rare entities that even among the title Douluo, they are scarcely encountered. As she spoke, a peculiar glimmer appeared in Qian Renxue's beautiful eyes as she regarded Bai Xian. Shrugging his shoulders and sitting cross-legged, Bai Xian said to Qian Renxue, please wait a moment while I attempt to retract them. I cannot possibly carry these wings around indefinitely. Sensing the positions of the two energy clusters, Bai Xian gradually infused them with his soul power, constructing a soul power circuit for each, and he slowly endeavored to manipulate the energy clusters back into the wings. Bai Xian understood that it would be impossible to completely refine these two energy clusters in a short span of time. Thus, he decided to retract the wings first and refine them later at his convenience. As Bai Xian exercised control, the two pairs of wings gradually diminished until they were entirely retracted into the two energy clusters. Stretching slightly to alleviate his fatigue, Bai Xian rose and remarked, a fair amount of time has passed. How is your injury healing? This place may not be entirely safe. In response, Qian Renxue assessed her own condition while frowning slightly. Leaning on her longsword, she unsteadily stood up, still somewhat weak, but able to manage movement. There is a temporary outpost of mine about 7 or 8 kilometers away. It should be relatively safe. Would you like to accompany me there to recuperate? Observing Qian Renxue's state, Bai Xian furrowed his brow and extended the invitation. Though it was Qian Renxue who had led him into this perilous situation, he had ultimately reaped the greatest benefits. Furthermore, Bai Xian held a certain fondness for the spirit hall from his perspective. Despite his uncertainty about the veracity of Qian Renxue's claims regarding her physical condition, he could not shake his concern for her wandering alone in the Stardo forest. Upon hearing Bai Xian's invitation, Qian Renxue parted her cherry lips slightly, a look of surprise crossing her face as she gazed at him. Although it is not entirely from my own intentions, I did lead you into a dangerous predicament. After the battle, your willingness to purge the poison from me was already a significant gesture of goodwill. Now you invite me to your safe haven? While Qian Renxue took pride in her appearance, she did not presume that anyone would genuinely overlook her leading them into harm's way merely because of her beauty. If you do not mind, I would like to find a place to recuperate before leaving the Stardo forest, she said, her lips gently parting as she brushed her golden hair. However, may I inquire as to why? I cannot recall having expressed any goodwill towards you. And I even drew you into this perilous situation because you are a member of the Spirit Hall. Bai Xian remained silent for a moment. Gathering his thoughts before he spoke softly, oh, how did you conclude that I am associated with the Spirit Hall? I recall never having mentioned my origins to you. Upon hearing Bai Xian's seemingly disjointed words, Qian Renxue appeared somewhat taken aback. Your martial soul is that of an angel, isn't it? I once came across records regarding it in the Spirit Hall's archives. Those wings on your back when I first saw you. Casting a deep glance at Qian Renxue, Bai Xian's expression was placid. After a brief pause, he continued in a soft tone, I am merely a common soul master. The martial souls of everyone in my village were awakened with the assistance of the Spirit Hall. With that, Bai Xian ceased to elaborate further, fixing his gaze steadily upon Qian Renxue's eyes. Qian Renxue gazed at Bai Xian in astonishment. He had indeed recognized her martial soul. While the angelic martial soul was not absent from records on the continent, such accounts were usually disseminated only among the principal cities of the Spirit Hall, a few sects, and the elite of the great empires. This youth, clearly under 10 years of age, not only excelled in cultivation but also found the time to comprehend various martial soul records, an intellectual maturity rare for one of his age. Indeed, I am from the Spirit Hall, Qian Renxue affirmed with a nod, revealing her identity. My name is Qian Renxue. Bai Xian, that is my name. Bai Xian made no attempt to conceal his identity, and Qian Renxue did not withhold her true name, though she chose not to divulge more. Approaching Qian Rinxue and noticing her frail condition, Bai Xian supported her right arm over his shoulder. This will expedite our journey. Returning to my base will ensure our safety. Throughout their journey, the two remained silent. Bai Xian carefully maneuvered, attuned to every movement in their surroundings, and after half an hour, they finally arrived at the base. I will hunt some game. You should rest here. Within a 3-kilometer radius, no soul beasts over 400 years old dwell. As long as you do not reveal your presence, this place is quite secure. After ensuring Qian Rinxue was settled, Bai Xian immediately began to patrol the area surrounding the camp. He performed these daily inspections for 2 reasons: to procure food and to scout for any formidable new soul beasts that might have encroached upon their territory. That evening, within a tree hollow towering over 30 meters, Bai Xian roasted 2 snow hares, while Qian Rinxue sat nearby, her eyes closed in meditation. Bai Xian periodically sprinkled seasonings from porcelain jars onto the roasting meat. Aside from the occasional crackling of burning wood, the hollow was enveloped in an eerie silence. Chapter 31. Recuperation. Are you not concerned that the sin of roasting meat might attract soul beast attacks? At some point, Qian Rinxue had awakened from her meditation. I have dealt with all soul beasts over 300 years old within a 3-kilometer radius. No foolish beast will dare trouble us, Bai Xian replied, glancing at Qian Rinxue. He then returned his attention to the roasting hare, occasionally adding more wood to the fire. Observing that Bai Xian had no intention of speaking further, Qian Rinxue parted her lips, yet found herself at a loss for words to initiate a conversation. I see you are still quite young. How is it that you find yourself alone in the Stardow forest? Are there no relatives or mentors accompanying you? At last, Qian Rinxue resolved to break the suffocating silence. Bai Xian held a burning stick, occasionally poking at the flames consuming the firewood. It was merely a trial of endurance. As a commoner soulmaster, I must earn every resource through my own efforts. Yet you, judging by the status of your martial soul, it must hold considerable esteem within the spirit hall. Why, then, is there no formidable protector by your side? There was indeed one, but due to certain circumstances, that individual departed midway. At this juncture, Qian Rinxue seemed to recall something, her expression shifting between light and shadow. Observing her fluctuating demeanor, Bai Xian chose not to interject, continuing to roast his rabbit. By the way, it occurs to me that you absorbed the soul ring of the dark demon, evil god tiger, did you not? Coming back to her senses, Qian Rinxue recalled Bai Xian's previous absorption of the soul ring. Though it was framed as a question, her tone conveyed a sense of certainty. If I am not mistaken, you were merely a one-ring soul master before, correct? How did you manage to absorb a soul ring beyond your rank? I am uncertain. Perhaps it is due to my innate physical prowess and extraordinary mental strength. Bai Xian would naturally not reveal the entire truth, and after a moment of silence, he spoke. I recall that when I first acquired my initial spirit ring, my teachers hunted a thunder giant bear, which was estimated to be 400 to 500 years old, to serve as my first spirit ring. At that time, I felt no pressure whatsoever during the absorption process. My teachers recounted that when they were at the 10th level, absorbing a 200 to 300 year spirit ring caused them considerable discomfort due to the surge of spirit power. This time, I managed to break through to the 20th level under the pressure of battle, which prompted me to daringly attempt to absorb a 1,000-year spirit ring. As he spoke, a hint of joy appeared on Bai Xian's face. It was indeed a perilous endeavor, but fortunately, through this adventure of absorbing a 1,000-year spirit ring, I was able to confirm a hypothesis of mine. What hypothesis? Qian Rinxue inquired, her beautiful eyes shimmering with curiosity. Ever since my teacher informed me of their experiences in absorbing spirit rings, I have speculated that individuals possess varying physical qualities from a young age. Might I infer that each person's capacity for endurance is also different? If each individual's tolerance differs, does that imply that the maximum limit for absorbing spirit rings varies as well? Just as spirit beasts, although they may belong to the same age category, exhibit differences in strength based on their species and position within the food chain, the intensity of the spirit rings they generate can also vary. Hence, a spirit master endowed with naturally high spirit power and robust physical attributes should possess greater resilience than an ordinary spirit master. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue's eyes widened in realization. As a spirit master with innate spirit power of the 20th level, the spirit rings she absorbed were all meticulously selected by her grandfather from powerful spirit beasts, perfectly attuned to her angelic martial spirit. It dawned on her that the spirit beasts she encountered were inherently formidable. Until now, she had never recognized this. Yet, it suddenly struck her that each time she absorbed a spirit ring, it felt as effortless as flowing water, devoid of any pressure. Is that so? Qian Rinxue pondered, momentarily lost in thought, not interrupting Bai Xian. I have perused some records concerning the absorption of spirit rings beyond one's level. And it seems that those who failed were generally individuals with weaker physical attributes or less powerful martial spirits. I am uncertain whether those with formidable martial spirits or superior physical qualities have documented instances of surpassing the usual spirit ring limits. But it stands to reason that such occurrences must exist. Since the emergence of spirit masters, there has been no shortage of individuals who have either actively or passively absorbed spirit rings beyond the ordinary age limit. However, they did not fail and thus did not dwell on whether their absorbed spirit rings exceeded a certain age. For instance, my innate spirit power is quite high, and my natural physical constitution is exceptionally strong, allowing me to endure spirit rings of correspondingly greater age. As he concluded, a flicker of trepidation crossed Bai Xian's face. Nonetheless, I must admit that this venture was somewhat reckless. Were it not for my resilience at the last moment, I might have either perished or become incapacitated. However, enduring through this hardship has yielded immense benefits. At this moment, I feel as though my spiritual power level has surged by several tiers. Although I am unable to accurately gauge the exact level due to my body not yet having returned to its peak condition, it should not be less than 23. Qian Rinxue, listening beside me, grew increasingly astonished. The maturity of the boy before her was beyond description. Unable to restrain herself, she asked, "Do you realize the magnitude of the upheaval your words would create in the world of soul masters if they were to be shared?" "I am aware. Yet it serves little purpose. Surpassing levels is not an easy feat. Ultimately, only a select few can succeed," Bai Xian replied, shaking his head thoughtfully. "This world is inherently unfair. Talent is displayed so starkly. Those with innate gifts are but a minority. Each year, hundreds of thousands awaken their martial souls. Yet how many among them can truly cultivate? How many can become genuine powerhouses? Ultimately, the majority remain as mere mediocrity. Here, try this. See if it suits your palate." Bai Xian offered Qian Rinxue a roasted rabbit. As she tore off a small piece of the rabbit meat, Qian Rinxue's delicate lips moved slightly, savoring the profound words Bai Xian had just shared. Chapter 32. Homecoming. Reflecting on Bai Xian's earlier words, Qian Rinxue cast a glance at his tranquil demeanor. "Regardless, you have managed to absorb a millennium-old soul ring at merely level 20. Surely, you have not refrained from utilizing your martial soul all this time? What will you do then?" Bai Xian, enjoying the rabbit meat, offered no reply. "Join the spirit hall." Unexpectedly, Qian Rinxue invited Bai Xian to become part of the spirit hall. "How is your injury now? Will you be able to move on your own tomorrow?" As he tore off the last piece of rabbit meat, Bai Xian responded with a seemingly unrelated remark. "I should regain mobility by tomorrow." Qian Rinxue looked at Bai Xian in confusion, as he did not address her invitation. As the saintess of the spirit hall, she was acutely aware of the influence the spirit hall wielded across the continent. To ordinary soul masters, joining the spirit hall was a coveted dream beyond compare. Bai Xian did not respond, although he neither declined nor agreed. A question lingered in the air. Could he possibly conceal the color of his spirit ring through other means? Qian Rinxue couldn't help but recall the head spirit bone she had received from her grandfather. "Are you in such a hurry to leave this place?" she inquired, observing the calm demeanor of Bai Xian. "I have been training in the Star Doe Forest for a while now, and with the Spirit Master Academy opening soon, I still have several days to return," Bai Xian replied as he cleaned up the scattered remains and then sat down in meditation. "By the way, how did you encounter a spirit beast like the Dark Devil Tiger?" Separation line. A night passed without conversation, and soon it was the dawn of a new day. After last night's meditation, although Bai Xian had not yet regained his optimal state, it did not hinder their journey ahead. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue appeared significantly better, though a faint pallor still graced her features. "Thank you for your help this time. Here, take this. I hold a certain standing in the spirit hall, and possessing this might prove useful to you when the need arises." Observing Bai Xian as he organized his belongings, Qian Rinxue paused momentarily and handed him a token. Upon receiving the token, Bai Xian examined the exquisite white and gold emblem in his hand, where a golden angelic figure was elegantly depicted. After contemplating the token for a moment, Bai Xian shook his head, preparing to return it. "Miss Qian, you should keep this token. One should not accept favors without merit. I have already benefited greatly from this incident, and I cannot accept it. This situation arose unexpectedly, and you were unwittingly involved. Moreover, without your assistance, my survival would have remained uncertain. Consider this a token of my gratitude." Qian Rinxue interjected as she noticed Bai Xian's intention to return it. Furthermore, it is not customary for me, Qian Rinxue, to take back what I have given. She spoke with earnest determination. Bai Xian hesitated for a moment. Observing Qian Rinxue's earnest expression, understanding her resolute determination, and thus he ceased to decline. He placed the token back into his pocket. The two of them prepared their belongings and swiftly made their way out of the starry forest. Within less than 2 hours, by noon, they had exited the starry forest. This fortuitous encounter, though fraught with unexpected events, was nonetheless a stroke of good fortune. Miss Qian, I look forward to the opportunity of meeting again, Bai Xian said. Gazing at Qian Rinxue as they stood outside the starry forest, cupping his fists in salute to bid her farewell. Until we meet again, Qian Rinxue replied with a slight smile, a smile so enchanting that it seemed to dim the very heavens. Until we meet again, Bai Xian nodded in acknowledgement. The two exchanged their farewells, and Bai Xian turned to head back toward the direction of the town from whence he came. The journey back was still quite lengthy, and Bai Xian intended to rent a carriage, although, at this moment, he was a second-ring soul master. With a substantial reserve of soul power that allowed him to travel swiftly, the distance was considerable, and fatigue was inevitable. Thus, renting a carriage was indeed the wisest choice. Bai Xian returned to the small town from whence he came, spending a golden soul coin to rent a carriage, hastening his journey home. He finally arrived 3 days before the commencement of the new term. Upon returning home, Bai Xian was able to fully relax. Spending 3 continuous days engaged in lively conversations with the Bai Jing couple, allowing himself a well-deserved respite. On the day of the new term, Bai Xian, laden with the abundant luggage prepared by the couple, made his way back to the academy. Had it not been for Bai Xian's astute decision to leave early upon sensing something amiss, his belongings would have likely doubled in size. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but commend his own cleverness. Once back at the academy, Bai Xian took the time to adjust his relaxed mindset and devoted half a month to completely refining the lingering vitality within him. His soul power had now ascended to level 25, an impressive increase of nearly 10 levels since the beginning of the holiday. At the Spirit Hall in Soto City, Bai Xian was now prepared to register for the rank of Grand Soul Master. After all, the monthly stipend of 10 golden soul coins was quite substantial, especially for Bai Xian, who had yet to achieve self-sufficiency. This sum would allow him to navigate his time at the Junior Soul Master Academy with peace of mind. Inside the hall, a middle-aged man dressed in white, appearing around 40, looked at Bai Xian with a face full of astonishment. Are you certain you are here to register as a Grand Soul Master? The man's expression suggested disbelief. According to the Soul Master rank certificate Bai Xian had provided, despite appearing nearly 10 years older, the boy was truly only 7, not yet 8. Most children of that age were still struggling to break through to level 10, yet he had already reached level 20. Indeed, due to unforeseen circumstances, I recently achieved the rank of Grand Soul Master, Bai Xian explained to the astonished man. As he spoke, 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, began to slowly manifest around him. The purple second soul ring. The middle-aged man swallowed hard, his tone filled with disbelief. Observing the astonished expression on the man's face, Bai Xian, although having anticipated such a reaction, felt a twinge of helplessness within. How did you successfully absorb a 1,000-year soul ring? The middle-aged man blurted out, regaining his composure. My apologies. I seem to have lost my composure, he said, his face flushing with embarrassment as he regained his wits. Yet, there has never been a case in the Soul Master community of someone absorbing a 1,000-year ring at level 20. I may have overreacted, the white-clad man stammered. Moreover, the most astonishing aspect was that this individual was a pure, wild genius Soul Master. Had the previous registrars been mere incompetents? With this thought, the middle-aged man began to feel a surge of frustration. The middle-aged man clad in white is a steward of the Spirit Hall, possessing a soul power level that has reached the esteemed rank of Soul King, second only to the Hall Master and Deputy Hall Master. The specifics elude me, but I nearly failed in my attempt to absorb the soul ring this time. Bai Xian refrained from elaborating further. By the way, I was successful in absorbing the soul ring with the assistance of another individual who is affiliated with the Spirit Hall. This is the token she bestowed upon me. Might you recognize it? With that, Bai Xian presented the token he received from Qian Rinxue to the white-clad steward. The white-clad steward gazed with a hint of skepticism at the token presented by Bai Xian. Holding it in his hand, he noted that while it was crafted from metal, its texture was as smooth and warm as jade, undeniably extraordinary. As his eyes swept across the token, They momentarily widened at the sight of the golden angel relief. A flicker of recognition passed through his pupils. "This is," he murmured, clearly aware of the significance of the token, returning it to Bai Xian. A trace of reverence appeared on the steward's face, and his demeanor towards Bai Xian shifted to one of utmost seriousness, evidently elevating Bai Xian to a status equal to, or perhaps even surpassing his own. "I am now aware of this matter. I shall proceed to register your Great Soul Master level certification." The white-clad steward ceased his inquiries. With that, he summoned a female Soul Master and handed her the certification of Bai Xian's previous Soul Master rank, instructing her to register his Great Soul Master level certification. The female Soul Master nodded and took Bai Xian's certification to a records desk. Approximately 3 minutes later, she returned with a tray bearing a brand new Soul Master rank certificate and 10 golden soul coins. The white-clad deacon handed the certification and golden soul coin to Bai Xian. "Should you have any needs in the future, feel free to seek me out at the Spirit Hall in Soto City. I shall provide assistance to the best of my abilities." "Thank you. I believe opportunities will arise." Bai Xian received the certification and golden soul coin. Segment break. Upon exiting the Spirit Hall and returning to the academy, Bai Xian resumed his routine of study and cultivation. As time flew by, Bai Xian reached the age of 12. In the headmaster's office, standing at a height of 1.70 meters, Bai Xian, who had begun to mature, stood before the headmaster's desk, gazing at the numerous invitations from prestigious Soul Master academies laid out before him, a faint smile of perplexity appearing on his face. "Headmaster, with so many invitations, which academy do you think I should choose? Please recommend one or two." Although he already harbored a decision in his heart, Bai Xian still demonstrated ample respect towards the headmaster. Observing the young man in white robes before him, the headmaster wore an expression of nostalgia. Bai Xian is the most gifted student the director has encountered since assuming his role at the Soto City Junior Soul Master Academy. At the tender age of 12, he has already attained the rank of Soul Master with 3 rings, and his soul rings are impressively configured as 1 yellow and 2 purple, surpassing the universally acknowledged optimal configuration in the Soul Master realm. Although it remains uncertain what level Bai Xian has reached, it has been 2 years since he acquired his 3rd soul ring and ascended to Soul Master. Given his training progress, he is likely not far from reaching the Soul Sect. Since you've requested my recommendations, I shall share my thoughts," the director chuckled. In terms of faculty strength within the Tindo Empire, the Tindo Royal Academy is undoubtedly the foremost institution. Following closely is the 5 Elements Academy, which also boasts commendable faculty. However, the 5 Elements Academy, with its myriad of attribute-specific Soul Masters, may not provide the comprehensive guidance that aligns with your innate attributes as effectively as the Royal Academy would. Although I harbor a desire for you to study at our Balak Kingdom's Advanced Soul Master Academy, I am well aware that the faculty there may not fully showcase your exceptional talents. In comparison, I strongly recommend you pursue your studies at the Tindo Royal Academy. The Tindo Royal Academy, Bai Xian mused, finding that this aligned perfectly with his own thoughts. At this stage, it indeed represents the most suitable choice. "I understand, Director. I shall proceed to the Tindo Royal Academy." Bai Xian nodded in acknowledgement. "Here, take this invitation letter," the director said, retrieving one of the numerous invitations from his desk and handing it to Bai Xian. As Bai Xian accepted the letter, he gazed at the embossed golden characters spelling out the name of the Tindo Royal Academy, which, despite being merely an invitation, exuded an air of grandeur. "If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave, Director," Bai Xian stated respectfully, as he exited the director's office. The director couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia, reflecting on how many years had passed without encountering such a promising talent. As Bai Xian strolled along the academy's path, memories flickered across his face. Over the 6 years spent studying at the Soto City Junior Soul Master Academy, he had not only acquired a wealth of knowledge but also formed lasting impressions of the people and events he encountered. On this day of graduation, a myriad of thoughts flooded his mind. In the present day, Bai Xian, with the assistance of the Qinglian seedlings and his unwavering diligence, has ascended to the formidable 38th level. Since his return from the Stardo Forest 5 years ago, Bai Xian has felt that his soul power level has surged too rapidly within a short span of time. For 2 consecutive years, he refrained from actively enhancing his soul power level, merely focusing on restoring his daily cultivation to its optimal state. He deliberately paused the advancement of his soul power, concentrating instead on refining his control over it and the application and development of his soul skills. It was not until 2.5 years later that Baen felt he had thoroughly mastered his two soul skills, at which point he lifted the self-imposed restrictions on his soul power and began its ascent. By this time, even with his own constraints, Baen's soul power had increased by 2 levels, perhaps due to the intensity of his self-imposed limitations. Baen astonishingly elevated his soul power by 3 levels in a mere 6 months. After reaching the 30th level, in order to avoid drawing excessive attention, Baen embarked alone on a journey to the Douluo forest in search of soul rings. After half a year of solitary exploration within the Douluo forest, Baen finally discovered a soul beast that resonated with his desires, the 7-leaf swordgrass. This particular plant-type soul beast had been the subject of extensive research during the 2 years he spent in various libraries in Soto City, where he eventually unearthed references to this coveted soul ring in an exceedingly worn manuscript. The 7-leaf swordgrass, while not particularly robust among high-level plant-type soul beasts, possesses a unique attribute. The soul rings it produces are exceptional, only absorbable by soul masters wielding sword or blade martial spirits. However, regardless of the type of martial spirit, the skills generated from absorption culminate in a singular technique. According to the records, sword-wielding soul masters who absorb this soul ring typically develop a skill known as 10,000 swords returning to the origin, while blade-wielding soul masters manifest a technique called 3,000 shadow slashes. Both martial spirits initially generate dozens or even hundreds of sword or blade energies capable of external attacks, ultimately culminating in an endless barrage of such energies that instill fear in opponents. Baen was drawn to the 7-leaf swordgrass, not for its potential to create countless sword or blade energies, but for its intrinsic essence that facilitates their formation. Baen has devoted several years to his cultivation, yet he remains unable to manifest the external projection of blade energy. His combat capabilities rely solely on his formidable physical prowess for close-range assaults, rendering him incapable of executing distant attacks. This limitation constitutes a significant shortcoming when confronted by adversaries or soul beasts capable of long-range strikes. Akin to the previous encounter with the dark demon evil god tiger, Baen is relegated to a position of passive defense or evasion. However, he possesses confidence that by thoroughly analyzing the essence of the 7-leaf swordgrass and generating blade energy and sword aura, he can develop a unique application suited to his abilities. Moreover, Baen's second soul skill is also an enhancement type ability. Baen, however, has already deemed his enhanced soul skills sufficiently adequate, and he can contemplate incorporating offensive capabilities with his third soul ring. Baen spent half a year searching within the starry forest, and finally discovered a 7,000-year-old 7-leaf swordgrass at the boundary between the inner and outer circles. As a plant-type soul beast, it only attains a more mature level of spiritual intelligence after reaching 10,000 years. Thus, plant soul beasts under this age can only rely on their innate instincts for attack or defense. Upon locating the 7-leaf swordgrass, Baen swiftly dealt with it and absorbed its soul ring. Although the 7-leaf swordgrass was an impressive 7,000 years old, Baen had previously absorbed a soul ring comparable to that of the 10,000-year-old dark demon evil god tiger during his second soul ring acquisition. His physical capabilities were enhanced to several times that of a soul master of the same level, bolstered further by the miraculous vitality of the Qinglian seedling. At the age of 30, Baen's physical prowess surpassed that of a formidable attack-type soul master. Moreover, while the age of the 7-leaf swordgrass was significant, the soul ring it produced was relatively gentle, making the absorption process surprisingly smooth for Baen. Following the absorption, the results were astonishing. His soul power surged directly to the 32nd level, and the skills associated with the soul ring matched the records perfectly, even exceeding his expectations. In the subsequent 2 years, Baen diligently practiced and, guided by the flow of soul power generated from the soul ring skills, gradually discovered a suitable path for himself, mastering the application of blade energy step by step. By the time of his graduation this year, his soul power had steadily progressed, allowing him to break through to the 39th level at any moment, just a step away from reaching the 40th level of Soul Master. Through meticulous comprehension over these 5 years, Baen had thoroughly entered this new realm. Even utilizing this opportunity, he has crafted several unique soul skills through the amalgamation of soul ring techniques. Over the past few years, Baen's reputation has gradually spread among the higher echelons of various Soul Master academies. After all, achieving the rank of Soul Master at level 30 before graduation is no small feat, although it remains uncertain whether Bai Xian's soul ring configuration has become widely known. Such a youthful soul master is indeed unprecedented within the realms of the soul master community. Consequently, as graduation approaches, a multitude of invitations from esteemed soul master academies have been delivered to the dean. Among these are notable institutions such as the Five Elements Academy, the illustrious Shrek Academy, which has produced numerous exceptional soul masters over the years, and even the prestigious Tindo Royal Academy, which exclusively enrolls noble soul masters, has extended an invitation to him. All these academies aspire for Bai Xian to join their ranks. Despite the plethora of invitations from these esteemed institutions, Bai Xian is destined to disappoint most of them. He is both astonished and intrigued that the Tindo Royal Academy, known for its exclusivity, would extend an invitation to a commoner like himself. This aligns perfectly with Bai Xian's aspirations for a prestigious academy, as the Tindo Royal Academy undoubtedly offers the best resources. While he harbors a disdain for certain nobles within the nation, Bai Xian does not dismiss all of them. He recognizes that some can be befriended with respect. The vast Tindo Empire is not solely shrouded in corruption. Initially, Bai Xian contemplated attending the Thunder Academy if he could not secure a place at the Tindo Royal Academy, as his combat style, influenced by his unique soul skills and self-created techniques, bears some resemblance to that of the Thunder Academy. However, joining the Thunder Academy would mean significantly less access to resources compared to the Tindo Royal Academy. Chapter 35. Observations of Tindo. A month later, 30 miles outside Tindo City, Bai Xian ambled along the main thoroughfare, a map in hand. With only 30 miles remaining to Tindo City, he thought to himself, pushing forward with renewed determination, eager for a respite within the city by day's end. Upon meticulously verifying the map, he contemplated his journey ahead. Bai Xian had been traveling relentlessly for 7 consecutive days. Although his physical constitution was extraordinary and he had received some provisions along the journey, the strain of such a prolonged and swift pace was beginning to weigh on him. Despite possessing the four-winged external spirit bone of the dark demon evil god tiger, which he had long since refined to its essence, the golden wings were simply too conspicuous. Had the external spirit bone been merely a pair of wings, Bai Xian would have readily opted for flight without a second thought. Now, on the verge of reaching Tindo City, and noting that the day was still young, Bai Xian finally slowed his pace, allowing himself a moment of respite. He resolved to leisurely make his way to Tindo City from that point onward. An hour later, he arrived at the southern gate of Tindo City at a relaxed pace. Gazing at the imposing grandeur of the city gate, Bai Xian could not help but inwardly marvel. It was indeed worthy of being the capital of a nation, with such an awe-inspiring entrance. Upon entering Tindo City, Bai Xian observed the bustling streets filled with vendors calling out their wares and a continuous flow of pedestrians, prompting yet another sigh of admiration. He had previously considered Suodo City as the second largest city within the Balik Kingdom to be sufficiently vibrant. Yet in comparison to Tindo City, it appeared to pale significantly. As he strolled along, Bai Xian sought to find an inn for his accommodations over the next few days. After all, in order to arrive before the commencement of classes at the Tindo Royal Academy, he had set out a fortnight in advance, ensuring he arrived in Tindo City with still 7 or 8 days to spare before the academy opened its doors. This was a deliberate choice, for upon reaching the imperial capital, it was only fitting to first explore Tindo City. The main thoroughfare of Tindo City was particularly grand, with a marble-paved road extending over 30 meters in width. The sidewalks were teeming with people, while the central avenue was alive with the bustling of merchant caravans. Patrol teams occasionally wove through the throngs, maintaining order throughout the imperial city. After a light meal, Bai Xian began his search for a place to stay for the night. It wasn't long before he discovered a modestly decorated hotel. Although relatively ordinary, its central location was advantageous, situated just a few hundred meters from the Hall of Spirits, where the Spirit Hall was stationed in Tindo City. The hotel, 5 stories tall, occupied a modest area, yet its architectural style resonated with that of the Spirit Hall, striking a refreshing chord. After paying for 7 nights' accommodation with 7 gold soul coins, Bai Xian felt a pang of regret. Indeed, it was the imperial capital, and the costs here were several times higher than in Suodo City. Although he had accumulated over 1,000 gold soul coins from subsidies over the years, his training required periodic purchases of essential materials. Additionally, his research into medicinal herbs and baths had also consumed a considerable amount. Consequently, he found himself with less than 600 gold soul coins available, and the expenditure on lodging caused him considerable distress. In the evening, Bai Xian retired to bed early. having journeyed for 7 consecutive days, leaving him both physically and mentally exhausted. Although soul masters can substitute rest with meditation, Baen preferred to approach these matters with the mindset of an ordinary individual. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Baen awoke at dawn. He ascended to the rooftop terrace of the hotel, where the sky gradually brightened and the sun began to rise on the horizon. Observing the pedestrians who appeared on the streets in trickles, Baen meditated for a short while on the terrace, gathering the relaxed spirit from the previous day, and adjusted his state to its optimal condition. Departing from the terrace, he made his way to the hotel restaurant, ordered a modest breakfast, and settled into a corner to eat while eavesdropping on the various bits of gossip shared by the patrons around him. Over the years, Baen had come to understand the specific time frame in which he existed. Tang Hao had attained the rank of title Douluo 9 years prior, and the former pope of the Spirit Hall, Qin Xuanji, had passed away over 8 years ago. Chronologically, Baen was 3 years senior to Tang San, who at this moment was likely still honing his skills at the Junior Soul Master Academy. Have you heard? The Crown Prince has taken Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, as his master. One patron casually remarked while Baen was absorbed in his breakfast. Shuqinghe, Qian Renqiwei. Baen couldn't help but muse. His swift ascent to the rank of soul respect was undoubtedly intertwined with his previous encounter with Qian Renqiwei. In fact, he felt a sense of gratitude towards her. It seemed that Shuqinghe was also set to become a disciple of Ning Fengji. Baen felt a surge of emotion. The Snow Qinghe who had replaced Qian Renqiwei was now taking Ning Fengji as her master, which signified her increasingly solidified status as a prince in the Tindo Empire. Even the prestigious 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was intent on forming a connection with her. Departing from the hotel, Baen meandered aimlessly along the bustling streets. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself in a lively marketplace where throngs of people bustled about. However, what truly captured Baen's attention were the wares offered in this marketplace. This marketplace seemed specifically established for soul masters, showcasing a plethora of items such as medicinal herbs, scrolls, weapons, and fragments of various artifacts. It was a veritable treasure trove. Yet, the scale of this marketplace did not appear particularly sophisticated. Within Baen's perception, there were very few individuals whose soul power exceeded his own, predominantly comprising low-ranking soul masters. With the mindset of possibly discovering something valuable without spending a dime, Baen leisurely strolled through the marketplace. Chapter 36. Unexpected Gains. Wandering aimlessly, Baen would pause to purchase any items or herbs he found necessary. After perusing for about an hour, he halted beside a shop, gazing at the myriad fragments of soul-guiding devices displayed before him. Casually, he picked up a piece of secret silver and inspected its interior, hoping to encounter a usable soul-guiding device. After examining several fragments in succession, disappointment washed over him as he shook his head. Just as Baen was about to return the soul-guiding device fragment and conclude his exploration, his hand, still outstretched, suddenly froze. In his sea of consciousness, the once tranquil seedling of the green lotus emanated a faint wave of energy. Baen's lips curled into a faint smile as he licked them lightly. He casually picked up a shard of a soul guide device, playing with it in his palm, while his gaze wandered nonchalantly across the assortment laid out before him. After a brief moment, his attention was drawn to a circular stone ring, the size of a coin, marred by numerous cracks. The dark, worn ring bore the marks of age, its surface riddled with fissures and caked with remnants of yellow mud, as if it had only just been unearthed from the earth, carelessly cast among the other shards of soul guide devices. The tremors of the young azure lotus sprouted forth from him. Baen set down the fragment of the soul guiding device and quietly picked up the stone ring, examining it with great care. The ring was notably substantial, exuding an aura of antiquity. As he held it, the young blue lotus sprouted ripples, as if to affirm that it was indeed this very ring that had captured his attention. Baen, maintaining an impassive demeanor, turned to the middle-aged man beside him and inquired, "Boss, this item is rather intriguing. How much is it?" The middle-aged man had been scrutinizing Baen for a while. As a soul master himself, he could naturally sense that Baen shared a similar essence. Observing Baen's selective examination before finally asking about the price, he glanced at the stone ring in Baen's hand and declared, 200 gold soul coins. The middle-aged man was audacious in his pricing. This stone ring had been fortuitously discovered by him on the road some time ago. He had already inspected it. It was merely an ordinary object, lacking even the quality of a fragment of a soul guide. Having found it, he deemed it too trivial to discard. and instead thought to see if he could exploit a naive fool. Bai Xian regarded the middle-aged man for a few seconds before tossing the ring back into the pile of soul guide fragments and turning to leave. Hey, wait. The middle-aged man, noticing Bai Xian's abrupt departure, grew anxious and hurriedly stepped in front of him. This lad was certainly not an easy mark. Good sir, I can see you truly appreciate this item. In business, negotiation is key. What do you propose as a fair price? The middle-aged man wore a smile that belied his intentions. There is no need to think you can deceive me, boss. We both know the true value of these haphazard fragments, Bai Xian replied calmly, addressing the middle-aged man. Though labeled as fragments of a soul guide, how many of them are genuinely authentic? You know it as well as I do. I was merely intrigued by its appearance, but whether it holds any actual worth is debatable. To put it plainly, I'll offer you 10 gold soul coins. Take it or leave it. With that, Bai Xian turned to depart. As Bai Xian prepared to leave once more, the middle-aged man became increasingly desperate. After all, this item was something he had merely stumbled upon, and no one had shown interest in it for days. Surely it held little value. Thus, he quickly called out, "Please, don't rush off. We're merely negotiating. 10 gold soul coins is acceptable. You can take it for that price." Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Bai Xian turned back, a slight smirk gracing his lips. He produced 10 gold soul coins and handed them to the middle-aged man, subsequently departing the market with the stone ring in hand. Once outside the market, Bai Xian did not hasten to uncover the secrets of the stone ring, but continued to meander through the bustling streets of Tindo City. Thus, Bai Xian wandered from morning till night, exploring the more vibrant areas of the city, returning to his hotel only when darkness fell. In the hotel room, Bai Xian sat cross-legged on the bed, holding the stone ring he had acquired earlier, his expression tinged with curiosity. Bai Xian had just examined the stone ring. Whether through mental perception or infusing it with soul power, it revealed itself to be nothing more than an ordinary stone, save for the fact that it was hollow. Yet, the fluctuations from the Qinglian seedling could not be mistaken. They were indeed caused by this very stone ring, which left Bai Xian perplexed. Gazing at the cracked ring in his hand, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Had he truly squandered 10 gold soul coins on mere scrap? After much contemplation, Bai Xian seemed to have made a resolution. He channeled his soul power to lift the ring while summoning Qingxia with his right hand. With all his might, he swung down with a strike. To his astonishment, the seemingly mundane stone ring only bore a faint mark from his blow. Had he not scrutinized the ring moments earlier, he might not have even noticed this subtle impression. This piqued Bai Xian's interest. He was well aware of Qingxia's sharpness. Yet a full-powered strike under ordinary circumstances left merely a trace? Without hesitation, he employed his first soul technique, amplifying it to an astounding tenfold. Once more, he brought down his blade with ferocity. To his disbelief, even this tenfold enhanced strike failed to cleave the ring, merely widening its existing fractures. Through the fissures, a glimmer reminiscent of metallic platinum caught Bai Xian's eye. With renewed determination, he immediately activated the tenfold amplification of his first soul technique alongside the enhancement skill of his second soul ring. Chapter 37, The Royal Academy of Tindo. After being tempered by the divine energy of creation, the soul power of the dark demon evil god tiger retained only the pure essence of the white tiger's metal attribute and the accompanying lightning attribute. This resulted in the augmentation soul technique that Bai Xian named Gangjin Liuli Body. This formidable enhancement not only restored Bai Xian to peak physical condition upon activation, but it also amplified all of his attributes by 150%, allowing for further enhancement of his first soul technique. In that moment, as Bai Xian combined his first and second soul techniques, his strength surged to 3 times its original capacity. His physical prowess had already reached an impressive 900 pounds. And with Qingxia, who weighed 140 pounds, the combination was a formidable force. Bai Xian's casual strike now exceeds 3,000 pounds, with full force nearing 4,000. At this moment, as he unleashed his full power, the instant of collision enveloped in soul energy caused the stone ring, suspended in midair, to shatter explosively, emitting a blinding white light from the point of rupture. Once the brilliance faded, a peculiar platinum ring floated in the air. Observing the suspended ring, Bai Xian did not hasten to retrieve it, but rather cautiously extended his mental energy to ascertain the ring's condition. After a considerable time, convinced that the ring posed no danger, he gradually lowered it into his grasp. The ring, held in his hand, bore a metallic texture yet felt smooth and warm like jade. Its design was not intricate. The platinum ring featured a simple flat surface with a shallow groove that seemed to divide the ring into two strands. Bai Xian endeavored to infuse a modicum of spiritual energy, and in that instant, he perceived a perspective akin to that of a deity. Within the confines of the ring, he beheld a space approximately 70 to 80 cubic units in size. Gazing upon this realm, Bai Xian couldn't help but marvel, realizing that this ring was indeed a spatial soul guide. As he surveyed the area, he discovered an array of items, presumably left behind by the ring's previous owner. The space was not only filled with dozens of rare metals, piled high like small mountains, but also abundant with precious medicinal herbs and 2 sets of platinum armor. Furthermore, there were 3 platinum longswords. He had truly stumbled upon a treasure. Bai Xian felt a twinge of sympathy for the middle-aged proprietor who had sold the stone ring, though this sympathy was tinged with a slight smirk at the corners of his mouth. Examining the ring in his hand, he glanced at the scattered black stone fragments on the ground. The obsidian-like stones appeared to be a form of seal, while the internal space of the ring was the focal point, presumably an intentional design by its original owner. The mere existence of this spatial ring as a soul guide held a value exceeding 1 million gold soul coins, and yet it remained a rarity in the market. Not to mention the untold worth of the rare metals and precious herbs contained within. Bai Xian adorned his middle finger with the ring and began to attempt to extract the contents within. Having never encountered such spatial rings before, he could only proceed with gradual experimentation. Fortunately, the mechanism was not overly complicated. After several attempts, Bai Xian gradually discerned the nuances, becoming increasingly adept in its use. In the ensuing days, Bai Xian visited various locations in the city of Tindo, such as the Grand Soul Arena and the auction house, familiarizing himself with his surroundings. As he would likely frequent these places in the future, time flew by, and soon it was the day of the opening of the Royal Academy of Tindo. Early in the morning, Bai Xian rose to pack his belongings, preparing to set off for the Tindo Royal Academy, located approximately 30 to 40 miles outside the city. Departing early would ensure his timely arrival. By around 9 o'clock in the morning, Bai Xian had already arrived at the entrance of the Tindo Royal Academy. Bai Xian stood at the foot of the mountain, gazing in awe at the picturesque scenery of the academy. At this moment, just after the sun had risen, the sky was adorned with clouds, and a mist enveloped the surroundings, shimmering with golden light. Both the lake at the mountain's base and the towering peak reaching 1,000 meters were draped in a golden haze, creating an illusion of a celestial paradise. After marveling at the view, Bai Xian slowly approached, but upon reaching the entrance of the school, a guard clad in armor blocked his path. Halt! Ahead lies the Royal Academy of Tindo. Entry is strictly prohibited for those who are neither students nor faculty members of the academy. Bai Xian looked at the guard who had stopped him and said, "Greetings. I am a student invited to study at the Tindo Royal Academy." As he spoke, Bai Xian produced the invitation from the academy's dean along with his graduation certificate from the Junior Soul Master Academy, presenting them to the guard. "This is the invitation from the Tindo Royal Academy and my graduation certificate from the Junior Soul Master Academy." The guard examined the invitation and certificate meticulously. Upon noting Bai Xian's age and Soul Master rank, which read 12 years and Soul Respect respectively, his pupils involuntarily contracted. Both the invitation and the certificate are in order. You may proceed. After a thorough inspection, the guard's tone became noticeably more amiable. "Thank you." Bai Xian inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement before entering the Tindo Royal Academy. As he walked along the main avenue of the academy, surrounded by splendid fountains and lush greenery, Bai Xian felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. At the end of the avenue, a striking 3-story building came into view. The structure appeared to be entirely constructed of white marble, with a sign carved from the same material above the entrance, inscribed with the words Foreign Affairs Office. Upon entering the Foreign Affairs Office, Bai Xian approached a reception-like area where 2 male soul masters, appearing to be around 30 years of age and dressed in silver attire, were stationed. "Greetings, esteemed teachers. I am Bai Xian, a new student here at the Tindo Royal Academy. May I inquire where I might complete my enrollment registration?" Bai Xian stated his purpose while presenting the invitation and graduation certificate. "You are Bai Xian." The 2 men seemed taken aback, as if they were already familiar with his name. Chapter 38. Enrolling at Tindo. One of the men in silver immediately took the invitation and graduation certificate from Bai Xian and scrutinized them closely. After approximately 2 minutes, the examiner, appearing pleased, remarked, "The invitation is valid. Welcome to the Tindo Royal Academy, Bai Xian. Bai Xian, I will assist you with the remaining enrollment procedures. You may call me Teacher Qian." The man continued, "This is Teacher Yin, who, like me, is responsible for the reception of this year's new students. Upon hearing Teacher Qian's introduction, Bai Xian promptly greeted them. Hello, Teacher Qian and Teacher Yan. It is a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Very well, let us proceed. I will assist you in completing your enrollment paperwork and introduce you to our academy's rules and regulations, as well as your accommodation arrangements, Teacher Qian said, walking alongside Bai Xian while gesturing for him to follow. As they moved deeper into the academy, Teacher Qian elaborated on the various departments of the Tindo Royal Academy, while Bai Xian listened attentively to the courses he would soon undertake. Upon encountering unique landscapes, Bai Xian would simply provide introductions. As he ascended into the heart of the academy nestled within the mountains, he could truly grasp the grandeur of the Tindo Royal Academy. The stone steps leading up the mountain were entirely hewn from white jade, each step adorned with intricate carvings of various birds and beasts. The lush trees flanking the steps, enveloped in swirling mists and illuminated by golden rays, exuded an air of elegance and grace. As Bai Xian ascended the steps, the crisp sounds of birdsong flitted through the forest, and inhaling the fresh morning air tinged with mist, he felt as though he had stepped into the Stardo forest. The azure lotus seedlings within his sea of consciousness radiated waves of energy, while the essence of wood spirits thrived abundantly amid the verdant surroundings. This sensation was even more pronounced than when Bai Xian first approached the periphery of the Stardo forest. This environment represented the most anticipated training ground for Bai Xian over the past few years, tranquil, vibrant, and imbued with spiritual energy, where everything seemed to harmonize. Engaging in wholehearted cultivation within such an environment would undoubtedly yield swifter progress than at the primary Soul Master Academy in Suodo City. As they leisurely made their way, the two arrived at a mid-mountain elevation of over 1,000 meters, where a vast complex of buildings came into view. These structures bore a resemblance to Western architecture, all featuring flat roofs and arranged in neat rows of glazed tiles that shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. This was the main campus area of the school, housing student dormitories, faculty offices, and the daily instructional buildings, all situated within this region. Teacher Qian was providing Bai Xian with an introduction to the surroundings. Bai Xian nodded gently and turned to gaze down the mountain. Below the midway point, a veil of mist swirled, while the main campus at the midsection and the summit basked in golden sunlight, creating an ethereal scene reminiscent of a city suspended in the heavens. Subsequently, Teacher Qian guided Bai Xian through the enrollment process, taking the opportunity to familiarize him with the various areas of the main campus, ultimately leading him to the student dormitory district. Upon reaching the exterior of a courtyard spanning 300 to 400 square meters, Teacher Qian addressed Bai Xian, stating, "This area belongs to the dormitory zone for students of the Tindo level. The 3 members of the committee have made prior arrangements. Upon your arrival at the Tindo Royal Academy, you will be accommodated here." Pausing momentarily as if struck by a thought, he continued, "Our academy students are categorized into 3 tiers according to regulations. Those like you, newly enrolled, and possessing a spirit power level below 25, fall into the Tianwei level. Students with levels between 25 and 30 are classified as Tianji, while those exceeding 30 belong to the highest tier, the Tiando level. It is unprecedented for a student of your caliber, entering above the 30th level, to join our academy. According to our academy's regulations, you are considered a newcomer. Despite your spirit power surpassing 30, you will initially be classified as a Tianwei student. However, due to your special admission, your exact student level will be determined after discussions among the 3 committee members." At this juncture, Teacher Qian paused, his eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. "Classes will not commence for 3 days, as that is when the Tindo Royal Academy officially opens. If you have no pressing matters in the next couple of days, I would prefer you to remain within the academy, as the committee members wish to meet you. I will report your arrival to them, and they are expected to meet with you either this afternoon or tomorrow." "Understood, Teacher Qian," Bai Xian replied after listening to the introduction. "I will remain in the academy over the next couple of days, but I plan to explore the campus to familiarize myself with the surroundings. Should there be any matters to discuss, you can find me here in the dormitory. If I am not present, please leave a note, and I will attend to it upon my return." "Very well, you may proceed inside. This dormitory consists of 3 rooms, and currently, no students have moved in yet, so you may select a room for yourself." Upon seeing Bai Xian making his choice, Teacher Qian nodded. "I will notify the committee members of your arrival." "Thank you. Teacher Qian, please go ahead with your business. I will take a look at the dormitory." Bai Xian slightly bowed to Teacher Qian as he observed the teacher departing the dormitory district. Once inside, Baen carefully examined the layout of the room. Before me lay an expansive reception hall, spanning over 60 square meters. To the left of the hall, a corridor was thoughtfully left open, while the remaining space formed a U-shaped seating area, with 3 rows of plush sofas encircling a marble coffee table, all oriented towards a grand floor-to-ceiling window. Beyond this window, a breathtaking vista unfolded, revealing a picturesque courtyard. Chapter 39. Gazing on the left side and directly in front of the reception hall stood 3 doors leading to separate rooms. Upon opening each of these doors, one would find rooms of similar dimensions, each furnished with a spacious 8-meter-wide bed and an ensuite bathroom. What struck Baen most was the exquisite new furnishings and amenities provided throughout the house by the Tindo Royal Academy, a true testament to the abundant resources available to its students. Noting that the sizes of the rooms were largely comparable, Baen casually selected one to serve as his bedroom. After placing some personal belongings within, he settled onto the sofa in the reception hall. Baen is a person who easily sets goals for himself, ever since he arrived in this world and encountered the Qinglian seedling. Discovering that he too could embark on the path of cultivation, he has continuously established one objective after another for his future. As of now, Baen's soul power has reached the 38th level, which is considered formidable within the realm of soul masters. Moreover, he possesses an external spirit bone that even the title Douluo has never owned, and his current combat prowess, though impressive, may still fall short compared to some high-ranking soul ancestors. At this moment, Baen was contemplating how to cultivate during the upcoming period. Based on the information revealed by Teacher Qian today, it was evident that his identity had already been recognized among the higher echelons of the Tindo Royal Academy. Should his student rank be assigned to the Tindo level, it appeared that his subsequent cultivation would possess considerable autonomy. Baen slightly shook his head, dismissing the irrelevant thoughts, and sat cross-legged, preparing to break through to level 39 today. With closed eyes and focused mind, Baen's soul power began to circulate through his meridians in an unusual pattern. As his soul power flowed, subtle strands of spiritual energy gradually converged around him, ultimately forming an imperceptible azure-hued illusory lotus within his body. With each cycle of this peculiar route, Baen's soul power would strengthen incrementally. This method of soul power circulation was inspired by the interplay of the young lotus seedling in his sea of consciousness and the ethereal 10th-tier azure lotus, combined with the meditation techniques taught at the Junior Soul Master Academy and a portion of his 3 soul skills power circulation paths. It took nearly 5 years and countless trials and errors to create this unique route for soul power circulation. Although still in its nascent stage, since beginning this practice, Baen's growth in soul power had accelerated far beyond the conventional meditation methods taught at the academy. Thanks to this cultivation technique, Baen had made remarkable progress over the past 6 months, advancing 2 levels to reach 38. Today, he was finally poised to break through again and enter level 39. With one more step, he would attain level 40 and achieve the rank of Soul Sect. As Baen continuously manipulated his soul power along this route, it steadily increased. Time passed, and after 3 hours of meditation, the fluctuations of his soul power intensified. Finally, with a sudden press of his hands, the waves of soul power gradually calmed. A flush of color appeared on his face as he slowly opened his eyes, letting out a long breath. He had finally reached level 39. Turning to glance out the window, he was surprised to see that the sky had darkened. How much time had passed? Baen sighed lightly. Indeed, time flew during cultivation, and a whole day had slipped away unnoticed. After returning to his room to wash his face and feeling somewhat hungry, Baen headed towards the dining hall. The dining hall of the Tindo Royal Academy was far more abundant than he had imagined, offering a wide variety of dishes with excellent nutritional balance. Some of the meats even carried faint waves of soul power, clearly indicating they were from soul beasts. However, it seemed that even these soul beasts were of the lower tier, suitable for large-scale domestication. Otherwise, the royal family could hardly afford such extravagant expenses. Although the culinary pairings are exquisitely crafted, the prices are indeed astonishing. Baen, this evening, merely indulged in a relatively ordinary meal. Yet the expenditure exceeded 5 silver soul coins. It is noteworthy that the annual income of an average family in the empire is approximately 2 gold soul coins. If every meal were to adhere to such standards, Baen would find that a substantial portion of his monthly soul master subsidy would be consumed by mere sustenance. In such a scenario, the resources available for his cultivation would be significantly diminished. compelling him to exchange some of the rare medicinal herbs within his spatial ring for gold soul coins. For the moment, let us set aside matters concerning Bai Xian. At this time, within the prince's residence adjacent to the royal palace of Tindo City, a young man with golden hair sat in his study, gazing at a knight in armor who knelt before him with his head bowed. He spoke, "I am aware of this matter. You may withdraw." "Yes, your highness," the soldier replied, clasping his fists in respect before retreating. As he exited the study, the soldier's face was revealed to be the same guard who had previously intercepted Bai Xian at the entrance of the Tindo Royal Academy. Inside the study, the young man referred to as Your Highness was none other than Xue Qinghe, the crown prince of the Tindo Empire. However, at that moment, Xue Qinghe leaned against his chair, gazing out at the night sky, his wise eyes seemingly lost in contemplation of distant memories. Before him lay an open book on the desk, its pages displaying an image of Bai Xian, accompanied by a detailed account of his information inscribed clearly upon the page. Bai Xian, a 12-year-old boy, was born in the year 2628 of the Douluo calendar to a humble family in a village on the outskirts of Tindo City in the Phalia province. By the year 2634, he had attained the rank of a level 9 soul master, wielding the martial spirit of a long sword, and was registered at the martial spirit branch in Tindo City. By the same year, he achieved the status of a level 10 soul master, registering at the martial spirit main hall in Soto City of the Barak Kingdom. In 2635, he ascended to the rank of a level 20 great soul master, again registered at the martial spirit main hall in Soto City. By 2639, he had reached the rank of a level 30 soul master, still registered at the same hall. Chapter 40. Unbeknownst to her, 5 years had slipped away. Xue Qinghe murmured while gazing out at the night sky. What an extraordinarily gifted individual. He is nearly catching up to what I was at 12. Despite having scrutinized Bai Xian's records numerous times over the years, she could not help but be astounded. Ever since her return from the Stardo Forest 5 years ago, she had commenced discreet investigations into Bai Xian's background. The discoveries were shocking, revealing a stark contrast to her own journey. She, Qian Renxue, awakened a divine martial spirit of inheritance and possessed an innate soul power that reached an astonishing level 20, with ample resources for training. Yet, at the age of 12, she was merely at the soul master level. In contrast, Bai Xian, born into a humble household with far fewer training resources, had achieved the rank of soul master at just over 12 years of age. And it seemed he might soon reach the higher echelons of soul mastery, nearly equal to her achievements at the same age. The thought of Bai Xian being accepted into the Royal Academy of Tindo brought a smile to her handsome face. The information regarding Bai Xian was submitted to the hands of the 3 committee members of the Tindo Royal Academy by her, and it was she who proposed Bai Xian's admission to the academy. Now, as the esteemed crown prince of the Tindo Empire, she holds a position of great influence, and her power is gradually infiltrating various factions within the royal family, with the Tindo Royal Academy being one of her targets. However, although the faculty of the Tindo Royal Academy remains satisfactory, the caliber of its students has left her profoundly disappointed. The few students with commendable aptitude are merely scions of prominent factions. Furthermore, the daily management of the academy is overseen by Prince Xue Xing, the uncle of Xue Qinghe, making it difficult for her to place her own personnel within. Were it not for her current status as the crown prince and the divergence of the committee members' management philosophies from that of Prince Xue Xing, she would likely have no voice within the Tindo Royal Academy. Now, by transmitting some of Bai Xian's information to the 3 committee members and leveraging their invitation for Bai Xian to join the academy, she hopes that if the committee members mention her during their discussions with Bai Xian, they will leave a favorable impression, thereby preventing Bai Xian from being swayed by other factions. In due course, she can gradually cultivate a relationship with him, especially since she shares a history of interaction with Bai Xian, alleviating her concerns about any extreme reactions upon the revelation of her identity. Uncle Shi, has the Papal Hall made any contact with Bai Xian? Upon regaining her focus, Qian Renxue spoke softly, as if sensing the presence of others in the spacious study. Young master, the Papal Hall has yet to engage with him. During the investigation of his identity, arrangements were made to erase his records from the Spirit Hall in Soto City. A voice suddenly resonated in the empty room. However, over the years, his information has proliferated, likely drawing the attention of the Papal Hall. Nodding slightly, Qian Renxue concurred with this assessment. Uncle Shi, please pay closer attention to Bai Xian. If anyone from the Papal Hall approaches him, intercept them. After all, he is the one I have prioritized. Young master, He is merely a lad with some talent. How can he compare to your safety? The voice responded, its tone tinged with concern. 5 years ago in the Stardo forest. Had it not been for my absence alongside the, how could you have found yourself in such peril? Hearing Qian Rinshua's remarks, the voice reflected a slight tremor. The current circumstances differ from the past. Now, within Tindo City, they dare not act too recklessly. Qian Rinshua shook her head gently. He is ultimately different. Uncle Shi, you need not worry excessively, especially since Uncle Tsishua is also present. The voice in the shadows remained silent for a considerable time before finally exhaling a sigh in response. Upon hearing the acknowledgement from the hidden figure, Qian Rushua refrained from uttering another word, quietly seated at the desk while contemplating the information regarding Bai Xian. As dawn broke the following day, Bai Xian had just finished his breakfast when Teacher Qian arrived at his door. Good morning, Teacher Qian, Bai Xian greeted, opening the door to find the same teacher from the previous day. Good morning, Bai Xian, Teacher Qian reciprocated. I am here to inform you that the 3 committee members have scheduled a meeting with you for today, precisely in 15 minutes. If you have no pressing matters, we can proceed to meet them. Has the time been confirmed? I have just arrived at the Tindo Royal Academy, and there are no urgent matters at hand. I am available now, Bai Xian replied. Very well, let us depart at once to avoid keeping the committee members waiting. With that, Teacher Qian led Bai Xian towards the committee office located at the heart of the main campus. The committee office of Tindo Royal Academy, though a single-story structure, was built upon a high platform, making it the tallest building within the main campus, standing at a height of 10 meters. Upon entering the committee room with Teacher Qian, they found 3 elderly gentlemen engaged in conversation in the reception area. Despite merely conversing, the 3 elders exuded an extraordinary presence that left Bai Xian with a peculiar sensation. Their gentle smiles belied a latent intensity that caused his heart to race and his body to instinctively warn him of impending danger. Bai Xian understood that this was the unique aura belonging to formidable individuals. Noticing the arrival of Bai Xian and Teacher Qian, the 3 men exchanged discreet glances before rising to their feet. One of the leaner men stepped forward and addressed Bai Xian. I presume you are the esteemed Bai Xian. Am I correct? Chapter 41. The Test, Part 2. Teacher Qian timely introduced, this is Bai Xian, as requested by the 3 committee members. Bai Xian, with timely grace, acknowledged the presence of 3 esteemed members of the Education Committee. The elder who had spoken earlier remarked, there is no need for formalities, young Bai Xian. We have long been aware of your exceptional talents, and upon meeting you today, it is evident that you truly embody remarkable prowess. Your acceptance into our heavenly Do Royal Academy is indeed a significant honor for us. Bai Xian, however, humbly responded, feeling somewhat out of place. At this juncture, Teacher Qian interjected, allow me to introduce you, Bai Xian. This distinguished individual is the chief of the academic committee at our Heavenly Do Royal Academy, Dream Machine. A formidable soul master with the Black Demon Martial Soul, boasting an impressive rank of 86 as a control system soul de law. He then gestured towards the other 2 elders, saying, these gentlemen are, respectively, the vice chair of the committee, Bai Baoshan, and the 3rd chair, Jilin. Both are strong soul duos, each exceeding level 80. Bai Baoshan is an 85-level defense system soul de law with the Celestial Star Furnace Martial Soul, while Jilin is an 83-level control system soul de law. As Teacher Qian continued his introductions, the 3 committee members displayed warm smiles, creating an atmosphere of camaraderie and respect. Bai Xian once again clasped his hands and remarked, I am Bai Xian, honored to meet the 3 esteemed teachers. Observing Bai Xian's courteous gesture, Meng Xinji waved his hand and said, Student Bai Xian, you are being overly formal. Here at the Tindo Royal Academy, consider it your home. There is no need for such politeness. Please, take a seat. Once Bai Xian and Teacher Qian were seated, Meng Xinji gestured for the attendants to bring forth tea and snacks. Looking at Bai Xian, who sat with an upright posture, he smiled and said, speaking of which, I have heard your name for quite some time. During my conversations with His Highness the Crown Prince, he spoke highly of you, mentioning that at such a young age you have already attained the rank of Soul Master. Initially, I found it hard to believe, but seeing you today, it is indeed evident that you possess remarkable demeanor. At this juncture, Meng Xinji let out a slight sigh, adding, I had thought that the few students we have admitted to Tindo Royal Academy over the past 3 years were quite talented. Yet I did not anticipate that there exists such an extraordinary genius as yourself in this world. At this moment, Bai Xian humbly remarked, Teacher, you flatter me. The accomplishments I possess today are merely the result of fortunate circumstances. Meanwhile, a thought struck by Xian, Shueqinghe? Is it she who brought me to the Tindo Royal Academy? He recalled hearing the teacher mention the Crown Prince and realized, I have never had the pleasure of meeting His Royal Highness. As he spoke, Bai Xian displayed a look of perplexity. The old man admitted, I too am unaware. His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince of the Tindo Empire, is indeed Shueqinghe. It is likely that the Crown Prince has encountered you at some point, leaving an impression that prompted him to mention you to me. As for the other two of us, we remain in the dark. Meng Xinji was somewhat taken aback by Bai Xian's ignorance regarding Shueqinghe. Speaking of which, your invitation to our Tindo Royal Academy was indeed proposed by His Royal Highness. Indeed, Bai Xian mused inwardly. It was proposed by the Crown Prince? He exhibited a look of astonishment. Should the opportunity arise, he would certainly express his gratitude to the Crown Prince in person. By the way, I am still unclear about how the three of you plan to arrange my future studies. Meng Xinji replied, there is no rush on that front. Speaking of which, you are now a soul master, but I am curious to know your current soul power level. Please share it with us so that we can appropriately plan your upcoming courses. Meng Xinji had secretly sensed Bai Xian's soul power level earlier, but found it rather peculiar. The fluctuations of Bai Xian's soul power were not particularly pronounced. It seemed to hover around the threshold of level 30. Yet it also appeared to fall short of that mark. Earlier, he had discreetly communicated with his two companions, and the results were consistent, leading him to proceed with caution. Bai Xian hesitated for a moment before speaking. By chance, I just broke through to the 39th level last night. The mention of the 39th level caused the pupils of Meng Xinji and his companions to contract slightly, given that they had issued an invitation. They naturally conducted a background check on Bai Xian, and the results were quite apparent. He was merely 12 years old. Such an age to reach the 39th level. Could it be that Bai Xian was exaggerating? The three exchanged glances, and then Jilin, the soul Douluo, suddenly said, Bai Xian, please step forward. Upon hearing Jilin's unexpected request, Bai Xian felt a bit perplexed, yet he complied and approached the trio. I wonder, Teacher Jilin. Before Bai Xian could finish his thought, he suddenly felt as though the space surrounding him had solidified. A massive surge of soul power cascaded down upon him, rendering his body somewhat immobile. Although the force was overwhelming, it lacked any murderous intent or malice. Bai Xian understood that this was a test of his strength. He refrained from speaking further, instead utilizing his rudimentary cultivation technique to counteract the descending pressure of soul power. The other two committee members and Teacher Qian were well aware that Jilin was assessing Bai Xian's capabilities, and they held their tongues. For a 39th level soul master at such a young age was indeed astonishing. As time passed, the pressure exerted by Jilin gradually intensified. After 15 minutes, Jilin's originally calm gaze began to reveal signs of surprise. With the increasing pressure, he distinctly sensed that Bai Xian's soul power quality was exceptionally pure, rivaling that of an average soul king. Moreover, under Jilin's pressure, Bai Xian managed to maintain a composed defense and even exert counterpressure. Furthermore, Bai Xian's physical resilience exceeded Jilin's expectations. The soul power pressure he applied had reached the 40th level, yet Bai Xian remained unperturbed, even without releasing his martial soul. At this moment, Bai Xian felt that although the pressure of soul power on his body was quite formidable, it still fell short of his current limits by a measure of intensity. As Bai Xian was on the verge of acquiring his third spirit ring, his physical prowess had already surpassed that of an ordinary spirit master. Now, having attained the rank of Spirit Douluo for 2 years, bolstered by the first spirit skill, Thunderbolt Body, and the nurturing of the Azure Lotus Seedling, his physical attributes and the refinement of his spirit power likely exceeded even those of a typical spirit king. Furthermore, with the aid of the four-winged external spirit bone from the dark demon Evil God Tiger, he was hardly fazed by the spirit power pressure exerted by Spirit Douluo Jilin. Jilin, intrigued, felt his gray robe stir as if by an unseen wind, and the pressure of his spirit power gradually intensified. Before long, the pressure reached the equivalent of level 48. At this point, beads of sweat trickled down Bai Xian's forehead. This level of spirit power pressure was nearly at the peak he could withstand without summoning his martial spirit. Unlike before, Jilin's spirit power was no longer increasing in discrete increments, but rather in a slow, steady manner, supported by Bai Xian's resilience. Seeing Bai Xian holding on thus far, Meng Xinji and Bai Baoshan were taken aback. Having worked together for many years, they were acutely aware of the magnitude of the spirit power pressure Jilin was currently exerting. Concern crept into their minds, for under such overwhelming pressure, Bai Xian faced an exponential increase in strain, and should he falter, it could very well lead to a backlash against his spirit power. As Jilin's pressure slowly climbed to level 49, a flicker of pain crossed Bai Xian's visage. His complexion flushed, sweat beads cascaded from his temples to the floor, and the calm demeanor he initially possessed gave way to a semblance of distress. Noticing Bai Xian's struggle, Jilin was about to ease the pressure, when unexpectedly, Bai Xian's right hand formed a fist, summoning his martial spirit, Chengxia. Upon summoning Chengxia, Bai Xian planted it firmly into the ground, and his previously unstable form straightened, his expression relaxing considerably as the pain faded away. However, the other 4 individuals in the room, aside from Bai Xian, were rendered speechless as they beheld the 3 spirit rings gradually rising around him. Heavens, what did they just witness? A spirit Douluo with 1 yellow and 2 purple spirit rings? The 3 others, except for Bai Xian and Jilin, stood up in astonishment. A millennium-old second spirit ring. This astonishing sight caused even Jilin to momentarily forget about continuing to exert spirit power pressure. A millennium second ring, who would have thought? Truly unexpected. Indeed, it made sense. How else could one achieve such a level of spirit power at such a young age? Meng Xinji could not help but exclaim. I never would have imagined that our realm of spirit masters could produce such a genius, and this genius has even joined our Tindo Royal Academy. Bai Baoshan couldn't help but express his feelings. The other 3, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement. Their gazes fervently fixed on Bai Xian as he sought to calm the surging energy of his soul. Bai Xian stood there, his expression tranquil and his eyes gently closed. His physical strength and the refinement of his soul power were already on par with that of a soul king. The pressure exerted by Jilin earlier was well within the limits he could bear, thus calming the agitated soul power proved to be quite effortless for him. In merely 2 minutes, Bai Xian completely subdued the turmoil within his soul. Once he regained his composure, he noticed the eager gazes of Meng Xinji and the other 2, causing him to instinctively take a step back in surprise. Teachers, what is the meaning of this? Sensing Bai Xian's alarm, Meng Xinji and the others realized their behavior had been somewhat inappropriate and cleared their throats to alleviate the previous awkwardness. After exchanging a few glances, Meng Xinji stepped forward and remarked, indeed, classmate Bai Xian possesses extraordinary talent. To have reached the millennium level with his second soul ring is truly remarkable. His future achievements will undoubtedly surpass all 3 of us. Upon hearing this, Bai Xian hurriedly replied, Teacher, you flatter me. The accomplishments of the 3 esteemed educators are remarkable, and I, as a student, should learn much from them. Dream Machine, Jilin, and Bai Baoshan exchanged glances, and then Dream Machine spoke, Bai Xian. To attain the 39th level at such a young age is a talent unprecedented in our Tindo Royal Academy. The 3 of us on the committee unanimously agree to confer upon you the status of a Tindo-level student at our academy. Furthermore, a dedicated area in our simulated training zone will be set aside for you, allowing you to practice at your convenience. As for your curriculum, aside from essential courses, you will have the autonomy to choose your studies, and the academy will arrange for our finest instructors to guide you in your training. A profound silence enveloped the room, a stillness akin to death. As Dream Machine concluded, apart from Jilin and Bai Baoshan, who remained stoic, Bai Xian and Teacher Qian stared in astonishment. Stunned, they gazed at Dream Machine. Teacher Qian had yet to recover from the shock of witnessing the second ring, a millennium soul ring. Now his mind was tumultuous, akin to a raging sea. Wasn't this treatment a bit excessive? To become a Tindo-level student upon entering the academy, coupled with a dedicated training area and such extensive academic freedom, when had anyone at Tindo Royal Academy received such privileges? This individual must have indeed astonished the 3 committee members today, prompting them to extend such generous treatment to a student. Musing quietly, Teacher Qian gazed at the young man before him, his expression a blend of shock and a wry smile as he shook his head. Bai Xian gradually emerged from his astonishment, forcing a bitter smile as he addressed the 3 esteemed teachers. Masters, perhaps you are overly flattering me. What merit or capability do I possess to warrant such exceptional treatment? In Chapter 43, A Fortuitous Encounter, Meng Xinji chuckled heartily and replied, Bai Xian, there is no need for you to be so humble. We 3 have never encountered a young individual of your age with such remarkable cultivation. The Tindo Royal Academy has always placed great importance on talent, and what we are able to provide you with is indeed the finest training facilities and environment available. Furthermore, we do not seek anything in return. We merely hope that one day, when you achieve the rank of title Douluo, and stand at the pinnacle of the Soul Master world. Others will know that you are a product of our teachings at the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Upon hearing this, Bai Xian took a deep breath and bowed to the three, expressing his gratitude. I understand, and I sincerely thank the three esteemed teachers. After a nod from the trio, Meng Xinji remarked, very well, since that is settled, we shall proceed accordingly. Teacher Qian, the day after tomorrow marks the official opening of our Tindo Royal Academy. At that time, please inform Teacher Qian to guide Bai Xian in meeting some of the other brilliant students of our academy. They are all of a similar age, and it would be beneficial for you to become acquainted. Teacher Qian promptly replied, understood, Chief Meng. Meng Xinji nodded in acknowledgement and continued, since our business here is concluded, we shall take our leave. Bai Xian, you may wander about our Tindo Royal Academy over the next few days to familiarize yourself with the campus environment. When the day after tomorrow arrives, Teacher Qian will introduce you to some of the talented students here, who may very well become your companions in the future. Bai Xian nodded slightly and clasped his hands together, saying, I understand. I shall not disturb the three of you, esteemed teachers. After bidding farewell to the three committee members, Bai Xian and Teacher Qian departed from the committee hall. Upon exiting, Teacher Qian turned to Bai Xian and said, if you have no pressing matters, feel free to explore the academy on your own. This entire mountain, along with the forest beyond and the lake at the foot on the left, falls within the academy's jurisdiction. It would be beneficial for you to familiarize yourself with the surroundings. After a brief pause, Teacher Qian continued. I will be attending to some new students at the External Affairs Office at the mountain's base over the next few days. By the way, your student attire will be delivered to your residence by tomorrow evening. I shall also inform Teacher Qian about this. Once the term commences and all students have arrived, Teacher Qian will introduce you to some of our academy's celestial level students. While they may not possess your remarkable talents, they are certainly exceptional prodigies within the realm of soul masters. Bai Xian nodded and said, I understand, Teacher Qian. Please carry on with your work. I shall wander around the academy by myself. Watching Teacher Qian depart, Bai Xian stretched lazily and strolled along the pathways of the main campus, taking in the students passing by and the various architectural beauties surrounding him, feeling an unusual sense of tranquility in that moment. As he ambled along, admiring the campus structures, a somewhat immature female voice suddenly reached his ears. Hey, did you not realize that you should apologize to me for bumping into me? Bai Xian raised her gaze and beheld a delicately featured girl, approximately 8 or 9 years of age, standing with her hands on her hips, fiercely confronting a young boy with wine-red hair, who bore a striking resemblance to Bai Xian. The girl's demeanor suggested that the boy had just collided with her. Shuebeng, in a particularly foul mood, had recently been summoned by his insufferable imperial brother, who fabricated an excuse to have him expelled from the palace to the Tindo Royal Academy. Despite his uncle, Prince Xuexing, managing the institution, this unfortunate turn of events had irrevocably extinguished any prospects he had for clandestinely cultivating influence within the imperial city. Having just arrived at the academy, his spirits were exceptionally low, rendering him oblivious to his surroundings. A girl, seemingly from nowhere, carelessly bumped into him and audaciously reprimanded him. The Prince of Tindo, deepening his ire. Without a moment's hesitation, he thought, what an insolent girl, unable to watch where she is going. And yet she dares to act out in our Tindo Royal Academy. You are the insolent one, and your entire family too. The moment the girl accused him of being the insolent one, her expression turned fierce. Yet, her youthful visage, combined with her fierce glare, rendered her somewhat endearing. Do you realize that merely conversing with you is an immense privilege for you, and yet you dare to raise your voice before me? Shuebeng's countenance faltered slightly, and he felt an urge to discipline this audacious girl. Prince, which royal family do you belong to? I have never laid eyes upon you. Surely, you must be an impostor. The girl's bravado slightly diminished upon hearing his claim of royalty, though she remained undeterred by his apparent status. Shuebeng, too, noted her knowledge of his princely identity, and her audacity suggested either foolishness or sheer bravado. Given her attire, it was evident she belonged to the latter. Despite his lingering doubts, years of discreet existence forbade him from letting the matter rest. I am the 4th prince of the Tindo Empire, and where do you hail from? Girl? Upon encountering a prince, shouldn't you kneel? With that, Shuebeng struck a pose, expecting her to bow. Just then, a chilling voice echoed, imbued with rage and a hint of murderous intent, declaring, she will not kneel, and I believe you would not wish for her to do so either. Shuebeng's expression stiffened as he suddenly felt enveloped by an overwhelming wave of hostility his body bristling with unease. Upon hearing this voice, the girl's face flickered with excitement. But then, as if recalling something, she pouted her lips in discontent. Bai Xian turned to the direction from which the voice emanated, and saw 3 figures slowly approaching them amidst the snow. At the forefront was a young man, approximately 23 or 24 years of age. His lips curled into a gentle smile, his golden hair tied back with a golden silk headband. His pristine white robe was adorned with intricate golden beast patterns. Though his features appeared somewhat ordinary, he exuded an extraordinary air of nobility. Curiously, the young man's gaze frequently drifted toward Bai Xian. To his left stood a remarkably refined and gentle-looking man clad in white, who, despite his middle-aged appearance, possessed a vibrant complexion akin to jade, and held a finely crafted cane in his hand. On the right of the leading man was an elderly figure with a full head of white hair, sharp brows, and starry eyes, yet his visage bore the delicate softness of an infant. This elder emanated an aura reminiscent of an indomitable sword, as if waves of ethereal sword energy were poised to burst forth from within him. However, at that moment, the elder's brows furrowed slightly, his expression cold, and his starry eyes appeared ready to unleash countless illusory sword shadows. It seemed the voice heard earlier had indeed originated from him. Xuebeng struggled to turn his head toward the source of the voice, and his pupils constricted in an instant. He had encountered the very person he least wished to see. "Big brother," Xuebeng managed to utter, his voice trembling. At that moment, the young man at the forefront also noticed Xuebeng's movement, and the smile that had graced his face now bore a hint of solemnity. "Xuebeng, what is going on? How did you come into conflict with the master's daughter?" The newcomer was none other than Qian Renxue, disguised as Xue Qinghe. Although Qian Renxue secretly wished for Xuebeng to offend the 7-treasure glazed tile school, he still felt compelled to maintain a semblance of decorum as an older brother in front of others. "Master, she is the daughter of the sect master of the 7-treasure glazed tile school." Upon hearing Xue Qinghe's words, Xuebeng's pupils dilated in shock. As a prince of the Heavendo Empire, how could he be unaware of the 7-treasure glazed tile school? Dread filled him as he silently cursed his own recklessness. Yet he still attempted to maintain a flamboyant demeanor, addressing Xue Qinghe. "Brother, I was merely walking along, lost in thought, and didn't notice the path. Who would have thought this girl wouldn't dodge out of my way?" Before Xue Qinghe could respond, the elderly man beside him let out a heavy, disdainful snort, his sword intent surging even more fiercely as he vanished from sight in an instant. Before anyone could react, he appeared before the girl, enveloping her in his embrace with a tender tone. "Rong Rong, let grandfather Jian see if my dear Rong Rong has been hurt." As he spoke, a powerful wave of soul energy erupted from the elder, instantly pushing Xuebeng back 2 steps. "You," with his mouth slightly agape. Xuebeng felt a chilling presence enveloping him, causing the words he intended to speak to retreat back into silence. Realizing the situation, Xue Qinghe approached Xuebeng and gently admonished, "Xuebeng, you are already 14. Why do you still sulk like a child? Apologize to Rongrong." Afterward, Xue Qinghe turned to the middle-aged man beside them and said, "Senior Qinshin, esteemed teacher, Xuebeng is young and inexperienced, and he has inadvertently offended Rongrong. I, Qinghe, apologize on his behalf." With that, he cast a disapproving glance at Xuebeng. "Qinghe, I have told you numerous times that there is no need for such formality between us as teacher and student. Besides, Rongrong has not sustained any harm. Let us put this matter to rest." The middle-aged man spoke gently. He understood his daughter well, although Ning Rongrong had a good heart. It was likely that both parties had failed to notice each other, leading to their collision. Moreover, given his daughter's somewhat proud temperament, a misunderstanding was not unexpected. After speaking, Ning Fingji turned to Ning Rongrong and said, "Rongrong, come here so that your father can have a look at you." "I won't. Father does not love Rongrong. He wouldn't even let that person apologize to me. Grandpa Jin cares for me more." Upon hearing her father's words, Ning Rongrong pouted and clung tightly to the arm of the sword Douluo Continent. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's statement, Qinshin looked at her with affectionate eyes, then provocatively glanced at Ning Fingji. Although Ning Fingji knew it was not right, he could not help but smile wryly, realizing that his daughter was held in such high regard by the 2 esteemed titled Douluos of their family. It seemed even he had to consider their opinions when it came to his own daughter. "Teacher is right, but how could I allow Rongrong to be wronged?" Xuebeng said, turning to face the still-standing Xuebeng. Xuebeng recognized that to resolve this situation, he needed to apologize. "Fine. Let this be an opportunity to present my royal composure before the 7-treasure glazed tile school," he thought silently. Xu Weibing approached Ning Rongrong with a smile and said, Rongrong, it was my oversight earlier. Please forgive your brother Xu Weibing. I sincerely apologize. Upon hearing Xu Weibing's apology, Ning Rongrong, who was receiving a signal from her father, placed her hands on her hips, exuding a precocious air, and declared, All right. In light of your earnest apology, I shall forgive you. Chapter 45, A Chance Encounter 3. With the conflict resolved, Xu Weibing took his leave. Just as Xue Qinghe and the others prepared to depart, they suddenly heard Sword Douluo exclaim, as if he had noticed something, directing his gaze toward Bai Xian's position. Uncle Jian, what is it? Ning Fengji inquired, following Sword Douluo's line of sight, only to find a boy around 12 years old gazing in their direction, prompting his confusion. In his perception, the youth, though strikingly handsome, exhibited a subtle fluctuation of soul power, seemingly no more than the level of 20. At such a tender age, while commendable, it did not warrant such a reaction from the Sword Douluo, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Fengji, the boy, possessed an unusual quality. Although the soul power he displayed barely reached 30, the true level of his soul power was likely approaching 40. The expression in Sword Douluo's eyes grew grave. What? 40 at this age? Upon hearing Sword Douluo's explanation, Ning Fengji could not help but have his pupils constrict sharply. The boy appeared to be merely 12 years of age, yet he was on the brink of achieving 40. Ning Fengji understood precisely what this signified. The youngest title de law in the history of Douluo Continent, Tang Hao, had certainly not reached such heights at this age. If only he could persuade this youth to join the 7-treasure glazed tile school. The thought spontaneously emerged in Ning Fengji's mind. Ning Rongrong, too, gazed in astonishment at the boy, who was only a few years her senior. Reflecting on her own status as the highest innate soul power holder in the history of their sect, at 9 years old, she had only attained level 18. She was also aware that among her peers of similar age within the sect, the highest achievement was merely in the 20s for great soul masters. He was on the verge of becoming a soul master of nearly 40? What is wrong, Uncle Ning? Do you know Bai Xian? Before Ning Fengji could gather his thoughts, he heard Xue Qinghe's voice. It seemed that his disciple was acquainted with that youth. Regaining his composure, Ning Fengji inquired, Qinghe, do you know that boy? Xue Qinghe smiled, nodding and then shaking his head, saying, I am familiar with him, but he likely does not know me. Oh, what do you mean by that? Ning Fengji's interest was piqued. Over 2 years ago, I visited the Barak Kingdom for an inspection and happened to see him. At that time, he was merely around 10 years old and already a rank 2 great soul master. I thought him quite talented and paid him some attention, Xue Qinghe explained. More than a year ago, when I heard news of him again, he had already become a soul master. Consequently, I mentioned him to 3 committee members at the Royal Academy, sending him an invitation to study at the Tindo Royal Academy. I never anticipated he would be approaching level 40. As he spoke, Xue Qinghe still wore a look of disbelief. Ning Fengji, somewhat astonished, remarked, Oh, I had no idea you had such an experience with him. Qinghe, why don't we go and meet this young man? After all, his admission to the Tindo Royal Academy was partly thanks to you. It is indeed worth celebrating. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's words, Xue Qinghe smiled slightly, saying, Since the teacher wishes to meet him, it would be my pleasure to oblige. Xue Qinghe was well aware of his teacher's intentions, yet this aligned perfectly with his own desires. Today, he brought Ning Fengji to the Tindo Royal Academy under the pretext of this matter. Inwardly reflecting, Xue Qinghe cast a discreet glance at the Sword Douluo. As he observed several individuals approaching his direction, Bai Xian's expression shifted slightly. Although those individuals were still some distance away, ever since he had fully mastered the intricacies of his abilities, his spiritual perception had surpassed that of ordinary soul masters by an immeasurable degree. He had heard their conversation with crystal clarity and had surmised their identities with considerable accuracy. Setting aside the others for the moment, Xue Qinghe was undoubtedly standing in for Qian Renxue, accompanied by Ning Fengji from the 7-treasure glazed tile school, the Sword Douluo, and the approximately 9-year-old Ning Rongrong. Bai Xian contemplated whether to flee at that very moment, yet, judging by their demeanor, it was evident that he could no longer evade them. As Bai Xian's expression regained its tranquility, Xue Qinghe and Ning Fengji approached him. Young brother, might we have the opportunity to travel together? Ning Fengji mused silently, astonished at how Bai Xian maintained his composure in the presence of the sudden arrival of several individuals. Beside him, Ning Rongrong gazed curiously with her sparkling eyes at Bai Xian. After a moment of silence, Bai Xian spoke slowly, stating, It is indeed an honor for me to receive an invitation from the esteemed leader of the Ning clan. Upon hearing Bai Xian's words, Ning Fengji paused. his expression unchanged, yet a smile graced his lips. What do you mean by that? Bai Xian's demeanor remained unchanged as he disclosed the astonishing truth. I overheard your conversation just now. It was remarkable, for although the previous location was not far, it was still at least 30 meters away, and the voices of the few had not been particularly loud. To have discerned their words under such circumstances was impressive. Ning Fengji and his companions could not help but grow serious. Young brother, your spiritual perception is indeed remarkable. After a brief pause, Ning Fengji sighed, then ceased to conceal his identity. Indeed, I am Ning Fengji of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. This is Xue Qinghe, the crown prince of the Tindo Empire. And beside me is my daughter, Ning Rongrong. I too heard Jianshu mention that your soul power is nearing the soul sovereign level, which piqued my interest. Though I did not expect you to overhear it. Bai Xian gently shook his head, stating, to have the honor of meeting Lord Ning is truly a privilege for Bai Xian. Upon finishing his words, Bai Xian respectfully saluted, saying, Bai Xian has the pleasure of meeting His Highness the Crown Prince, Lord Ning, and the esteemed sword duelist. Chapter 46. Testing the Waters Brother Bai Xian. There is no need for such formality. This time, we also wish to. Before Xue Qinghe could complete his sentence, the sword duelist beside him suddenly moved, unleashing a surge of sword energy that surged directly toward Bai Xian. While still in the midst of his battle, Bai Xian suddenly sensed a chilling glare enveloping him, causing his hairs to stand on end. Instinctively, he summoned Cheng Xia and positioned it defensively in front of him. At the same time, the resonating sound of thunder echoed around him, and arcs of electricity began to manifest around his form, even crackling along the blade of Cheng Xia. Clang! The sound of metal colliding reverberated through the air, and Bai Xian felt a tremendous force jolt through his wrist, nearly causing him to lose grip on Cheng Xia. Bracing against the overwhelming power, Bai Xian twisted his waist and leaned back, utilizing the momentum to deflect the sword duelist's strike. In a swift motion, he darted 10 meters away from his previous position. Observing Bai Xian's remarkable ability to effortlessly withstand the blow, the sword duelist let out a soft exclamation. A faint smile crept onto his lips as he remarked, well done, young man. Allow me to test you with my next strike. With that, the sword duelist's right hand coalesced into the phantom of a long sword, its tip aimed directly at Bai Xian's chest, as an indescribable aura of power emanated from him. Upon hearing Qinshin's words, Bai Xian became acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. However, at the moment when Qinshin's sword tip was directed towards him, Bai Xian felt as though an exceedingly sharp, invisible giant sword had instantaneously slashed towards him. His body seemed to defy his commands, allowing that intangible blade to approach without resistance. Meanwhile, Qinshin, with the 7 kills sword aimed at Bai Xian, released his grip on the hilt with his right hand. Placing one hand behind his back while the other formed a sword finger, one could observe streams of ethereal sword energy coalescing from the void, merging into the suspended 7 kills sword. Although these were individual strands of sword energy, they converged in an instant. With a flick of his sword finger, the 7 kills sword, infused with countless sword energies, transformed into a dazzling streak of light, hurtling directly towards Bai Xian's chest. As the shadow of the sword drew perilously close, Bai Xian's body was enveloped in a chill, causing every hair to stand on end. Move, he commanded himself. With a surge of soul power coursing through him, Bai Xian finally sensed the return of control over his body. However, with the 7 kills sword now mere moments away, his sole thought was to withstand this impending strike. Otherwise, he would not only face death, but also be left gravely wounded. Bai Xian had no time to ponder anything further. Under the astonished gazes of Ning Fengji and the others, 3 soul rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, rapidly emerged around him. A brilliant golden and blue radiance enveloped Bai Xian's form, and arcs of lightning cascaded from the blade of Cheng Xia, resembling flowing water. The second strike of thunder slash, the slash of void. Bai Xian's hand-wielding Cheng Xia traced an extraordinary trajectory, leaving behind an almost imperceptible black mark, precisely positioned between the 7 killing sword and himself. The moment the 7 killing sword made contact with that black trace, it seemed to pierce something, momentarily halted by the dark imprint. However, that fleeting instant proved sufficient, as Bai Xian's figure twisted in a bizarre manner, narrowly evading the penetrating strike of the 7 killing sword. After dodging Qin Yu's attack, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Bai Xian's temple. It had been a harrowing close call. In that moment, he had unleashed everything he had, revealing his most formidable abilities. utilizing both his first and second soul skills to the utmost limit, even employing a unique attack method derived from the combination of 3 soul skills. Observing Qinyu, who had halted after delivering his strike, Bai Xian silently contemplated what madness this old man was indulging in. A misstep could cost a life. Upon reflection, although he understood that a figure of Qinyu's caliber could easily avoid harming someone of his lesser stature, even if he failed to withstand that final blow, Bai Xian could not help but feel a deep-seated concern. Qinghe, am I not mistaken? Ning Fengji had yet to fully regain his composure. Bai Xian's second soul ring was, astonishingly, already of the 1,000-year grade. Meanwhile, Xue Qinghe remained remarkably calm, addressing the dazed Ning Fengji and Ning Rongrong, teacher. You did not err. Bai Xian's second soul ring is indeed of 1,000 years. As Ning Fengji gradually collected himself, he took a slow breath and remarked, Qinghe, I am genuinely eager to understand. What kind of talent must one possess to achieve such heights at such a tender age? Xue Qinghe shook his head slowly, responding, Teacher, to speak candidly, I too am quite astonished. I initially discovered, quite by chance, that this young man had already attained a 1,000-year second soul ring, which piqued my interest. However, at that time, my attention was diverted by other pressing matters, and I did not give it the consideration it warranted. I never anticipated he would reach this level. Ning Fengji nodded slightly, his heart ablaze with excitement. The surprises he encountered upon arriving at the Tindo Royal Academy were overwhelming. Such talent. Though he had developed a certain affection for his disciple, this was a genuinely ordinary soul master. If he could foster a friendship between Bai Xian and his sect, or even arrange a marriage alliance, he and his fellow elders could secure a super Douluo that could rival or even surpass Sword Uncle in 100 years. In that case, the sect could thrive without worry for another century. Moreover, was not the purpose of accepting this disciple also to ensure a safeguard for Rongrong in the future? Upon reflecting on this, Ning Fengji glanced down at his daughter beside him, gently caressing Ning Rongrong's soft head. Meanwhile, Bai Xian took a moment to compose himself. His expression grave as he addressed Chen Xian, Senior, may I inquire as to why such treatment has been bestowed upon me? Chen Xian, having encountered the pinnacle of this continent, possessed a resolute mind. Although he experienced a fleeting emotional stir upon observing Bai Xian's soul rings, he swiftly regained his composure and, with a slight smile, responded, Haha, young friend Bai Xian, do not take offense. I was merely caught up in the thrill of the moment, for it is not every day one encounters such remarkable soul power at your tender age, and I could not resist the urge to test your abilities. Chapter 47, Taking on a Disciple. Bai Xian silently chuckled bitterly within, reflecting that this probing attempt, had it not invoked the technique of Zhan Kong, could have cost him dearly. Zhan Kong, the second form of the Thunder Four Cuts, is a blade technique Bai Xian devised by integrating his martial soul skills, and a self-created route of soul power. Its application resembles that of soul ring techniques, yet its potency far surpasses that of conventional soul skills. The 4 strikes he named are Lu Guang, Zhan Kong, Lai Tian, and Sanqian Lei. Each possesses a distinct power, yet at this moment, even the weakest strike, Lu Guang, exceeds the might of most soul masters' 4th soul skills. Lu Guang emphasizes speed, Zhan Kong focuses on gravity, Lai Tian embodies the essence of the soul, while Sanqian Lei represents overwhelming force. Bai Xian anticipated that even a high-ranking assault-type soul master at the Soul King level would find it challenging to withstand the final technique. However, despite having conceptualized Sanqian Lei, he was reluctant to employ it recklessly. As its name suggests, Sanqian Lei involves harnessing the power of thunder through a precise manipulation of soul rings and soul power routes. Its descent is akin to divine retribution. Although Bai Xian's current level of soul power does not permit him to unleash the true Sanqian Lei, who can truly command the might of heaven and earth. Even if he could summon a dozen bolts of thunder from the void, complete control eludes him. Any attempt to wield it would inevitably cause self-harm. Presently, Sanqian Lei might only serve as a double-edged sword, inflicting significant damage upon the enemy while endangering himself, especially against superior soul master levels, where his own injury would be a certainty. Setting aside other concerns, Bai Xian maintained a composed demeanor despite his internal struggles, bowing respectfully and stating, I dare not. It is an honor to receive guidance from a senior. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian smiled faintly, his gaze subtly surveying Bai Xian's tranquil expression, which only deepened his astonishment. Given Bai Xian's youth, possessing such composure was indeed remarkable. Casting a discreet glance at Ning Fengji, and upon receiving a confirming look, he inquired, young friend Bai Xian, At such a tender age to achieve this level of cultivation, may I ask who your master is? Perhaps I may have known him in the past. Bai Xian calmly shook his head and replied, Senior, you are mistaken. I have no master. This level of cultivation is entirely due to the support of a friend. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian's face registered surprise. Oh, may I inquire who this friend is? I apologize, Senior, but I cannot disclose her name without her permission. I hope you understand, Bai Xian responded with a hint of regret. Is that so? I had hoped to meet such an exceptional individual. It seems that fate has eluded me. With a gentle sigh, Chen Xin remarked, while Ning Fengji and Xue Qinghe, observing that Bai Xian and Chen Xin had ceased their combat posturing, approached their position. At the moment Chen Xin spoke, the trio had already drawn near, thus they clearly heard Chen Xin's words. A subtle smile flickered in Xue Qinghe's eyes as he said, Senior Chen Xin, there is no need for lamentation. Although we have yet to meet Bai Xian's friend, today's acquaintance with Bai Xian is indeed a fortunate event. Your Highness. Bai Xian bowed respectfully to Xue Qinghe, having previously learned the circumstances from the 3 committee members. He expressed profound gratitude for Xue Qinghe's assistance in his admission to the Royal Academy of Tindo, assuring that he would not hesitate to offer help should it ever be required in the future. Bai Xian, you speak too modestly. Initially, I acted merely on a whim. It is hardly a significant matter, Xue Qinghe replied, lifting Bai Xian's hands with a smile. Moreover, there is no need to address me as Your Highness. It feels rather formal. Given our age difference is minimal, you may simply call me Brother Xue in the future. Ah, I see, Bai Xian hesitated slightly. Then I shall not be rude, Brother Xue. Bai Xian, would you consider becoming my disciple? Suddenly, with a solemn expression, Chen Xin posed this unexpected question. Bai Xian momentarily faltered, his mind momentarily blank. Meanwhile, Xue Qinghe and Ning Fengji exchanged subtle smiles at Chen Xin's astonishing proposal. Xue Qinghe felt elated that he had brought Ning Fengji and the others along for the sake of the sword Douluo. Although he had powerful title Douluo by his side, he lacked peak Douluo in blade and sword, making it unsuitable to introduce them to Bai Xian directly. Now, this opportunity not only allowed him to introduce a distinguished master to Bai Xian, but also to foster ties with the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, a cause for celebration for Qian Renxue. Ning Fengji, too, quietly rejoiced at the prospect of the sword Douluo accepting Bai Xian as a disciple. Should the acceptance occur, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School would naturally gain the favor of a future title Douluo, a delightful prospect indeed. This, Bai Xian, regaining his composure, felt a twinge of hesitation. It was not merely the idea of becoming Chen Xin's disciple that troubled him, but the presence of Qian Renxue as well. He perceived that agreeing or declining was not the best course of action. Bai Xian, coincidentally, I was just thinking of discussing this matter with you. What do you think of apprenticing under Senior Chen Xin? Ning Fengji interjected. I noticed that your combat style aligns closely with that of Senior Chen Xin. Although your martial soul is a long blade, I observe that your technique bears a striking resemblance to his. Surely, apart from Senior Chen Xin, there is no other teacher more suited to your martial soul. As Bai Xian grappled with how to respond, Xue Qinghe aptly stepped forward, entirely disregarding the astonished expressions of Bai Xian and Ning Fengji. I felt unwell yesterday, and today I have a fever of 39 degrees Celsius. I am feeling quite miserable. I have nearly finished the additional content for today, but I am struggling to keep up. I will do my utmost to upload it today, and I hope to feel better by tomorrow. However, I cannot guarantee there will be an update tomorrow. My apologies. Chapter 48, Taking on Disciples, Part 2. Bai Xian gazed at Xue Qinghe with a trace of barely perceptible astonishment. He was acutely aware that the current Xue Qinghe was merely a guise assumed by Qian Renxue. Yet, was it truly wise to cast me into the clutches of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School so readily? Does Qian Renxue not harbor any concerns that, should I, Bai Xian, be swayed by the allure of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, I might find myself aligned with them rather than with you, Qian Renxue? During any ensuing conflict between the Spirit Hall and the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, has reason deserted you? At that moment, the astonishment evident on Ning Fengji's face was markedly more pronounced. His disciple had previously demonstrated a clear affection for Bai Xian, even personally persuading the 3 committee members of the Royal Academy of Tindo to invite Bai Xian to join. However, now that Sword Uncle intended to take Bai Xian as his disciple, it was clear that he sought an heir for his legacy, as well as for the benefit of the sect. Yet, this disciple, being the crown prince of the Tindo Empire, had previously endeavored to cultivate connections with Bai Xian, It left Ning Fingji perplexed that his disciple, instead of shunning this opportunity, actively supported Sword Uncle's desire to accept Bai Xian. Though perplexed, Ning Fingji was not one to dwell on such matters. Furthermore, the prospect of Sword Uncle taking Bai Xian as a disciple appeared to him as a fortuitous gain. With a slight smile, he remarked, "Young brother Bai Xian, Qingya speaks truthfully. If one were to consider the pinnacle of swordsmanship on the continent, I dare say, should Sword Uncle claim the second position, it is unlikely anyone would dare to assert the first." Bai Xian fell into silence for a moment before slowly addressing Chen Xian and the others, saying, "Respected seniors, I would be honored to become your disciple. However, I possess another technique, known as the Thunderous Four Strikes. I implore you to evaluate its merits." His gaze was clear and resolute. "Excellent." Observing Bai Xian gradually raising the weapon known as Changxia, Chen Xian's expression seemed to evoke a distant memory. After a prolonged pause, he finally spoke in a solemn tone, "Little one, I am eager to see what further surprises you can unveil." Upon hearing this, Bai Xian fell silent, resolutely clutching the Changxia in his hand, as 3 soul rings of yellow and purple manifested around him once more. Listening to the exchange between Bai Xian and Chen Xian, Ning Fengji and his companions understood that this was a final test of each other's resolve. Without hesitation, they led Ning Rongrong away from the center of the conflict between the two. Outside the circle, Ning Rongrong gazed with her still youthful eyes, filled with astonishment. It was astonishing to her that her grandfather, the sword master, had personally taken on an apprentice, yet there was someone who hesitated. Furthermore, that fellow named Bai Xian had the audacity to seek guidance from her grandfather. Did he not comprehend the vast chasm that lay between them? At that moment, Ning Rongrong's mind was awash with myriad questions. Meanwhile, Bai Xian slowly closed his eyes, and with that, the fluctuations of his soul power gradually calmed. His mind became tranquil. After a brief moment, he abruptly opened his eyes. To Chen Xian, the sensation was indescribable. Upon witnessing Bai Xian's sudden awakening, he felt as though the serene black orbs were about to unleash a torrent of blades and swords. Chen Xian recognized what this was, something that few swordsmen or knife wielders possessed, a heart of the sword or heart of the blade, which could be regarded as the essence of sincerity. As Bai Xian's eyes opened, the previously calm waves of soul power surged violently. The 3 soul rings around him radiated with brilliance, and Bai Xian's legs bent slightly. The Changxia in his hand glided with an enigmatic grace. In an instant, his figure transformed into a streak of blue light, vanishing from sight and reappearing before Chen Xian. So swift. The onlookers could not help but think this as they witnessed Bai Xian's astonishing speed. Even Chen Xian felt a twinge of shock within. How incredibly fast! This speed rivaled that of certain agility-focused soul kings. Naturally, while this speed was remarkable, as a title Douluo-level expert, Chen Xian felt no pressure from it and raised his sword to intercept the strike aimed at him. Upon witnessing Chen Xian's response, Bai Xian did not hesitate for a moment. He relinquished the trajectory of his strike, his form enveloped in flickering blue lightning as he swiftly altered his attack angle. In an instant, his figure transformed into a streak of azure brilliance, vanishing from sight. The air resonated with the sounds of slicing and crackling electricity. As Bai Xian launched his assault, he seemed to dissolve into thin air, leaving behind only the echoes of thunder and the sword Douluo, who stood steadfastly, fending off the onslaught of blue luminescence from all directions. Each slash materialized with the disappearance of the azure radiance, targeting various vulnerable points on Chen Xian's body, his lower back, side, heart, and the back of his head. However, despite the ferocity of Bai Xian's attacks, it was evident that they bore little consequence for Chen Xian. Aware that the shimmering strikes would not inflict significant harm, Bai Xian remained undeterred. As he transformed into a fleeting light once more, his surrounding lightning gradually waned, and the blade of Changxia once again glimmered with a flowing thunderous energy, carving a peculiar trajectory towards Chen Xian's flank. Chen Xin evidently recognized the technique that Bai Xian had just executed, yet he could not comprehend why Bai Xian would choose to employ it once more at this juncture. Without hesitation, he launched a strike towards the CH held in Bai Xian's grasp. Observing Chen Xin's actions, Bai Xian felt no surprise. It was precisely as he had anticipated. A subtle smile played upon his lips as the 3rd soul ring, floating around him, transformed into a streak of luminous energy, merging seamlessly with CH. In that fleeting moment, the blade of CH erupted with a vivid blue radiance akin to flowing water. A blade of energy, forged from concentrated thunder, vanished from the surface of CH at the instant it collided with the 7 kills sword wielded by the sword Douluo. When it reappeared, It was already slicing directly towards Qinshan's side. This is not good. Chapter 49, Taking Disciples, Part 3. As a faint smile began to grace the corners of Bai Xian's lips, Douluo had already noticed it. In the moment when the blade aura of Qingxia coalesced, he felt an inexplicable sense of dissonance emanating from Bai Xian's strike. As a title Douluo, his instinctive battle awareness automatically sensed a profound sense of danger. Chun Xian's heart instantly ignited with alertness, and his physical response was astonishingly swift. A flash of purple light enveloped him as immense soul power began to converge around his form. A formidable, ethereal sword shadow erupted from within him, dispersing Bai Xian's thunderous blade aura just as it was about to strike. Chun Xian's expression turned grave. Just moments ago, he regarded Bai Xian as a remarkably talented junior. However, at this moment, he had elevated Bai Xian to a position of considerable peril. Had he not possessed a superior level of soul power? And had he been on par with Bai Xian, he feared he would have sustained grave injuries from that last blow. Observing the seriousness etched on Douluo's face, Bai Xian could only manage a wry smile. That strike, the celestial rift, had been his utmost effort, executed without invoking the final technique of his Thunder Force strikes. The 3,000 Thunder unleashed. To his astonishment, he had not managed to exert even the slightest pressure on the sword Douluo. Gradually lowering his hands and sheathing his Qingxia, Bai Xian took a deep breath and sighed. Realizing that he had been somewhat naive in thinking that this move could trouble his esteemed predecessor, Bai Xian, acutely aware of the significant disparity in soul power levels between himself and his opponent, discerned that even employing the formidable 3,000 Thunder would hardly inflict any harm upon the sword Douluo. Instead, it would likely result in a backlash against himself. Thus, he deemed it prudent to cease his efforts. At this moment, Chun Xian also retracted his overwhelming sword intent and remarked with a chuckle, "You need not feel disheartened. In my youth, I could hardly claim to possess the extraordinary talents that you exhibit." Gently shaking his head, Bai Xian acknowledged the validity of Chun Xian's words. Yet he was painfully aware of his own numerous shortcomings. Over the past 6 years since awakening his martial soul, despite his rapid progress and the solid foundation established by the Qinglian seedling, he had ultimately labored alone, isolated in his pursuits. The past 6 years spent at the Junior Soul Master Academy, while fruitful, could not compare to the wealth of resources and knowledge available within the ranks of elite powers. The fact that the sword Douluo had accepted him as a disciple was not necessarily an unfavorable circumstance. It could indeed provide him with essential training resources for his future development. Contemplating this, he slowly clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect, performing the standard disciple salute of the continent, and declared, "Bai Xian, I pay my respects to my master." "Do not be overly formal," Chun Xian replied. "Since you have become my disciple, take this token. It may prove useful in the future should you encounter any challenges." As he spoke, Chun Xian produced a resplendent token shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors, adorned on both sides with the engraving of 2 crossed silver swords. Bai Xian nodded slightly, accepting the token and placing it within his spatial ring. He congratulated the elder on acquiring such an excellent disciple. At this moment, Shuqinghe and Ning Fingji returned to this side and, upon witnessing the disciple's token held by Bai Xian, understood that Chun Xian had successfully accepted Bai Xian as his disciple. They all expressed their congratulations. "Haha, congratulations, sword uncle." At this moment, a concealed smile was unmistakably evident in Ning Feng's eyes. "Brother Shui, Master Ning." Seeing Shuqinghe and Ning Fingji, Bai Xian could not help but smile at this moment. "May I call you Xiao Xian? Since you have become the disciple of Sword Master, there is no need for such formality in your address. From now on, you may simply call me Uncle Ning." At this moment, Ning Feng was in great spirits, but he also took note of Bai Xian's manner of address. And with a smile, he said, "Very well. Uncle Ning, you may address me as Xiao Xian," Bai Xian remarked. "Haha, Brother Bai Xian. Congratulations on becoming a disciple of the esteemed Chun Xian." Shuqinghe smiled as he spoke to Bai Xian. "Where would I be without your blessing, Brother Shui? If it weren't for you and the 3 committee members bringing me to my teacher's attention, I surely would not be in this position today, let alone have the opportunity to become a disciple. The flower-laden palanquin is carried by many. Although I cannot comprehend the thoughts of Qianren Shui on the surface, Bai Xian must still express gratitude towards Shuqinghe. Grandfather Jian, you cannot accept him as your disciple." At this moment, Ning Rongrong unexpectedly stepped forward, her wide eyes fixed upon Bai Xian and the others, her lips nearly capable of suspending a soy sauce bottle. Her expression conveyed an overwhelming sense of grievance. Oh, why can't Grandfather Sword accept him as my disciple? Upon seeing Ning Rongrong in such a state, Chen Xian felt as though his heart was melting. He hurriedly approached her and knelt down to meet her gaze, asking, "Has Bai Xin been bullying you? Would it be agreeable for Grandpa Jian to give him a good thrashing to relieve your frustrations?" At this moment, a plethora of perplexing questions swirled in Bai Xian's mind, akin to a stampede of 100,000 llamas. Have I perhaps been a tad too hasty in choosing my master? Ning Rongrong blinked her large eyes and asked, "Father, do you refer to Sword Grandpa as uncle? Am I correct? If Grandpa Jian were to take him as a disciple, would he not then be on par with his father? This would elevate his status even above that of Rongrong. This is truly astonishing." Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, everyone fell into a moment of silence. After all, what she said held a certain truth. However, they never anticipated that the source of her displeasure would stem from such a reason. Ahem. Once the crowd regained their composure, Ning Fingji clenched his fist with one hand, coughed lightly, and said with a smile, "How about this? Since it is merely a matter of nomenclature, why don't we each present our own views? Bai Xian, you refer to Jian Shu as your teacher and to me as uncle. Rongrong, how about you addressing him as brother?" The crowd fell silent. What else could they say? Considering the ages of Ning Rongrong and Bai Xian, this appears to be the most prudent choice, and thus, everyone nodded in agreement. By the way, Xiao Xian, now that you have taken Sword Uncle as your master, do you intend to cultivate alongside him? Or do you plan to remain at the Royal Academy for your studies? Ning Fingji appeared to have recalled something, addressing Bai Xian. Chapter 50, First Encounter. Bai Xian contemplated for a moment and said, "I have just arrived at the Tindo Royal Academy and have yet to familiarize myself with the instructors here. It may be prudent to study for a while before seeking their guidance once my coursework lightens." Ning Fingji cast a glance at Bai Xian, imbued with a hint of profound understanding. He was aware that an enigmatic connection existed between Bai Xian and his own disciple. Although Bai Xian had taken Sword Uncle as his mentor, he had not formally joined the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and various factors concerning his disciple must also be taken into account. Indeed, you have only just arrived at the Tindo Royal Academy, and your understanding of this place is still nascent. It would be wise to commence your studies here. Moreover, Seven Treasure City is not far from here. Should you encounter any uncertainties in your cultivation, you may also seek out Sword Uncle there. If there are no pressing matters, both Sword Uncle and I will be present at the sect. What do you think, Sword Uncle? Jinshin nodded slightly and replied, "Yes. This arrangement is indeed suitable. Given that you have attained such a level of cultivation at your age, you must possess your own unique methods. For the time being, there is no need for modifications. When you find the opportunity to visit the sect, I shall explicate some of the secret techniques of my 7 killing sword lineage, and I will provide personal guidance for your cultivation then." He then produced a scroll of unknown material and handed it to Bai Xian. "Take this. It contains some of my insights from before I became a title Douluo. While it may not be entirely comprehensive, it should undoubtedly prove beneficial to you at this stage." Bai Xian accepted the scroll with palpable excitement, bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, Master." The mere thought of possessing the cultivation insights of a title Douluo filled Bai Xian with exhilaration, even if it contained only records up to the Soul Douluo level. It was not something an ordinary family could readily present. This is far more beneficial than the various encyclopedic tomes found within the academy. Ever since awakening his martial soul, Bai Xian has navigated his path through trial and error, journeying alone to this point. To claim that he has faced no challenges in his cultivation would be a blatant falsehood, were it not for the presence of the Qinglian seedling. Even with his newly devised cultivation methods, he would undoubtedly bear the scars of internal injuries and a compromised foundation. Now, with the cultivation notes from Chen Xian, he possesses a foundational reference for mutual learning, allowing for a more liberated approach to both future cultivation and previous contemplations. Subsequently, Bai Xian engaged in conversation with Xue Qinghe and others as they wandered through the academy until noon, when Ning Fengji and the others gradually took their leave. Upon finishing his lunch and returning to his dormitory, Bai Xian was taken aback to discover 2 individuals conversing in the common area. Both appeared relatively youthful. One was a boy who seemed merely 15 or 16, while the other was a young man in his mid-20s, dressed in attire resembling that of an academy instructor. The younger boy, clad in a blue athletic outfit, was not particularly handsome, yet his slender frame and faint smile belied a certain awkwardness. The other young man, with his ordinary looks and strikingly confident eyes, donned the garb of a Royal Academy instructor, exuding an air of determination. However, Bai Bai Xian was not yet familiar with the distinctions between the various ranks of instructors at the Tindo Royal Academy. Thus, he could not ascertain the young man's precise status. Nonetheless, the mere fact that he could access the dormitory area designated for Tindo-level students implied a considerable rank. As the two conversed, their gazes sharpened upon Bai Xian's arrival, both instinctively pondering, is he a student of the Tindo Royal Academy? Despite his height being comparable to that of many adults, Bai Xian's youthful visage still appeared more juvenile than that of the 15 or 16-year-old boy. Could he truly reside here? After all, this was the dormitory for Tindo-level students. As he approached, Bai Xian bowed respectfully to the young man in instructor's attire, greeting him and the older student. Greetings, esteemed teacher and senior. May I inquire as to your purpose here? The young instructor, somewhat perplexed, responded, You are. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself, Bai Xian replied, rubbing his forehead sheepishly. I am Bai Xian, a student residing in this dormitory. Over there is my room. He gestured towards his chamber. You are a student here? Both the young man and the 15-year-old were visibly astonished. This is the dormitory for Tindo-level students. I know all the Tindo-level students, yet I have never seen you before. I only enrolled yesterday, and the teacher assigned me to this dormitory, Bai Xian explained. A new student. How could a newcomer gain access to the Tindo-level dormitory? The young man exclaimed, clearly taken aback. Could it be that he has already reached the 30th level? The young man could not help but inquire, Oh, teacher, what is this about? Bai Xian asked once again. This. My student has just become a level 30 soul master at the beginning of this semester. So I am here to arrange his accommodation in the Tindo-level dormitory, the young man elaborated. Speaking of which, from now on, you shall be roommates. So take a moment to get to know each other. At that moment, a boy of about 15 or 16 stepped forward and clasped his fists towards Bai Xian, declaring, Yu Tianhing, Martial Soul, Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, Level 30 Assault System Soul Master. Bai Xian also clasped his fists in return and introduced himself. I am Bai Xian, a formidable soul master of the strong attack category with the soul spirit of the long sword, at level 39. You are at level 39? Exclaimed the young teacher, and Yu Tianheng, in surprise. Such a young age, and already at level 39? Well, it is somewhat of a fluke, with a dash of luck. Bai Xian shrugged nonchalantly. Judging by your age, you must be around 13, correct? The young teacher remarked with a sigh. By the way, I am Qin Ming, Tianheng's mentor. In the future, you two should engage in more sparring and exchange insights on your training experiences. Chapter 51. The First Encounter, Part 2. It is rare to encounter a soul master with the beast martial spirit, and Bai Xian should undoubtedly seek counsel from his senior. Bai Xian was more than willing. Although he had often ventured into the Star Do Great Forest for training over the years, his encounters were primarily with soul beasts. Consequently, his experiences in battles against fellow soul masters were predominantly limited to interactions with students and teachers at the Soto City Junior Soul Master Academy, leading to a relative deficiency in combat experience against other soul masters. Moreover, since Bai Xian achieved the rank of Soul Sovereign, the teachers within the academy were no longer capable of presenting a challenge that required him to exert himself fully. Thus, in terms of combat experience against soul masters of the same rank, Bai Xian found himself lacking compared to prodigies like Yu Tianheng, who were nurtured within their clans. By a fortunate twist of fate, Yu Tianheng had become his roommate, a development that Bai Xian found quite agreeable. Observing Bai Xian's gentle demeanor, Qin Ming felt reassured and continued, Very well, Tianheng, please make yourself comfortable here. If any matters arise, do not hesitate to inform me. I have other engagements, so I shall take my leave for now. Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, Yu Tianheng obediently nodded, saying, Understood, teacher. You may proceed with your business. Watching Qin Ming exit the room, Bai Xian turned to Yu Tianheng and inquired, Senior, is Teacher Qin a teacher at the Tindo Academy? Bai Xian felt a twinge of confusion. In his perception, although Qin Ming possessed a certain danger, it did not evoke that bone-chilling sensation within him. He was also curious about the levels Qin Ming might have achieved within this time frame. Not to mention, the teacher is a celestial level educator. Although relatively young, he has already attained the remarkable rank of 59 as a Soul King. Thus, the Academy permits instructors to teach at the Heavenly Do level, Yu Tianheng remarked. By the way, Bai Xian, you have truly reached the 39th level. Yu Tianheng's eyes brimmed with inquisitiveness. At such a tender age, how did you cultivate to such a level? Fortune indeed smiled upon me, thanks to a friend's assistance, Bai Xian replied, wishing to withhold too much about his soul power. By the way, Senior, how long have you been at the Heavenly Do Royal Academy? I have just arrived and am unfamiliar with the surroundings. Could you show me around this afternoon? Bai Xian sought a pretext to divert the conversation. A stiff smile crept across Yu Tianheng's face as he responded. No problem at all. I have been here for 2 years and am relatively acquainted with the area. If you wish to explore, I shall gladly serve as your guide this afternoon. I will also introduce you to some friends of mine. Thank you, Senior. I shall take a moment to rest. I have spent the entire morning wandering without anyone familiar to share the beautiful sights with, which was rather fruitless. Bai Xian walked over to a nearby sofa, reclining there to unwind. Earlier in the morning, he had undergone a soul power assessment by the Soul Douluo from the Education Committee, followed by the direct pressure from the Sword Douluo. His soul and mental energies remained in a state of tension. After spending the morning conversing with Qian Renxue and Ning Fengji, he had not found a moment's respite. Now back in his dormitory, Bai Xian longed for a well-deserved rest. Yu Tianheng opened his mouth, intending to say something, but upon seeing Bai Xian half reclined on the sofa with his eyes closed, he swallowed his words. Observing his evident fatigue, he thought it best to wait until the afternoon to speak further. Yu Tianheng shook his head slightly and picked up the student uniform laid nearby, making his way to his room. Perhaps I should tidy up my own space. Divider, an hour later, Bai Xian awoke from his slumber, surveying the living room. Yu Tianheng had already disappeared without a trace. Stretching languidly, he meandered towards his own room. Inside, Bai Xian lay languidly in a wooden tub, his hands resting on the sides, tilting his head back with closed eyes, seemingly lost in contemplation. Bai Xian was reminiscing about the battle with Chen Xian earlier that day. Though brief, he reflected on his shortcomings during the confrontation. In the heat of the moment, he had been overly anxious, failing to grasp the precise timing for his strikes. His offensive techniques were somewhat lacking, and defense posed a significant challenge as well. As he recalled Chen Xian's final move, a thought emerged in his mind. What if he were to draw inspiration from his teacher's technique? The moment this idea took root, a surge of excitement coursed through him, and he opened his eyes wide, a glimmer of determination shining within them. If he were to use his third soul skill as a branch, guiding his soul power along a designated path and channel his own soul energy as a conduit, he could simulate his teacher's soul skill. It was feasible, indeed, highly feasible. The brilliance in Bai Xian's eyes intensified, as if shadows of figures danced within his pupils. Having finished his shower, Bai Xian stepped out of his room and noticed Yu Tianheng seated on the sofa. Yu Tianheng had evidently observed him, his hair still slightly damp. Apologies, Senior. I exerted myself quite a bit during the morning, and after breaking a sweat, I just took a shower. Bai Xian expressed with a hint of regret. Yu Tianheng shook his head and replied, No worries. I was just resting in my room for a while myself. I've only just come out. Bai Xian nodded and said, Senior, shall we set off now? Did you not mention introducing some friends to me? If we delay any longer, we might not have sufficient time to explore the academy. Yu Tianheng nodded in agreement, then let us depart. After all, we have no pressing matters at hand. By the way, is it all right that your hair is still damp? Should we wait until it dries before we head out? Bai Xian shook his head and said, Please wait a moment. With that, he summoned his soul power to envelop his entire being, and a delicate white mist began to emanate around him, causing his hair to lose its moisture. Observing the astonished Yu Tianheng, Bai Xian chuckled softly and remarked, Come on, Senior, if we delay any longer, it will be too late. Yu Tianheng snapped back to reality, a wry smile crossing his face as he replied, Bai Xian, you truly are an enigmatic individual. I find it unsurprising that extraordinary events unfold around you. Chapter 52. The Source. As they walked along the path, Yu Tianheng decided to introduce Bai Xian to some of his friends, elaborating on the classifications within the student area. The dormitory zone for the Tindo level students was not particularly vast, as the academy predominantly housed students of around 20 levels, with those above 30 generally being older. Thus, the classifications were relatively straightforward. While walking, Yu Tianheng gestured to the surroundings, explaining, Those of us who are younger and above level 30 reside in the northwest corner, while those over 20 years old, whose innate potential is deemed lesser, are allocated to the southwest corner. The dormitory areas for the Tianwei and Tianji level students are located in the inner circle, offering a slightly less appealing environment than ours, yet still connected to our area. My friends are of a similar age to us, so they too reside in this vicinity. Look, it's just over there, he said, pointing to a spot merely 30 meters ahead. Upon hearing Yu Tianheng's words, Bai Xian felt somewhat taken aback and remarked, Oh, how intriguing. The one with the greatest talent and the highest soul power is actually assigned to the outer circle. This is due to the fact that after breaking through to the 30th level, a soul master's control and sensitivity towards their soul power increases exponentially. Consequently, The simulated training environment beyond this threshold can significantly aid in a soul master's cultivation. Thus, since the establishment of the academy, in order to facilitate training at the Tindo level, and because the scenery in the outer circle is more pleasant than that in the inner circle, the dormitory area for the Tindo level has been situated in the outer circle, Yu Tianheng explained. By the way, Bai Xian, how did you manage to evaporate the moisture from your hair earlier? Yu Tianheng was still quite astonished by Bai Xian's method of moisture evaporation. Senior, what is your perspective on soul power? Bai Xian responded, not with an answer, but by posing a seemingly unrelated question. Soul power? Yu Tianheng replied, somewhat perplexed. Unsure of Bai Xian's intent, Bai Xian nodded in understanding. Indeed, soul power. Senior, what is your perspective on soul power? Soul power. Observing Bai Xian's affirming expression, Yu Tianheng couldn't help but rest his chin on his hand, delving into deep contemplation. After a considerable time, Yu Tianheng ultimately shook his head in resignation and remarked, aside from the formidable strength inherent in soul power itself, I truly cannot fathom any other remarkable attributes it may possess. Bai Xian observed Yu Tianheng's inability to comprehend and thus inquired once more, Senior, your martial spirit is the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, correct? How do you perceive your ability to wield lightning? Indeed, my martial spirit is the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Is it not the very essence of my martial spirit that grants me the power to command lightning? Upon hearing Bai Xian's words, Yu Tianheng found himself even more perplexed. Upon hearing this, Bai Xian shook his head and inquired further, then from whence does your martial soul, or rather, the inherited martial soul of your blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, originate? What is its source? Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Tianheng blurted out the response he had heard from the clan's elder regarding the lineage of their martial soul. It is passed down from our ancestors. Yet, before the words had fully escaped his lips, he found himself momentarily stunned. This utterance had been instinctive, but as soon as he spoke, a realization dawned upon him. If it was indeed inherited from their ancestors, then from where did the ancestors' martial souls arise? What of the ancestors of his ancestors? Where did their inheritance stem from? He had never contemplated this before, but tracing back the lineage, there must ultimately be one individual at the origin. One who is the source of himself. But who was that person? From where did they acquire the blue electric Tyrannosaurus martial soul? No, that is not quite right. Perhaps the question should be, how did that original individual obtain their martial soul? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Yu Tianheng's lips parted slightly, his pupils dilated, and beads of cold sweat began to form at his temples. Struggling to moisten his lips, he felt as though he had stumbled upon something of great significance. Bai Xian cast a faint glance at the stunned Yu Tianheng and said, it seems you have come to realize it as well? With a stiff nod, Yu Tianheng replied in a somewhat hoarse voice, are you referring to that person from the very beginning? Bai Xian nodded slightly, but soon shook his head, saying, yes. And yet no? I am pondering how the original individual acquired their martial spirit. What circumstances led to their possession of such a spirit? Upon hearing this, Yu Tianheng mechanically shook his head, overwhelmed by the barrage of information he had received that day. His mind was engulfed in a whirlwind of confusion. An array of questions swirling within, yet no answers emerged. He could only look at Bai Xian with bewilderment and ask, do you know? Observing Yu Tianheng's perplexed expression, Bai Xian felt little surprise and shook his head, saying, this is merely a conjecture of mine. You may consider it as such. The true nature of the situation remains unclear to me. Before proceeding, let me pose a question to you. What is your understanding of rules and principles? Yu Tianheng let out a sigh of relief and replied, as for rules and principles, I have heard snippets from my grandfather regarding the law of thunder. I can only claim to possess a rudimentary understanding. Rules encompass a certain order, although my grandfather did not elaborate further. As for principles, he once mentioned that they are elements controlled by the divine, but beyond that, I am uncertain. Bai Xian nodded slightly, his voice somewhat somber as he remarked, in my perspective, rules cannot be divorced from principles. Rules form the foundation upon which all things in the universe operate, while principles are the manifestation of that operation. Pausing for a moment to gather his thoughts, he continued, the existence and growth of all things, as well as their destruction and decline, all pertain to the movement of rules. The elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, along with the dualities of yin and yang, chaos, light and darkness, and time and space, are all manifestations of principles. In my view, martial souls are products of the rules inherent in this world, while soul power represents the manifestation of the principles governing it. Chapter 53. Soul power. The rules of this world establish the basis for the existence of martial souls. While the manifestation of the principles necessitates the presence of soul power, martial souls serve as the vessels for the application of soul power, with both elements complementing each other and being indispensable. As Bai Xian elaborated, Yu Tianheng's expression shifted from confusion to clarity. Indeed, rules are the foundation of all movement, and principles are their manifestation. However, as Bai Xian delved deeper, a flicker of doubt surfaced in Yu Tianheng's eyes. But Bai Xian, aren't principles something only the divine can grasp? Upon hearing this, Bai Xian did not rush to respond, but instead posed a counter-question. The mastery of divine principles, what, then, is the source that drives these laws? Divine power. Yu Tianheng replied without a moment's hesitation. And what, I ask, is the origin of this divine power? Bai Xian's inquiry left Yu Tianheng momentarily stunned. It is soul power, or more precisely, a higher form of soul power. Bai Xian continued, Gods wield divine power, while soul masters govern soul power. But what are soul masters in comparison to ordinary individuals? Divine beings, not to mention the pinnacle of strength, the title Douluo. In the absence of divine intervention, a title Douluo can single-handedly annihilate cities and nations, and in battle, they can cause mountains to crumble and the heavens to shift. Such feats are commonplace. Bai Xian's expression remained calm as he stated, Can you not wield thunder with your soul power and martial spirit? Is this not akin to divine mastery in the eyes of ordinary mortals? Though phrased as a question, his tone conveyed unwavering certainty. Yu Tianheng, in response, felt a sense of numbness, for Bai Xian's words rang true. Indeed, the soul master had already grasped the principles that only deities could command. Bai Xian shook his head and said, It should not be about control, but rather about utilization. Utilization? Yu Tianheng expressed some confusion. Did you not just claim that the power wielded by a soul master is akin to that of a deity? Bai Xian nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is the application. In my perspective, the laws require profound comprehension. What a soul master can truly wield are merely soul skills, are they not? Yu Tianheng silently nodded, pondering how one might grasp these laws. This brings me to an intriguing point. The laws perceived by soul masters largely pertain to the principles manifested in this world: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, darkness, time, space, and so forth. After a brief contemplation, Bai Xian remarked that these laws often materialize within soul skills or soul rings. Many exceptionally gifted soul masters are capable of discerning new methods of employing soul skills from existing soul ring techniques. This, in my view, constitutes the process of comprehension. Pausing for a moment, Bai Xian continued, stating that this understanding predominantly utilizes soul power as a medium, with mental strength as its foundation, and the laws within the soul rings serving as the source. What perplexes me is why soul power enables soul masters to perceive the laws within soul rings. Or rather, why do these laws exist within the soul rings? Upon hearing this, Yu Tianheng's expression also shifted, filled with astonishment. Why indeed? Bai Xian's thoughts gradually drifted away, and he ceased to speak. Bai Xian understood that the soul power of this world bears a striking resemblance to spiritual energy. Yet its quality pales in comparison to the transformative vitality produced by the Qinglian seedling. In fact, in certain aspects, it may even fall short of spiritual energy. However, its destructive force, or rather its ferocity, far exceeds that of spiritual energy. Yet, if soul power possesses the ability to engage the laws within the soul rings, what is the underlying reason? Why does it have the capacity to invoke these laws? If mental strength serves as a medium, what then is the carrier of such entities? Indeed, in this world, upon attaining divinity, one can exist in the divine realm in the form of a soul body or divine soul body. Could it be that the carrier of the laws is, in fact, the soul? Once the laws are inscribed upon the soul, with soul power as its foundation and mental strength as the conduit, the laws resting upon the soul serve as the source, enabling the creation of various soul techniques? Bai Xian's thoughts began to race, perhaps as mental strength deepens through the application of soul techniques and soul power. The understanding of the laws inscribed upon the soul increases proportionately. Thus, as one ascends to the highest levels of soul masters, the output of soul power may remain consistent, yet its potency grows exponentially. Does this imply that the ultimate comprehension of these laws culminates in the mastery of the laws governing divinity? No, that is not the point. Setting aside the comprehension of the laws for now, let us return to the initial observation, the ability of soul power to engage the laws. If soul power can indeed invoke these laws, does it not imply that it inherently contains the essence of the laws themselves, allowing soul masters to directly communicate with the power of the laws? And indeed, every soul master possesses substantial soul power. Soul techniques are merely the result of mental strength driving soul power into action. Hiss. Bai Xian inhaled sharply, astonished. Could soul power truly connect directly to the forces of the heavenly laws? This hypothesis sent a chill down his spine. If his speculation held any truth, then the cultivation system of soul masters appeared far more intricate than he had initially perceived. It is noteworthy that even the legendary Douluo Continent, who is said to possess eternal life and vision, merely dabbles in the realm of law cultivation. In this realm, the levels are shockingly primitive. Yet one could engage with the laws from the very onset of their training, thereby allowing a mere mortal to rival the powers of deities. No, wait. Suddenly, Bai Xian sensed a peculiar distinction that sparked a moment of enlightenment within him. What was amiss? The laws? The levels? No. As he pondered silently, a thunderous realization struck his mind. It was the hierarchy of the world. Indeed, it pertained to the very levels of this realm. The path to divinity for all the gods in this world, aside from those born as law deities, largely hinges on faith or the direct inheritance of their predecessors' divine positions. With no examples of self-cultivated ascension to godhood, this starkly contrasts with the immortals who cultivate the laws themselves, enabling them to transcend the 5 elements and escape the river of time and fate. They exist in harmony with the heavens and the earth, embodying the essence of great beings, saints, and the truly free. In this world, the deities do not cultivate intent or comprehend the laws. Their divine status merely allows them to wield the laws without truly mastering even the most critical aspects. Instead, the hierarchy of divine power is established based on rank, creating a suppression that diverges from the legendary 3,000 great avenues, which do not prioritize strength but rather the cultivator's prowess. Not only does divine rank possess a clearly defined scope of authority, but the constraints are also exceedingly stringent, starkly contrasting the initial expectations of freedom and boundless exploration that cultivators yearn for. Shaking his head, Bai Xian's eyes gradually brightened with clarity. Yes, it must be so. The heavenly path of this world is non-existent, the laws are fragmented, and the world's operations rely solely on its innate impulses. Although there are rules, the existence of spiritual energy and soul power, the fragmented laws inevitably ease the difficulty of mastering the laws, thereby enhancing the practitioner's application of them. Through the vast reservoir of low-tier cultivator soul power, their varied insights into the laws can be imprinted, thereby refining the laws of this world and elevating its foundational hierarchy. It must be so, it must be so. Having grasped this understanding, Bai Xian turned back to face the thorn-laden path of cultivation that unfolded before him. The martial soul is a product of this world's rules, akin to the legendary companions of those great figures. Yet, should he choose to embark on an entirely different path of cultivation or create a law that diverges completely from this world, what then would become of his martial soul? Must he relinquish it? However, in Bai Xian's perspective, relinquishment poses no issue. Yet, there exists a profoundly significant aspect within the realm of soul master cultivation. The early stages may be manageable, but once one attains the soul saint level and realizes the true form of their martial spirit, the soul of the soul master and the martial spirit will merge into a singular entity. At this juncture, to abandon the path of soul mastery becomes exceedingly tardy. The pursuit of alternative avenues for cultivation must transpire before reaching the soul saint tier. Nevertheless, given his current pace of cultivation, he has but a few years left to wait. By that time, will he be able to discover a path of cultivation that resonates with his essence? Doubt lingers in his heart. Bai Xian momentarily found himself lost in thought. Suddenly, a voice jolted him back to reality. It was Yu Tianheng. Noticing Bai Xian's silence, Yu Tianheng had initially refrained from interrupting him, sensing that he had perhaps reached some profound understanding. However, as time passed and Bai Xian remained in a stupor, Yu Tianheng, feeling the urgency of the hour, could no longer resist calling out to him. What is it, senior? Bai Xian exclaimed, his face a picture of confusion. Yu Tianheng, upon hearing this, felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Clearly, I was the one posing the question. Not only did you fail to respond, but you also inundated me with a barrage of irrelevant inquiries, and now you stand there lost in thought. It's getting late. We should get moving. Yu Tianheng urged, shaking his head and pointing toward a nearby building. We've already lingered here for quite a while. Then let us hasten our steps. Bai Xian finally snapped back to attention and prepared to follow Yu Tianheng toward the direction indicated. As they walked, Yu Tianheng turned to Bai Xian and remarked, ultimately, you have yet to explain how you managed to dry your hair just now. His curiosity about Bai Xian's earlier feat of drying his hair remained unabated. It's a small trick involving the manipulation of soul energy. If you're interested in learning it, I can teach you tonight. Bai Xian replied nonchalantly. He had never been particularly concerned about imparting knowledge to others, especially regarding matters he deemed insignificant. As for Yu Tianheng, a character of upright nature, Bai Xian was relatively indifferent to these trivialities. That sounds splendid. It's settled then. Yu Tianheng's eyes brightened at this prospect, and he quickly affirmed. As they conversed, they arrived at the entrance of the house Yu Tianheng had mentioned. He lightly knocked on the door twice, and after about 20 seconds, a golden-haired youth, seemingly of similar age to Yu Tianheng, opened the door and peered out. The moment the golden-haired youth saw Bai Xian standing to the right of Yu Tianheng, he inquired, "Who are you?" Before the youth could finish, Yu Tianheng interjected, "It's me, Leopard." At the sound of Yu Tianheng's voice, the golden-haired youth's attention was immediately drawn to him. Upon recognizing Yu Tianheng, his expression brightened, and he exclaimed, "Boss, you're back." Indeed. Yu Tianheng nodded and continued, "Are Shimo and Yufeng here as well?" "They've gone to the simulated training ground and haven't returned yet. By the way, boss, who is he?" The golden-haired youth scratched his head, perplexed. "Oh right. This is Bai Xian. He just joined the academy yesterday and might be studying alongside us from now on. I brought him here to introduce you." Yu Tianheng regained his composure and introduced the blonde youth, saying, "Allow me to present to you, Bai Xian. This is Osro, a beast soul master and, like us, a student of the heavenly Dou level. We often refer to him as Leopard. Greetings, senior. My name is Bai Xian. I look forward to your guidance." Bai Xian said with a faint smile, extending his right hand to Osro. Osro, taken aback by the sight of Bai Xian, who appeared to be several years his junior, also extended his hand to shake Bai Xian's, albeit with an incredulous tone. He replied, "Hello. I look forward to your guidance as well. You are also a student of the heavenly Dou level?" His astonishment was warranted. Yu Tianheng was the youngest soul sovereign he had ever encountered. And yet here stood a boy who was also a soul sovereign. Chapter 55, The Gathering. Upon hearing this, Bai Xian felt a hint of helplessness but still nodded. "All right. Leopard, let us discuss matters inside." At this moment, Yu Tianheng interjected, stating that it was not appropriate for them to linger at the entrance. Boss. Please come in." With that, Osro stepped aside, allowing Bai Xian and Yu Tianheng to enter the room. Inside, the overall layout of the room was quite similar to their previous dormitory. Bai Xian, Yu Tianheng, and Osro took their seats in the reception area. "Leopard, did Shimo mention when they would return?" Once seated, Yu Tianheng inquired. "Shimo didn't say, but according to past habits, they should be back around evening." Osro replied, shaking his head. Nodding slightly, Yu Tianheng pondered before asking, "What about Yanzi? Has she returned since school started?" "Yanzi has returned. She came to find me this morning, asking if you had arrived," Osro said, spreading his hands with a playful expression. Having been classmates for 3 or 4 years, he was well aware of the allure the boss held for that prominent girl. Although their relationship had not yet been publicly declared, it was clear to their entire team what was transpiring between them. As if recalling something, Osro clasped his hands together and remarked, "By the way, boss, Yanzi left a message for you. She said to tell you not to forget to find her when you return." Upon hearing this, Yu Tianheng nodded in understanding, indicating he was already aware. "Speaking of which, your name is Bai Xian, right? You appear to be considerably younger than us." Osro, having waited long enough, turned to Bai Xian to voice his lingering curiosity. "I am 12 years old, so I should be younger than both you and the senior." Bai Xian replied with a nod. Hearing Bai Xian's confirmation, Osro couldn't help but smile wryly. "I originally thought the boss was remarkable enough, but I never expected you, Bai Xian, to exceed my expectations." He exchanged a glance with Yu Tianheng, who wore a similarly bittersweet expression, further deepening Osro's frown. A 12-year-old soul master is, perhaps, an unfathomable existence for an ordinary soul master, let alone a 12-year-old soul sovereign, a thought too bold to entertain. While they too were talented soul masters, having reached the rank of soul sovereign, they were already 15 or 16 years old and had only just entered this realm. Yet here stood a youth of merely 12, who had already matched their prowess. Yu Tianheng was acutely aware that if Bai Xian's previous statements held true, he had already far surpassed them. At level 39, he was on the brink of achieving soul sect status, while they were still languishing at the 31st level of soul sovereign. "By the way, Bai Xian, since it seems Shimo and the others will take a while to return, would you care to engage in a one-on-one soul battle with me?" Oslo suddenly expressed interest and inquired this. Upon hearing Oslo's words, Bai Xian was somewhat taken aback. Did he truly wish to engage him in a soul duel? Although he did not take Oslo's challenge too seriously, Bai Xian nonetheless glanced at Yu Tianheng. He was aware of Bai Xian's level 39 status. And considering this was their first meeting, it would not be ideal to humiliate Oslo in such a manner. Yu Tianheng, noticing the look in Bai Xian's eyes, understood his intentions. Furthermore, he had just introduced Bai Xian to Leopard. It would be awkward for either party to lose in their initial encounter. Therefore, he hastily interjected, "Leopard, let's set this aside for today. I just brought Bai Xian to meet some friends. It wouldn't be appropriate to have a duel on the first day. There will be opportunities for you both to engage in a soul duel in the future. Moreover, the dueling arena at the academy has yet to open, so there is no place for you to hold a duel." Upon hearing this, the excitement on Oslo's face gradually faded, and he let out a resigned sigh, saying, "Alas. Very well. What a pity. I had hoped to witness your martial soul, Bai Xian." Bai Xian replied, "If you wish to see my martial soul, that can be arranged. As for the duel, there is no rush. There will certainly be chances for you to seek my guidance in the future." Bai Xian slowly shook his head. "Oh, is that possible?" Oslo's eyes brightened at this, looking at Bai Xian with anticipation. Bai Xian nodded and said, "Indeed. After all, it is not an unseemly martial spirit. This is my martial spirit. I call it Chengxia." As he spoke, Chengxia gradually materialized in his hand, though no soul rings were summoned. Handing Chengxia to Osro, Bai Xian continued, "It is a long knife martial spirit. While it differs from the blade-type martial spirits found on the continent, it is undeniably a knife." Upon receiving Chengxia, Osro felt a weight in his hand. After listening to Bai Xian's explanation, he nodded and examined Chengxia closely. After years of cultivation and the absorption of soul rings, Chengxia had transformed slightly from the initial awakening of the martial spirit. Although its overall appearance remained unchanged, the originally silver blade now bore more intricate gray patterns, and the formerly bronze hilt was adorned with blue-white lightning motifs. Its overall aura appeared even more imposing. "This is your martial spirit. Truly remarkable. Although it seems more delicate compared to the blade-type martial spirits I have seen before, it exudes a distinct pressure." After scrutinizing Chengxia for a while, Osro slowly articulated his impressions. Yu Tianheng had also been curious about Bai Xian's martial spirit for quite some time. As Bai Xian handed Chengxia to Osro, he stepped forward to examine it closely. Upon hearing Osro's assessment, Yu Tianheng couldn't help but nod in agreement. Moreover, this martial spirit evoked a peculiar sense of familiarity within him. Casting a glance at Bai Xian and then at the lightning patterns on the hilt of Chengxia, he wondered if it shared a connection with his own mastery of thunder. Chapter 56, The Gathering, Part 2, the following morning. Bai Xian sat cross-legged on the rooftop of his dormitory, enveloped in swirling azure and white energies. After an indeterminate period, the turbulent energies gradually stabilized, and Bai Xian opened his eyes, revealing a glimmer of frustration within his gaze. Still not feasible. It seems that seeking a new cultivation method cannot be rushed. I must proceed step by step. First, I need to find a specific and viable direction. After returning the previous day, Bai Xian had begun to explore whether alternative cultivation methods could be discovered within the existing framework. However, after a long night of effort, he felt a wave of discouragement wash over him. Well, it's getting late. I must hurry down. Today, I need to visit Osro and the others again. Yesterday, Bai Xian and his companions had waited for a long time but ultimately did not see Shiremo and the others return. Reluctantly, Yu Tianheng had taken Bai Xian for a brief tour of the academy, showcasing some of its notable locations before they parted ways. However, before their separation, they agreed to visit Osro and the others again today, as they expected to find Shiremo and his companions waiting for them in the dormitory area. As Bai Xian descended the stairs and returned indoors, he spotted Yu Tianheng stepping out of his own room. "Bai Xian, you are up so early." Yu Tianheng greeted with a warm smile as he noticed Bai Xian entering through the door. Bai Xian chuckled softly and said, "Senior, you are quite early as well. When did you return yesterday?" Yu Tianheng nodded slightly. "When I came back yesterday, it was already completely dark. I called out to you, but when you didn't respond, I thought you had already gone to sleep, so I didn't want to disturb you." Upon hearing this, Bai Xian nodded gently and asked, "Have you had breakfast yet? Would you like to join me for a meal?" "Sure. I was just about to see if you were awake and planned to invite you along. So it works out perfectly that we can go together," Yu Tianheng replied with a faint smile. When the two arrived at the cafeteria, they found that several students were already dining there. They casually ordered a few breakfast items and settled at a 4-person table to chat and eat. However, before they could exchange more than a few words, a melodious voice captured their attention. "Tianheng, what a coincidence, you're having breakfast too." Bai Xian turned his gaze upon hearing the sound, and beheld two strikingly beautiful, yet stylistically distinct girls approaching him and Yu Tianheng, each carrying a tray. Leading the pair was a girl with short, deep purple hair, whose emerald green eyes exuded an unusual aura, evoking a sense of peculiarity. Clad in an outfit akin to that of Yu Tianheng, she appeared notably spirited, yet there lingered an air of enchantment about her. The other girl, in stark contrast, presented a completely different impression. She was slender and graceful, her long blue hair cascading like a waterfall down her back. Her azure eyes mirrored the stillness of a tranquil lake, revealing no emotion, giving her an aura akin to a serene water lily, beautiful from afar yet untouchable. Before long, the two girls arrived before Bai Xian and Yu Tianheng. Observing that Bai Xian remained seated across from Yu Tianheng without any intention of rising, the girl with purple hair expressed her astonishment through her widened pupils and inquired, "Your friend?" Yu Tianheng, maintaining a calm demeanor, nodded and replied, "This is Bai Xian, the individual I mentioned to you yesterday." Upon hearing this, the purple-haired girl's exotic green eyes narrowed in surprise as she scrutinized Bai Xian. Yu Tianheng, noting her reaction, addressed Bai Xian, saying, "Bai Xian, allow me to introduce you. This is Yin Zi, full name Douluo Yin, my friend and a control system soul master. Also a student of the Tindo Academy like us. This is Ling Ling, full name Yi Ling Ling, an auxiliary system soul master, also a Tindo Academy student. Douluo Yin has heard about you from me yesterday, while Yi Ling Ling, upon learning that you are a newly enrolled student, yet already at Tindo level, gazed at Bai Xian with a hint of astonishment, unable to resist stealing a glance at the composed Bai Xian. Greetings, esteemed seniors. I am Bai Xian, and I look forward to your guidance in the future." After Yu Tianheng's introductions, a smile graced Bai Xian's face as he greeted Douluo Yin and Yi Ling Ling. In response, the two girls reciprocated his greeting warmly. "Yin Zi, since you both are having breakfast, shall we all dine together?" Yu Tianheng suggested. Upon hearing this, Bai Xian, displaying a remarkable understanding of the situation, pushed his plate next to Yu Tianheng's and took a seat beside him, leaving the two positions opposite for Douluo Yin and Yi Ling Ling. The two women smiled and nodded in agreement upon witnessing Bai Xian's gesture. As Douluo Yin and Yi Ling Ling settled down, Douluo Yin found herself directly across from Yu Tianheng, while Yi Ling Ling occupied the seat opposite Bai Xian. The four of them engaged in casual conversation over breakfast, although the focus of their discussion remained predominantly on Bai Xian. "You're only 12 this year, right? Yet you have already attained the rank of Soul Master. When we were your age, we had barely reached the 20s in level," Douluo Yin remarked, her initial intrigue towards Bai Xian still evident despite having diminished somewhat. Meanwhile, Yi Ling Ling, quietly savoring her meal, also exhibited a flicker of interest in her eyes. "Indeed. It was merely a stroke of fortune, aided by a friend's assistance. My soul power has progressed rather swiftly of late," Bai Xian replied, maintaining his composure as he tackled his breakfast. Chapter 57, The Gathering, Part 3, A Friend? It seems that ordinary individuals seldom have the opportunity to form such friendships. Douluo Yin silently mused, observing Bai Xian as he appeared to annihilate his food with precision. "By the way, Tianheng, with your recent promotion to an elite student of the Tindo Academy, I am yet to learn the location of your new dormitory arranged by Teacher Chain. Later, Ling Ling and I shall accompany you to familiarize ourselves with the route." Yu Tianheng responded with a slight nod. The group continued their light banter, however. Yu Tianheng was rather taciturn, while Bai Xian, though somewhat more engaging, was not particularly acquainted with Douluo Yin and her companions. Yi Ling Ling's demeanor leaned towards the aloof, leading to Douluo Yin taking the lead in conversation. After approximately 15 minutes, the group finished their breakfast and made their way back to the dormitory area along the main path paved with white marble slabs. As Bai Xian and his companions arrived at the entrance of the dormitory courtyard, they encountered Qin Ming, who stood at the door clad in the attire of an academy instructor, a teacher. Just as Qin Ming was about to knock, Yu Tianheng's voice resonated, calling out to him. Turning around, he happened to spot Bai Xian and the others walking in. "Tianheng, have you all been out?" Qin Ming inquired, somewhat astonished. "I just had breakfast with Bai Xian and coincidentally ran into Yin Zi and Ling Ling. Is there something you need, teacher?" Yu Tianheng asked, puzzled. "Ah, I see. Yesterday, the three committee members discussed with me that I would be responsible for guiding Bai Xian for the time being. I thought it would be good to introduce him to you all today," Qin Ming explained with a slight smile. "Perfect timing. Bai Xian, since you're here, let's look for Osro and the others. I have secured the application for the Academy's soul fighting arena, so today you can familiarize yourselves further." Bai Xian nodded in agreement. Yet his mind was deep in contemplation. The soul fighting arena? It seems that today, he would inevitably have to take action. Bai Xian remained oblivious to Qin Ming's innermost thoughts. Had he been aware, a multitude of divine beasts might have surged through his mind. As they journeyed, Qin Ming gazed upon Bai Xian's youthful visage, recalling his conversation with Dream God Machine and others from the previous day. When he learned that Bai Xian had withstood the direct pressure of 49 levels of soul power without sustaining any injury, the expressions that danced across his face were nothing short of extraordinary shock, suspicion, and disbelief all mingled together. Once the initial astonishment subsided, a singular thought emerged in his mind. The students he had previously mentored, despite their formidable talents, had never encountered anyone of comparable prowess among their peers. Now, the emergence of such an exceptional talent in Bai Xian presented an opportune moment to temper the arrogance of his other students. For some time, no rival had appeared to challenge them, and while Yu Tianheng and the others had not overtly displayed their pride, Qin Ming understood that, apart from the cool-headed Yi Lingling, the pride of the others had begun to verge on arrogance. The arrival of Bai Xian was, indeed, perfectly timed. As they strolled leisurely, Bai Xian and his companions arrived at the location of Oslo and his group from the previous day. To their fortune, Shi Mo and the others were present today. Qin Ming summoned Shi Mo and the others to accompany them toward the Academy's battle soul arena. Along the way, Yu Tianheng shared with Shi Mo and Yu Feng the general details regarding Bai Xian, while also informing Bai Xian of the names and martial souls of Shi Mo and his companions. Bai Xian and his companions had begun to forge a preliminary camaraderie. Upon entering the soul arena, Qin Ming took his position opposite Bai Xian and his group. With a serious expression, he addressed them, saying, "Bai Xian, you have recently joined the academy. Aside from some essential courses, I will be overseeing your training. My understanding of you is still limited. So today's purpose is to gain a preliminary insight into your abilities through combat. This will enable me to analyze your strengths and subsequently provide more effective guidance. I am aware that your martial spirit differs from that of your peers, and you possess your own unique training methodology. The Academy can only impart theoretical knowledge and information regarding soul masters across the continent. My role is to instruct you on how to harness your martial spirit effectively in battle, assist you in acquiring superior soul rings, and help you gain invaluable combat experience. Based on your performance, I will strive to offer the best possible guidance to help you unlock your potential." Turning to Yu Tianheng and the others, Qin Ming continued earnestly. "You may already have some understanding of Bai Xian, but I must emphasize that he is only 12 years old and yet has already attained a rank of Soul Master at level 39. It is possible that within 2 months, he will reach level 40 and achieve the rank of Soul Ancestor. I hope you comprehend the significance of this for you." After a brief pause, he concluded, "I shall refrain from further elaboration. Tianheng, Bai Xian, let the first match commence with the two of you." Bai Xian and Yu Tianheng exchanged a glance, nodding at one another before both swiftly appeared on the soul fighting platform. Noticing their presence, Qin Ming nodded and stated, "Let me first outline the rules. You are permitted to employ various soul skills and can inflict injuries upon your opponent. However, severe injuries or strikes to vital areas are strictly prohibited. The battle will continue until one party concedes, collapses, or is forced outside the boundaries of the platform. If necessary, I will personally intervene to conclude the fight." With that, Qin Ming turned to Yu Lingling and added, "Lingling, you shall remain at the side, prepared to provide them with healing at any moment." Upon hearing this, Bai Xian and Yu Tianheng nodded in acknowledgement. Observing their reactions, Qin Ming nodded in approval. Thus, the battle of souls begins. As Qin Ming's words echoed, both Bai Xian and Yu Tianheng summoned their respective martial spirits. Yu Tianheng was enveloped by 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, while a dragon-shaped ethereal figure resembling a salamander materialized behind him, crackling with blue-purple lightning. As the dragon figure emerged, a brilliant blue light ignited from Yu Tianheng's forehead, swiftly radiating and cascading over his entire being. Concurrently, strands of blue-purple lightning coalesced from the void, swirling around him. Although the transformation in Yu Tianheng was not overly pronounced, merely a blue lightning pattern appearing above his brow, his right arm underwent a dramatic metamorphosis. It swelled significantly, elongating by over half a foot, becoming extraordinarily robust, and was covered in blue-purple scales. His hand transformed into a claw, similarly adorned with scales, with each joint becoming markedly more pronounced. The blue-purple lightning dancing around him surged more vigorously as it converged upon his right hand. While we may momentarily set aside the details of Yu Tianheng's transformation, the attention of the onlookers was firmly fixed upon Bai Xian. After Bai Xian summoned Cheng Xiao, although no further changes occurred, The 3 soul rings that emerged around him stirred tumultuous waves within the hearts of all present, save for Qin Ming. 1 yellow and 2 purple. The purple soul rings were traditionally understood in the soul master community to require at least the 3rd soul ring for absorption. Yet, Bai Xian had shattered their long-held beliefs, leaving them utterly astonished. Even Qin Ming, who had already gleaned details about Bai Xian's soul rings from the dream god machine, found it hard to believe upon witnessing the 1 yellow and 2 purple soul rings encircling Bai Xian. The 2nd soul ring had already reached a millennium. What of the 3rd? Could it possibly be akin to the typical soul masters, merely around a millennium? Certainly not. The disparity in the age of the soul rings directly manifested in the soul skills. The difference at the millennium level would render the potency of the soul skills entirely distinct, like a chasm separating them. If Qin Ming felt this way, those like Yu Tianheng were even more astonished. They could comprehend the presence of purple soul rings among soul masters. But the notion that the 2nd soul ring was a millennium old transcended their previous understanding. Shaking his head, Yu Tianheng forced himself to regain composure. Although he had initially acknowledged the vast difference in soul power, the disparity in soul rings further unsettled his mind. As he calmed himself, the pride deep within Yu Tianheng's eyes slightly receded, replaced instead by an unquenchable fighting spirit. Possessing the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul, he was undoubtedly a powerhouse of aggression. The teachings of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus family were resolutely imbued with a combative spirit. Only through direct offense and the swift vanquishing of foes could the prowess of a blue lightning Tyrannosaurus soul master be truly demonstrated. With a thunderous roar, Yu Tianheng leaped into the air, launching himself towards Bai Xian with a clawed strike. His speed was astonishing. In mere moments, he appeared before Bai Xian. And before he even arrived, the blue-purple lightning surrounding his claw coalesced into an ethereal lightning claw, hurtling towards Bai Xian's chest. As Yu Tianheng approached, a faint smile graced Bai Xian's lips. He tilted his body slightly, leaning back just enough for Yu Tianheng's claw to narrowly miss him. With exquisite control, Bai Xian was able to effortlessly evade attacks from opponents of his rank, even those a tier above. Threads of lightning began to materialize from the void surrounding Bai Xian as he harnessed a 6-fold enhancement of his foundational power. "Senior, be careful," Bai Xian admonished. And barely had the words left his lips when he vanished from his original position. In the blink of an eye, he had reappeared to Yu Tianheng's left side, his speed far surpassing that of Yu Tianheng's earlier assault. How swift! Gasped Yu Tianheng and the onlookers, their hearts racing. This speed, it exceeds even my own. Osro's expression shifted, realizing that this velocity had surpassed his own when summoning his martial soul. The speed at which he wielded his soul technique was nearly matched. In a swift motion, Bai Xian appeared before Yu Tianheng, delivering a decisive slash towards his side. Yu Tianheng, however, did not evade. Throughout his training under the guidance of his family's elders, he had never been taught the necessity for a blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex soul master to dodge. Thus, rather than retreating, he raised his right hand, still infused with the lingering energy of the Thunder Dragon Claw, to confront the attack with greater ferocity. The clash between the Dragon Claw and the sword, under their respective control, resulted in a violent collision, with both combatants acutely aware of the force behind their strikes. In this encounter, Yu Tianheng, caught off guard, found his strength slightly inferior to Bai Xian's, putting him at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, Bai Xian showed no mercy. He understood the principle that even when hunting a rabbit, one must use full strength. Despite only a 6-fold enhancement of his base power, Bai Xian's reflexes and speed far surpassed those of Yu Tianheng. Seeing his initial strike thwarted, Bai Xian reversed the blade and, with a twist of his body, launched a second series of attacks. In the fray, Yu Tianheng and Bai Xian became entwined in combat. However, Bai Xian's superior control and swifter reactions kept Yu Tianheng firmly under pressure. At this moment, Yu Tianheng felt an unusual sense of frustration. Logically, with the blue electric Tyrannosaurus spirit activated, his physical prowess should have far exceeded that of an equally ranked soul master. Coupled with the versatile capabilities of the Thunder Dragon Claw, which allowed for both offensive and defensive maneuvers, he should have had the upper hand in such a direct confrontation. Despite Bai Xian's marginal advantage in speed and reaction time, it was unacceptable for Yu Tianheng to feel so cornered. Each time he attempted to utilize the long-range capabilities of the Thunder Dragon Claw, Bai Xian interrupted him, and every offensive move he made was narrowly evaded by Bai Xian, who would counterattack promptly, further destabilizing Yu Tianheng's resolve. He could not allow this to continue. Yu Tianheng thought to himself. As Bai Xian launched another assault, Yu Tianheng's second soul ring suddenly flickered with intensity, followed by a low growl, thunderous might. The crackling lightning that enveloped his body seemed to swell as if infused with water, expanding until, in the next moment, it transformed into countless bolts of lightning that erupted explosively in all directions. Chapter 59. Victory or Defeat with an Acute Mastery of His Abilities. Bai Xian sensed the turbulent surge of soul power surrounding Yu Tianheng the moment he unleashed his soul technique. Instantly, the lightning around Bai Xian intensified, and the descending Chengxia traced an enigmatic arc as he morphed into a streak of azure light, vanishing from his original position. This flickering light was initially intended as an offensive maneuver. Bai Xian was confident that if he had used it for attack, he could easily defeat Yu Tianheng. However, such an approach would inevitably result in mutual destruction, a fate Bai Xian wished to avoid. Yet, given his current enhanced state, he realized he could not escape the range of Yu Tianheng's impending strike in the allotted time. Thus, he ingeniously repurposed the luminous flash to withdraw from combat. Witnessing Bai Xian's astonishing retreat, the eyes of all present widened in disbelief. Qin Ming, in particular, was taken aback by Bai Xian's swiftness, realizing that his speed rivaled his own. As a 59th level battle soul king with the formidable firewolf spirit, which boasted both offensive and agile capabilities, Qin Ming prided himself on his speed. Yet, the fact that Bai Xian, merely a soul master, could reach such velocity astounded him. Yu Tianheng, fueled by the fury of his unleashed lightning, had anticipated inflicting significant damage upon Bai Xian. To his astonishment, Bai Xian demonstrated such remarkable speed. Had he been holding back all along? Yu Tianheng pondered, a sense of gravity settling upon him as he exhaled deeply. Bai Xian, unleash your full power. Let me discern the extent of our disparity, he declared earnestly. Upon hearing Yu Tianheng's words and observing his serious demeanor, Bai Xian hesitated momentarily before nodding slowly. Then you should be cautious. With that, Bai Xian refrained from further dialogue, shifting the Qingxia into a reverse grip and lowering his upper body slightly while bending his legs, adopting a unique starting posture. The intensity of the lightning dancing along the blade of Qingxia and the aura rising around Bai Xian grew even more potent. Feeling the pressure emanating from Bai Xian, Yu Tianheng's focus sharpened. He sensed that the intensity of Bai Xian's presence had more than doubled. A bead of sweat trickled from his temple as his pupils constricted slightly, the lone purple soul ring hovering around him flickering ominously. Wrath of the Thunder. With a low growl, Yu Tianheng activated the third soul ring ability he had recently acquired. As if only by doing so could he alleviate some of the pressure exerted by Bai Xian. The expressions of his companions, including Du Guyan, turned grave. As friends and teammates, they were acutely aware of Yu Tianheng's prowess. Even before obtaining his third soul ring, he was already comparable to the best among them. Now that Yu Tianheng had ascended to the rank of Soul Master, witnessing him exhibit such seriousness in the face of Bai Xian was a novel experience for them. Observing Yu Tianheng's movements, Bai Xian offered a slight smile, his ankle tightening as his form transformed into a streak of blue and white light, vanishing from sight. Before Yu Tianheng could fully comprehend Bai Xian's disappearance, he reappeared, the hilt of his blade poised dangerously close to Yu Tianheng's back. Bai Xian appeared behind Yu Tianheng, holding Qingxia with a reverse grip, the hilt pressed against Yu Tianheng's back. In a soft voice, he said, "Senior, I concede." Yu Tianheng, still on high alert from his state of thunderous fury, had yet to perceive Bai Xian's attack when he heard the voice behind him, causing his body to involuntarily stiffen slightly. Bai Xian's strike utterly shattered the pride he had harbored as one of the twin stars of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. The pride that once resided deep within his eyes vanished completely. Just moments ago, he had speculated that he might not be Bai Xian's match. Yet he never anticipated that Bai Xian would emerge victorious with such ease, while he himself would face such a thorough defeat. The victor was Bai Xian. Qin Ming's voice resonated at the perfect moment. Yu Tianheng's expression grew somewhat despondent as he watched Qin Ming approach him, and Bai Xian, lowering his previously proud head. Yu Tianheng spoke in a muted tone, "Teacher, I have lost." Qin Ming remained silent, simply observing Yu Tianheng. Yu Tianheng was his most esteemed disciple and a source of pride for him. Since Yu Tianheng had entered the academy, Qin Ming had personally guided him. However, he had anticipated Yu Tianheng's defeat this time. What surprised him was the decisiveness of Bai Xian's victory. After pausing his gaze on Yu Tianheng for a moment, Qin Ming patted his shoulder and smiled. "Although you lost this battle against Bai Xian, it is, in fact, a good thing for you." Yu Tianheng was taken aback for a moment, glancing at the gentle-faced Qin Ming before turning to look at Bai Xian, then back again, as if beginning to grasp something. At that moment, Du Guyan could not help but step forward to stand beside Yu Tianheng, casting a concerned glance at him. She then exclaimed, "Teacher, how can such a crushing defeat still be considered a good thing?" Qin Ming regarded the bewildered expressions of Du Guyin and the others and replied calmly, because all along, Tianheng has faced an unusually smooth path. His training progress and combat prowess have been unparalleled within the academy, leading to a certain arrogance that he should not possess. One must remember the vastness of the world. How could there not be peers faster in cultivation and stronger in battle than him? Even Bai Xian. Who can say for certain that there won't be contemporaries who surpass him? Though Tianheng lost this battle, this failure did not inflict irreparable harm upon him. If such a defeat were to occur at a crucial moment in the future, perhaps he would be left with a lifetime of regret, or worse, a price far greater than life itself to comprehend it all. Chapter 60. Instruction failure is not a calamity, as long as one retains the pride within their heart. Reflecting on their shortcomings from the experience of failure will render them stronger than before. At this point, Qin Ming shifted the topic, his expression turning serious, and you all, having witnessed Bai Xian's performance, you too should reflect on your own deficiencies. Each of you possesses unique and exceptional talents. I need not elaborate further. I trust you understand the essence of what I wish to convey. Observing the solemn expression on Qin Ming's face, Du Guyin and the others fell momentarily silent, lost in introspection. Meanwhile, a flicker of intrigue surfaced in Bai Xian's eyes upon hearing Qin Ming's words. He was aware that individuals capable of reaching or even surpassing his current spirit power level by the age of 12 existed. A few years prior, during his first encounter with Qian Rinxue, she had been approximately 12 years old, already exhibiting the prowess of a four-ring spirit master. Although the specific level remained unclear, it was evident that she surpassed him. However, before Qian Rinxue revealed her capabilities to the world, Bai Xian's rate of spirit power enhancement and ring level undoubtedly exceeded that of his peers. Qin Ming, oblivious to Qian Rinxue's circumstances, was seemingly attempting to impart wisdom to Yu Tianheng and the others through his remarks. Yet, Bai Xian contemplated with a sigh, despite your good intentions. You are inevitably overthinking this. His path was already set, with aspirations to break through the existing framework and reach greater heights. Before attaining Spirit Saint status, he needed to forge a new cultivation system suited to himself, a thorny path, fraught with challenges. There was no room for complacency or arrogance regarding his current standing. Now, who among you wishes to engage in a soul duel with Bai Xian? Qin Ming's voice shattered the silence enveloping the group. Du Guyin and the others exchanged glances. Yet no one stepped forward. As teammates and friends of Yu Tianheng, they were acutely aware of his formidable strength. Even before Yu Tianheng acquired his third spirit ring, he had held his own against them, who were already spirit masters. Now, at level 31, the fact that he had so easily succumbed to Bai Xian left them with no illusions. None among them could contend with Bai Xian. Noticing the reluctance of Du Guyin and the others to engage Bai Xian in a one-on-one duel, Qin Ming stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seemed they had gained a profound understanding of their limitations after witnessing the duel between Bai Xian and Yu Tianheng. However, a fleeting glance at Bai Xian, who remained composed after the battle, sparked an idea in Qin Ming's mind. Yet, he needed to ascertain Bai Xian's thoughts first. Contemplating inwardly, Qin Ming addressed Bai Xian. I would like you to face them in a 2-on-1 match, or even against a greater number. How do you feel about that? Do you sense any pressure? Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, Yu Tianheng and the others were taken aback, exchanging startled glances. Their teacher intended for them to challenge Bai Xian collectively? Yu Tianheng hastily interjected. Teacher, isn't it a bit excessive for Bai Xian to face two or more of us alone? Before he could finish, Qin Ming raised a hand to signal him to remain calm, gesturing for him to listen to Bai Xian's perspective first. Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, Bai Xian was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, he slowly shook his head and replied, I have no issues. The recent battle did not significantly deplete my soul power. However, Teacher Qin, while facing two opponents is manageable when it comes to multiple adversaries. Here, Bai Xian faltered. Bai Xian was not particularly concerned about his own strength. Bai Xian contemplated that even if he faced 3 or even 4 of Yu Tianheng and his companions simultaneously, he possessed considerable confidence in emerging victorious. However, he felt that with such a multitude, achieving victory without causing harm to them would be exceedingly challenging. Qin Ming detected that Bai Xian's tone carried no sense of pressure regarding a one-on-two or one-on-many scenario. Rather, he sensed an underlying implication in his words. He promptly inquired, what about a one-on-many situation? Do you harbor any doubts? Upon hearing Qin Ming's question, Bai Xian found himself at a loss for words. If he expressed concern about potentially harming Yu Tianheng and the others, how would they perceive him? Would they think him presumptuous? If that were the case, It would be acceptable in a way. Should he achieve victory, it would surely inflict a more profound blow upon them. Thus, such thoughts were best left unspoken. After a brief pause and a sweeping glance at Yu Tianheng and his companions, Bai Xian's eyes lit up as they fell upon a cool, ethereal figure. Resolving his inner turmoil, he turned to Qin Ming, shaking his head with a faint smile and said, "Teacher Qin, no, I have no doubts now." Qin Ming was certain that Bai Xian had harbored some concerns unvoiced. However, it appeared that he had discovered something, which prompted him to withhold his worries. Not wishing to dwell on what he could not comprehend, Qin Ming shifted his gaze towards Yu Tianheng and his companions, pausing momentarily, as if in contemplation. His eyes finally settled on Yu Tianheng as he asked, "Tianheng, do you still wish to face Bai Xian in a one-on-many battle this time?" As he regarded Yu Tianheng, a glimmer of depth shone in Qin Ming's bright black eyes. "I hope you grasp the intent behind my earlier words. Do not let me down, Tianheng." Hearing Qin Ming's words, a flicker of struggle appeared on Yu Tianheng's face. Since his earliest memories, whether influenced by family teachings or his own character, he had effortlessly achieved victory in all previous matches, be it one-on-one or group battles. Yet this time, he had tasted defeat. As he gazed at Bai Xian, a fire of yearning for battle ignited within Yu Tianheng's heart. However, the prospect of engaging in a one-on-many duel clashed with his past pride, causing him to hesitate. Internally conflicted, his mind swirled with chaos. Suddenly, Qin Ming's earlier teachings resonated within him, and a flicker of enlightenment crossed his eyes. His gaze gradually solidified with determination. Chapter 61. 1 against 4 Teacher, I wish to participate in the upcoming battle. Upon hearing Yu Tianheng's resolute voice, a smile graced the corners of Qin Ming's eyes. This was his disciple. With a flash of brilliance in his gaze, Qin Ming addressed Yu Tianheng, "In that case, you shall select the participants for the upcoming battle. My only requirement is that, including yourself, the total number must not exceed 4. At Qin Ming's stipulation, Yu Tianheng's expression shifted slightly. 4. Subconsciously glancing at Qin Ming, Yu Tianheng sought to discern a hint of intent from his expression. The dynamics of 4 individuals starkly contrasted with those of 2 or 3, a group of 4. Excluding unnecessary combatants could essentially be regarded as a small team. However, Yu Tianheng was unable to glean anything from Qin Ming's composed demeanor. Abandoning his quest for insight into Qin Ming's expression, he turned his gaze to Bai Xian. Yet, upon witnessing Bai Xian's tranquil countenance, a ripple of surprise coursed through him. How could he remain so unfazed? As his eyes swept past Bai Xian, Yu Tianheng looked towards Du Guyin and the others, with arms crossed. He rhythmically tapped his index finger, the glint in his eyes revealing a mind engaged in deliberation over whom to select for the soul battle. After a brief interval, approximately the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Yu Tianheng turned back to Qin Ming, having made his decision. "Teacher, I propose that it be just the 4 of us, Yinzi, Yufeng, Baozi, and myself," he spoke softly. Upon hearing Yu Tianheng's words, a spark flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. Yet, before he could respond, the voice of Shi Mo interjected. "Tianheng, why not allow me or Shi Mo to participate? Surely, we would contribute significantly." In response to Shi Mo's plea, Yu Tianheng gently shook his head. "Shi Mo, you and Shi Mo witnessed my battle with Bai Xian. While your defensive capabilities are formidable, your speed remains a pronounced weakness. In this regard, Yufeng and Baozi are far more suited." At that moment, Qin Ming's voice joined the conversation. "Tianheng is correct. In this match, the advantages held by you two do not surpass those of Yufeng and Baozi." Qin Ming was pleased with Yu Tianheng's selection, recognizing that he had emerged from the shadow of his earlier defeat, undeterred in his judgment. Given the speed demonstrated by Bai Xian and the control-oriented Du Guyin, along with the agile offensive capabilities of Yufeng and Osro, their collective efficacy far eclipsed that of Shi Mo and Shi Mo. As for Yi Lingling, with Bai Xian's swiftness, it was likely she would be targeted and eliminated early in the fight. Despite her potent healing abilities, her presence would inadvertently diminish their combat strength, compelling the other 3 to divert their focus to her protection. From this perspective, Yu Tianheng's choice was indeed the most judicious. Although Yu Tianheng and his companions might not match Bai Xian in speed, the inclusion of the controlling Du Guyin, alongside the agile offensive Yufeng and Osro, would allow for effective combat dynamics, even if Yu Tianheng remained the primary attacker. Reflecting on Qin Ming's words, Shi Mo and his companions recalled the terrifying speed previously displayed. Though reluctant, they conceded that their own participation would not offer the same advantage as that of Yufeng and Osro. Having come to this realization, Shi Mo ceased his insistence, a hint of dejection in his demeanor as he patted Yufeng and Osro's shoulders with a smile. This time, I yield to you. But do not think to contest with me next time. Oslo chuckled and said, rest assured, should the opportunity arise next time, I shall not compete with you. Yufeng couldn't help but smile in return, replying, next time for sure. As he spoke, he gave Shimo a light pat on the shoulder. All right, enough of the banter. Let us prepare swiftly. Tianheng, Bai Xin, do you two wish to replenish your soul power first? At that moment, Qin Ming's voice resonated. Bai Xian and Yu Tianheng exchanged a glance, simultaneously addressing Qin Ming. No need, teacher. Qin Ming, upon hearing this, regarded the two with earnestness before nodding and stating, very well, you may commence. The rules remain unchanged. As the battle spirit began, Qin Ming, along with Shi Mo and Yi Lingling, stepped beyond the confines of the arena, leaving Bai Xian and the others behind. Within the arena, Bai Xian and Yu Tianheng summoned their martial spirits after Qin Ming and his companions had departed. Yanzi, you shall control the battlefield. I will take the lead. Yu Feng, ascend into the air, and the leopard will provide support from the side. As soon as he summoned his martial spirit, Yu Tianheng swiftly articulated his strategy. Understood. They all affirmed with vigorous nods. At that moment, Bai Xian had also summoned Changxia, with lightning crackling around him, a dance of yellow and purple hues pulsating in rhythmic motion. A 4-to-1 encounter necessitated a preemptive strike. He thought to himself, stealing a glance at the already airborne Yu Feng. Noticing that everyone was prepared, Qin Ming waved his hand decisively, declaring, begin. As soon as the words left his lips, Bai Xian transformed into a streak of blue light, vanishing from his position. How swift! Yu Feng Osro. And Du Guyan couldn't help but feel a surge of astonishment. What had seemed less pronounced from the sidelines now struck them with full force as they faced Bai Xian's incredible speed. Observing this, Yu Tianheng let out a low cry. Wrath of Thunder. Thunder Dragon Claw. Activating his third and first soul skills, he unleashed a powerful wave of thunder, which morphed into a bolt of lightning aimed directly at Bai Xian's path. However, as Bai Xian swiftly approached, he suddenly darted in a zigzag pattern, evading Yu Tianheng's assault and continuing his rapid advance in the direction of Yu Tianheng. Tianheng, Du Guyan exclaimed softly, emerald scales, purple venom. Her emerald eyes transformed into a vibrant purple, and the ethereal image of the emerald scale serpent behind her was now enveloped in a faint purple hue. The serpent opened its mouth, releasing a dense cloud of purple venom that swiftly spread through the air, advancing towards Yu Tianheng. Seeing Du Guyan unleash her toxic mist, Bai Xian appeared unfazed, maintaining his course. The lightning surrounding him morphed into myriad tiny arcs, enveloping his form as he plunged directly into the poisonous fog. Witnessing Bai Xian's reckless dive into the mist, both Qin Ming and Du Guyan felt a jolt of alarm. Oh no. Bai Xian is unaware of the potency of Yanzi's venom. As the thought barely emerged in Qin Ming's mind, he observed Bai Xian charging out of the toxic mist, slashing directly towards Yu Tianheng. Witnessing Bai Xian's audacious exit from the range of Du Guyan's poison, Yu Tianheng was immediately struck with fear. However, he was too close to the poisonous fog, and Bai Xian's attack was already upon him, leaving no time for contemplation. With a focused mind, he activated his second spirit ring, causing the thunderclaps enveloping him to surge violently, transforming into a barrage of thunder arrows that erupted from his surroundings. Bai Xian, noticing Yu Tianheng's movements, smirked subtly. He deftly evaded the attack's range and, with a swift flick of his weapon, charged towards Du Guyan's position for a strike. Strangely, Du Guyan did not retreat but instead advanced, unleashing a torrent of green poison from the phantom of the emerald-scaled serpent behind her. The serpent's tail lashed out to meet the descending strike of Changxia. Unperturbed by Du Guyan's poison and tail whip, Bai Xian delivered a decisive blow. The impact caused Du Guyan's face to change dramatically, as cracks began to appear in the scales at the point of collision. Just as the confrontation was unfolding, Bai Xian prepared to withdraw his blade for another strike, only to feel the incoming attacks from Osro's claw strikes and the wind blades conjured by Yufeng approaching from both sides. With an acute awareness of his surroundings spanning nearly 100 meters, Bai Xian sensed the incoming threats from behind. Utilizing the force of the serpent's tail, he leaned backward, defying gravity in a peculiar manner, almost touching the ground. In that fleeting moment, Osro and Yufeng's attacks passed harmlessly above him, having narrowly evaded their assaults. Bai Xian executed a backward leap, akin to a sprouting plant, lifting off the ground and performing a lateral flip, immediately following it with a kick directed at Osro, who had just landed from his attack. Du Guyan and her companions were taken aback by Bai Xian's defiance of physical norms. Osro's heart raced in an instant. prompting him to instinctively activate his second spirit ability, vanishing like a shadow. Yet, before he could even exhale in relief, Bai Xian's figure seemed to synchronize with his movements, appearing at his side in an instant, ready to strike. Despite the flurry of actions, time had barely passed in a blink. Just as Bai Xian's attack was about to descend, Yu Feng's first spirit ring glimmered brightly, accompanied by a sharp sound that sliced through the air as he dove downward. The azure wings on his back were enveloped in a layer of silvery luminescence, the sound emanating from the tips of his wings cutting through the atmosphere. Sensing Yu Feng's position, Bai Xian's lips curled slightly. Oblivious to Bai Xian's subtle shift due to his back facing him, Yu Feng was unaware, but Osro, facing Bai Xian directly, perceived the change clearly. Upon seeing the smile on Bai Xian's face, a chill ran through Osro's heart, and he caught sight of Yu Feng rapidly approaching. His pupils involuntarily narrowed in realization. Could it be that he intends to retreat? His target is you. Osro shouted loudly. Only now do I realize. It's too late. Bai Xian's calm voice resonated as he wielded Qingxia. Suddenly, Bai Xian pivoted, and two purple soul rings emitted a fierce radiance, unleashing a powerful surge of soul energy that sent Osro flying. Bai Xian relinquished his grip on Qingxia, allowing it to hover before him. Third soul skill, 3,000 shadow slashes. As Bai Xian's soul power surged into Qingxia, a multitude of over 100 silvery blade shadows materialized around it. Go! With Bai Xian's tranquil command, the dense array of blade shadows transformed into a celestial river. However, despite its dazzling appearance, it was fraught with lethal intent. Each meteor within the galaxy embodying a sharp blade aura. Although Bai Xian's actions seemed numerous, they were executed in the blink of an eye. Despite Osro's warning, Yu Feng's rapidly descending figure could not be halted instantly, leaving him to witness the oncoming blade shadows unleashed by Bai Xian. Yet, Yu Feng was not one to resign himself to fate. Even as he continued to plummet, his purple soul rings began to shimmer. Storms arise. With a fervent shout from Yu Feng, his wings quaked violently, and with the surge of azure soul power, a tempest formed from the condensed soul energy surged downward. Bai Xian observed Yu Feng's movements and smiled gently, a peculiar glint flickering in her eyes. How naive! Did he truly believe that such an action could thwart the 3,000 shadow slashes? Setting aside the tumult within Bai Xian's heart, at the moment of collision between the 3,000 slashes and the storm of Yu Feng, a piercing sound erupted from the point of impact. Yu Feng's soul technique managed to withstand the onslaught for merely a fleeting second before being utterly shattered by the 3,000 slashes, dispersing into a myriad of vaporous clouds. Remarkably, the 3,000 slashes had expended only a fraction of its energy, with the remaining blades maintaining their relentless speed as they surged towards Yu Feng. Witnessing his soul technique crumble so swiftly sent a wave of panic coursing through Yu Feng. He instinctively raised his hands to shield himself, while the azure wings on his back instinctively enveloped him, providing a protective barrier. Just as Yu Feng completed his defense, the remaining blades approached with alarming swiftness, striking him with ferocity. A surge of intense pain followed, overwhelming him. As the force of the blades battered against him, Yu Feng's expression shifted dramatically. He realized that he could no longer evade the assault entirely. Instead, he had to utilize the momentum of the strikes to retreat, hoping to mitigate the damage he would sustain. A desperate thought flickered in his mind. May he not be grievously injured in the end? With each successive impact of the blades, this sentiment echoed within Yu Feng's consciousness. Chapter 63. Conclusion. Yu Feng. Yu Feng. The startled exclamations by Xian's series of attacks was executed with such remarkable swiftness that his opponent scarcely had time to react. From the moment Bai Xian traversed past Yu Tianheng to strike Du Gaian, to the combined assault from Yu Feng and Osro aimed at Bai Xian, and finally to Bai Xian's feigned attack on Osro before redirecting his focus onto Yu Feng, merely a few breaths had elapsed. In that fleeting moment, Yu Feng had already fallen victim to Bai Xian's soul skill. As the cacophony of impacts subsided, one could observe Yu Feng tracing an arc through the air, plummeting to the ground without any semblance of deceleration. Witnessing Yu Feng's current state, Osro, having been forcefully repelled by Bai Xian's soul power, disregarded the tumult within his own soul energy and swiftly transformed into a shadow, positioning himself beneath Yu Feng's impending descent to catch him before he touched the ground. At this juncture, Yu Feng's body was marred with numerous lacerations. Bai Xian did not employ the thunderous force strikes in this attack, for he understood that a wind manipulation type agility soul master like Yu Feng lacked formidable physical prowess. The destructive force of the thunderous force strikes could even overwhelm high-ranking assault-type soul sects. Should he unleash it, Yufeng would surely be left either gravely injured or lifeless. Thus, he merely utilized his second and third soul skills in conjunction. Nevertheless, the power exhibited by the 3,000 shadow slashes far surpassed Yufeng's capacity to withstand. This was not merely a disparity in soul power. The difference in soul rings represented a qualitative gap of several millennia. Yufeng, are you alright? Osro gently lowered Yufeng, feeling a pang of regret upon witnessing his pitiable state. Had he recognized Bai Xian's intent sooner, Yufeng would not have sustained such severe injuries. Cough. Yufeng coughed up a mouthful of blood, resting his right arm on Osro's shoulder, gasping, "I'm not dead yet." Cough, cough. However, my internal injuries are quite serious, and I fear I lack the strength to continue. At that moment, Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan swiftly arrived at their side, their expressions vigilant as they fixed their gaze on the halted Bai Xian. Yufeng, how do you fare? Yu Tianheng inquired softly, leaning against Yufeng. Boss, Yufeng is gravely injured. He likely cannot partake in the ensuing battle, Osro replied, his countenance somber. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianheng cast a sidelong glance at Yufeng, and upon seeing his wretched condition, his heart tightened. Yufeng, you should withdraw for now and allow Lingling to attend to your wounds. We three shall handle the rest. Tianheng, I apologize. It was my negligence. Be cautious. For Bai Xian is not easy to deal with. Yufeng did not resist the suggestion. Although reluctant, he recognized the futility of remaining in his current state. To stay would not only be of no assistance but would also burden Yu Tianheng and the others. It was wiser to step back and entrust the battle to them. With Yufeng exiting the arena, only Bai Xian and his three companions remained. Meanwhile, Yu Tianheng and his allies ceased their dispersal, forming a triangular formation. With Yu Tianheng at the forefront and Osro and Du Guyan positioned to the left and right behind him. Outside the arena, Yufeng staggered over to Qin Ming and the others. Teacher, he said, his expression somewhat grim. There is no need for further discussion, just watch them complete their battle. We shall converse once the fight concludes. Lingling, assist Yufeng in his recovery. Qin Ming's demeanor was calm, though he silently marveled at the unfolding events. Bai Xian's combat awareness and prowess were remarkably formidable. He was acutely aware that he was facing 4 opponents against his solitary self, although he remained cautious. A hint of carelessness crept in. Seizing upon this, he aimed to eliminate one adversary first, thereby alleviating the numerical pressure he faced. Furthermore, Qin Ming discerned that Bai Xian's second and third soul rings were likely not ordinary rings of 1,000 or 2,000 years. It was inconceivable that he could so effortlessly dismantle the third soul skill of Yu Tianheng. As he observed the fierce clash unfolding in the arena, the conversation he had with Meng Shenji the previous afternoon echoed in his mind. At that time, Meng Shenji had spoken with a hint of gravity, asserting that Bai Xian was no ordinary soul master. His will, martial spirit, physique, and innate talent far surpassed that of common individuals, who in history could absorb 1,000-year soul ring at the second ring. Qin Ming, Bai Xian is truly extraordinary. One cannot perceive him through the lens of conventional reasoning. Now it seemed that the words of Chief Ming held truth, though it remained uncertain whether this was indeed Bai Xian's full strength. As Qin Ming's gaze reflected Bai Xian's tranquil demeanor amidst the fray, he murmured softly. At that moment, the battle on the soul-fighting platform between Bai and Yu Tianheng had reached a fever pitch. A faint green mist enveloped the arena, emanating from Du Guyan's green-scale serpent's venom. Within the confines of the arena, Bai Xian and Yu Tianheng clashed repeatedly. While Bai Xian was shielded by a barrier of electromagnetic defenses composed of countless arcs of electricity, effectively isolating him from the toxic mist that surrounded him. With bolts of lightning dancing continuously across his form. With the advantage of the initiative, Bai Xian seized the opportunity to remove Yu Tianheng and his companions from the battlefield while they were caught off guard. However, this maneuver rendered the remaining trio of Yu Tianheng increasingly cautious, making the battle far from effortless compared to before. At this moment, Yu Tianheng and his companions grew increasingly alarmed as they fought. Despite Bai Xian being several levels above them, it was logical to assume that after such an extended engagement, he would be struggling to manage their relentless assaults while also maintaining the electric barriers surrounding him, leading to a far greater consumption of energy than theirs. Yet, at this juncture, their collective soul power and stamina had dwindled significantly, and they exhibited signs of erratic breathing. In stark contrast, Bai Xian remained remarkably composed, his breath steady and devoid of any sign of exhaustion, his soul power seemingly inexhaustible. This disparity was undeniably startling to them. Chapter 60 for conclusion, Part 2. Little did they know the extent to which Bai Xian's meridians and body had been reinforced through the nurturing of the Qinglian seedling. The quality of his soul power was unparalleled, likely surpassing that of ordinary soul kings. In terms of sheer quantity, his dantian and meridians had expanded to nearly double that of a typical soul master over the years. Consequently, Bai Xian's soul power far exceeded that of his peers, being more than twice as abundant. While this might slightly hinder the pace of his soul power cultivation, the presence of the Qinglian seedling, a divine entity capable of gathering the essence of heaven and earth, ensured that his actual cultivation speed would surpass that of ordinary soul masters. Moreover, Bai Xian has frequently trained in the starred Do Great Forest over the years, having exhausted his soul power and physical strength far more times than Yu Tianheng and his companions. Thus, although Bai Xian currently has less than 30% of his soul power remaining, he still manages to maintain an air of calmness. This naturally leads Yu Tianheng and the others to harbor the illusion that Bai Xian possesses considerable reserves of strength. The three exchanged subtle glances, realizing that they could not continue in this manner. However, before they could arrive at a decision, Bai Xian had already resolved to swiftly conclude the battle. From the very beginning, when he eliminated Yu Feng, Bai Xian felt a twinge of regret for having been overly forceful. Consequently, he had been restrained during his prolonged engagement with Yu Tianheng and the others. Yet, given the current situation, it was evidently impossible to end the fight without causing harm to Yu Tianheng and his companions. With the first and second soul rings flashing in succession, the fundamental amplification of Thunder Shield surged to its maximum tenfold, while the Gongjin Liuli body accumulated a 150% increase across all attributes. An inexhaustible torrent of thunder erupted from within Bai Xian, who was now enveloped in crackling lightning, with a faint golden radiance emanating from his surface, rendering him akin to a thunder god descended upon the mortal realm. With a mystical trace, the Anxi in his hand glided through the air, and his figure transformed into a streak of blue light, vanishing from sight, leaving behind only the flickering remnants of lightning. Upon witnessing Bai Xian's disappearance, the three still engaged in covert communication felt a chill run down their spines. Yu Tianheng and Osro particularly sensed as though they were being targeted by a formidable adversary, their hair standing on end in an instant. Du Guyan, a control-type soul master, posed a lesser threat compared to Yu Tianheng and Osro. Provided she was not confronted with poisonous mists, if Bai Xian could first eliminate Yu Tianheng and Osro, the battle could be deemed effectively concluded. Thus, Bai Xian set his sights on Yu Tianheng and Osro instead of Du Guyan. At this moment, Bai Xian exhibited the same gaze he had wielded while confronting numerous ferocious soul beasts in the Star Do Great Forest, a tranquil demeanor born from the slaughter of nearly 100 savage soul beasts. Yet, this indifference to life instilled an unsettling chill in Yu Tianheng and Osro, who were unaccustomed to facing life and death battles. Just as they began to recover from their earlier trepidation, Bai Xian's Anxi traced a luminous arc through the air, striking Yu Tianheng squarely in the chest. Yu Tianheng felt an intense pain sear through him as he was propelled backward by a tremendous force. Tianheng, boss. As Du Guyan and Osro finally comprehended the situation, Yu Tianheng had already been struck away by Bai Xian. Yet, before they could make any significant movement, Bai Xian deftly redirected the trajectory of Cheng Xia, unleashing a relentless barrage of azure golden blade energy towards Osro. Just as Osro uttered a startled cry, an overwhelming sense of unease washed over him. The sense of impending danger intensified, pulsating fiercely within his mind. In a flash, his purple soul rings shimmered, and his figure split into two, darting in opposite directions. However, before the two forms could completely disperse, the blade energy relentlessly struck the spot where Osro had previously stood, catching both of his manifestations in its wake. With a swift motion, one of the figures materialized not far from Yu Tianheng. It was Osro himself. At this moment, he appeared somewhat disheveled, with two distinct wounds, shallow and deep, marring his right thigh and calf. Indeed, as a soul master, his speed was commendable, yet was this all the injury he sustained? Was the blade energy merely a manifestation of ordinary soul power, insufficient in speed and might? Bai Xian cast a fleeting glance at Osler's injury, silently noting its severity. Yet he harbored no intention of ceasing his assault. As for Yu Tianheng, there was no need for further scrutiny, though the previous strike had been delivered with the blunt side of the blade, leaving no conspicuous external wound. The sheer force behind it was undeniable. By now, Yu Tianheng's internal organs must have sustained considerable damage. Indeed, the moment Yu Tianheng collapsed, a torrent of blood gushed from his lips. In excruciating agony, as though his chest had been rent asunder, racked his entire being. The searing pain assaulting his senses with such intensity that he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. Bai Xian's subordinates were relentless in their actions. As Osro landed, Bai Xian's figure followed closely behind. The blade's shadow descended swiftly. Osro, unable to evade the impending strike to his leg, stumbled and fell to the ground, propping himself up with his left hand. Before he could rise or retreat, Bai Xian executed a fluid turn, delivering a powerful kick to his chest. Left with no choice, Osro raised his right hand to shield himself, the impact resonating like a thunderous crash. He felt as though he were struck by an immense mountain. And with a surge of excruciating pain, his body was propelled backward like a cannonball. With a muffled thud, Osro collided with the outer wall, tumbling out of the arena. In a mere moment, Bai Xian had executed a flawless elimination of both Yu Tianheng and Osro. Among the spectators, only Bai Xian and Qin Ming comprehended the sheer brilliance of Bai Xian's lethal maneuver. The victor was clear, Bai Xian. Qin Ming stepped forward to halt the battle. Although Douluo Yin remained in the arena, Qin Ming understood that the duel had lost its necessity. A 4-1 situation, Bai Xian had triumphed decisively. Chapter 65. Explanation. Ling Ling. Quickly, provide treatment for Tianheng and the others. Qin Ming's figure flashed into the arena. Yi Lingling, with a frigid expression, nodded and responded. Her delicate hand, akin to jade, gently cradled a begonia blossom, its heart a soft pink encircled by 9 pristine white petals. As 3 soul rings shimmered around her, a faintly sweet fragrance radiated from the heart of the begonia, accompanied by a white luminescence. White halos, resembling the petals of the begonia, gently dispersed from the flower's core, enveloping the entire battle platform in a pure, radiant glow. Delicate, gossamer-like petals descended, settling upon Yu Tianheng, Douluo Yin, and Osro, gradually merging into their bodies. As the petals integrated, the pain and pallor on Yu Tianheng and Osro's faces visibly eased, while Douluo Yin, though uninjured, felt her tension dissipate as she approached Yu Tianheng's side. The 9-heart begonia was undoubtedly a spirit that even the 7-treasure glazed tile school regarded with trepidation. Despite possessing solely healing capabilities, it executed this function to perfection. Though Yi Lingling was merely a 3-ring soul master, under her ministrations, Yu Tianheng and Osro's injuries were fully healed in an instant. As Bai Xian, having heard Qin Ming declare the battle concluded, approached Yu Tianheng, he gently panted and inquired, "Senior, are you all right?" As the previous surge subsided, his soul power plummeted rapidly, now barely amounting to a fraction of its former strength. The excessive outburst of soul energy proved to be a daunting challenge, even for his formidable physique. Gently shaking his head, Yu Tianheng revealed a faint, wry smile and remarked, "I never anticipated that your prowess, Bai Xian, would be so formidable. I had thought you were already quite powerful. Yet it seems that even our combined strength as 4 cannot match yours." Bai Xian gently shook his head. "I have reached my limits as well." Senior Douluo is still on the field. Had it not been for Teacher Qin's intervention moments ago, the outcome of this match would remain uncertain. It truly pained me. I cannot fathom how you, Bai Xian, have trained to become so formidable. It seems that many from the Soul sect would pale in comparison to you. At this moment, Osro slowly approached Bai Xian and the others, continuously voicing his critiques. In response to Osro's remarks, Bai Xian could do little but shrug and offer a sheepish smile. Qin Ming entered the arena, observing Bai Xian and the others, and spoke slowly. "The recent battle was spectacular. Bai Xian, you performed admirably. Your fighting style displayed great strategy. Has anyone instructed you in such techniques?" Bai Xian slowly shook his head, exhaling softly as he remarked, "No. I have gleaned all this knowledge from various texts and my own experiences in combat with spirit beasts. I have endured considerable hardships to arrive at this understanding." As he spoke, a hint of nostalgia graced his features. Over the years, he had not only engaged with the tomes within the academy and the records of spirit masters in Satoa City. In his pursuit of knowledge, he had ventured into the Star Doe forest multiple times, encountering gregarious spirit beasts on numerous occasions. From these experiences, he had faced many trials, ultimately discerning the optimal strategies for combat through careful observation and practice. After a brief pause, Bai Xian continued, "In fact, I was nearly at my limit just now, with my soul power dwindling to less than 10%. Had it not been for Teacher Qin's timely intervention, the outcome of this battle might have remained uncertain." Upon hearing this, Qin Ming smiled gently and replied, "There is no need for such modesty. I know Yanzi well. Her poisonous mist cannot affect you. Even if you were correct, I firmly believe that you would ultimately emerge victorious in this battle. Upon hearing this, Bai Xian ceased to insist and reluctantly acquiesced. After Qin Ming finished speaking, he turned to Yu Tianheng and the others, saying, Tianheng, share your thoughts on the battle we just witnessed. Yu Tianheng pondered the events of the recent skirmish, and after a brief interval, he slowly responded, Teacher, I find it challenging to provide an extensive evaluation of this battle. I believe that both I and Yanzi, along with the others, exerted our utmost efforts. However, there is one point I must address. Here, Yu Tianheng's expression grew somewhat somber. During the fight, I inexplicably lost focus. Such an oversight should not have occurred. Boss Yu Tu, Osro's voice suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianheng was taken aback. Leopard, you as well. Before he could finish, he noticed the same realization reflected on Osro's face. Osro, lost in reminiscence, remarked, I initially thought I was the only one. I didn't anticipate that you experienced it too. It felt as if we encountered a formidable adversary. Yu Tianheng nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, it was that sudden sense of dread that caused my brief moment of distraction. That was a murderous intent. Qin Ming's voice resonated. Hearing Yu Tianheng ask self-assessment, Qin Ming felt quite satisfied. His disciple had not succumbed to despair from defeat. Nor had he lost the pride and discernment that rightfully belonged to him. Murderous intent. Upon hearing this, everyone present, except for Bai Xian, was taken aback, gazing at Bai Xian in disbelief. Murderous intent is something only those who have slain numerous foes or soul beasts can comprehend. Qin Ming explained softly, In recent years, I have focused on advancing your soul power, yet I have neglected to prepare you for the confrontation with death in battle. With a slight sigh, Qin Ming continued, You all performed admirably in the recent encounter. However, I did not expect that someone as young as Bai Xian would have already experienced life and death struggles far beyond your own. This was your first encounter with murderous intent, so it is only natural that you were somewhat disoriented. Yu Tianheng and the others exchanged glances, given their family backgrounds. Their elders had indeed spoken of such matters. However, being in positions of some authority at home, no one dared to exhibit murderous intent towards them. Furthermore, while they were still studying at the academy, their teacher had never broached this subject with them. They had always taken it lightly, unaware that their encounter with Bai Xian would lead to such a humbling experience. Chapter 66, A Test of Resolve. From this point onward, prepare yourselves for trials that confront life and death. I will arrange for you to venture into the sunset forest. Qin Ming sighed softly, his gaze sweeping over Yu Tianheng and the others. Only by confronting life and death, enduring the baptism of blood and fire, and maximizing the potential of your bodies through combat, can you become true warriors. Bai Xian has done this. If you wish to catch up to him, you too must eventually follow this path. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianheng and the others fell silent. They had always been regarded as the chosen ones among their peers, triumphing effortlessly in battles of their level. Yet, this time, faced with Bai Xian, they were easily defeated. The teacher's words rang true. Their experiences had been too smooth sailing until now. Perhaps it is only after confronting life and death challenges that they could truly become among the strongest of their generation. Like Bai Xian. Well, I shall not elaborate further. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Qin Ming clapped his hands and declared, The remaining time is yours to manage. As long as it does not hinder tomorrow's opening ceremony, the rest is up to you. You are all of similar age, so I imagine there are many common topics to discuss. Converse more, exchange ideas, and familiarize yourselves. Upon hearing this, Bai Xian and Yu Tianheng nodded, bidding farewell to Qin Ming, who then turned and strode away. After Qin Ming's departure, the group began to engage in conversation, with Osro playfully patting Bai Xian's shoulder, teasing, Bai Xian, you are quite something. Do share your training secrets. You are simply a monster. Bai Xian, hearing this, let out a wry smile. May I ask you a question? Du Guyan, standing beside Yu Tianheng, inquired, her mesmerizing emerald green eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity. Bai Xian's expression shifted in surprise as he asked, Senior sister, what is the matter? Why did my snake venom have no effect on you just now? Dong Guyan looked at Bai Xian and softly inquired. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianheng and the others regarded Bai Xian with evident curiosity. Observing the confusion in Dong Guyan's eyes, Bai Xian paused for a moment before replying, To be honest, it is not a significant matter. It merely pertains to a more profound application of soul skills. Soul skills. The bewilderment in Dong Guyan's gaze deepened. My first soul skill was acquired from the thunder giant bear. The supplementary soul skill I possess is an amplification type that transforms my soul power into thunder, invigorating my body. I refined this thunder into smaller electric particles and enveloped my body in a layer of ionization. Consequently, when such fog-like toxins come into contact with this ionized layer, they are incinerated by the destructive electric particles. Is that so? Upon hearing this, both Dong Gu Yin and the others narrowed their eyes, their expressions reflecting disbelief as they gazed at Bai Xian. Yu Tianheng sighed gently, stating, "It may sound straightforward. Yet how many soul masters can wield their abilities with such ease as you do, Bai Xian?" Upon hearing this, Bai Xian gently smiled and remarked, "It is not an exceptionally arduous task. In my opinion, Senior, your control is nearly sufficient. It seems you simply have not attempted it yet." Yu Tianheng shook his head, saying, "At least the me of the past was not capable of achieving what you, Bai Xian, have accomplished." He then added, "By the way, there is no need for such formality. You may simply call me Tianheng." The others, upon hearing this, chimed in, "Indeed, Bai Xian, there is no need to be so distant. Feel free to address us by our names." Upon hearing this, Bai Xian nodded without any pretense and said, "Very well. From now on, let us address each other by our names. You may simply call me Bai Xian." Yu Tianheng and the others acknowledged his words with nods of agreement. The group began retracing their steps along the path they had come. Suddenly, Yu Tianheng appeared to recall something and spoke up, "By the way, Bai Xian, do you have any plans for today? This afternoon, there happens to be an auction at the Tindo auction house. Would you like to accompany us to Tindo City to see what treasures are up for bid?" Upon hearing this, Bai Xian pondered for a moment, then replied, "That sounds agreeable. I have nothing pressing to attend to, so it would be fine to take a look." Yu Tianheng smiled and nodded, "Excellent. There is still about an hour until noon. Let's set off now, and once we arrive in Tindo City, I shall treat you all. You may choose the place. Consider it a warm welcome for you, Bai Xian. We can head to the Tindo auction house later this afternoon." Bai Xian nodded in response, saying nothing further. However, Osro suddenly interjected with a teasing expression, "Boss, you said it yourself. You're treating us. Today, we are in for a treat. I propose we go to Fengxian Pavilion. I have long coveted their pearl sparrows." Upon hearing this, a look of incredulity crossed Yu Tianheng's face as he exclaimed, "You cunning rascal, do you intend to bankrupt me today?" Osro grinned mischievously and retorted, "Well, you did say we could choose freely. You can't back out now." Yu Tianheng was momentarily at a loss for words, then gritted his teeth and replied, "All right, I'll remember this. So it's Fengxian Pavilion, is it? I shall treat." At this point, Yu Tianheng paused, casting a penetrating gaze at Osro, "But be cautious, Osro. Don't let me catch you slipping up. If I do, you'll be eating dirt for half a month, and I'll no longer be your boss." At his words, Osro's expression stiffened as he hurriedly exclaimed, "Wait, boss, you can't do this to me. I want to go if that's the case. That's out of the question." Osro's protest was swiftly cut off by the voice of Yu Feng, who had his arm draped over Osro's shoulders, a wicked smile on his face. "It's a rare occasion for the boss to treat us to Fengxian Pavilion. How can you oppose it, Osro? Isn't that right, Shimo?" Hearing this, Shimo chuckled, rubbing his nose, remaining silent, but his expression indicated his agreement with Yu Feng's sentiment. "Yu Feng, Shimo, you guys." Osro looked at Yu Feng and the others, who were grinning in agreement, and felt a wave of despair wash over him. It seemed as though the ground had shifted beneath him, leaving him on the verge of tears. These treacherous friends, don't they realize it's not their money at stake? How could they tease me like this? Chapter 67. Fia. As noon approached, the group arrived in Tindo City. Once there, they did not intend to linger and made their way directly to the Fengxian Pavilion as described by Osro. Bai Xian, accompanied by Yu Tianheng and his companions, walked for nearly a quarter of an hour before arriving at a magnificent structure. This building, resembling a Western-style square tower, stood at an impressive height of 60 to 70 meters. Above the grand stone doorway, the characters Fengxian Gu were elegantly inscribed. Observing this edifice, Bai Xian felt a twinge of astonishment. Although Fengxian Gu did not possess the grandeur of the iconic structures he had encountered in Tindo City, such as the Spirit Hall and the Grand Soul Arena, it was nonetheless astonishing as a hotel. The largest hotel he had seen in Suatua City paled in comparison. Upon entering Fengxian Gu, he was greeted by an elegantly luxurious lobby, adorned with a massive crystal chandelier measuring over 10 meters in diameter and opulent platinum decorations that exuded an air of prestige. In addition to the lavish decor, a subtle fragrance wafted through the air, offering a serene and refined ambience that soothed the senses, easing the tension in one's body. approaching the reception desk. Bai Xian watched as Yu Tianheng produced a platinum card and announced, Tianzi, number 16. At these words, a young woman seated at the desk, engrossed in a scroll, suddenly looked up. She appeared to be in her 20s, boasting a striking beauty that could easily earn a score of over 90. Although she lacked a touch of the ethereal grace of Qian Renque, she possessed a distinctive intellectual charm. Initially calm, her expression brightened into a smile upon recognizing Yu Tianheng. Is this not young Master Tianheng? My apologies. I was just engrossed in some research and did not notice your arrival. Please forgive me. As she spoke, her captivating gaze swept over Yu Tianheng's companions. Young Master Tianheng, you are accompanied by friends. Yu Tianheng replied with a composed demeanor. Indeed. I am here to host a welcoming gathering for a new friend. Supervisor Fia, could you make the necessary arrangements? A flicker of curiosity crossed Supervisor Fia's eyes as she surveyed Yu Tianheng's group once again, chuckling lightly. To have someone of such distinction brought here by young Master Tianheng is indeed a rare occurrence. I shall ensure that they are treated splendidly, so you need not worry about losing face in front of your friends. With that, her gaze settled on Bai Xian, who maintained an impassive expression. It seemed she recognized him. Supervisor Fia was well acquainted with the various noble factions within Tindo City, and although she had seen Du Guyin and others, Bai Xian was a stranger to her. Without altering her demeanor, she gently fanned her lips with a paper fan and smiled at Yu Tianheng, young Master Tianheng. How about this? Since you are here to welcome a new friend, I shall arrange for you to be in Hall 10. It boasts one of the finest environments in the entire Tianzi establishment. Upon hearing this, a flicker of contemplation crossed Yu Tianheng's eyes. Yet he remained composed as he replied, I trust your arrangements, Supervisor Fia. Hall 10 it shall be. Very well, I shall escort young Master Tianheng to Hall number 10. Remarked Supervisor Fia with a slight smile. This way, young Master Tianheng. With a gentle lift of her arm, she guided Yu Tianheng, who nodded calmly, alongside Bai Xian and the others as they ascended the stairs under her direction. Upon returning to Tindo City, I presume young Master Tianheng has successfully acquired a soul ring? Along the way, Yu Tianheng engaged in conversation with Supervisor Fia. By chance, I have already reached the 31st level, he replied casually. Upon hearing this, Supervisor Fia smiled softly, saying, at such a tender age, young Master Tianheng has already achieved the rank of Soul Master. Truly, a prodigious talent. After a brief pause, she continued, is young Master Tianheng here to welcome a new friend? Might they be a classmate from the academy? Indeed. Just enrolled 2 days prior. Yu Tianheng replied with an unchanging expression. Supervisor Fia, maintaining her composure, responded, oh, a newcomer to the Royal Academy? I assume they are a genius akin to young Master Tianheng. Yu Tianheng cast a glance at the calm Bai Xian behind him and remarked, my friend possesses talents far superior to my own. Oh, even more gifted than young Master Tianheng? Supervisor Fia appeared somewhat astonished, then chuckled, it seems you jest. For there are few in this world who, at such a young age, can reach the rank of Soul Master like you, young Master Tianheng. In response, Yu Tianheng remained silent. Supervisor Fia, observing his tranquil demeanor, felt a stir of emotions within her. Stealing a glance at Bai Xian, who wore a composed expression, she pondered the implications of Yu Tianheng's earlier statement. If this young man had indeed attained the rank of Soul Master, it would indeed be splendid news. Discreetly assessing Bai Xian, Supervisor Fia noted, he is still quite young, perhaps 2 or 3 years junior to Yu Tianheng. In but a moment, the group arrived at the entrance of Hall number 10. Young Master Tianheng, I shall not intrude further. Should you require anything, simply summon a server from within, and I will ensure someone waits outside. Supervisor Fia smiled at Yu Tianheng. Thank you, Supervisor Fia, he replied graciously. At this moment, a subtle smile graced Yu Tianheng's serene face. Director Fia responded with a gentle smile before turning to depart. Witnessing her exit, the group made their way into Hall No. 10. Though referred to as a hall, it was devoid of any shortcomings. The entire room spanned approximately 60 square meters, with a height exceeding 5 meters. On either side of the hall were leather sofas, while centrally positioned was a rectangular dining table, measuring 1 meter in width and 7 meters in length. Opposite the table stood an enormous floor-to-ceiling window, measuring a staggering 8 meters in length, adorned with 5 magnificent transparent crystal panels, 4 smaller and 1 larger, crafted into a mirror-like surface. Viewed from the front, a corner of the Skydo city was beautifully framed within this grand window. Chapter 68, The Skydo Auction House. Upon returning to the lobby, Director Fia approached the front desk. Although her face still bore a smile, Her enchanting eyes shimmered with ripples of thought. It was inconceivable that Yu Tianheng would come to the Fengxian Pavilion merely to extend hospitality to a new acquaintance he barely knew. Especially considering that this newcomer was a student at the Skydo Royal Academy, appearing several years younger than Yu Tianheng and possessing talents that might even surpass his own. Come here. With a slight parting of her lips, a woman clad in standard service attire approached FIA. You will wait outside hall number 10. Attend to any requests from those inside, and should any unusual circumstances arise, report back to me immediately. FIA addressed the service staff with a calm demeanor. Understood. The female attendant replied promptly before retreating. Watching her leave, FIA gently fanned herself, lost in contemplation. Inside hall number 10, the guests were seated on the sofas, sipping tea and engaging in conversation as they awaited the arrival of the dishes. Tianheng, are you familiar with that female director? Baen inquired, taking a delicate sip of his tea. I suppose we are acquainted, Yu Tianheng replied with a nod. Fengxian Pavilion is one of the 6 major guilds within the Skydo Empire, belonging to the Reina family, which has had some business dealings with our blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. 3 years ago, when I came to study at the Skydo Royal Academy, I visited here with Yinzi and the others, and she must have recognized me, granting me a VIP card. Yu Tianheng continued. It is rumored that she is the granddaughter of an elder within her clan, sent to Fengxian Pavilion for training, and she is currently managing it. Is that so? Baen murmured softly. Initially, upon entering the Fengxian Pavilion, he paid little heed to a person named Fia. However, as time progressed, he distinctly sensed that Fia had cast her gaze upon him on 2 separate occasions, her eyes evidently imbued with a hint of curiosity. Nevertheless, in Baen's perception, the fluctuations of her soul power were faint, approximately at the 10th level, and he did not discern any threat emanating from her. Nonetheless, Baen was particularly sensitive to individuals who expressed interest in him, prompting him to consider extracting information about that woman from Yu Tianheng to infer her intentions. It seems I have been overly cautious. Baen mused. A woman emerging from a merchant guild was hardly worthy of excessive concern. A quarter of an hour later, as the dishes were served, the group engaged in lively conversation around the dining table. In moments of levity, the playful banter of Yufeng and Osro elicited peals of laughter from everyone present. By the end of the meal, the rapport between Baen and Yu Tianheng had significantly deepened. After settling the dining expenses, the group departed from Fengxian Pavilion, heading towards the Tindo auction house. In merely 15 minutes, they arrived at their destination. It was evident that Yu Tianheng and his companions were no strangers to the Tindo auction house. Upon seeing Yu Tianheng at the entrance, the reception staff refrained from excessive inquiries and assigned a young woman clad in a pristine white dress to guide them to the heart of the auction venue. Inside the second-floor auction hall, a vast circular arena unfolded before Baen. At that moment, the auction was in progress, with personnel entering and exiting the hall under the guidance of strikingly attractive staff members. Within the hall, there were numerous female attendants dressed in alluring attire, nestled in the arms of masked men. Observing this, Yu Tianheng and his companions seemed unfazed, likely accustomed to such scenes from previous visits. However, Baen felt a ripple of emotions within him upon witnessing the provocatively dressed attendants. This was not due to his inability to resist their allure. Over the years, Baen had cultivated a resolute heart. No matter how enchanting one's exterior, it ultimately amounts to naught but a fleeting fade. Baen could not help but feel a tinge of sympathy for those unable to seize control of their own destinies. Adorned with a mask, Baen and his companions settled into the outermost seats, observing the continuous flow of auctioned items on display. Yu Tianheng leaned in and whispered to Baen. This is the very heart of the auction house, where items typically unattainable elsewhere are showcased. Generally, these items possess significant value. Though there are exceptions, some items defy conventional pricing. Feel free to take a closer look. Should anything catch your fancy, you may bid on it. By the way, do you have enough gold soul coins? Would you like me to lend you some for the time being? Upon hearing this, Baen first nodded, then quickly shook his head, responding, I understand. I still have a few gold soul coins. If I find myself lacking later, I will seek your assistance. Yu Tianheng scrutinized Baen for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. Through their interactions over the past few days, Yu Tianheng sensed that Baen did not possess the typical demeanor of a scion of a noble family. His attire, a simple cotton and linen white robe, was notably unpretentious. Moreover, Baen lacked the inherent traits often exhibited by those of noble lineage, traits that Yu Tianheng, Osro, and Du Guyan all bore to some extent. It was indeed peculiar that the esteemed Tindo Royal Academy, which traditionally enrolled only noble soul masters, would accept someone who appeared to be an ordinary soul master. However, considering Bai Xian's formidable soul master rank and prowess, Yu Tianheng concluded that it was not entirely implausible for the academy to make an exception. Yet, in this core auction venue of the Tindo auction house, the starting bid for even the least valuable item was a minimum of 1,000 gold soul coins. Yu Tianheng worried that if Bai Xian were truly an ordinary soul master, he might not have sufficient gold soul coins at his disposal. Bai Xian sat on the stage, observing the numerous items being auctioned off within the hall, devoid of any desire to bid. At this moment, perhaps only the appearance of something essential for his cultivation would pique his interest. Otherwise, to be frank, Bai Xian found himself rather indifferent. Over the course of more than an hour, nearly 100 items had been presented, yet none captured his attention. It was not until a staff member emerged from behind the scenes, pushing a small cart draped with a red silk scarf, that he felt a flicker of curiosity. In Bai Xian's mind, the seedling of the azure lotus quivered slightly, an unusual reaction that immediately captured his attention. Chapter 69, The Curious Stone. Gazing intently at the protrusion draped with a red silk scarf, Bai Xian's eyes flickered with intrigue. Although the items within the small cart were concealed beneath the crimson silk, the perspective and the demeanor of the attendant as he maneuvered the cart suggested that the contents were not particularly grand. As the attendant placed the tray from the cart onto the central display platform, the host announced loudly through the microphone, "Next, we are about to auction a rare and exceptional item. This treasure, authenticated by our auction house, belongs to a unique mineral category. With a starting bid of 2,000 gold soul coins, each subsequent bid must increase by no less than 200 gold soul coins. Esteemed guests, please take a look." As he spoke, the host grasped the corners of the red silk with both hands and slowly lifted it away. What came into Bai Xian's view was a peculiar stone exhibiting a dark gray hue, approximately 20 centimeters in diameter, akin to the size of a watermelon, appearing exceedingly mundane, resembling an ordinary stone found by the roadside. Upon unveiling the silk, murmurs of speculation arose among the onlookers. The host, unperturbed, spoke into the microphone. "Do not underestimate this stone. This mineral was extracted from the stomach of a 30,000-year-old golden, armored-limbed beast. Our auction house has verified that, although it is not a soul bone, it possesses remarkable hardness, able to withstand a full-force strike from a soul sage without a trace of damage. If crafted into armor, it would be exceedingly resilient. You must understand, the Tindo auction house never presents items of no value in this arena." Hearing this, a flicker of interest sparked among some audience members, yet the majority remained unimpressed by the stone's unremarkable appearance. After all, even if the host's claims were true, the stone's ability to endure a soul sage's full force would hold little residual value in their hands. If armor were forged from this material, they might show some interest. But as for the raw stone, better to purchase ready-made armor. As the host finished speaking, no one immediately placed a bid, suggesting a collective stance of observation. Yu Tianheng and his companions idly watched the host passionately extolling the stone. "This gentleman here, a bid of 2,000 gold soul coins. Is there anyone else? Any other bidders?" Suddenly, the host noticed something and exclaimed loudly, Yu Tianheng and his companions were taken aback to realize that the host was pointing in their direction. As he surveyed his surroundings, Yu Tianheng noticed that Bai Xian's right hand had just withdrawn from the button confirming the purchase. "Bai Xian, are you intending to buy the stone?" Yu Tianheng inquired softly, leaning closer. "Yes, I believe this stone holds great potential. I'm curious to see if I can create something remarkable from it." Bai Xian nodded gently and murmured, although he was uncertain about the true nature of the stone. The fact that it could evoke a response from the Qinglian seedling indicated that it was certainly more than just a hard mineral, as the host on stage had claimed. "Are you out of your mind, Bai Xian? Purchasing such a mineral to create something is far less sensible than simply buying a finished product. You could acquire whatever you desire then." Yu Tianheng's expression was filled with disdain as he regarded the stone on the auction stage, lamenting the waste of 2,000 gold soul coins. Bai Xian, however, smiled gently and remarked, "Since I have already placed my bid, there is no turning back. Besides, who knows, it might not merely be an ordinary stone. Even a full-force strike from a soul saint leaves no trace upon it. As long as I acquire it without incurring a loss, I shall be content. By the way, Tianheng, could you lend me some gold soul coins for the moment? I did not bring sufficient funds today, but I shall repay you once we return to the academy. You, Sai. As long as you do not regret it afterward." Upon hearing this, Yu Tianheng sighed in resignation and agreed. 2,000 gold soul coins for the first time. 2,000 gold soul coins for the first time. 2,000 gold soul coins for the second time. 2,000 gold soul coins for the second time. Is there anyone with a higher bid? 2,000 gold soul coins for the second time. The host on stage waved the auction hammer and proclaimed loudly, "This is indeed a miraculous stone that even a soul saint's full force strike could not mar. Esteemed guests, is there anyone willing to bid higher? 2,000 gold soul coins for the second time. 2,000 gold soul coins for the third time. Sold." As the host called out the third time, he forcefully brought down the auction hammer, declaring, "Let us congratulate this esteemed guest for acquiring this extraordinary stone." With a sigh of relief, Baen noted that no one else had placed a bid. Although he aimed to secure this stone, he was quite pleased to have done so with minimal expenditure. Fortunately, none of the attendees seemed to recognize the stone's uniqueness, which ultimately benefited him. In the following period, Baen did not come across anything else that piqued his interest. Informing Yu Tianheng of his intention to step out for a moment, he made his way alone to the hall on the first floor. With not enough gold soul coins of his own and having borrowed 2,000 from Yu Tianheng, Baen naturally intended to repay him. However, with no immediate means of acquiring more funds, he instinctively considered the items within his spatial ring. The rare metals and medicinal herbs he possessed were not on his agenda for sale, as they held significant value for his cultivation. Thus, he was left with 2 sets of platinum armor and 3 platinum longswords. Both the armor and swords were crafted from exceptional materials. Previously, Baen had attempted to launch a full-scale assault on the armor of Chengxia, yet he was unable to leave even the faintest mark upon it. It is worth noting that Baen's most powerful strike was superior even to that of a soul master specializing in offensive techniques, and the might of his attack was nearly on par with that of a soul king. Nonetheless, he could not leave a single trace upon the armor, underscoring the formidable defensive capabilities of the 2 sets of armor. As for the 3 platinum longswords, they paled in comparison, although their material was remarkable. They did not measure up to the exceptional strength of the armor. Contemplating this, Baen summoned a female attendant to fetch a manager from the auction house. Chapter 70. The primordial source Qi. In the spacious room, Baen sat confidently on one side of the sofa. At the center of the room stood an appraiser clad in a flowing black robe, equipped with a monocle, before a table measuring 1 meter by 3 meters. He was meticulously examining a platinum longsword, occasionally placing it to his ear and gently tapping it with a small iron rod. At times scrutinizing the sword's engravings through a magnifying glass, and comparing it with information from nearby books in search of insights. Baen was unperturbed by the value of the platinum longsword, for he had previously conducted tests on the blade and possessed a fair understanding of its worth. At this moment, he allowed the appraiser to carry out his evaluation while he leisurely sipped tea nearby. After a brief interval, scarcely more than the time it takes to brew a couple of cups, the appraiser laid down the platinum longsword and approached Baen with a slight smile. "Esteemed guest," he began, "after my assessment, I can ascertain that this longsword is forged from a blend of deep-sea sunken silver and celestial cloud gold. Its materials are exceedingly precious, its craftsmanship exquisite, and its blade remarkably sharp, making it a rarity throughout the entirety of the empire." Pausing momentarily, the appraiser adjusted the frame of his spectacles and continued with a hint of hesitation, "This item is of utmost value. As I have never appraised such a precious artifact before, I am unable to provide an appropriate price. However, based on existing auction records of similar valued items, I can tentatively suggest a starting bid of 30,000 gold soul coins. What do you think of this proposition?" Baen initially believed that the platinum longsword could fetch no more than around 10,000 gold soul coins. To his astonishment, the appraiser offered such a lofty valuation. He smiled slightly and inquired, "Of course, may we proceed with the auction today?" The appraiser responded with a smile, "Certainly. Our auction house operates continuously throughout the 12 hours of the day. Do you possess a purple gold card? If so, please provide the card number, and the corresponding amount of gold soul coins will be credited to it after the auction concludes." Baen hesitated slightly before replying, "I do not have one." The appraiser's expression shifted momentarily, perplexed by the fact that someone could enter the Tindo auction house without a purple gold card. Nonetheless, he quickly set aside his curiosity. The value of this single item was sufficient to establish Baen as a distinguished guest of the Tindo auction house. He smiled and said, "Very well. I shall arrange for our staff to issue you a purple gold card. In the meantime, feel free to explore the auction house for any items that pique your interest. Once the bidding for your item concludes, Our dedicated personnel will ensure it is delivered into your hands." Upon hearing the words, Bai Xian faintly nodded and, guided by a nearby attendant, returned to the second floor of the auction house. "Bai Xian, why have you been away for so long?" Yu Tianheng inquired, tilting his body slightly as Bai Xian rejoined them. "I had some minor matters to attend to," Bai Xian replied calmly after taking his seat, offering no further elaboration. Although puzzled, Yu Tianheng chose not to pursue the matter further. Time passed swiftly, and more than 2 hours had elapsed since their arrival at the auction house. The items presented for bidding were diverse. Aside from the remarkable stone Bai Xian had auctioned earlier, Yu Tianheng and the others had not found anything to their liking, thus refraining from participating in the bidding. Among the showcased items was the platinum longsword that Bai Xian had put up for auction. Although it started at a mere 30,000 gold soul coins, it ultimately fetched an astonishing 80,000, much to Bai Xian's delight. With the acquisition of 80,000 gold soul coins, Bai Xian's immediate financial concerns were alleviated. For the foreseeable future, he would no longer have to worry about money or resources, allowing him to devote himself entirely to his cultivation. As everyone prepared to return home, Bai Xian asked Yu Tianheng and the others to wait in the hall while he made his way to the appraisal room. Upon his arrival, he noticed that the appraiser was not the same as before. However, upon seeing Bai Xian, an attendant quickly approached him. "Esteemed guest, here is your previously processed purple gold card along with the item you won. Your item has been auctioned for 80,000 gold soul coins. And after deducting a 2% commission, the remainder is all in this card." The attendant smiled as he handed over the purple gold card along with the peculiar stone. This purple gold card also serves as a VIP card for the Tindo auction house. With this card, you may withdraw gold soul coins at any auction house within the Tindo Empire, and you will receive VIP treatment. As Bai Xian accepted the unusual stone and the purple gold card, a sense of relief washed over him. His resources for cultivation in the upcoming period were securely contained within. With the gold soul coins now in hand, Bai Xian lingered no longer. After instructing the attendant to withdraw 2,000 gold soul coins, he turned and left the appraisal room, reuniting with Yu Tianheng and the others before they collectively exited the Tindo auction house. By this time, the sky had begun to darken, and the hour was nearing dusk. After deliberating among themselves, Bai Xian and his companions decided to swiftly return to the Tindo Royal Academy, as time was of the essence. Before long, the sky would succumb to darkness. They aimed to reach the academy before nightfall. In the dead of the night, a figure emerged from the rooftop of the advanced student dormitory area, vanishing into the dormitory complex after a series of nimble leaps. In the midst of the dense woods on the mountainside, a faint voice resonated. "Here it is." A silhouette gradually materialized upon the trunk of a tree. The figure was scrutinizing the surroundings, seemingly confirming something. Clad in a flowing white robe, illuminated by the moonlight, the figure appeared ethereal and transcendent. Indeed, it was Bai Xian. Chapter 71. The Primordial Source Qi, Part 2. Upon returning to the academy from the Tindo auction house, Bai Xian had longed to examine the blackish-gray stone he had acquired. However, time constraints and concerns about potential disturbances similar to those caused by the spatial ring had delayed his inspection. He feared that such commotion might draw the attention of Yu Tianheng. Thus, he chose to wait until now, planning to inspect the stone amidst the forest on the mountainside, where he could remain inconspicuous should anything significant occur. As he retrieved the stone from within the spatial ring, Bai Xian settled into a meditative posture. He harnessed his soul power to levitate the stone, which was roughly the size of his head, before him, watching it rotate slowly. Closing his eyes, he attempted to connect with the Qinglian seedling, hoping to uncover any insights. The auctioneer had previously noted that even a soul saint could not leave a trace upon this stone. Bai Xian naturally did not believe that his modest abilities could inflict any harm upon the stone. As he entered a state of meditation, his consciousness journeyed into the sea of awareness. The young green lotus, having fully developed from a seedling, had absorbed countless spiritual energies. However, it remained unchanged from its initial state, merely emitting a slightly greater quantity of transformative vitality. At this moment, the young green lotus quivered gently, and the strands of transformative vitality surrounding it were markedly more vibrant than usual. Bai Xian gazed in astonishment at the trembling seedling of the azure lotus, for he had never witnessed such a phenomenon before. Suddenly, the seedling emitted a brilliant azure aurora. The moment the cerulean light radiated, Bai Xian instinctively closed his eyes. However, before he could open them again and regain his composure, an intense yearning emotion surged within his mind. Bai Xian felt an inexplicable sense of bewilderment as he opened his eyes. The scene that unfolded before him filled him with a sudden wave of panic. Within his sea of consciousness, there existed only a vast expanse of white void, with only the manifestation of his divine entity remaining. The young green lotus seedling had vanished. Baen found himself in a state of panic, ever since he discovered the blue lotus seed at the tender age of 3.5. It was through the aid of the blue lotus seedlings that he attained his current accomplishments. Moreover, the blue lotus seedlings were the key to his future enlightenment and transcendence. Now that the blue lotus seedlings had suddenly vanished, how could he not feel utterly disconcerted? Unable to calm his mind, Baen hastily withdrew from his meditation, eager to ascertain whether the disappearance was linked to the stone in his hand. Upon opening his eyes, a glimmer of azure materialized in his vision. It was the blue lotus seedling, which instantly soothed his troubled spirit. The blue lotus seedling had not abandoned him. Once reassured that the blue lotus seedling had not vanished, Baen steadied his mind and began to focus on other matters. At that moment, the blue lotus seedling radiated a soft azure glow, its 10 roots enveloping the dark gray stone, with the tips of the roots piercing deep into the stone, which even the soul saint could not move. As time slowly passed, wisps of grayish-white energy began to rise along the roots of the blue lotus seedling, during which cracks gradually appeared on the surface of the stone. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the grayish-white energy ceased to emanate, and the dark gray stone had completely shattered, breaking into over 20 fragments that fell to the ground. The blue lotus seedling now floated in mid-air, oscillating and rotating continuously, while waves of transformative energy surged forth from within it. Within a 20-meter radius around the blue lotus seedling, a field of transformative energy was formed, causing all plants in the vicinity to tremble vigorously, stretching their bodies to the fullest and growing at an observable pace. In but a moment, all the plants had doubled in height. To Baen's perception, this area, enriched by transformative energy, could be deemed an exquisite realm for cultivation. However, Baen was not in the mood to cultivate at that moment. This area was not an ideal hiding place. If the plants continued to flourish unchecked, it would not take long for the strong individuals within the academy to take notice. Watching the blue lotus seedling still oscillating in the air, a flicker of anxiety surfaced in Baen's eyes. How much longer must he wait? At this moment, Baen could not help but clench his hands, murmuring softly. Fortunately, it seemed that the Qinglian seedling had responded to Baen's call. The surge of life essence lasted for less than 3 minutes before gradually retracting back into the seedling. The Qinglian seedling, now devoid of its previous tremors, continued to hover in midair. However, the concentration of spiritual energy surrounding it had escalated to an alarming level. Around the roots of the Qinglian seedling, the rich essence of heaven and earth transformed into a liquid state, forming a small spiritual pool nearly 1 meter in diameter. The 2-foot-tall Qinglian seedling floated gracefully atop it, standing apart from the world. Observing the retracted life essence within the Qinglian seedling, Baen let out a long sigh of relief. After all, the earlier commotion had been rather substantial. At this moment, all the plants that had been within the realm of life essence had grown to more than double their original size. If it were daytime, Baen, gazing down from the mountain peak, would undoubtedly notice a strikingly prominent rise in this area, where the previously similar height trees now displayed an extraordinary elevation. Baen ascended to the treetops, attuning himself to the surrounding movements, quietly awaiting the transformation of the young Qinglian seedling. At long last, after approximately a quarter of an hour, the seedling ceased to gather the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, gently hovering before Baen and merging with his being. As the Qinglian seedling integrated into him, Baen's previously suspended heart finally found solace. In that moment, a piece of information manifested within his mind. Primordial source chi. Primordial source chi. A flicker of confusion crossed Baen's mind. However, he had no desire to linger in that place, nor the time to explore the nature of the primordial source chi. He swiftly gathered the scattered stones littering the ground and, with a flash, vanished from the scene. The changes around him were too drastic. It was no longer a safe haven, and it was prudent to return to his dormitory without delay. What Baen was unaware of was that outside the Royal Academy, a stunning figure with flowing golden hair had stealthily passed by the vigilant guards of the Tindo Royal Academy, swiftly approaching the direction of the student dormitories. That very direction was precisely where Baen's dormitory was located. Chapter 72. The Invitation. Baen, hurrying back to his dormitory, suddenly emitted a soft exclamation as a familiar fluctuation of soul power manifested within his perception. Judging by the trajectory of this soul power, it was evident that their paths would inevitably intersect. However, Bai Xian had no intention of evading the individual. A smile graced his lips as he continued his rapid approach towards his dormitory. Bai Xian recognized the identity of the visitor. After a brief moment, he ascended to the rooftop of his dormitory, sitting cross-legged and facing the direction of the soul energy, awaiting the arrival of the individual. After a tea's worth of time had passed, the figure finally came into Bai Xian's view. The figure also noticed Bai Xian seated on the rooftop. A hint of perplexity surfaced on the extraordinarily beautiful face, yet this momentary confusion did not hinder his movements. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived before Bai Xian. Gazing at Bai Xian, Qian Rinxue's cherry lips parted slightly, asking, "How did you know I would come?" In response, Bai Xian offered a gentle smile, stating, "I had no prior knowledge of your visit. I merely sensed the fluctuation of your soul energy moments ago." Observing Bai Xian's calm demeanor, Qian Rinxue fell into a brief silence. After a moment, she inquired again, "How have you fared over the years? I have heard that you became a soul master a few years back." Bai Xian smiled and remarked, "Thanks to our previous encounter, these past years have been quite favorable for me. Not only have I successfully ascended to the soul master level, but I have also had the privilege of studying at the Royal Academy of Tindo." Pausing for a moment, Bai Xian further expressed, "As for you, it has been several years since we last met, and you have become even more enchanting. How have you been recently? There have been no reports of you from the continent." Qian Ruxue gently brushed her golden hair by her ear and smiled softly, illuminated by the silvery moonlight, creating a breathtaking scene. Even Bai Xian, whose heart was steadfast in cultivation, could not help but be momentarily entranced. With a smile, Qian Ruxue replied, "I have been well these years, but you? I remember you being so mature and reserved. I never expected you to offer compliments." Bai Xian, feeling somewhat embarrassed, playfully touched his nose with his index finger and chuckled. "Wasn't that our first meeting back then?" Qian Ruxue gazed at Bai Xian with her water-like eyes, blinking slightly, her lips moving. "Is that so?" After a brief pause, she continued, "All right. I won't pry too much. I have come to Tindo to attend to a matter. And upon hearing that you were at the Royal Academy, I thought I would take the opportunity to visit a friend." Bai Xian, taken aback, glanced at Qian Ruxue, sensing she was concealing her true intentions. However, he was not the type to disrupt their unspoken understanding. He knew she was masquerading as Xueqinghe in the Tindo Empire, but that did not align with his identity as a common soul master, so he chose not to delve further. "By the way, how was your injury from last time? Did it leave any lasting issues?" Bai Xian and Qian Rinxue, aside from their previous fortuitous encounter, were not particularly well acquainted, leaving them momentarily at a loss for conversation. Suddenly, an idea struck Bai Xian as he recalled Qian Rinxue's injury, prompting him to inquire about it. However, as soon as the words escaped his lips, he couldn't help but wish to reprimand himself. Was there truly nothing else to discuss but that? In response, a faint blush tinged Qian Rinxue's luminous, moonlit visage. Though her demeanor remained remarkably composed, she replied, "Fortunately, after my return, my grandfather found a healing soul Douluo to treat my wounds. So I am relieved that no lasting injuries remain." Bai Xian nodded slightly and remarked, "That would be splendid." As the words fell, the two were rendered speechless, each exclaiming simultaneously, "You, I." Suddenly, they both paused, gazing at each other with a smile. Bai Xian smiled as he said, "Why don't you go ahead and speak first?" Qian Rinxue chuckled softly and replied, "Regarding that matter from last time, I have yet to properly express my gratitude for your assistance. This time, having spent a considerable duration in Tindo, I wonder if you might accompany me to a certain place when you have the opportunity?" Upon hearing this, Bai Xian was momentarily taken aback. "Me? Accompany you?" Qian Rinxue nodded gently, affirming, "Indeed. To where?" Bai Xian expressed his confusion, pondering that, logically speaking, Qian Rinxue, currently masquerading as Xueqinghe, should have little time for any other engagements, let alone venturing to any place. "A treasure trove." Qian Rinxue's gaze became somewhat grave. "A treasure trove?" Bai Xian questioned, his mind racing with the thought, could it be the Eye of Ice and Fire? Yet, it seemed implausible that Qian Rinxue and her companions had noticed this location. Indeed, it is a treasure trove, as well as a trial ground. Qian Rinxue's expression grew serious. It is an isolated pocket of the world, containing numerous rare spiritual materials and heavenly treasures seldom found in the outside realm, but it is not without significant dangers. "What dangers?" Bai Xian inquired, perplexed. If Qian Rinxue deemed it dangerous, would that not pose an even greater threat to him? While there are no soul beasts within, there exists a peculiar breed of ferocious beasts. Even after being slain, they do not yield soul rings, yet the weakest among them can rival a 1,000-year soul beast, with some being as formidable as those of 50,000 years. Qian Rinxue explained with a hint of gravity. Bai Xian fell into silence. So brutal. My goodness. 50,000 years soul beasts. My slender arms and legs would barely suffice as a meal offering. He exclaimed. You still wish to venture there? At his words, Qian Rinxue smiled faintly. Danger, of course, is accompanied by opportunity. When weighed against the benefits provided by the spiritual materials within, the perils are trivial in comparison. She paused momentarily before continuing. Records indicate that a century ago, when this small world opened, a soul master discovered a fortuitous opportunity within, elevating him to a pinnacle in the realm of soul masters. For the past 100 years, he has remained at the apex, becoming the aspirational target of all titled Douluos. Bai Xian's expression shifted. Could it be Qian Dalu? How many others are entering this time? Just the two of us? Aside from us, there are 3 others from the Spirit Hall, making a total of 5 individuals. Qian Rinxue replied. Have you consented? Bai Xian nodded and smiled. Since it is your invitation, although there may be some dangers involved, you too intend to enter, do you not? Given the potential benefits, I see no reason to decline. Chapter 73, a reminder that is reassuring. Qian Rinxue's beautiful eyes glimmered with a hint of joy. By the way, what is the exact time? It wouldn't happen to be tomorrow, would it? Bai Xian inquired with a trace of confusion. Qian Rinxue gently shook her head and replied, Do not worry. It is not that soon. There remains over a month until the small world opens. Moreover, I will come to find you before we depart. Upon hearing this, Bai Xian finally relaxed. With more than a month at his disposal, if he devoted himself to training, he should be able to reach level 40. At that point, after acquiring a soul ring and becoming a soul sect, he was confident that his true combat prowess would surpass most formidable attack-type soul kings. And even ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts would stand no chance against him. He would be comparable to the current Qian Rinxue. In that case, his chances of success upon entering the small world would greatly increase, enhancing his safety as well. He nodded and said, This time frame is quite favorable. It gives me the opportunity to improve during this period, ensuring greater safety later on. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue's gaze sharpened. Further improvement? Isn't he already at that level? Well then, shall we discuss this elsewhere? If we continue here, I fear that the person inside may awaken. Bai Xian's voice resonated as he spoke, simultaneously gesturing towards the house beneath his feet. Bai Xian was referring to Yu Tianheng. Although the two of them were conversing on this floor with deliberate restraint in their soul power fluctuations and voices, a trace of movement was still perceptible. In a brief moment, it was manageable, yet over time, with their soul sovereign level vigilance, they could still detect the presence of the two above. Qian Rinxue's expression momentarily froze, but she soon comprehended Bai Xian's intention. She gently shook her head and said, There's no need for that. I merely came to see you, my old friend, and to inquire if you might be interested in accompanying me to the trial grounds. Now that I have discerned your answer, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not linger. Upon hearing this, Bai Xian nodded and replied, Very well, I appreciate your invitation to such a treasured place. Qian Rinxue subtly shook her head and responded, There is no need for such formality between us. Let us meet again in a month. Her gaze was tranquil, yet beneath its surface lay a hint of reluctance that she herself had not fully recognized. In response, Bai Xian nodded and said, Then we shall meet again in a month. Qian Rinxue nodded, her graceful figure shifted, and she turned to prepare for her departure. Bai Xian gazed at the retreating figure of Qian Rinxue, her silhouette exuding an air of determination. His expression wavered with uncertainty, as if he wished to voice his thoughts. However, in but a fleeting moment, that hesitation dissipated. He uttered, There are certain words I am unsure if you would care to hear, yet I feel compelled to share them with you. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue paused in her departure, turning slightly to regard Bai Xian, and inquired, What? Bai Xian took a deep breath and slowly began to speak. 5 years ago, if I recall correctly, you were a soul sect, weren't you? Although I am uncertain of the reasons that have led you to attain merely the rank of Soul King now, based on the level of your soul power 5 years ago, your current soul power fluctuations should not be confined to such a modest level. Given your rank and talent from 5 years past, under normal cultivation circumstances, you ought to have reached the level of Soul Emperor by now. When we first met, you were a soul sect and I was merely a soul master, lagging 3 significant ranks behind you. Today, I stand on the brink of entering the soul sect myself, leaving only a single rank separating us. Do you grasp the implications of this? At a time when you should have been wholly dedicated to enhancing your own abilities. It seems your extraordinary talent has been somewhat stifled. As Bai Xian's words fell, Qian Rinxue's delicate form involuntarily trembled. How could she be unaware of the predicament she currently faced? Ever since she became the substitute for Xue Qinghe, a significant portion of her time had been consumed by the affairs of the Tindo Empire, inevitably leading to a certain wastage of her cultivation time. Over the years, she had also come to realize this. Yet what choices did she have? The masquerade of Xue Qinghe had already become an irreversible act, and moreover, if she were to cease midway, would she not be looked down upon by that woman? Shaking her head, Qian Rinxue wore a somewhat self-deprecating expression and said, "There are some matters you do not comprehend." Bai Xian gazed calmly at Qian Rinxue's visage. He understood that the underlying essence of her words was something she herself was unaware of. This was no ordinary world. As Bai Xian's tranquil voice resonated, Qian Rinxue turned around, her expression tinged with confusion as she regarded him. What did he mean by that? An ordinary world? Bai Xian did not gaze at Qian Rinxue, but instead turned to observe the foot of the mountain at the academy, remarking, "This is not an ordinary world. If it were merely a realm populated by common folk, it would be inconsequential. Your talents wasted would simply be a loss. However, this world possesses the element of soul power, granting the formidable the ability to alter all unfavorable circumstances, though I am unaware of the reasons behind your existence. When you wield the most potent force in this world and become an unrivaled power, all causes and effects shall bend to your will. Every factor will lose its significance, for you will possess the capacity to reshape all destinies." As he spoke, gazing into the night enveloping the mountain's base, Bai Xian fell silent. Qian Rinxue, upon hearing his words, felt a tremor in her beautiful eyes. After a lengthy pause, the flicker of emotion vanished from her gaze. She turned, mirroring Bai Xian's actions, and stared into the night, enveloped in silence. Eventually, Qian Rinxue softly expressed, "Indeed, you are unlike anyone else." Upon hearing this, Bai Xian turned his head, puzzled, to look at Qian Rinxue. "It's nothing. Farewell, Bai Xian. We shall meet again in a month." With a gentle smile, Qian Rinxue leaped away, vanishing from Bai Xian's sight. Bai Xian gazed intently in the direction where Qian Rinxue had departed. Chapter 74. The Primordial Source Qi continued. Within the forest, Qian Rinxue hastily advanced, when suddenly a voice resonated. "Young master, you have been rather reckless this time. If those 3 old codgers from the Royal Academy discover this..." Qian Rinxue, unfazed by the unexpected voice, continued her forward motion and replied, "Rest assured, Uncle Shi, those 3 committee members from the Royal Academy won't catch wind of my presence." Upon hearing this, the concealed voice sighed in resignation. "For the sake of that one young man? Is it worth the young master stepping into peril?" At this, Qian Rinxue's mind conjured the image of Bai Xian, a slight smile gracing her lips as she said, "Uncle, you will come to understand in due time that all of this is worth it. How shall we explain the matter of inviting Bai Xian to the celestial severing soul realm, to the grand offering, and the holy see? If Bai Xian were one of our spirit hall members, it would be a different story, but he is not." The hidden Shilong inquired once more. "I will provide an explanation to grandfather," Qian Rinxue replied, her gaze sharpening. "As for the holy see, the celestial severing soul realm is a trial ground discovered by my angel lineage, originally accessible only to her kin. The fact that we are offering a spot to the holy see is already a significant favor. If she has any objections, let her seek out my grandfather at the offering hall." Upon hearing this, Shilong fell silent, leaving only the sound of Qian Rinxue's swift movements through the forest. As she hastened her way, nearing the outskirts of Tindo City, she slowed and said, "Uncle Shi, you may return now. Please keep an eye on Bai Xian's recent activities. Aside from ensuring that no one from the holy see approaches him, let him be. He may encounter some changes soon, and you should follow him, intervening only if his life is in danger." Shilong acquiesced, saying, "Young master, should I escort you back to the prince's residence before I depart?" To this, Qian Rinxue shook her head, replying, "No need. We are outside Tindo City, which is quite safe. Besides, Uncle Xue should be arriving shortly." Shilong complied, and as soon as the blood was drawn, he took away Qian Rinxue and returned alone to the exterior of the Royal Academy. While Shilong's actions are set aside for the moment, let us turn our attention to Bai Xian. At this juncture, Bai Xian had carefully returned to his chamber. In the stillness of the night, he lay with his hands behind his head, gazing at the ceiling, lost in thought about the earlier encounter with Qian Rinxue. Her unexpected arrival had taken Bai Xian by surprise, He had assumed that after her masquerade as Xueqinghe the previous day, she would be well aware of his current circumstances. Yet, she chose to meet him in person, risking exposure, which truly astonished him. After all, they were at the Tindo Royal Academy, a place teeming with countless soul masters and home to 3 titled Douluos on the faculty. Should the Spirit Hall's presence be discovered within the academy, it would not be a matter to be taken lightly. Moreover, there was the enigmatic realm he referred to as the small world, a concept that had never been mentioned in his memories of the Douluo Continent. However, given that even Qian Renxue had indicated a certain level of danger, it was prudent to proceed with caution. This month, he aimed to elevate his soul power to the 40th level, achieving the rank of Soul Master, which would ensure greater safety upon entering the small world. Closing his eyes, Bai Xian focused his mind to delve into his spiritual sea. With a clear objective in mind, he needed to investigate the previous activity of the Qinglian seedling, as it pertained to his very foundation and warranted meticulous attention. The primordial source energy had conveyed but a sliver of information regarding the Qinglian seedling, and Bai Xian was eager to comprehend the nature of this primordial source energy that had provoked such a vigorous response from the seedling. In the depths of his spiritual sea, Bai Xian found himself momentarily entranced by the scene before him. The atmosphere was saturated with vibrant life energy, casting the entire realm of his spiritual sea in a verdant hue. At this moment, the Qinglian seedling had undergone remarkable transformation. Its height had more than doubled from its previous 2 feet, nearing an impressive stature of nearly 10 feet. Although it remained in seedling form, its size was now several times greater than before. The consciousness of Bai Xian arrived before the young green lotus seedling, gently placing a hand upon its stem. Instantly, waves of information surged into Bai Xian's mind through the touch. The primordial source qi, the essence that emerged at the dawn of all worlds, serves as the fundamental origin of all existence. It typically manifests directly as the myriad forms of nature, while a rare few integrate seamlessly with the cosmic source, enhancing the potential of their respective realms. Such remnants are exceedingly scarce. The essence contained within the stone was precisely this primordial source qi, which directly stimulated the growth of the green lotus seedling, prompting its remarkable response. As for the reason this stone could harbor the primordial source qi, the information gleaned from the seedling suggested that during the nascent stages of this world, the primordial source qi collided with the void celestial gold. This interaction led to the formation of an outer protective layer that prevented the source qi from dissipating, thereby preserving a minuscule amount within. Fortunately, this serendipitous turn of events greatly benefited Bai Xian. Although he did not directly acquire the primordial source qi, the growth of the green lotus seedling alone brought him immense joy. Moreover, the fragments of the void celestial gold remained as an additional boon. The green lotus seedling had absorbed a significant amount of primordial source qi, and the vitality pervading his consciousness was a testament to this. The essence emanating from the seedling's growth was now of little consequence to it. In the future, it could easily condense such energies at will. However, for Bai Xian, this was monumental news. The abundant vitality within his consciousness could sufficiently support his cultivation, enabling him to ascend 40 levels within the month. Additionally, the void celestial gold is an exceptionally rare divine material, one that even golden immortals might not possess. What made it even more precious was its fusion with the primordial source qi. Although the source qi had been depleted post-integration, the current void celestial gold retained properties akin to the primordial source qi, making it extraordinarily valuable. Bai Xian had already formulated some ideas regarding the potential uses of this void celestial gold, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to realize his ambitions. Chapter 75. The opening ceremony. The following morning, Bai Xian sat cross-legged on the rooftop, welcoming the dawn as he practiced the green lotus technique. Streams of vitality emerged from the void within his meridians, gradually being refined and assimilated into his soul power. Bai Xian, you're up so early? A voice interrupted his meditation. Bai Xian ceased his practice, slowly opening his eyes to see Yu Tianheng waving at him from outside the building. Bai Xian smiled gently, rising to stretch leisurely. Tianheng, you are up early as well. I have only just awakened. With a swift movement, Yu Tianheng leapt onto the rooftop, standing beside Bai Xian. He playfully thumped Bai Xian's chest and remarked, Am I up early? You, my friend, have no idea how long I've been cultivating. It's clear to me now how, at such a tender age, you have honed such extraordinary skills. Bai Xian offered a faint smile, choosing silence as he turned to gaze at the horizon where the vibrant orange sun began its ascent. For a moment, he found himself entranced. Let us be off. Today marks the official commencement of the academy. The opening ceremony will begin at the hour of the snake. We should first enjoy a breakfast, and by the time we finish, it will be nearly time to start, Yu Tianheng remarked, giving Bai Xian a gentle pat on the shoulder as he too admired the majestic sun rising in the distance. Bai Xian nodded slightly, his pupils gradually focusing. The two of them proceeded towards the cafeteria, where they encountered Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling, who were also heading in the same direction. The four of them arrived at the cafeteria, purchased their breakfast, and engaged in conversation about the upcoming opening ceremony as they ate. By the time they finished their meal, a quarter of an hour had elapsed, with less than half an hour remaining until the ceremony commenced. They deliberated and set off towards the Grand Hall where the event would be held. The Grand Hall of the Academy is a significant architectural feature of the Tindo Royal Academy. It serves as the venue for grand ceremonies and the announcement of important matters. Designed to accommodate all students and faculty members, the hall boasts a magnificent structure. From an external perspective, it occupies an area of approximately 5 acres, with its highest point reaching nearly 40 meters. The entire structure includes peripheral corridors, landscaped areas, the main hall, a committee meeting room, and a faculty meeting room, exuding an impressive grandeur. Upon reaching the Grand Hall, they found a considerable number of students already gathered, chatting in small groups. "Boss, over here." A voice drew the attention of many, including Bai Xian and his companions. Turning to look, they saw Osro waving from a front row seat in the hall. Yu Tianheng shook his head in resignation, saying, "Let us go over. If Leopard is here, then Yufeng and Shuremo are likely to be as well." At this, the group exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement as they made their way to Osro's location. Upon arrival, they indeed found Yufeng and the others present. Yu Tianheng remarked, "You all arrived so early." Just as he finished speaking, Yufeng swiftly moved to Yu Tianheng's side, a look of distress on his face as he began to lament, "Boss, you have no idea. If it weren't for Leopard, who kept dragging his feet and refusing to get out of bed, we might have already had breakfast and been ready for the opening ceremony by now." As he voiced his grievances, Yufeng exaggeratedly displayed his disdain. "Now we have to wait for the ceremony to start on an empty stomach. Yufeng, how dare you speak ill of me?" Osro exclaimed dramatically, though his face betrayed no tears. "Boss, you must stand up for me. This is unbearable." In a final display of his theatrics, Osro, unable to produce real tears, turned away and rubbed his eyes vigorously, managing to redden them, as if he had indeed been crying. Bai Xian stood to one side, utterly astonished by the antics of the two lively characters before him. How had he never realized that Osro and Yufeng were such spirited individuals? Yu Tianheng, with a look of exasperation, observed the comical duo, resting his hand on his face and peering through his fingers at Dugu Yin, signaling her to intervene and manage the situation. Dugu Yin, upon catching the glance from Yu Tianheng, nodded in understanding, a hint of amusement dancing in her emerald eyes. She addressed the playful Yufeng and Osro with an unusually gentle tone, saying, "Yufeng, Osro, have you not had breakfast? Are you misbehaving? Come here. Let me take care of you." At her words, the mischievous Yufeng and Osro froze in place, their expressions shifting to one of alarm as they exchanged frantic head shakes, gazing at Dugu Yin, whose warm smile only heightened their dread. Perhaps not. No need for that, Sister Yin," they exclaimed, sharing a glance that conveyed a mutual teasing of each other's reaction. Bai Xian could no longer contain his amusement and burst into laughter. Even Yi Lingling, who had been standing coolly beside him, could not help but smile, delicately covering her grin with one hand. "All right, Yufeng, Osro, quiet down. Can't you learn a bit of maturity from Shimo and the others?" Yu Tianheng finally spoke up, exuding a sense of helplessness. In response, Yufeng flashed a playful grin and said, "Boss, I'm just trying to liven things up." Sighing, Yu Tianheng's expression grew even more weary. "All right, settle down. The ceremony will commence shortly. If you haven't had breakfast, do your best to remain silent." With that, the two playful individuals finally quieted down and took their seats in the front row alongside Bai Xian and Dugu Yin. Chapter 76, Breakthrough Dear Students and Esteemed Mentors. I am Meng Xinji, the Chief Educational Commissioner of the Royal Academy of Tindo. Today marks our annual enrollment season at the Royal Academy of Tindo. The three commissioners, clad in formal attire, stood on the elevated platform at the front of the grand auditorium. Meng Xinji addressed the gathered students and faculty. "I am delighted to announce that this year, many talented students and distinguished mentors have joined our Royal Academy of Tindo, becoming part of our esteemed institution. Here, you will experience a significant chapter in your lives. I hope that during this wonderful time, you will discover the path that belongs to your future and carve out your own space in the realm of soul masters. Next, I invite His Highness, the Crown Prince of the Tindo Empire, to deliver a speech. With that, Meng Xinji bowed slightly and whispered to Xue Qinghe, who stood behind him, "Your Highness, I shall conclude my remarks here. The floor is yours." As she spoke, the dream god machine retreated to stand alongside by Bashan and Jilin. Xue Qinghe nodded slightly and stepped forward. Casting a sweeping glance over the assembly of students and faculty, her gaze paused momentarily upon Bai Xian, lingering for an instant. Offering a gentle smile to Bai Xian, Xue Qinghe then straightened her demeanor and, with a beaming expression, addressed the audience. "Today, I stand here as a representative of the royal family of the Tindo Empire to congratulate the newly admitted students. Likewise, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the alumni and esteemed mentors. May you all forge even greater achievements in the coming year. Additionally, I wish to share a few words from my personal journey with you, dear students. You are the pride of the Tindo Empire, blessed with remarkable talents. However, as you embark on your journey at the Royal Academy, I urge you to remain humble and patient to solidify the original intentions that guided your practice. During your years at the Academy, strive to elevate your cultivation to even greater heights. Meanwhile, in the serene woods of the Royal Academy's rear mountain, Bai Xian wandered through the thickets. Today marked the 20th day since the opening ceremony. Following the event, the Academy had begun to organize various courses and assign instructors for the students. As anticipated, Bai Xian was assigned to the tutelage of Qin Ming, who would oversee his cultivation practices. Fortunately, Qin Ming recognized that Bai Xian and his peers, including Yu Tianheng, were exceptionally gifted individuals, each possessing a unique approach to their training. He merely arranged for Bai Xian and the others to manage their respective cultivation schedules. During each assessment of their progress, he would astutely offer his insights on their queries, providing guidance from a higher perspective. Benefiting from this, Bai Xian enjoys a remarkable degree of autonomy in his cultivation. Thus, in recent days, he has consistently ventured to the lush spiritual grounds of the back mountain to refine the innate energies within his spiritual sea. This endeavor also aids in the growth of the primal blue lotus as it gathers the essence of heaven and earth. Yesterday, Bai Xian sensed that the barrier of his soul power at the 39th level was within reach. Today, he resolved to break through to the 40th level. Upon arriving at his cultivation spot, Bai Xian sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and focused his mind, employing the blue lotus technique to absorb and integrate the innate energies. As time gradually passed, the fluctuations of his soul power surged and subsided rhythmically. After 4 hours, Bai Xian's hand shifted into a sudden formation. His left palm faced the sky while his right hand formed a sword finger at his chest, and the tumult of his soul power began to stabilize. A flush of color appeared on his face as he exhaled deeply and slowly opened his eyes. He had finally reached the 40th level. Gazing at the sky, Bai Xian realized it had grown completely dark, and judging by the position of the moon, it was likely the hour of will. How much time had passed? Bai Xian sighed lightly. Indeed, in the throes of cultivation, one often loses track of time, and an entire day had slipped away unnoticed. Upon returning to his dormitory, he observed Yu Tianheng sitting on the sofa, engrossed in his own cultivation. Bai Xian chose not to interrupt him and retreated to his bedroom to take a shower. Each time a soul master breaks through a level, some impurities within the body are expelled by the surging soul power. Although Bai Xian's body had already been purified by the convergence of the innate energies and the essence of the blue lotus, he still perspired during the breakthrough. Though his sweat bore no unpleasant odor, in fact, it exuded a refreshing fragrance, Bai Xian preferred to remain untainted by such scents. Thus, whenever conditions allowed, he would promptly take a shower after achieving a breakthrough. Once Bai Xian had finished bathing and donned a fresh set of clothes, he emerged from his bedroom to find Yu Tianheng had ceased his cultivation and was now seated on the sofa, engrossed in a book. "Ah, Bai Xian, when did you return?" Yu Tianheng inquired upon seeing him exit the room. As Bai Xian towel-dried his hair, he remarked, "I've been back for a while and noticed you were engrossed in your training, so I refrained from interrupting you. How has your progress been today? What book are you reading?" "It's going quite well," Yu Tianheng replied, a faint smile gracing his face. "I made significant strides in my soul power while absorbing the soul ring, and as a result, I've leveled up today." He then picked up the book resting on his lap and added, "As for what I'm reading, it's a book written by my uncle, titled The 10 Core Competencies of Martial Souls." "Oh, the 10 Core Competencies of Martial Souls," Bai Xian exclaimed, his pupils reflecting a hint of intrigue. "Your uncle is Yu Shaojing, isn't he?" The name surfaced in Bai Xian's mind. Harnessing his soul power, Baen dried the remaining moisture from his hair and said, "I find this quite fascinating. May I take a look?" Yu Tianheng smiled gently and replied, "Of course. If you wish to see it, then by all means." With that, he handed the book, The 10 Core Competencies of Martial Souls, to Baen. Baen took the book and settled onto the sofa, diligently flipping through its pages one by one. Upon opening to the first page of chapter 77, he observed an entire page dedicated solely to the 10 core competencies of martial souls. Accompanied by a signature in the lower right corner, Yu Xiaojang, Baen must establish a distinct cultivation system suitable for himself before achieving the rank of Soul Saint. He cherishes all the materials he can draw upon, despite the mixed reviews regarding this master in his past life. Baen approaches the content with a mindset eager to extract useful insights. However, as he delves deeper, a frown begins to form on his brow. Although the information appears entirely ordinary, it is, in fact, excessively so. Certain materials bear significant overlap with those found in the resource rooms of the primary Soul Master Academy and various branches of the Spirit Hall. Some even exhibit similarities to those housed in the library of the Tindo Royal Academy. More critically, while the content aligns with the foundational practices of most Soul Masters, it lacks essential elements that Baen deems necessary. Rubbing his temples, Baen furrows his brow slightly and returns the book to Yu Tianheng, inquiring, "Tianheng, how much of this content have you reviewed?" Taken aback by Baen's expression, Yu Tianheng replies, "I've gone through it all." "What's the matter, Baen? Is there something amiss?" Baen furrowed his brows and nodded slightly, saying, "It would be prudent for you to refrain from reading this book in the future." However, no sooner had Baen spoken than Yu Tianheng abruptly rose to his feet, his face flushed with indignation as he gazed at Baen. "Baen, I have always regarded you as a friend. I cannot fathom how my uncle has offended you for you to malign the book he has labored over so tirelessly." Upon hearing this, Baen began to realize that the relationship between Yu Tianheng and Yu Xiaojang was quite strong. By suggesting that Yu Tianheng should read this book less, it appeared to him as though Baen was disparaging Yu Xiaojang's efforts. With a hint of regret, Baen replied, "I apologize, Tianheng. I failed to articulate my thoughts clearly. In truth, this book is quite well written, and it would indeed be beneficial for you to read it and gain some insight. However, the content within is simply not suited for you, or for soul masters of our ilk." At this, the anger on Yu Tianheng's face lessened somewhat. Yet he still spoke with a chilly tone. "What do you mean by that?" Baen, feeling helpless, continued, "The content of this book is indeed commendable, yet it is primarily suitable for ordinary soul masters on the mainland. However, if the principles within are applied to you, they may become a hindrance on your path to cultivation, stifling the innate talents that you rightfully possess." "What does this imply?" Baen gently shook his head, refraining from answering directly, and posed a counter-question. "Tianheng, what are your thoughts on the terms genius and prodigy?" Upon hearing this, Yu Tianheng found Baen's inquiry rather perplexing, as he could not discern the connection between her question and the 10 core competencies of the martial soul created by his uncle. Nevertheless, he responded, "Aren't genius and prodigy synonymous? How does this relate to the 10 core competencies of the martial soul my uncle developed?" Baen gazed intently into Yu Tianheng's eyes and spoke. "The genius is inherently endowed with various talents that surpass those of ordinary individuals. An exceptional prodigy, a child of destiny, possesses abilities that far exceed those of mere geniuses, creating an insurmountable chasm between them and the commonplace. This distinction manifests in martial souls, or in the realm of cultivation. A genius may enjoy a superior cultivation pace and strength compared to their ordinary peers, yet the gap between them is not vast. With sufficient time, an ordinary person can attain a comparable level. However, a prodigy eclipses even a genius, progressing at an astonishing rate, capable of overcoming challenges beyond their level, and within a mere decade can rival the older generation of formidable warriors. Among peers, only a select few prodigies can compete with such an individual, while the rest can do little more than admire from afar. In Yu Tianheng, you are indeed a prodigy. While the content of this book is commendable, it is only suitable for ordinary soul masters. Should the author of this book find a disciple who is a genius, their theoretical framework would evolve continuously. If they were to solely rely on the material presented in this book to instruct their disciple, that disciple would merely become a competent practitioner, not a pinnacle figure within the realm of soul masters. Conversely, if the disciple possessed a waste martial soul, the theories espoused within this book would be of no use to them. A soul master with a useless martial soul must seek transformation, diverging from the norm. And in such a scenario, they could not adhere to the theoretical framework outlined in this volume. Therefore, Tianheng, this book is not suitable for you. You may regard it as a repository of knowledge, yet it must never be venerated as truth. This is my most candid opinion regarding this book. At this juncture, Bai Xian paused and, looking at Yu Tianheng with a tranquil expression, continued, I believe, as one hailing from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, you can discern that the teachings you have received within your clan and at the Royal Academy of Tiandu encompass much of this content. Meanwhile, Yu Tianheng felt as though the very heavens were spinning around him. Bai Xian spoke at length, and he was fully capable of comprehending the essence of Bai Xian's words. He had to concede that Bai Xian's arguments were indeed quite reasonable. However, he could not help but feel a pang of bitterness. Did this not render the theoretical knowledge his uncle took pride in nothing more than mere scraps of paper? With a hoarse voice tinged with sorrow, Yu Tianheng addressed Bai Xian, asking, does this mean that the contents of this book are merely futile endeavors? In response, Bai Xian gently shook his head and remarked, not entirely. Many of the concepts within are of considerable value to ordinary soul masters, and, more importantly, they facilitate the dissemination of knowledge. For instance, in the common empires and clans, such records are guarded with utmost secrecy, rarely shared outside a select circle of nobles and high-ranking officials. Although the Spirit Hall is somewhat better, it still exercises stringent control over access to information, making it nearly impossible for ordinary low-level soul masters to gain insight into these matters. Bai Xian gently patted Yu Tianheng's shoulder and remarked, although the 10 core competencies of this martial soul may not hold significance in the eyes of the elite, they undoubtedly open a gateway for ordinary soul masters at the lower tiers. It is akin to turning a loss into a gain. Chapter 78. The Sunset Forest. The Sunset Forest, located over 100 miles east of Tindo City, is one of the few remaining habitats for wild soul beasts within the Tindo Empire. Its vast expanse, while not rivaling the scale of the Stardow Forest, is nonetheless home to several high-ranking soul beasts. Within the depths of the forest, 9 figures flickered through the trees, advancing with agility. These figures were none other than Bai Xian and Yu Tianheng along with their companions. The purpose of their journey to the Sunset Forest was for Qinming to directly hone the combat skills of Yu Tianheng and his group, aiming to maximize their potential amidst the trials of blood and fire, life and death. Bai Xian's arrival here is driven by another purpose, which is to obtain the 4th soul ring. Bai Xian did not disclose the news of his breakthrough to the 40th level to Yu Tianheng and the others, for he intended to directly aim for soul rings of 10,000 to 20,000 years. To avoid alarming Qinming and Yu Tianheng, Bai Xian planned to set out alone in search of the soul beasts and their corresponding soul rings immediately after the trial commenced. After all, in 10 days, it would be the time set by Qian Renxue, and once he acquired the soul ring, he could conceal his progress for a while, allowing Yu Tianheng and the others to develop a habitual time lag in their thinking. This way, he could claim that the 10,000-year soul ring was obtained through a friendship connection, making this soul-hunting endeavor solely reliant on himself. All right, let us leave it at that. Qinming paused his actions and addressed Bai Xian and the others. Tianheng, you all shall conduct the trial within this circle. Be cautious even in the inner circle, as I must tread carefully. As long as we remain within this depth range, we need not worry excessively about the safety of our lives when facing soul beasts under 10,000 years. At this juncture, Qinming hesitated for a moment, scanning the eyes of everyone present. Of course, while your lives may be secure, it is prudent to prepare for the possibility of sustaining physical disabilities. I shall refrain from intervening unless in a genuine crisis. Bai Xian, you possess the greatest strength. Do you wish to join Tianheng and the others? Bai Xian gently shook her head and said, I believe it is best for me to handle this on my own, as the soul beasts capable of exerting pressure on me may prove to be rather overwhelming for Tianheng and the others. Upon hearing this, Qinming nodded in understanding and advised, very well, but do take care. While high-ranking soul beasts are scarce within the Sunset Forest, there are indeed some exceedingly formidable beings. Endeavor to remain in the outer areas. I understand, Teacher Qin. Bai Xian nodded and addressed Yu Tianheng and the others, saying, well then, I shall take my leave. If any matters arise, please signal me, and I will make every effort to arrive promptly. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianheng and the others exchanged knowing glances and nodded in response. Bai Xian nodded, his figure flickering and soon vanishing from the sight of Yu Tianheng and the others within a few breaths. Observing the subtle expressions on their faces, Qinming could roughly discern their thoughts. Gazing towards the direction Bai Xian had departed, he spoke in a calm tone, Bai Xian is unlike you. If you wish to pursue him, then let him be your goal and strive to cultivate diligently. If one day you manage to catch up to his pace, you will undoubtedly stand at the pinnacle among your peers, becoming a leading figure of the younger generation on the continent. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianheng and the others silently nodded, turning to immerse themselves in the trials of hunting soul beasts. Meanwhile, on another path, Bai Xian had already arrived at the inner circle of the Sunset Forest. Although he had taken Qin Ming's words to heart, his intention for this expedition was to obtain a soul ring from a 10,000-year-old soul beast. The inner circle of the Sunset Forest, while occasionally home to such ancient soul beasts, offered them only in rare instances. Searching for a suitable soul ring outside the inner circle could take an indeterminate amount of time, with less than 10 days remaining until the month mentioned by Qian Renxue. To expedite his search for an appropriate soul ring, Bai Xian had no choice but to venture into the inner circle of the Sunset Forest. Furthermore, he held considerable confidence in his abilities. Facing a soul beast of approximately 10,000 years, he believed he could not only contend, but potentially dominate in combat. Bai Xian's recent breakthrough to the Soul Master level necessitates the addition of attributes to his soul rings. He has already established a general direction for his quest. This time, his visit to the Sunset Forest is solely focused on his specific objective. He does not intend to engage in any conflicts with soul beasts that are not related to his goal. 5 days later, within a valley of the Sunset Forest, the sky reverberates with the incessant sound of thunder. Bolts of lightning cascade down like rain. Bai Xian, with his right hand resting against the trunk, stood upon a branch, gazing at a creature a few hundred meters away. It resembled a slender serpent, approximately 5 feet in length, crackling with thunder and lightning. A flicker of incredulous delight crossed his face. It was the Thunder Spirit. Bai Xian recognized this entity from a peculiar compilation he had perused while in Soto City, which contained descriptions of the Thunder Spirit. The continent regarded such compilations as mere urban legends. Yet here was the undeniable existence of the Thunder Spirit. According to the accounts within that compilation, the Thunder Spirit was a rare being birthed from the essence of heaven and earth, feeding on the very forces of nature, and was immensely powerful, exceedingly difficult to find. It was documented that a certain soul master, possessing merely a first-level innate soul power and having struggled to reach the 20th level past the age of 20, fortuitously absorbed a 100-year soul ring resembling a slender thunder serpent, barely a foot in length. In a mere span of over 20 years, this soul master astonishingly transcended several tiers, leaping from an ordinary 20th level soul master to the exalted realm of a titled Douluo. After the rise of this soul master, as he traversed the continent, he commanded the thunder and engaged in battle, summoning storms of lightning as if he were a deity of thunder, wielding unparalleled might. Bai Xian had initially dismissed the tales as mere myths, yet today, he found himself witnessing the reality of the Thunder Spirit. Bai Xian initially sought to find a Millennium Soul Beast known as the Purple Lightning Falcon to serve as his 4th soul ring. However, upon encountering the Thunder Spirit, his heart began to stir with excitement. The Thunder Spirit was undoubtedly a far more suitable choice for him than the Purple Lightning Falcon. Chapter 79, Thunder Spirit. Bai Xian gazed at the Lightning Spirit, which danced amidst the cascading torrents of thunder, a look of astonishment gracing his features. The Lightning Spirit fed upon thunder. Yet this particular entity seemed as though it had incurred divine retribution, as powerful bolts incessantly struck its form, causing it to tremble violently. Even from hundreds of meters away, Bai Xian could perceive the palpable frailty emanating from the spirit. The thunder continued to descend until, after the passage of an hour, the ominous clouds in the sky gradually dissipated and the tumultuous thunder of the world began to wane. At that moment, the lightning spirit floated merely half a meter above the ground, its radiance dimmed, its body resembling an ethereal mist. In Bai Xian's perception, the remnants of thunderous energy and the essence of the earth converged rapidly towards the spirit's position. It was evident that the recent tribulation had inflicted considerable harm upon the spirit, which was now drawing upon the surrounding thunder and spiritual energy to mend its wounds. Observing the cessation of the descending thunder, Bai Xian refrained from delaying any further. In a flash of lightning, his figure vanished from sight as he hastened towards the location of the lightning spirit. Bai Xian moved with remarkable speed, traversing several hundred meters within the time it takes to brew a cup of tea and arriving near the thunder spirit. Stopping merely a dozen meters away, he scrutinized the entity before him. Previously, the distance had obscured his view, but now, standing close, he beheld the true form of the thunder spirit. Its body seemed to be composed of condensed energy, with tiny bolts of lightning dancing upon its scales, exuding an intense aura of thunder. This aura was a potent amalgamation of destruction and vitality, creating a profound sense of opposition. Even before Bai Xian halted, the thunder spirit had already detected his presence. Curiously, despite its apparent weakness, it showed no inclination to flee. Instead, it hovered in place, awaiting Bai Xian's approach. Observing the levitating thunder spirit, Bai Xian extended a fragment of his consciousness towards it, sensing its current state. In turn, the thunder spirit appraised Bai Xian, who shimmered with lightning. In its perception, Bai Xian seemed to possess an immense allure, awakening a primal hunger within its subconscious. It felt that by consuming the human before it, radiating a similar thunderous essence, it could not only replenish the energy expended during its millennia-long tribulation but also elevate its cultivation to the next stage. This insatiable hunger surged within, relentlessly battering the thunder spirit's subconscious, causing the lightning around it to spiral into a more ferocious frenzy, and its entire form assumed an aggressive stance. As the thunder spirit exhibited this behavior, Bai Xian was suddenly gripped by an unsettling sensation. Without hesitation, he vanished from his position. In the instant he disappeared, the heavens converged, and a bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, struck where he had just stood. As Bai Xian reappeared, his gaze sharpened instantly. Although he had not yet attacked the thunder spirit, it had preemptively struck at him. While he had harbored some concern about the moral implications of slaying such a celestial being, the thunder spirit's aggressive action had altered the dynamics. The chain of causality was set in motion, and thus, Bai Xian felt justified in his response. In this moment, the depths of Bai Xian's eyes were devoid of any emotion save for an overwhelming intent to kill. This intense aura of menace abruptly roused Lei Ling, who had previously been shrouded in instinctual obscurity. Observing the menacing Bai Xian before him, a sense of unease gripped Lei Ling's heart. Although this human exuded a commendable aura, it paled in comparison to Lei Ling at the height of his powers. Moreover, having recently ascended to the Millennium stage, Lei Ling believed that if he were to regain his full strength, he could effortlessly extinguish this human. However, he found himself in a state of vulnerability. Despite achieving the Millennium stage, his current prowess was less than half of what it had been prior to his breakthrough, leaving him with little confidence in his ability to vanquish the human before him in this weakened state. After Bai Xian landed, his gaze fiercely fixed on the direction of Lei Ling. In an instant, the radiance of his first and second soul rings surged brilliantly. Bai Xian promptly activated both the first and second soul abilities, unleashing a devastating blade of thunderous energy that sliced through the air, targeting the vital point of Lei Ling. Although Lei Ling was uncertain of his ability to vanquish Bai Xian, he did not retreat. Instead, he summoned the thunderous elements surrounding him, conjuring numerous barriers of lightning that layered around him, forming a protective shield composed of multiple arcs of electricity to withstand Bai Xian's lethal strike. After establishing his defenses, Lei Ling not only maintained the protective form, but also summoned countless bolts of thunder, skillfully manipulating them to assail Bai Xian. This formidable control over lightning drew admiration even from Bai Xian. Yet, despite his admiration, Bai Xian discerned the priorities and continued to wield his weapon, Changxi, unleashing a flurry of blade energies intermingled with thunder that danced through the heavens, engaging Lei Ling in a fierce battle. As time swiftly passed, the confrontation escalated. Although Bai Xian enjoyed a degree of immunity to thunder due to his first and second soul abilities, he could not withstand the overwhelming might of Lei Ling's lightning. Several strikes impacted him, forcing him to cough up blood. Meanwhile, Lei Ling was not faring well either. Having previously faced a cataclysmic tribulation, he was left with less than 30% of his soul power, and his essence had been significantly depleted, placing him in a state of unprecedented vulnerability since his inception. Now, after nearly half an hour of relentless combat with this human, his soul power was nearly exhausted. While the human had also sustained considerable injuries, he resembled an indomitable insect, merely spitting blood with each lightning strike, his vitality seemingly unscathed. Over this duration, the human's wounds appeared to be healing. And if the battle continued, Lei Ling feared his own circumstances would become dire. After a violent clash, Lei Ling seized the opportunity to retreat, creating distance between himself and Bai Xian. Gazing at the human before him, whose murderous intent remained unwavering, Lei Ling and Bai Xian faced each other for a moment. Then, with a swift turn, Lei Ling transformed into a bolt of lightning, racing towards the horizon. Observing Lei Ling's actions, a cold smile crept onto Bai Xian's lips. It was too late to flee now. Behind him, two pairs of golden wings unfurled, and with a powerful beat, Xian transformed into a streak of lightning, pursuing with a swiftness that surpassed even the Thunder Spirit. Chapter 80, Slaying. The Thunder Spirit and Xian raced through the valley, one after the other, yet ultimately, Xian's speed prevailed. With a vigorous flap of his golden wings, Xian's figure abruptly vanished, only to reappear above the Thunder Spirit. Having caught up, Xian wielded his blade, Changxia, channeling the force of Light Eon, and with a singular, devastating strike, he brought the Thunder Spirit crashing to the ground. Observing the ethereal form of the Thunder Spirit, Xian felt no trace of pity when the Thunder Spirit first launched its attack. Xian had already inscribed its fate of death in his heart. Once more, he summoned Changxia, executing the Light Eon strike to irrevocably end the Thunder Spirit's existence. As he gazed upon the Dark Soul Ring beginning to coalesce above the lifeless body of the Thunder Spirit, Xian exhaled in relief. This Thunder Spirit, born of the earth and sky, was indeed a formidable being, imbued with the essence of nature, exhibiting unparalleled strength. Even in this half-diminished state, it had fought him valiantly to such an extent. Watching the Dark Soul Ring solidify above the Thunder Spirit's remains, Xian surveyed his surroundings. A slight frown creasing his brow, in his fervent pursuit of the Thunder Spear, Xian pondered for a moment, then, using his soul force, he lifted the lifeless body of the Thunder Spirit. With a gentle tremor of his two pairs of golden wings behind him, he transformed into a streak of lightning, swiftly soaring towards the outskirts of the Sunset Forest. After a quarter of an hour, Xian exited the inner circle and arrived at a previously surveyed safe location where he came to a halt. Estimating the time, he settled cross-legged, employing the Qinglian technique, as he aimed to restore his condition to its peak before absorbing the Thunder Spirit's soul ring. This approach would also mitigate the impact of the soul force contained within the ring on his being. As for the soul shock that might arise from absorbing a 10,000-year soul beast soul ring, Xian felt little concern. Not only was his inherent soul power immensely formidable, but over the years, aided by the Qinglian seedling, he had purified his soul essence multiple times during the fusion and absorption of soul rings, elevating his soul power far beyond that of his peers. Furthermore, within his sea of consciousness, the Qinglian seedling exerted suppression, rendering even the soul shocks of 10,000-year entities negligible. It was unlikely that even the deities of this realm could stir any disturbance within his sea of consciousness. Half an hour later, Xian opened his eyes and glanced at the black soul ring suspended in midair. With his soul force, he guided the Thunder Spirit's soul ring above his body. Silently urging, "Come," the black soul ring plummeted suddenly and settled upon Xian's chest. Xian's hand shifted through intricate seals. His left palm was held aloft in a gesture of restraint, while his right hand, poised like a sword, converged at his chest, channeling his soul power to counter the oncoming surge from the soul ring. The essence of the Thunder Spirit's soul power was not cold or chilling. Rather, it surged with a ferocious, destructive energy. As the soul power from the ring continuously flowed into Xian's body, his bones creaked ominously under the pressure. The Thunder Spirit was a being birthed by the heavens, standing at the pinnacle among its peers in the realm of soul beasts. This formidable strength was mirrored in the absorption of the soul ring. In that moment, Xian felt as though he were ensconced beneath towering peaks, his body nearly fracturing under the relentless assault of the potent soul power. Fortunately, he was not without preparation. Having previously encountered similar circumstances during the absorption of the Dark Demon, Evil God Tiger, and the Seven-Leaf Sword Grass Soul Rings, he was now adept at navigating such trials. He not only summoned every ounce of soul power to withstand the forceful onslaught, but also actively drew forth the vital energies from his inner consciousness, channeling them into his meridians to mitigate the damage inflicted by the Thunder Spirit's violent soul power. With his prior experiences in absorbing soul rings, Xian understood that he merely needed to manage the current soul power impact with steadiness. Once the energies from the soul ring harmonized with his own, he would have successfully traversed the greatest peril of this absorption, leaving only the resonance of the Thunder Spirit's soul to contend with. However, Xian overlooked the most critical detail. This soul ring absorption was not on the scale of a century or a millennium, but had reached the monumental threshold of 10,000 years. The previous soul rings had not truly attained such an age to evoke a soul resonance of this magnitude. Xian had initially intended to navigate the aftermath of the surge of soul power with tranquility before confronting the soul-shaking effects of the 1,000-year soul ring. However, before he could fully comprehend the situation, he suddenly felt a jolt of pain in his consciousness, as if an ancient behemoth were roaring fiercely in his ear. Bai Xian's complexion changed dramatically, and the soul power within him, which had previously stabilized against the impact of the soul force, suddenly began to spiral into chaos. As he felt a sharp pain radiating through his mind, Bai Xian was at a loss regarding the cause of this phenomenon. However, he could sense that his internal soul power was becoming increasingly disordered, struggling to cope with the overwhelming surge of the thunderous soul force. Bai Xian was compelled to suppress the piercing sensation in his mind, channeling all his energy into the Azure Lotus technique. Once he stabilized the tumult of his soul power, he directed a fragment of his consciousness to operate the soul energy, allowing his awareness to enter the sea of consciousness. Upon opening his eyes within this realm, Bai Xian immediately beheld the soul entity of the Thunder Spirit, which was unleashing torrents of thunderous energy, each bolt resembling an arm in thickness, wildly dancing throughout the sea of consciousness. Yet, it was evident that the Thunder Spirit's essence seemed to sense the peril posed by the Azure Lotus seedling, as it maintained a considerable distance, refraining from approaching. The soul entity of the Thunder Spirit also recognized Bai Xian's presence in the sea of consciousness, emitting a sharp, piercing roar as it surged toward him, trailing countless bolts of lightning. Upon witnessing such a scene, Bai Xian felt no fear. With a swift motion of his hand, he grasped the Qingxia and, turning his steps slightly, advanced towards it. Although Lei Ling was born of the essence of heaven and earth, it was now deceased, rendering it akin to a rootless weed within Bai Xian's sea of consciousness. Despite the scars adorning Bai Xian's body from the initial encounters, he was not one to be easily trifled with. Within the confines of his consciousness, Bai Xian unleashed his full combat prowess, remaining unfazed even in the face of attacks. While it might be said that in the external world, Bai Xian in his prime was inferior to Lei Ling within the realm of his consciousness, Bai Xian's soul power was no less formidable than that of Lei Ling, perhaps even surpassing it. At this moment, the relentless influx of soul power enriched Bai Xian's consciousness, tilting the balance in his favor against Lei Ling. Chapter 81. The Thunder Domain. The struggle between their souls persisted for an indeterminate duration, ultimately culminating in a heart-wrenching, defiant roar from Lei Ling as Bai Xian struck it down with a single blade, cleaving its form in twain. The scars on Bai Xian's consciousness gradually faded. Yet at this moment, his consciousness itself had also diminished considerably. It was evident that, despite emerging as the victor in this battle of souls, Bai Xian had not triumphed effortlessly. Within the realm of his soul, Bai Xian gazed at the fragments of souls that were dispersed and obstructed by his spiritual force, feeling a sense of perplexity. A considerable amount of time had elapsed since he had vanquished the soul of the Thunder Spirit. Strangely, this time, the young green lotus seedling did not purify these soul fragments as it had previously done when absorbing the soul rings. Rather, it appeared as though these soul fragments were entirely non-existent, exhibiting no response whatsoever. Bai Xian hesitated as he surveyed the surrounding fragments of souls. Gradually approaching the tender green lotus seedling, he gently caressed the stalk and leaves, curious as to why this time the green lotus seedling had failed to cleanse the fragments of the Thunder Spirit's soul into their original essence. As his hand made contact, the seedling rippled slightly, transmitting a message into Bai Xian's mind. It revealed that the Thunder Spirit originated from the convergence of celestial thunder, born from the remnants of destruction, yet imbued with a spark of life. Once its soul perishes, it will automatically dissipate its spiritual imprint, returning to its primal state, awaiting the opportunity to give rise to a new Thunder Spirit. More significantly, upon its emergence, this earthly spirit not only embodies the fundamental laws of thunder from its realm, but also inherently possesses secret runes that align with its own attributes. These runes can only be acquired through the fusion of the Thunder Spirit's soul essence. Although the green lotus seedling could wash away the fragments of the Thunder Spirit's soul, it would ultimately eradicate the secret runes contained within. Given that the Thunder Spirit's soul imprint had already begun to fade, any further cleansing might lead to the loss of its secret runes, rendering the effort counterproductive. Understanding this, Bai Xian ceased to obstruct the fragments with his spiritual power and willingly accepted their integration into his being. As the fragments melded with him, intricate patterns resembling peculiar lightning began to materialize in his mind. Eventually, these patterns coalesced into 9 runes, akin to characters, inscribed within his consciousness. With the fusion of the Thunder Spirit's soul fragments complete, Bai Xian's awareness returned to the external world. At that moment, the black soul ring upon his chest, now infused with the Thunder Spirit's essence, began to stabilize, and the tumultuous energy within it calmed. He felt an immediate alleviation of pressure, allowing him to exhale a sigh of relief. The most perilous phase had been surpassed. All that remained was to await the complete transformation of the soul power within the ring, marking the successful absorption of the soul ring. Reflecting on his good fortune in acquiring the Thunder Spirit soul ring, Baen acknowledged that although this spirit was born from the earth, its path to growth was fraught with challenges. Each stage required traversing through thunder tribulations, which were essential for breaking through limitations and advancing to the next level. The Thunder Spirit he encountered had evidently just endured a millennium-level tribulation. Although it had emerged victorious, it was in a state of extreme weakness. Otherwise, Baen would not have been able to vanquish it. As the soul power within the ring continued to integrate with Baen, the fluctuations of his own soul power intensified. 2 hours later, the tumultuous energy around him began to settle, and the black soul ring in front of his chest solidified, harmonizing with the other 3 rings. Suddenly, Baen's tightly shut eyes flew open, and sensing the surging power within him, he could not restrain himself from releasing waves of soul pressure, manifesting the overwhelming sensation that accompanied his recent absorption. The flora surrounding him trembled under the weight of his expanding energy, eventually bowing to the ground within a 2-meter radius. Satisfied with the absorption of the Thunder Spirit's soul ring, Baen noted that while he had just broken through and could not yet discern the exact elevation of his soul power, the mere fact that he had secured a millennium-level soul ring suggested he had undoubtedly ascended beyond level 42. With the black soul ring activated, Baen sought to explore the soul skills engendered by the Thunder Spirit's essence. A series of blue-purple lightning bolts, each as thick as an arm, began to coalesce in the void surrounding him, encircling his form. In no time, he was enveloped by a multitude of lightning strikes. To his astonishment, he realized that these bolts were not a product of his soul power, but rather the natural thunderous energy that resided within the world. His soul power merely served as a conduit, drawing forth the inherent thunder from the environment and coalescing it around him. Even more surprising was the fact that this elemental thunder, even as it coursed through his body, posed no harm to him whatsoever. It felt as if the lightning was intrinsically linked to his very being, allowing him to command it at will. This experience starkly contrasted with the 3,000 lightning strikes he had previously summoned, which could inflict harm upon himself. In contrast, this 4th soul skill bore no such risk, presenting an unexpected boon. Henceforth, Baen could seamlessly utilize the 3,000 lightning strikes alongside the 4th soul skill or integrate the latter into his lightning technique, forging an entirely new manifestation of the 3,000 strikes. Baen continuously manipulated the surrounding thunder, perceiving the profound essence of the Thunder Soul Ring. After a quarter of an hour, he ceased his experimentation. The environment around him resembled a scene of divine retribution, as an endless aura of thunder permeated the air. The trees and ground were marred with charred blackness, a testament to the thunder he had wielded. Glancing skyward, Baen noted the western horizon had begun to glow with an orange-red hue, signaling that dusk was approaching. He surveyed the corpse of the Thunder Spirit, hesitating briefly before deciding to store it within his spatial ring. With a swift motion, he darted towards the direction where Qin Ming and the others were located. Chapter 82. Harvest. Although the physical form of the Thunder Spirit remained enigmatic, it was reasonable to assume that a creature born of heaven and earth would differ from ordinary soul beasts. Following the absorption of the soul ring, Baen's physical prowess had significantly enhanced, rendering him more agile in his movements and greatly amplifying his explosive power. The soul energy of the Thunder Spirit refined his body far more effectively than the previous 3 soul rings. After half an hour, before darkness enveloped the sky, Baen located Yu Tianheng and the others. They had concluded their day's trials and set up camp in a relatively open area. Baen, you're back, exclaimed Qin Ming and Yu Tianheng, greeting him upon his return to the camp. Baen smiled gently and nodded, saying, Are we preparing for tonight's dinner? Yu Feng stretched lazily and replied, The trials for today have concluded. I was just about to start preparing dinner. And your timing is impeccable. Would you care to join us? Ling Ling has taken charge of the cooking today, and her culinary skills are quite exceptional. We seldom have the pleasure of enjoying her dishes throughout the year. Baen was somewhat astonished, realizing that Yi Lingling possessed such a skill point. With a smile, he remarked, I must give it a try. Meanwhile, Qin Ming observed Baen engaging in jovial banter with the crowd, sensing an unusual and peculiar change in him compared to before. This feeling was difficult to articulate, yet it undeniably existed. It was not a reflection of Qin Ming's lack of perceptive ability. On the contrary, as a formidable offensive beast spirit master, with his martial spirit being the fiery wolf, he was quite attuned to subtle changes. The primary factor lay in Baen's relatively unique disposition. Baen possesses not only an exceptionally high level of mastery over soul power, but is also aided by the Qinglian seedling, which helps him suppress his aura. Even after Baen ascended beyond the 40th level to become a soul master, the fluctuations of his soul power, while noticeably elevated, remain at around the 30th level, creating significant confusion for those unacquainted with him. It is due to a period of acquaintance with Baen that Qin Ming is able to discern the subtle changes in him compared to before. Observing Baen, who is engaging in lively conversation with Yu Tianheng and the others, Qin Ming continuously compares Baen's demeanor upon his return to his previous self in his mind. His height remains unchanged, his subtle expressions are consistent, and his personality aligns perfectly, but the fluctuations of his soul power, yes, it is the fluctuations of his soul power. Qin Ming's pupils constrict slightly as he recognizes the distinction in Baen. Although the previous Baen was formidable, his outward soul power fluctuations were merely around the 30th level and remained relatively stable at that time. However, now, the fluctuations surrounding Baen have not only increased slightly, but the aura of his soul power also exhibits slight ripples. Observing Baen's current state, it does not seem as if he has endured a perilous battle that would have severely drained his soul power. Rather, it resembles a situation where he has just undergone a breakthrough, struggling to control the sudden surge of increased soul power. Baen, have you broken through? Just as Baen is conversing with Yu Tianheng and the others, Qin Ming's voice suddenly echoes from behind him. At this exclamation, Yu Tianheng and the others are taken aback. If Baen has indeed broken through, then does that mean he is now? Baen gazed at Qin Ming with a hint of surprise and remarked, "Your progress is quite commendable. It can be regarded as a modest breakthrough." Baen did not explicitly state that he had reached the level of a fourth-ring soul master, merely mentioning that he had made some minor breakthroughs. Upon hearing this, everyone congratulated Baen. Qin Ming, with a smile, remarked, "You rascal, you've made another breakthrough. Surely you are nearing the rank of soul master. Shall we wait until you have completely advanced and acquired your fourth soul ring before we return?" Baen waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, No. After this experience concludes, I have a prior engagement with a friend that demands my attention. If I linger here any longer, I fear my friend will be left waiting. And time is of the essence." Upon hearing this, Qin Ming nodded thoughtfully. A friend? Baen had previously mentioned that his ability to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring beyond his level was due to a friend's assistance. Could it be that his return this time is similarly influenced? Qin Ming chose not to dwell on it further, allowing Baen and Yu Tianheng to continue their conversation. And he turned to retreat to his tent. In the evening, after dinner, Yu Tianheng and the others returned to their tents to begin meditating and cultivating their soul power. Baen returned to his tent, embarking on the task of organizing the day's gains and adjusting to the diminished control over his soul power resulting from the soul ring he had absorbed. A fleeting flash of bluish-purple light heralded the appearance of Lei Ling's lifeless form within the tent. Baen gazed contemplatively at the body of Lei Ling for a moment, before summoning Changxia, intent on investigating whether any soul bones remained within Lei Ling. Grasping Changxia firmly, Baen closed his eyes, attuning himself to the essence of Lei Ling's corpse to discern any anomalies in its structure. Baen's perception enveloped the entirety of Lei Ling, gradually probing from the crown of her head. Ultimately, Baen discerned an unusual fluctuation of soul energy at the juncture of Lei Ling's skull and her 7 inches position. With Changxia, he delicately sliced open these 2 points, revealing a pearl of essence alongside a tassel reminiscent of a protective headpiece. Upon the tassel, intricate patterns of lightning began to emerge, gently hovering in the air. Baen gazed in astonishment at the 2 entities before him. Typically, soul beasts, even those that produce soul bones, possess only one. Yet, this thunder spirit was remarkably distinct, boasting not 1, but 2. Baen summoned the spirit pearl and the tassel back into his hand, slowly examining the 2 objects. He could roughly surmise that the spirit pearl was a product of the essence of the thunder spirit, yet he found it challenging to ascertain the nature of the tassel. As he directed a sliver of his consciousness into it, within the span of a tea ceremony, he acquired the information he sought. This tassel was, in fact, a head spirit bone, albeit of merely 10,000-year caliber. Remarkably, it bore an inscription of a thunderous fundamental law, given that it contained the essence of the thunder law. The power of this spirit bone was estimated to rival that of a typical 50,000-year head spirit bone. Most importantly, it seemed that this spirit bone had the capability to absorb the thunder of heaven and earth, thereby refining and extending its own age, which filled Baen with a sense of delight. Chapter 83. fundamental law inscription. While Baen was quite impressed by the formidable nature of this head spirit bone, he did not intend to absorb it. Over the past few days, he had developed a preliminary vision for his future path. He aspired to create an entirely new cultivation system, one that would render external objects unnecessary for enhancing his inherent strength. Furthermore, he envisioned a time when he might actively sever all powers within him that did not belong to his own system. Baen harbored the intuition that blending forces that were not originally his could pose a significant obstacle, potentially becoming a formidable barrier in the future as he endeavored to establish his unique cultivation methodology. Nevertheless, despite his decision against absorbing the spirit bone, Baen felt that it might still aid him in forging his new system. After all, to develop an entirely original cultivation system, one must possess a profound understanding of existing frameworks, thereby ensuring a solid foundation for establishing a personal path of cultivation, even if it ultimately proved futile. The ability of the spirit bone to absorb the thunder of the heavens for growth rendered it exceedingly rare, comparable to the external four-winged spirit bone of the dark demon evil god tiger. As for the essence-congealed spirit pearl of the thunder spirit, Baen regarded it with utmost seriousness. In his perspective, the spirit beast's condensation of spirit pearls could indeed be viewed as an alternative cultivation system, rather than merely the crude method of refining oneself through spirit power accumulation. However, this cultivation system appeared incomplete, possibly due to the fundamental laws of this world, which dictated that spirit beasts would still condense spirit rings upon death, rather than leaving behind only pearls infused with the essence of their cultivation. As Baen embarked on the journey to forge his own path in cultivation, he discovered valuable insights in the method of condensing inner elixirs. After storing the elixir beads and soul bones within his spatial ring, Baen took a moment to steady his breath. He then settled onto his simple bed, closed his eyes, and began to circulate the Qinglian technique, seeking to rectify the slight decline in his control over soul power following the absorption of the soul ring. Fortunately, although there was a minor decrease in control, it was not severe. Rather, it was merely a consequence of the rapid increase in soul power. With the assistance of his Qinglian technique, he fully restored his control over soul power to its normal state in less than 2 hours. Baen rose and stepped outside the tent, glancing at the sky. It was nearly midnight. Baen stretched languidly and approached Qinming, who was vigilantly keeping watch by the fire. Upon noticing Baen emerging from the tent, Qinming smiled slightly and inquired, "Baen, you're awake?" "Indeed, Teacher Qin. Has there been any unusual occurrence during this time?" Baen replied with a faint smile. "Why don't you take some rest first? I can keep watch for the remainder of the night," he suggested. Qinming shook his head and responded, "This area is relatively safe, and so far, nothing out of the ordinary has transpired." He paused for a moment, gazing at Baen, and added, "Did you rise so early? Don't you need a bit more rest?" Baen shook his head and said, "I am quite well. The time I spent resting in the tent was sufficient." "Teacher Qin, you should take some time to rest." "Very well. Do remember to inform me if anything arises. After all, we are in the Sunset Forest. Do take care." Qinming nodded and turned back to his tent. Outside the tent, Baen sat alone beside the fire, gazing up at the bright moon in the western sky, contemplating the path he should take in the future. Since the path of the Soul Master had proven unfeasible, he felt an urgent need to devise a new method of cultivation before reaching the rank of 70th level Soul Sage. This urgency weighed heavily on him. Currently, he was a 40th level Soul Scholar, and given his pace of cultivation, he anticipated that it would not take long to ascend the remaining 30 levels. Suddenly, a thought struck him as he recalled the 9 runes that had appeared in his mind when he absorbed the essence of the Thunder Spirit's soul today. Baen meticulously recalled the 9 runes that emerged in his mind, channeling his soul power to inscribe the patterns of the runes in the air. As his fingers danced gracefully, a rune, resembling written characters and composed of strands of soul energy, was on the verge of taking shape in his hands. Suddenly, a cracking sound echoed. The rune, just moments away from completion, shattered within Baen's grasp. He gazed with a hint of surprise at the fragmented runes slowly dissipating into the ether. Baen was certain that when he was inscribing the runes, the flow of his soul energy followed the sequence in which the runes manifested in his mind. However, as the rune was on the verge of completion, it seemed to encounter an unseen barrier, causing the flow of soul energy to suddenly slip from his control, resulting in the instant collapse of the rune. Undeterred by this setback, Baen subsequently attempted to sketch several other runes, only to find that, as expected, the outcome was identical to that of the first rune. At the moment of impending formation, the runes shattered into fragments. Bai Xian was compelled to halt, laboriously pondering the precise issue that had led to the failure of the rune's delineation. However, after much contemplation, he found himself unable to discern the root of the problem. A troubling thought crossed his mind. Could it be that his reasoning was flawed? Was it possible that these runes were not intended for such an illustration? Bai Xian divided his attention, remaining vigilant towards the outside world, while his mind incessantly recalled the patterns of the 9 runes, attempting to deduce their specific functions. After half an hour, Bai Xian opened his eyes, the smile at the corners of his mouth widening, had it not been for the dark of night. And the fact that Qin Ming and Yu Tianhing were either asleep or in meditation, he would have burst into laughter. Through his earlier deductions, Bai Xian realized that the flaw was not in his reasoning. The runes could indeed be outlined, but the issue lay not with him. Rather, the runes were fundamentally symbols of the origin rules of thunder, primarily designed to pass down the primordial secret arts of the thunder spirit race, assisting them in mastering the laws of thunder within the heavens and earth. His previous attempts to sketch the runes had failed not due to a faulty thought process, but because his comprehension of the thunder path laws was insufficient. This lack of understanding resulted in the absence of a corresponding foundational support in the soul force that attempted to inscribe the rules, rendering the soul force alone inadequate to manifest the runes, which then shattered. Had he possessed the requisite mastery over the laws, the rule runes could have successfully coalesced. However, what delighted Bai Xian the most was not merely the correctness of his thought process, but rather that the primary function of these origin rule runes was to facilitate his rapid comprehension of the thunder path laws, enabling him to deduce new thunder secret arts, or even to devise an entirely new method of cultivation within the thunder path. This was akin to having a direct channel to communicate with the primordial rules of heaven and earth, allowing him to forge a cultivation path uniquely suited to himself. Chapter 84. Arrangements in the Duke's mansion of Tindo. Xueqing has sat alone in his study, perusing some documents. Young master. Suddenly, an elderly voice broke the silence. Xueqing's hand paused momentarily in his reading before resuming its motion, responding, Uncle Shi, you have returned? Young master. Bai Xian successfully absorbed the soul ring 3 days ago and has achieved the rank of soul master. The elderly voice carried an unmistakable hint of astonishment. Moreover, the age of Bai Xian's 4th soul ring is in the 10,000-year range. Xueqing has set down the documents in hand, gazing out into the night. 10,000 years. Is it? That is within my expectations. After all, he paused, seemingly lost in thought, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Uncle C.I. Xue, have the 3 individuals from the Hall of the Pope set off yet? Xueqing appeared to be speaking to himself. Another elderly voice responded, Young master. According to information from the Hall of the Pope, they will depart the day after tomorrow, and are expected to arrive at the border of the extreme north icefields Hakoning City in 5 days. They will be waiting for you at the Wuhuan Subpalace in Hakoning City. Upon hearing this, Xueqing nodded slightly, then inquired, by the way, has the substitute for this northern expedition been arranged? Arrangements have been meticulously made. The orphan bears an uncanny resemblance to you, young master, with a similarity exceeding 90%. To those who are not intimately acquainted, discerning any differences would be impossible. With the assistance of the designated personnel, I anticipate no complications arising. Following the conclusion of the Tian-Duan Soul Realm, Uncle Cixue, you will personally oversee the substitute. Once the substitute is fully capable of executing our plan, I shall prepare to retreat into the shadows. The infiltration plan will undergo a temporary revision. In the future, I shall refrain from appearing as the Crown Prince of Tindo unless absolutely necessary. Young master, I fail to comprehend the rationale behind such a decision. The infiltration plan has been in motion for nearly 8 years, and to suddenly alter it now, should we not inform the Grand Offering and the Pope? The figure in the shadows was evidently taken aback by Xueqing's abrupt decision. Xueqing gently shook his head and replied, the plan has changed. I have discovered several critical flaws within it. I can inform grandfather, but there is no need to involve the Pope at this moment. The overall plan will proceed as usual. It is merely the choice of substitute that has been altered. As long as the substitute remains under our control, the ultimate outcome will remain unchanged. Upon hearing this, the shadowy figure fell silent for a moment before responding, Understood, young master. Very well. Uncle Shi, I kindly ask you to visit the Tindo Royal Academy once more. Seize the opportunity to inform Bai Xian that the time is set for the day after tomorrow. 20 miles north of Tindo City. Let us not miss the appointment. As commanded, young master. With these words, the study fell silent once more, leaving only Xue Qinghe standing by the window, gazing at the bright moon in the sky, lost in thought. Meanwhile, within the sacred halls of the martial Soul City, a remarkable figure rested her chin on one hand while casually draping the other over her slender leg, lazily seated upon the elevated throne. Below her, 5 figures stood in attendance, 2 of whom radiated an astonishing aura that would instill fear in any ordinary observer. The remaining 3 appeared considerably younger, seemingly no older than 17 or 18, comprising 2 young men and 1 woman. Despite their youth, the girl exuded an enchanting grace, her features a perfect blend of allure and valor, while the 2 young men were strikingly handsome and exuded remarkable charisma. The 5 individuals below regarded the seated figure with utmost respect. The exquisite figure on the throne parted her crimson lips, and a voice, both cold and imbued with nobility, resonated. Nana, as you embark on your journey to the Tian Soul Realm, exercise caution. Although the realm is rich with opportunities, it harbors significant dangers. Once you enter, ensure that you remain close to that individual. Yes, teacher. Yes, your holiness. The 3 young individuals below pressed a hand to their chests and bowed slightly in acknowledgement. Very well. You may leave now to prepare. In 2 days, we shall embark on our journey. Therefore, there will be no need for further training tomorrow. Ensure that you adjust your state to perfection before our departure. Yes, master. We shall take our leave now. Among the trio, the girl named Nana exhibited a courteous demeanor before she and her companions exited the hall. Within the chamber, only the woman seated upon the throne and the 2 figures below remained. After observing the 3 young individuals depart, the woman on the throne slightly parted her cherry lips and inquired, I have heard that she has invited an outsider from the spirit hall to enter the realm of severed souls? The 2 individuals below paused momentarily, exchanging glances. And then the figure adorned in golden attire responded, Indeed, your holiness. What is that person's name? Is there any information regarding him? The cool voice resonated once more. In response to your holiness, the Hall of Offerings has not disclosed his name. However, there has been a recent report from the Spirit Hall in Heavendo City. My subordinates speculate that it may be somewhat related to that individual. Oh, what news is this? The figure seated upon the throne seemed intrigued, her tone slightly elevated. According to reports from our scouts, a new recruit at the Royal Academy of Heavendo is merely 12 years old yet has already attained the rank of Soul Respect. Oh, a 12-year-old at the level of Soul Respect? A flicker of emotion crossed the face of the figure on the throne, yet she continued. What connection does this person have with her? Your Holiness, the golden-clad figure continued. I wonder if you recall a previous rumor concerning a student at the Soto City Intermediate Soul Master Academy under the Barak Kingdom, who had reached Soul Respect level even before graduation. The figure on the throne's eyes flickered with a hint of recollection, but after a moment, she replied, It seems I do recall such an event. However, was there not a verification sent? Was the returned information false? Your Holiness. According to the reports from the Spirit Hall in Heavendo City, the newly recruited student at the Royal Academy is indeed a graduate of the Soto City Intermediate Soul Master Academy. What? Upon hearing this, a trace of anger appeared on the face of the figure on the throne. What was the situation with the previous investigators? If this is true, how could it have gone unnoticed? Your Holiness, please do not be angered. The golden figure below interjected. After receiving the information from the Spirit Hall in Heavendo City, I personally dispatched an elder in red robes to Soto City for verification. The result revealed that the final information had been personally inquired and altered by the Hall of Offerings. As for the 12-year-old Soul Respect, we have managed to uncover his information. His name is Bai Xian, yet the specifics remain elusive, as his information was also expunged after being queried by the Hall of Offerings. Chapter 85. The Agreement. What on earth is the true situation? Elder Ju, seated upon the throne, Bibi Dong firmly gripped her scepter, causing the fluctuations of her soul power to surge violently with this single motion. The 2 individuals standing below were immediately taken aback, exchanging a furtive glance. The current might of the pontiff was astonishingly formidable. Had it truly only been a few years since her ascension to the rank of title Douluo? Such a level of soul power clearly transcended their own by an unfathomable margin. At that moment, a golden figure below spoke rapidly, Your Holiness. According to the intelligence we've gathered, the individual named Bai Xian registered his soul master information at the Wuhuan Hall in Soto City 6 years ago. However, 5 years ago, inquiries regarding Bai Xian were already being made at the Hall of Offerings. Subsequently, his records were confiscated. and orders were issued to the Wuhuan Hall in Soto City to prevent any disclosure of information pertaining to Bai Xian. Just days ago, I dispatched Elder Hongyi to inquire personally, and it was only then that some personnel divulged a fragment of information. Beyond that, after the inquiries from the elders of the Hall of Offerings, the staff at the Wuhuan Hall in Soto City ceased all contact with Bai Xian's records. Pausing briefly, the golden figure continued, Your Holiness. 5 years ago marked the time when the Grand Offering sought out the Soul Masters from the Nine Heart Si Tang lineage for treatment of her injuries. At these words, Bibi Dong's expression subtly shifted, as if recalling something significant. After a prolonged silence, she let out a barely perceptible sigh, waved her hand slowly, and declared, I am aware of this matter. Elders Zhu and Gue, you may take your leave. Yes, Your Holiness. Yu Guan and Gue may exchange a discreet glance. Then each performed a slight bow before exiting the grand hall. The vast chamber was left empty, with Bibi Dong alone seated high upon the dais, her gaze deep and contemplative as she watched the slowly closing doors. The following morning, before the sun had even risen, Bai Xian was already seated in meditation upon the rooftop, facing the horizon that was beginning to glow with a hint of red. With closed eyes, he entered a state of deep contemplation, initiating his new day of cultivation through the Qinglian method. A barely audible sound pierced the air, prompting Bai Xian to furrow his brow slightly and promptly open his eyes. Observing a small hole on the glazed tiles before him, he scanned his surroundings with a frown. Suddenly, a concealed wave of soul power emanated from the distance, capturing Bai Xian's attention. As he sensed the elusive fluctuations of soul energy, he realized that the source seemed deliberately designed to be detected. Just as Bai Xian turned his gaze towards it, the wave abruptly vanished, only to reappear moments later. Rising to his feet, Bai Xian hesitated, contemplating whether to pursue it. After all, he harbored no enmity within the confines of the heavenly dual empire, and the mysterious individual appeared to be approaching him. After a brief moment of contemplation, Bai Xian resolved to follow the trail. Reassured by the fact that he was within the Royal Academy of Heavenly Duel, he was confident that, unless he encountered a title Douluo-level individual, he could create enough commotion to relay a message, even if escape proved unfeasible. The Academy was home to 3 Soul Douluo-level committee members, and Bai Xian trusted that even a title Douluo would think twice before confronting the combined strength of these 3. With his thoughts settled, Bai Xian swiftly pursued the direction of the soul power fluctuations. Upon reaching the halfway point up the mountain, Bai Xian was momentarily taken aback. The individual ahead had come to a halt. Was this person not exiting the Royal Academy? Bai Xian's movements remained unchanged as he continued to pursue the position of that individual. Pausing on a branch, Bai Xian gazed ahead with a solemn expression at the figure of the unadorned elderly man not far away. At that moment, the old man exhibited no trace of soul power emanating from him, appearing as an ordinary elder. Yet, Bai Xian felt a chill run through every hair on his body. Bai Xian understood that in this world, aside from ordinary individuals, only those soul masters who had reached the pinnacle of soul power could achieve a state where not a single trace of their energy leaked out. The elder before him, however, was not of the former category. Observing Bai Xian's heightened sense of vigilance, the elderly man in plain attire smiled gently and remarked, Well done, young man. Your alertness is indeed commendable. Bai Xian hesitated for a moment, sensing that the individual before him did not seem to be here to cause him trouble. He pondered why the elder had summoned him to this place. Had he unwittingly offended someone from the elder's family? The old man chuckled softly and replied, Not at all. I am merely here to convey a message on behalf of another. Oh, Bai Xian's brows raised slightly in curiosity. May I inquire who this person is? Capable of enlisting the presence of someone as esteemed as yourself to deliver a message? With a hearty laugh, the elder responded, You are acquainted with this person. Once I relay her words, you shall undoubtedly recognize her identity. A golden silhouette flickered in Bai Xian's mind, yet he maintained his composure and inquired, What are the words you bring? Observing Bai Xian's calm demeanor, the elder slowly articulated, A meeting is set for 1 month's time, 20 miles north of Tindo City. We shall meet without fail the day after tomorrow. Upon hearing the elder's words, Bai Xian mused silently. As expected, he descended from the branch and approached the elder with a gentle smile, saying, I see now that it is a senior from the Spirit Hall. I apologize for my earlier oversight in not recognizing you. Might I be so bold as to inquire your esteemed name, so that I may extend my respects upon our next encounter? Evidently, you have discerned who has sent me to relay this message, the elder replied with a subtle smile. Since you are a friend of the young master, there is no need for such formality. I am Shilong, an elder of the spirit hall. Bai Xian's expression slightly tightened as he recognized Xilong, one of the two elders of the spirit hall who accompanied Qianrenxue, a formidable title Douluo known as the Spear of Serpents. With a subtle bow, he addressed him earnestly. "Ah, esteemed Elder Shi. I must apologize for my earlier lack of courtesy. As a venerable elder of the Spirit Hall, it is only fitting that I pay my respects to you as a junior." Observing Bai Xian's display of propriety, Xilong nodded slightly and replied, "Since you wish to proceed in this manner, I shall indulge you." After a brief pause, he continued, "Having conveyed my message, I shall not linger." With that, Xilong gently patted Bai Xian on the shoulder before he swiftly vanished from sight. As the figure of Xilong faded away, a barely audible voice reached Bai Xian's ears. "Young man, devote yourself to your training." Startled by the voice, Bai Xian momentarily froze before performing a respectful gesture towards Xilong's direction. After a brief interlude, he straightened himself and began to walk leisurely towards the direction of Mentor Qinming's residence. Chapter 86. Departure. Knock. Knock. A sound echoed through the air as Qinming, seated in the living room, set down his book in bewilderment and inquired, "Who is it?" "It's me, Bai Xian," came Bai Xian's voice from beyond the door. Qinming's expression softened as he approached the entrance, gradually opening the door. Upon seeing Bai Xian, Qinming, with a hint of curiosity, asked, "Bai Xian, is there something you need? Why have you come to find me so early?" He stepped aside to invite Bai Xian into the room for a conversation. Bai Xian entered the room and took a seat, gazing at the book resting on the table. He said, "There is something I wish to discuss with you, teacher. I hope I am not interrupting you." Qinming waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Not at all. I have only just settled down myself." "What brings you here so early?" Bai Xian lifted the tea that Qinming had offered, expressing his gratitude before stating, "Indeed. A friend of mine has made arrangements for us to visit a certain place in the near future, which may take some time. I have come today to request a leave of absence from you, esteemed teacher." After taking a delicate sip of tea, Bai Xian awaited Qinming's response. Qinming, after also savoring a sip of his tea, replied, "That poses no issue. How long do you intend to be away? Where do you and your friend plan to go?" Upon hearing this, Bai Xian felt a twinge of embarrassment. Qianrenxue had merely mentioned a small world experience without specifying the exact location or duration. Faced with Qinming's inquiry, Bai Xian found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief contemplation, Bai Xian smiled and responded, "As for the locations, I am still uncertain. My friend has yet to clarify it. Regarding the duration, it should be within a month, though I doubt it will extend beyond 2 months." Upon hearing this, Qinming nodded slowly and remarked, "Is it truly going to be that long? Very well, I understand. I shall inform the 3 committee members about this matter." At this point, a thought suddenly struck Qinming, and he inquired, "What about the timeline? When does this begin?" Bai Xian took a sip of tea and remarked, "The appointment is for tomorrow. We should set off early." Qinming raised his eyebrows slightly and replied, "In such a hurry?" Bai Xian shrugged and remarked, "My friend informed me about this approximately a month ago. It wasn't until today that I received the news that I shall be departing tomorrow." Qinming took a delicate sip of tea and responded, "Very well. Do take care of your safety during the journey. By the way, do not forget to extend your greetings to Tianhang and Yanzi. Keep them informed." Bai Xian nodded and said, "Indeed. I am aware of this matter, and I intend to inform them once I have discussed it with the teacher." Upon hearing this, Qinming also nodded in agreement with Bai Xian's request for leave. Not wishing to linger, Bai Xian stood up and remarked, "Then, teacher, please continue your work. I shall not disturb you any longer. I will go and notify Tianhang and Sister Yanzi." Qinming nodded and replied, "Very well. If there is nothing else, you may return home for now. We set off tomorrow, so do take some time to prepare." Bai Xian nodded and departed from Qinming's residence. Upon returning to the dormitory, the hour had already reached the tail end of the Chun period. As he opened the door, Yu Tianheng was found in the living room, deep in meditation. With Bai Xian's entrance, Yu Tianheng awakened from his trance and, upon seeing Bai Xian, remarked, "Bai Xian, you ventured out so early?" Bai Xian nodded and took a seat on the nearby sofa, saying, "Yes, I requested a leave of absence from Teacher Qin for a while." Upon hearing this, Yu Tianheng expressed mild surprise, asking, "A leave of absence?" Observing Bai Xian's affirmative nod, Yu Tianheng inquired, "Is there something going on? How long is your leave?" Bai Xian gently shook her head and replied, "A friend invited me to accompany her to a place. The duration remains uncertain, but I should return shortly." Upon hearing this, Yu Tianheng nodded in understanding. "By the way, have you had breakfast this morning?" "I haven't eaten yet," Would you like to join me? Yu Tianheng slightly shook his head and said, not yet. Let's go together. Perhaps we might encounter Yan Zi and Ling Ling. If we do, it would be a good opportunity to inform them. With that, Bai Xian and Yu Tianheng headed towards the cafeteria. Regrettably, they did not come across Du Guyan and Yi Ling Ling. Instead, they encountered Osro and Yu Feng. It seemed that Bai Xian's return had been somewhat delayed, causing them to miss the two. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that Bai Xian met Osro and Yu Feng, saving her the trouble of seeking them out later. During breakfast, she also took the opportunity to inform them of her absence. The following morning, after optimizing her physical condition to its peak, Bai Xian swiftly traversed the official road of Tindo City, heading north towards the location described by Shilong the previous day. As the hour approached, Bai Xian finally sensed the soul power fluctuations of Qian Renxue and immediately made her way in that direction. As she drew nearer, she spotted a pavilion atop a small hill, from where the fluctuations emanated. Additionally, Bai Xian faintly sensed an exceptionally formidable wave of soul power nearby, reminiscent of the soul power she had sensed from Shilong the day before. Bai Xian no longer hesitated and made his way toward the hill where Qian Renxue was situated. Atop the summit, within a pavilion, Qian Renxue, now in the form of a young woman, sat gracefully on a stone bench, gently sipping from her cup of tea. She gazed vacantly at the distant mountains below, lost in her thoughts. Behind her, Shilong stood, observing Bai Xian's approach. Young master, Bai Xian has arrived. Shilong's voice echoed. Yes, I am aware. Qian Renxue replied softly, her lips curving into a subtle smile as she sensed the fluctuations of Bai Xian's soul power. A quarter of an hour later, Qian Renxue rose and approached the edge of the pavilion, looking down at Bai Xian as he ascended the hill. With a gentle smile, she greeted him. You have come. Bai Xian nodded slightly in response, and then turned his gaze to Shilong behind her. I have met Elder Shi before, Bai Xian remarked. Shilong chuckled lightly, replying, no need for formalities. Bai Xian gazed at Qian Renxue and softly inquired, when did you arrive? I hope I haven't kept you waiting for too long. Qian Renxue gently shook her head, smiling as she replied, it's nothing. We haven't waited for long at all. Upon hearing this, Shilong, standing behind Qian Renxue, discreetly cast a glance at her, his lips moving slightly, yet he ultimately refrained from speaking. Upon hearing this, Bai Xian nodded thoughtfully, glancing around with a hint of confusion. Is this truly the trial grounds you speak of? I thought there were supposed to be 5 of us. Yet, it appears that only the 3 of us are present. Qian Renxue smiled slightly at the corner of her eye and replied softly, the trial grounds are not located here. We are merely departing from this point. The others are already waiting for us outside the trial grounds. At this, Bai Xian was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure. Indeed, if the trial grounds were situated here, the Tindo imperial family would have discovered it long ago, and there would be no need for the Wuhuan Hall to uncover it. Feeling somewhat awkward, he turned to Qian Renxue and asked, shall we set off now? Qian Renxue nodded slightly, casting a glance at Shilong understanding her cue. Shilong produced a short flute from his pocket and, channeling his soul power, began to play a melodious, lingering note that resonated from the instrument. After a brief moment, the music ceased, yet their surroundings remained unchanged. Qian Renxue gently urged, let us proceed. With that, she unfurled 2 pairs of golden wings from her back, flapping them with a powerful motion, and her figure soared into the air. Upon witnessing this, Bai Xian no longer concealed himself, sprouting 2 pairs of golden wings from his back to follow suit. Chapter 87, The First Encounter. It lies just ahead, echoed the aged voice of Shilong. At these words, Qian Renxue and Bai Xian halted their flight, hovering several hundred meters above the ground, gazing down at the city below. Qian Renxue's cool voice carried a hint of fatigue as she suggested, let us descend. In response, Bai Xian and Shilong, flying alongside her, nodded in agreement. With a powerful beat of his 4 wings, Bai Xian dove down alongside Qian Renxue and Shilong throughout their journey. The trio relied on flight to hasten their passage. And after 5 days of travel, they finally arrived at Hakoning City. At the Soul Hall of Hakoning City, 3 figures descended in succession before the entrance. The guards stationed at the door were taken aback by the sudden arrival of Bai Xian and Qian Renxue, exclaiming loudly, who are you? This is a restricted area of the Soul Hall. Unauthorized entry is forbidden. The other guards quickly formed a line, brandishing their long spears to protect the entrance. Upon hearing this, Shilong, who had just landed, snorted lightly, unleashing a powerful wave of soul energy. A token, infused with a chilling aura, flew towards the guard who had spoken. As the token approached rapidly, the guard's pupils constricted in alarm, and he fumbled to catch it. Upon recognizing the emblem of an elder from the soul hall on the token, the guard's mind went blank, and after a moment, he hastily proclaimed, "I had no knowledge of the elder's arrival. I am deserving of punishment." He then quickly gestured for the other guards to stand aside. "Yes. Go inform Chief Kuo that Elder Shilong has arrived. Request him to come immediately," Shilong said calmly, as he and Qian Rinxue, along with Bai Xian, made their way into the hall. Understood. The guard clasped his fists in salute and promptly dashed towards the interior. Upon entering the hall, Bai Xian and the other two stood in the center. In a brief moment, an elderly man clad in a black robe strode swiftly towards them. As he approached, the previously startled guard whispered something into his ear while pointing at Shilong. The elder regarded Shilong, who stood behind Qian Rinxue, with curiosity. "Kuo acknowledges Elder Shilong," he stated, turning to Qian Rinxue. He inquired, "May I ask who this is?" In response, Qian Rinxue remained silent, while Shilong, in a flat tone, replied, "Do not ask what should not be asked. Where is Yuguan? Are they here?" Upon hearing this, Chief Kuo's expression faltered in surprise. How did they know that Elder Ju was present here? Although Kuo harbored questions, the rank of Shilong far surpassed his own, and he dared not pry further. Instead, he replied, "Elder Ju and the others arrived here yesterday and should be at their designated quarters today." Upon hearing that the Moon Watcher had arrived, Shilong calmly stated, "Inform the Moon Watcher that I have arrived. Let him seek me out." At this point, Shilong paused, casting a glance at Qian Rinxue, and continued, "Please arrange accommodations for us. We require rest. When the time comes, let the Moon Watcher come to our lodgings to find me." The Bishop of Kuo immediately responded, "Yes. Elder Shi, please follow me." With that, the bishop gestured with his right hand in a specific direction and led the way. He guided Bai Xian and the others to a suite consisting of 3 bedrooms and a living room, saying, "Elder Shi, you 3 may rest here for the time being. I will promptly send someone to notify Elder Ju." After surveying the surroundings, Shilong nodded gently and replied, "I understand. You may withdraw for now." The Bishop of Kuo, upon hearing this, performed a respectful bow and exited. Turning to Qian Rinxue, Shilong inquired, "Young master, would you not prefer to rest first? I shall meet with him once Moon Watcher arrives." In response, Qian Rinxue slightly shook her head and said, "Uncle Shi, I am quite well. Let us meet Elder Ju together later." She then turned to Bai Xian and asked, "Bai Xian, would you like to rest for a moment? You've been pursuing my pace these past few days. Your mental and spiritual energies must be considerably drained." Upon hearing this, Bai Xian shook his head and said, "I am fine. My soul power consumption is not significant. I shall rest this evening." Acknowledging his words, Qian Rinxue nodded and refrained from insisting further. Shilong then suggested, "Young master, why don't we enjoy some tea to relax for a while? The day is still young, and I believe Yuguan will be arriving soon." In response, Qian Rinxue nodded, and the 3 of them settled by the tea table, sipping tea and engaging in conversation. Within half an hour, their attention was suddenly drawn, as all 3 sensed several fluctuations of soul power that had just halted at the door. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking resonated. Exchanging glances, Shilong calmly instructed, "Come in." With a creak, the door opened momentarily before fully revealing 4 figures, 3 men and a woman, who stepped inside. Observing these newcomers, Qian Rinxue and Shilong maintained their composure, while Bai Xian's pupils slightly contracted, not due to the somewhat enchanting golden figure at the forefront, but rather because of the 2 men and 1 woman who followed behind. These 3 figures appeared to be around the same age as Qian Rinxue, seemingly 17 or 18 years old, yet their soul power fluctuations were not weak. They were all above the 40th level of soul masters. As Bai Xian appraised the golden-haired figure, youthful yet already exuding significant charm, he couldn't help but ponder, is that Hulaina? And what about the other 2? The golden figure, upon noticing Bai Xian and Qian Rinxue, momentarily paused, casting a curious glance at Bai Xian before turning her calm gaze toward Qian Rinxue and Shilong, saying, "It has been a long time. Elder Shi, and you, young master." At her words, the 3 figures behind her couldn't help but narrow their eyes in astonishment. Young master? Who is he? Hulaina felt a surge of confusion. How could a title Douluo, such as Elder Yu, refer to someone as young master? Chapter 88. Astonishment. Hulaina was bewildered, for in her understanding, Yuguan held the esteemed position of one of the elders in the martial soul hall, respected even by the Pope. But what had Elder Yu just said? He referred to someone as young master, not paying heed to the elder. She presumed he was the elder she mentioned by Yuguan. Her gaze shifted back and forth between Bai Xian and Qian Renxue, ultimately resting on Bai Xian. Could it be him? As she gazed upon the tranquil countenance of Bai Xian, a profound curiosity flickered in Hulaina's eyes. At that moment, Hulaina remained oblivious to the lurking schemes of the spirit hall. Furthermore, having been taken to the for training by Qian Douluo in her youth, she was unaware of Qian Renxue's identity. Additionally, at this juncture, Bai Xian stood side by side with Qian Renxue and Shi Long, leading Hulaina to mistakenly regard Bai Xian as the young master mentioned by Yuguan. Without delving into the astonishment that stirred within Hulaina, as soon as Yuguan's voice fell, he observed the composed Bai Xian with a sidelong glance, discerning that Bai Xian's soul power fluctuations hovered around the 30th level. A peculiar expression emerged in the depths of Yuguan's gaze. Is this truly Bai Xian? Was it not stated that this Bai Xian was above the 30th level of Soul Master? How could the fluctuations of his soul power be so modest? Setting aside the myriad thoughts swirling in Yuguan's mind, upon hearing his words, Qian Renxue and Shi Long's expression sharpened. Shi Long even let out a soft snort, stating, Yuguan, refrain from your sardonic remarks. You ought to recognize that were it not for the young master, this expedition to the heaven-severing soul realm would have been unattainable. No matter how extraordinary the talents of the three behind you may be, the Pope's Hall would never have had the opportunity to enter the heaven-severing soul realm. Do not forget, the grand offering remains in the... Upon hearing this, Yuguan's countenance slightly tightened before he replied, I am well aware of that. However, since His Holiness the Pope has ascended to his position, it seems the grand offering harbors no objections and likely does not concern himself with such matters. At this juncture, Yuguan shifted his focus to Bai Xian, inquiring, Might I ask to which esteemed individual this young brother belongs? Elder Shi, could you kindly introduce him? Before Shi Long could respond, Qian Renxue's icy voice interjected. Bai Xian is my friend. There is no need for Elder Yu to concern himself further. At these words, Hulaina, who had been fixated on Bai Xian, momentarily froze. Turning her gaze toward Qian Renxue, the young master is actually her. Gazing at Qian Renxue, who appeared to be of similar age, even Hulaina, who took pride in her own beauty and poise, could not help but feel a twinge of inferiority. Indeed, whether in appearance or demeanor, Qian Renxue surpassed her by leaps and bounds. If beauty and elegance could be rated, where Hulaina might score a 98, Qian Renxue would undoubtedly reach 99. With the remaining point reflecting their youth, as neither had yet attained their pinnacle. Though merely a point apart, at such an elite level, that difference signifies a qualitative gap. Sensing the formidable soul power emanating from Qian Renxue, Hulaina's heart surged with astonishment. This young master possesses such astounding soul power. Though the present moment finds the energy fluctuations of the crowd tranquil, Hulaina, as a spirit-type control soul master, possesses an innate sensitivity to external crises. She had just sensed the soul power emanating from Qian Renxue, although it was merely slightly stronger than that of the three of them. It concealed within its calm surface a brilliance akin to that of the sun, intense, searing, and explosive. This sensation caused her body to tense involuntarily, as if encountering a formidable adversary. Upon hearing Qian Renxue's words, Yuguan displayed a moment of surprise, then gradually responded, Is that so? I understand, young mistress. Qian Renxue nodded and stated, 3 days hence, the sky-severing soul realm shall open. At that time, the two of us here, along with the three behind you, shall enter, while Elder Yu shall await our return outside. In response, Yuguan nodded in comprehension, saying, The High Priest has already dispatched someone to inform His Holiness the Pope. We are aware of how to proceed. To this, Qian Renxue calmly acknowledged, in that case. You may return for now. I will notify you when it is time to depart. Yuguan, upon hearing this, chose not to elaborate further and replied, Then, young mistress, I shall take my leave. With that, Yuguan departed with Hulaina and the others from Bai Xian's presence. In the corridors of the Spirit Hall, Hulaina followed closely behind Yuguan, pondering the brief, yet information-rich dialogue they had just witnessed. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she inquired, Grandpa Yu, what was that all about? Why did you refer to that girl as young mistress? Given your status within the Spirit Hall, such a formality seems unnecessary. Yuguan, upon hearing Hulaina's question, paused momentarily before resuming his stride, maintaining his gaze forward as he replied, Indeed, I did refer to her as young mistress. And I imagine your minds are filled with questions. Seizing this opportunity, I can share some insights with you. However, I cannot divulge too much unless permitted by her or His Holiness the Pope to disclose the entire matter. That girl, who is indeed the young mistress, is the daughter of the previous pope of our spirit hall and the beloved granddaughter of the current high priest. Calling her young mistress does not diminish my standing, for the very existence of the spirit hall is rooted in her lineage, or rather, in the legacy of her grandfather. Without this connection, our spirit hall could never wield such influence. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue exploring the captivating narrative. In the future, as the young mistress matures, she will undoubtedly reach a stature at least equivalent to that of the high priest. Should you grow and enter the hall of offerings, you may engage with the young mistress as peers. Otherwise, you shall remain as I do, continuing to address her as young mistress. Upon hearing this, both Hulaina and Xiaoyu, along with Yin, were taken aback. How could someone of Yuguan's stature still be deemed unequal to that young master? As Yuguan continued to walk, he elaborated, the young master has been engaged in a confidential mission for these past years. Aside from the Pope, only a few esteemed elders in the Hall of Spirits, as well as myself and the old ghost, are privy to this information. Given that you have only recently acquainted yourselves with the higher echelons of the Spirit Hall, it is understandable that you have yet to meet the young master. However, when next you encounter her, you may wish to show her a greater degree of respect. In response, Hulaina and the others nodded in tacit acknowledgement. After a prolonged silence, Hulaina inquired, then, Grandfather Yu, what about the young man beside her? He appears to be several years younger than us. Will he also be entering the soul-severing realm? At this, Yuguan halted his stride, casting a glance back at Hulaina and the others. Do not underestimate him. He is indeed several years younger, by 5 or 6 years, to be precise. However, according to the information I have gathered, he has already attained the rank of Soul Master, which is not far removed from your own standing. You must understand what this level signifies at such a tender age. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three, who had maintained a calm demeanor thus far, shifted dramatically. Did they truly just hear that correctly? A 12-year-old Soul Master? Was there any record in the Spirit Hall of such a feat being achieved at that age? Chapter 89. Heart to Heart. Although situated near the extreme North Ice Field, the climate in Hakoning City was considerably colder than that of the Heaven Do imperial capital. Yet, for Bai Xian and Qian Rinxue, who were both Soul Masters, this was hardly a concern. As one of the few gateway cities close to the extreme North Ice Field, Hakoning City bustled with a considerable flow of people, making it one of the prominent cities on the continent. On the crowded streets, Bai Xian, clad in a thin white robe, walked alongside Qian Rinxue, who donned an elegant platinum gown. The exquisite beauty of the woman radiated a cool elegance tinged with nobility, akin to a celestial being gracing the earthly realm. The young man beside her possessed a striking countenance, his white attire subtly infused with hints of ink, exuding an air of serene sophistication, reminiscent of a refined gentleman from a tumultuous world. As they strolled together, they resembled a pair of perfect companions, drawing gasps of admiration from passers-by. Yet, most of the onlookers were wholly captivated by Qian Rinxue's stunning visage. Hearing the whispers that floated around them, a hint of helplessness crossed Bai Xian's face. He turned to Qian Rinxue and softly suggested, perhaps you could cover your face with a scarf? I truly detest this sensation of being scrutinized like an object. In response, Qian Rinxue's cool demeanor softened into a gentle smile, akin to a lotus emerging from water. Let them discuss as they will, it matters little to us. And in the future, there will be no intersection between our paths. Bai Xian felt helpless. Qian Rinxue's words, of course, held no fault. To him, apart from a few acquaintances, the rest were merely strangers. The discussions surrounding them were largely devoid of malice, stemming primarily from superficial judgments based on appearances. Nevertheless, he truly remained unresponsive to the multitude of unfamiliar gazes upon him. What was the purpose of their outing today? Were they simply to wander aimlessly down the street? Casting a glance at Shilong, who trailed at a short distance behind, Bai Xian turned to Qian Rinxue and inquired, isn't it said that the realm of the severed soul will be opening tomorrow? Why not stay at your residence to prepare yourself? Qian Rinxue, her beautiful eyes flickering towards Bai Xian, replied, with our caliber, do we still need to prepare ourselves today? Since our arrival yesterday, we have spent the remainder of the time resting. Given your current strength at the soul sect level, you should have been able to attain readiness by last night. Upon hearing this, Bai Xian observed the flicker of surprise in Qian Rinxue's eyes and remarked, I only recently broke through to the Soul Master rank before setting off. I had not disclosed this achievement prior. How did you come to know? Qian Rinxue responded with a soft smile, I have my own methods. And even if you possess your soul bone wings, if your soul power is at the level of a soul sovereign, it is unlikely you could keep pace with Uncle Shi and me on our journey here. At her words, Bai Xian paused momentarily, then comprehended her meaning. Indeed, although he had not revealed his soul rings recently and had not experienced any soul power exhaustion during their swift travels, the fluctuations in his soul power were inevitable when utilizing his external soul bone. As the granddaughter of Qian Daolu from the Spirit Hall, it was plausible that she possessed certain secret techniques or tools to gauge the depth of one's soul power through its fluctuations. Today, I invited you out not only to clear my mind, but also in response to your earlier reminder. I wish to discuss this matter with you, Bai Xian stated. Noticing the understanding dawning in Bai Xian's gaze, Qian Rinxue chose not to elaborate further on her previous words. Instead, she smiled gently at him and said, "Oh, a reminder?" Bai Xian was momentarily taken aback and replied, "Yes." Qian Rinxue nodded slightly and continued, "Before we delve into this, may I share a story with you? I would love to hear your thoughts on the protagonist within it." She gazed ahead, her eyes reflecting a hint of bewilderment. Bai Xian cast a glance at Qian Rinxue and remarked, "If you have something to express, I would be more than willing to be an attentive listener." Many years prior, there was a little girl. Qian Rinxue gazed ahead, fell silent for a moment, and spoke. This little girl was not favored by her mother. From the day of her birth, she had never felt the warmth of her mother's embrace nor experienced the affection of her mother's love. Instead, for reasons unknown, she was subjected to her mother's disdain. Fortunately, she had a loving grandfather who showered her with care and encouragement. He arranged for her to receive guidance from teachers, awakened her martial spirit, and accompanied her in obtaining soul rings, nurturing her throughout her upbringing. However, one day, her mother decided to place her in a rival faction as an undercover agent, forcibly separating her from the grandfather who cherished her dearly. The girl lacked the strength to refuse and was compelled to serve under her mother's orders in the enemy camp. As time flowed by, although she had never taken a life with her own hands, under her mother's directives, she witnessed the demise of those who cared for her false identity, poisoned by her mother's subordinates. Gradually, the girl's heart grew increasingly indifferent, becoming numb to the world around her. She no longer understood the purpose of her actions. Yet she found herself with no other choice but to continue down the path that had been laid before her. Thus, she wandered in a haze, and amidst this confusion, the talent she once took pride in began to gather dust. Although she still held a rank that surpassed her peers, she was acutely aware that her progress in cultivation had stagnated compared to her earlier days. However, she eventually recognized that this was not a sustainable way of life. Yet she felt shackled by the constraints of her existence. Bai Xian, what do you think she should do to find her place? This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Bai Xian listened intently to Qian Ruoshue's calm narration, realizing she was alluding to her own life. He had never anticipated that Qian Ruoshue would articulate such thoughts so directly. Bai Xian remained silent for a moment, continuing his walk alongside Qian Rinxue. He gazed ahead and slowly spoke. "I cannot fathom the thoughts of that girl's mother. However, based solely on my own experiences, I believe that apart from a very small number of women, the vast majority of mothers genuinely love their children. Those who appear indifferent towards their offspring often harbor other underlying reasons. It is difficult for me to accept that they possess deep-seated hatred for their own flesh and blood. Perhaps that mother once had a capacity for love, or perhaps her loving side never manifested in a way that the girl could perceive. I am convinced that both of them long for one another, yet misunderstandings, born from various circumstances, cloud their relationship. As for the girl's current plight, I think that as a member of an opposing faction, if she were not to act, another girl would inevitably step into her place. In this world, even enemies may possess a sense of conscience, yet the distinction between right and wrong remains blurred. An enemy is ultimately still an enemy. At this juncture, Bai Xian paused, glanced at Qian Rinxue, and continued, "As for her confusion, I hope she comprehends a profound truth. She harbors a pearl within her. If obscured by the dust of the world, one day, when the dust settles and light emerges, it will surely illuminate the mountains with countless blossoms. In this world, pearls are indeed scarce." Chapter 90. The realm of severed souls in the distance. At the end of the snow-capped mountains, a ripple of ethereal waves began to rise, resembling the surface of water disturbed by a gentle breeze. These illusory ripples expanded continuously, and in the span of a brief moment, they reached nearly 1,000 meters in circumference. Subsequently, the waves emitted threads of ghostly light, through which faint figures could be discerned. These shadows were hazy, Some resembled continuous mountain ranges, grand and surreal. Others took on the forms of bizarre and ferocious beasts, strange and wild, while others appeared like colossal bones, vast and desolate. Not far from these ethereal ripples stood 7 figures, quietly observing the extraordinary transformations unfolding before them. These individuals were none other than Bai Xian and Qian Rinshui. Bai Xian, Qian Rinshui, and Shi Longyu, along with their companions, were faring well. Each of the 4 was either a formidable titled Douluo-level expert, possessed advanced insights, or had their own extraordinary experiences. As they gazed upon the shifting phenomena in the distance, a hint of peculiarity flickered in their eyes. Yet they managed to maintain a relatively composed demeanor. In contrast, the trio beside Yu Guan, Hulaina and her companions, exhibited a different reaction. Although they had gleaned some information from the papal hall, this was an encounter they had never before faced. The 3 stared, astonished, at the ever-changing void before them. It had appeared. After over a century, the realm of the celestial severance had re-emerged. She long observed the distant, continuously transforming scenery, a nostalgic expression gracing his features. The silvery white expanse was a world of ice and snow, pristine and unblemished, suddenly adorned by an ethereal shadow, infusing the serene landscape with a touch of color. Through that illusory figure, one could faintly discern the icy highlands beyond. At this moment, it seemed as if the shadow and the icy plateau were intertwined. The passage is about to open, young master. You may prepare to enter. Shilong respectfully addressed Qian Rinshui, who nodded calmly, her gaze still fixed on the distant transformations. At this instant, the ripples of reality expanded, and the fantastical phantoms above multiplied, ultimately resembling a world unto itself, exerting dominion over the void. The illusory ripples resembled waves, emanating a mist-like sheen, a vast expanse of white surging and undulating, where spectral beasts howled towards the heavens, and ethereal mountains radiated brilliant halos, evoking a sense of awe. At that moment, this surreal realm seemed poised to sever the very fabric of heaven and earth. As the final wave of ripples subsided, various phantoms faded away, leaving behind a solitary illusionary ripple, approximately several yards in diameter, suspended in midair and gently pulsating. Observing the cessation of change, Shilong's gaze sharpened as he announced, "The passage has opened, young master. You may enter." Indeed. Qian Rinshui slowly nodded and turned to Bai Xian with a smile, her lips parting gently. "Bai Xian, let us proceed." Upon hearing this, Bai Xian nodded lightly, responding, "Very well, let us enter." As Bai Xian's voice faded, 4 golden wings emerged from behind Qian Rinshui. With a powerful flutter, she swiftly soared towards the ethereal rippling passage. Bai Xian, unwilling to lag behind, nodded at Shilong and, amidst the astonished gaze of Yu Guan, sprouted a pair of golden wings from his back, mirroring the 2 pairs of wings behind Qian Rinshui. With a powerful flap of his 4 wings, he soared through the passage alongside Qian Rinshui. As the 2 entered the illusory rippling passage, they vanished from the sight of the onlookers. After their disappearance, the astonished Yu Guan gradually regained his composure and turned to the composed Shilong, steadying his mind. Yu Guan calmly addressed Hulaina and the other 2, saying, "You 3 should enter as well. Remember, the realm of Tian Han is fraught with numerous formidable beasts, and their dangers are beyond my knowledge. Assess the risks yourselves, and upon entering, try to stay close to the young master." Upon hearing this, Hulaina and the others nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the 3 swiftly leaped, disappearing from Yu Guan and Shilong's view moments later. Observing the vanishing figures of the trio, Yu Guan could no longer suppress the astonishment within him. Recalling the scene of Bai Xian summoning his soul-bone wings, he murmured, "For wings as well? This shouldn't be possible." After a prolonged mental tempest, Yu Guan finally realized that Qian Rinshui and Bai Xian were acquainted. Turning to Shilong with an urgent expression, he inquired, "Shilong, what exactly is the situation with Bai Xian? How could he possess the same angelic 4 wings as the young master?" In response, Shilong glanced at the bewildered Yu Guan without uttering a word. He then sat cross-legged, gradually levitating into the air, his eyes closed in meditation, surrounded by waves of azure and golden soul power. Observing Shilong's actions, Yu Guan felt a jolt in his heart, his gaze sharpening as he exclaimed, "Shilong, you." However, before he could finish his sentence, the fluctuations of Shilong's soul power intensified, sweeping over Yu Guan and rendering him speechless. Watching Shilong, who remained cross-legged and meditating in midair, Yu Guan's expression shifted rapidly, alternating between shades of blue and white. A moment later, he snorted softly. turning away from Shilong to also sit cross-legged, closing his eyes in meditation. Chapter 91. The Realm of Tian Duan Han, Part 2. This is a world steeped in a profound, desolate atmosphere. The sky is tinted with a yellowish hue, and a waning sun hangs above. The nearby black soil emanates a sense of desolation, were it not for the occasional greenery of trees dotting the dark earth, hinting at a semblance of life. It would be hard to believe that any creatures could survive in this realm. Nevertheless, despite its barrenness, a faint layer of white mist envelopes the surroundings. Yet, it somewhat alleviated the desolation of this place. In the distant mountain forests, small and peculiar creatures occasionally darted out, only to vanish again, bestowing a touch of vitality upon this world. A misty white fog continuously drifted, rendering the atmosphere increasingly tranquil. Suddenly, the void space rippled, and figures began to emerge in rapid succession from the abyss. These figures, who had suddenly manifested, were none other than Bai Xian and Qianren Xue, who had entered the channel to the Tian Duan Han realm. Upon their emergence into this desolate world, Bai Xian's expression momentarily faltered. Bai Xian gazed into the distance, where the outlines of certain mountains emerged before her eyes. Observing this desolate world, she murmured, "Is this truly the realm of severed souls?" With these words, Bai Xian slightly relaxed her spirit, attuning herself to the conditions of this world. The spiritual energy here is indeed remarkably abundant. Bai Xian extended his hand to draw a wisp of spiritual energy from the void, sensing it briefly before murmuring, "The quality of this spiritual energy is remarkably high. Even the spiritual energy at the periphery of the Stardo forest does not reach such a level." "Bai Xian, what is the matter?" Qianren Xue inquired, noticing the slight movement of Bai Xian's lips, as if he had spoken something. Upon hearing this, Bai Xian came to his senses, slowly shaking his head and replying, "It's nothing. I merely did not anticipate the abundance of spiritual energy in this world." Spiritual energy? A hint of perplexity flickered in Qianren Xue's eyes. In her understanding, she had yet to encounter any notion of what spiritual energy entailed. Stealing a discreet glance at Bai Xian, she couldn't help but silently ponder within herself. Upon noticing the trace of doubt in Qianren Xue's eyes, Bai Xian's heart jolted with surprise. He had inadvertently mentioned spiritual energy, failing to recognize that this term had yet to be introduced in this realm. Fortunately, Qianren Xue appeared somewhat perplexed but did not press him for clarification. Casting a glance at Holiana and the others beside them, he noted that they seemed oblivious to his earlier anomaly, prompting him to exhale in relief. "Let us proceed. This world is replete with various spiritual treasures and sacred grounds. Our first destination shall be the place where divine herbs converge," Qianren Xue remarked, glancing at the group. Upon hearing this, a flicker of intrigue crossed Bai Xian's face. The place where divine herbs converge? He regarded Qianren Xue with a newfound intensity, his mind racing with thoughts. In the Douluo Continent, there existed an unspoken understanding. Any location housing rare divine herbs would invariably be guarded by formidable soul beasts. Moreover, from Qianren Xue's words, it seemed that this realm harbored extraordinary ferocious beasts, some exceeding 50,000 years in age. Surely, the place where divine herbs converge would likewise be protected by such fearsome creatures. Stealing a subtle glance at Qianren Xue, Bai Xian's apprehension deepened. Bai Xian could hardly believe that Qianren Xue was unaware of the unwritten consensus within the Soul Master community. Yet, despite this, Qianren Xue's first choice remained this perilous location, which inevitably stirred a hint of curiosity within Bai Xian. Although he felt some perplexity, he maintained a facade of relative calmness. Bai Xian nodded subtly at Qianren Xue, signaling that there were no issues. Qianren Xue produced a scroll reminiscent of parchment and gradually unfurled it. After surveying the surrounding environment and comparing it with the scroll, she flared her wings and descended into the air, swiftly darting towards a specific direction. Bai Xian and Hulaina exchanged a glance, and Bai Xian gently nodded in acknowledgement, his golden wings unfurling as he pursued the direction of Qianren Xue. Observing the similarity between Bai Xian's and Qianren Xue's wings, Hulaina and her companions exchanged looks of concern. After a moment, Xiaoyu broke the silence, gazing at the receding figures of Bai Xian and Qianren Xue, and spoke first. "Nana, what should we do? Should we follow them?" Hulaina pondered briefly before responding, "Let us follow their lead. We are unfamiliar with this place, and both teacher and elder Jew have suggested that we stay close to the girl." She hesitated for a moment before continuing, since they both mentioned this. "It indicates that there are elements here that we three may not be able to contend with. Thus, we should shadow the two of them for now and assess the danger of this location before making further decisions." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu and Yin exchanged a glance. Though they were not particularly astute individuals, they grasped the essence of Hu Laina's reasoning. They both nodded in agreement, stating, "All right, let us follow them for the time being." As the words left their lips, the three of them vanished in an instant, racing after by Xian and Qian Renxue. With a series of sharp sounds slicing through the air, 5 figures alighted upon a sheer cliff. Bai Xian gazed down at the dense forest below, amplifying his senses to perceive the essence of the woods. In but a moment, his pupils were filled with a grave expression. Within a mere span of time shorter than the brewing of tea, he discerned several locations within this forest harboring the presence of soul beasts exceeding 10,000 years in age, with more than a dozen others comparable to those over 5,000 years. This was merely within a radius of 2 to 3 kilometers, while the forest before him was no less expansive than the sunset forest, highlighting the perils that lay within. At this moment, Qian Renxue unfurled a sheepskin scroll from her hands, comparing it to the dense forest below. With a slight movement of her cherry lips, she spoke. "This forest beneath us is the gathering place for divine herbs." Observing the terrain below, Qian Renxue continued. "This location harbors numerous ferocious beasts comparable to soul beasts of 10,000 years, and it is recognized as one of the most perilous places in this realm. Yet, it is also the most abundant in opportunities. This place is rich in extraordinary medicinal materials, some of which possess unparalleled effects, capable of enhancing a soul master's innate qualities and accelerating their cultivation speed, truly a rarity among divine medicines." Upon hearing this, Hu Laina and her companions involuntarily held their breath. Enhancing a soul master's qualities and accelerating their cultivation speed? As geniuses of the spirit hall, the trio lacked for cultivation resources, with the hall providing them various medicinal baths for recovery post-training. However, these merely alleviated fatigue rather than enhancing their innate abilities. Chapter 92. Divine Medicine. Casting a glance at the composed by Xian and the astonished expressions of Hu Laina and her companions, Qian Renxue spoke calmly. "Let us 5 convene here to search for divine herbs, keeping a reasonable distance from one another. If we encounter any beasts beyond our capacity to confront, signal the others." She paused momentarily before continuing. "Divine entities reveal themselves, and divine herbs do likewise. The rarer the herb, the more it will display its unique and extraordinary attributes. Should you encounter any plants exhibiting such phenomena, refrain from recklessly attempting to harvest them. Instead, seek out others for assistance. Plants exhibiting such phenomena are typically rare divine herbs, fiercely guarded by formidable beasts, the weakest of which would be comparable to soul beasts of around 20,000 years. Turning her gaze to the composed by Xian, she addressed Hu Laina and the others. "If you encounter an aggressive beast beyond your means to confront, signal us and make your way towards either Bai Xian or myself." At these words, Bai Xian's expression faltered momentarily, a puzzled look crossing his face as he regarded Qian Renxue. Meanwhile, Hu Laina and her companions exchanged subtle glances towards Bai Xian, their expressions laden with complexity. Bai Xian found it somewhat perplexing how Qian Renxue could ascertain her ability to contend with soul beasts of a millennium rank. It seemed that he had never truly revealed his full strength before her. Suddenly, a thought struck Bai Xian. He recalled the earlier battle with the sword Douluo Continent. At that time, although he had employed his self-created technique, the thunderous 4 strikes, he had yet to utilize his 4-winged soul bone, and his displayed power had already surpassed that of an ordinary soul sect. Qian Renxue must surely have realized that he had not fought with all his might. Now that he had advanced to the soul sect, even though he had not yet revealed his millennium-level 4th soul ring, it was reasonable to believe that Qian Renxue could gauge his true combat capability to be at the level of a soul king. A soul king could indeed measure up against soul beasts of a millennium rank. Hu Laina and her companions were taken aback by the implications of Qian Renshue's earlier words. The 3 of them were all soul sects, standing out among their peers in terms of strength. Yet, they understood that any one of them would struggle to face a millennium-level soul beast, let alone guarantee victory. Qian Renshue's assertion was that the fluctuations of soul power surrounding Bai Xian indicated he was merely a soul master, akin to what Elder Ju had mentioned. How could he possibly contend with soul beasts of a millennium rank, something they themselves could not manage? If it were the girl, referred to as the young master by Elder Ju, they might have been able to believe it. For in Hu Laina's perception, the pressure emanating from this girl was no less than that of a millennium-level soul beast, perhaps even greater. Yet, this seemingly harmless youth, despite being at the soul master level, how could that be? Qian Renxue glanced at the astonished expressions of Hu Laina and her companions, offering no explanation for her earlier remarks, and continued, Aside from this location, other areas are considerably safer. We will search for rare and precious medicinal herbs here for 10 days. After that, I will depart for other regions. While this place offers many opportunities, other areas in this realm are not devoid of their own unique prospects. Just as Qian Rinxue finished speaking, a voice interrupted. Wait a moment. Hulaina stepped forward, addressing Qian Rinxue. We have no objections to your previous arrangements. However, regarding what you just said, if we encounter danger, can't we signal for help and wait for others to assist us? Why must we head toward your positions? As she spoke, Hulaina pointed at Bai Xian, adding, moreover, I see that he is merely at the soul master level. It would suffice for him to remain by our side to guard against danger. Why should we draw potential threats toward him? Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue met Hulaina's earnest gaze and then turned her attention to Bai Xian. After a moment's pause, she responded, I believe you have misunderstood a vital matter. As her words fell, Qian Rinxue turned her gaze towards Hulaina and the others, inquiring, why do you insist that Bai Xian is merely a soul master? Upon hearing this, a chill ran through Hulaina and her companions, who exchanged glances filled with astonishment and confusion. Did Elder Zhu not assert that Bai Xian was a soul master? What could Qian Rinxue possibly mean, suggesting that this 12-year-old boy was more than just a soul master? Could it be that he possessed the strength to surpass them, who were all soul sect members? Bai Xian. Qian Rinxue glanced at him, signaling for him to step forward. In response, Bai Xian, feeling somewhat helpless, looked at Qian Rinxue before slowly addressing Hulaina and the others. Allow me to introduce myself. You likely already know my name. But as for my rank, Bai Xian gazed at Hulaina and the others, slowly stating, I am a strong attack-type weapon spirit master at level 42. With my martial soul being Chengxia. As he spoke, Bai Xian's right hand formed a fist, summoning Chengxia, though he refrained from revealing his soul rings. A soul sect? A weapon spirit master? His martial soul is not a beast martial soul? Upon hearing Bai Xian's words, Hulaina and the others felt a wave of calm, yet they were astonished by Bai Xian's soul power level. After all, it was already rare for someone to reach soul master status at the tender age of 12, and a soul sect at that age was unprecedented in the records of the Spirit Hall. Qian Rinxue cast a glance at Bai Xian and slowly addressed Hulaina and the others, although Bai Xian is merely a level 42 soul sect. You need not worry about his strength. His combat prowess is certainly on par with that of a powerful attack-type Soul King. At this juncture, Qian Rinxue couldn't help but recall Bai Xian's unique self-created soul skill and the newly acquired fourth 10,000-year soul ring. Although she was unaware of the type of 10,000-year soul beast, the fact that it had caught Bai Xian's attention suggested it was no ordinary species. From this perspective, the power of the fourth soul skill was likely formidable. Reflecting on the soul skill derived from the 10,000-year soul ring she absorbed upon breaking through to Soul King at level 50. Qian Rinxue was acutely aware of the strength such a skill could wield. His strength might not be significantly inferior to mine. She silently mused, recalling that just a month ago, Bai Xian had still been at a considerable distance from her own prowess. She noted that in the short span of a month, while there remained a gap in their cultivation levels, their true combat capabilities had grown remarkably close. Shaking her head inwardly, Qian Rinxue turned her serious gaze towards Hulaina and the others. I won't elaborate further. You should have a sense of it in your hearts. Observing the lingering disbelief among them, Qian Rinxue opted not to provide any further explanations. Let us proceed. With that, she flared her four wings and soared into the depths of the forest below. Chapter 93. Extreme Sun Su Ling perched upon a massive rock. Bai Xian crouched, peering ahead at a peculiar plant not far away. The entire plant exhibited a striking black and white coloration. The white branches bore leaves reminiscent of willows, shrouded in a faint mist of white. Atop the white stalks, a flower bud-like crown appeared in an unusual shade of black, entwined in a wisp of delicate black mist. The entire plant was enveloped in a swirling dance of black and white mists, evoking a sense of the primordial chaos of yin and yang. It was unmistakable. It was Extreme Sun Su Ling. Bai Xian's heart stirred slightly as he gazed at the extraordinary plant, Extreme Yang Su Ling, before him. This herb is exceedingly rare and has been documented across the continent. The leaves of Extreme Yang Su Ling resemble those of the willow, while its stalk is pure white and crowned like a black chrysanthemum. It is a remarkable herb of the yang attribute, and when it matures, it produces an interplay of yin and yang energies. This plant is a potent restorative, imbued with boundless vitality. According to records, it possesses healing capabilities on par with the legendary Nine-Heart Begonia. It is said that as long as one is not mortally wounded, consuming extreme Yang Su Ling will restore the body to its former state. However, its most remarkable feature lies in its unique ability to refine the physical constitution of soul masters after healing, elevating their physical prowess to a new level, an achievement that the nine-heart begonia cannot replicate. Yet, although Bai Xian felt a twinge of envy, he managed to maintain a composed demeanor. Casting a glance at the peculiar giant beast nearby, a creature with the head of a tiger and the body of a lion, adorned with scales reminiscent of fish and claws akin to those of a dragon, he began to contemplate how to acquire Ji Yang Su Ling. This extraordinary beast, despite its prone position, stood nearly 2 meters tall. Bai Xian sensed no fluctuations of soul power emanating from it. However, he could discern its formidable presence through the raw energy it exuded, suggesting that its strength was at least on par with the dark demonic tiger he had previously encountered, if not superior. The intensity of its fierce aura hinted at a combat capability that rivaled that of a typical 20,000-year-old soul beast. Given Bai Xian's own combat prowess, he recognized that he was no match for this peculiar creature. Yet, his considerations extended beyond merely comparing their strengths. In this unfamiliar realm, where he was undergoing trials, his foremost objective was to survive until the portal to the world reopened. The optimal strategy had always been to conserve strength whenever possible, even if a confrontation were inevitable. He aimed to minimize the expenditure of soul power and physical stamina, thereby ensuring he would be adequately prepared for any unforeseen circumstances that might arise. It has been 2 days since Bai Xian and his companions entered this region. During this time, Bai Xian has scarcely rested. Whenever his soul power, physical strength, and mental energy were depleted to a certain level, he would immediately pause to restore his state to its optimum condition before resuming his search for rare treasures and herbs. Over the course of these 2 days, Bai Xian has indeed discovered numerous rare herbs, yet none have approached the caliber of the extreme Yang Su Ling before him. Given the opportunity, Bai Xian naturally had no intention of letting it slip away. The extreme Yang Su Ling before him had already matured, but the enormous black beast nearby had yet to consume it. It seemed to be waiting for a moment of severe injury to ingest it, hoping for a future transformation. It appeared that this extraordinary creature would not consume the extreme Yang Su Ling in the near term. As this thought crossed his mind, Bai Xian suddenly felt a spark of inspiration. He glanced at the black beast lying there, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Gradually descending from the boulder, Bai Xian devised a plan to benefit from the situation. He glanced back in the direction he had come from, suppressing his steps as he swiftly returned to the path he had previously traversed. Earlier, Bai Xian had been positioned at the advantageous windward side of the black beast, which allowed him to remain undetected. Now, as he retraced his steps, he approached the lair of another beast whose aura was similar to that of the colossal creature. Bai Xian intended to lure the ferocious beast to the territory of another, seeking to incite a deadly confrontation between the two. This strategy might allow him to stealthily acquire the rare Ji Yang Su Ling amidst the chaos. Even if his ambitions fell short, he could still engage the black giant beast after their battle, thereby minimizing his own exertion and obtaining the Ji Yang Su Ling at the least possible cost. A quarter of an hour later, Bai Xian, adorned with 2 pairs of golden wings, perched upon a tree trunk. Before him lay the lair of a golden unicorn beast, reminiscent of a wingless dragon from the west, lying in wait within a mere 30 meters. Summoning Qingxia, he swiftly unleashed a series of strikes. With the sound of slicing air, 2 fierce waves of sword energy cleaved through the atmosphere, landing squarely upon the head of the golden beast before it could react. With a thunderous roar, Bai Xian's lips curled into a smirk. He released another wave of sword energy towards the giant beast, then turned and sprinted away towards the previously encountered black creature. The golden-horned dragon beast, now filled with rage, had been peacefully basking in the sun at the entrance of its lair, utterly unprepared for the audacity of an intruder daring to provoke the sovereign of the Raj forest. More infuriating was the fact that this insolent being had targeted its head. Although it had suffered no injury, the affront was unmistakable. It did not conceal its fury, letting out a thunderous roar. Yet, before it could fully vent its wrath, a new attack registered in its senses, igniting its anger further. With another furious roar, the golden-horned dragon beast gazed towards the source of the assault, noticing only a swiftly approaching blade of air alongside the distant swaying branches. Attempting to flee, though the figure of Bai Xian was not discernible, the swaying branches undoubtedly conveyed the position of the foolish insect that had just launched an attack against him. The fury of the golden-horned dragon beast was no longer restrained. With a powerful swipe of its claw, It shattered the impending blade of air aimed at it. Propelling itself forward with its robust hind legs, it charged furiously towards the direction where Bai Xian was located. The body of the golden horned dragon stood towering at nearly 2 zhang, wreaking havoc in the forest and toppling trees with diameters exceeding a meter. Meanwhile, Bai Xian, sensing the commotion behind him, couldn't help but smile. Utilizing the obstruction of the towering trees, he periodically unleashed slashes of energy through the gaps in the branches, guiding the beast to pursue him. As dawn approached, the author felt a swirl of emotions upon receiving the notification of a new release. The first book had been discontinued for various reasons, and this was the second, marking the author's debut contract. Unfortunately, the performance had been lackluster, overshadowed by the remarkable works of peers, leaving this book unable to enter the next round of recommendations. Despite the recent increase in collections post-recommendation, it had not surpassed the numbers prior, leading to a slight sense of discontent. Nevertheless, the new work was set to launch just after midnight, and the author hoped for the support of readers. Gratitude was extended to the loyal audience for their unwavering encouragement. A small surge of updates was anticipated for the following day, comprising 3 to 4 chapters, though the author, known for their slow typing skills and lack of backup drafts, relied solely on a rough outline. With that, the author took their leave to continue writing. Chapter 94. The fisherman feeling the movement of the golden horned dragon beast behind him. Bai Xian calculated that the distance between himself and the black beast was now quite short. Radiant blue lightning began to manifest around his body, indicating that the time was ripe. After unleashing another distant blade of air, Bai Xian transformed into a streak of blue light, vanishing from his original spot. In mere moments, he reappeared behind the massive stone from before. Peering out, he observed that the black beast, seemingly aware of the commotion caused by the golden horned dragon, had raised its head, looking towards Bai Xian's direction while still lying on the ground. Had it noticed him? If it had, that would be fortuitous. In Bai Xian's heart, he mused that the golden horned dragon beast was merely 300 to 400 meters away from his current position. Without hesitation, he unleashed a blade of energy from behind the stone, directing it towards the dark creature. A sharp, resonant roar echoed through the air as the black beast became aware of the approaching energy blade. Its previously prone form sprang upright in an instant. With a powerful swipe of its claw, reminiscent of a dragon's talon, it effortlessly shattered the energy blade that Bai Xian had conjured. Once again, the formidable roar resounded. And although the black beast was taken aback by the unexpected attack emerging from behind the stone, it refrained from recklessly charging forward in anger. Instead, it cast a cautious glance at the fully matured Ji Su Ling nearby, adopting a stance of vigilance. After Bai Xian launched his attack, he swiftly changed his position. Peering through the gaps in the trees at the vigilant black behemoth, he felt a twinge of surprise. It had not directly charged in his direction. This creature exhibited a commendable level of caution. Sensing that the golden horned dragon beast was now less than 200 meters away, Bai Xian maneuvered through the forest, unleashing several energy blades, and made his way towards the location of the golden horned dragon beast without looking back. He needed to provoke it with another assault. Otherwise, it might flee if it could not locate its adversary. Through the branches, Bai Xian caught sight of the golden horned dragon's head charging toward him. A smirk graced his lips as he sent forth several energy blades through the thickets, targeting the dragon's head. Unsurprisingly, upon witnessing yet another energy blade aimed at him, the fiery rage in the dragon's golden pupils intensified, and it roared as it charged toward the direction of Bai Xian's attack. Bai Xian observed the actions of the golden horned dragon beast with a faint smile. He directed a surge of soul energy towards the direction of the dark beast, causing the leaves to tremble in response. Immediately after, he turned and concealed his presence, making his way to a location where he could evade both the golden horned dragon beast and the dark creature. Arriving at a vantage point, he reached the edge of the limit of his perceptive ability, where the dark beast lay, standing atop a centennial tree. Bai Xian gazed into the distance at the location of the dark beast, sensing the chaotic entanglement of two energies there. A subtle smile graced his lips. Let them create a disturbance. Let them clash. If they do not engage, how shall I reap the benefits of their conflict? Bai Xian gazed towards the direction from which the two presences emanated, murmuring softly to himself. As for whether Bai Xian was concerned that Ji Yang and Su Ling might be harmed by the aftermath of their battle, he was not troubled in the least. After all, such extraordinary entities would never permit any damage to befall them. The shift in the direction of their auras confirmed Bai Xian's suspicions, At this moment, the battlefield between the two was gradually moving towards a location further beyond Bai Xian's perceptive range. Indeed, it appeared that their chosen battleground was indeed towards the more gentle terrain. Bai Xian, through his perception, couldn't help but ponder inwardly. Bai Xian's expression momentarily faltered. The positions of the black beast and the golden-horned dragon beast had inexplicably solidified, no longer shifting. At this moment, the location of their battle was merely a little over 100 meters from where the black beast had originally been situated. Bai Xian had initially hoped that if the two continued to move a further 200 or 300 meters, he could discreetly seize the extreme Yang Su Ling. However, to his astonishment, the two creatures halted after only a slight movement. This was undoubtedly due to the black tiger-headed beast, as their direction of travel led them to a gently sloping open area. If Bai Xian dared to act and attempt to harvest the extreme Yang Su Ling within this distance, it was not just the celestial phenomena emanating from such a mystical entity that would betray his presence. The very openness of the terrain would suffice for the black beast to detect him. At that juncture, Bai Xian would not only have to contend with the black beast, but might also face an onslaught from the golden-horned dragon beast. In such a scenario, not only would he fail to acquire the extreme Yang Su Ling, but he could very well find himself meeting his demise. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Bai Xian cautiously approached the positions of the two beasts. After all, since he could not harvest now, could he not wait for their fierce battle to conclude and then reap the rewards? Setting aside the extreme Yang Su Ling, even the two beasts, comparable to soul beasts of 2,000 years, would possess considerable value even in death. His spatial ring had remained empty for quite some time. It was high time to fill it. In due course, extracting their flesh, blood, and hides would occupy only a modest portion of the spatial ring's capacity. Bai Xian gradually approached the two monstrous beasts, utilizing the towering trees for concealment. As long as he maintained silence and controlled his breath, the two creatures would remain oblivious to his presence. After a quarter of an hour, he stood atop a grand tree, sheltered by its leaves and branches, gazing at the two ferocious beasts engaged in battle. The intensity of their struggle had diminished. Their breaths were now heavy and labored. Both creatures bore significant injuries. Although the black beast was slightly smaller than the golden-horned dragon beast, it appeared to be in the best condition. The golden-horned dragon beast had sustained severe wounds, its forelimbs torn and exposing jagged white bones, while one eye was shut beneath a deep gash. In contrast, the black beast had only superficial wounds, a couple of scratches on its front leg and side, yet it remained relatively unscathed. Both creatures panted heavily, wary of each other's next move. Their battle had reached its final phase, marked by a mutual hesitation to unleash their last desperate attacks. Roar! At last, the golden-horned dragon beast could no longer contain its fury and launched a final assault. It could no longer afford to wait. It was at a disadvantage, and the black beast's injuries were less severe. If they waited any longer, the black creature would surely recover first. Chapter 95. The final outcome. A deep, ferocious roar erupted as the black beast stood triumphantly over the corpse of the golden-horned dragon beast, howling to the heavens. Ultimately, it had survived the battle, albeit at a grievous cost. One of its hind legs hung limply, rendered useless after the dragon's last desperate strike had bitten it off. After a series of roars, the black beast turned away, discarding the dragon's corpse as if it were mere leftovers, showing no interest in the flesh of its fallen foe. With its injured leg causing it to stumble, the beast staggered towards the direction of the E. Bai Xian unleashed his full power, the 4 soul rings shimmering in succession, elevating his state to an unprecedented level. In an instant, he was beside the dark beast, his form a blur. The 3rd soul ring, suspended around him, transformed into a streak of light that merged with Cheng Xia. In a heartbeat, the blade of Cheng Xia was engulfed in a tempest of thunder. As the electric energy coalesced, the brilliance emanating from the blade flared, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished, only to reappear as it cleaved downward toward the front leg of the dark beast, which bore the mark of injury. Bai Xian's movements were remarkably swift, yet the black beast exhibited a commendable reaction time. The moment Bai Xian appeared before it, the creature had already turned its gaze in his direction. Regrettably, despite its timely response, its injured hind leg emerged as a fatal weakness. Though it endeavored to evade Bai Xian's strike with all its might, the assault known as tearing the heavens was executed with such force that it cleaved through the very fabric of space. The blow landed heavily upon the front leg of the black beast, sending it hurtling backwards. A pained roar escaped the creature, echoing its agony. Bai Xian struck fiercely and swiftly withdrew. Although this formidable soul beast was now nearing its end, one could only speculate whether it possessed any hidden trump cards. Beasts of such caliber could unleash a last-ditch counterattack, as evidenced by the grievous injury inflicted on a similarly ranked black beast by the dying golden-horned dragon beast. Baen was determined not to follow in the footsteps of the black beast. Roar. The black beast emitted a series of terrifying roars. Despite suffering fatal injuries to both its fore and hind legs, with bones shattered and fractured, it still summoned the strength to rise slowly, letting out menacing howls directed at Baen. However, it was evident that it had lost the capacity to continue fighting. With both sides of its legs grievously wounded, it could barely maintain its balance, relying solely on the strength of its remaining limbs. Baen exchanged glances with the dark beast for a while. Noticing that the creature showed no inclination to attack, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, though he remained on high alert, meticulously observing the slightest movements of the dark beast. After a quarter of an hour, through a series of low-consumption blade techniques executed from a distance, Baen confirmed that the dark beast had lost its capacity for resistance, channeling his second and third soul abilities. A myriad of nearly 1,000 Silverblade phantoms materialized around Chengxia. 3,000 slashes. Go. With his right hand transformed into a sword-like gesture, Baen unleashed a flurry of blade shadows that coalesced into a shimmering galaxy, hurtling directly towards the ebony beast. For the final strike, Baen dared not approach the creature too closely. Instead, he resorted to wielding his immensely powerful third soul skill. Although this skill was merely of a millennium tier, the soul ring from which it emanated boasted an impressive 7,000 years of age, coupled with the 150% enhancement from his second soul skill. The force behind this attack rivaled that of an ordinary 20,000-year soul skill. Following the anguished roar of the black beast, the myriad blade shadows dissipated, revealing numerous gashes etched across its body. The ebony creature now lay prostrate on the ground, its breaths becoming increasingly labored. Observing the creature's dire state, Baen finally exhaled a sigh of relief, diverting a portion of his focus to the condition of the black beast. Baen gradually approached the side of the extreme Yangsu Ling. He knelt down and retrieved a box crafted from warm jade from his spatial ring. Ever since acquiring the ring, Baen had diligently prepared several warm jade boxes, intending to preserve the potency of rare herbs he might encounter in the future. With great care, he used a jade spade to detach the extreme Yangsu Ling and placed it within the warm jade box before rising slowly. After storing the box back in his spatial ring, Baen turned his attention to the ebony beast. At that moment, the creature lay utterly still. Upon extending his senses, he confirmed that its heartbeat had ceased entirely, allowing Baen to finally relax. Setting the black beast aside for the time being, Baen pivoted to the corpse of the golden-horned dragon beast. After a moment of contemplation, he removed the dragon tendons, scales, and the golden horn from the creature. Subsequently, he produced a warm jade jar, punctured the creature's heart, and collected a small vial of its precious blood. This exquisite blood from the extraordinary beast might very well serve to purify the physical form. Baen pondered deeply. Ultimately, gazing upon the lifeless form of the golden-horned dragon beast, he was suddenly reminded of the beast cores of the dark demon evil god tiger and the thunder spirit. Baen attentively sensed for any traces of energy fluctuations within the body of the golden-horned dragon. At last, just as he was on the verge of giving up, a gentle wave of energy emanated from the creature's abdomen, revealing itself within Baen's perception. Baen deftly dissected the abdomen of the golden-horned dragon beast and indeed discovered a luminous golden orb within, remarkably reminiscent of the beast cores belonging to the thunder spirit and the dark demon evil god tiger. Holding the golden beast core and scrutinizing it closely, Baen gradually shook his head after a moment. The energy contained within this core, while similar to that of the dark demon evil god tiger and the thunder spirit, displayed notable differences, likely attributable to the essence of soul force. Returning to the black, Baen employed the same method to extract the vital blood and beast core. As there was little of value remaining on the creature, he merely took a significant piece of the spinal cord, anticipating it might prove useful in the future. Having acquired the coveted extreme Yangsu Ling and additional materials from the two, Baen felt a profound sense of satisfaction as he slowly made his way toward the next destination. Chapter 96. The Unfortunate Hulaina Whoosh. A firework streaked across the sky, blooming into a dazzling display of colors. Unlike the contented Baen, Hulaina appeared somewhat flustered as she hurried toward the area where Baen was located, her expression suggesting that a formidable beast was pursuing her. She needed to reach Baen swiftly. The combined strength of the three of them should suffice to confront this fierce creature. Leading the way, Hulaina spoke with a hint of urgency in her breath. For reasons unknown, the separated Xiaoyu, now at her side, responded softly. Meanwhile, trailing behind them by approximately 100 meters was an extraordinary beast resembling a crimson leopard, adorned with a golden horn and possessing 3 tails. As this leopard-like creature sprinted, it moved with lightning speed, producing sounds akin to stones plunging into water, while clouds of dust swirled around it, reflecting its red form like a sunset's glow. Suddenly, as Baen traversed through the forest, he halted, a hint of perplexity crossing his face as he gazed at the fireworks and the sky signals previously arranged with Qianrenque and Hulaina. What is this? At that moment, Baen sensed 2 waves of soul force rapidly approaching his location. Following these 2 waves was a profoundly intense aura closing in on them. The 2 waves of soul force were familiar to Baen. They belonged to Hulaina and Xiaoyu. After a brief contemplation, Baen decided to investigate. He summoned his soul force, his body gliding through the woods like a dragon, swiftly advancing in the direction where Hulaina and Xiaoyu were fleeing. Approximately 15 minutes later, Baen encountered the fleeing figures of Hulaina and Xiaoyu. Baen. Upon encountering the approaching Baen, Hulaina and Xiaoyu were momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "What is happening?" Baen came to a halt before Hulaina and Xiaoyu, his expression calm as he inquired of the two. As he spoke, Baen cast his gaze towards the peculiar beast resembling a crimson leopard that was pursuing them from behind, Hulaina and Xiaoyu. Baen was taken aback upon a closer inspection. How could this extraordinary beast bear such a striking resemblance to the ancient creature known as Zhang? Upon Baen's arrival, Hulaina and Xiaoyu appeared to regain their composure. Standing resolutely in unison, they positioned themselves to flank Baen, collectively preparing to confront the beast that resembled a crimson leopard. Hulaina, standing somewhat closer to Baen, fixed her gaze upon the creature, yet spoke. "It is a long story. In any case, we must first eliminate this beast." At her words, Baen nodded in agreement, given Hulaina's insistence. He surmised there was a compelling reason behind it and refrained from voicing further inquiries. At that moment, the beast resembling a crimson leopard approached the trio. Only then did Baen discern the creature's true form. Could it truly be Zhang? No, that was not quite right. There were subtle differences. Although this beast bore the appearance of a red leopard, adorned with a golden horn upon its forehead and possessing 3 tails, it was indeed reminiscent of the legendary Zhang. However, the tale spoke of Zhang as a being with breath like a shadowy candle, manifesting in the shape of a red leopard, featuring black markings, 5 tails with feathers, wings sprouting from its back, 4 horns upon its head, and eyes like glass, its voice akin to the sound of stones clashing. This beast, while sharing 7 or 8 parts of resemblance to Zhang, possessed only 3 tails, lacked wings, and bore merely a single horn upon its head. Was it not of pure blood? Or perhaps it contained a trace of Zhang's lineage? Baen discreetly exhaled a sigh of relief. Were it a purebred Jin beast, not only would he be at a loss, but even a titled Douluo would find themselves lamenting in the face of an adult pure-blood Jin beast. Despite this momentary solace, Baen did not allow himself to lower his guard. Rather, he adopted an even more vigilant stance. A Jin beast, even one merely possessing a trace of its bloodline, would undoubtedly prove formidable. Summoning Chengxia, Baen had no intention of concealing his motives this time. Although the beast before him was not of pure blood, its aura was shockingly intense, rivaling that of a soul beast aged around 30,000 years. If Baen were to falter, he might very well meet his demise at the jaws of this creature. For soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, began to materialize around him, an arrangement that was utterly commonplace on the Douluo Continent. Meanwhile, Hulaina and Xiaoyu stood by, momentarily stunned as they beheld the soul rings floating around Baen. They had encountered yellow, purple, and black soul rings before. However, who could elucidate the extraordinary configuration of soul rings surrounding Baen, a soul master of the soul sect? Was it not universally acknowledged that the optimal soul ring arrangement for a soul sect was yellow, yellow, purple, purple? While they could somewhat rationalize the presence of a 1,000-year purple soul ring as a stroke of luck for Baen, how could they comprehend the existence of a 10,000-year soul ring? Wasn't such a ring typically reserved for soul kings? How could this individual, at the level of a soul sect, already possess a 10,000-year soul ring? Hulaina's crimson lips parted as she struggled to articulate a thought. Brother, I can't be mistaken. Can I? A 10,000-year fourth soul ring. Xiaoyu stiffly nodded in affirmation, murmuring, "You are not mistaken. A 10,000-year fourth soul ring." Casting a glance at Hu Laina and the others, Bai Xian harnessed his soul power to resonate through their minds. Focus. It's about to begin. With that, an inexorable torrent of thunder erupted from within Bai Xian, swirling around him like serpentine bolts of lightning. In that moment, he resembled a sovereign commanding the wrath of the heavens. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed as Bai Xian launched the first offensive. Given their numerical advantage, Bai Xian's preemptive strike provided them with an upper hand, allowing Hu Laina and Xiaoyu to find opportunities to counterattack in conjunction with him against the Zhen beast. Observing Bai Xian's initial assault, the Zhen beast that had just arrived at their location emitted a low growl, its muscular limbs tensing as it lunged directly at Bai Xian. Second soul skill, Fox Charm. A melodious voice resonated, and Hu Laina's eyes emanated a violet glow, directly enveloping the ferocious beast lunging towards Bai Xian. In that fleeting moment as the violet light shrouded the beast, its body momentarily stiffened. However, Hu Laina was merely a soul master of the soul sect level, and facing a beast comparable to one with a 30,000-year age, her mental allure could not withstand even a second before being shattered by the creature. Nonetheless, the beast was confronted by Bai Xian, and that brief instant was ample time for him to execute numerous actions. The fourth soul ring transformed into a streak of flowing light, merging into Changxia. Instantly, hundreds of bolts of lightning materialized from the void, resembling an endless array of flashing blades, striking directly upon the beast's form. Chapter 97. The battle. The relentless rain of thunder fell in a mere moment. Yet, from the ceaseless barrage, Hu Laina and Xiaoyu comprehended why Qian Rinxue previously asserted that Bai Xian's combat prowess was on par with that of a soul king. Gazing at the tempest of lightning, Hu Laina and Xiaoyu began to suspect that Qian Rinxue's claims might have been understated. As a control-type soul master, Hu Laina's offensive capabilities were relatively feeble. However, Xiaoyu had previously encountered this ferocious beast, and its most potent soul skill manifested through its crescent blades, paled in comparison to the assault Bai Xian unleashed before them. At this magnitude of power, it was likely that even some high-ranking soul kings would find it challenging to withstand, if not impossible. Embrace death. A soft command echoed, with his soul bone wings unfurled. The golden feathers vibrated violently, and Bai Xian transformed into a blue streak of light, hurtling towards the descending tiers of light. Bai Xian, Bai Xian, two anxious voices called out. Hu Laina watched in horror as Bai Xian plunged directly into the tempest of lightning she had unleashed, her heart constricting in an instant. How could he dare to charge into such a formidable storm of lightning? It was no wonder that Hu Laina and Xiaoyu were taken aback. Had Bai Xian not absorbed the fourth soul ring, he would not have dared to endure such a degree of lightning power so brazenly. Yet, after assimilating the lightning spirit soul ring, Bai Xian, armed with the pure essence of the lightning path embedded within his soul and his understanding of the 9 rules of lightning path runes in his mind, was emboldened. At this moment, Bai Xian's affinity for thunder had ascended to an astonishing degree. Previously, if one were to compare Bai Xian's affinity for lightning with that of Yu Tianheng's blue lightning tyrant dragon, it would have been deemed inferior. However, now Bai Xian's affinity for thunder had far surpassed that of Yu Tianheng, reaching a level that could rival that of a Soul Saint-class blue lightning tyrant dragon soul master. As the lightning dissipated, the scene within was revealed to Hu Laina and Xiaoyu. At this moment, Bai Xian was completely entangled with the ferocious beast. The crimson body of the beast was marred with numerous gaping wounds that resembled knife cuts, darkened by charred remnants from Bai Xian's recent fourth spirit skill. Although it had endured Bai Xian's terrifying assault, leaving it riddled with scars, the beast's aura had not diminished significantly. Its eyes, now a deeper shade of red, emanated a more sinister killing intent. The beast was now attacking Bai Xian with reckless abandon, its ferocity fully unleashed by the prior strike. The two figures, one red and one blue, became a chaotic blur, intertwined in a fierce struggle. The sound of clashing metal and the slicing of claws through the air created a symphony of violence. This close-quarters combat relied solely on their reflexes, agility, and instinctual reactions to danger. No one could predict who might suffer a grievous injury in the next heartbeat. At this juncture, Bai Xian revealed his long-hidden true power. With Hu Laina and Xiaoyu by his side, he possessed a spirit power reserve that far exceeded that of his contemporaries, allowing him to unleash his spirit skills without concern for his own stamina. The thunderous 4 strikes flickered into action intermittently, if not for the lengthy preparation time. Baen would have attempted to wield the final blow, the 3000 Thunder, to see if the addition of the Thunder Spirit Ring would prevent him from being harmed by its backlash. Nana, Spirit Fusion, Enchanting Spirit. A gentle call stirred Hulaina from her astonishment, pulling her back to the present. Noticing Xieyu's serious expression, she quickly grasped the situation and turned her gaze to Baen, who was locked in combat with the beast. Hulaina understood that Xieyu's intuition was correct. Given the current speed and reflexes of Baen and the ferocious beast, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to intervene unless they employed their spirit fusion technique to match the beast's ferocity in battle. Her initial search for Xieyou was due to their shared ability to fuse their spirits. However, the ferocious beast was overwhelmingly powerful, even with their spirit fusion. They could only manage to avoid defeat at its hands. It was crucial to remember that their energy expenditure under the spirit fusion technique far surpassed their normal state. While the beast relied entirely on its raw strength, in short skirmishes they could hold their own, but over time they would inevitably succumb to the beast's might, which was why they sought refuge with Baen. Little did they anticipate that Baen's true strength was so formidable, although still merely a soul master. Hulaina was undeterred when facing the formidable beast that even their martial soul fusion technique struggled against. While astonished by Baen's prowess, both Hulaina and Xieyou were reluctant to remain idle, passively watching the battle unfold. Hulaina took the initiative, raising her right arm high, for soul rings shimmered around her, enveloping her in a resplendent cherry-red aura. Simultaneously, Xieyou activated his own 4 soul rings, swiftly moving to position himself behind Hulaina. At the moment of their convergence, a dark red light barrier erupted between them, expanding as their bodies pressed together. As the crimson glow dissipated, the two had merged into a singular, enigmatic figure. This new entity possessed long burgundy hair and a visage that was both peculiar and captivating. It bore the delicate features of a girl, yet exuded the gallant charm characteristic of a boy, embodying an androgynous allure. This was indeed the manifestation of their martial soul fusion technique, bewitching charm. The ethereal figure danced gracefully, wielding the enlarged crescent blade that accompanied their fusion, slicing through the air with a wine-red shimmer as it lunged towards Baen and the beast. In a flash, the enchanting form appeared beside the struggling creature, deftly maneuvering the crescent blade to intercept Baen's assault, striking one of the beast's hind legs and momentarily disrupting its attack on Baen. The clashing of metal echoed amidst the chaos, punctuated by the beast's anguished roars and the sound of sharp blades tearing through flesh. As time wore on, the beast, already wounded by Baen's 4th soul skill, sustained further injuries. With Baen's formidable strength and the ephemeral prowess of bewitching charm, their coordination and battle flowed with remarkable synergy. Baen's Qingxia and the moon blade in the hands of the enchanting demon constantly inflicted deep gashes upon the body of the fierce beast. Although each individual wound seemed insignificant, as time passed, the beast was drenched in its own blood, transforming its originally crimson fur into a darker shade of scarlet. With an agonizing howl that resonated through the air, the electrifying Qingxia plunged deep into the creature's heart. Chapter 98. The Unfortunate Hulaina, Part 2, took a long breath. Baen withdrew the Qingxia and approached Hulaina and Xieyou, who were now devoid of color in their faces, with a measured pace. Observing the pallor of the two, Baen let out a soft sigh as he gazed at the lifeless beast before them. "How did you encounter such a formidable creature?" he inquired. "Logically, you should have been able to gauge the strength of such a beast and avoid provoking it, no?" Upon hearing his words, Hulaina and Xieyou exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a hint of despair. Hulaina managed a faint smile as she replied, "I can only offer a vague hypothesis." As she spoke, a branch resembling jade materialized in her hand, shrouded in wisps of pale blue mist. With the branch now visible, Hulaina glanced at Baen's eyes, which held a touch of curiosity. "This is a branch I chanced upon on a sheer cliff. At the time, there were no beasts guarding it, and the branch exhibited some peculiar phenomena. I assumed it was an unclaimed spiritual herb, so I took it. Little did I know that less than an hour after I harvested it, this ferocious beast emerged from nowhere to attack me. I could sense its overwhelming strength, so I had no intention of engaging it in combat. After evading its strikes, I fled in a different direction. Yet, to my astonishment, the beast seemed intent on pursuing me relentlessly. With no other options, I sought refuge with my brother, believing the two of us could handle it together. However, even united, We proved no match for the soul beast. Consequently, we had no choice but to flee towards you. In hindsight, it seems that this azure branch must have been protected by that creature. Otherwise, it would not have pursued us so tenaciously. Upon retrieving the azure vine from Hulaina, Baen had already formed a general understanding of the situation at hand. Although he had not encountered any records pertaining to this azure vine, Baen could ascertain from the ethereal energy emanating from it that it was undoubtedly a precious herb of a caliber not inferior to the extreme Yangsu Ling he had recently acquired. The energy fluctuations from the vine were merely a notch lower than those of the extreme Yangsu Ling. With Hulaina's elucidation, his suspicions were indeed confirmed. Baen silently remarked, his expression remaining calm as he addressed Hulaina. You are indeed fortunate. Although the precise properties of this azure vine branch remain unclear, the aura it inadvertently exudes suggests it is a treasure of considerable rank. However, it is rather inappropriate for you to store it in such a manner. As he spoke, a jade box the size of a brick appeared in Baen's hand, which he extended toward Hulaina. Here, use this. Rare medicinal herbs of this nature should typically be preserved in jade vessels to retain their internal essence, preventing the loss of their efficacy over time. Upon hearing this, Hulaina cast a glance at Baen's serious demeanor and hesitated momentarily. After accepting the jade box and placing the azure vine branch within, she unexpectedly performed an action that took everyone by surprise. Turning around, she returned the jade box to Baen, her expression earnest as she declared, Baen, you should keep this. Baen gazed in astonishment at the solemn Hulaina, feeling somewhat flustered as he hastily waved his hands and exclaimed, What are you doing? Quickly put that away. As he spoke, Baen took a step back, creating some distance between himself and Hulaina. Nana, seeing Hulaina's astonishing actions, Xiaoyu could no longer remain still. He hurried to Hulaina's side and, lowering his voice, urged her, What are you doing? Hurry and retract that. Brother. Noticing her brother's evident confusion regarding her actions, Hulaina shook her head slowly and responded, If it weren't for Baen's intervention today, it is quite possible that both my brother and I would have fallen prey to that fierce beast. Hulaina looked at Baen with utmost seriousness. Although I was the first to pluck this azure vine, I lacked the strength to safeguard it, and it even posed an uncertain danger to you and my brother. Baen, you slayed this beast and saved both me and my brother. This vine is a token of our gratitude. I sincerely hope you will accept it. With that, Hulaina held the warm jade box towards Baen, slightly bowing in respect, waiting for him to accept the vine. Upon hearing Hulaina's words, Xiaoyu's expression also calmed. He understood the underlying truth of her statement, but felt somewhat unaccustomed to relinquishing something that was already within his grasp. Xiaoyu looked towards Baen, eager to see how he would respond. After a moment of silence, Baen slowly spoke, You should keep this for yourself. He gently shook his head and addressed both Hulaina and Xiaoyu, saying, I am a friend of Shui Air and came here by her invitation. Fortunate to enter this realm rich with opportunities. You and she are both part of the Spirit Hall, and since we entered this world together, it is only right that we assist one another. Saving you is a matter of duty, and I never sought any reward. There is no need for such formality. Upon hearing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed Xiaoyu's eyes. Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. He actually refused it. To dismiss such a precious herb so casually? Hulaina also lifted her head, visibly surprised by Baen's response. Seeing the incredulous expressions on Hulaina and Xiaoyu's faces, Baen shook his head gently and said, You need not look at me with such disbelief. I speak only the truth. Moreover, my desire for such a precious herb is not particularly strong. This place is abundant with treasures, and there are other locations where they can be found. Since you discovered this vine, it signifies your affinity with it. You should rightfully claim it. At this point, Baen paused briefly before pointing to the carcass of the fierce beast nearby. If you truly feel uneasy about this, then the remains of this beast shall belong to me. After all, it is a formidable creature comparable to a soul beast of 2,000 or 3,000 years, and it should hold some value. Upon hearing this, Hulaina and Xiaoyu exchanged glances, gazing at Baen, who bore an expression of utmost sincerity. Ultimately, Hulaina spoke, If that is the case, let us proceed as you suggest. I shall store this vine for now. Whenever you require it, just inform me, and I shall present it to you. In response, Baen nodded, and with a swift motion of his hand, a surge of soul power enveloped the area, causing the carcass of the fierce beast to vanish without a trace. Exhaling deeply to alleviate his fatigue, Bai Xian turned to Hulaina and Xieyu, stating, "Very well. Our business here is concluded. I shall not linger any longer. I intend to explore other regions in search of advanced herbs. You both should exercise caution. Should any situation arise, remember to signal for assistance." With that, Bai Xian nodded to Hulaina and Xieyu, his feet grounding momentarily before he leapt away, retracing his steps to his previous location. Still watching, Xieyu remarked, "He has already departed." Chapter 99. Affection as the foremost individual of the current golden generation within the Spirit Hall, and also as Hulaina's elder brother. Xieyu's demeanor has always been remarkably composed. Following the conclusion of the recent battle, while he focused on restoring his soul power, he remained vigilant regarding their surroundings and the relatively unfamiliar figure of Bai Xian, inadvertently overlooking some subtle reactions from Hulaina. Now, with Bai Xian gone, a portion of Xieyu's attention shifted to his sister. Observing Hulaina as she stared intently in the direction Bai Xian had departed, Xieyu shook his head in silent resignation. He could surmise the reasons behind his sister's demeanor. Upon perceiving the signal they emitted, Bai Xian, heedless of the potential peril, descended from the heavens to rescue them as they were being hunted by ferocious beasts. In the course of this endeavor, Bai Xian not only showcased his extraordinary soul ring configuration, but also revealed a formidable combat prowess, capable of engaging in battles beyond his rank, rivaling even the high-level soul kings among the savage creatures. Furthermore, after the incident, he exhibited a gentlemanly demeanor upon learning the complete circumstances. He gracefully declined any precious medicinal treasures offered to him, choosing instead to take only the body of the beast he had slain as a reward, thereby reflecting his character. One might ponder which maiden would remain uncharmed. Although his sister possessed remarkable talent and exhibited exceptional composure in her interactions, it was conceivable that she might develop feelings for such a heroic savior, especially one endowed with extraordinary abilities and a commendable character. However, this may not be a misfortune at all. Bai Xian was indeed worthy of her affection. With a subtle smile, Xieyu sauntered over to Hulaina's side, playfully patting her shoulder twice, casting a teasing glance at his sister, and inquired, "What are you contemplating so intently?" Startled, Hulaina snapped back to reality, her gaze meeting her brother's, which bore a hint of jest, causing her to feel slightly flustered. She quickly composed herself and replied nonchalantly, "Oh, it's nothing. I was merely pondering why Bai Xian chose the corpse of that beast instead of this green vine." Judging by her expression, if Xieyu had not noticed the faint blush on Hulaina's cheeks moments ago, he might have almost believed her. With a feigned air of curiosity, he remarked, "Is that so?" and regarded her with an expression that suggested she was fabricating a story. "Oh, come on. What do you mean by that?" Hulaina retorted, turning away. Attempting to mask her embarrassment, Xieyu crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. "Am I so oblivious to you? You were staring in the direction Bai Xian departed. Had I not nudged you, you might have chased after him." Upon hearing this, Hulaina playfully thumped her brother's arm in mock annoyance. "You talk too much. Should I thank you for this?" Rubbing his arm with exaggerated pain, Xieyu feigned distress. "Ouch. I can't take it anymore. Laina, my arm is going to fall off." In response, Hulaina crossed her arms, watching her brother's antics unfold. After observing him pretend to call out for ages while remaining composed, Xieyu finally ceased his theatrics and, with a serious expression, addressed Hulaina, "If you feel an affection for him, if you like him and wish to be in his company, brother will not oppose, for sooner or later you will encounter such a day. Finding someone you truly admire is no small feat, especially considering his remarkable qualities." Hulaina gazed at her brother's serious expression, momentarily taken aback, before responding, "I only have a slight fondness for him. It's not quite affection yet. And as for getting to know him better, I still do not know how he perceives me." Xieyu silently cast a glance at Hulaina, then turned her gaze towards the direction Bai Xian had departed, speaking softly, "Just be mindful of your own feelings. However, I must impart a word of caution. Ask yourself if you truly wish to be with him. If not, then let it be. But if so, you must make your decision swiftly." Upon hearing this, Hulaina regarded her brother with a multitude of questions swirling in her mind. "Why?" Casting a sidelong glance at her sister, Xieyu looked earnestly into Hulaina's eyes and said, "Because, Hulaina, you are not without rivals when it comes to Bai Xian. Earlier, he mentioned the name Shui Air. Even Grandpa Ju refers to that girl as young master. Yet he is on a first-name basis with her. This indicates the significance she holds in his heart. Although that girl appears to be of similar age to us, Grandpa Ju mentioned that she has already reached the Soul King level, Such talent surpasses both you and me by a great margin. As for Bai Xian at his young age, he has achieved the soul sect level, with combat prowess rivaling that of a high-ranking soul king. His talents are certainly not inferior to hers. Moreover, their acquaintance predates yours by a considerable time. While their exact relationship remains uncertain, if you are certain of your feelings for him, you should act promptly. After all, time does not favor you. Listening intently, Hulaina nodded thoughtfully, gazing in the direction Bai Xian had taken, choosing not to speak further. After an indeterminate period, she turned to Xiaoyu, her expression earnest, and said, "Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The story only becomes more thrilling. Brother, let us also depart in search of other precious herbs and fierce beasts to train against." In response, Xiaoyu nodded, having gleaned the answer from his sister's remarks. After Bai Xian departed from Hulaina and the others, he did not travel far before returning to his previous location. After all, his prior position was not too distant from where Hulaina and her companions were, allowing him to reach them swiftly. Upon returning, Bai Xian did not hasten to search for other treasures. Instead, he took the time to restore a portion of his soul power. Once he had replenished nearly half of his soul energy, he promptly retrieved the carcass of the Jin beast. Following the conclusion of the battle, Bai Xian had carefully sensed the Jin beast's body with his spiritual awareness and, as expected, discovered an abnormal fluctuation of spiritual energy within, much like that of the golden horned dragon and the dark exotic beast. Cutting open the beast's chest, a crimson beast core emerged before Bai Xian. The red core shimmered with a faint crimson aura, exuding a sense of vitality and mystery. This was one of the reasons why Bai Xian had chosen the Jin beast's body. If one were to compare the value of the beast core to that of the verdant vine, it would be difficult for Bai Xian to reach a definitive conclusion. Although the exact properties of the verdant vine remained unclear, the beast core certainly held a value that could rival it. After securing the beast core, he meticulously extracted the Jin beast's sinews and essence. Bai Xian rose to gaze into the distance, preparing to continue his treasure-seeking journey. He wondered how the progress was on Shui'er's side. Had she discovered any rare medicinal herbs? As he stared into the horizon, Bai Xian murmured to himself. Chapter 100. Leisurely within the forest shrouded in mist, flickers of bioluminescence dance among the foliage. Viewed from above, one would discern that the entire woodland is enveloped in an eerie silence, a profound stillness. Suddenly, a low, resonant sound of something slicing through the air pierces the tranquility, shattering the silence of the forest. Accompanying this sound are the faint echoes of swords clashing, reverberating through the trees. Gazing into the distance from whence the sound emanates, a vague golden silhouette comes into view. Through the hazy white fog, it appears that this golden figure resembles a woman. With a gentle breath, the sacred sword materializes. The golden figure raises her right hand, where light coalesces into an extraordinary golden flame, forming a lengthy sword of light, stretching over 10 meters, which gracefully floats into her grasp. As the sword takes shape, with a soft exhale, the golden figure's raised hand descends sharply, and the elongated golden sword follows suit, slicing downwards towards her front. As the perspective draws nearer, it becomes evident that coiled around a robust tree trunk lies an enormous gray serpent, also spanning over 10 meters in length. Previously concealed by the golden figure, the serpent's coloration closely resembles that of the tree, making it difficult to distinguish from the ancient vines that cling to the bark at first glance. The potent energy emanating from the golden sword stirs the gray serpent into a state of agitation. Its tail thrashes wildly, while its raised head flicks in and out, tongue tasting the air. Faced with the impending strike of the golden sword, the serpent's belly contracts sharply, and from its mouth erupts a dense, chilling mass of energy that hurtles toward the golden sword. Upon collision, a powerful shockwave radiates from the point of impact, sending swirling clouds of dust into the air. Observing the rising yellow dust, the golden figure furrows her delicate brows and nonchalantly sweeps her golden sword, conjuring a gust of wind infused with spiritual energy that disperses the tumultuous dust. Still attempting to flee? Gazing into the empty expanse ahead, Qian Renshue's lips curled into a subtle smile as she sensed the position of the gray giant serpent. With a slight tremor of her 2 pairs of golden wings behind her, her figure transformed into a golden shadow, swiftly pursuing the direction of the colossal serpent. As a Soul King, Qian Renshue undoubtedly possessed formidable strength. As a bearer of a divine martial soul, her powerful abilities rendered her nearly unparalleled among her peers, whether in terms of soul power quality or physical speed. The augmentation from her angelic martial soul ensured that even her most minor weaknesses surpassed those of other soul masters of the same rank. Moreover, With the enhancement from her four-winged martial soul, it took but a fleeting moment for Qian Rinxue to catch up with the hastily retreating gray serpent. Judging solely by its aura, the serpent was certainly no weaker than an ordinary 20,000-year-old soul beast. However, it was unfortunate for the serpent to encounter Qian Rinxue. With her high-level Soul King power, her combat prowess could rival that of a typical Soul Emperor, placing her among the upper echelon of that tier. The gray serpent's misfortune lay in crossing paths with Qian Rinxue. Her purpose for venturing into this realm was not particularly focused on its rare treasures. As the concealed saintess of the Spirit Hall and the granddaughter of Qian Douluo, she had never been lacking in such riches. The Spirit Hall, or rather, the vast collection amassed by the angelic lineage over countless millennia is certainly no small feat whenever she requires it. Her grandfather, Qian Douluo, is always capable of retrieving something from that extensive collection. This visit to this realm primarily serves as a means for Qian Rinxue to undergo training within this world. Since the last time she was enlightened by Qian Rinxue has identified the vulnerabilities in the lurking plan and is acutely aware of her pressing priorities. Aside from the numerous known exotic beasts in this realm, there are no additional external threats to contend with. Her focus must remain on the native beasts, which presents an unparalleled opportunity for her to compensate for the years of combat experience she has lacked due to the lurking plan. Although her initial intention for coming here was merely to prepare for her future infiltration, her objectives have now evolved into something far more pragmatic. Today, upon encountering the gray giant serpent, Qian Rinxue discovered that it was guarding a rather commendable medicinal herb, prompting her to casually harvest it. After obtaining the herb, she noted that the giant serpent possessed considerable strength, igniting her desire for battle, which led to her relentless pursuit of the creature. Their combat had ensued for quite some time. Initially, the serpent leveraged its formidable physique and chilling attributes to engage with Qian Rinxue effectively. However, as time passed, the overwhelming prowess of her divine angelic martial soul began to manifest. As a martial soul of sacred and luminous attributes, the quality of her soul power was exceptionally high, and it inherently countered the cold attributes of serpentine creatures. Although the gray giant serpent was not a soul beast, being a member of the snake family placed it at a distinct disadvantage against such divine light. Eventually, recognizing its impending defeat, the serpent opted for flight. Yet, it could not fathom that Qian Rinxue, resolute in her determination, had no reason to spare a target that had ceased to serve its purpose as a training opportunity. Despite possessing some residual value, a resounding boom reverberated through the area, causing even the swirling white mist to grow somewhat chaotic. A piercing shriek erupted, only to be abruptly silenced moments later. As the dissipating yellow dust settled, Qian Rinxue gracefully approached the lifeless form of the giant serpent. Upon observing the creature's body, her delicate brows furrowed slightly, as if she had encountered something distasteful. A flash of golden soul power flickered through her hands, and the gray giant serpent's remains vanished without a trace. Glancing into the distance, her golden four wings trembled slightly before soaring rapidly in a specific direction. In this realm, it seemed that the sun would never set. Qian lifted his gaze to the distant sun in the sky, quietly contemplating the world around him. By this time, it had been nearly 10 days since Qian and his companions arrived in the realm of Tianduanuan. During this period, Qian had persistently sought out formidable beasts, for he believed that only through such challenges could he experience significant growth. Moreover, it was only the powerful exotic creatures that would guard rare and precious herbs. As a result, Qian had reaped a bountiful harvest over these days, acquiring 3 extraordinary medicinal herbs, including the exceptional Yangsu Ling, alongside numerous lower-tier varieties. Estimating the passage of time, Qian decided to cease his search, focusing on a particular direction as he summoned the soul bone 4 wings. Soaring swiftly back to the location where they had first entered the forest. Chapter 101. Whoosh! A sound of breaking air resonated as a golden figure pierced through the sky. Landing upon the cliff. You have arrived. Qian greeted with a gentle expression, observing the descent of Qian Rinxue, who awaited him on the cliffside. Indeed, Qian Rinxue replied, nodding slightly. Her previously cold demeanor softened considerably in Qian's presence, and a hint of a smile flickered in her eyes. Have the others not returned yet? After surveying the surroundings, Qian Rinxue inquired softly, stepping closer to Qian. Not yet, but they should be returning shortly. Qian gazed at the approaching Qian Rinxue, gently shaking his head. After a moment, he turned his attention to the forest below the cliff. Within his perceptive range, he sensed 3 indistinct waves of soul power rapidly drawing nearer to their location. It was anticipated that within a mere 2 moments, the owners of these waves would arrive. In this realm, aside from the two of them, only Hulaina and her companions possess such soul power. By the way, how has your journey of experience been? Have you sustained any injuries? Bai Xian inquired softly, turning to Qian Rinxue. Shaking her head slowly, Qian Rinxue replied with a gentle smile, "You still do not understand me? While there are indeed fierce beasts here, I am not without my own strength. Although I may not be a match for some, those creatures cannot harm me if I wish to evade battle." Nodding in agreement, Bai Xian smiled. "It is good to hear that you are unscathed. How fruitful has your endeavor been? Given your prowess, I can only imagine you have gathered quite a collection from this forest." Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue shook her head slightly, stating, "I would say it has been mediocre. My primary purpose here was to hone my skills, rather than seek out rare treasures. Aside from a few relatively scarce high-level herbs, I have only obtained 4 extraordinary medicinal plants." Bai Xian's expression froze momentarily, rolling his eyes and chuckling bitterly. "Is that all? I have toiled relentlessly for just 3 specimens. Your words are quite disheartening." In response, a playful smile graced Qian Rinxue's lips. "It was merely luck. I encountered a gigantic bear with black and white fur, radiating an exceptionally formidable aura. I intended to use it to refine my combat techniques. However, as soon as I attacked, the bear fled, and I pursued it until it escaped into a rocky cave. I followed it inside, only to find the cave's passages convoluted. After searching for quite some time, I could not locate the bear." At this point, Qian Rinxue paused slightly, her smile deepening. "To my surprise, upon my return, I stumbled upon 2 extraordinary medicinal plants within a spacious cavern." Listening to her account, Bai Xian was left speechless. "Such fortune exists? You must be a descendant of the goddess of luck rather than an angelic being. Why do I not possess such luck?" Reflecting on his own encounters over the past 10 days, he recalled the formidable guardians of the medicinal plants, the strongest among them rivaling ordinary soul beasts of 30 or even 40,000 years of cultivation. Feeling a sense of inadequacy, Bai Xian gazed skyward for a long while before sighing, "Your luck truly is invincible." After much contemplation, Bai Xian finally conjured a relatively elegant expression. Upon hearing his words, Qian Rinxue gently covered her cherry lips with one hand and let out a soft laugh. After a while, she ceased her laughter but continued to speak to Bai Xian with an amused tone. "You are quite the character. Your remarks are truly delightful." As the two engaged in their light-hearted banter, a figure, shimmering in a reddish-golden hue, arrived at the summit where they stood. In a mere blink, the figure was merely 10 paces away. Bai Xian. The figure, upon observing the jovial exchange between the two, called out softly. It was none other than Hulaina. Though her breath appeared somewhat labored, and her soul power fluctuated unnaturally, her attire bore numerous tears, revealing glimpses of her alluring skin, suggesting she had recently endured a fierce battle. Upon hearing her voice, the chatting duo halted and turned to face Hulaina. Seeing her approach, Qian Rinxue retracted her smile, while Bai Xian offered a gentle smile back at Hulaina and said, "Ah, you have emerged. Just in time, as we have only recently arrived. The other two have yet to make an appearance. We can wait for them here together." Bai Xian and Qian Rinxue were not surprised by the appearance of Hulaina. Long before Hulaina approached within a kilometer, Qian Rinxue had already sensed the fluctuations of her soul power, while Bai Xian had detected them even earlier. Well, after glancing at Bai Xian and Qian Rinxue, Hulaina paused slightly and responded. Strangely, it seemed that upon her arrival, she had observed the two engaged in cheerful conversation. Yet now, Qian Rinxue's expression appeared to reflect that of mere acquaintances. This was peculiar. "Noticing your unstable aura, have you just emerged from battle?" Bai Xian gazed at Hulaina's current demeanor and gently inquired, On my way here today, I encountered a ferocious beast, which posed some difficulties. However, fortunately, I managed to resolve the issue." Hulaina nodded in acknowledgement. In response, Bai Xian contemplated, stroking his chin as he observed her. After a brief moment, having sensed Hulaina's soul power and physical condition, he gradually remarked, "How about this? Come over here, and I shall assist you in restoring your physical state. We will soon embark on our separate explorations of the other regions, and you are not in the best of condition." Upon hearing this, both Hulaina and Qian Rinxue regarded Bai Xian with a curious expression. "Restore my condition," Hulaina exclaimed in astonishment. Bai Xian nodded and gestured for Hulaina to come forward. Observing the certainty in Bai Xian's expression, Hulaina approached him with a hint of hesitation, gazing at him with uncertainty. "What should I do?" Hulaina inquired, her voice tinged with doubt. Bai Xian shook his head and said, There is nothing to be done. Simply sit in stillness, focus your mind, and empty yourself. Just guide the flow of your soul power. Bai Xian refrained from unnecessary discourse, noting Hu Laiina's hesitation. He guided her to sit cross-legged, raising one hand above her forehead, from which emanated wisps of azure soul power that gradually permeated her being. Chapter 102. Convergence. As the azure soul power dispersed, the fluctuations of Hu Laiina's soul energy began to stabilize. In the span of merely a quarter of an hour, she had completely calmed the turmoil within her. This azure soul power was a unique essence that Bai Xian had cultivated after comprehending the life-giving aura of creation, which possessed remarkable restorative properties but was not easily attainable. Thus, he sought to emulate this abundant vitality, blending the spirit energy with his inherent soul power to create a variant imbued with partial healing capabilities. While it could not rival the effects derived from the aura of creation, it proved to be highly practical. Unlike the life-giving aura that could only nourish the blue lotus seedlings, this variant could be utilized on others. Most importantly, Bai Xian could employ this soul power to heal himself in battle, enabling him to remain invincible even against foes of equal or greater strength. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue observed with astonishment as Hu Laiina's breath rapidly settled. A flicker of surprise danced in her beautiful eyes. Did he truly possess such healing prowess? Qian Rinxue couldn't help but marvel, for in the realm of soul masters, aside from those specializing in healing, support, or culinary arts, she had never encountered a combat-oriented soul master with such capabilities. As Bai Xian gradually withdrew the azure soul power, he regarded Hu Laiina, whose breath had returned to a state of tranquility, with a nod of satisfaction. Although he had previously managed to heal himself using this unique soul power and had successfully treated injured soul beasts, he was uncertain if it would yield the same results on a person. However, witnessing Hu Laiina's condition, he realized that his apprehensions had been unwarranted. With the azure soul power receding, Hu Laiina's eyelids fluttered, and after a brief moment, she opened her captivating eyes. Rising from her seated position, she raised her hands to examine herself, her enchanting gaze reflecting disbelief at her revitalized state. Turning to Bai Xian, a profound curiosity glimmered in the depths of her alluring eyes. How many more formidable abilities did he conceal? Previously, there existed a formidable beast, unmatched by any single individual for approximately 30,000 years. Now, it has displayed an astonishing ability to heal. Although he had sustained severe injuries, they were primarily minor wounds, with the greater concern being the excessive consumption of soul energy and its subsequent turmoil. Nevertheless, this achievement is remarkable, given his current condition. Not only have all injuries been fully restored, but even the previously agitated soul energy has now settled. Such accomplishments can only be realized by a battle soul master adept in the auxiliary, healing, and culinary arts. Thank you, Bai Xian. Hu Laiina gently bowed to Bai Xian and expressed her gratitude. In response, Bai Xian casually waved his hand and said, "There is no need for thanks. We are companions on this journey, and it is only natural to assist one another. There is no need for formality." Upon hearing this, Hu Laiina lightly pressed her lips together and nodded, choosing not to say more. At this moment, Qian Rinxue also approached Bai Xian. Her beautiful eyes filled with a hint of astonishment, blinking as she inquired, "How did you accomplish this? You can even heal. Why hadn't I seen you utilize this before?" Hearing this, Hu Laiina's heart stirred as she cast a quiet glance at Qian Rinxue. She too was unclear about Bai Xian's capabilities. Does this mean their relationship is more profound than it appears? Leaving aside Hu Laiina's inner musings for the time being, upon noticing the curious gaze of Qian Rinxue, Bai Xian felt a stirring within his heart. It must be said, Qian Rinxue's current state was indeed quite alluring, causing even his steadfast resolve to ripple with subtle waves. Steadying his mind, Bai Xian cleared his throat and spoke slowly. "In truth, it is not much. I had not mastered this ability until recently. This healing power is something I have only recently begun to cultivate. It is entirely normal that you have not encountered it before." With a gentle flutter of her beautiful eyes, Qian Rinxue lightly tapped her delicate forehead and remarked, "Is that so?" Despite her words, her enchanting gaze remained fixed upon Bai Xian, filled with an inquisitive sparkle. The surprises that Bai Xian brought her were indeed numerous, and the abilities he displayed became increasingly unpredictable. Previously, he showcased his self-created soul skills and his ability to absorb soul rings beyond his level. Now, he had unveiled a cross-disciplinary healing capability. This inevitably piqued her curiosity about whether Bai Xian possessed other hidden talents yet to be revealed. Observing the evident skepticism in Qian Rinxue's eyes, Bai Xian could only clear his throat gently, clenching his fist near his mouth, and said, "Am I able to deceive you?" In truth, this healing ability is not particularly difficult to master. If you wish to learn, I can teach you. As he spoke, Bai Xian regarded Qian Rinxue with a probing gaze. In response, Qian Rinxue, somewhat surprised, placed her delicate hand on her chest and inquired with a hint of bewilderment. Can I really learn this too? Bai Xian nodded affirmatively and remarked, the ability I possess for healing primarily relies on the attributes of soul power. In essence, it is not particularly difficult to wield. In fact, considering your attributes, you could accomplish it as well. If you can resolve the aggressive erosion of the light attribute within your soul power, simply nurturing your body with the sacred and light attributes of soul power should yield commendable results. Before the small chapter could conclude, a prompt urged readers to turn to the next page for further captivating content. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue furrowed her brow slightly and questioned, is it truly that simple? Bai Xian slowly nodded in response. In principle, yes. However, there are complexities that are rather cumbersome to explain at present. Once we venture out, should you wish to learn, I can certainly take the time to elucidate and instruct you in detail. Nodding in understanding, Qian Rinxue believed that Bai Xian's healing abilities could not be as straightforward as he described. Meanwhile, Hulaina, observing the animated exchange between Bai Xian and Qian Rinxue, felt a surge of unidentifiable emotions. Suddenly, two figures appeared almost simultaneously within the trio's line of sight. It was Xie Yu and Yan. Brother, Yan. Upon seeing Xie Yu and Yan arrive, Hulaina and Bai Xian approached them. Are you all unharmed? Noticing the slightly disheveled appearance of Xie Yu and Yan, Bai Xian inquired about their well-being. Glancing at Yan, Xie Yu slowly shook his head and replied, I am fine. The ferocious beasts we encountered over the past few days were manageable. Although it required some effort, we managed to handle them all. Upon hearing this, Yan cast a curious glance at Xie Yu. He was quite familiar with his teammate, who, despite appearing as a refined gentleman, was known for concealing his pride. It was surprising that Xie Yu had so readily responded to Bai Xian's casual inquiry, given their limited acquaintance. Chapter 103. Fortuity observing Xie Yu's calm demeanor. Yan noted the apparent familiarity between him and Bai Xian. Their tone reflected a level of intimacy that seemed unusual. Yet, prior to entering this realm, the three of them had maintained a close camaraderie, with Bai Xian merely being an acquaintance. Had there been some recent developments that altered their rapport? As Yan's thoughts drifted to Bai Xian's tranquil visage, Qian Rinxue approached Bai Xian, her expression remaining cool and composed. Now that everyone has gathered, let us disperse and seek out further opportunities. Aside from this location, other areas are comparatively much safer. However, one cannot be entirely certain that there are no undiscovered regions. Hence it is wise for you to remain vigilant, for unforeseen circumstances may arise. Upon hearing this, apart from Bai Xian, Hulaina and the other two were momentarily taken aback. Why the urgency? Casting a glance at the somewhat disheveled Xie Yu and Yin, Hulaina's heart stirred. And she addressed Qian Rinxue, saying, Brother and Yin have just returned. Their soul power and stamina must be considerably depleted. Let us set out an hour later. Upon hearing Hulaina's words, Qian Rinxue was slightly taken aback, glanced at Xie Yu and Yin, and gently nodded, responding, Very well, we shall depart in an hour. The recently returned Xie Yu and Yin both let out a sigh of relief. After all, they had hurried back to regroup, and their soul power and stamina were significantly drained. Although they were confident that they would manage the upcoming trials with their strength, they were quite pleased to have the opportunity to recover before setting out again. An hour later, Xie Yu and Yin had sufficiently recovered, their earlier disheveled appearances now replaced with a relaxed demeanor. Standing opposite Hulaina and the others, Qian Rinxue spoke softly. Approximately 20 days remain for the upcoming trials. After 20 days, the passage between the two realms will reopen at the initial location where we entered this realm, and it will remain open for 3 days. At this point, Qian Rinxue paused briefly, scanning the crowd before her gaze settled on Bai Xian, continuing, You must gauge your time wisely. If you miss this opportunity for the passage to reopen, you will have to wait another 100 years. By then, not only will you face countless ferocious beasts in this realm, but you will also endure the solitude of 100 years devoid of humanity. When that time comes, whether you will survive until the next opening of the passage remains an uncertainty. Upon hearing this, aside from Bai Xian, Hulaina and the others felt a chill in their hearts, their expressions turning grave as they nodded in acknowledgement. Observing the changing expressions on everyone's faces, Qian Rinxue nodded gently and said, Now that you understand, we shall reconvene in 20 days. With that, Qian Rinxue summoned a pair of golden wings, and with a swift flap, she soared towards a certain direction. Witnessing her departure, Bai Xian spoke to Hulaina and the others in a serious tone. I shall take my leave as well. You three must exercise caution. After receiving nods from Hulaina and the others, Bai Xian also nodded, summoned his soulbone wings, and, with a light flap, transformed into a golden shadow, swiftly departing in the same direction as Qian Rinxue. Watching the retreating figures of Qian Rinxue and Bai Xian, the remaining three exchanged glances. Yin looked at Hulaina and Xieyu and inquired, Laina, Xieyu, you seemed quite familiar with Bai Xian just now. What is your relationship with him? Upon hearing this, Xieyu and Hulaina exchanged a glance, then nodded slightly, their pupils glimmering with a hint of nostalgia. Yes, we encountered him not long ago. Bai Xian even saved both me and Nana. What? Bai Xian saved you? Upon hearing this, Yan's pupils constricted slightly, revealing an expression of disbelief. Xieyu gravely nodded, casting his gaze in the direction Bai Xian had departed, and after a moment, he spoke slowly. What that young master mentioned was indeed accurate. Bai Xian's prowess far exceeds our own. His soul ring configuration is simply astonishing. Not only is his second soul ring already at the millennium level, but his fourth soul ring has even reached 10,000 years. His combat prowess is comparable to that of a soul king, capable of battling ferociously against soul beasts equivalent to 30,000 years. As Xieyu's description unfolded, Yan's astonishment grew exponentially, to the point where the fluctuations of his soul power began to exhibit a slight disorder. Previously, when he had heard the young master refer to Bai Xian as a soul master whose power could rival that of a soul king, he had assumed it was merely the young master flattering Bai Xian. Yet, it turned out to be the truth. Not only was the second soul ring already at the extraordinary millennium level, but the fourth soul ring had also reached 10,000 years. Moreover, according to Xieyu's account, his combat capabilities were indeed remarkable, even rivaling those of a soul king, engaging in fierce battles with soul beasts of 30,000 years. Could this truly be the achievement of a 12-year-old, not yet 13, soul master? Carrying the shock within their hearts, Hulaina and her companions deliberated and concluded that their combined strength paled in comparison to Bai Xian and the young master. Fearing the possibility of encountering challenges akin to those Hulaina had faced previously, they resolved to explore the subsequent regions together. Each of the three harbored diverse thoughts as they collectively sought the so-called opportunities in another direction. 15 days later, amidst shattered bones and scorching winds, within a valley teeming with colossal beast skeletons and an atmosphere as intense as flowing lava, Bai Xian strolled leisurely, observing the formidable beast bones. Even those reduced to mere skeletons yet exuding a potent aura, Bai Xian's heart was far from the calm he portrayed. The vast array of skeletal remains, numerous as the stars, revealed hundreds of identifiable complete bodies, with countless others eroded by time beyond recognition. Each of these preserved skeletons emanated an overwhelming pressure, the lowest of which evoked memories of his encounter with the dark demon evil god Tiger at the tender age of 7. The most powerful skeleton he had encountered thus far sent chills down his spine, reminiscent of the trepidation he felt in the presence of Shilong. Despite this, Bai Xian had no intention of retreating from the valley. To him, such perilous places undoubtedly harbored unimaginable treasures. Otherwise, it would not have claimed the lives of so many formidable beasts. As for the danger, Bai Xian was not overly concerned. He was confident that even when facing titled Douluo-level experts, although he might still fall short, he would not be rendered powerless. Chapter 104, Discovery in the Outside World. While Bai Xian ambled through the Eerie Valley, his divine consciousness began to attempt communication with the suppressed Qinglian seedling within his sea of consciousness. Over the years, Bai Xian had gradually developed a sense that, should he encounter life-threatening danger, the Qinglian seedling would likely undergo a transformation to shield him from peril. However, the connection between him and the Qinglian seedling remained merely a vague sensation. Bai Xian wished to ascertain the nature of the dangers present in this area through the seedling. Within the sea of consciousness, the Qinglian seedling floated serenely, forming a stable link with the vast lotus platform created by the surrounding vital energy. The seedling emitted faint azure glimmers, as always, showing no significant changes. Bai Xian extended his consciousness into the young green lotus seedling, intertwining a fragment of his own awareness to establish a connection. As his mind delved into the seedling, it stirred gently, producing subtle ripples of emerald light, as if it were exploring or attempting to comprehend the essence of Bai Xian's consciousness. After a lengthy period, Baen ultimately gleaned no significant information from the young lotus. He shook his head slowly, sighed softly, his expression clouding momentarily, and continued to advance with measured steps. Suddenly, Baen halted, his right foot poised mid-stride. Behind him lay a narrow canyon passage, while before him sprawled an expansive landscape, starkly contrasting with the valleys he had previously traversed. The searing heat had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming vitality and formidable pressure. The boundless spiritual energy seemed almost liquid, its rich fragrance wafting through the air, as if this place were the very wellspring of spiritual essence. Merely setting foot within it, Baen felt as though he had entered a realm of immortality, if not for the intense pressure weighing upon him. Though he had only stepped in with one leg, the oppressive force surged through his entire being, leaving him with the sensation of being ensnared in a mire. What is this? A tremor of unease coursed through him as he encountered this unexpected pressure, causing him to stiffen momentarily as he gazed into the vast expanse ahead, hesitating in uncertainty. Observing the remarkably different world before him, Baen was unwilling to simply halt his progress. Judging by the abundant spiritual energy, it was evident that this locale harbored numerous divine entities. Yet, the previous wave of pressure had imbued him with a sensation akin to sinking into a swamp, as if the weight upon him had doubled in an instant. However, if he were to venture directly inside, he believed he could endure the pressure without significantly diminishing his strength. The uncertainty loomed larger still. He could not ascertain whether formidable beasts lurked within. Given the remarkable concentration of spiritual energy in this realm, it could very well nurture creatures rivaling the thousand-year soul beasts. Who could guarantee the strength of the beasts born from the spiritual energy, which was dozens of times denser than that found in the outside world? Beasts comparable to those of a millennium? Or even 10 millennia? Perhaps even more? Such uncertainties plagued his mind. After a brief moment, Baen's gaze gradually solidified with determination. Forward he would go. He refused to believe that with the green lotus seedling at his side, and his combat prowess rivaling that of a soul king, or even higher, destiny would lead him to falter in this place. His gaze gradually solidified, and in that fleeting moment, Baen contemplated a multitude of thoughts. Throughout his life, Baen had primarily operated through concealment and modesty. While this approach allowed him to obscure his peculiarities and foster a relatively stable environment for growth, it also manifested as a form of psychological cowardice. He lacked the unwavering confidence that propels one forward, a belief in his own invincibility. This deficiency could be detrimental to his future development, necessitating a transformation of his current state. With this realization, Baen's gaze firmed resolutely as he lifted his foot and stepped steadily into the ethereal realm that lay ahead. The bones of Baen creaked and groaned under immense pressure, as if he were bearing the weight of a great mountain upon his shoulders. Such a terrifying force. As he traversed further, he ultimately stepped into an area where the oppressive pressure was even more formidable. At this point, Baen's body began to sway, his pace slowing considerably. Walking under such a tremendous weight made him feel as though he were trudging through a gravitational force tenfold that of his own. This burden was not merely physical, it seeped into his very innards, his bones, and even into his blood. At this moment, Baen could even hear the heavy thumping of his own heart as it pumped the blood coursing through his veins. Under such extreme pressure, although he found himself slightly out of breath, his eyes revealed no trace of worry. Instead, they sparkled with a hint of uncertain delight. As he pressed forward, he discerned that the oppressive aura surrounding him did not emanate from some formidable beast, but rather seemed to be the result of a peculiar magical formation. This formation appeared to be a nexus of the natural spiritual energy of this realm, coalescing here to create an environment of extraordinary force. It was this realization that filled Baen with astonishment, for if his assumptions were correct, then this place must be home to some powerful celestial materials supporting such an array, or perhaps the existence of this formation was due to some formidable heavenly substance. As he continued onward, the pressure upon him intensified, yet the joy in his eyes grew ever more pronounced. Before him, within 100 paces, floated a stone that shimmered with a phoenix-like pattern in a resplendent golden hue, radiating waves of crimson golden light. This was undoubtedly a rare, divine metal of the world. Gazing at the levitating stone, Baen took a deep breath, the lightning aura surrounding him pulsating with a near uncontrollable fervor. This was the manifestation of his first soul skill reaching a level of operation that even he found challenging to control. Thanks to the blessings of the Thunder Spirit Soul Ring and the fundamental rules of the Source Runes, Baen had gained a profound understanding of the thunderous power he wielded. He was now able to channel it with a 20-fold enhancement in addition to the amplification of his second soul skill. Even in this state, with a mere gesture, he could unleash a colossal force exceeding 10,000 pounds. Yet, under such immense pressure, he found it increasingly difficult to sustain this weighty burden. Drawing in a steadying breath, Baen steeled himself as the lightning around him surged even more fiercely, causing faint cracks to appear upon his body. With a 30-fold enhancement of his first soul skill, he pressed onward into the unknown. At this moment, Baen, breathing heavily, was riddled with cracks all over his body, resembling a shattered puppet forcefully reassembled. Although the injuries on his body appeared alarmingly severe, his eyes shone with an extraordinary brilliance. Deep within his pupils, a peculiar stone, scarcely a foot in diameter, was reflected. Surrounding the crimson golden stone were swirling patterns reminiscent of a phoenix, forming a protective barrier of golden spiritual energy that prevented the internal aura from leaking out. Atop the stone, in a small depression, lay a crimson pool of blood no larger than a teacup, exuding an intense fiery essence. Baen was now merely inches away from this extraordinary stone, with only a yard separating them. Activating various enhancement soul skills and leveraging the advantage of the Thunder Soul Ring, Baen had augmented his physical prowess to a level comparable to that of an ordinary 30,000-year soul beast. Bearing immense pressure, he finally approached the stone. It is worth noting that soul beasts generally possess superior physical attributes compared to soul masters of the same rank. A 30,000-year soul beast might even surpass some soul emperors or soul saints in terms of physical strength. Yet, despite his formidable enhancements, Baen felt dizzy and his body was cracking as he drew near, a testament to the overwhelming pressure he faced. Baen propped himself on his knees, half leaning forward as he gazed intently at the stone before him. He refrained from hastily removing the levitating crimson gold divine stone, instead surveying his surroundings for any peculiarities. After all, the exact reason for the stone's existence remained uncertain. It was unclear whether it was part of a magical formation or situated between such formations. In any case, Baen felt it prudent to exercise caution. After a thorough examination of the area, his anxious heart began to ease. There appeared to be no extraordinary patterns or other runes, save for the stone's exterior, which was adorned with strange markings reminiscent of a phoenix in flight. Gradually extending his right hand towards the crimson gold runic barrier, Baen carefully infused his soul power with his consciousness as it spread forth. Buzz! As the runic barrier made contact with Baen's soul energy, it trembled violently, and an intense wave of energy erupted from the densely packed runes, illuminating the barrier in a brilliant flash. The crimson gold runes flowed continuously, and the previously stagnant crimson light points began to move languidly, as if awakened. Fortunately, from Baen's probing results, the spiritual energy within the barrier remained stable, even abundant and tranquil. However, the seething aura emanating from the pool of fiery red liquid seemed to threaten to dissolve his consciousness, exuding an odd sensation of destruction coexisting with vitality. This blood, Baen could not help but murmur, is it the blood of a phoenix? The sensation transmitted by his spiritual consciousness bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary phoenix, flame scorching the heavens, the fiery rebirth, destruction intertwined with renewal. Coupled with the ethereal runes surrounding the stone, resembling the form of a phoenix, Baen was compelled to ponder these thoughts. Yet, he wondered, when did this phoenix blood find its way here? How could its overwhelming pressure still linger to this day? Suddenly, Baen recalled the ominous beast bones he had encountered in the surrounding valley. Could it be that those fearsome creatures had come for this very pool of blood? The thought sent a chill through Baen's expression. If that were the case, was there truly an insurmountable danger lurking here? Otherwise, why would there be so many beast remains scattered about? Some of these bones even gave Baen the impression of being on par with a titled Douluo like Shilong. To think that beasts, long deceased, could leave behind remains rivaling such power? How formidable must they have been in life? If they had perished merely to obtain this blood, what kind of overwhelming crisis could slay creatures of such caliber? With these thoughts racing through his mind, Baen hastily retreated several paces, initiating communication with the azure lotus seedling within his spiritual sea. As he withdrew his soul power, the altered crimson golden array patterns and the internal crimson golden aura gradually returned to their normal state. Meanwhile, with Baen connecting with the azure lotus seedling, he relayed the recent information to it. The once tranquil azure lotus seedling, with its lotus leaf floating serenely, suddenly began to tremble violently. The seedling emitted waves of transformative energy, seemingly confirming something. Moments later, a flash of azure light erupted from the seedling, vanishing within Bai Xian's spiritual sea. Following the seedling's movement, Bai Xian's gaze shifted to the azure lotus seedling that had appeared in the external world. Upon its emergence, it paused briefly before slowly gliding above the crimson golden stone. The azure and white roots beneath the seedling began to extend, penetrating the barrier of the crimson golden array, and converging just above the blood, at a height of merely 3 fingers. Azure ripples surged as the roots commenced the absorption of the fiery red blood. The azure transformative energy flowed from the roots and gradually receded back within. In the process, droplets of the fiery red blood detached from the pool, drifting toward the roots, transforming into torrents of crimson energy that, along with the transformative energy, flowed back into the main stem. With the influx of energy, the azure lotus seedling continued to thrive, its size expanding as the azure lotus seedlings continued to flourish. The crimson pool of blood atop the golden-hued stones dwindled to less than 1/10 of its original volume. At this moment, Bai Xian began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Setting aside the perilous nature of this place, that pool of blood was undoubtedly an invaluable treasure. Otherwise, it could not possibly have facilitated the astonishing growth of the azure lotus seedlings at such an extraordinary pace. A wave of frustration surged within him. Why could you not leave me with a little more? Bai Xian swiftly directed his consciousness towards the green lotus seedling, infusing it with his intent. As he did so, the seedling hesitated momentarily, yet it remained undeterred in its absorption of energy. After a brief interval of 15 minutes, the green lotus seedling had burgeoned to over 5 feet tall. At this juncture, the blood that had been fixated upon by the golden stone had dwindled to less than 1/20th of its initial volume, now reduced to merely a few drops. Observing this, Bai Xian felt a sense of relief. There was still some essence remaining, rather than none at all. The now dormant green lotus seedling hovered momentarily in midair, while its roots, having doubled in size, writhed and enveloped the golden stone below, along with the remaining blood, drawing them towards Bai Xian. Chapter 106. The Phoenix Pattern Stone on the boundless golden plain, a gentle breeze wafted through. The occasional appearance of rodents and birds lent an air of tranquility to the serene landscape. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air, signaling a swift passage. Bai Xian, adorned with golden wings, soared through the sky, leaving behind an echoing trail of sound. Surrounding him were flashes of lightning, and 4 soul rings floated in his vicinity, emanating a formidable aura. At this moment, nearly 2 hours had elapsed since Bai Xian had departed from the valley. 2 hours prior, the green lotus seedling had returned to Bai Xian's sea of consciousness, accompanied by the golden stone and blood, delivering an urgent message that compelled him to leave. Although the reasons remained unclear, Bai Xian placed his trust in the seedling's judgment. With no time to examine the golden stone and blood, he summoned the last remnants of his soul power, flapping his wings with vigor to rapidly vacate the oppressive area that had vanished with the stone's return to his consciousness. Just moments after Bai Xian left the valley, an overwhelmingly powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted abruptly. Bai Xian hovered in the air outside the valley, observing the chaos that suddenly erupted within. The once serene spiritual energy had become tumultuous, the intensity of the disorder sending a chill down his spine. The endless spiritual energy that had gathered in the valley seemed to have lost its restraints, leading to a violent clash and explosion of conflicting elemental forces. Most alarming to Bai Xian was the area at the valley's deepest point, where an intense explosion reverberated, followed by an eruption of boundless lava surging from the depths of the earth. This molten flow, infused with a searing fire attribute, soared skyward, reaching an estimated height of at least 1 kilometer. It appeared as though the stone and its internal essence had existed solely to contain the lava. Now that Bai Xian had removed this obstruction, the long-dormant lava erupted with unprecedented ferocity, a cataclysmic event indeed. Bai Xian, witnessing this spectacle, was momentarily overwhelmed. The proximity to the valley rendered him vulnerable, as the rising lava formed an expansive canopy that encompassed him as well. Without a moment's hesitation, he unfurled his wings and swiftly propelled himself away from the chaotic region. After what felt like an eternity, nearly 2 hours passed as he distanced himself from the tumult. The injuries sustained from the oppressive force and the strenuous activation of his first soul skill had nearly healed by now. As he journeyed forth, Bai Xian heightened his own pressure to the utmost level to avert any unnecessary confrontations with ferocious beasts. Finally, he arrived at a tranquil locale, having escaped peril unscathed. With a slight tremor of his four wings, Baen abruptly halted, taking in the serene landscape beneath him. He exhaled deeply, murmuring, "This place is temporarily safe. I shall rest here for a while." With that, he retracted his wings and gently descended to the ground, collapsing into a seated position. The exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. Previously, in his quest to unearth treasures within the valley, Baen endured immense pressure and resolutely activated a soul skill that exceeded the limits of his endurance, resulting in significant injuries. Subsequently, in his desperate attempt to distance himself from that treacherous gorge, he exerted every ounce of strength to propel the twin wings of his soul bone and exert his own formidable aura. Now, despite Baen possessing a unique soul power with remarkable recuperative abilities, he has only managed to restore superficial aspects of his condition. The internal injuries remain only partially healed. His soul power, too, has suffered, though it surpasses that of an average soul master of equal rank by more than double. It cannot withstand such exhaustive usage and is nearly depleted. Seated upon the ground, Baen contemplated his current state. He had ventured far from the chaos of the valley, confident that its turmoil would not encroach upon him here. It was imperative for him to recuperate, to regain his strength, soul power, and mend his internal wounds. With his legs crossed, Baen maintained a thread of mental vigilance towards the outside world, while his internal energy began to draw upon the remaining vitality within his consciousness to refine and restore his soul power and bodily injuries. A phantom of azure lotus gradually materialized around Baen, enveloping him in a cocoon of ethereal energy, with flecks of blue aura continuously merging into his being. His previously pallid complexion began to regain a semblance of vitality. As the stars revolved and time slipped away, 3 full hours passed while Baen remained in this meditative state. At this moment, Baen's complexion had nearly returned to its usual rosy hue. Though it still bore a hint of barely perceptible pallor, yet it exuded an air of exquisite grace. Baen ceased his meditation and slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. Although he had not yet regained his peak condition, it was heartening to note that after enduring an overwhelming pressure, he had activated his soul power to an extraordinary degree, depleting it entirely. Following this ordeal, he found that his soul power level had ascended by 1 rank, now reaching the formidable threshold of level 43. Despite this advancement, Baen displayed no overt signs of elation. He felt that his recent breakthroughs in soul power had come too swiftly. Although his level was no mere illusion, he sensed that the enhancement of his strength had not fully aligned with his newfound capabilities, leaving him with a lingering sense of incompleteness. After a brief introspection of his recovery state, he turned his focus inward, entering his sea of consciousness. Recognizing the safety of his surroundings and the near completion of his physical and soul power recovery, he decided it was time to examine the crimson gold stone and the blood within his sea of consciousness. In that ethereal realm, Baen observed the azure lotus seedling, now nearly reaching his height, suspended in the center of his sea of consciousness, alongside the floating crimson gold stone and blood. Baen slowly approached the young green lotus seedling, raising his hand to gently caress the stem, which was as thick as an infant's arm. He extended a strand of his consciousness into the seedling, seeking to extract specific information regarding the blood and the crimson golden stones. As he had anticipated, mere moments after his hand made contact with the green lotus seedling, a vibrant azure aura began to circulate within the stem. 2 pieces of information gradually materialized in Baen's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned by the revelations that unfolded before him. Moments later, Baen gradually withdrew from the sea of consciousness, a smile that was difficult to conceal gracing his lips. This time, the harvest was indeed substantial. Gazing at the vast expanse of the distant plain, Baen slowly rose to his feet, murmuring softly to himself. Stretching languidly, he cast a glance towards the horizon, lamenting, "If only the phoenix blood absorbed by the young Qinglian seedlings had been a tad less." Having said that, Baen shook his head with a bittersweet smile. To obtain even a single drop of such divine essence would be an extraordinary fortune, yet there remained a full 5 drops. Moreover, there exists a piece of phoenix pattern stone valued no less than that. One must not be excessively avaricious. Chapter 107. Return, Part 1. Nothing less than a profound turbulence stirred within Baen's heart, primarily due to the astonishing origins of the phoenix pattern stone and phoenix blood transmitted from the young Qinglian seedling. The phoenix pattern stone was formed from the scattered true blood of the ancestral phoenix, amalgamated with fragments of the world's source stone. When the source stone became tainted by the phoenix blood, it fused with the inherent laws of the phoenix contained within, resulting in a remarkable artifact of this realm, imbued with divine phoenix energy. As for the remaining 5 drops of blood, they were indeed authentic phoenix blood, although the duration of its stay in this realm remains uncertain. The divine energy within was evidently still abundant. Furthermore, it harbored a trace of the phoenix's rebirth ability, combined with the astonishing power of the phoenix blood. Bai Xian sensed that even the most formidable beings of this realm would be exceedingly covetous of it. After gathering his thoughts, Bai Xian unfurled his soul bone wings and swiftly soared towards the place where he first arrived in this world. It had been a considerable time since he parted ways with the location of the divine herbs. And now less than 5 days remained until the opening of the interdimensional passage, as mentioned by Qian Ruo Shui. During this period, aside from the phoenix pattern stone and phoenix blood, he had also amassed a wealth of treasures, including rare metals and precious medicinal herbs. Not to mention the greatest acquisitions of this journey, the phoenix pattern stone and phoenix blood. It is indeed time to recognize the benefits and return to one's original place. Should we miss the opening of 2 consecutive portals, it would be quite challenging to venture out again. Although confident in his abilities, even if trapped in this realm, with strength comparable to that of a Soul King and the unique properties of the Qinglian sapling, Bai Xian was determined not to succumb to this desolate world devoid of humanity for an extended period. He traversed the landscape, pausing intermittently, hoping to discover other rare herbs and mystical materials. Regrettably, it seemed that his previous fortune had waned after acquiring the phoenix pattern stone and phoenix blood for 3 consecutive days. As he reached the initial location, he had encountered nothing of significance, leaving him disheartened. In the initial location, Bai Xian set up a barbecue grill, skewering the flesh of an unknown ferocious beast, which sizzled delightfully over the flames. Rich aromas of roasted meat wafted through the air, mingling with the crisp sounds of the charcoal crackling. At that moment, Bai Xian reclined leisurely against the roots of a tree, a blade of grass held between his lips, his gaze lost in contemplation of the sky. Having arrived early at the initial location, he noticed no signs of the portal's activation, nor could he sense any residual soul energy from Qian Rinxue and the others, indicating they had yet to return. Reluctantly, Bai Xian had remained in this initial place since yesterday, awaiting their return and the opening of the portal. Presently, he was deep in thought regarding his future cultivation path. This journey in the realm had proven fruitful. The most valuable acquisitions, the phoenix pattern stone and phoenix blood, had sparked a myriad of inspirations for his envisioned new cultivation system. The cultivation framework of Douluo Continent, in essence, revolved around the pursuit of power, primarily focused on self-cultivation without the nurturing of one's heart. Even after achieving divinity within the continent, one relied heavily on the faith of the populace to accelerate cultivation and enhance divine power. Soul masters were perpetually ensnared in a cycle of cultivation, enhancement, and the acquisition of soul rings, an unending loop that seemed to lead to a dead end. The principles and rules remained largely unstudied and uncomprehended. Moreover, the martial soul cultivation system on the continent dictated that a soul master's success or failure hinged upon their martial soul. Those with inferior martial souls faced insurmountable barriers to achieving divine status, while those with superior martial souls were often destined to become the pinnacle figures in the soul master realm or even attain divinity. The martial soul was the true lineage of the soul masters. Their strength stemmed from it. However, if a martial soul were to be completely extinguished, even a title Douluo could plummet from grace to the mundane. This stood in stark contrast to the mythological systems of the past, where the triad of essence, qi, and spirit could be cultivated together. The essence nourished the spirit, and a robust spirit would, in turn, enhance the body, prolonging life. As long as one was not subject to extreme injuries, it was exceedingly rare for an accomplished immortal to falter, let alone a figure of supreme existence. Such a level, capable of manifesting into billions, once existing, can reassemble its true form elsewhere, making it exceedingly difficult to perish. It can even embody the essence of past, present, and future, rendering the causes and effects of the heavens ineffectual against it, thus claiming an indestructible existence, immensely powerful. Bai Xian's ambition to attain such formidable strength stems from a desire to escape the constraints of the martial soul and soul master cultivation system. Hence, he initially contemplated the active severance from the powers and martial souls associated with the soul master cultivation framework. However, he harbored a persistent concern that the detachment from the martial soul and soul rings would undoubtedly inflict severe injuries upon himself. and he could not ascertain whether the Qinglian seedling would offer any assistance at that critical juncture. Moreover, his body, having undergone the Soul Master System's cultivation, would inevitably bear the indelible marks of that lineage, making it arduous to eradicate all traces of his past ties to the Soul Master System. Now, with the presence of Phoenix blood, Bai Xian's mind sparked with an idea. After severing his martial soul, he could utilize the Nirvana fire within the Phoenix blood to incinerate his own body, burning away the remnants of the Soul Master cultivation traces. Subsequently, he would rely on the potent divine energy and Nirvana force inherent in the Phoenix blood to reconstruct his form. As long as he developed a new cultivation method, practicing with his reborn body, he could undoubtedly shatter the constraints of the martial soul and establish a novel cultivation system. However, this endeavor's urgency required him to draw from the wisdom of myriad schools, integrating their teachings, the insights from the Soul Master cultivation system, the experiences of the Tindo Douluo, the foundational rules and runes of the lightning path, the rare swordsmanship insights from Qin Xin, the Soul Master cultivation materials obtainable from Qian Rinxue, and the flowing nodes of creation and vitality during the growth of the Qinglian seedling. Each of these would aid him in synthesizing diverse philosophies in the shortest time possible to forge his own path. Suddenly, as Bai Xian's thoughts expanded, he was jolted by a wave of soul power. Regaining his focus, he turned toward the source of the energy and beheld Qian Rinxue soaring swiftly towards him, her four wings propelling her forward with urgency. Yet, at that moment, she appeared somewhat disheveled. Her golden palace attire was tattered, her aura fluctuating, and her complexion pale, as though she had suffered grave injuries. With a furrowed brow, Bai Xian sensed no pursuit from behind Qian Rinxue, indicating she was not in flight from any adversary. With a powerful flap of his wings, he approached her. Upon reaching her side, Bai Xian observed her pallid visage, concern evident in his tone. "Are you all right? How could you sustain such severe injuries?" As he spoke, he gently placed a hand on Qian Rinxue's delicate shoulder, channeling waves of azure soul power, filled with vibrant life force into her body. Chapter 108. Return, Part 2. I am fine. As Bai Xian approached, with a sense of urgency, Qian Rinxue finally eased her tension. She gently shook her head and murmured softly. In response, Bai Xian refrained from elaborating further, instead aiding Qian Rinxue as they gradually descended towards their origin. Throughout this process, Bai Xian's actions remained unwavering. A steady stream of azure soul energy continuously surged into Qian Rinxue, mending the injuries within her. Once they were seated on the ground, Bai Xian exerted his utmost effort. Countless waves of azure soul energy expanded at a visible pace, enveloping Qian Rinxue entirely. Although she insisted that she was fine, Bai Xian could discern through the transmission of soul energy just how dire Qian Rinxue's physical condition truly was. It was comparable to the grievous injuries she had endured 5 years prior from the dark demon, evil god Tiger. Her internal soul energy was exceedingly frail, and her physical state was far from optimal, as if her vital essence had been excessively depleted. Externally, Qian Rinxue's wounds appeared almost imperceptible. However, internally, she was exceedingly weak, teetering on the brink of further harm, with her cultivation at risk of stagnation. Prior to this, Qian Rinxue had merely been maintaining a fade of strength. Had it not been for the innate divine and luminous properties of her angel martial spirit, which helped suppress her injuries, she would have found it nearly impossible to channel her soul energy, let alone summon her 4 angelic wings to achieve flight. After half an hour, Bai Xian had expended the majority of his soul energy, and the azure aura surrounding him began to dissipate. He quietly observed as Qian Rinxue, her complexion restored, rested with her eyes closed. Another half hour passed, and Bai Xian, seated nearby, enjoyed pieces of roasted beast meat on a bamboo skewer, occasionally glancing in Qian Rinxue's direction. "Ah, you're awake." As Qian Rinxue concluded her meditation and opened her eyes, she was greeted by the sound of Bai Xian munching on something. Lifting her gaze, she beheld Bai Xian brandishing a skewer of grilled meat while inquiring, "How do you feel? Much better, I hope?" Having spoken, Bai Xian seemed to suddenly recall something and swiftly leaped up, his figure soaring into the air as he strode directly toward her location. Upon arriving before Qian Rinxue, he scrutinized her carefully. With one hand, he brought the skewer of roasted meat to his lips and took a bite, while the other hand formed a sword-like gesture, pressing it against the center of her forehead. Streams of azure soul power flowed through her brow, suffusing her entire being. After a brief moment, Bai Xian withdrew his hand and nodded in satisfaction, remarking, "It appears your recovery is progressing quite well." As he spoke, Bai Xian reached up to remove the skewer of beast meat clenched between his teeth, inadvertently dislodging a piece of charred and fragrant morsel. Extending the other skewer in his hand towards Qian Rinxue, he offered with quiet solicitude, "Are you hungry? Would you care for some?" Qian Rinxue gazed hesitantly at the composed Bai Xian, as if the injuries she had just endured were non-existent. He did not inquire about her wounds, displaying no curiosity regarding their origin. For a moment, she found herself in a state of uncertainty. Taking the skewered beast meat from Bai Xian's hand, Qian Rinxue found herself momentarily at a loss, staring at the skewer. "Eat up. It won't taste as good once it cools down." The voice of Bai Xian broke the reverie of Qian Rinxue. She took a bite of the fragrant grilled skewer. As it entered her mouth, her eyes brightened dramatically. The exterior was crisp while the interior remained tender, and the seasoning was perfectly balanced. Most notably, the meat must have been sourced from some fierce beast, for it contained traces of residual energy. For someone like her, who had experienced a deficiency in vital essence, it was indeed a remarkable tonic. Casting a surprised glance at Bai Xian, she remarked, "I never imagined you possessed such skill in barbecuing. Had I known, I would have suggested we team up days ago." In response, Bai Xian chuckled softly and replied, "It's nothing particularly impressive, merely indulging in a taste. Over the years, I have honed this skill through numerous solitary ventures into the Stardo forest." Observing the calm demeanor of Bai Xian, Qian Rinxue fell silent. She was acutely aware of the trials Bai Xian had faced over the years. After all, Bai Xian's ability to graduate from the Soto City Junior Soul Master Academy and enter the Royal Academy of Heaven Do as a common soul master was no small feat, and her concern for him was only natural. As she slowly savored the grilled meat in her hand, Qian Rinxue spoke with her crimson lips, "Thank you once again. I owe you my gratitude for rescuing me." Bai Xian smiled gently, deftly flicking the skewer he had finished eating and embedding it into a nearby tree trunk. He said softly, "There is no need for such formality between us. Though I have offered my assistance, I believe that, even in my absence, you would have been capable of returning here unscathed." Hearing this, Qian Rinxue slowly shook her head, gazing at Bai Xian as she softly replied, "I am well aware of my circumstances. Even if I could return, it would certainly not be, as you suggest, without encountering any hardships." Bai Xian nodded slightly, choosing not to pursue the topic further, and instead inquired, "What transpired this time? Did you encounter a ferocious beast?" Upon hearing this, the former blood slowly shook his head, then nodded again, stating, "I did not encounter any ferocious beast, nor were my injuries inflicted by one." At this point, Qian Rinxue paused momentarily before continuing, "For days ago, I came across a peculiar creature that bore a resemblance to those documented in our spirit hall. As fate would have it, my subsequent training required that very beast, and with the intention of capturing it alive, I refrained from using lethal force. To my surprise, the creature proved to be quite astute. Recognizing that it was no match for me, it chose to flee rather than engage further. Naturally, I pursued it, yet the creature was quite swift, and our chase endured for quite some time. Eventually, I followed it into a strange canyon." As she recounted this, Qian Rinxue hesitated slightly, a flicker of trepidation crossing her visage. The towering stone pillars there resembled a grand formation, and shortly after my entrance, I became disoriented. The pillars appeared to shift positions at will, intermittently launching piercing attacks, while runes flickered ominously beneath. Although those assaults initially fell within my capacity to respond, as time elapsed, I began to suspect that something unseen was silently draining my soul power. At first, I managed to contend with the attacks from the formation, but as I realized the depletion of my soul power was abnormal, my body began to exhibit troubling symptoms. I found myself utterly fatigued, struggling even against the attacks I had previously handled with ease. Reluctantly, I resorted to some extraordinary measures, exhausting a portion of my essence and employing the contingencies left to me by my grandfather, which finally allowed me to break free. Chapter 109, Return, Part 3. The crackling sound of burning firewood resonated in the silence between the two. Bai Xian gleaned from Qian Rinxue a general understanding of the origins of her injuries, although he had formed a preliminary assessment of the dangers inherent in this world. He was utterly astonished to discover that, aside from the valley where he had obtained the phoenix blood, there existed such perilous places. Even Qian Rinxue, capable of rivaling a high-ranking offensive soul emperor, found herself unable to cope. It appears that this realm harbors many undiscovered secrets. As he contemplated this, Bai Xian observed Qian Rinxue, who had finished her roasted meat and was seated on the ground. With a soft sigh, he remarked fortuitously, "You seem to have returned without serious incident. By the way, what was the appearance of that extraordinary beast you mentioned? Were you able to capture it?" With a hint of perplexity, he gazed at her. In response, Qianrenxue slowly shook her head and replied, "I was unable to capture it. That creature appears to possess remarkable intelligence, adept at avoiding danger. Ever since I entered the stone array, I have not encountered it again." Pausing momentarily to reflect on the beast's appearance, she continued, "As for its likeness, it somewhat resembled the legendary phoenix. However, it was not the vivid crimson depicted in ancient texts, exuding a potent fire energy. Instead, this beast was resplendently multicolored, as if it possessed a singular hue that radiated a spectrum of colors. Additionally, its body bore peculiar markings that resembled some form of script." At her words, Bai Xian's heart raced with a sudden jolt. A multicolored phoenix? Patterns reminiscent of script? Could it be? Bai Xian could not help but be reminded of the auspicious divine beast from ancient mythology, the phoenix. It is said that the phoenix is adorned in resplendent hues, its wings and chest adorned with intricate patterns resembling script, symbolizing good fortune. Reflecting on the phoenix blood he had previously obtained, Bai Xian found himself momentarily lost in thought. This realm even possesses the legendary blood of the phoenix. Perhaps some extraordinary beast has absorbed a portion of its essence, potentially drawing closer to the bloodline of the phoenix. Though he harbored some doubts, Bai Xian's expression remained composed. "Oh, this extraordinary beast can actually aid in your cultivation? Is there something particularly special about it?" With a hint of curiosity, Bai Xian inquired of Qianrenxue. Qianrenxue nodded, saying, "At present, I am at the 59th level and have acquired my 5th soul ring, which has granted me a soul skill known as the Divine Sword. This skill is forged from the sacred flames, manifesting as a sword of judgment. Its power relies not only on the magnitude of the soul force, but primarily on the intensity of the sacred flames. Currently, the soul skill I wield is merely due to the martial soul's influence, although its might is formidable. It is merely comparable to the abilities of a soul master of the same rank. To enhance the power of my soul skill, aside from elevating my own level, if I could refine flames of a higher grade, it would significantly amplify the potency of my 5th soul skill. According to the records of my martial soul hall, this extraordinary beast possesses an unusual flame that also carries a sacred attribute, rivaling even the sacred fire attributed to the legendary angelic god. If I could refine it. Although my 5th soul ring is only of 10,000-year caliber, the power of my 5th soul skill could potentially rival that of a soul skill produced by a 100,000-year soul ring." As she spoke, a trace of regret flitted across Qianrenxue's face. "Originally, part of my purpose for venturing into this realm was to seek out such a beast. Unfortunately, although I encountered it, I could not capture it." Upon hearing this, Bai Xian smiled gently, saying, "There is no need for regret, since it eluded capture. It is merely the way of fate, beyond our control." With a mysterious smile, he added, "Even without capturing it, there may still be gains to be had." Qianrenxue regarded Bai Xian with skepticism. Gains without capture? Sensing her doubt, Bai Xian merely smiled enigmatically and turned his gaze in another direction. "They have returned as well." Upon hearing this, Qianrenxue was momentarily taken aback, discerning the implications of Bai Xian's words. She turned her gaze in the direction Bai Xian was looking. However, she found it peculiar that the figures of Hu Laina and the others were conspicuously absent from her line of sight. Not even a distant trace of their soul power could be detected. Looking at Bai Xian with suspicion, she thought, could he truly sense them? Even I cannot perceive their presence. If Bai Xian can, just how extensive is his range of perception? He is merely at the soul sect level. Qianrenxue seemed to have overlooked a crucial point. It is impossible for an ordinary soul sect to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring or possess the combat strength of a soul king at this level. Observing Bai Xian's expression, which bore no signs of deceit, she chose to remain silent, maintaining her gaze into the distance. After approximately the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, 3 figures gradually emerged within the sight of the two. Their pace was not particularly swift, yet their movements exhibited a certain rhythm, indicating they bore no injuries. It was merely a brief moment before Hu Laina and her companions arrived before Bai Xian and Qianrenxue, surprised to find the two already returned. They exchanged glances and remarked, "You are back so soon?" In response, Bai Xian glanced at Qianrenxue, and seeing her lack of intention to reply, he said, "We just arrived not long ago. You 3 came at the perfect time. We've just roasted some beast meat. You haven't eaten yet today, have you?" Please, sit here and enjoy some food. The passage between the realms hasn't opened yet, and it seems it won't be opening anytime soon. Let us eat while we wait." As he spoke, Bai Xian gestured toward the roasted meat on the fire, indicating that it was ready. Upon hearing this, Hulaina felt no particular reservations, as they had indeed had little to eat that day. She glanced at Qianren Shui, noting her lack of opposition, and greeted Xiaoyu and Yin before gracefully taking a skewer of roasted meat, elegantly settling beside Bai Xian to eat. Xiaoyu and Yin also sat cross-legged opposite Bai Xian, partaking in the roasted meat as well. Just as Hulaina and her companions began to savor their meal, the earth suddenly trembled violently. Silent fissures erupted in the void, giving rise to rippling waves that appeared in midair. Chapter 110. Return to Douluo Continent. Periphery of the extreme north ice field. Though the two figures appeared remarkably calm, the intensity in their eyes, the overwhelming pressure they inadvertently exuded, and the 9 soul rings undulating around them, all attested to their formidable strength. These were 2 tidal Douluo-level powerhouses. 2 figures stood calmly, gazing ahead at a passage shimmering with gentle ripples, reminiscent of a portal to the void. The passage had been opened, surely. The young master and her companions would encounter no issues. As they observed the unyielding passage that had yet to reveal any figures, Yuguan seemed to speak to himself while also posing a question to Shilong. His expression bore a hint of gravity. It was important to note that those who had entered included not only the daughter of the former pope, whom he had once followed, but also 3 individuals favored by the current pope, one of whom had the potential to be taken as a disciple by him. Aside from Bai Xian, the other 4 were among the most gifted peers in the spirit hall, should any misfortune befall them. As the elder dispatched by the pope for their protection, he would bear an inescapable responsibility. Casting a sidelong glance at the somewhat serious Yuguan, Shilong maintained a serene demeanor, unperturbed, and remarked, "What is there to worry about? Our young master, being the most gifted individual in the lineage of angels, has even surpassed the progress of the Grand Offering, who once noted that her cultivation has outstripped his own during his prime. If the Grand Offering could return safely, our young master will undoubtedly fare as well." Upon hearing this, Yuguan shot a glance at Shilong. His concern was not for Qianren Shui. Rather, he was apprehensive about Hulaina and her 2 companions, who belonged to the golden generation of the spirit hall. Given Qianren Shui's martial soul and level, it was likely that even an ordinary high-level soul emperor would find it difficult to contend with her. However, Hulaina and her companions were merely at the soul sect level, although their innate martial souls might allow them to rival peak soul sect practitioners. They would be utterly defenseless against soul kings, let alone the formidable soul beasts of their rank. Historical records indicated that many ferocious beasts in the soul realm could rival those over 30,000 years old, should the 3 of them encounter such creatures. Unless they utilized a martial soul fusion technique, their fates would likely be dire. Just as these thoughts raced through Yuguan's mind, the once calm passage before the 2 suddenly began to ripple. Moments later, 5 figures gradually emerged into their view. "Young master." Upon seeing Qianren Shui and her companions emerge together, Shilong's voice quivered slightly, revealing that his heart was not as tranquil as he had pretended. "Uncle Shi." Qianren Shui nodded slightly upon spotting Shilong. "Are you 3 unharmed?" At that moment, Yuguan approached Hulaina and her companions, inquiring about their well-being. The trio exchanged glances before shaking their heads slowly. Hulaina responded, "Grandfather Yu, we are quite all right." Acknowledging their words with a nod, Yuguan then asked, "What were the gains from this venture?" Upon hearing this, Hulaina cast a glance towards Bai Xian, who stood beside Qianren Shui, then turned back, looking at Yuguan, and gently nodded, saying, "The harvest is fairly satisfactory. I shall recount the details to Grandfather Yu upon my return." At her words, Yuguan's expression momentarily tightened as he observed Hulaina, then shifted his gaze to the tranquil Bai Xian beside Qianren Shui, pausing for a moment as if seeking to discern something within him. Turning back, Yuguan subtly nodded at Hulaina without uttering another word. Meanwhile, Shilong and Qianren Shui exchanged a few brief comments before Qianren Shui softly remarked, "Uncle Shi, let us return first. This is not a place for conversation." "Indeed," Shilong casually nodded, turning his gaze towards Yuguan and Hulaina, who were looking at them. At this moment, Qianren Shui also looked at Yuguan, her expression impassive, stating, "First, we shall return to Hakoning City, and then you may head back to Spirit City." Upon hearing this, aside from Hulaina and Yuguan, both Xiaoyu and Yin felt a flicker of indignation. Did she truly regard them as mere subordinates? After a deep gaze at Qianren Shui, Yu Guan's eyes darkened, but after a moment, he smiled gently, offering a slight bow, and replied, "Yes, young mistress." He then led Hu Liena and the others ahead, swiftly making their way towards Hakoning City. Watching Yu Guan and the others depart, Qilong's lips parted slightly, and after a brief pause, he sighed softly, saying, "Young mistress. You actually—" Before he could finish, Qian Rinshue's voice interrupted, "All right, Uncle Shi. Let us set off back now." Hearing this, Qilong was taken aback, gazing at Qian Rinshue's profile as she looked towards Yu Guan and the others. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed again, saying, "Yes, young mistress." At this juncture, Bai Xian approached Qian Rinshue closely, speaking softly, "Let us go. Try to take it easy." Upon hearing this, Qian Rinshue's expression faltered, then a hint of a smile emerged as she slowly nodded. Observing this, Bai Xian nodded slightly. And then, with a surge from behind, summoned his spirit-bone wings, and together, the three pursued the direction in which Yu Guan had departed. That night, Bai Xian lay quietly with his hands beneath his head, resting on the Western-style domed roof of the Hakoning City Spirit Hall. Gazing at the meteors streaking across the night sky and the luminous moon, his eyes, clear and profound, seemed to encompass the vastness of the universe within their depths. "You have arrived," he softly spoke, though no figure was in sight. Indeed, a gentle voice emerged, adorned in regal attire. Her golden hair cascaded softly behind her. Qian Rinshue did not meet Bai Xian's gaze directly, but, like him, turned her eyes towards the night sky, admiring the suspended luminous moon and the shooting stars. Following a brief exchange of words, a silence enveloped them, both lost in contemplation as they gazed at the celestial expanse, neither daring to break the tranquil stillness. In contrast, Bai Xian lay there, his hands laced behind his head, while Qian Rinshue stood quietly beside him, her chin slightly raised, the golden fabric of her gown fluttering gently in the breeze. The silver moonlight accentuated her fair skin, which glimmered like polished jade. Time seemed to dissolve, and eventually, Bai Xian's deep-set eyes regained their calm. Turning to glance at the still starry-eyed Qian Rinshue, he sighed softly and inquired, "How are you? Is your heart more at ease now?" Upon hearing this, Qian Rinshue slowly turned her face towards him, remaining silent. Yet, from the brightness of her eyes, Bai Xian discerned the answer he sought. Chapter 111. Conversations of their own. With a gentle sigh, Bai Xian rose to his feet and gazed at the moon, radiant as jade, whispering, "Do you recall the heartfelt conversation we shared a month ago?" At his words, Qian Rinshue's expression shifted slightly. She cast a fleeting glance at Bai Xian before her gaze returned to the moon overhead. "Yes," she replied softly, nodding. How could she possibly forget? The day after their arrival in Hakoning City, she had invited Bai Xian for a leisurely stroll within the town. Perhaps after so many years, she had grown weary. Perhaps it was the unspoken softness within her heart, or perhaps it was the indescribable trust she held for Bai Xian. She confided in him about her circumstances and her confusion, although she refrained from revealing the identity of the person in her story. Nevertheless, she knew that with Bai Xian's intellect, he would undoubtedly grasp the true identity of the protagonist. To her surprise, his ultimate reaction was somewhat unexpected. Bai Xian listened calmly to her story, subtly comforting the protagonist within the narrative. Moreover, Bai Xian later shared his most fundamental thoughts, albeit in an indirect manner, which Qian Rushue, with her astute mind, naturally comprehended. Observing Qian Rushue, gazing skyward, Bai Xian gently suggested, "Upon your return, perhaps you should find an opportunity to have a calm conversation with her. You might uncover unexpected truths or realities." Turning to Bai Xian, who bore a serious expression, Qian Rushue slowly nodded in agreement. "Indeed. By the way, here, take this. It should prove useful to you." Seemingly recalling something, Bai Xian retrieved a small, pristine white jade vial from his bosom and handed it to Qian Rushue. Within the vial, a faint red glow could be discerned, as if a radiant essence were immersed inside. As she accepted the vial, Qian Rushue looked at Bai Xian with a hint of curiosity in her beautiful eyes and softly inquired, "Useful for me?" With a gentle nod, Bai Xian replied, "Open it and see. Perhaps you will come to understand." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of intrigue flashed in Qian Rushue's eyes as she removed the jade cork from the vial. Instantly, a wave of warmth enveloped her, and the concentration of fire attribute spiritual energy around her surged at a visible pace, quickly filling an area of 3 meters around her. Qian Rushue's expression shifted to one of astonishment. The density of fire attribute soul power was astonishingly rich. With a sense of curiosity, Bai Xian peered into the vial. Within her view floated a droplet of crimson liquid, adorned with a swirling rune reminiscent of a phoenix, akin to a living entity. Suppressing her astonishment, Qian Ruxue replaced the cork, and the surrounding rich fire attribute's spiritual energy gradually dissipated. She looked up at Bai Xian, her expression one of bewilderment, and exclaimed, "Bai Xian, what is this?" Bai Xian slowly shook his head and said, "There is no need to inquire further. I can only tell you that this drop of blood contains a trace of divine fire, or perhaps the fire of rebirth. Such flames are unparalleled in this world. The sacred fire possessed by the extraordinary beasts you mentioned earlier is merely a diluted version of this essence. If you can extract the rebirth fire from this drop of blood and infuse it into your soul skills, it will significantly enhance their potency. However, the extent of this enhancement will depend on your own capabilities. Moreover, this drop of blood should confer immense benefits to your body, but you must be mentally prepared for the pain that will accompany its use. If I am not mistaken, the suffering you will endure will be exceedingly difficult to bear." At this point, Bai Xian paused slightly, gazing into Qian Rinxue's eyes, and continued, "Of course, if you can endure that pain, the rewards will be considerable." Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue looked at the jade vial in her hand, her heart filled with astonishment. Could it be that the sacred fire of the extraordinary beasts originated from this blood? If so, this blood must be. Suppressing her shock for the moment, she returned the jade vial to Bai Xian and said, "No, Bai Xian, this is too precious. You should keep it for yourself." Upon hearing Qian Rinxue's words, Bai Xian gently shook his head and replied, "Since I have gifted it to you, I have no intention of taking it back. Besides, its value to me is not particularly significant. Furthermore, I did not acquire this blood alone. I have kept some for myself, so you needn't be so courteous." Listening to his words, Qian Rinxue, regarded Bai Xian's resolute expression, retracted her hand holding the jade vial, nodded thoughtfully, and finally revealed a faint smile, saying, "In that case, I shall accept it." Seeing Qian Rinxue accept the phoenix blood, Bai Xian smiled and nodded. "All right. It is getting late, and you must be quite fatigued after these days. You should return to rest. Tomorrow we must set off back to Heavendo City." Glancing at the sky, Bai Xian looked at Qian Rinxue and cheerfully asked, "By the way, do you still plan to return to Heavendo City?" In response, Qian Rinxue slowly nodded and said, "Yes. I still have some matters to attend to in Heavendo City, and I must return tomorrow." Bai Xian, contemplating her words, nodded thoughtfully and replied, "In that case, you should rest for now." "Indeed." Qian Rinxue nodded in agreement with Bai Xian. The two of them then left the rooftop and returned to their suite, where they found Shi Long seated in meditation before the floor-to-ceiling window of the living room. Directly opposite him, the vast window offered a view of the very location where Bai Xian and Qian Rinxue had previously been. The two exchanged a glance, their expressions inscrutable. Yet neither spoke a word. After a brief moment of mutual understanding, they each opened their respective doors and entered their rooms. As the doors of Bai Xian and Qian Rinxue closed, Shi Long, seated in the living room, opened his eyes. Casting a fleeting glance towards the direction of Bai Xian and Qian Rinxue's chambers, he let out a slow sigh. Rising to his feet and gazing thoughtfully at the spot where Bai Xian and Qian Rinxue had previously been, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, at the location of Hu Laiina and Yu Guan, the latter bore an expression of sheer astonishment. What had he just heard? Under the accounts of Hu Laiina and Xie Yu, a boy not yet 13 had astonishingly reached the level of the soul sect. Not only that, this prodigy possessed a second ring of a millennium and a fourth ring of 10 millennia, far surpassing the typical age expectations. Even more outrageous was the fact that this boy, merely at the soul sect level, wielded combat power comparable to that of a fearsome beast of 30,000 years. This was truly terrifying. At this moment, Yu Guan was profoundly shaken. He even questioned whether Hu Laiina and her companions were conspiring to deceive him. However, upon reflection, he dismissed such thoughts, for it was inconceivable. There was no reason for Hu Laiina and her companions to fabricate such a story. Thus, the dreadfulness of Bai Xian became evident. It was well known that even the current Pope, Bibi Dong, had not achieved such mastery at this tender age, let alone her combat prowess. "Nana, please recount the details of your experience to me once more," Yu Guan said gravely, fixing a stern gaze on Hu Laiina. Observing his serious demeanor, Hu Laiina slowly nodded. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Hu Laiina concluded her narration. Yu Guan, with a heavy expression, stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, his back to the others as he gazed at the starry sky, the turmoil in his eyes ever shifting. How could such a genius, an individual of monstrous talent, appear before him so unexpectedly? Yu Guan felt a sense of indecision. If such a talent were to belong to the Spirit Hall, it would be a boon. Yet if he were to become an adversary, he would undoubtedly pose a tremendous threat to the Spirit Hall. A dangerous thought flickered through Yu Guan's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. No, he could not harm him. He and her. Yu Guan recalled the bond between him and Qian Renxue. Very well, let the Pope make the decision. After an indeterminate time, as the turmoil in his eyes settled, Yu Guan's expression hardened. He glanced in the direction of Bai Xian and the others before turning to Hu Laina and her companions, declaring, "You all rest well tonight. We shall return to Spirit City at dawn." Upon hearing this, Hu Laina and the others nodded in agreement. However, Hu Laina felt a tightening in her heart as she observed the expression on Yu Guan's face, leading her to form a rough guess about the situation. The next morning, while Bai Xian, Qian Renxue, and Shilong were still enjoying their breakfast, a servant from the Spirit Hall approached them to convey that Hu Laina and her group had already departed from Hakoning City, returning to Spirit City. Upon hearing this, Bai Xian and Qian Renxue exchanged knowing glances and nodded in unison. Once the servant had withdrawn, Bai Xian turned to Qian Renxue and inquired, "Did you let them go?" Qian Renxue hesitated momentarily before shaking her head slowly, saying, "No, I haven't seen them since yesterday." Understanding dawned on Bai Xian as he nodded in realization. He silently picked up his spoon and scooped a spoonful of lotus seed porridge, sipping it delicately while contemplating the reasons behind Hu Laina's group's early departure. After a while, he found himself unable to ascertain why they had left in such haste, ultimately attributing it to the ongoing poor relations between Qian Renxue's faction and Bibi Dong's faction. "What's wrong? Is there an issue?" Qian Renxue asked, noticing the contemplative look on Bai Xian's face. Shaking his head, Bai Xian replied softly, "It's nothing. Just curious as to why they chose to leave Hakoning City so early." Nodding thoughtfully, Qian Renxue remarked, "Perhaps it was due to my behavior yesterday." Her tone was calm, but carried an undercurrent of coldness. Observing her expression, Bai Xian helplessly shook his head, silently lamenting that the matter would require patience. It seemed that haste would not be fruitful in the short term. After finishing their breakfast, the trio, Bai Xian and Qian Renxue inside a carriage and Shilong mounted on horseback, set off towards the direction of Heavendo City. 15 days later, they arrived within mere dozens of miles from the city. As Bai Xian gazed out of the carriage window, he turned to find Qian Renxue peacefully asleep against the side of the carriage. Bai Xian smiled knowingly, reaching out to assist Qian Renxue in untangling her somewhat disheveled golden hair. However, just as Bai Xian's hand grazed the area near Qian Renxue's ear, it halted mid-air. His expression shifted several times as he ultimately sensed the inappropriateness of the gesture, gently lowering his left hand while gazing at Qian Renxue, who remained seated nearby. With a soft sigh, Bai Xian rose and exited the carriage, stepping outside. Standing by the carriage, he beheld the distant city, which had begun to take shape, and stretched languidly. In that moment, just as Bai Xian was enjoying the view, a voice suddenly whispered in his ear. His expression changed slightly as he scanned his surroundings, attempting to discern who was speaking, for the voice had seemed to resonate directly beside him, making it impossible to locate its source. After a prolonged search, he found no one else aside from Shilong, who rode ahead of them. "There's no need to look further. I am right before you." At that moment, the voice echoed once more in Bai Xian's ear, causing him to pause in surprise. "Shilong? What could he want with me? Since you are out, why not come over here and sit with this old man?" Shilong's voice rang out again, prompting Bai Xian to quickly react. With a swift movement, he leaped onto the horse beside Shilong and asked, "Senior, what business brings you to seek me?" Casting a glance at Bai Xian, Shilong then turned his attention back to the road ahead and replied nonchalantly, "Young one, are you aware of the realm known as the soul-severing world?" At these words, Bai Xian's heart stirred, and he turned to Shilong, hoping to glean some insight from his expression. Unfortunately, Shilong's demeanor remained as calm as ever, offering no hints of anything unusual. Unable to discern further, Bai Xian could only shake his head slightly and respond, "I would be grateful for your guidance, senior." After another scrutinizing glance at Bai Xian, Shilong spoke softly, "Since you are acquainted with the young master, you must also be aware of the angel clan of our spirit hall." Upon hearing this, Bai Xian nodded calmly, indicating his understanding. The soul-severing world is a treasure discovered by a former pope of our spirit hall 4 centuries ago. It has solely served as a resource for the angel lineage of our spirit hall, and even the current pope lacks the qualifications to enter or send others inside. Only with the consent of our angel clan may one gain entry. The 3 individuals who previously entered were granted permission due to their exceptional talents within the Spirit Hall. However, you are not one of our people, yet the young master has still extended an invitation to you. I believe you comprehend the significance of this, do you not? As the words fell, Shilong's gaze pierced deeply into Bai Xian's eyes. Chapter 113, Shilong's Surprise. An hour later, Bai Xian and the others had arrived just a few kilometers outside of Tindo City. At this moment, Bai Xian rode on horseback, side by side with Shilong. Both individuals appeared remarkably calm, with no signs of conversation between them. Uncle Shi. Suddenly, Qian Rinxue's voice echoed. Bai Xian and Shilong turned around upon hearing the sound, gazing at the slightly hazy-eyed Qian Rinxue. She stood atop the carriage's frame, yawning and stretching her body. Then summoned her martial soul, the 4-winged flying beast, soaring effortlessly to their side. Bai Xian, Uncle Shi, what brings you here? Qian Rinxue inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she observed the pair walking side by side. Noting the perplexity in her expression, Bai Xian offered a gentle smile and explained. I felt a bit weary from sitting in the carriage, so I wished to stretch my legs. Coincidentally, with the change of horses arranged by Elder Shi, I thought to accompany him. After speaking, Bai Xian cast a glance toward Shilong. Upon hearing Bai Xian's words, Qian Rinxue's initial doubts began to dissipate, and she turned her attention to Shilong. The elder, acknowledging Bai Xian's statement, did not contest it. Instead, he briefly scrutinized Bai Xian's face, a subtle pause marking his contemplation, before shifting his gaze to Qian Rinxue and nodding slightly, affirming with a soft hum. Shilong was somewhat taken aback by Bai Xian's response, considering that their previous conversation had laid everything bare. Memories of their dialogue from an hour earlier resurfaced in his mind. After he elucidated the reasons behind Bai Xian's entry into the heavenly severing soul realm, Bai Xian's reaction had indeed aligned with his expectations. After Bai Xian spoke, he fell into silence for a moment before nodding at him. Although Bai Xian did not elaborate, Shilong could discern the warmth and resolve lingering in Bai Xian's eyes, which was precisely what Shilong had hoped to see. After all, while Qian Rinxue was not his biological child, he had been a constant presence throughout her growth, witnessing her evolution to this very moment. Although there was no blood relation, Shilong had long regarded Qian Rinxue as the embodiment of his own continued existence. As for Qian Rinxue's feelings for Bai Xian, despite her adept concealment, Shilong could still glean some insight from her unusual behavior. Since the age of 9, Qian Rinxue had been sent to the Tindo Empire to impersonate Xue Qinghe, leading to a childhood and adolescence stifled by her true nature. Now that Qian Rinxue had someone she cherished, Shilong naturally wished for no complications to arise in her affections. Furthermore, in Shilong's eyes, Bai Xian was a remarkably promising junior at such a young age. He had already reached the soul sect level, nearly matching Qian Rinxue of the same age, and his soul rings were an extraordinary configuration beyond the normal limits, making him comparable to the Qian Rinxue of yore. It could be said that Bai Xian was entirely deserving of Qian Rinxue. However, this matter still required the consent of the grand offering to become feasible. Dividing his focus, Shilong discreetly observed Bai Xian and Qian Rinxue, silently contemplating. Meanwhile, witnessing Shilong's actions, Qian Rinxue slightly eased her inner doubts and turned to look at the distant city of Tindo, inquiring, Bai Xian, upon returning to Tindo City, will you head straight back to the Royal Academy, or do you have other plans? Gazing at the city ahead, Bai Xian pondered for a moment before replying. I think I will not return to the academy just yet. After all, I have been away for a considerable time, and I do not mind delaying a little longer. He paused briefly before continuing. Moreover, I have discovered quite a few resources during this outing, and there are some herbs and materials I do not need. I would like to see if I can exchange them for something useful. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue nodded thoughtfully and said, if you have any requirements for cultivation resources, do not hesitate to ask me. As for other matters, I still have an abundance of medicinal materials and training grounds. Bai Xian smiled and reassured her, rest assured. If I truly need anything, I will not hold back. At this point, Bai Xian halted, gazing into the distance at Tindo City, his expression becoming slightly distant as he murmured softly, however, in the end, the only one I can rely on is myself. The voice of Qian Rinxue resonated as she observed the faintest movement from Bai Xian, yet she could not decipher his words. Upon hearing her, Bai Xian regained his composure and glanced at the somewhat perplexed Qian Rinxue, hastily asserting, it's nothing. I merely meant that we are finally nearing Tindo City. It has been quite some time since I last had a moment of respite. Is that so? Qian Rinxue responded, her gaze fixed on Bai Xian with a hint of skepticism. Noticing her lingering doubt, Bai Xian's expression faltered, his demeanor subtly betraying his unease. He quickly added, "What else could it be? Besides this, what else is there? By the way, are you returning to Tindo City to continue your previous task?" In an attempt to divert Qian Rengshu's focus away from his own demeanor, Bai Xian sought to shift her attention elsewhere. At this, Shilong, who had been maintaining a neutral expression, suddenly experienced a slight change in countenance. However, he swiftly regained his composure, feeling the surge of soul power within him begin to stir. Though his exterior remained calm, he was already poised for action. Silently channeling his soul power, Shilong cast a steady gaze toward Qian Rengshu. Should she display even a hint of ignorance regarding the situation, he would be compelled to take drastic measures, despite the risk of alienating her through such actions. Upon hearing Bai Xian's remarks, Qian Rengshu indeed refrained from pursuing the earlier inquiry. Her tone now tinged with a somber note as she replied, "The previous task remains incomplete, so I cannot return in the short term. I must wait until matters here are resolved." At her words, Shilong, who had been secretly gathering his soul power, let out a quiet sigh of relief and ceased his efforts. However, upon hearing Qian Rengshu's statement, he felt a sudden jolt of surprise within him. Has she divulged even this matter to him? He pondered, astonished. Despite Bai Xian appearing to be quite close to Qian Rengshu, he was not affiliated with the Spirit Hall. How could such confidential information be shared with him? Observing Qian Rengshu's actions, Shilong aimed to ascertain just how much Bai Xian truly understood about this situation. Chapter 114. The Fire of Nirvana. To Shilong's astonishment, upon hearing Qian Renshue's words, Bai Xian exhibited a remarkable calmness, merely nodding in silence. Indeed, after returning this time, I shall seek an opportunity to have a thorough discussion with her. Gazing at Qian Renshue, Bai Xian spoke in a serene tone. Your engagement with the tedious affairs here in Tindo is consuming far too much of your time. I recently attained the 40th rank, and if you continue at this pace, it won't be long before I catch up. At his words, a flicker of warmth illuminated Qian Renshue's bright, beautiful eyes. With a gentle smile and a slight movement of her crimson lips, she replied, "Rest assured, I will not be so easily surpassed by you." As she spoke, Qian Renshue paused, her gaze drifting towards the distant walls of Tindo City, the direction of the prince's estate. Her eyes grew contemplative. After a moment, she softly declared, "Once this period has passed, I will return to have a talk with her." Upon hearing this, Shilong, who had been attentively observing Bai Xian and the others, felt a stirring within her. Could it be? She cast a deep glance at Bai Xian, contemplating the significance of his position in her heart. After all, despite the maternal bond between the two women, their relationship was so strained that even the grand offering could not mend it. Yet here stood Bai Xian, who had only met the young master a handful of times. Bai Xian, upon hearing Qian Renshue's words, smiled gently and nodded. He harbored a unique sentiment towards Qian Renshue, a mixture of sorrow for her tragic fate in the original narrative and a profound connection forged through their intertwined pasts in this world. Bai Xuanfei, a person of unwavering resolve, naturally discerned from the subtle nuances of Qian Renshue's demeanor certain actions that transcended the bounds of mere friendship, actions that even she herself had not fully recognized. Not to mention the earlier conversation between Shilong and himself. Observing the transformation in Qian Renshue brought Bai Xian immense joy. This world had, in some small measure, been tinted by his presence. Even though the change was not yet overt, there was undeniably a hint of difference. After this experience, you must be on the verge of breaking through your current limitations and reaching level 60 soon. Am I right? Bai Xian remarked, sensing the fluctuations of soul power within Qian Renshue at that moment. At his words, Qian Renshue turned to him, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. How did you know? She could not help but inquire. How did you come to know? She repeated, suddenly recalling that Bai Xian had previously anticipated her presence several times. As though he possessed an extraordinarily precise means of perception, something she had overlooked until now. The fluctuations of your soul power are somewhat distinct from when we entered the sky-severing soul realm. Moreover, you do not appear to have sustained any serious injuries. Logically, your soul power should be quite ordinary. Hence, I surmised you might be on the brink of a breakthrough, Bai Xian explained. Upon hearing this, Qian Renshue gently nodded and replied, "Indeed. Ever since we emerged from the sky-severing soul realm, and my body and soul power have completely recovered. I've sensed a subtle expansion within my soul power. If all goes as expected, I should be able to break through within half a month." Bai Xian's expression reflected his certainty. It seems my intuition was indeed correct. Is there an issue with your breakthrough? Curiosity piqued, Qian Rinxue asked, is there something wrong? Not at all. I merely wish to offer you a piece of advice. Intrigued, Qian Rinxue's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she pressed, what advice? After your breakthrough, do not rush to hunt for soul rings. First, utilize the drop of blood I provided you. Bai Xian's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he remarked, oh, shall we first utilize that drop of blood? Indeed. Bai Xian's expression grew serious as he said, moreover, before utilizing that drop of blood, I actually have a suggestion. What suggestion? Qian Rinxue inquired with curiosity, her gaze fixed on Bai Xian. Do you recall what I previously mentioned regarding the function of this drop of blood? Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue blinked and, after a moment's contemplation, she recalled Bai Xian's earlier explanation. Are you referring to the nirvana fire contained within it? Bai Xian nodded and said, indeed, it is the fire of nirvana. However, do you remember what one must face when wielding it? What must one face? Qian Rinxue blinked, and after a moment, recalled Bai Xian's words from that night, saying, are you implying that using it will bring immense suffering? Upon hearing this, Bai Xian nodded and affirmed, precisely. As Bai Xian was about to continue speaking, Qian Rinxue's voice interjected, interrupting him. Bai Xian, there is no need for your concern. I believe that a modicum of pain will not significantly affect me. Qian Rinxue shook her head, displaying a sense of indifference. Bai Xian shook his head and exclaimed, wait, I have not finished my words yet. To fully unleash the potential of this drop of blood, it is not merely a matter of usage. One must inflict sufficient wounds. Upon hearing this, both Qian Rinxue and Shilong, who was listening nearby, felt a chill in their hearts. Wounds. Qian Rinxue pondered thoughtfully and remarked. Bai Xian nodded and remarked, indeed, a wound of considerable severity, one that poses a threat to life itself, would be most advantageous. Qian Rinxue furrowed her brow slightly, questioning, is the requirement truly so stringent? In response, Bai Xian shook his head and explained, it is not that the conditions for usage are excessively harsh. It can indeed be utilized under normal circumstances. However, while one may derive notable benefits in a typical state, the true essence of its power cannot be fully realized unless one is in a state of severe injury. Qian Rinxue, still with a slight frown, inquired, is there such a perspective? Bai Xian nodded and remarked, this drop of blood harbors the essence of nirvana fire, and the source of nirvana ability lies within this very blood. A severely injured individual, if they can summon the nirvana fire to consume themselves, will not only endure the searing heat, but also have the opportunity to heal their wounds completely. Moreover, it could elevate the innate talent of the nirvana practitioner to a higher echelon. If I am not mistaken, this power of nirvana could even enhance their martial soul, allowing it to ascend to a more formidable state. Your fifth soul skill necessitates this extraordinary and sacred fire, making the invocation of nirvana fire highly likely to succeed. If one can withstand the scorching flames, the rewards at the end will undoubtedly be beyond words. Chapter 115. Upon hearing Bai Xian's exposition, both Qian Rinxue and Shilong comprehended the implications of his words. However, this understanding rendered their expressions somewhat grave. Shilong remained silent, while Qian Rinxue, who held a deep trust in Bai Xian, could not help but feel alarmed by the prerequisites he outlined for maximizing the effects of the phoenix blood. Even if other soul masters possessed that drop of blood, the life-threatening injuries alone would deter 99% of them from embracing such a perilous method, opting instead for a more prudent approach to utilize that blood. It was not as Bai Xian suggested. Putting oneself in extreme danger while summoning the nirvana fire to burn oneself, that was akin to self-harm, a reckless act leading to demise. The atmosphere among the group fell into a heavy silence, punctuated only by the rhythmic sound of hooves striking the ground. Each person's countenance bore a hint of gravity. This somber ambience persisted for over 2 minutes, until Qian Rinxue finally exhaled softly, gazing at Bai Xian as she said, I understand now, Bai Xian. I will seriously contemplate this matter. Despite her calm tone, both Bai Xian and Shilong detected a note of resolve in Qian Rinxue's voice. Bai Xian was not surprised, for both he and Qian Rinxue belonged to the same ilk. They shared extraordinary talents and stood at the pinnacle among their peers. Each harbored a profound confidence in themselves, an unwavering belief in their invincibility among their contemporaries. They demanded nothing short of excellence from themselves, undeterred by opportunities or dangers, convinced of their eventual success. Just like Qian Rinxue, Bai Xian harbored similar thoughts. Yet, the moment he envisioned for utilizing the phoenix blood had not yet arrived. When the time came for him to embark on the path he had envisioned, it would undoubtedly be an arduous journey, severing his martial soul, shedding his soul rings. Each step would be fraught with peril, and he would have to navigate uncharted territories while enduring the purifying flames of nirvana. In by Xian's speculations, the instant he ventured into this novel system, he might invoke divine retribution crafted by the deities of this realm, possibly summoning a thunderous punishment akin to the tribulations imposed on spirit beasts over 100,000 years old. Yet, Bai Xian remained undaunted, for this was his destined path, the journey he longed to pursue. Even if thorns lay ahead, he would wade through them to carve out his own way. Nodding slightly, Bai Xian chose not to elaborate further. Since Qian Rinxue had opted for such a path, she could rely only on herself. A quarter of an hour later, they finally returned to the city of Tindo, the evening drawing near. Let us part ways here. I have another place to visit, so I will not accompany you further, Bai Xian said as they walked down the street, observing Qian Rinxue, who, despite her veiled visage, still drew the attention of passers-by. You have matters to attend to at this late hour? He inquired softly. Taken aback by his words, Qian Rinxue's clear voice emerged from beneath her veil. Indeed. Noticing her slight confusion, Bai Xian gently nodded. In light of this, Qian Rinxue refrained from further questioning, acknowledging, if that is the case, then let us part here. Bai Xian nodded and gazed at Qian Rinxue, speaking softly. This place is not like the Wuhuan Hall. It would be wise for you to exercise caution. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue gently nodded in agreement and replied, indeed. Until we meet again. Bai Xian smiled faintly and said, well, until we meet again. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue turned to Shilong and softly said, Uncle Shi, let us depart. Watching Shilong nod, Qian Rinxue offered Bai Xian a gentle smile before turning to leave. As she gradually vanished into the crowd, Bai Xian let out a sigh of relief, his expression turning serious as he briskly walked in a specific direction. Ahead of him, not far away, stood an auction house, the famed Tindo auction house. At that very moment, while Bai Xian and his companions arrived in Tindo City, another group led by Hu Laina reached Wuhuan City almost simultaneously. Presently, Hu Laina, along with the formidable Ju Douluo Yuguan and Ghost Douluo Guimei, respectfully stood beneath the platform, gazing at Bibi Dong who sat regally above them. Bibi Dong's crimson lips parted slightly as she inquired, are you saying that this Bai Xian is not only a soul master at the 42nd level, but that his second and fourth spirit rings also transcend the ordinary, being 1,000 and 10,000 years old respectively? A hint of disbelief lingered on her face. Indeed, master, Hu Laina replied, slightly bowing. In response, Bibi Dong fell silent, resting one hand on the armrest of the platform, her fingers lightly undulating, betraying her inner turmoil. After a moment, she spoke again, Elder Ghost. Find an opportunity to approach Bai Xian and see if we can persuade him to join our spirit hall. Yes, your holiness. Ghost May bowed slightly in quick agreement. However, she hesitated. But, your holiness, what if Bai Xian is unwilling to join our spirit hall? Should we? As she spoke, her gaze sharpened. And though she left her sentence unfinished, everyone present understood the implication of her words. After a brief pause, Bibi Dong shook her head slightly, saying, there is no need for that. After all, he did save Nana and the others. Furthermore, she halted, choosing not to elaborate further. Moments later, Bibi Dong lightly shook her head again, concluding, let it be for now. We shall observe Bai Xian's response before deciding on our next steps. Ghost May bowed once more and replied, understood. Observing the situation, Bibi Dong waved her hand gently, instructing, you may all withdraw for now. Upon hearing this, Hu Laina and the others bowed and slowly retreated, leaving only Bibi Dong seated alone in the hall, lost in her thoughts. The following day, sunlight streamed through the crystal window, illuminating the face of Bai Xian, who still lay in bed. It was evident that Bai Xian was experiencing a tranquil and soothing slumber. After a quarter of an hour, he began to awaken gradually under the intense rays of the sun. Rubbing his still drowsy eyes, Bai Xian rose from the bed, stood by the window, stretched languidly, and gazed at the bustling street below, softly murmuring, is it already this late? Last night, when Bai Xian arrived at this hotel, it was already the witching hour. His late awakening today was a deliberate act of indulgence, a moment of respite. After all, since entering the realm of Tian Duan Han over a month ago, Bai Xian's nerves had remained in a state of constant tension. Even after leaving the realm, he had not fully relaxed, remaining in a vigilant state. Upon returning to Tindo City yesterday, Bai Xian made a trip to the Tindo auction house. where he entrusted some items of little use to him, but with some value to be auctioned off. Chapter 116. The Grand Soul Arena. Although the auctions at the Tindo auction house never ceased, the quantity of items Bai Xian submitted was considerable. And it wasn't until the late hours of the night that all the auctioned items were finally sold. Fortunately, despite the lengthy wait, this auction had swiftly filled Bai Xian's pockets with wealth. Over 160,000 gold soul coins were acquired, sufficient to meet his resource needs for several years. Aside from his cultivation expenses, after tidying up and having breakfast, Bai Xian strolled towards the direction of the Royal Academy of Tindo. As he approached the 5th hour, Bai Xian finally returned to the academy. Observing the empty dormitory, he felt a twinge of curiosity. Where could Yu Tianheng be? After organizing his belongings in his room, Bai Xian, still puzzled, made his way towards Qin Ming's office in the teaching building. Having taken nearly 2 months of leave, he felt it necessary to inform Qin Ming of his return. 15 minutes later, Bai Xian arrived outside Qin Ming's office, his expression marked by confusion. To his surprise, Qin Ming was also absent. Just then, a voice called out, capturing Bai Xian's attention. Turning around, he saw a middle-aged man, around 30 years old, dressed in a silver teacher's uniform of the Tianji level, waving at him. It was none other than Teacher Qian, who had crossed paths with Bai Xian several times before. Teacher Qian, Bai Xian expressed some surprise, saying, "How come you are here?" Teacher Qian nodded slightly and replied, "I was just about to report some matters to the Zheline Education Committee and happened to pass by here. Are you here to see Teacher Qin?" Upon hearing this, Bai Xian nodded and explained, "I took a leave of absence for a while, and today I have returned to inform Teacher Qin." "Is that so?" Teacher Qian acknowledged with a slight nod, but then closed his eyes and shook his head gently, saying, "Your timing is indeed unfortunate. Teacher Qin is not in the academy today." "Oh, may I ask if you know where Teacher Qin has gone?" Bai Xian raised her eyebrows slightly, a hint of perplexity flickering in her gaze. "Teacher Qin has been conducting practical training sessions with his students at the Heavendo Grand Soul Arena recently. I imagine they have gone there again today." Upon hearing this, Bai Xian couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Having just returned from Heavendo City to the academy, it seemed that Yu Tianheng and the others had ventured to the Grand Soul Arena once more. What a remarkable misalignment of timing. Though she chuckled inwardly, Bai Xian maintained a calm demeanor, offering a faint smile to Teacher Qin. "I understand. Thank you, Teacher Qian." After a brief pause, she continued, "Then, Teacher Qian, please carry on with your duties. I shall return to my dormitory and not disturb you any further." In response, Teacher Qian returned a gentle smile and nodded. Once Teacher Qian had left her line of sight, Bai Xian exhaled deeply, contemplating the words she had just heard. After a moment, she gauged the time and formulated a plan in her mind. It would be prudent to return to Heavendo City once more. Given that Yu Tianheng and his companions were at the Grand Soul Arena and she had no other engagements today, it would be an opportune moment to witness the arena firsthand. After all, even though her soul power had reached the rank of Soul Zone, and her actual combat ability rivaled that of a peak Soul King, this was only true when she exerted her full strength. To maintain a low profile within Heavendo City, it was imperative that she refrained from displaying her soul rings or utilizing her soul skills. Doing so would undoubtedly lead to considerable trouble for her, in a state where she could not unleash her full potential. Her advantages at the Grand Soul Arena would be significantly diminished, while typical soul masters of the same rank might not pose a threat to her. Encountering a peak soul zone of the same level would certainly present some degree of pressure, albeit merely a semblance of it. Defeating her would be nearly impossible. Perhaps the likes of Qian Renxue, at the level of a 49th rank soul zone, could best her if she were unable to employ her full strength. But it would not be an easy feat. It was an unrealistic expectation for others to possess the same prowess as Qian Renxue at higher ranks. While a Haotian Hammer Soul Master might wield combat power equivalent to that of a Soul King at advanced ranks, they would never match Qian Renxue of the same tier. However, the whereabouts of Haotian sect remained unknown, hiding away in some remote mountain gorge, making their appearance at the Grand Soul Arena virtually impossible. Nevertheless, Bai Xian harbored a mindset that did not underestimate the capabilities of others, preparing herself to witness the grandeur of the Grand Soul Arena. Even if she ultimately did not step onto the stage to confront anyone, the experience would broaden her horizons. After all, the world of martial souls is replete with an astonishing variety of forms, humanoid, beast-like, weaponry, and avian manifestations, to name but a few. The diversity is truly boundless. Coupled with some aberrant martial souls, Even witnessing 10 distinct forms in a single day would scarcely exhaust the potential variety one might encounter throughout an ordinary lifetime. Upon his return, Baen took a leisurely pace, initially captivated by the endless beauty surrounding the heavenly Douluo city. However, as he re-entered the city, his heart was no longer inclined towards admiration. He hurriedly traversed the path, reaching the Grand Soul Arena in a mere 15 minutes, disguised under a false identity. Baen, with half of his face concealed by a mask, leaned against the railing of the Soul Master Arena, propping himself up as he surveyed the entire battleground. At that moment, a female Soul Master of the plant element and a male Soul Master with the spirit of a black cat were engaged in a back-and-forth display of offense and defense on the arena floor. Both appearing to be around 30 years of age, Baen paid little heed to the combat unfolding within the arena. Both fighters were merely ordinary Soul Masters. Even if they had fortuitously ascended to the rank of Soul Master, it was likely that their potential was nearly exhausted. With their soul ring configurations and combat skills scarcely distinguishable from those of common Soul Masters, Baen was genuinely concerned about Tindo and his companions. Scanning the entirety of the soul fighting arena, Baen soon spotted their figures. At this moment, aside from Qin, who still wore the attire of a teacher from the Tindo Royal Academy, the others were clad in casual yet vigorous clothing. The transformation of Tindo and his companions over the past month was quite remarkable. Their appearances remained largely unchanged. But it was the aura they exuded that had evolved significantly. Previously, their presence radiated not only confidence but also a hint of arrogance. Moreover, their demeanor carried a certain immaturity. They were certainly stronger than most of their peers, yet they paled in comparison to the likes of Hulaina, whom Baen had encountered before. Now, however, Baen perceived a newfound steadiness in their demeanor. The arrogance had dissipated, replaced by a more subdued confidence, and their aura now bore an undertone of ruthlessness. Chapter 117. Participation. It seemed that they had indeed been putting in considerable effort during this period. Sensing the essence of Tindo and his companions, Baen mused, although their aura still did not match that of Hulaina and her companions, it had begun to take shape. At this rate, by the time they reached the age at which they appeared in the original story, most of them would likely have ascended to the Soul Master rank. At that moment, Qin and Tindo stood on the opposite side of the soul fighting platform, intently watching the male and female Soul Masters engage in battle atop the stage. Their expressions reflected deep engagement. Suddenly, Unveiling, who had been observing the fights, momentarily relaxed and cast her gaze over the audience. Startled by a familiar silhouette, she quickly scanned the crowd, searching for that previously glimpsed figure. After a brief moment, her eyes narrowed. She had spotted Baen, who was partially obscured by a mask. At the same time, Baen noticed Unveiling's gaze directed toward him. Meeting her eyes, a subtle smile graced his lips as he nodded in acknowledgement. In that instant, Unveiling recognized Baen's true identity. After all, since the beginning of the semester, they had encountered one another several times, and they were not strangers. Additionally, the mask only partially concealed his features, allowing enough of his characteristics to be visible. While an unfamiliar person might not discern Baen's exact identity, Unveiling was clearly not among them. Nodding back at him, she exhibited a faint smile. "What's the matter, Lingling?" At this moment, the solitary Yen, having just opened a small fork, noticed Unveiling's unusual behavior and could not help but voice her curiosity. Upon hearing her, Tindo and the others, who were gazing at the soul fighting platform, were drawn to the inquiry and turned their attention towards Unveiling. Upon seeing the collective gaze directed at her, Unveiling gently shook her head and turned to Douluo, stating, "It's nothing." After a brief pause, she continued, "Baen has returned. I just saw him on the other side of the soul fighting platform." At her words, everyone was momentarily taken aback, and they hastily glanced towards the opposite side of the platform. However, by that time, Baen's figure had already vanished from sight, and despite their prolonged search, Tindo and the others could not find him. Douluo, taking hold of Douluo's hand, inquired, "Lingling, did you perhaps miss C?" Baen mentioned that he might be on leave for 2 months, and there are still about 10 days until then. In response, Unveiling calmly shook her head, insisting, "I did not miss C. When I saw Baen, he even nodded at me. There's no way I could be mistaken." Hearing her words, Douluo and the others were momentarily stunned. Could it be that Baen truly had returned? Tindo and the others pondered silently. "Well," Osro began to utter, but was interrupted by a familiar voice that reached his ears. "Greetings, everyone. Long time no see." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their heads to look. There stood Bai Xian, clad in a white outfit, with a cheerful expression on his face. Bai Xian, Yu Tianheng, and the others exclaimed in surprise. Initially, when Yi Lingling claimed to have seen Bai Xian, they were skeptical, believing she might have been mistaken. Yet now, with Bai Xian appearing before them, they were indeed astonished. Observing the surprised expressions on the faces of everyone, apart from Yi Lingling and Qin Ming, Bai Xian smiled slightly and remarked, "It has been a while. Judging by your auras, you seem to have grown significantly stronger compared to more than a month ago." At that moment, Yu Tianheng and the others came to their senses. Osro, in particular, swiftly approached Bai Xian, scrutinizing him closely. "It really is you. Bai Xian, when did you return?" he exclaimed. In agreement, Yu Tianheng and the others nodded, their eyes fixed on Bai Xian, eager to learn more. "I arrived in Tindo City yesterday and returned to the academy today." Bai Xian smiled gently and addressed the gathering. "Upon returning to the academy today, I intended to inform you, Teacher Qin, of my arrival. To my surprise, you all came to Heavendo City. It seems I have fortuitously found a moment to catch up. Had I not encountered a teacher from the academy who informed me of Teacher Qin's recent class schedule, I might still be searching for you all within the academy." Upon hearing this, everyone shared a light smile, with Yu Tianhe adding cheerfully, "Not long ago, we returned from another training expedition in the Sunset Forest. Our teacher, wishing for us to relax a bit, brought us here to the Heavendo Great Spirit Arena, where each of us is scheduled for a daily spirit battle. This way, we can unwind without becoming too complacent." Bai Xian nodded in understanding, approached Qin Ming, and bowed slightly, saying, "Teacher Qin, I have returned." Qin Ming regarded Bai Xian's gesture and nodded gently, replying, "It is good to have you back." After observing Bai Xian for a moment, he continued, "It appears that even during your leave, you have diligently pursued your training. Your spirit power has indeed advanced, hasn't it?" Sensing the fluctuations of Bai Xian's spirit power, Qin Ming expressed his surprise. Although Bai Xian's current spirit power was still at the Soul Master level and even slightly lower than during their last encounter in the Sunset Forest, his aura was remarkably stable, with no excess energy leaking out, indicating a significant improvement. Strangely, in his subconscious, Qin Ming felt an inexplicable sense of danger emanating from Bai Xian, a sensation that had not been present during their last meeting. Bai Xian nodded lightly and replied, "It's merely a slight improvement. It is nothing to be concerned about." He preferred not to elaborate on his circumstances. When the time came to showcase his abilities, he would do so naturally, and for now, it was not a matter of concealment. After speaking, Bai Xian turned to Yu Tianheng and the others, inquiring, "So, have you all participated in today's spirit battles?" Yu Tianheng gently shook his head, responding, "Yanzi and the others have already taken part in their battles. Only Shimo and I are yet to have our turn." At this point, Yu Tianheng paused, seemingly struck by a thought, and then asked, "What about you, Bai Xian? Would you like to join the spirit battles?" Upon hearing this, the others, including Qin Ming, regarded Bai Xian with a hint of curiosity. Bai Xian has always maintained a low profile, and aside from the duel before the school term began, no one is quite certain whether he exerted his full strength during that confrontation, or if he has other hidden cards yet to be revealed. Should he choose to participate in the soul battle this time, there might be an opportunity to witness his true prowess. However, it appears that Bai Xian may disappoint Yu Tianheng and the others. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he has no intention of joining the soul battle today. Firstly, Bai Xian does not wish to expose himself unnecessarily. After all, being a 12-year-old soul master certainly draws attention, especially with that millennium-old fourth soul ring. If he reveals himself during this period, the Spirit Hall might refrain from harboring ill intentions toward him due to Qian Rinxue, but other factions might not be so restrained, as this world is rife with darkness, even among those who outwardly appear to be righteous sections. Secondly, facing opponents of the same rank would be akin to bullying the weak, even if Bai Xian were to enter the fray as a soul master. Confronting high-ranking soul masters of the same tier, he could remain undefeated solely through his meticulous control and the foundational enhancement of his first soul skill, even without deploying his soul techniques. Should he utilize his other soul techniques, particularly his self-created thunderous force strikes, he would be able to nearly overwhelm his peers. Shaking his head slightly, Bai Xian remarked, "I shall pass today. I haven't had a proper rest since I returned yesterday." Upon hearing this, Yu Tianheng and the others, eager to witness Bai Xian's true capabilities, could not help but display a tinge of disappointment. "By the way, Bai Xian, where have you been during this time?" Osro astutely picked up on the implications of Bai Xian's words and inquired, How is it that you haven't had a proper rest? At this, the others also expressed curiosity. Their gazes fixed on Bai Xian. With a faint smile at the inquisitive crowd, Bai Xian replied, I have been to the extreme north icefield. The extreme north icefield? Upon hearing Bai Xian's words, both Qin Ming and Yu Tianheng felt a chill in their hearts. After all, in today's Douluo Continent, the extreme north icefield is nearly a desolate land for the inhabitants of the Tindo and Xingluo empires. Even soul masters, aside from a few ice attribute soul masters, are seldom willing to venture to such a perilous place. The vast expanse of ice and snow is not only characterized by an exceedingly frigid climate but is also home to numerous soul beasts. Although the quantity of soul beasts in the extreme north icefield is considerably less than that in the Stardo forest, the quality of those present is remarkably high, with many ranking significantly among soul beasts. Even ordinary Soul Zone and Soul King level individuals must tread carefully upon entering. They must expend tremendous soul power to withstand the biting cold while remaining vigilant against sudden attacks from hidden soul beasts lurking beneath the snow. One misstep could spell disaster, even for a Soul King powerhouse. Historical records on the continent recount several Tindo Doa level experts who ventured into the depths of the icefield, only to vanish without a trace, underscoring the inherent dangers of that region. I cannot believe you actually went to such a place. Qin Ming sighed. I thought you had other matters to attend to. Never did I expect you to venture into such a dangerous locale. In response, Bai Xian gently shook his head, saying, It was nothing much. I merely visited the outskirts of the extreme north icefield, accompanied by friends, and we were in the company of an elder. So it wasn't particularly perilous. Qin Ming, however, shook his head slightly, retorting, That sort of place is not for just anyone. Without sufficient strength, even with an elder's accompaniment, ordinary soul masters would hardly possess the courage to enter the icefield. Not to mention, you are merely at the Soul Zone level. In recent years, it seems you are the only one to have entered such a realm with your level of soul power. Bai Xian merely smiled in response, choosing not to contest Qin Ming's assertions. After all, humility is commendable, but excessive modesty may come across as boasting. Attention participants of the soul battle. The one-on-one duel in arena number 25 for Soul Zone level competitors is about to commence. The two contestants are invited to the stage for their duel. As the repeated announcements echoed, a slightly magnetic female voice captured the attention of Bai Xian and his companions. Next, it's my turn, Yu Tianheng declared, crossing his arms over his chest and glancing at the others. Oslo, looking at Yu Tianheng with a playful expression, said, Go for it, boss. This match is a guaranteed victory for you. The others also raised their hands, giving Yu Tianheng a supportive clap, cheering him on. Be careful. As Bai Xian passed by, he cast a gentle nod towards Yu Tianheng. In response, Yu Tianheng slightly nodded and turned to walk towards the entrance of the soul arena. Moments later, Yu Tianheng, with a calm demeanor, appeared within the arena. Facing him was a youth who seemed slightly older, yet no more than 17 or 18 years of age, standing serenely. Above the arena, a middle-aged man clad in a tailcoat floated gracefully, his grayish-brown wings unfurled behind him. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed loudly, What follows is the 25th match of one-on-one combat at the Soul Master level. The contenders are Feng Xiaodian, who boasts a consecutive winning streak with the Beast Spirit, the Gale Demon Wolf, and Yu Tianheng, who also has 2 victories under his belt and wields the Beast Spirit, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus. At this juncture, the middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback before continuing. It is indeed the most powerful beast spirit in the realm of soul masters, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus. This match is a rare spectacle. Although Yu Tianheng possesses the mightiest beast spirit, he is currently only at the 32nd level, while his opponent, Feng Xiaodian, has already reached the 34th level. From a level perspective, Feng Xiaodian holds a significant advantage. However, one must not underestimate Yu Tianheng, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Master. Who will ultimately prevail, the superiority of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus or the overwhelming pressure of Feng Xiaodian's higher level? Let us await the outcome. Within the next minute, both contestants may summon their respective spirits. At the moment I declare the match to commence, they may initiate their attacks. Upon hearing the announcer's words, Bai Xian gazed at Feng Xiaodian, a strange glimmer in his eyes. Is that really Feng Xiaodian? How could he possibly appear in the Heavenly Do Grand Soul Arena? Regarding the prodigious individual mentioned in the original text, Bai Xian still retains some impression of him. Feng Xiaodian can indeed be regarded as a genuine genius, rivaling his contemporaries such as Hu Liena, had it not been for the delay in his cultivation caused by the creation of his own soul skills. He might have emerged as another contender reaching the Soul King level aside from the golden generation of the Spirit Hall in the original narrative. Although curious, Bai Xian refrained from displaying any overt reaction, quietly observing the two figures on stage as they assumed their stances. As the words of the elder echoed in the air, both individuals immediately sprang into action, commencing the summoning of their martial souls. With the dragon-shaped phantom slowly materializing, Yu Tianheng emanated intense fluctuations of soul power. Accompanied by this surge, numerous arcs of lightning danced vigorously around him, projecting an aura akin to a deity wielding thunder. At this juncture, we set aside the transformation of Yu Tianheng and turn our focus to Feng Xiaotian, who summoned a two-headed azure wolf martial soul that crouched behind him. Simultaneously, a faint azure glow radiated from within him, sharpening his aura considerably. Once both had summoned their martial souls, the host's command reverberated through the air, prompting their figures to swiftly lunge towards one another. Feng Xiaotian's speed was astonishingly swift, accelerating almost instantaneously towards Yu Tianheng, his azure silhouette leaving a lengthy afterimage in its wake. Witnessing Feng Xiaotian's actions, Bai Xian could not help but marvel. Indeed, Feng Xiaotian lived up to his reputation as one of the outstanding talents of this era. Although his martial soul was merely a superior variant, his ability to develop a powerful attack-oriented beast martial soul to a speed that rivaled that of agile combat soul masters was truly remarkable. It is worth noting that Bai Xian himself possessed the ability to transcend conventional combat capabilities across various systems, a gift granted by the subtle transformation instigated by the Qinglian seedling. His development of martial souls was, however, less impressive compared to his enhancement of soul skills and soul power. Simultaneously charging at Feng Xiaotian, Yu Tianheng was momentarily taken aback by the latter's speed. However, having previously encountered Bai Xian's extraordinary velocity in their earlier battle, Yu Tianheng was somewhat prepared. Although surprised by Feng Xiaotian's assault, he recognized that the speed displayed was far inferior to Bai Xian's ultimate speed, thus not causing him undue concern. After all, through his battles with Bai Xian, Yu Tianheng had engaged in in-depth discussions regarding the manipulation of thunder and lightning, gaining some insights into how such forces could enhance bodily reflexes and velocity. Coupled with the innate advantages bestowed upon him by his blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul, he found himself on par with Feng Xiaotian's speed. At the very moment Feng Xiaotian lunged forward, his first soul ring ignited. The fearsome phantom of a dragon claw sprang forth from his hand, its piercing gaze fixated on Feng Xiaotian as he approached. Even before reaching him, the dragon claw had already extended to intercept the semicircular wind blades unleashed by Feng Xiaotian. With the sound of shattering echoing, several wind blades collided with Yu Tianheng's dragon claw. It was evident that Feng Xiaotian's wind blades were incapable of breaching Yu Tianheng's thunderous dragon claws. In a mere instant, they were shattered by the force of the latter. Observing that his probing attack had been effortlessly dismantled by Yu Tianheng, Feng Xiaotian's gaze narrowed slightly. The first soul skill of the Gale Wolf martial soul typically allowed for the emission of only a single wind blade. Yet, as the possessor of the variant Gale two-headed wolf, he was capable of unleashing multiple wind blades. Even though this initial strike was merely a test, the potency of his first soul skill was such that it could rival that of ordinary soul master's first skills, and the fact that his opponent, a soul master 2 ranks below him, could so easily dismantle his probing strike was a testament to Yu Tianheng's prowess as a blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex soul master. Though his heart grew solemn, Feng Xiaotian's exterior remained unchanged. The sharp claws of the wolf sprang forth from his palm, unerringly directed towards Yu Tianheng. Noticing Feng Xiaotian's movements, Yu Tianheng maintained his composure, the thunderous radiance upon his dragon claws intensifying. He refrained from utilizing any soul techniques, instead meeting Feng Xiaotian's wolf claws head-on. Both were formidable beast soul masters specializing in offensive techniques. Feng Xiaotian's mutated Gale dual-headed wolf not only augmented his striking power, but also enabled him to develop capabilities rivaling those of agile attacks soul masters of the same rank. Yu Tianheng, on the other hand, possessed the continent's most renowned beast martial soul, widely acknowledged within the soul master community. Both harbored unwavering confidence in their abilities and opted for close-quarters combat. The two figures intertwined, producing sounds reminiscent of metal clashing, indicating their profound mastery over soul power. The claw-shaped phantoms formed by their soul energy rivaled that of forged steel. This encounter was a test of technique and strength, revealing who wielded their soul power and combat skills with greater finesse. As their fists and feet connected, Surging waves of soul energy rippled through the arena, cracking the ground beneath them. Feng Xiaotian remained impassive, trading blows with Yu Tianheng, yet internally, he was beset by tumultuous emotions. Despite Yu Tianheng's calm demeanor, he too was internally shaken. Externally, they appeared evenly matched, but the density of Feng Xiaotian's soul power and the weight behind his strikes felt like hammering against divine iron, leaving Yu Tianheng's fingers tingling from the recoil. Moreover, Feng Xiaotian's combat prowess was astonishingly formidable, akin to battling a soul beast, surpassing even Yu Tianheng himself. How had he trained to attain such prowess? My blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul is insufficient to bridge the gap in soul power. Yu Tianheng felt a pang of discomfort. He was born with full soul power, and as the most gifted among the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan's twin stars, he had achieved the rank of soul master in less than a decade of cultivation. Not to mention, as a blue lightning tyrant dragon soul master, he could fight above his rank, remaining undefeated against soul masters. Among his peers, how many could claim such accomplishments? Yet, since the beginning of this academic year, he had encountered the prodigy Bai Xian, who, at merely 12 years of age, had already reached the rank of soul master, exhibiting combat strength that was almost insurmountable. The eccentric Bai Xian shall not be discussed further. He is a friend of mine, belonging to a realm of peculiarities far removed from my own. However, who is this individual before me? Despite possessing the formidable blue lightning tyrant dragon, the most powerful beast martial spirit in the continent, he is still unable to triumph over this adversary who is merely 2 levels above him. In fact, I find myself at a disadvantage, which is quite disconcerting for Yu Tianheng. Has the emergence of prodigies and anomalies become a common occurrence? Yu Tianheng's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, unleashing a flurry of strikes in the blink of an eye. His pride forbids him from succumbing to this peer who appears to be of similar age. The fierce battle continued unabated, with their relentless exchanges of blows persisting for nearly half a stick of incense. With a powerful punch, he forced Feng Xiaotian to retreat. As Yu Tianheng summoned the entirety of his soul power, this cannot continue any longer. As a cultivated heir of his family, his mind was remarkably resolute. Although he felt a tinge of melancholy at this moment, he had not lost his composure. He was acutely aware that continuing to wrestle with Feng Xiaotian would likely result in his own demise, and he had no idea how long this struggle would endure. As soon as he landed, Yu Tianheng extended a claw, his dragon claw phantom coalescing into a formidable beam of lightning directed at Feng Xiaotian. Despite being 2 levels below Feng Xiaotian in soul power, and having found himself somewhat at a disadvantage in their earlier melee, this was not solely due to soul power or physical prowess. Rather, it stemmed from the fact that he was nearly 2 years younger than Feng Xiaotian, resulting in comparatively lesser combat skills and experience. Thus, he fell short in their confrontation. Although his opponent possessed the formidable twin-headed Gale demon wolf spirit, Yu Tianheng was equally endowed with the might of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. In terms of physical attributes and the refinement of soul power, he was certainly not inferior to his opponent at this moment. Indeed, during their previous exchange, he had sensed that the opponent's strength and explosive power were even somewhat beneath his own. The prowess of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit was indeed formidable. As a leading figure nurtured by his family, Yu Tianheng was not one to underestimate his own advantages. With the Thunder Dragon Claw unleashed, it struck towards Feng Xiaotian's chest in the blink of an eye. Upon seeing Yu Tianheng's attack about to land, Feng Xiaotian reacted with extraordinary swiftness, leaping back to evade the reach of the Thunder Dragon Claw. As he retreated, his 3rd soul ring began to shimmer. With the flickering of the purple soul ring, a pair of massive azure wings gradually emerged from his back. As the azure wings fully formed, a torrent of blue light erupted forth from them. At that moment, Feng Xiaotian, who had been retreating, suddenly flapped his wings vigorously, defying the laws of gravity as he soared into the air. He ascended to an altitude of over 30 meters before halting, with azure breezes continually emanating from his wings. Though his wings were not in motion, Feng Xiaotian's body hovered inexplicably in midair, his gaze sharpening as he regarded Yu Tianheng with a hint of gravity. After a brief period of probing, he had discerned the challenging nature of Yu Tianheng. As a powerful dual-element soul master, he had not managed to gain a significant advantage over Yu Tianheng in close combat. Whether in terms of the density and explosiveness of soul power or physical strength, this soul master, who was 2 levels beneath him, was not greatly inferior. Even the speed he had always prided himself on among similarly strong offensive soul masters was matched by his opponent to a considerable extent. The only factor that seemed to tilt the scale was the slight disadvantage in age, which rendered Yu Tianheng marginally less experienced in practical combat techniques. With a heavy heart, Feng Xiaodian regarded the menacing giant dragon swirling behind Yu Tianheng, compelling him to summon all his focus. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex Soul Master was indeed as formidable as his reputation suggested, proving to be a remarkably challenging adversary. Silently advancing, Feng Xiaoyan's form had already surged forward. He had devised a strategy in his mind. Observing the oncoming Feng Xiaodian, Yu Tianheng's expression also grew grave. His opponent possessed the ability to fly. This was hardly a favorable revelation. Familiar with his own limitations, Yu Tianheng understood the nature of his challenges. Although on solid ground, he could leverage the advantages of his blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul and the techniques that stimulated his body's potential and reflexes through lightning. His speed and responsiveness were not significantly inferior to those of his adversary. However, in the air, those advantages diminished considerably, not yet having reached the Soul Sage level. He could not summon the true form of his martial soul to command the thunder dragon soaring through the skies to confront his foe. Consequently, he found himself at a disadvantage, as he had to rely on ranged attacks to counter the aerial threat posed by Feng Xiaodian. Although he possessed long-range assault capabilities, such as the Thunder Dragon Claw and Thunderous Might, both techniques demanded a considerable expenditure of soul power, particularly with Thunderous Might. Unleashing its full potential would deplete approximately 1/3 of his soul power with just a single strike. Should he employ it repeatedly, he would effectively concede defeat. However, facing the flying Feng Xiaodian, refraining from using soul techniques was not an option. Without ranged attacks, he would become an easy target, vulnerable to potential long-range offensives from his opponent. With a furrowed brow, Yu Tianheng could scarcely afford to hesitate, as Feng Xiaoyan's imminent strike loomed. He raised his dragon claw, ready to meet the incoming blade of wind. Though his first strike failed to achieve its purpose, Feng Xiaodian was unperturbed, swiftly shifting positions. He unleashed another blade of wind even before Yu Tianheng's initial movement had fully concluded. In an instant, the arena was filled with swirling blades of wind and the crackling arcs of lightning, creating a cacophony of sound and fury. This could not continue. At that moment, Yu Tianheng's body began to show signs of injury, the crimson traces revealing that he had been unable to completely evade the onslaught of Feng Xiaotian's wind blades. Ignoring the sporadic pangs of pain coursing through him, Yu Tianheng meticulously calculated Feng Xiaotian's flight trajectory and distance. As Feng Xiaodian continually shifted his position to strike with wind blades, Yu Tianheng's second and third soul rings began to flicker in response. Accompanying this activation was a low, powerful shout from Yu Tianheng, Thunderous Might. The flashes of lightning surrounding his body seemed to swell as if filled with water, expanding rapidly until, in the next moment, they transformed into countless bolts of lightning that shot out explosively in all directions. At the instant when Yu Tianheng unleashed his overwhelming thunder, Feng Xiaodian sensed the explosive force of Yu Tianheng's lightning. With a series of powerful beats of his wings, Feng Xiaodian rapidly retreated, attempting to escape the radius of the thunderous eruption. However, despite the nobility of his intentions, it was already somewhat too late. Yu Tianheng had meticulously calculated every aspect of the encounter. While Feng Xiaodian might have evaded the epicenter of the thunder's devastating force, completely escaping the range of the soul skill was utterly impossible. In the blink of an eye, the radius of the thunderous eruption had already expanded towards Feng Xiaoyan's rear. Realizing the imminent danger behind him, Feng Xiaodian had no time to employ any other defensive measures. With a swift contraction of his wings, he pivoted, bringing his wings in front of him to form a dual shield, bracing for the onslaught of the thunder. The violent thunder exploded in all directions, producing dense clouds of mist that obscured the scene within the soul arena. Cough. Moments later, as the mist cleared, the interior scene became visible to the spectators. Feng Xiaodian was seen hovering awkwardly in midair, his azure wings marred by numerous cracks, and beneath his tattered clothing, charred marks were faintly visible. Even the corner of his mouth bore a trace of blood. It was evident that the recent cough had escaped his lips. As he gently regulated the chaotic energy within him, Feng Xiaodian fixed a piercing gaze upon Yu Tianheng. He had underestimated the situation. How could he have sustained such injuries? Feng Xiaodian had believed he was adequately cautious of Yu Tianheng, yet it was now clear that he had not been vigilant enough. A mere moment of oversight had granted Yu Tianheng the opportunity to strike. Had it not been for Feng Xiaoyan's remarkable speed, allowing him to escape the epicenter of the thunder's eruption. Even with his near-invincible strength among his peers, he would have been gravely injured in an instant. Meanwhile, Yu Tianheng regarded the suspended Feng Xiaotian with a calm demeanor, though a hint of pallor now shadowed his previously serene expression. The recent attack had nearly consumed a third of his total soul power at its peak. Coupled with the prior expenditures from their battle, he now possessed less than a third of his full strength. This was troublesome indeed. As he gazed at Feng Xiaotian, Yu Tianheng couldn't help but ponder. Despite his current condition, where he held a slight advantage in terms of physical injuries, Yu Tianheng understood that in comparison to Feng Xiaotian's soul power rank and total soul power, the latter's overall state was not significantly inferior to his own. He had initially believed that, given Feng Xiaotian's speed, it would be impossible for him to escape the epicenter of the thunderous explosion. However, to his astonishment, Feng Xiaotian had managed to unleash an even swifter burst of speed in the face of the previous thunderous force, successfully distancing himself from the epicenter. Consequently, although Feng Xiaotian had sustained considerable impact, his injuries were far from severe enough to create a substantial advantage between them. In fact, due to his own explosive output, Yu Tianheng found his total soul power to be less than one-third of his peak state, leaving him in a slightly weaker condition than Feng Xiaotian. Suddenly, Feng Xiaotian, who had been hovering in midair, darted forward at an astonishing speed, closing the distance to Yu Tianheng. He had completely regarded Yu Tianheng as an opponent of equal standing. In the face of such a rival, the only way to pay respect was to exert all his strength and strive for victory. With a battle cry, the purple soul rings surrounding him shimmered once more, and the wings on his back transformed, allowing a more intense azure soul power to surge forth, temporarily restoring his body to its peak condition. Simultaneously, azure shadows coalesced behind him, as the two wolf heads of the Gale two-headed wolf materialized in his hands, their fierce eyes radiating a menacing crimson glow. In response, Yu Tianheng was equally unyielding. The fearsome dragon claws coalesced in his hands, emanating boundless lightning as he advanced to meet the challenge. Although he was acutely aware of the disparity between them, Yu Tianheng was a true warrior. Despite the differences, as the future patriarch of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan, he feared no adversary. Moreover, given that Feng Xiaotian's injuries were slightly more severe than his own, he was not without a chance of triumph. The two adversaries clashed once more, yet the intensity of this battle was incomparably greater than their previous encounters. Feng Xiaotian had fully committed himself. In the state of dual wolves, augmented by the gale wings, he unleashed a torrent of fierce winds, masterfully wielding his physical prowess combined with soul power to perfection. At the same time, Yu Tianheng was liberally channeling his soul power, having completely unshackled his limbs. The thunder dragon claw appeared more profound in his grasp, as the conversion of soul power into thunder became increasingly swift, with arcs of lightning illuminating his surroundings ceaselessly. Observing the spirited duel between Yu Tianheng and Feng Xiaotian on the soul fighting platform, Bai Xian felt a twinge of envy, accompanied by a sense of solitude. He envied their equal standing, allowing them to engage earnestly in combat, while his solitude stemmed from the rarity of encountering worthy opponents, standing alone at the pinnacle among his peers. Although he belonged to the same generation as Qian Renxue, she had already blossomed into maturity at 18, leaving him lagging nearly 5 years behind. This gap, compounded by their innate soul power disparity of 20 levels, rendered Bai Xian aware of the distance that still lay between him and Qian Renxue. Yet, this distance was rapidly diminishing. Though the level disparity was considerable, the prowess of both combatants defied conventional judgment. Among peers of the same rank, Bai Xian was confident in his invincibility. Furthermore, he had embarked upon the path of self-discovery, and before reaching level 70, the gap between them would only continue to narrow. Considering Bai Xian's rate of soul power enhancement, it was even conceivable that when he ascended to the Soul Emperor rank, Qian Renxue might not yet attain the Soul Sage level. Suddenly, Bai Xian seemed to perceive something. His gaze shifting subtly, Yu Tianheng was on the verge of defeat. The states of the two combatants were glaringly evident to Bai Xian's keen perception. Although they appeared to be engaged in a fierce exchange of attacks and defenses, Tianheng's aura had begun to falter. Observing Yu Tianheng's seemingly calm demeanor, Bai Xian silently sighed. Meanwhile, Osro and the others were equally astonished. The dazed Du Guyan murmured in disbelief. Is there truly someone of the same rank capable of battling Tianheng to such an extent? The others shared a similarly grave expression. Besides Bai Xian, Yu Tianheng was the strongest individual they had encountered among their peers. It was not uncommon for him to engage in battles against opponents of higher ranks. Yet now, a soul master, seemingly emerging from nowhere, appeared to be of comparable age to Yu Tianheng, holding his own in such a fierce contest. Tianheng is destined to lose. Suddenly, Qin Ming, observing from the sidelines, voiced his realization. He too had discerned the change in Yu Tianheng's condition. Upon hearing this, the onlookers, who had been intently observing the battle, felt a weight of gravity settle upon their hearts. However, upon suddenly hearing Qin Ming's words, they cast puzzled glances in his direction. The impatient Osro, unable to contain his agitation, exclaimed, "Surely, our teacher cannot lose. The boss is clearly evenly matched with that young lad." In response, the others nodded in agreement, with Douluo Yin adding, "Indeed, teacher, Tianheng is clearly in equal measure with his opponent. How could he possibly lose?" Qin Ming shook his head gently, replying, "You shall see for yourselves." With that, he disregarded the questioning expressions of the crowd, his countenance grave as he focused intently on Feng Xiaodian upon the battle arena. Douluo Yin and the others exchanged glances filled with concern, their attention drawn back to the two combatants on the stage. The cracked stone floor of the arena bore witness to the ferocity of the earlier clash. Yu Tianheng, half crouched on the ground, supported his upper body with one hand, his complexion pale. After taking a moment to catch his breath, he lifted his gaze to meet Feng Xiaoyan's steady eyes, stating calmly, "You are formidable. I concede my defeat." Feng Xiaoyan, with a similarly pale expression, nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze serious as he regarded Yu Tianheng. The strength exhibited by Yu Tianheng commanded his respect and all his memories. He had never encountered someone so young yet so powerful. The only disparity between them was the accumulation of experience and soul power. Remarkably, the opponent's practical combat experience was nearly on par with his own. Had their soul power levels been equivalent, the outcome of the battle remained uncertain. Looking at Yu Tianheng, Feng Xiaodian slowly remarked, "You are indeed strong. In this battle, you have not truly lost to me." At these words, Yu Tianheng's expression shifted slightly. Meeting Feng Xiaoyan's calm demeanor, he nodded slowly and declared earnestly, "I hope we will have the opportunity to spar again in the future. At that time, I will truly defeat you." Feng Xiaodian smiled faintly in response, saying, "When that time comes, I am certain that victory will still belong to me." Their gazes locked, and within their eyes blazed a fierce fire, an undeniable spirit of competition igniting between them. Taking a deep breath, Yu Tianheng turned to the referee outside the arena, stating, "Referee, I concede this match." The referee, still absorbed in the spectacular display of the recent duel, snapped back to reality at Yu Tianheng's declaration. In this battle, Feng Xiaodian emerges victorious. The announcement left Douluo Yin and Osro on the viewing platform momentarily dazed, their minds replaying the final moments of the fierce confrontation between the two combatants. Before the tea break, just as Qin Ming had declared that Yu Tianheng was destined to be defeated, the dynamics of the battle indeed shifted. The two combatants, who had previously been locked in a fierce struggle, suddenly witnessed a remarkable change. The once dominant Yu Tianheng experienced a fleeting moment when the radiant lightning surrounding him began to wane. Accompanying this phenomenon, the thunderous dragon claws in his grasp dimmed momentarily. Their formidable power significantly diminished. Although this lapse was brief, it occurred in the midst of a confrontation against the equally formidable Feng Xiaodian, a soul master of exceptional agility. The fleeting vulnerability was swiftly seized by Feng Xiaodian, whose full-force dual wolf embodiment and windblade formation effortlessly breached Yu Tianheng's defenses. The overwhelming impact struck Yu Tianheng squarely in the chest, propelling him backward to the brink of the soul arena. Despite the force of the blow, those present understood Yu Tianheng's prowess. This strike was insufficient to incapacitate him. However, what astonished them was Yu Tianheng's unexpected concession. Throughout their journey, Yu Tianheng had always been the linchpin of their group, and they held his strength in high regard. He had never disappointed them, and apart from Bai Xian, they had never witnessed a peer compel Yu Tianheng to concede personally. "Teacher, I have lost." Returning to the soul arena, Yu Tianheng regarded Qin Ming with a calm demeanor, his eyes reflecting a profound serenity. Observing Yu Tianheng's composure, Qin Ming silently nodded in approval. He perceived neither resentment nor self-reproach in Yu Tianheng's gaze, only a tranquil determination and fervor for battle. With a slight nod, Qin Ming softly remarked, "I saw it. You performed admirably in this soul duel. Although you may have lost, you did not falter against him. You showcased your true potential." In response, Yu Tianheng nodded, having grasped this truth. The defeat in this soul duel was not a failure in combat, but rather a reflection of age and experience. He believed that in 2 years, upon reaching his opponent's current level and accumulation, his strength would undoubtedly rival that of Feng Xiaotian. Rest well. Once Shimo's duel concludes, we shall return to the academy. Noticing Yu Tianheng's slightly pale complexion, Qin Ming placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. In acknowledgement, Yu Tianheng nodded and sat cross-legged nearby, commencing his soul power recovery. Observing Yu Tianheng's actions, Qin Ming nodded approvingly before turning to Yi Lingling, saying, "Lingling, tend to Tianheng's injuries." Upon hearing this, Yi Lingling nodded and summoned the 9-heart sea butterfly. Delicate petals, as thin as dragonfly wings, gracefully descended upon Yu Tianheng, gradually merging into his being. Half an hour later, Shimo's battle spirit concluded. Fortunately, his opponent was not particularly formidable, and with the support of Shimo's Xiangui martial spirit. Although the battle extended longer than anticipated, it ultimately culminated in a well-deserved victory. Meanwhile, Yu Tianheng had largely recuperated. His injuries had completely healed. And although his soul power could not be fully restored in a short span, it posed no significant hindrance. After the conclusion of Shimo's battle spirit, the crowd began to disperse towards the academy, bustling with excitement. Unbeknownst to Yu Tianheng and his companions, save for Bai Xian, a youth of 17 or 18 observed their departing figures with an increasingly resolute gaze. Walking alongside Qin Ming, Bai Xian's attention was drawn to the playful antics of Osro ahead, which often elicited laughter from the group. Yet his thoughts lingered on the silhouette within the grand battle arena of Tindo. How intriguing! Bai Xian sensed the figure of the young man and could not help but murmur, "That young man is none other than Feng Xiaotian, the previous opponent of Yu Tianheng." Perceiving the almost tangible gaze of Feng Xiaotian behind him, Bai Xian's lips twitched slightly. Although that gaze was not directed at him, with his finely tuned senses, how could he possibly be oblivious? At this moment, as Feng Xiaotian watched Yu Tianheng fade into the distance, a burgeoning thought rapidly spread within his heart. He yearned to create an entirely new method of attack, a novel approach tailored to himself, one whose power would far exceed that of the soul skills and soul rings he currently possessed. It would be based on his third soul skill. At this moment, Bai Xian was reflecting on Feng Xiaotian's various performances throughout the day. Although Feng Xiaotian now exhibited abilities far surpassing those of his peers, his overall demeanor remained rather conventional. His combat style adhered to the traditional method of soul skill deployment, failing to reveal the remarkable talent for self-created soul skills that he would display years later. Was he yet to create them? Bai Xian could not help but recall Feng Xiaotian's 36 consecutive slashes of the Gale Demon Wolf. In the first 3 chapters, he leaped into a small courtyard, where he sat cross-legged upon a weathered piece of blue stone, its edges worn smooth by prolonged use. Draped in a pale blue training robe, Bai Xian's body undulated with the rhythmic pulsations of azure light that enveloped him. At that moment, he formed a peculiar hand gesture. One hand pointed skyward while the other seemed to cradle it beneath. A faintly visible ethereal blue lotus appeared to hover around him. As if he were engaged in tranquil meditation, time flowed slowly, akin to a meandering stream, and it was impossible to discern how long had passed. Suddenly, layers of azure and white light points rippled outward from him, exuding a profound aura of vitality that was astonishing. In the void, as if stirred by these luminous points, countless strands of celestial energy converged from all directions, creating an extraordinary spectacle. It resembled rivers merging into the sea, all gravitating towards the ethereal blue lotus surrounding Bai Xian, gradually permeating his being through the heart of the lotus. The illusory blue lotus began to rotate gently, radiating ripples akin to a grinding stone, absorbing the converging celestial energies, which were then refined into suitable forms for Bai Xian's assimilation. As this phenomenon unfolded, a faint azure halo enveloped Bai Xian's body, rendering him akin to an otherworldly celestial being, radiant and resplendent. Suddenly, Bai Xian's serene expression shifted slightly, his brow furrowed momentarily before he opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of azure light flashing across his gaze. As he opened his eyes, the various manifestations around him gradually dissipated, and a look of resignation appeared on his face, as if he sensed an impending annoyance. Indeed, no sooner had this expression of exasperation settled upon him than a bright, crisp voice pierced through the air. "Bai Xian, there are guests arriving. Hurry out to greet them." With that, a boisterous little girl, approximately 7 or 8 years old, abruptly pushed open the courtyard gate and strode in boldly. Bai Xian lifted his gaze and beheld the 7 or 8-year-old girl before him, causing his lips to twitch involuntarily. Descending from the bluestone slab, Bai Xian summoned a smile and inquired, "What brings you here today?" Upon hearing this, the little girl narrowed her eyes, her round face displaying a hint of indignation as she retorted, "What's wrong? This young lady can go wherever she pleases in her own home. Are you not welcoming?" With that, she widened her eyes, attempting to convey her anger, while her chubby cheeks, along with her delicately arched brows and round eyes, rendered her expression somewhat adorable. Observing her clumsy display of emotion, Bai Xian couldn't help but chuckle softly. "How could I not welcome you? Whenever you wish to visit, dear Rongrong, you are always welcome." Satisfied by his response, the little girl nodded and effortlessly leaped onto the large stone where Bai Xian had previously sat, patting him on the shoulder with a casual air. Not bad." Ning Rongrong appeared entirely at ease, as if conversing with a subordinate. Witnessing this, Bai Xian felt a bittersweet smile creeping onto his face. Through their interactions over time, he had come to understand Ning Rongrong quite well. Overall, her upbringing had been commendable, and she was generally kind-hearted. However, being doted upon by the 3 prominent figures of the 7 treasures, glazed tile school had shielded her from the complexities of human nature, rendering her somewhat spoiled. Occasionally, she indulged her inner mischief, playfully teasing others, and often neglecting to consider their feelings. This duality made her a source of both affection and exasperation among the members of the 7 treasures glazed tile school. "Is there something you need from me, dear Rongrong?" Bai Xian asked gently, a smile gracing his lips. In response, Ning Rongrong shook her head slightly and replied, "Grandpa Jian is looking for you. It seems he has something to discuss." At her words, Bai Xian's expression faltered in surprise. "Chen Xian is seeking me?" A sense of perplexity lingered within him. Nearly 3 months had elapsed since his return from the celestial severing soul realm to the Royal Academy of Heaven Do. 5 days prior, the Academy had graciously granted its students a half-month holiday to spend at their discretion. During this period, Bai Xian had initially contemplated a visit to his family. But the brevity of the holiday, lasting merely 15 days, posed a challenge. The journey back home would consume almost 10 days, leaving him with scant time to actually spend with his family. After considerable reflection, Bai Xian recalled his earlier commitment made after becoming a disciple of the Sword Douluo to revisit the 7 treasures glazed tile school. With nearly 6 months having passed since then and no visit undertaken, it would be inappropriate to forego this opportunity now that he had a holiday. Thus, 5 days ago, upon the commencement of the Academy's break, Bai Xian set forth to the 7 treasures glazed tile school. Regarding his cultivation, Bai Xian had gained clarity about his future path. He realized that, for him, the refinement of his martial soul had become less pivotal. What truly mattered was his understanding of the sword's essence. Though blades and swords diverge in their paths, Bai Xian had already carved out a unique approach to soul power and techniques. What he now lacked was a profound comprehension of the principles and philosophies underpinning them. At present, Bai Xian's prowess in the realm of soul masters was far from weak, and his sense of personal security was not pressing. Instead, he sought deeper insights into the principles and ways of existence. Upon arriving at the 7 treasures glazed tile school, Bai Xian was imbued with a spirit of inquiry and learning. However, despite the mere half-year absence, he was no longer the Bai Xian that Ning Fingxi and Chen Xian had known 6 months ago. His soul power had ascended to the remarkable level of 45. Indeed, 45. Following his experiences in the celestial severing soul realm, Bai Xian's reserves of spiritual herbs had flourished. Over the course of 3 months, bolstered by numerous divine herbs and the assistance of the Qinglian seedling, his soul power had surged 2 levels. In the brief span of 5 months since breaking through the 40th level, Bai Xian had achieved an impressive elevation to 45. Furthermore, the growth of his strength was nothing short of astonishing. As his soul power and the Qinglian seedling's influence expanded, Bai Xian's physical attributes had also significantly improved, enabling him to withstand the enhanced multiplicative effects of his first soul skill. With a deepening understanding of the Thunder Spirit's 10,000-year soul ring, Bai Xian had experienced a qualitative leap in his power. Bai Xian, brimming with confidence, mused that even the yet-to-reach Soul Emperor rank, Qian Renshua, might find it challenging to best him given his current prowess. In Chapter 124, titled 7 Treasures, as Bai Xian gently tousled Ning Rongrong's hair, his gaze took on a profound depth. "Let us proceed to meet the teacher," he declared. Ning Rongrong, intrigued by the enigmatic quality in his eyes, found herself unable to fathom the immersion reflected therein. This elder brother, only a few years her senior, captivated her curiosity. Through their recent interactions, she had come to fully appreciate Bai Xian's extraordinary talents. At the tender age of 13, he was already a soul master with an unparalleled configuration of soul rings. Beginning with the second ring, which was already extraordinary, the fourth ring, a staggering 10,000-year level, was unprecedented in her experience. No one she knew, not even her beloved father or her two-titled Douluo grandfathers, possessed such astonishing gifts. Furthermore, just 5 days prior, on the day Bai Xian arrived, Grandfather Jian had personally revealed the extent of Bai Xian's strength, an invincible force within the Soul King realm. The stature of a Soul King was typically reserved for those in high-ranking positions within sects, and yet Jian's assessment deemed him unmatched at that level. Remarkably, he was merely 13 years old, only slightly older than herself, while she lingered at the Soul Master level, uncertain of when she might ascend to the Great Soul Master tier. As they strolled together, laughter filled the air. Ning Rongrong animatedly discussed various topics while Bai Xian quietly walked beside her, listening intently, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he occasionally interjected with a few words. Upon reaching the grand hall of the sect, they found Ning Fengji seated in the central place of honor, resplendent in a pristine white robe. His demeanor serene as he conversed with the two esteemed elders flanking him, Qingxin and Gulong, both titled Douluo. Curiosity sparked within Bai Xian as he caught sight of an elder he had never encountered before beside Qingxin. Just as he turned his gaze toward the elder, it seemed the man had sensed something, diverting his attention from his light-hearted conversation with Ning Fengji and Qingxin to meet Bai Xian's eyes. In that fleeting moment, Bai Xian felt a shiver run through him. From the elder's gaze, he perceived a depth of experience and gravitas. Observing the elder's peculiar visage, Bai Xian surmised his identity. "Teacher, have you been searching for me?" Bai Xian respectfully acknowledged Qingxin and Ning Fengji with a slight bow before addressing the elder, his voice soft yet clear. "Ah, Ning Xiong, I have arrived." Bai Xian greeted warmly upon noticing Ning Fengji's eyes light up at his presence. Indeed, Bai Xian slightly nodded towards Ning Fengji and approached him alongside Ning Rongrong. "Teacher, what brings you to seek me?" Although Bai Xian had already caught a glimpse of another individual earlier, he feigned ignorance and inquired with a hint of curiosity. "Oh." Ning Fengji gently tapped the armrest, then continued, "Look at me. I almost forgot to introduce you. Come, Bai Xian, allow me to present to you this esteemed elder beside Chen Xian. This is Elder Gu, another protector of our 7-treasure glazed tile school. I trust you have heard of Elder Gu's renown." Upon hearing this, Bai Xian silently mused, indeed. Yet, he maintained a composed demeanor and respectfully bowed. Junior Bai Xian pays his respects to Elder Baen Douluo. Upon hearing this, Gurong chuckled heartily, scrutinizing Bai Xian for a moment before exclaiming, "Indeed, a fine talent. I truly wonder what luck you, Swordmaster, have encountered to receive such a unique disciple." At this, Jian Douluo raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at Gurong, his lips twitching slightly. "You old fossil, if you can't speak appropriately, then kindly keep silent." "Ah." Gurong's expression stiffened, a shadowy aura emerging on his face. He abruptly rose from his seat, glaring at Chen Xian. Previously, his stature had not been conspicuous while seated. But now standing, Bai Xian realized that his towering height approached 2.5 meters. Chen Xian, undeterred, squared his shoulders, exuding an air akin to a sword poised for unsheathing, its sharpness fully revealed. "What's the matter? Not satisfied? Let us find a place for a duel." Gurong, puffing out his chest, glared defiantly at Chen Xian. "Who's afraid of whom? Let us go." Chen Xian also refused to back down, the fluctuations of his soul power intensifying dramatically. All right. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, you've been at this for a lifetime. Do you really intend to brawl in front of the younger generation?" Ning Fengji, wearing a wry smile, looked at Chen Xian and Gurong with exasperation. "Humph." Upon hearing this, the energies surrounding Chen Xian and Gurong stilled, both simultaneously huffing, turning their heads away from one another, refusing to meet each other's gaze. Ning Fengji could only shake his head in resignation, a slight smile on his face as he addressed Bai Xian. "I apologize for the spectacle, Bai Xian. Uncle Gu and Uncle Jian have been sparring for a lifetime. Their relationship is, in fact, quite amicable." Upon hearing this, Bai Xian gently nodded in acknowledgement. After all, it was nearly impossible for any real conflict to arise between them, given that they belonged to the same sect. More importantly, from the earlier exchange, Bai Xian sensed no other aura. Their interactions were merely playful banter. Douluo turned to Bai Xian and remarked, I had previously heard Fengji and Jianren speak of a remarkable disciple they had taken under their wing. Now that I see you, it is indeed impressive. At such a tender age, you have already attained the rank of Soul Master. It seems that in less than 20 years, the world of Soul Masters shall witness the emergence of another titled powerhouse. At this proclamation, aside from Bai Xian and Gu Rong, Ning Fengji and the others were momentarily taken aback, only to burst into hearty laughter soon after. Chen Xian, in particular, laughed uproariously, saying, "Old Gu, old Gu. Who would have thought you would have a moment of misjudgment?" As he spoke, Chen Xian approached Gu Rong, patting him on the shoulder while chuckling. Upon hearing this, Gu Rong's expression stiffened. Had he truly misjudged? To be mocked by Jianren, of all people, was beyond his comprehension. Bai Xian, reveal your soul rings and give this old fellow a fright. In response, Bai Xian glanced at Chen Xian, whose smile remained unwavering, and felt a hint of helplessness. Soon after, 4 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, slowly emerged around him, finally solidifying in midair and emanating waves of energy. As Gu Rong beheld Bai Xian's soul rings, his expression gradually morphed into one of astonishment. Previously, he had heard from Ning Fengji and the others that Bai Xian was a 1,000-year soul master disciple with a 2nd soul ring. Initially skeptical, he now found it hard to believe that this disciple was indeed a soul sect master, and the 4th soul ring was of 10,000-year caliber. Was he not merely around 13 years of age? As they observed Gu Rong's bewildered and somewhat contorted expression, Ning Fengji and Chen Xian exchanged glances filled with amusement, reminiscent of their own astonishment when Bai Xian first arrived at the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School just 5 days prior. It seemed they wore the same expression. As Gu Rong continued to display his shock, Bai Xian gradually retracted his soul rings. With their retraction, Gu Rong began to regain his composure, looking at Bai Xian with a mixture of complexity and awe. A 4th ring of 10,000 years. Had there ever been such a record on the continent since the advent of soul masters? Moreover, he was so young. The future. Contemplating this, Gu Rong secretly exchanged a knowing glance with Ning Fengji. Such an extraordinary talent, even having become Chen Xian's disciple. Yet what of his disposition? Ning Fengji and Gu Rong Qinshin had known each other for several decades. Although Gu Rong's gaze was rather enigmatic, he discerned the underlying meaning. With a slight shake of his head, Ning Fengji's lips moved, yet no sound escaped them. Following Ning Fengji's gesture, Gu Rong subtly nodded, his gaze towards Bai Xian imbued with a certain ambiguity. Within the hall, Bai Xian and Ning Rongrong settled down at Ning Fengji's right hand, engaging in light conversation over tea, creating a delightful atmosphere. However, as Bai Xian sat there, he primarily followed the dialogue between Ning Fengji and Qinshin, interjecting occasionally, while Ning Rongrong appeared exceedingly animated, bombarding Bai Xian with an array of questions, much to his chagrin. Through their discourse, Gu Rong began to glean insights into the youth named Bai Xian. He was inherently simple, modestly polite, and possessed an ethereal demeanor. Just as Ning Fengji and the others had remarked, he was indeed a promising candidate for cultivation. Half an hour later, as they observed Bai Xian departing, a lingering smile adorned their faces until he vanished from sight. However, the smile that had graced Gu Rong's features faded, replaced by a grave expression. Fengji, you have witnessed Bai Xian's innate talent. Yet, his sense of belonging to our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is undeniably a concern. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji, who had been smiling, now displayed a hint of wry amusement. Gu Shu, I am well aware of that. Alas, we currently possess no other recourse. Bai Xian, in comparison to his peers, he has already begun to mature. He was no longer merely a youth with some talent. In fact, he may already rival some of the middle-aged members of the Spirit Master community. Gu Rong's expression shifted slightly, as if a realization dawned upon him. Fengji, what do you mean by that? Ning Fengji merely shook his head slightly, casting a glance at the composed Qinshin beside him. Noticing Ning Fengji's motion, Gu Rong's expression changed, directing his gaze towards Qinshin. Old Qin, could it be that Bai Xian? Qinshin nodded gently. Indeed. I have already made an attempt to gauge his abilities. At this juncture, Qinshin's gaze drifted towards the distant horizon. Beneath the Spirit King, he has few rivals. Even some Spirit Emperors may not be able to contend with him under constrained circumstances. What? Gu Rong's pupils involuntarily constricted. He is capable of transcending so many levels? Old Shun, is this truly the case? It is known that even you, in your prime, could only surpass a single major rank to contend with novices. Yet Bai Xian has managed to leap over 2 major ranks? Seeing Qinshin nodding affirmatively, Gu Rong's heart was filled with astonishment. It was at this moment that Gu Rong truly comprehended the extraordinary talent of the previously calm-faced youth, a soul king of unparalleled strength. He could even contend with some soul emperors. What an astounding gift. It is noteworthy that back in the day, Qin Xin, at the rank of a 45th level soul master, could only match those who had just entered the realm of soul kings. Even the rising star Tang Hao from recent years, who surpassed Qin Xin slightly by crossing 2 levels, was merely a low-tier soul king and had yet to reach the mid-tier. In contrast, the terrifying potential of Bai Xian became evident. A soul emperor is already a formidable figure in the realm of soul masters, and yet Bai Xian is merely 13 years of age. Gu Rong felt as if something was lodged in his throat, and he opened his mouth several times, unsure of what to say. Was there only the method of increasing his recognition of my 7 treasures Lili sect? Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji slowly nodded, gazing at the sky and stating, "This is indeed an unavoidable approach. Although it may seem somewhat unfair to Rongrong, we shall give it a try." Perhaps Rongrong at this point, Ning Fengji refrained from continuing. But both Qin Xin and Gu Rong understood the unspoken implications. Looking in the direction Bai Xian had vanished, Qin Xin let out a soft sigh and remarked, "Initially, I took him as a disciple due to his dual martial souls in sword and blade, but I never anticipated that merely half a year of absence would lead to such growth. Were it not for my unique insights into the sword path that allowed me to relate to him, his understanding of cultivation now might not be significantly inferior to my own, despite my years." Hearing this, Ning Fengji nodded in agreement. "Uncle Jian, what do you think Bai Xian has been doing to cultivate so remarkably over the past 6 months? Not only has he made such great strides, but he also did not inform us about the soul rings he acquired with the assistance of our 7 treasures Lili sect. Could it be that he has other hidden forces backing him?" In response, Qin Xin gently shook his head and replied, "That should not be the case. Did you not investigate Bai Xian's background previously, Fengji?" At this point, Qin Xin paused slightly, his gaze becoming intense. "Perhaps during our testing at the Royal Academy of Tindo, Bai Xian did not exert his full strength. From what he described regarding the Thunder Force slashes, it seems he only utilized 3 types of strikes at that time. The final strike, I suspect, was one he had yet to fully master and thus refrained from employing. Based on the strength he displayed then, coupled with that final technique, it is likely that he had already surpassed the ordinary level of a soul master." Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji nodded slowly. It was indeed the only plausible explanation. Otherwise, it would be utterly inexplicable how Bai Xian had made such remarkable progress over the past 6 months. Yet, a vague sense of forgetting something gnawed at Ning Fengji's mind. What could it be? He involuntarily lifted his gaze toward the sky, striving to recollect the moment he first encountered Bai Xian. The scenes in his mind flickered incessantly, and he replayed them over and over, yet nothing seemed amiss. What was it? Suddenly, a figure emerged in the recesses of his memory, a disciple with a head full of golden hair and an air of sophistication. Returning to the present, Ning Fengji abruptly realized that since Jian Shu had taken Bai Xian as his disciple, he had relaxed his vigilance and ceased to ponder the connection between this disciple and Bai Xian, which was undeniably significant. "Fengji, what troubles you?" Just as Ning Fengji was lost in thought, Chen Xian's voice broke through. Noticing the hint of inquiry in Chen Xian's gaze, Ning Fengji shook his head slightly and replied, "It's nothing, Jian Shu." He hesitated for a moment. Perhaps he was simply overthinking. Chen Xian and Gu Rong exchanged curious glances. "Jian Shu, do you recall when we first met Bai Xian?" A hint of nostalgia graced Ning Fengji's expression. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian nodded with a trace of intrigue. "Of course, how could I forget? What is the matter? Is there an issue?" Ning Fengji and Chen Xian strolled casually along the path, and Ning Fengji continued, "You must still remember the scene when Bai Xian was accepted as a disciple, right?" Chen Xian nodded, recalling, "Yes. I remember that he seemed somewhat hesitant at the time, and I recall that Xue Qinghe was very supportive of Bai Xian joining my sect. In fact, Xue Qinghe played a significant role in Bai Xian's acceptance as my disciple." At this juncture, Chen Xian paused, realizing the implications, and turned to Ning Fengji, inquiring, "Fengji, are you suggesting?" Seeing this, Ning Fengji nodded slightly, then shook his head again, stating, "I'm not certain, but Qinghe had been paying close attention to Bai Xian for quite some time. Initially, I did not consider this aspect when Bai Xian joined Jian Shu's sect, but upon reflection, it does seem rather peculiar." He paused for a moment before continuing, however. "According to the news from Tindo, It appears that Bai Xian and Qinghe have not encountered each other much over the past 6 months. Curiously, Bai Xian has been absent from Tindo City for nearly 2 months. During that period of patrol in Qinghe, the individuals we dispatched did not observe any intersection between Qinghe and Bai Xian. Upon hearing this, Chenxin slightly nodded, understanding Ning Fengji's words. Thus, it seemed that Bai Xian was not particularly close to Shui Qinghe. As for Bai Xuan's absence over the past 2 months, could it be due to hunting for soul rings? After all, the 4th soul ring is a millennium, which could indeed be rather unusual. Ning Fengji also nodded in agreement. This possibility existed, and they might seek to gather some intelligence from Bai Xian at an opportune moment. After all, in a mere half-year, not only had he transcended the soul sect phase, but his progress had been extraordinary. Unless he had encountered some fortuitous opportunity, such advancement would generally be implausible. Chenxin acknowledged this with a nod. He would find an opportunity to inquire, for if that were the case, it would indeed explain Bai Xuan's remarkable progress during this time. Ning Fengji, leaning on his staff, ambled forward, his gaze profound, as if countless stars danced within his eyes. Observing this, Chenxin and Gurong exchanged glances and gradually walked alongside Ning Fengji through the streets of the sect. Meanwhile, far away in Tindo City, within the prince's residence adjacent to the imperial palace, Shui Qinghe sat in his study, holding a scroll, gazing at the young man beside him, who bore a striking resemblance to himself. He nodded and said, "You have performed admirably during this time. Uncle Zixue truly did not misjudge you." Upon hearing this, the young man standing behind Shui Qinghe immediately bowed slightly and replied, "I am unworthy. I owe much to the cultivation of His Highness the Prince and my predecessors." Nodding slightly, Shui Qinghe raised the scroll in his hand and said, "You may leave now. During this period, I will be attending to some matters outside. You will remain to act on my behalf. I will ask Uncle Zixue to assist you." The young man bowed once more, saying, "Yes, Your Highness." After speaking, he gradually retreated. Sensing the young man's departure, Shui Qinghe let out a faint sigh and remarked, "Uncle Zixue, I will trouble you for the time to come." As his words echoed in the empty room, a clear voice responded, "There is no need for such formality. It is an honor for me to assist the young master." Shui Qinghe nodded slightly and gazed out the window, wondering, has Uncle Shi not returned yet? He should be back in a couple of days, after all. The journey to the offering hall is not short, requiring a considerable amount of time for the round trip. Nodding in agreement, Shui Qinghe refrained from saying more. Has the young master truly decided to absorb that peculiar blood? Upon hearing this, the somewhat entranced Shui Qinghe turned around, slowly nodding as he spoke. "I have now reached level 60. To enhance the power of the sacred sword, I must merge the sacred fire before acquiring the 6th spirit ring. There is no time to delay." The shadow lurking in the background also nodded in understanding, yet he expressed concern regarding the drop of blood imbued with fire attributes. "Young master, whether that drop of blood contains the so-called sacred fire remains uncertain. Is it wise to take a risk based solely on Bai Xian's words?" Listening to this, Shui Qinghe, seated nearby, gently shook his head. He stood up and approached the window to gaze at the scenery outside. "For this fusion with the sacred fire, I will travel to Spirit City, where my grandfather will personally safeguard me." At this point, Shui Qinghe paused momentarily before continuing. "Bai Xian will also be present. He seems quite familiar with that drop of blood, and I trust any issues can be resolved on the spot." The shadow in the dark remained silent for a long while before responding, "In that case, it is acceptable." Looking out the window, Qian Rinxue's gaze sparkled with divine light. Ever since her journey to the soul-severing realm, she had touched upon the barrier of level 60. After nearly 3 months of arduous effort, she finally shattered the barrier and reached level 60. Now, at the tender age of 18, not yet 19, she had already become a formidable quasi-spirit emperor. During this period of breakthrough, Qian Rinxue had refrained from hunting for spirit rings, having carefully noted the opportunity mentioned by Bai Xian regarding that drop of blood. If what Bai Xian claimed were indeed true, containing not only the sacred nirvana fire, but also the potential to reshape her true form and significantly enhance her physical strength, then her choice for the 6th spirit ring could extend her capabilities for many more years, much like Bai Xian himself, transcending the previously fixed limits. Chapter 127. Farewell. In the early morning, on the blue stone of the small courtyard, Bai Xian sat cross-legged, the blue-white aura of his cultivation rising and falling in harmony with the gentle luminescence surrounding him. After a considerable passage of time, Bai Xian finally ceased his practice and exhaled deeply. It was time to conclude for the morning. raising his head to gaze at the blazing sun in the sky. He murmured, "Just a couple more days. It is time to bid farewell to my teachers." Although he looked directly at the risen sun, Baen seemed unaffected, his demeanor unchanged, yet inwardly he reflected, "It has been 7 days since arriving at the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. It is nearly time to fulfill my promise to Schwer." Upon returning to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Baen had previously encountered Qian Rinxue, who had sought him out during his intended vacation. At that time, Baen was at a loss for how to spend his break. Intending merely to visit the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to consult Qian Xian regarding some uncertainties he had encountered in his cultivation. To his surprise, Qian Rinxue had taken the initiative to find him first. When Baen learned the reason for Qian Rinxue's visit, he did not dwell on it too long and readily agreed, considering it only natural that there would be some ambiguity surrounding the usage of the phoenix blood he had gifted her. However, he was somewhat perplexed that Qian Rinxue needed to return to the Spirit City to absorb the phoenix blood. Baen was well aware of the esteemed status of the Spirit City within the realm of Soul Masters. It served as the sanctum for all Soul Masters, housing the headquarters of the Spirit Hall, the Papal Palace, the Elder Palace, and the Offering Palace. The current Pope, Bibi Dong, along with the Grand Offering, Qian Douluo, resided there permanently. At this time, with divinities concealed and unparalleled beings remaining dormant, the Spirit Hall could be regarded as the pinnacle of power, with no other factions daring to challenge its supremacy or approach it lightly. Given Qian Rinxue's unique position within the Spirit Hall, accompanying her to the Spirit City would likely attract the attention of Bibi Dong and Qian Douluo, the two most formidable figures in the Soul Master realm. Even though Baen had always preferred to maintain a low profile, he would inevitably draw the gaze of the higher echelons of the Spirit Hall. Despite his numerous concerns, Baen ultimately acquiesced to Qian Rinxue's request, without delving into the complexities of their shared history and unique bond. Baen believes that even if Qian Douluo and Bibi Dong were to learn of his existence, their primary intention would be to win him over. As for extinguishing the life of a talented soul master who bears no connection to the Spirit Hall, that is an entirely different matter. Baen could hardly believe that those capable of cultivating to the pinnacle of Douluo would stoop to such despicable acts. He approached the door of Qian Xian's dwelling, preparing to knock, when he heard Qian Xian's voice emanate from within. "Come in. The door is unlocked." At these words, Baen paused momentarily, his hand lifted halfway in surprise. Had Qian Xian already sensed his arrival? He shook his head slightly, chiding himself for forgetting. Soul Masters possess a notable degree of perceptiveness. Although his soul power fluctuations were exceedingly faint compared to an ordinary Soul Master, Qian Xian, as a title Douluo, was among the elite, and it was only natural for him to detect such nuances. Adjusting his hand's position, Baen pushed open the door and stepped inside. As he entered the room and turned past the screen, he finally beheld Qian Xian. The latter was seated on his bed in a meditative posture, his left hand gently cradling his heart, while his right hand formed a sword-like gesture poised at his forehead. The silver-white seven-killing sword hovered before him, rotating slowly as streams of soul power flowed into the sword and then circulated outward over time. As Baen approached, Qian Xian maintained his posture, eyes closed in deep concentration, his sword finger moving rhythmically. It was not until 2 or 3 minutes had elapsed that Qian Xian finally ceased his movements. With a gradual opening of his eyes, the seven-killing sword began to fade into a spectral form, disappearing within mere breaths from the space around them. Turning his gaze towards the respectful Baen, Qian Xian raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Baen, do you have some new confusion or queries today? You have come to seek me so early in the morning." In response, Baen shook his head gently and replied, "Not at all, Master." Baen paused slightly before continuing, "I have come to bid farewell to my teacher." "Oh." Upon hearing this, Qian Xian's eyes sparkled with interest. "Why the urgency? You have only returned to the sect a few days ago. Is there something within the sect that does not align with your wishes?" Baen shook his head repeatedly, responding, "It is not that there is any discord within the sect, but rather that I have made prior arrangements with a friend to visit his home for a period of time. Considering the passage of time, it is nearly that moment. Hence my visit to bid farewell to you, teacher." Qian Xian nodded in understanding and said, "Since it is a commitment to a friend, we as Soul Masters must honor our word. Has the date been set? When do you depart?" After a moment of contemplation, Baen replied, "The agreed-upon date is within the next 2 days. If I do not leave today, I will certainly depart by tomorrow." Qian Xian nodded slightly, his gaze becoming somewhat profound. In that case, within the next 2 days? Very well, I acknowledge this. Since it is a promise to a friend, you should proceed. Bai Xian nodded in agreement, adding, by the way, you should also inform the sect leader and Rong Rong about this matter. Time is still ample, since it is already approaching noon. It would be best to leave tomorrow instead of rushing today. Bai Xian concurred with this thought. Thus he first came to see his teacher, intending to bid farewell to Uncle Ning and Sister Rong Rong later in the day. Chen Xian nodded and said, if that is the case, then let it be so. You may attend to your matters, teacher. I shall not disturb your cultivation any longer. Bai Xian offered a slight bow to Chen Xian, who responded with a faint smile. Saying go? Upon hearing these words, Bai Xian nodded and slowly departed from Chen Xian's chamber. As he watched Bai Xian's retreating figure, Chen Xian resumed his previous actions, the 7 kills sword materializing once again in his hand. Although his movements remained undisturbed, Chen Xian's mind lingered on Bai Xian's earlier words. Friend? Given Bai Xian's age and prowess, it was likely that anyone he deemed a friend was far from ordinary. After leaving Chen Xian's residence, Bai Xian made his way toward the abode of Ning Fengji. His primary purpose for visiting the 7 Treasures Glazed sect was to gain insights into the path and techniques of the sword under Chen Xian's guidance. Now, with 7 days having passed, Bai Xian had indeed made some progress, yet it was merely relative. Bai Xian discerned that although Chen Xian's swordsmanship possessed remarkable strength, it also exhibited certain flaws. Despite its potency, it was heavily reliant on external elements, notably his 7-kill sword. This reliance caused Chen Xian's swordsmanship to deviate from the essence of true strength, focusing instead on the ferocity of the sword itself rather than the purity of the path. Such a deviation contrasts with the authentic aspiration of a cultivator towards the Tao. While practitioners may traverse against the heavens in their quest to seize celestial transformations for themselves, they simultaneously endeavor to cultivate their own path. Excluding those who stray into unorthodox practices, genuine cultivators seek enlightenment through their unique paths. A true swordsman would never depend on external objects for strength. Rather, they recognize that anything can serve as a sword, a strand of hair, a withered blade of grass. A droplet of water, a breath of air, or even a fleeting thought can embody the essence of a sword. Likewise, the blade in Bai Xian's hand exemplifies this principle. During this period, Bai Xian has found himself in a peculiar situation, although he has learned a great deal from Chen Xian that he can draw upon. It is predominantly the inspiration and adjustments regarding his true path in the future that he has gleaned. After discussing this matter with Ning Fengji and Ning Rongrong, Bai Xian set off the next day to return to Tindo City. As he departed, Bai Xian cast a glance at Ning Rongrong, whose expression was noticeably less than cheerful, and he offered a gentle smile. Over the days spent with this little girl, Bai Xian had developed a fondness for her. During this time, Ning Rongrong's pure-heartedness and adorable demeanor brought a delightful spark to Bai Xian's otherwise mundane routine. This innocent girl often devised ways to feign anger and arrogance, which truly added a touch of warmth to his life. Bai Xian found great enjoyment in this. Having lived more than 30 years across 2 lifetimes, Bai Xian's experiences have primarily been centered around study and cultivation in this life. However, with a mature mindset, his demeanor has gradually become more composed, lacking the spiritedness typical of youth. Yet, in recent days spent with Ning Rongrong, his previously stable disposition has broadened considerably, as he joyfully engaged in seemingly childish games with her, oblivious to the opinions of outsiders. Gently ruffling Ning Rongrong's hair, Bai Xian smiled and inquired, "Why does my dear Rongrong seem unhappy? Is it because Brother Xian is leaving?" In moments like this, when he playfully tousled her hair, she would typically pretend to bite his hand, but now she remained still, allowing his actions, simply shaking her head in silence. Observing this, Bai Xian smiled softly. Kneeling down to her level and holding her hand, he said, "Brother Xian is merely returning to the academy to attend to some matters. I will visit you often. When the next holiday arrives, I will come back to play with you, all right?" Pausing briefly, he continued, "Of course, if Rongrong misses Brother Xian, you can always come to the academy to find me, as I am frequently there. Does that sound good?" At his words, Ning Rongrong finally reacted, looking at Bai Xian with a glimmer of interest. "Really?" Bai Xian patted his chest and replied with a smile, "Of course it's true. Have I ever deceived you in these past few days?" Hearing this, Ning Rongrong tilted her head thoughtfully for a moment before slowly shaking it. Bai Xian chuckled, gently patting her shoulder, and declared, "Then it is settled. The next time I have the opportunity, Brother Xian will return to see Rongrong." If you miss me, you can also come to Tindo City to find me." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong nodded her little head vigorously, responding with a bright and melodious tone, "Then I shall heed Brother Xian." Witnessing this, Bai Xian chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling Ning Rongrong's hair once more before turning to bid farewell to Chen Xin and the others, embarking on his solitary journey back to Tiando. Upon returning to the academy, Bai Xian refrained from seeking out Qian Renxue. Instead, he took some time to organize his thoughts before setting off alone into the bustling streets of Tiando City. Although he was now aware of Qian Renxue's true identity within the capital, he had no compelling reason to venture to the prince's residence in search of her. Given his current circumstances, should he make his way to the prince's estate, the news would undoubtedly reach various factions with connections to him in no time. This would create potential rifts not only with those already affiliated with the prince's residence and the spirit hall behind Qian Renxue's identity, but also between Chen Xin and himself. While such developments might not fundamentally alter their relationship, it would render the possibility of returning to their former camaraderie all but impossible. After arriving back in Tiando City, Bai Xian began to wander aimlessly, confident that with the formidable influence of the spirit hall supporting Qian Renxue, discovering his presence, should he not take pains to conceal it, would pose no challenge, especially within the territory of a hidden royal power such as Tiando. "Young master, Bai Xian has returned." As Bai Xian strolled through the city of Tiando, a figure cloaked in gray within a chamber of the spirit hall regarded Qian Renxue, who stood by the window with utmost reverence. "Have you returned?" he inquired. Hearing his words, Qian Renxue gazed out the window and murmured softly. Though her utterance was but a whisper, it lasted only for a fleeting moment. After that brief interlude, her voice grew clear as she declared, "In that case, Uncle Shi, let us set forth." At her words, Shi Long, clad in gray, nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, young master." Meanwhile, Bai Xian, who had been inspecting a fragment of a soul guide at a nearby stall, suddenly sensed something familiar. His previously fidgeting fingers stilled as he recognized a distinct wave of soul power. It was Qian Renxue. Casually discarding the soul guide fragment into the chaotic pile at the stall, he maintained his composure and began to move deliberately toward her location. Moving swiftly, Bai Xian followed the wave of soul power, attracting little attention as he exited the boundaries of Tindo City just before dusk. "It has been a while, hasn't it?" he thought, observing Qian Renxue and Shi Long, who had come to a halt ahead. In a matter of moments, Bai Xian's figure flashed, and he arrived before them, offering a slight bow to Shi Long before smiling at Qian Renxue. In response, she returned a gentle smile, shaking her head slightly as she said, "I had intended to set out today anyway, so I haven't kept you waiting long." Bai Xian nodded lightly and said softly, "Then let us depart." Qian Renxue also nodded in agreement. Gathering her soul power, she manifested 2 pairs of golden wings behind her. With a gentle flap, she transformed into a streak of golden light, soaring swiftly into the sky. Observing this, Bai Xian acknowledged Shi Long with a nod and summoned his own 4 wings of soul bone, hastening toward Qian Renxue's direction. As they ascended toward the spirit city, Bai Xian pondered, "Isn't it time for you and her?" At an altitude of 1,000 meters, Bai Xian and Qian Renxue soared side by side, with Shi Long trailing at a distance. Watching the composed Qian Renxue, Bai Xian gradually drew closer to her. In response, she glanced at him before turning her gaze ahead. After a prolonged silence, she nodded slowly and replied softly, "Yes, it is indeed time. Once this journey concludes and I acquire the soul ring, it will be time to have a conversation with her." Bai Xian gently nodded, contemplating, "Are you truly prepared to proceed with utilizing the phoenix blood?" In response, Qian Renxue affirmed with a nod, stating, "Since the opportunity has presented itself, even if it carries a modicum of peril, it is undoubtedly worth the risk." After speaking, Qian Renxue glanced at Bai Xian. Her tone was calm, yet her gaze bore a hint of conviction as she added, "You too have obtained the phoenix blood. Do you not share the same sentiment?" Upon hearing this, Bai Xian fell silent, recognizing the truth in her words. He was indeed of like mind. In fact, when the time arrived, the intensity of his trials would far exceed that of Qian Renxue. The flames of nirvana would engulf him, compounded by the necessity of forging new paths, inevitably attracting the wrath of the heavenly tribulations. Nevertheless, Bai Xian would never waver, having clarity in his own path. He understood that if he did not dare to venture forth, he would regret it for a lifetime. In this regard, Qian Renxue was no different. Her spirit mirrored that of Bai Xian, though her pride ran deeper still, as a being with innate soul power at the second level. and as the inheritor of a divine angelic martial spirit, her cultivation had faced some delays over the years. Yet even so, she possessed remarkable talents that distinguished her among her peers. Now, encountering Baen, a free-spirited soul master devoid of any backing, with no faction to provide resources, and yet, at the tender age of 13, he had already reached the soul sect level. She was struck by the profound disparity. More critically, Baen's true prowess had surpassed the soul sect tier, rivaling the might of soul kings, a feat she herself had not achieved at such a young age. Moreover, Qian Rinxue sensed an elusive sense of crisis emanating from him, one that transcended the challenges posed by even some soul emperor-level teachers she had encountered. This realization ignited a defiant spark within her proud heart. Although Baen may not yet be her equal, it was his astonishing youth that stoked her ambition. At merely 13, he had accomplished so much, and naturally, she was reluctant to concede to him. With Baen's generous assistance in acquiring the phoenix blood, she had also learned how to maximize its potential. Therefore, she was resolute in her determination to seize this opportunity to its fullest extent. As they journeyed through the skies, Baen, Qian Rinxue, and Shi Long soared rapidly. In just 2 days, they approached the vicinity of the martial soul city. Ahead lay their destination. As a magnificent colossal city emerged within sight, the voice of Qian Rinxue resonated. Upon hearing her words, Baen nodded, observing the spirit city from nearly a kilometer above. Unlike the vast expanse of the Tindo city, the area of the spirit city appeared relatively modest, merely 1/10 the size of Tindo city. Nevertheless, the impact of the spirit city on Baen was profound, for above the ground city loomed a floating sky city. While the spirit city was undeniably small compared to the immense residential area of Tindo city, it was indeed incomparable to the royal city of the Tindo Empire. The 80-meter-high granite city walls stood magnificently from the outside, and upon the hexagonal walls were grand sculptures that revealed themselves. Within, towering structures rose hundreds of meters high, imparting a sense of grandeur at first glance. Most notably, the floating city above the ground city, though only covering a little over 100 acres, evoked the most awe. Resembling a colossal star poised to plummet, suspended in defiance, radiating boundless waves of potent energy. Truly, as a sanctum of the soul master realm. Such an endeavor could only be conceived by those possessing divine-level martial spirit legacies, like the angel and sea god lineages. As he gazed upon the approaching city, Baen could not suppress a silent sigh. Observing the aerial city below, Qian Rinxue's gentle voice, tinged with a hint of fatigue, suggested, "Let us descend." In response, Baen and Shi Long, who hovered nearby, nodded in agreement. With a powerful flap of his 4 wings, Baen dove down alongside Qian Rinxue and Shi Long. With a series of whooshing sounds, the 3 figures landed upon the edge of the floating city. Who goes there? Upon their arrival, numerous soul masters gathered at the city's precipice, with one demanding in a sharp tone. Noticing the encroaching soul masters, Baen's pupils contracted slightly, even among them. The weakest possessed the strength of a soul king. Is this the foundation of the spirit hall? At this, Shi Long, who had just landed, let out a cold snort, a potent wave of soul power emanating from him as a token surged through the air towards the speaking soul emperor. Sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from Shi Long, the soul emperor's pupils constricted, casting a glance at the token that had been caught. Instantly, his heart skipped a beat, and he hastily clasped his fists and bowed deeply, exclaiming, "I was unaware of the young master's arrival. I am at fault." In response, Qian Rinxue gently nodded and remarked, "No matter, it has been many years since I last returned, and many of you appear unfamiliar." The soul emperor inclined his waist even lower, replying, "Yes, young master. I only joined the Angel Legion last year, and it has yet to be a full year." Qian Rinxue nodded gently and said, "All right, you may proceed. Remain vigilant. Elder Shi and I shall take our leave first." Upon hearing this, the soul emperor responded affirmatively, "Understood. Let us depart for the altar." Casting a glance at Baen and Shi Long, Qian Rinxue softly remarked, in response. Both Baen and Shi Long nodded in agreement and followed closely beside Qian Rinxue as they walked in a unified direction. Chapter 130, First Encounter, Part 2. A series of high platforms crafted from layers of white marble rose majestically, resembling a celestial pathway. At the pinnacle of the platforms, 2 colossal angelic statues were faintly discernible, standing sentinel on either side. These magnificent statues towered several meters high, their forms radiating a resplendent golden hue. with 3 pairs of golden wings unfurling gracefully from their backs. Each statue wielded a massive golden sword, pointed defiantly towards the heavens, while a delicate aura of golden divine flame shimmered ethereally around them. Baen strained his gaze towards the end of the high platform. A solitary figure stood quietly at the edge, flanked by 2 towering angelic statues. The figure's eyes also followed the descending steps, locking onto Baen from hundreds of meters away. Powerful. Inexorably powerful. This was the instinctive sensation that surged within Baen at the moment their eyes met. As their gazes connected, he felt as though his very eyes might burst, although the figure did not emanate any soul power or mental pressure. The mere exchange of glances made Baen feel as if his soul were on the verge of being wrenched away. With a slight concentration of his consciousness, Baen's expression grew grave. This was the first time he encountered such an experience. Even when he faced Shilong previously, he had not felt such a chilling dread. Observing Baen's demeanor, the figure on the platform revealed a hint of surprise in his gaze, but soon redirected his attention back to Qian Rinxue. His eyes filled with affection. At that moment, Qian Rinxue also caught sight of the figure atop the platform, her expression brightening with joy. "Grandfather," she murmured softly. Summoning her martial soul, she gently fluttered her golden wings and soared swiftly toward the pinnacle of the platform. Witnessing this, Baen and Shilong exchanged a glance and nodded slightly. Baen also summoned his soul-bone wings and followed suit alongside Shilong. Upon reaching the high platform, Baen observed Qian Rinxue rushing into the embrace of a golden-haired man who appeared to be in his 40s. The man, stroking her hair with tenderness, remarked, "Shuer has grown into quite the young lady. Why do you still leap into your grandfather's arms?" As he spoke, the golden-haired man adjusted Qian Rinxue's arms. Gazing earnestly at her with a smile, "It has been several years. Shuer has indeed matured." Turning his attention to Baen and Shilong, the middle-aged man acknowledged, "Elder Shilong, no need for excessive formalities." He then glanced at Baen, a peculiar look appearing in his eyes. Having observed Baen's movements closely, he noted the 2 pairs of golden wings behind him. Were it not for the difference in Baen's hair color and the absence of an angelic aura within him, he would have almost mistaken Baen for a member of the angelic lineage. The resemblance between Baen and the current Qian Rinxue was strikingly uncanny. Both attired in light-colored garments, adorned with 4 wings and golden feathers, their sizes strikingly similar. Were it not for the differences in their hair color and the distinct soul power attributes emanating from their wings, one might easily mistake them for siblings. Junior Baen. Greetings to you, Senior. Upon noticing Qian Daolu's gaze, Baen clasped his fists and bowed slightly, performing a gesture of respect befitting a junior. Observing Baen's calm demeanor, Qian Daolu nodded slightly. This must be the Baen mentioned in Shuer's letter. Hearing this, Qian Rinxue gently nodded, affirming, "Yes, grandfather." As Qian Daolu scrutinized Baen, he inwardly acknowledged, although Baen's soul power fluctuations were merely at the soul sovereign level. This did not escape the notice of Qian Daolu, a pinnacle Douluo. At just 13 years of age, he had already reached the soul sovereign level, which was not inferior to Shuer at that age. Such remarkable cultivation at such a tender age. "Young man, you are quite impressive," Qian Daolu remarked, nodding at Baen. In response, Baen offered a modest smile, saying, "I am undeserving of such praise, Senior. It was merely a stroke of luck." With a chuckle, Qian Daolu replied, "Modesty is indeed a virtue, yet excessive humility is not a fitting attitude for the youth." Continuing, Qian Daolu paused momentarily, then continued, "At such a young age, you possess the remarkable achievement of level 45, with your 2nd soul ring surpassing the ordinary millennium mark, and your 4th soul ring even reaching the 10,000-year level." He looked at Baen with a grin, adding, "Young man, has there ever been someone with your fortune on this continent in the past millennium?" Baen remained silent, uncertain whether there had been anyone like him who surpassed the norms of soul ring absorption over the past millennium. However, he was indeed aware of one such individual, Bibi Dong. Now at the rank of title Douluo, she must have hunted numerous high-ranking soul beasts to acquire the soul rings for her 2nd martial soul. Consequently, the initial age of her 2nd martial soul rings conservatively estimates to be no less than 50,000 years. Shaking his head slightly, Baen chose not to elaborate further. "Grandfather, what brings you outside today?" At that moment, Qian Rinxue's voice broke through. Shaking his head gently, Qian Daolu replied softly, "It has been several years since Shuer last returned. Today marks her return, so how could grandfather remain in the Great Hall?" Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue displayed a hint of remorse, saying, "I am sorry, grandfather. It is all my fault for not visiting you all these years." Qian Daolu shook his head slightly, gazing into the distance at a cluster of buildings, and after a long pause, he said, "How can this be Shui Er's fault? It is all on me. In the past, my indecision has caused Shui Er to suffer over the years." Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue gently shook her head and chose not to speak further. At that moment, within the architectural complex previously observed by Qian Daolu, in the Pope's chamber, both Zhu Deyuguan and Ghost Dongame stood respectfully beneath the platform, gazing at Bibi Dong, who was seated above. Bibi Dong's crimson lips parted slightly as she inquired, "Are you saying she has returned and brought along someone named by Qian?" In response, Zhu Douluo below inclined slightly, saying, "Indeed, Your Holiness." This information was relayed by members of the Angel Legion and is undoubtedly accurate. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong lightly tapped the armrest of her throne with her jade fingers, her gaze shifting as if contemplating something. Chapter 131. Conversation as the sun rose. Beneath the towering angelic statue, a figure sat quietly in meditation, facing the emerging dawn. The individual clad in white radiated a faint azure halo, while the golden sunlight cast a gentle glow around him, rendering the young figure akin to a celestial being. Gradually, as the sun ascended, after half an hour, the azure halo slowly retracted and dissipated. The white-clad figure exhaled a breath of turbid air, simultaneously opening his eyes. A fleeting imprint of a blue lotus appeared in his pupils. Gazing at the rising sun, Bai Xian stretched lazily and stood. No wonder one so young possesses such cultivation. "You, young man, are remarkable." Just as Bai Xian's thoughts began to drift, a light, ethereal voice whispered in his ear, causing his pupils to contract sharply and his consciousness to surge. Turning slowly, he found Qian Daolu looking at him with a hint of a smile. "Senior." An exclamation of astonishment escaped him. Seeing Qian Daolu eased Bai Xian's previously tense heart, he realized he had been overly anxious. This was the Spirit City, a place where Qian Daolu, a revered elder, resided. In the absence of god-level power, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to infiltrate silently. However, when had Qian Daolu arrived? How had he failed to perceive it? Bai Xian's spiritual power was likely on par with that of an ordinary soul emperor, and with his finely tuned control, he should not have been so oblivious as before. It was as if Qian Daolu had never existed. "When did you arrive, senior?" Though his heart had yet to find tranquility, Bai Xian maintained a remarkable composure, seemingly unfazed by the sudden appearance of Qian Daolu. Observing Bai Xian's demeanor, Qian Daolu regarded him with a hint of approval. To remain as serene as still water amid such circumstances speaks volumes of one's character. With a gentle smile, Qian Daolu approached and patted Bai Xian on the shoulder, remarking, "Young man, you rise quite early. I have been here since you began your meditation." Upon hearing this, Bai Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. Had Qian Daolu truly arrived before him? He had not sensed any unusual fluctuations in the soul power or air around him at that time. Shifting his gaze, Bai Xian looked at Qian Daolu, who stood before the grand angel statue, and replied, "Senior, you are quite early as well." Qian Daolu smiled softly, caressing the magnificent angel statue, and said, "I come here to serve the angel god at this hour every day. But you, young man, what is the purpose of your diligent cultivation?" Bai Xian's eyes flickered as he regarded Qian Daolu, before finally responding, "Of course, it is to grow stronger." In response, Qian Daolu examined Bai Xian for a moment, then slowly shook his head and returned his gaze to the angel statue, stating, "Perhaps that is true. But it cannot be the entirety of your purpose." Bai Xian, slightly taken aback by Qian Daolu's assertion, replied vaguely, "Perhaps." He then inquired, "But what about you, senior? What drives your daily service to the angel god?" Qian Daolu's eyes sparkled momentarily before he answered with a hint of amusement, "It is, naturally, out of faith and the blessings bestowed by the angel god." As he spoke, Qian Daolu met Bai Xian's gaze. Upon hearing this, Bai Xian's eyes shifted. He remained skeptical of Qian Daolu's words. While Qian Daolu might not object to his position as a revered servant of the angel god, it was evident that he did not relish the role. As a high priest, he might one day find himself as a sacrificial offering for the birth of a new god. If that future deity were to be his granddaughter, he might harbor no resentment. However, he certainly did not wish to face such a fate himself. The two men, locked in mutual gaze, discerned different shades of emotion within each other's eyes. "Your ambitions are grand," Qian Daolu remarked gravely as he regarded Bai Xian. Taken aback, Bai Xian questioned. How could you tell? Is it so strange? Qian Daolu replied. The pride and determination that lie deep within your gaze reveal your true heart. As he gazed at Bai Xian, Qian Daolu's eyes revealed a flicker of intrigue. Although your pride and determination are deeply concealed, I assure you, my years have not been in vain. What piques my curiosity is that your pride may stem from your formidable strength, yet from whence does that thread of resolve arise? At your current pace of cultivation, it is likely that within 15 years, you shall ascend to the rank of a titled Douluo. Surely, there are few matters in this world capable of instilling such a resolute mindset in you. Upon hearing this, Bai Xian's gaze finally betrayed a hint of astonishment. He could discern such a profound level of insight. Truly, he was worthy of being called a peak Douluo, the closest existence to divinity. Slowly shaking his head, Bai Xian turned his gaze toward the horizon, taking a moment before he spoke. Senior, do you imply that the path of cultivation in this world is solely limited to becoming a soul master? At this, Qian Daolu paused, momentarily taken aback. What does this mean? After a brief silence, Bai Xian looked toward the sky and continued, the martial soul, or rather, the soul master, cultivates through acquiring soul rings from soul beasts to enhance oneself. Cultivators seek longevity, refining the essence of heaven and earth to strengthen their being, which is entirely reasonable. Yet ultimately, it must be refined for personal use, to achieve one's own greatness. But does the soul master truly assimilate the soul rings into their essence? Cultivation, by its nature, is an act against the heavens, yet it should not turn practitioners into bloodthirsty beings. However, the hunt for soul rings leads everyone to yearn for greater power and higher-aged rings. Yet, 10,000-year soul beasts already possess rudimentary intelligence, while 100,000-year soul beasts exhibit intellect akin to ordinary humans. Despite this, countless soul masters still aspire to capture higher-aged soul rings. Perhaps differences among races might allow us to overlook these boundaries, but does such indiscriminate slaughter of sentient beings truly align with the genuine laws of nature? The true principles of the cosmos? Is there not another way for soul masters, or humanity at large, to cultivate? Upon hearing this, Qian Daolu regarded Bai Xian with an expression akin to that reserved for a madman. Is this your true intention or thought? Chapter 132. The unexpected individual. Qian Daolu was undoubtedly shaken by the philosophical implications expressed in Bai Xian's earlier words. For neither the common populace nor even he, as a peak Douluo, had ever entertained thoughts akin to those of Bai Xian. Such musings were far from the contemplation of ordinary individuals. Ordinary individuals, or rather soul masters, spend the vast majority of their lives striving to attain the esteemed title of a titled Douluo, seldom pausing to ponder the origins of their martial souls, or the true purpose behind their cultivation. Even he, after achieving the pinnacle of a 99th level Douluo, found himself contemplating how to ascend further to attain divine status only after decades of stagnation in his own strength. Yet, he had never considered, as Bai Xian did, the rationality of a soul master's existence and the practice of hunting soul rings. Was this notion a solitary creation of yours? Qian Daolu's expression regained some composure as he fixed his gaze upon Bai Xian. He nodded slowly, and Bai Xian could not deny it. Taking a deep breath, Bai Xian closed his eyes, his mind flooded with fleeting memories from the years gone by. The awakening of martial souls, the formation of soul rings, the absorption of soul rings. Each time he reflected, he found it utterly astonishing. While he rejoiced at the awakening of his martial soul, he was equally taken aback by the brutality of soul master cultivation. The fundamental rule of the world's essence adheres to the principle of survival of the fittest. However, such a harsh method of training ultimately amplifies our entanglements and animosities. The cultivation of soul masters is inextricably linked with merciless hunts, and in the act of pursuing soul beasts, humanity's conflict with them only intensifies. If this continues, the rift between soul beasts and humans will become irreparable, leading to the eventual demise or decline of one side in this world. As he gazed into Bai Xian's eyes, which shone with a radiant light, Qian Daolu gave a slight nod. Does Xiaoxuan know of your thoughts? Upon hearing this, Bai Xian slowly shook his head, his gaze fixed upon the distant sky. Perhaps she knows, perhaps she does not. Who can truly ascertain? Observing Bai Xian, who appeared somewhat lost in thought, Qian Daolu fell silent for a moment. Standing beside him, he too lifted his gaze to the azure expanse above. After a brief pause, Qian Daolu spoke softly. Now that you have contemplated these matters, do you possess any means to address them? Bai Xian merely shook his head slightly, and smiled gently, choosing not to respond. Yet, the determination and resolve in his eyes were unmistakable. Not receiving an answer from Bai Xian, Qian Daolu turned to meet his gaze, and in that moment, he seemed to glean some understanding, prompting him to fall silent once more as he returned his attention to the cloudless sky. For a time, the two shared a profound silence, devoid of conversation. After what felt like an eternity, Qian Daolu slowly turned, casting a final glance at Bai Xian. And with a soft sigh, he declared, "Let us depart, it is time." Upon hearing this, Bai Xian did not alter his gaze towards the heavens, but nodded subtly, proceeding alongside Qian Daolu into the Douluo Palace. Upon arriving beneath the magnificent statue of the angel, Qian Daolu regarded the figure and spoke. "Shuer has already conveyed everything to me. I have also investigated the phoenix blood you mentioned. Indeed, it harbors a trace of sacred flames within. Even the sacred fire from my lineage pales in comparison. According to Shuer, you possess knowledge of the origin of that drop of blood and flames, do you not?" In response, Bai Xian slowly nodded and replied, "I am indeed aware of the information regarding that drop of blood. As for its acquisition, I obtained it in the realm of Tian Duan Han. As for how I came to possess such information, I can only say it holds significant fortune for Shuer. I believe the esteemed elder can discern this as well. As for the rest, it remains a secret of mine, which I shall not disclose." After speaking, Bai Xian gazed calmly at Qian Daolu's retreating figure. Qian Daolu, upon hearing this, nodded in understanding. With his keen insight, he could certainly perceive the exceptional value of the phoenix blood. Bai Xian's willingness to present it to Qian Rinxue clearly indicated his regard for her. "If you are unwilling to share, then let it be," he said. "Prepare yourself for tomorrow. The ceremony with Xiao Shui is set to commence." Upon hearing this, Bai Xian's brow furrowed slightly in surprise. "So soon?" he murmured. Qian Daolu gently nodded and elaborated. "Before your arrival, all the required herbs were gathered. We are merely waiting for Xiao Shui to optimize her condition, and the baptism can commence at any moment." Bai Xian nodded in agreement. With the resources of the spirit hall and the angel lineage, the necessary materials for the baptism would undoubtedly be abundant. However, Bai Xian gazed curiously at the retreating figure of Qian Daolu. Adjusting oneself to the peak state? Could it be that Shuer did not relay the method of utilizing the phoenix blood to Qian Daolu? I understand now. Tomorrow, I shall arrive punctually. Yes, you may return for now. If you wish, you may roam freely within this spirit soul city. No one shall impede your passage." Upon hearing Bai Xian's response, Qian Daolu maintained his steady stance before the angelic statue, merely gesturing gently with a hand as he spoke slowly. In response, Bai Xian performed a slight bow, saying, "In that case, I shall take my leave." After uttering this, Bai Xian bowed once more and gradually exited the sanctum. Once Bai Xian's figure had completely departed from the hall, Qian Daolu finally turned around, observing Bai Xian's receding silhouette. He sighed softly, murmuring, "Indeed a remarkable individual. I hope you are correct." With that, Qian Daolu shifted his gaze towards the towering angelic statue, whispering, "Oh, angel god, what should I do?" His voice dwindled to a near inaudible whisper. Qian Daolu's gaze became somewhat unfocused. At his level, such occurrences were rare, indicating the profound impact today's conversation with Bai Xian had on his heart. Stepping outside the sanctum, Bai Xian ambled leisurely along the floating city's steps, flanked by guards emanating soul power of at least soul sect level. Despite Bai Xian's casual stroll, none of the guards approached to hinder his progress. As he wandered in this manner, Bai Xian divided a portion of his consciousness to perceive his surroundings while his mind began to contemplate how to ensure the successful completion of the baptism with Qian Rinxue on the morrow. "Are you Bai Xian?" After an indeterminate period, just as Bai Xian was about to formulate a thought, a feminine voice, imbued with certainty yet tinged with inquiry, echoed in his ears. Bai Xian raised his gaze, and a stunning figure entered his view. Chapter 133, The Beginning. Before him stood a person with fair skin and a visage nearly perfect in its beauty, clad in an opulent black robe adorned with golden patterns. She wore a crown of jewels atop her head and grasped a staff approximately 2 meters in length, encrusted with countless gemstones. An aura of intangible nobility emanated from her presence. Most importantly, upon seeing her, Bai Xian could not help but conjure the image of Qian Rinxue in his mind. They were strikingly similar. Indeed, they were remarkably alike. Aside from differences in demeanor, temperament, and hair color, the two appeared to be carved from the same mold. "Who is she?" Bai Xian gazed at the approaching figure, his pupils constricting. Bibi Dong. The name surfaced in his mind. The woman halted approximately 5 steps before Bai Xian, observing his expression, which was tinged with uncertainty, her gaze sharpening slightly. Sensing the fluctuations of soul power emanating from Bai Xian, Bibi Dong noted that he remained unperturbed by the aura she had inadvertently released, and she subtly nodded in approval. Her crimson lips parted as she spoke. It seems you are indeed the one. At her words, Bai Xian finally snapped back to reality. A bead of cold sweat trickling from his temple, he had unwittingly been captivated by the woman's charisma. Although surprised internally, his demeanor softened as he nodded in acknowledgement, replying, I am indeed Bai Xian. May I ask your name? Despite having already deduced the identity of the person before him, Bai Xian feigned ignorance. As Bibi Dong scrutinized the finer details of Bai Xian, she silently agreed. He was undoubtedly a promising candidate, significantly stronger than Nana and her companions. With her current level of power, although she had yet to attain the status of a peerless Douluo, having already initiated a divine inheritance, she could discern nearly everything about Bai Xian. While Bai Xian's soul power level remained at 45, both the strength of his physique and the totality of his soul power, along with the subtle yet extraordinary pressure he exuded that surpassed the typical Soul King, were evident. Though ordinary soul masters might not perceive this, Bibi Dong was certainly not included among them. As she prepared to speak, Bibi Dong's lips moved, but a familiar golden figure appeared before her, bowing respectfully. Your Holiness. Upon hearing the visitor's voice, Bai Xian's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. It was indeed her. Bibi Dong, upon seeing the newcomer, was not taken aback but instead turned her attention back to Bai Xian, stating, As you can see, I am Bibi Dong, the current Pope of the Spirit Hall. Bai Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed at Bibi Dong, yet he did not bow like the golden figure, instead locking eyes with her directly. Such audacity! How dare you show disrespect to Her Holiness the Pope? Upon witnessing Bai Xian's actions, Yu Guan, clad in golden armor, furrowed his brows and chastised him loudly. Ignoring Yu Guan's rebuke, Bai Xian appeared gravely serious, his brow furrowed and eyes flickering with a hint of pain. In that fleeting moment, a mental contest had ensued between Bai Xian and Bibi Dong, with the evident outcome being that Bai Xian was at a disadvantage. Observing Bai Xian, who was slightly panting, Bibi Dong's gaze sharpened momentarily before she broke into a smile, her lips parting as she remarked, Indeed, your mental prowess is formidable. It likely rivals that of even a soul emperor or soul saint. In response, Bai Xian, still catching his breath, performed a respectful fist salute and replied, Your Holiness, you flatter me. I am but a humble junior, and I have a long way to go compared to you. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong lightly pressed her lips together, smiling gently as she said, You are quite modest. Such a mindset at your age is not the demeanor one would expect from youth. Bai Xian remained silent, uncertain of Bibi Dong's true intentions. Noticing his silence, Bibi Dong did not seem displeased. Instead, she turned her gaze towards the far end of the platform and, after a moment's pause, spoke slowly, You have come to Wuhuan City because of her, have you not? Meeting Bibi Dong's gaze and listening to her seemingly inconsequential inquiry, Bai Xian hesitated briefly before affirming, Yes. In response, Bibi Dong stood with her back to Bai Xian, her figure silent for a moment. After a brief pause, she chuckled softly and uttered a cryptic remark. If that is the case, then let it be as it is. With that, she turned her back to both Bai Xian and Yu Guan, her gaze fixed on the distant end of the platform, leaving them to ponder her thoughts. Bai Xian remained quietly observing her actions, recognizing that it was not yet time to depart. After some time, Bibi Dong turned back towards Bai Xian, her lips moving slightly as she said, Elder Yu, you may return now. Yu Guan, taken aback by her words, glanced at Bibi Dong, then bowed slightly and replied, Yes, Your Holiness. As he looked at Bai Xian, a fading voice echoed softly in his ears, Cultivate diligently. When we meet again, I hope you have ascended to a higher level. Upon hearing these words, Bai Xian, who had initially intended to depart, paused momentarily, casting a glance towards the direction in which Bibi Dong had vanished, his expression filled with an inexplicable aura. This encounter with Bibi Dong had entirely taken Bai Xian by surprise. What astonished him further was the brevity of their interaction, consisting merely of a few enigmatic exchanges that left him perplexed regarding her true intentions. Shaking his head slightly, Bai Xian decided to relinquish his thoughts on the matter. The path ahead was evidently straightforward, and when the time came, the ramifications of today's events would undoubtedly become clear. Sensing a slight, throbbing discomfort in his mind, Bai Xian abandoned his plans to explore Wuhan City for the day and instead made his way back to his quarters. He needed to recuperate from the mental strain he had endured, preparing himself for the trials posed by Qian Rinxue on the morrow. Following a night of silence, Bai Xian immersed himself in the process of restoration upon returning to his residence. Although the depletion of his spiritual energy was significant, he was fortunate that his current mental prowess rivaled that of a soul emperor, if not a soul sage, especially with the stabilizing presence of the Qinglian seed within his sea of consciousness. Remarkably, within just a few hours, Bai Xian had fully regained his spiritual strength. As dawn broke, Bai Xian, having attuned his state, proceeded towards the angel temple, encountering no signs of guards attempting to impede his passage. It was only upon reaching the temple's exterior that he was guided by a soul emperor to where Qian Douluo and Qian Rinxue awaited. "You've arrived." Upon witnessing Bai Xian's presence, both Qian Douluo and Qian Rinxue offered slight smiles, with Qian Rinxue addressing him directly. Nodding subtly, Bai Xian surveyed the peculiar temple before him, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze. He had not anticipated that amidst this Western architectural ensemble, there existed a locale so reminiscent of ancient Chinese history. As he observed the intricate arrangements within, Bai Xian mused inwardly, "Is there not a fragment of similarity amidst the vast expanse of history?" The heavy iron chains, coupled with inscriptions resembling ancient script, alongside an imposing cauldron forged from an unknown material that gleamed like pure gold, left Bai Xian in awe. "Xiaoxue, prepare yourself. The baptism will commence shortly." Qian Daolu's soul power stirred as he levitated before the golden cauldron. Glancing inside, he softly instructed Qian Rinxue. In response, Qian Rinxue nodded slightly, but when she caught Bai Xian's gaze, filled with curiosity and questioning, she subtly shook her head. Understanding her unspoken message, Bai Xian realized that Qian Rinxue had refrained from disclosing the method of utilizing the phoenix blood to Qian Douluo, for otherwise, he would never have allowed her to face such peril. What intrigued Bai Xian, however, was how Qian Rinxue intended to achieve the state she had previously described. As time flows slowly, the grand hall is filled only with the crackling sound of roaring flames. Above the immense cauldron, Qian Douluo hovers silently, observing the situation within as he occasionally tosses in various herbs, exhibiting extraordinary phenomena. Ultimately, a vivid emerald glow becomes visible emanating from the mouth of the cauldron, which simultaneously releases waves of soul power. Even Bai Xian, standing several feet away, can detect the rich aroma of medicinal herbs wafting through the air. "Xiaoxue, it's time. Please take out the drop of phoenix blood." Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue gently nodded, and with a flicker of soft light, the white jade bottle gifted by Bai Xian appeared in her hand. Summoning her martial spirit, the four wings unfurl. She channels her soul power and gradually ascends above the red gold cauldron, delicately removing the stopper from the warm jade bottle. As the bottle tilts, a drop of crimson blood slowly emerges, instantly enveloping the hall in an intense warmth. A rune resembling a phoenix dances around the liquid. Though it is but a single drop, it seems to embody the essence of a living creature. As the ruby-red blood drips into the concoction within the cauldron, it spreads rapidly, akin to a drop of ink dispersing in a bowl of clear water. The red luminescence swiftly permeates the mixture, and within just a few breaths, the once emerald liquid transforms entirely into a deep crimson hue, with flickering phantoms of flame rising above, seemingly engulfing the liquid in a continuous blaze. Observing the spectacle within the cauldron, Qian Douluo, though somewhat astonished, maintains a composed demeanor and nods, stating, "In that case, Xiaoxue, you may begin. Bai Xian and I will wait outside the hall." In response, Qian Rinxue slightly nods and reassures, "Do not worry, grandfather." With a gentle nod, Qian Douluo turns to Bai Xian, his lips moving as he conveys a message, "Let us wait outside while Xiaoxue undergoes the baptism alone." Bai Xian glances at Qian Douluo, nods slightly, and turns to face Qian Rinxue. Their gazes meet in the air, and though his lips move, he ultimately refrains from voicing any words. Nonetheless, Qian Rinxue comprehends the sentiments Bai Xian wishes to convey. She gently nods, perceiving the hint of concern deep within his eyes. In response, Bai Xian subtly nods back before he and Qian Douluo exit the hall together. "Is there something you and Xiaoxue are concealing from me?" Outside on the high platform, the two stand in silence, gazing down at the Soul Master city below, resembling mere specks of dust. After a moment, Qian Douluo suddenly breaks the silence. having observed the recent actions of Bai Xian and Qian Renxue closely. Taken aback, Bai Xian looks at Qian Douluo and after a brief pause, replies, "There is nothing worth hiding from you, senior. It is merely that Xue did not disclose this to you, as she likely has her reasons." Oh? Upon hearing this, Qian Daolia's gaze shifted slightly, and he looked at Bai Xian with an expression that was somewhat inscrutable. Is it the phoenix blood? After a brief pause, Qian Daoluo fixed his eyes on Bai Xian and spoke slowly, word by word. In response, Bai Xian met Qian Daolia's gaze, remaining somewhat silent. After a moment, he finally turned his head and gently nodded, saying, "Senior, you have noticed as well?" Seeing this, Qian Daoluo let out a light scoff, saying, "Indeed." Before he could finish his sentence, he abruptly froze, and his expression underwent a drastic change. With a swift motion, he waved his hand, causing the enormous jade stone gate weighing approximately 10,000 pounds to swing open violently. Qian Daoliu's figure darted inside with great urgency. Xiaoxue. Upon witnessing the current state of Qian Renxue, Qian Daoliu's expression shifted dramatically, losing the calm demeanor he had previously held. At that moment, Qian Renxue was entirely submerged in the crimson medicinal liquid within the vast golden cauldron, her face devoid of color, her aura fluctuating continuously, akin to a flickering candle in a tempest on the verge of extinguishment. It would be best not to disturb Xue. Observing Qian Renxue's condition, Qian Daoluo was poised to rush in and rescue her when Bai Xian's voice resonated in his ears. Qian Daoliu's hand, which had just reached out, froze slightly as he gazed at Qian Renxue, whose complexion resembled that of gold paper. Taking a deep breath, he cast a somewhat sullen glance at Bai Xian and inquired, "Kid, what on earth is happening here? What do you truly know?" Summoning his soul-bone wings, Bai Xian gracefully ascended above the cauldron and looked down at Qian Renxue, speaking softly, "Senior, you only need to understand that this is her opportunity. It is also her choice." Upon hearing this, Qian Daoluo gazed at Qian Renxue within the cauldron, his expression shifting numerous times. Yet he ultimately abandoned the intention to rescue her once more. Observing this, Bai Xian secretly exhaled in relief. Looking at Qian Renxue, a hint of admiration surfaced in his demeanor. He had not anticipated her resolute determination. Although he was unaware of how Qian Renxue had achieved this, the fluctuations in her aura indicated that her condition was far from stable, teetering on the brink of death. The two remained suspended quietly on either side of the immense cauldron, choosing not to depart, but to observe Qian Renxue's plight in silence. As time flowed gently onwards, Bai Xian sensed threads of crimson blood energy coursing through Qian Renxue's dantian, navigating her meridians and circulating within her heart, like serpentine dragons in motion. This blood energy was exceedingly domineering, racing through her body with such ferocity that it appeared almost unbearable, manifesting alarming crimson fissures upon her skin. Fortunately, as time progressed, the previously erratic state of Qian Renxue's aura began to improve gradually. Accompanying this change, the fissures slowly dissipated, and the blood and life energy emanating from her body began to thicken with vitality. Chapter 135. Astonishing. Witnessing this, Bai Xian felt a quiet sense of relief. The tension he had been holding within began to ease slightly. After all, although he had gleaned the origins of the phoenix blood from the Qinglian seedling, he had never truly experienced its extraordinary nature. He was uncertain whether any unforeseen complications might arise during Qian Renxue's absorption of the phoenix blood. All he could gather was that the power of this blood was formidable, capable of inducing rebirth. Yet the pain and dangers involved in the absorption process were burdens she must endure alone. Fortunately, it seemed that Qian Renxue had not encountered any significant mishaps and appeared to have withstood the initial refinement of her body by the phoenix blood. The next phase should be the nirvana fire, correct? Watching as the color returned to Qian Renxue's face, Bai Xian's gaze sharpened, noting the agitated spiritual energy swirling around her. He whispered to himself as he observed the cauldron's opening, where the dense fire attribute laws seemed to congeal into a tangible form. In the distance, he faintly perceived the sound of a phoenix's cry, as a resplendent, multicolored true phoenix bathed in divine flames, resurrected from ruin, soared through the heavens above. Suddenly, a faint sound emerged, accompanied by an unusual flame that spontaneously ignited 2 feet above Qian Renxue's forehead. This mesmerizing fire swiftly spread, engulfing her body in the crimson liquid within the cauldron. The peculiar flames radiated a vivid scarlet hue, yet beneath this fiery exterior, a hint of iridescent color shimmered, completely enveloping Qian Renxue as it blazed fiercely. Witnessing the sudden eruption of this extraordinary flame, both Bai Xian and Qiandalu's expressions shifted slightly. Yet they refrained from any unnecessary movements, their attention solely focused on Qianren Shui within. Indeed, it was the fire of nirvana. Bai Xian was not at all surprised by the emergence of the peculiar flames. Rather, it was the appearance of the nirvana fire that truly eased his mind, as it served as evidence that Qianren Shui's will was exceptionally lucid at that moment, enabling her to incite the nirvana fire within the phoenix blood to consume herself. Meanwhile, Qiandalu, observing the sudden manifestation of the nirvana fire, also breathed a sigh of relief. To enhance the power of the holy sword, it was imperative to refine a supreme holy flame. The challenge, however, did not lie in the ability to refine the holy flame itself, but rather in the selection of the appropriate one, with a lineage that has endured for thousands of years. It was inconceivable for the angelic lineage to lack a legacy of holy flames, yet the holy flames inherited were those left behind by the angelic deity's legacy. Refining the inherited holy flames may not pose significant difficulty for Qianren Shui, but doing so would fixate the power of the holy sword. Henceforth, even if she grew stronger, she would never surpass the former angelic deity, and if she were to falter, she could only attain her current level, unable to progress further. Consequently, upon discovering that the peculiar beast resembling a phoenix within the realm of Tian Duan Hun possessed a holy flame, the angelic lineage would seize any opportunity to capture it and extract the holy fire within to enhance the holy sword. This was the only way to transcend the constraints of the inherited flames, allowing the inheritor's holy sword to surpass the limitations of the inherited martial soul and achieve greater strength. However, since the discovery of the Tian Duan Hun realm by the angelic lineage, only 3 ancestors had successfully obtained the holy flame, and even he had merely captured a fragment of the inherited flame, never acquiring the extraordinary holy flame, underscoring its rarity. Now, as Xiao Shui sought to refine the holy flame, Qiandalu could ascertain, merely through superficial awareness, that it surpassed the inherited flames by several magnitudes. At this moment, he was not only mindful of the scarcity of the holy flame, but also harbored a slight concern for Qianren Shui, worrying whether she could successfully refine the holy flame produced by the phoenix blood. At this juncture, the great cauldron seemed to transform into a blazing furnace of crimson gold, and around Qianren Shui, who was engulfed in flames, a powerful aura of life began to emanate. The laws of heaven and earth appeared to be drawn into this spectacle, as colorful scarlet radiance descended from the void above, enveloping Qianren Shui. This was a breathtaking phenomenon, and within it, Qianren Shui resembled a celestial deity. Observing her transformation, Bai Xian nodded subtly, his gaze betraying a flicker of fervor. The phoenix's rebirth through fire was indeed magnificent. Bai Xian could not help but feel envious of Qianren Shui's transformation, for he too possessed the phoenix blood and could undergo a similar metamorphosis if he wished. Yet, his heart swiftly regained its composure. He understood that the moment was not yet ripe. As time flowed gently by, Qianren Shui's state became increasingly tranquil, evident from the gradually lightening hue of the potion within the cauldron. The divine energy contained in the potion was continuously absorbed by her body as she underwent transformation. The crimson liquid became clearer, and after 5 hours, the last trace of red finally vanished. At that moment, the contents of the cauldron had entirely transformed into pure, crystalline water, devoid of any energy fluctuations, reflecting a hint of golden phosphorescence against the backdrop of the resplendent golden cauldron. When the final vestige of divine energy merged into Qianren Shui's being, both Bai Xian and Qiandalu were stirred, their gazes fixed intently upon the still closed eyes of Qianren Shui. Despite their scrutiny, she remained serene, showing no signs of disturbance. Even the fluctuations of her soul power were unchanged from the previous day. However, Bai Xian and Qiandalu were no ordinary individuals. They could sense the tumultuous energy swirling beneath her calm exterior. This tranquility persisted for approximately the duration of an incense stick. Suddenly, the fluctuations of Qianren Shui's soul power became intensely vigorous. Within mere breaths, her aura surpassed the limits of level 60. Although she had yet to acquire a soul ring, her soul power surged beyond level constraints, continually ascending. In a brief span, her soul power transcended several level 60 thresholds, reaching the rank of Soul Emperor. Level 61, 62, her soul power rose steadily until it peaked at level 63, at which point the rate of increase gradually slowed, yet it continued to rise steadily. Ultimately, Qianren Shui's soul power stabilized at level 64. Witnessing her aura soar to such heights, Baen could not help but express his astonishment. The enhancement was truly remarkable. This was merely the result of a single drop of phoenix blood. Chapter 136, Ascendancy. Although most of the divine energy within the phoenix blood was utilized for the reconstruction of her physical form, even so, Qian Rinxue's soul power had increased by several tiers. At this moment, without having absorbed a soul ring, Baen could not discern the true level of her soul power post-enhancement. But the latent energy he sensed was certainly no less than the apparent level 64. A sound pierced the air, and Qian Rinxue abruptly opened her eyes. The angel martial soul manifested suddenly. Unlike before, when her wings were merely fourfold, everything had now transformed. Golden red 6 wings adorned her back, and Qian Rinxue hovered in midair. Raising one hand high, a surge of crimson golden flames erupted from her palm, swiftly engulfing the entire hall. As one beheld the scene, it appeared as though the very fabric of reality twisted under the flame-scorching embrace. Concurrently, a searing heat enveloped the great hall, spreading through the air. Observing the radiant flames unleashed by Qian Rinxue, Baen's eyes gleamed with astonishment. This fire was exponentially more powerful than what she had conjured previously. The spreading crimson golden flames lasted only a few breaths before they suddenly surged back, coalescing in Qian Rinxue's hand to form a divine sword of the same hue. With a soft huff, she swiftly turned the sword, unleashing a fierce sword aura infused with an intense heat that transformed into a pillar of light, soaring skyward from her form. In an instant, it broke through the roof of the hall, establishing a connection between heaven and earth through the radiant golden light. Meanwhile, in the papal hall, Bibi Dong, who had been poring over a document, suddenly altered her expression, dropping the scroll to gaze toward Qian Rinxue's direction. "What is this?" she murmured, a blend of confusion and unease washing over her. In a flash, Bibi Dong vanished from her position, appearing before the papal hall, gazing at the pillar of golden red light that spanned the heavens. "Your Majesty, teacher." Within moments, Gueme Yueguan and Hulaina joined her on the high platform, directing their attention to the hovering Bibi Dong. "Your Majesty, what is happening?" Gueme and Yueguan stood beside Bibi Dong, their 9 soul rings emitting a dazzling brilliance. Nodding slightly, Bibi Dong observed the dissipating energy column and spoke slowly. "It is the Hall of Offerings." Upon hearing this, the already perplexed expressions of Yueguan and Gueme shifted dramatically as they exchanged glances. Yueguan stepped forward, addressing Bibi Dong softly. "Your Majesty, should we send someone?" Bibi Dong slowly shook her head, her gaze flickering toward the Hall of Offerings. After a moment of contemplation, she finally declared, "No need. Let them be. The Hall of Offerings must not be disturbed." Before her words could fully resonate, Bibi Dong shook her head again, falling silent as she regarded the Hall of Offerings. Inside, Qian Douluo, witnessing the overwhelming power emanating from Qian Rinxue, felt a surge of divine light intensify in his eyes. "This is it." No. The divine flame wielded by Xiaoxue possesses a might surpassing that chronicled in the archives of the Spirit Hall. Qian Douluo felt a surge of emotion as he considered the prodigious talent of Qian Rinxue, who had grown up by his side. It was evident to him that she was the most exceptional individual from the angel lineage since the establishment of the Spirit Hall, far exceeding his own capabilities. In fact, he believed that his granddaughter might very well be the long-awaited inheritor of the angel god for the Spirit Hall and their angel lineage. Having successfully refined this peculiar divine flame, Qian Rinxue has transcended the limitations of her inherited martial spirit. Presently, in the state of martial spirit manifestation, the wings behind her have surpassed any restrictions. She has forged this 6-winged form even before attaining her title, a feat unparalleled in recorded history. The foundation of Qian Rinxue's prowess has been impeccably established, and it is conceivable that she may one day surpass the legendary angel god. As the crimson golden radiance dissipated, Qian Rinxue gently descended upon the hall, the divine sword in her hand gradually fading. "Congratulations." At this moment, Baen approached her with a smile, observing her astonishment and inquiring, "It seems your gains are considerable this time?" In response, Qian Rinxue nodded lightly, extending her right hand to examine her palm, murmuring, "Yes. It feels somewhat different than before." After a nod, Baen glanced at the gaping hole in the ceiling caused by the sword's energy and chuckled, "Indeed. You nearly uprooted the ceiling of this grand hall." Feeling a blush creep onto her cheeks, Qian Rinxue looked at the ceiling and explained, "I didn't intend for that to happen. I had just completed the baptism, and my soul power was somewhat surging, making it difficult to control. It just burst forth unexpectedly. Bai Xian nodded in understanding. Xiaoxue, it seems this time your harvest is indeed fruitful. At this juncture, Qian Daolu also came to stand beside Qian Renxue, gazing at her with a gentle expression as he softly said, Grandfather. Turning to Qian Daolu, Qian Renxue's expression softened. I have successfully refined the divine flame into the divine sword. With a smile, Qian Daolu nodded. I saw it just now. Assessing his granddaughter, Qian Daolu privately acknowledged. You have done exceptionally well. Hearing this, Qian Renxue beamed and asked, Then, Grandfather, should I go hunt for a soul ring next? Shaking his head gently, Qian Daolu replied calmly, There is no rush. You have just refined the divine flame. You are not yet fully stabilized. Take the next few days to recuperate and solidify today's gains before you venture to hunt for a soul ring. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue nodded thoughtfully, acquiescing to Qian Daoliu's arrangement. Just as Bai Xian and Qian Renxue were preparing to engage in conversation once more, Qian Daoliu's voice suddenly resonated in their ears. Qian, my boy, little Shui has also completed her baptism. You have been here for quite some time today. It would be best for you to return and rest. Bai Xian, taken aback, cast a curious glance at Qian Daolu but ultimately nodded in agreement. He turned to Qian Renxue and said, If that is the case, I shall take my leave for today. Chapter 137. Urgency, sighing softly as he watched Bai Xian depart from the grand hall. Qian Daolu turned his back to Qian Renxue and exhaled a heavy breath. Gradually, he turned to face her, his calm visage tinged with a hint of disappointment. Little Shui, you have truly disappointed your grandfather this time. Upon hearing this, a fleeting look of panic crossed Qian Renxue's exquisite face. She gazed at Qian Daolu, rendered speechless. Grandfather, I. Observing her reaction, Qian Daolu sighed again, tilting his head to gaze at the bright moon hanging high in the night sky. After a moment, he continued. Little Shui, you will be turning 18 in a month, won't you? Startled, Qian Renxue looked at her grandfather, a sense of unease creeping into her heart as she nodded. If grandfather remembers correctly, there is still 1 month left. Turning his gaze back to her ethereal beauty, Qian Daolu was reminded of the confrontation he once had with Bibi Dong. After a brief pause, he sighed again and looked up at the luminous moon. Unknowingly, little Shui has grown up. Hearing Qian Daoliu's sigh, Qian Renxue felt a slight shift in her expression as she met her grandfather's gaze. Grandfather, I. Shaking his head gently, Qian Daolu maintained his calm tone as he continued. You have matured and developed your own thoughts, which brings me great joy. However, I hope you understand that you have never been alone. Before making any decisions, I wish for you to carefully consider the consequences. Qian Renxue remained silent, fully aware that her grandfather's concerns stemmed from her failure to inform him about the perilous circumstances surrounding her absorption of the phoenix blood. She understood that her safety, as the sole heir of the angel lineage, was of paramount importance to her grandfather, perhaps even more significant than the entirety of the spirit hall in his eyes. Approaching Qian Daoliu's side and observing his somewhat despondent demeanor, Qian Renxue spoke softly, laced with guilt. Grandfather, it is my fault this time. I should not have concealed the truth from you. Upon hearing this, Qian Daolu turned to look at Qian Renxue, gently shaking his head. A smile once again gracing his features. He said, Grandfather does not harbor any grievances towards you, little Shui. Tenderly patting Qian Renxue's shoulder, Qian Daolu continued. I understand your sentiments, little Shui. You merely wish for me not to worry about the dangers you face during this baptism. Grandfather comprehends your intentions and hopes that in the future, should you encounter similar situations, you will think of me. At these words, a veil of mist appeared in Qian Renxue's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, she delicately brushed her fingertips against the corners of her eyes and softly replied, Yes, Grandfather. Shui understands. In response, Qian Daolu smiled gently, once more patting her shoulder. Very well. I imagine you must be quite fatigued today. It is best that you return to rest. After a couple of days, once you have stabilized, I shall take you to hunt for the 6th spirit ring. Hearing this, Qian Renxue nodded lightly and said, Then I shall take my leave. Grandfather, you two have worked hard today. Please remember to rest. Qian Daolu nodded with a smile, patted her shoulder once more, and then departed from the grand hall. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bai Xian had returned to his dwelling, where he sat cross-legged upon his bed, his eyes gently closed. A phantom blue lotus surrounded him, spinning gracefully as invisible strands of spiritual energy surged from all directions, converging upon the ethereal lotus. As the blue lotus continued to rotate, The spiritual energies underwent initial refinement through the lotus and gradually infused into Bai Xian's dantian, transforming into pure soul power. This caused the soul power within him to slowly, yet steadily, increase. Upon returning home, Bai Xian refrained from engaging in other activities. After having a meal brought to him, he entered a state of cultivation. After witnessing Qian Rinxue's baptism, a sense of urgency began to stir within Bai Xian. Previously, after reaching level 45, the distance between him and Qian Rinxue had significantly diminished, although there remained a notable gap in their strengths. It had not instilled in him the current sense of urgency. Now, while he still occupied the soul sect level, his true strength had far surpassed the limitations of this tier. Even without relying on his trump card, the Blue Lotus Seedling, his power had firmly crossed the threshold of the Soul King level, rendering him comparable to lower-tier Soul Emperors. While there may still be some disparity when compared to Qian Rinxue, it was no longer insurmountable. After today, Bai Xian foresaw that Qian Rinxue would experience a significant leap in her capabilities following her baptism in the Phoenix Blood and Nirvana Flames. Once she acquired her Spirit Ring, her soul power would reach no less than level 64. At that time, with the formidable might of the Angel Spirit, the Thousand Rin Snow, combined with the utmost sublimation of the Divine, even Soul Sage-level Soul Masters might struggle to contend with her. In just a single day, the gap between the two had widened significantly, inevitably instilling a sense of pressure in Bai Xian, while simultaneously prompting him to marvel once more at the overwhelming power of the Phoenix Blood. He found himself irresistibly tempted to refine the Phoenix Blood to enhance his cultivation. After a night of silence, Bai Xian awoke from his meditative state the following morning, gazing at the sacred dome, which shimmered with a golden hue under the dawn's light. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Truly, as expected of the angel lineage, the rising sun illuminated the angelic statue amidst the sea of clouds, rendering the grandeur of the Spirit Hall even more magnificent. As he wandered through this floating city, Bai Xian observed the somewhat austere architecture, nodding to himself in quiet acknowledgement. The floating city primarily housed the 7 esteemed members of the Douluo Hall and various elders from the Elder Hall. The 7 esteemed members were all of the Super Douluo rank, typically residing in their quarters, diligently cultivating in hopes of achieving breakthroughs in their soul power. Meanwhile, the elders of the Elder Hall served as the highest authority under the Papal Hall, a formidable power structure. Although they occasionally engaged in tasks assigned by the Pope, Bibi Dong, the elders were predominantly titled Douluo figures, commanding a level of respect that often compelled even the Pope to yield to them. Thus, within the entire floating city, apart from the occasional patrols by the Angel Legion, human presence was notably scarce, resulting in a stark contrast to the bustling atmosphere of the Spirit City below. Chapter 138, Inquiring the Heart. Bai Xian, sensing something, suddenly turned around and beheld Qian Rinxue approaching him. His expression momentarily startled. A hint of a smile graced Bai Xian's face as he regarded Qian Rinxue, who had drawn near. So early, he exclaimed. Qian Rinxue nodded slightly, her own smile illuminating her features as she gazed into Bai Xian's eyes, filled with his visage. What brings you to wander the city at such an early hour? Upon hearing this, Bai Xian shook his head slightly, a bittersweet smile emerging. I had hoped to explore the sacred grounds of the Soul Master Realm upon arriving in this Spirit Hall city, yet I did not anticipate it to be so desolate. By the way, after returning yesterday, did you manage to rest well? He inquired. Qian Rinxue nodded, a soft laughter escaping her lips. This is the very heart of the Spirit Hall. My grandfather and the esteemed elders reside here, and it is rare for anyone to freely enter this place during ordinary times. Bai Xian felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing he had overlooked this fact. He smacked his forehead in surprise. How ignorant of me. Qian Rinxue chuckled lightly and said, if you wish to explore Spirit Hall City, I would be happy to guide you. I grew up here and am quite familiar with many of its places. Bai Xian nodded in agreement, feeling no need for excessive politeness given their relationship. By the way, have you had breakfast? I was just about to go have some. Would you care to join me? As they strolled side by side, Bai Xian suddenly felt a pang of hunger, reminding him that it was indeed morning and he had yet to eat. He turned to Qian Rinxue and asked. Qian Rinxue paused, momentarily taken aback, before regaining her composure and smiling. Sure, I haven't eaten yet either. How about I take you to a restaurant in the lower city? I know a place that serves delightful breakfast. Bai Xian nodded enthusiastically. Perfect. Since arriving in Spirit Hall City, I have yet to truly explore the lower city. Today's excursion will be quite an eye-opener. Upon this, Qian Rangshu offered a gentle smile and summoned a member of the Angel Legion to inform her grandfather. Subsequently, she and Bai Xin ascended from the floating city, soaring toward the Soul City below. Upon their arrival in Soul City, Bai Xin observed the bustling streets filled with a continuous stream of pedestrians, interspersed with the calls of various vendors. He couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, Soul City was not merely a sanctuary for soul masters, as every passerby possessed some degree of soul power. Be they pedestrian or merchant, none were ordinary, although a significant number of them were soul masters below the 10th level. This was still remarkably impressive. It is worth noting that across the continent, excluding towns, the countless villages rarely boasted even one or two individuals awakening a first-level soul power each year. Thus, one can only imagine the astonishing scale of practitioners within Soul City. In the capital of the Tindo Empire, Tindo City, Bai Xin had already considered its ratio of soul masters to ordinary citizens quite high, nearly 3 to 10. However, upon witnessing Soul City, he felt that Tindo City still fell remarkably short. After sharing breakfast with Qian Rangshu, Bai Xin and she walked side by side along the streets of Soul City. Observing the incessant flow of people ahead, Bai Xin turned to Qian Rangshu and softly remarked, "Your baptism has concluded, and after these 2 days, it will be time for me to return to the academy." At his words, Qian Rangshu, who had been walking beside him, paused and turned to face him, exclaiming, "So soon?" Nodding, Bai Xin smiled gently at her, replying, "It has already been some time since we set out. Only 4 days remain of the half-month holiday, and it is time to go back." Hearing this, Qian Rangshu silently nodded, remaining quiet. Observing her subdued demeanor, Bai Xin smiled softly, reaching out to caress her cheek, saying, "There is no need to feel this way. It's not as if we want to meet again. Once your matters here are settled, you can return to Tindo City, and we shall meet again." In response, Qian Rangshu lightly nodded, placing her delicate hand over Bai Xian's right hand. Gazing at Bai Xian, who had grown to her height, a faint smile graced her features. "Then let us return the day after tomorrow. It coincides perfectly with my plan to hunt for soul rings. We can journey together for a while." Bai Xian chuckled softly, affirming, "Very well, I shall defer to your wishes." Upon hearing this, Qian Rangshu smiled and nodded, gently linking her arm with Bai Xian's as they continued to stroll through the streets of Soul Master City. Time flew by, and as night fell, they encountered numerous admirers who cast envious glances upon the couple. The man was exceptionally handsome, and the woman was breathtakingly beautiful, making them appear like a pair of celestial beings, evoking admiration from all. Returning to their residence, Bai Xian found tranquility, entering a meditative state upon his arrival. Meanwhile, in Qian Rangshu's dwelling, Qian Douluo sat before a table, a cup of tea before him still emitting faint wisps of steam. "Sigh, little Shui, have you truly made up your mind?" He gazed at the teacup for a long while before finally exhaling a soft sigh. Upon hearing this, a hint of unease crossed Qian Rangshu's face, but after a moment's hesitation, she bit her lip and replied, "Grandfather." Though her words trailed off, Qian Douluo, with his vast experience, could easily discern the unspoken implications within her statement. With another sigh and a glance at Qian Rangshu, he continued, "I have no objections to your relationship with him." Taken aback, Qian Rangshu blinked in surprise. "Grandfather, is that so strange?" Observing her astonished expression, Qian Douluo chuckled gently, rising to the window to gaze at the moon, which resembled a jade plate in the sky. Though that lad hails from a humble background, he has already reached the rank of Soul Zone at such a young age. Not only does he possess soul rings beyond the ordinary, but he also has an external soul bone. He is certainly not inferior to you of the same age. By this alone, he meets the requirements of our angel lineage. At this, a flicker of joy appeared in Qian Rangshu's eyes, but before she could let that joy flourish, Qian Douluo's voice halted it in its tracks. "However, are you truly aware of the path that lies ahead for Bai Xian?" Chapter 139. An unexpected encounter. Qian Rangshu looked at her grandfather with a puzzled expression, her heart somewhat bewildered. She could not comprehend why he would pose such a question. Observing her confusion, Qian Douluo shook his head inwardly, thinking of his granddaughter. "Do not worry about not understanding now. You will come to realize it in the future." After saying this, Qian Douluo composed himself and added, "All right. I shall not elaborate further. Since you have feelings for him, I will not stand in your way. Ultimately, the outcome lies in your hands." With that, Qian Douluo patted Qian Rangshu's shoulder and walked towards the exit, leaving her momentarily dazed within the room. Bai Xian's journey, glancing at the gradually cooling tea upon the table, Qian Rangshu shook her head slightly and moved towards the window, memories of her encounters with Baen flooding her mind. Is there truly anything about him that I do not understand? Staring at the luminous moon hanging high in the sky, Qian Rinxue silently questioned her own heart. Time flowed onward, and this day marked the reopening of the Tindo Academy. High above, thousands of meters in the air, a golden streak swiftly traversed the horizon, leaving behind a long trail of shimmering light. Just ahead, in a mere 10 kilometers, lay the domain of the Tindo Royal Academy. It would be prudent to descend now. Observing the outlines of the city coming into view, Baen estimated the distance to the academy. He had been racing since the afternoon 2 days ago, without adequate rest, and finally arrived in the Tindo vicinity this afternoon. I hope Qin Ming has not scheduled any classes today, he thought to himself as he turned and dove downward. Upon landing on the main road leading to the academy, Baen swiftly advanced along the official path. Suddenly, 2 distinct fluctuations of soul power appeared within his perception, one of which he recognized all too well. It was Yi Lingling. But who accompanied her? The other fluctuation, akin to Yi Lingling's gentle energy, was significantly stronger, though still not quite on par with the tidal Douluo level of Shilong he had encountered previously. However, it was not far behind the strength of the 3 committee members from the Tindo Royal Academy. Could this be a relative of hers? Baen could not help but reminisce about his memories concerning the nine-heart begonia. It is a singularity that only through death can a peculiar martial soul manifest anew. The existence of 2 nine-heart begonia martial souls simultaneously is indeed a harsh reality. A slight smile played on his lips as he contemplated for a moment, before resolutely deciding to pursue Yi Lingling and her companions. Ahead, a horse-drawn carriage ambled along the official road. Inside, 2 figures sat, one tall and one shorter, the latter being Yi Lingling, while opposite her sat a woman who appeared to be in her 30s, exuding a graceful elegance. Suddenly, the woman seemed to sense something and gently raised her gaze toward the rear of the carriage, emitting a soft gasp. "Mother, what is it?" Noticing her mother's unusual demeanor, Yi Lingling's expression shifted with curiosity. The woman, observing Yi Lingling's puzzled look, smiled gently and replied, "Oh, it's nothing. It just seems that someone is approaching us." At this, Yi Lingling's expression shifted slightly. "Someone is coming?" She looked towards her mother, her eyes still tinged with a hint of confusion. The woman smiled softly and glanced back at the carriage's rear, saying, "It is a rather intriguing person. You will understand once they arrive." Upon hearing this, Yi Lingling nodded, her curiosity beginning to ebb. "Let us step outside for a while, to relax and wait for this person, to discern their origins." With a gentle nod, Yi Lingling and her mother alighted from the carriage, enjoying the scenery along the roadside, while Yi Lingling couldn't help but ponder who this intriguing person could be. After a brief interval, Baen spotted the carriage now within his line of sight and smiled gently. "At last, I have caught up." He quickened his pace towards the carriage. Lingling. Upon reaching the carriage, Baen glanced at Yi Lingling and her mother seated within, momentarily taken aback, yet he still greeted Yi Lingling. Hearing someone call out to her, Yi Lingling was momentarily startled and turned her head to look back. "Baen." She nodded slightly. With a gentle smile, Baen remarked, "Lingling, you're returning quite late today?" In response, Yi Lingling nodded lightly, preparing to speak when her mother's voice suddenly reached her ears. "What? Lingling, do you know him?" Her mother asked with a blend of amusement and curiosity. At this query, Yi Lingling turned to her mother, her expression slightly flustered. "Mother, this is Baen, my classmate and a fellow student at the Tindo Royal Academy." Upon finishing her words, Yi Lingling turned to Baen, somewhat astonished, and said, "Baen, this is my mother, Yi Lanqing." After hearing Yi Lingling's introduction, Yi Lanqing glanced at Baen, her gaze revealing a hint of curiosity. Baen, too, was taken aback upon learning that this was Yi Lingling's mother. Yi Lingling's mother? Despite his surprise, Baen maintained his decorum, offering a slight bow as he addressed Yi Lanqing, saying, "Hello, Aunt Yi. I am Lingling's junior, Baen. You may call me Baen or Xiaoxian." Seeing Baen's gesture, Yi Lanqing's eyes brightened, and she nodded appreciatively. He was a remarkably composed young man with impeccable manners. More importantly, as she subtly sensed the returning soul power within her, Yi Lanqing couldn't help but feel astonished. A soul master, and one of considerable rank. He appeared to be even younger than her daughter, Lingling. Though internally surprised, she maintained her calm demeanor, smiling gently as she replied, "Since you know Lingling, there is no need for such formality. Xiaoxian, is it all right if I call you that?" Chapter 140. emotion as Bai Xian gazed ahead at the academy now within sight. He exhaled softly, his previously taut heart beginning to relax. Observing the joyful exchange between Yi Lingling and her mother, he couldn't help but offer a wry smile. After encountering Yi Lingling and her mother, upon noticing their familiarity, Yi Lanqin had warmly invited Bai Xian to accompany them upon learning he was also returning to the Royal Academy of Tindo. Bai Xian, having sensed Yi Lingling's soul power fluctuations, thought it would be rather dull to travel alone. Hence he pursued them without much hesitation in accepting Yi Lanqin's invitation. However, he never anticipated that the person accompanying Yi Lingling would be her biological mother. Throughout the journey, Yi Lanqin displayed great interest in Bai Xian, frequently inquiring about Yi Lingling's experiences at the academy, even going so far as to almost directly ask about Bai Xian's relationship with her daughter. This naturally left Bai Xian in a bit of a predicament, feeling awkward as he navigated between responding and not responding. Fortunately, the distance to the Royal Academy of Tindo was not far, and they arrived outside the academy within half an hour. Finally, he was back. As he beheld the imposing gates of the academy, Bai Xian sighed. Although it had only been a brief holiday of a few days, it had not been particularly easy for him. Not only did I visit the Seven Treasures glazed tile school in the previous days, but I also traversed thousands of miles back and forth between Heaven Do City and Spirit City, hurrying through the journey, and finally returned here today. A protracted period of busyness in this world is about to commence. Gazing at the academy ahead, Bai Xian could not help but ponder. Qian Renxue has already embarked on the quest for her spirit ring. If all goes as anticipated, the spirit ring she acquires this time will undoubtedly surpass the ordinary level. At the very least, it will exceed the 50,000-year mark. And given Qian Renxue's current physical prowess and the formidable nature of her angel spirit, a range of 60 to 70,000 years is not out of the question. Consequently, while the enhancement of Qian Renxue's spirit power is noteworthy, the extraordinary lifespan of the spirit ring will surely awaken the essence of her exceptional talent, allowing her cultivation speed to revert to its nascent state. At that point, ordinary spirit masters will find it exceedingly difficult to catch up. As for himself, although he possesses the significant advantage of the Qinglian seedling, it remains uncertain whose cultivation speed will surpass the other. Perhaps he will be slightly faster, but given the current circumstances, it will not be by a large margin. The true comparison of combat prowess between the two will emerge after Qian Renxue absorbs her spirit ring. It is likely that a considerable gap will form. At the Spirit Emperor level, Qian Renxue's true combat strength will not be inferior to that of a Spirit Saint. In his present state, he can only contend with individuals at the Spirit Emperor level, and even then, they are merely at the lower tier of that rank. Only by comprehending his own path can he hope to transcend these limitations. With a soft sigh, Bai Xian's gaze became somewhat distant. However, creating a new path is far from simple. He yearns to carve out a realm that is distinct, despite the daunting challenges ahead and the lack of precedents to draw upon. Nevertheless, he is determined to attempt it, even if it means relying solely on his thoughts, experiences, and a series of trial and error. Perhaps, the only thing he can truly depend on is the Qinglian seedling within his sea of consciousness. Bai Xian, Bai Xian. Just as Bai Xian was deep in contemplation, the voice of Yi Lingling reached his ears. What is it? Lingling Jia. Returning to his senses, Bai Xian abruptly turned around, only to see Yi Lingling looking at him with a hint of curiosity. Shaking her head, she remarked, "It's nothing, look." Wei Ve arrived at the entrance. Upon hearing this, Bai Xian finally realized that they had indeed reached the academy's threshold. With a start, he reached up to touch his nose, clearing his throat as he said, "I was lost in thought just now. Please do not take offense. Lingling Jia and Aunt Yi." Nodding, Yi Lingling smiled and said, "Let us go. Today is the start of school. I wonder if Teacher Qin has arranged any classes." As she spoke, Yi Lingling linked her arm with Yi Lanqin's and affectionately leaned against her, saying, "Mom, why don't you come in with us? It would be a perfect opportunity for me to introduce you to my wonderful friends at the academy." With a tender stroke of Yi Lingling's flowing blue hair, Yi Lanqin chuckled softly and replied, "Mom has some matters to attend to in Tindo City, so I won't be coming in today. When I return, Lingling can introduce your friends to me then." Turning her gaze to Bai Xian, who stood nearby, she smiled and said, "Xian, you and Lingling should head inside first. Don't forget what I told you. Make sure to think it over carefully." At this, Bai Xian felt a bit awkward, thinking to himself, why is she still dwelling on this matter? Previously, upon subtly discovering that Bai Xian and Yi Lingling shared nothing more than a platonic friendship, Yi Lanqin had jokingly suggested whether he should pursue her daughter, which had resulted in an embarrassing moment for both Bai Xian and Yi Lingling. Nodding slightly and managing a faint smile, Bai Xian mumbled, "All right. Then, Auntie, you can go ahead." Seeing this, Yi Lanqin smiled gently again, looking at Bai Xian and Yi Lingling, and said, "Then I shall take my leave. You two go on in." With that, she returned to the carriage, turned it around, and gradually headed towards Tindo City. As he watched the carriage recede into the distance, Bai Xian sighed softly and looked at Yi Lingling, saying, "Sister Lingling, let us go in." Hearing this and gazing at the departing carriage, Yi Lingling gently nodded. Entering the academy, Bai Xian and Yi Lingling walked side by side. As they ascended the stone steps along the mountain path, Bai Xian covertly glanced at Yi Lingling, opening his mouth to speak, but hesitating. After a moment, he finally mustered the courage to say, "Sister Lingling, about what Andy you mentioned today." At his words, Yi Lingling, who had been calm, momentarily paused her steps before regaining her composure and responding, "What about it?" Although her tone was tranquil, the slight flush on Yi Lingling's face betrayed the turmoil within her, revealing that her demeanor did not reflect her true feelings. Bai Xian, who had been discreetly observing her every move, noticed her unease. With a subtle jolt in his heart, he sighed inwardly and said to Yi Lingling, "I hope you won't take to heart what Auntie Yi spoke of today." Chapter 141. Speculation. Upon hearing those words, Yi Lingling's expression momentarily faltered, the subtle hint of shyness on her face replaced by astonishment and confusion. In truth, there existed a faint affection within her for Bai Xian. Although naturally serene, Yi Lingling was not devoid of emotion. There were but few individuals who could stir her heart. Bai Xian, possessing both remarkable appearance and character, had, at such a tender age, surpassed her contemporaries like Yu Qianheng in cultivation, compelling her to regard him with newfound respect. Over time, she unwittingly developed an almost imperceptible fondness for him, which explained her lack of aversion towards Yi Lanqin's teasing earlier. Casting a light glance at Bai Xian, Yi Lingling offered a gentle smile and casually inquired, "What is it? Afraid your beloved might overhear?" At her words, Bai Xian revealed a hint of a smile, his eyes shimmering with a golden glimmer. In response to Yi Lingling's surprised gaze, he slowly nodded, as she observed the warmth emanating from Bai Xian's gaze. A flicker of bittersweetness stirred within Yi Lingling's heart. He has someone he likes? Maintaining her calm demeanor, she expressed her curiosity. "Do you have someone you cherish? Is she from our academy?" Shaking his head lightly, Bai Xian gazed forward, his steps leisurely. "She is not from our academy. I met her before arriving here." At his words, Yi Lingling nodded, her eyes reflecting a tinge of envy. "The one who has captured your affection must be truly exceptional." With a slight nod, Bai Xian's gaze deepened. "She is a very gentle and wise girl." After speaking, he turned to Yi Lingling, their eyes meeting in the air. With a soft smile, he said warmly, "When the opportunity arises, I shall introduce you to her." Taken aback by his words, Yi Lingling quickly responded with a gentle smile, "That would be wonderful. I am eager to meet the remarkable girl who has won your favor." With a light smile, Bai Xian glanced towards the main campus area in the distance. "Let us go. We are nearly there. Let us quicken our pace and see if Tianheng and the others have returned." Nodding in agreement, Yi Lingling and Bai Xian hastened their steps towards the dormitory area of the Tindo Academy. Upon entering the living room, Bai Xian was greeted by the sight of Yu Tianheng and Osro already present. "Tianheng, Baozi, Yu Feng, what brings you all here?" After exchanging greetings with Yu Tianheng and the others, Bai Xian slowly stepped inside. "Back already? We were just waiting for you." As Osro caught sight of Bai Xian entering, his eyes gleamed with excitement. In a swift motion, he approached Bai Xian and lightly patted him on the shoulder, exclaiming, looking at Osro beside him. Bai Xian gently nodded and turned to Yu Tianheng, inquiring, "Why are you all here today? Is there something amiss?" Shaking his head softly, Yu Tianheng glanced at the group seated on the sofa before responding to Bai Xian. "It's nothing serious. It has been quite some time since we last gathered. Upon my return, the leopards suggested we convene." Upon hearing this, Bai Xian surveyed the living room, noting Yu Feng and Osro, and nodded in agreement, saying, "That sounds perfectly fine. By the way, haven't Shimo and Shimo returned yet?" To this, Yu Tianheng gently shook his head, replying, "Not yet. However, they should be arriving shortly." The distance from Afano City, where Shimo and Shimo are, to Tindo City is considerable. Based on previous years, they should arrive before tonight. Nodding lightly, Bai Xian then asked, By the way, hasn't Teacher Qin scheduled any classes today? In response to Bai Xian's inquiry, Yu Tianheng slowly shook his head, stating, Teacher Qin hasn't arranged any classes just yet. If all goes well, it should be another couple of days. With a light nod, Bai Xian waved his hand to Yu Tianheng and the others, saying, well then, you all continue your conversation. I've been traveling tirelessly these past few days. I shall freshen up and rest. If anything arises, do call for me. In response, Yu Tianheng and the others paused momentarily before nodding in agreement, saying, then we shall head over to the leopards. It's best for you to rest here alone. Upon hearing this, Bai Xian nodded in agreement, feeling no need for formality given their relationship. Moreover, he had indeed been lacking proper rest in recent days and yearned for a moment of tranquility. With Yu Tianheng and the others present, it was likely they would restrain their conversation out of consideration for him. Thus, it would be more beneficial to retreat to Osro's dormitory. Once back in his room, Bai Xian filled a wooden tub with warm water, resting his hands on its sides as he sank into the soothing embrace of the water. He reclined with his head tilted back and eyes closed, reflecting on the events of recent days. Concerning his relationship with Qian Rinxue, Bai Xian felt unprepared, both in terms of strength and mindset. He sensed he had yet to fully equip himself for what lay ahead. However, the marvel of life lies in its unpredictability, and his connection with Qian Rinxue had formed in a most extraordinary manner, intensifying the pressure he felt. As the true saintess of the Spirit Hall and the future angel god, Qian Rinxue had undergone a remarkable transformation in her destiny through the phoenix blood, awakening her angelic spirit well before attaining her title. In contrast, although Bai Xian's cultivation surpassed hers in many ways, he still remained a mere soul master. His strength, though comparable to some soul emperors, paled in the face of the colossal Spirit Hall. Only by attaining the title of a Spirit Douluo would he possess the confidence to engage in discourse with the Spirit Hall and Qian Douluo. Opening his eyes to gaze at the ceiling above, Bai Xian's expression deepened with contemplation, his eyes reflecting the vastness of the cosmos, captivating in their intensity. As time passed slowly, a serious expression crossed his features, creating a new path. It was the soul means to catch up with, or even surpass, Qian Rinxue in the shortest time possible, and perhaps even transcend the barrier between the mortal and divine realms. Closing his eyes once more, Bai Xian's mind replayed the experiences of the past years. The notion of soul rings? Certainly not a viable option for the future. The cultivation experiences of Chen Xian? Equally unfeasible. While a mere fraction of Chen Xian's path could serve as reference, it lacked substantial merit. Soul power? There might be some potential there. Yet it remained uncertain and required careful consideration. Thus, the only viable avenues left were the cultivation methods of the green lotus seedling and the mythological system. Chapter 142, Discovery. The green lotus seedling was undoubtedly worthy of emulation, while the mythological system would necessitate gradual experimentation. Bai Xian's divine light flickered with an ethereal brilliance. The mythological cultivation system from his previous life was merely a legend, and even the records in ancient texts only presented so-called guiding methods, the authenticity of which was indeed debatable. To use them as references required utmost caution. After freshening up, Bai Xian seated himself on his bed, activating the Qinglian technique to replenish the soul and spiritual energy that had remained depleted over the past few days. Dividing a fragment of his consciousness to stimulate the soul energy, he directed it along a fixed pathway within his body, while his awareness traversed into the sea of consciousness. By simulating and condensing a form identical to his own using spiritual and soul energies, Bai Xian gazed at the insentient specter before him, gently stroking his chin in contemplation. After a moment of reflection, he formed a hand seal, channeling his spiritual energy to guide the specter into a seated position. Bai Xian invoked the scattered vital essence within the sea of consciousness, merging it with the specter, allowing it to circulate through the simulated meridian pathways in a manner akin to the external Qinglian technique. Indeed, although it still adhered to the Qinglian technique, the operational pathways had begun to exhibit subtle differences. This was Bai Xian's endeavor to innovate a new method. Wisps of azure light darted through the specter, and in a brief moment, Bai Xian's brow furrowed in concentration. Was it truly futile? Observing the specter wavering slightly, he murmured softly. At that moment, the vital essence surged rapidly within the specter's simulated meridian pathways, accelerating to a speed that surpassed Bai Xian's normal execution of the Qinglian technique by more than threefold. After observing for a while, Bai Xian let out a soft sigh, retracting the hand seal, causing the specter to dissipate into wisps of soul and spiritual energy, gradually merging back into the sea of consciousness. With a gentle sigh, Baen couldn't help but exclaim, "Creating a new method is indeed not so simple. I must accumulate more experience and explore further." Although he faced failure, Baen remained undeterred. After a brief respite, he once again condensed the specter within the sea of consciousness, guiding the vital essence to merge within its form. Baen was acutely aware that the path of creation could not be achieved in a single leap. Though success may elude him at present, he recognized that it stemmed from his own insufficiencies in accumulation. Each failure served to remedy the gaps in his experience, waiting for a moment of enlightenment in the future, when these lessons would transform into stepping stones for his eventual triumph, assisting him in taking that crucial step forward. This session of cultivation persisted for nearly an entire day. Naturally, during such an extended period, Baen's soul power had already returned to its peak state. However, due to his prolonged immersion in the sea of consciousness, his mental energy experienced a cycle of restoration and depletion, failing to fully recover to its utmost zenith. As dawn broke, a shaft of morning light cascaded from the horizon, banishing the darkness that enveloped the world. At this moment, Baen, still seated in meditation with his eyes closed, suddenly sensed something and opened his tightly shut eyes. His gaze turned toward the window, where a crimson sun slowly emerged from beneath the horizon, gradually appearing through the lingering mist of the morning. Had morning truly arrived? Yesterday, when he returned to the academy, it was already afternoon, and now, with the sun rising, Baen realized that time had slipped away unnoticed. Ceasing the flow of soul power, he leapt lightly from the window, landing on the rooftop. Embracing the slightly chilly air, Baen closed his eyes and took a deep breath, expelling the stagnant energy that had accumulated throughout the night. Stretching his limbs, he began to move his body gently. Baen, up so early. Just as he was performing a series of stretching exercises, a voice reached his ears. Unfazed by the interruption, Baen continued his movements, seemingly unsurprised by the presence of the voice. After a brief interval, Baen gradually halted his actions, completing his sequence with a gentle exhale. He turned to see Yu Tianheng standing at the door, offering a faint smile and a nod. "You're awake so early too. Did my actions disturb you?" Baen inquired. Shaking his head lightly, Yu Tianheng responded with a smile, "Not at all. Lately, I've been waking up around this time. I heard some noise from upstairs, so I came to see what was happening." Pausing momentarily, Yu Tianheng's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he continued, "By the way, what was that exercise you were just practicing? It seemed to possess some technique I haven't seen before. Who taught you?" Baen, momentarily taken aback, quickly recalled and nodded. "Oh, I just learned it recently. I thought I would stretch my body with a few moves today." The martial arts technique executed by Baen earlier was, in fact, a synthesis of the Tai Chi he had learned in his previous life, combined with certain offensive maneuvers he had observed from various soul beasts in this world. Although it appeared somewhat disordered, it possessed genuine lethality, unlike the techniques taught in his homeland, which merely preserved the forms of practice without imparting effective combat strategies. After a brief conversation with Yu Tianheng on unrelated matters, Baen retreated to his own quarters. Following breakfast, Baen made his way to the simulated training grounds located at the rear of the academy's mountains. His steps were agile as he continuously shifted his position within the training area. As time passed, his movements gradually came to a halt atop a tree reaching a height of 100 meters. From this vantage point, he surveyed the simulated training ground, a contemplative expression crossing his features. Why had the concentration of spiritual energy here diminished so significantly? Though the spiritual energy in this location remained relatively abundant compared to the outside world, Baen noticed a marked decrease compared to 2 weeks prior. Despite his perception indicating a rapid recovery in the area's spiritual energy, expected to return to its previous state within a couple of days. Such a considerable loss was not a trivial matter. Had this phenomenon only occurred today, or had it been ongoing? With a flicker of doubt in his mind, Baen scanned his surroundings, seeking to discern the cause of this widespread depletion of spiritual energy. Chapter 143, Discovery, Part 2, Settling into a Meditative Posture. Baen closed his eyes and focused, allowing his soul power to radiate outward. As his soul power dispersed, the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the surroundings became increasingly discernible to him, manifesting as shimmering points of energy in his perception. His brow furrowed slightly, and beads of sweat began to form at his temples. As the range of his perception expanded, Bai Xian felt a visible consumption of his mental and soul powers. Suddenly, Bai Xian's consciousness halted. Within his perception, he detected an unusual fluctuation of spiritual energy in a specific area. Though its size was minimal, the energy was gathering and then vanishing repeatedly. Was it located in that region? With a sudden intensity, Bai Xian opened his eyes, rising to gaze into the distance while murmuring softly. That direction lay within the confines of the metallic simulated training ground. Bai Xian gazed towards the direction of the unusually fluctuating spiritual energy, his mind swirling with uncertainty. After a brief moment, he steadied his thoughts, gently shook his head, and settled into a cross-legged position. Regardless of the circumstances, it was imperative to first restore his soul power and mental energy. Half an hour later, within the metallic mimicry training ground, a forest of metallic formations rose from the ground, presenting a myriad of shapes. Some resembled crystal, others took the form of cubes. While some peculiar metals existed in a liquid state, Bai Xian swiftly traversed this valley, when suddenly, a piercing sound cut through the air as his rapidly moving figure came to an abrupt halt atop a smooth, colossal stone. Is this the place? His gaze swept around, and he murmured softly. As thoughts flitted through his mind, Bai Xian formed a hand seal, allowing tendrils of soul energy to slowly emanate from his being, encompassing a 100-meter radius in his perception. After sensing for a moment, he let out a soft exclamation. Opening his eyes, he scanned his surroundings, a hint of confusion flickering in his gaze. The spiritual energy, which had been vanishing, had now ceased to dissipate. It was merely diminished compared to other regions. Yet it gradually began to replenish amidst the surrounding flow of spiritual energy. How peculiar. After a gentle murmur, Bai Xian continued to survey the area from atop the giant stone, yet found nothing amiss. His eyes flickered with uncertainty. His earlier perception had been unequivocal. The vanishing spiritual energy was indeed located here, but for some unknown reason, it seemed to have halted its disappearance. After pondering for a while, Bai Xian slowly shook his head, reflecting on the feedback from his previous exploration. He settled into a meditative posture upon the stone and gently closed his eyes. Although he had not discovered anything unusual, Bai Xian was reluctant to depart empty-handed. Gradually, he began to cultivate using the Qinglian method right there. Even though he had not found immediate answers, he possessed ample time, did he not? The significant depletion of spiritual energy in this realm was undoubtedly not a matter of a single day. Upon discovering the peculiarities of this place, it became evident that as long as he maintained his gaze upon it, he would surely unveil something upon the next occurrence of the vanishing spiritual energy. Time flowed slowly, and as Bai Xian gradually absorbed the celestial spiritual essence, his soul power incrementally increased at a steady yet unhurried pace. As night descended, Bai Xian suddenly opened his eyes, which sparkled like stars, surveying his surroundings with a casual glance. A slight furrow appeared on his brow. Despite cultivating here, a fragment of his mind remained attuned to the fluctuations of the spiritual energy in this realm. To his astonishment, after arriving at this location, the phenomenon of vanishing spiritual energy had not reoccurred. Instead, as time elapsed, the previously depleted spiritual essence of this place gradually returned to a state of normalcy. Casting a casual glance around, Bai Xian could not help but murmur to himself, "It seems there is nothing to be discovered today." With a swift motion, he departed from the site. Since there were no revelations today, he could always return tomorrow, for after the commencement of classes, Bai Xian would possess ample time to explore further. Moreover, it was already evening, and having cultivated all day long, he felt the need to satisfy his culinary cravings. The ferocious beasts he had brought back from the Tian realm had yet to be processed. These creatures contained an abundance of pure vital essence, and consuming their flesh, while utilizing the spiritual energy to refine the essence within, would significantly enhance his physical vitality, fortifying his corporeal form. The night passed without incident, and with the arrival of dawn, Bai Xian prepared himself and returned to the location he had visited the previous day. However, upon arriving, he let out a soft exclamation. Sensing the spiritual energy of this realm, he found it perplexing. Just yesterday, before his departure, the spiritual essence had returned to normal levels, yet at this moment, it appeared to have diminished slightly compared to when he had left. While the decrease was minimal, less than 10%, it was still significant, especially considering Bai Xian's current capacity for absorption at the soul sect level. He surmised that even a typical soul saint or soul Douluo might struggle to accommodate such a substantial amount of spiritual energy within themselves. What had occurred last night that could have absorbed this spiritual essence? This thought abruptly surfaced in his mind, prompting Baen to ponder deeply. If the phenomenon of vanishing spiritual energy had indeed transpired last night, it seemed this mysterious entity was capable of consuming spiritual energy twice a day. Baen estimated the time, based on the phenomenon that occurred yesterday. It would take approximately 4 hours for the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to return to its normal state. Currently, it would take about another hour for the energy to fully recover. This implies that after I departed yesterday, the phenomenon of energy disappearance occurred around the midnight hour. Raising his gaze to observe the sun's trajectory, Baen's mind began to race. Under these circumstances, it would be prudent to wait for another hour before assessing the situation. He settled into a cross-legged position, closing his eyes and focusing his mind, while maintaining a sliver of awareness on the fluctuations of the external spiritual energy. He commenced his practice of the Qinglian technique, absorbing the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy to begin his cultivation for the day. The ethereal image of the Qinglian gradually revolved, absorbing all the spiritual energy gathering around him, akin to a millstone refining the mixed energies into pure soul power, which then flowed gently into Baen's meridians. After an hour of cultivation, Baen was suddenly struck by an unusual sensation, as though ripples had formed in the depths of his consciousness. Slowly opening his eyes, he surveyed his surroundings. There were no signs of the spiritual energy having vanished. Baen was perplexed. Just moments ago, he had experienced an extraordinarily odd feeling, as if a peculiar yet familiar wave had swept through his body, evoking an almost instinctive reaction. Scanning the area, Baen sensed waves of soul power emanating from his body, probing the surroundings for any disturbances. Chapter 144. Astonishment. As he continued to investigate the cause of his involuntary sensitivity, Baen was suddenly seized by doubt and swiftly moved away from his original position. Standing not far from where he had been seated, he gazed at the smooth, massive stone beneath him, feeling a mix of astonishment and uncertainty. What was this? In that fleeting moment, Baen had sensed not only the abrupt withdrawal of the spiritual energy surrounding him, but also the sudden agitation of his own soul power. Nearly 20% of his soul power had been forcefully extracted by the enormous stone beneath him. This revelation sent a chill down Baen's spine. It is well known that a soul master's soul power can typically only be extracted under exceptional circumstances, unless the soul master willingly submits. In ordinary situations, even titled Douluo level experts cannot casually extract a soul master's power. They can only choose to seal or suppress it. Yet just now, his soul power had been extracted in an instant. What is this? Observing the stone's activity, Baen's expression turned grave. In his perception, within a radius of several miles, an almost overwhelming amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth was continuously gathering around the stone. And within a mere quarter of an hour, the concentration of energy had reached a level that astonished him. Baen could ascertain that if the spiritual energies surrounding the colossal stone were to erupt at this moment, the force generated would pose a significant threat even to a soul emperor or soul sage. Nevertheless, the spiritual energies within a radius of several kilometers showed no signs of abating, continuously converging around the giant stone. After much contemplation, he realized that the source of the dissipating soul power was indeed a mere rock. Murmuring softly, he gazed at the stone that continued to gather the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. Baen hesitated for a moment before releasing a thread of mental energy towards the stone. As his consciousness drew nearer, a sense of tension enveloped him. The spiritual energies amassed by the stone had reached a terrifying level, and although no discernible aura emanated from it, Baen understood all too well that should these highly concentrated energies erupt, the resulting force would be exceedingly fearsome. It could very well spell his doom. As his mental energy pressed closer, Baen found it increasingly difficult to penetrate the overwhelming spiritual energies surrounding the stone. Maintaining a connection to his own essence while attempting to infiltrate proved to be a formidable challenge. With each attempt at penetration, he could no longer glean any useful information from the feedback. He could only sense a faint, elusive aura of spatial energy flickering within. Retrieving his probing mental energy, Baen furrowed his brow, realizing that it indeed contained implications of space. Baen was acutely aware that any matter involving such an almost paramount level of rules would inevitably become rather intricate. The good news was that the source emanating this aura was not a being capable of wielding spatial rules or a soul beast, but merely a stone, a relatively innocuous inanimate object. Thus, the likelihood of it posing a direct threat to his life seemed minimal. However, a subsequent concern arose. Apart from living entities, such inanimate objects capable of gathering the essence of heaven and earth were, aside from some exceptionally rare natural treasures, typically peculiar formations. Moreover, it was highly probable that such an object, which could collect the energies of the cosmos and exuded spatial essence, yet had previously been perceived merely as an ordinary stone, harbored a formation invisible to the naked eye, infused with spatial power. This rendered the situation somewhat precarious. While the presence of rare natural treasures would be manageable, the existence of a formation imbued with spatial energy posed a significant challenge. Such formations often possessed formidable capabilities, and should they be subjected to a forceful external attack, they could potentially retaliate against the caster with considerable ferocity. As Baen observed the colossal stone gradually ceasing to gather the essence of heaven and earth, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Had it truly stopped accumulating? He noted that the spiritual energy still converged around the stone, leaving him perplexed. What was happening? Was it drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy without absorbing it? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Baen's pupils abruptly constricted. In an instant, a surge of dense spiritual energy was wholly infused into the giant stone, the entire process lasting but a brief breath. With a resounding crack, nearly 2 heartbeats later, the sound of shattering echoed from the surface of the giant stone. Baen's eyelids twitched vigorously. What does this signify? Baen's heart suddenly filled with trepidation, his gaze fixed intently upon the massive stone that had developed 2 distinct fissures, as if something perilously dangerous were about to burst forth from within. Yet, it seemed Baen's apprehension might have been unwarranted. As the ethereal energies of the world permeated the stone, aside from the initial cracking sounds, silence enveloped the surroundings. With a slight exhale of relief, Baen remained vigilant, directing a thread of his mental energy towards the stone. As his consciousness penetrated deeper, a frown creased his brow. It was utterly mundane, too ordinary. In his perception, it resembled nothing more than an exceedingly commonplace rock, indistinguishable from those scattered across the ground. Furrowing his brow in concentration, Baen scrutinized the giant stone. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. He discerned an anomaly. He had distinctly heard 2 cracking sounds earlier, yet the stone's exterior appeared unchanged, raising a question that could not be ignored. Baen's gaze sharpened slightly as he pondered for a moment. With a single hand forming a sword-like gesture, an exceedingly faint blade of energy surged forth from his fingertip, slicing through the air. At the moment of impact, a resonant clang echoed like the collision of metal and stone, and a fragment of rock shattered and fell to the ground. Observing this scene, Baen's expression shifted abruptly, astonished by the ease with which the stone had been shattered. Baen's heart felt somewhat bewildered. Based on the ethereal energy that had previously gathered around this colossal stone, it was evident that this was not the first time it had undergone such an event. Logically, one would assume that a stone capable of absorbing such vast amounts of celestial energy should not appear so fragile. How could such a feeble probing strike of energy sever a fragment so easily? Gazing at the massive stone, Baen pondered for a moment, seemingly resolute in his determination. As he slowly approached the stone, he raised his right hand, hesitated briefly, and then placed it upon the stone's surface, allowing waves of soul energy to gradually seep into its interior. Chapter 145. The spatial passage. The soul energy in his hand shimmered and fluctuated continuously. After a brief interval, Baen halted, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of contemplation as he regarded the stone before him. The sensation was indistinguishable from that of his previous mental probing. It felt entirely like an ordinary rock. After a moment of reflection, Baen once again lifted his right hand. However, this time, the energy he wielded was not the usual gentle soul force, but rather an array of minuscule soul energy blades. With the blades swirling in his grasp, Baen regarded the stone with grave intensity, slowly bringing his hand within 2 feet of the colossal structure. Buzz! Baen's thoughts stirred slightly, as the blade's energy in his hand danced ceaselessly around the surface of the colossal stone. After a few breaths, a faint azure orb of swirling blade energy had formed before him. His brow furrowed slightly, for Baen felt considerable pressure at this moment. To maintain such a vast output and stability of soul power, his mental energy was depleting at an alarming rate. Taking a deep breath, The first soul ring around Bai Xian flickered to life, instantly enveloping him in a boundless radiance of thunder. Following this, four golden wings were abruptly summoned behind him. Whoosh! Bai Xian's knees slightly bent, followed by a sound slicing through the air, as he was suddenly propelled outward into the periphery. Simultaneously, Bai Xian's right hand, which had been continuously channeling spiritual energy, clenched tightly, causing the blade aura surrounding the colossal stone to erupt violently. The chaotic blade aura swirled furiously. Bai Xian, who had been retreating, kept a watchful eye on the stone's movements. However, after 2 breaths of stirring the blade aura, he felt no response from the stone, which took him by surprise. Although this stone appeared ordinary from both spiritual and soul energy perceptions, it was evident that the immense spiritual energy had been absorbed into it. Despite the inability to detect it, the scene he had just witnessed was undoubtedly real. In his contemplation, he had anticipated that employing such vast soul energy to disturb the stone would likely provoke a reaction from the elusive spiritual energy. Yet, from his current perceptions, there was no response whatsoever. Halting the movement of the 4 wings behind him, Bai Xian turned to face the stone. He observed that the once mighty stone had been reduced to a pile of fragmented rubble, haphazardly scattered on the ground. Nothing. Gazing at the debris, Bai Xian murmured softly to himself. Gradually flapping his wings, he approached the pile of rubble, engulfed in confusion. This shouldn't be the case. Even if it did not contain any spiritual treasures, there should still be some form of array present. With a tremor of soul energy, Bai Xian swept his arm, and countless bolts of lightning materialized from thin air, cascading down like thick arms of thunder. As the lightning raged before him, Bai Xian maintained a calm demeanor, watching as the debris was relentlessly shattered by the strikes. Was there truly nothing? His pupils reflecting the rapidly flashing blue lightning. Bai Xian found himself murmuring deep within, as if questioning the heavens, or perhaps questioning himself. As the lightning gradually subsided, Bai Xian stood silently, observing everything before him. Lost in thought, where exactly lay the problem? Bai Xian pondered within. His mind replayed the events of the day, contemplating some significant points. Suddenly, Bai Xian's eyes widened in realization, recalling a peculiar detail that had struck him as odd. Space. Initially, he had sensed a spatial fluctuation, thinking it was caused by an array or a spiritual treasure within the stone. Yet now, with the stone reduced to rubble and nothing appearing within, and no traces of an array, the earlier spatial fluctuation became increasingly suspect. As the details slowly emerged, the brilliance in Bai Xian's eyes flickered. He became more convinced that the previous spatial fluctuation definitely harbored some issue. However, even upon identifying the root of the issue, it seems there are no effective means to investigate at present. Gazing at the scattered stones, Bai Xian murmured softly. Although he had previously absorbed the soul ring of the massage evil god tiger, the 2 fundamental principles of time and space had been completely eradicated under the cleansing influence of the green lotus seedling's vitality. However, in a twist of fate, a trace of the pure essence of time and space had remained within the 4 wings of the massage evil god tiger's soul bone. Yet, despite the presence of these principles, no extraordinary soul abilities had emerged. Over the years, Bai Xian had only managed to create a technique named sky splitting through his understanding of the spatial principle contained within. As for the temporal principle, even to this day, Bai Xian had yet to grasp a single fragment, let alone utilize it. With Bai Xian's prodigious talent, after years of contemplation, he had merely brushed the surface of the spatial principle, underscoring the formidable complexity of the time-space principles. After a moment of silence, a flash of inspiration pierced through Bai Xian's mind. Extending his right hand, he observed a glimmer of spiritual light on the silver ring in a piece of stone. Dark gray in hue, materialized in his palm, the void celestial gold he had unexpectedly acquired earlier. Rubbing the celestial gold between his fingers, a spark of brilliance flickered in Bai Xian's eyes. The void celestial gold, imbued with the pure power of the void, contained the very essence of the void's principle. Given the substantial overlap between the principles of the void and space, it seemed plausible that this celestial gold could elucidate the cause of the previous spatial fluctuations. Channeling his soul power, Bai Xian enveloped the void celestial gold, allowing it to hover above the pile of debris. As strands of soul power gradually descended through the celestial gold, as Bai Xian's soul power flowed forth, an unusual wave began to manifest within his perception. A flash of brilliance ignited in his eyes. It was indeed a spatial fluctuation. A smile curled upon his lips as he swiftly altered the hand seals. drawing upon the natural energies of heaven and earth to continuously infuse the void celestial gold. After a quarter of an hour, a nearly transparent ripple appeared before Baen, exuding the essence of space. A spatial passageway? Observing the scene before him, reminiscent of the opening of the spatial passage to the heavenly severing soul realm. Baen furrowed his brow slightly. Should he venture inside? Baen initially sought to peer through the void immortal gold to discern the mysteries of this realm. However, he was taken aback by the unexpected emergence of a spatial portal. In that moment, Baen found himself in a quandary regarding whether to enter this enigmatic passage. He could not ascertain what lay beyond it. Chapter 146. The Palace. After a moment of contemplation, Baen gritted his teeth and resolutely murmured, "Damn it, I'm going in." As a cultivator, Baen considered himself virtually invincible among his peers in this contemporary world. Although he typically adopted a low-profile demeanor, he had long since forged an indomitable spirit. Confronted with a potential opportunity for fortune, Baen was determined not to let it slip away, even if danger lurked within. Baen remained unconvinced. With his combat prowess now comparable to that of a soul emperor, he considered himself a formidable force within the realm of soul masters. Even if there were dangers lurking on the other side of the spatial passage, he was confident that he could certainly muster the strength to retaliate. After slightly calming the fatigue that had arisen from earlier exertions of his soul power, Baen straightened his expression, summoned his soul energy, and cautiously stepped into the spatial passage. What lay before him was a desolate world, where the earth was painted in hues of ochre, occasionally adorned with solitary patches of withered grass that offered a hint of vitality. In the wild expanse, small creatures would sporadically dart out, stirring up faint clouds of dust before vanishing into the distance. Suddenly, amidst the barren plains, a ripple of ethereal energy manifested, and a figure abruptly emerged from the void. As Baen silently materialized in this unfamiliar territory, a soft exclamation escaped his lips. "Where's this place?" After surveying his surroundings for a moment, a flicker of familiarity ignited within him. "Is this the heaven-severing soul realm?" Baen extended his hand to draw a wisp of spiritual energy from the void, momentarily attuning his senses. After a brief pause, he opened his eyes, revealing a hint of perplexity. This was not the realm of severed souls, yet the spiritual energy exhibited subtle differences. Observing this world, Baen felt a twinge of confusion. The quality of the spiritual energy was by no means inferior, comparable to that of the realm of severed souls, yet the two seemed to bear a certain connection. The attributes of the spiritual energy were astonishingly similar. Turning to glance at the space portal behind him, still shimmering with ripples, Baen hesitated for a moment, shaking his head. He concluded that the portal would likely not vanish in the short term. He resolved to explore deeper. With determination, Baen left a trace of his soul's power as a marker for navigation, then set forth in the direction where the concentration of spiritual energy was most potent, summoning his four wings to soar forth. Whoosh! A sound akin to the tearing of the air echoed as Baen transformed into a streak of azure golden light. Observing the scenery rushing beneath him, Baen could not suppress a slight frown. This world was astonishingly desolate. Logically, a realm abundant in spiritual energy should be teeming with life. Yet throughout his rapid journey, he encountered scant evidence of living beings or plants. Half an hour later, Baen hovered in midair, gazing down at the dilapidated palace below, a flicker of astonishment arising within him. This was merely a palace, yet despite its ruinous state, it was immensely grand, resembling a colossal city sprawling over 10 miles, standing solitary and bizarre upon this desolate, sand-scorched expanse. At a mere glance, a sense of vastness surged deep within Baen's heart. As he descended slowly before the palace, the intensity of his astonishment heightened. The remnants of a half-broken stone door loomed before him like an insurmountable chasm. Etched upon the crumbling stone door were faint carvings of various strange and gigantic beasts, seemingly guarding the palace. The fracture in the door bore traces of desiccated blood, untouched by the ravages of time. While he marveled at the scene before him, Baen felt no inclination to linger. After scanning the surroundings with his consciousness and finding nothing of particular interest, he stepped through the entrance of the palace and ventured inward. Upon entering the grand hall, the earlier sense of vastness intensified. The hall was extraordinarily spacious, resembling an independent realm, where one stood as insignificant as an ant. The entire interior exuded a hue of bronze, its surface deepened and aged by the relentless passage of time, while the stone slabs beneath bore a thick atmosphere of antiquity. Uncertain of the material from which the nearly pure black stone slabs were forged, they lay in a state of ruin, marred by numerous scratches. And even some relatively intact slabs began to show cracks, allowing one to keenly sense the weight of countless years imprinted upon them. Above the hall, crystals of an unknown substance emitted faint blue light, scattered across the entire dome, resembling a river of stars, casting a subtle illumination throughout the grand space. As Bai Xian traversed the hall, his heart was overwhelmed with a profound sense of awe. The strange beasts engraved on the exterior stone door reappeared on the walls of the grand hall. Birds, beasts, fish, and insects, including dragons and phoenixes reminiscent of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus he had encountered earlier. At the center of the hall stood a towering platform, several hundred meters high, composed of an indeterminate material that radiated a chaotic gray yet appeared akin to jade, adorned with intricate patterns. Looking up, he discerned a faint azure aura enveloping the apex of the platform, hinting at the presence of something elusive. Narrowing his eyes, Bai Xian murmured to himself, "Is there something there?" As he focused his mind, summoning his soul-bone wings, he intended to soar to the platform. However, he was suddenly taken aback. He found himself unable to fly. With a fleeting glance at the golden wings, Bai Xian felt a twinge of surprise. It was the first time he encountered a situation where he could not fly after acquiring the soul-bone 4 wings. As he unfurled his wings, he realized they remained under his control, and the flow of soul power was as steady as ever. Casting his gaze towards the high platform, Bai Xian took a moment to calm his racing heart. The ability to wield his soul power suggested that the use of one's strength was permitted here. It was merely a prohibition against flight. Gazing at the platform, Bai Xian pondered for a moment, a hint of gravity crossing his features. If flight was not an option, he would ascend the steps. He was eager to discover what extraordinary entity resided atop the platform. Before approaching, he inhaled deeply, his focus sharpening as he regarded the gray stone steps, and with a resolute step, he ascended. Upon stepping onto the staircase, an unusual sensation suddenly enveloped Bai Xian's heart, as if something were whispering in his ear, reaching deep into his very essence. A shiver ran through him as he glanced toward the high platform, a weight of seriousness settling in his gaze. He was uncertain of the source of this feeling, yet he understood that it would likely intensify the further he ascended. He pressed on, whispering to himself, "Continue. Clarity awaits at the summit." With renewed determination, Bai Xian lifted his foot once more. Chapter 147. The man in green. 3,000 steps, profound and enigmatic, each step a query to the heart. As Bai Xian climbed higher, he gradually comprehended the purpose of these extraordinary steps. Unlike mere cultivation, each ascent resonated with a voice deep within, persistently questioning him. This voice was not external but emanated from within, a reflection of his innermost inquiries regarding the essence of his journey. Seated upon the gray stone steps, Bai Xian crossed his legs in meditation, with only 9 steps remaining before him. From this vantage point, he could already glimpse the sight awaiting him at the pinnacle. There lay a mat, radiating a serene azure glow, upon which an ethereal figure seemed to flicker, elusive and indistinct. With closed eyes, Bai Xian sat in tranquil meditation, his hands resting naturally upon his knees, a gentle smile gracing his lips, as if he were lost in an exceptionally beautiful dream. Time slipped away unnoticed until a subtle tremor coursed through his body, prompting him to slowly open his eyes. As his deep, dark eyes revealed themselves, anyone fortunate enough to witness their depths would be awestruck by the profound gaze they held, an expression of timelessness, as if peering beyond the fabric of existence, delving into the very soul of humanity. As he spoke, a voice tinged with a hint of rasp emerged from his lips. He surveyed his surroundings quietly, the depth of experience reflected in Bai Xian's dark eyes gradually receding until it vanished entirely. Taking a deep breath, Bai Xian slowly rose to his feet, his gaze regaining its clarity. Gently shaking his head, he raised his palm to examine the lines etched in his hand, a fleeting expression of trepidation crossing his eyes. He questioned his own heart, delving into the essence of his being. If one cannot confront their inner self, they risk becoming ensnared in an endless cycle of introspection. In the external world, he had only sat on the steps for less than an hour. Yet he understood that his consciousness had traversed countless inquiries within his realm of self-reflection, experiencing profound realizations of his true essence. Had it not been for his unwavering resolve, he might have succumbed to the depths of that interminable cycle. Fortunately, he remained steadfast, persistently questioning his inner self, until he ultimately discerned his most authentic nature, which allowed him to return. Gazing at the remaining 9 steps before him, Baen offered a gentle smile and ascended once more. This time, he would harbor no hesitation. He had comprehended the depths of his soul, and no philosophical inquiry would leave him in confusion. Indeed, as he stepped forward, although echoes reverberated in his ears once again, they no longer held any sway over him. Baen strode forward, effortlessly traversing the remaining 9 steps in mere breaths. Upon reaching the summit, he gazed at the cushion ahead, hesitating only for a fleeting moment before breaking into a gentle smile and stepping forward. As he entered the azure halo, a sudden lightness enveloped him, and as his vision cleared, he discovered himself in an entirely different realm. Surveying his surroundings, Baen could not help but take a deep breath. He found himself at the intersection of the ethereal and the tangible, where a spiritual mountain rose majestically. Countless divine herbs flourished abundantly, resembling cabbages, while legendary medicinal plants appeared frequently. Swallowing hard, Baen moved. However, as soon as he made his first step, a bridge of azure essence descended from the heavens, reaching out to his feet. Immediately, a voice resonated in his ear. "Junior, since you have arrived here, come forth and continue." Upon hearing the sudden sound, Baen displayed no signs of astonishment. He calmly glanced at the celestial bridge stretching endlessly towards the horizon beneath his feet, without harboring excessive doubts. With a resolute step, he embarked upon the path of guidance. As he traversed this seemingly interminable bridge, time became an abstract concept. He felt as though an eternity had passed before finally reaching the end of the road. There, a verdant expanse unfolded before him, revealing a thatched cottage nestled within the greenery.